The story opens with a beam of light being shot straight up into the sky from a temple on a high mountain. The road to that mountain is extremely treacherous. There are people walking on the stairs below. The Nine Heavens continent, the Holy Land of Chaos, was once the most powerful Holy Land. Since the Great Chaos ascended to become an immortal, it began to gradually decline. And today is the day the Holy Land of Chaos opens its doors to receive disciples. Although the Holy Land of Chaos has declined, but the centipede dies but does not fall. So the number of people who come to worship is still endless. Seen here, you may ask, who is the main character in this story? A young man raised his hand to his forehead to shield his eyes from the sunlight ahead. He smiled and said, "Of course, it must be me. Phew, this is the Holy Land of Chaos, isn't it?" This young man was introduced as Tuvan, also the main character of this story. He confidently said, "Since I transmigrated to this world, you made me wait for 19 years. I finally waited for the day the Holy Land of Chaos opens its doors to receive disciples. If so, the first task of the system is also considered complete." Then a space appeared. In that space was a system board with the words, "Enlightenment system, completing the task can receive the number of times of enlightenment." Below that line of words was a mysterious circle. On it was a piece of paper with the content being the task, entering the territory of the Holy Land of Chaos, completed, reward the number of times of enlightenment 1, has been rewarded, about to refresh the number of enlightenments has been 1. Then another task appeared. The new task was to join the Holy Land of Chaos. The reward was 3 times the number of enlightenments. Tuvan stood in that space, he said. "The task is to join the Holy Land of Chaos just to my liking, but the new task is so generous. It usually comes to 3 enlightenments, it's really not to be missed." The system board appeared right before his eyes. It read the new task to join the Holy Land of Chaos. The reward is 3 times the number of enlightenments. Tuvan stood looking at the system board. He brought his hand to his chin and said, "Enlightenment is the realm that cultivators extremely randomly enter while comprehending the Great Tao. Finding an ordinary person who can be enlightened once is already burning incense to thank heaven and earth, even those monstrous geniuses, super geniuses, in their entire lives. I'm afraid they can only be enlightened 2 or 3 times." Tuvan remembered the scene of his father being trampled on by a soldier. He did not dare to fight back but only resigned himself to kneeling and letting the soldier run wild. There were many people standing around watching. Tuvan only dared to stand in a corner of the wall. Tuvan looked at the heartbreaking scene and unconsciously called out, "Father." He thought, being a fallen noble in a declining small country, in the past 19 years. "I have seen many things because of insufficient strength, but I have bowed down and lost all dignity." Tuvan's lips slightly curled up, he frowned, his eyes filled with hatred, he thought, "But, starting from today." Then he looked at the other people climbing the stairs ahead, he said, "Climb up, you extras." Tuvan used his arrogant eyes, he smiled and said, "With this enlightenment system by my side, don't anyone try to stop me, even if it's heaven." But a loud voice interrupted him, "Hey, look, what is that? It's so big." What that person was talking about was a giant bell floating in the sky. Everyone below was looking up at the giant bell. Tuvan couldn't help but ask, "Huh?" Suddenly the bell fell to the ground. It impacted the ground, creating a large tremor. The sound that the giant bell emitted caused everyone to cover their ears, some even screamed, "Ah." After the tremor ended, everyone stared at the bell. One person wondered, "Bell?" Another person said, "The sound of the bell just now, it feels like even my internal organs and soul were about to shatter." Another person also curiously asked, "What is this?" Tuvan was also surprised by the scene before his eyes. He widened his eyes, opened his mouth and thought, "Oh my god, I was just saying that, heaven, you don't have to take it seriously." A man with long sideburns appeared. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't panic." The man reached out and introduced, "This object is called the Chaos Bell. It's the divine weapon of the Chaos Great Emperor, the founding ancestor of our Holy Land of Chaos. This bell ranks among the divine weapons throughout the world. It's ranked 3rd, and as long as you can ring it once, it's considered passing the entrance examination of our sect." Standing next to the man was an old man with white hair. Everyone was listening attentively, some even knelt down to salute. But then the bearded man said something shocking, "However, if you underestimate the sacred object of our Holy Land of Chaos because of that, it will only lead to your complete failure. The test of this bell is extremely strict. If your aptitude is ordinary, you will be immediately teleported out of this place, and you will never be allowed to join our Holy Land of Chaos." The candidates who came here were surprised. They seemed annoyed and asked, "What?" A black-haired candidate turned to look at a brown-haired person next to him. He showed a very friendly expression then said, "Brother. Such an opportunity, I'll let you go first. What do you think?" The brown-haired candidate replied, "Brother, you go to hell, I won't die, brother." "Ah, big brother, I was wrong." The black-haired candidate angrily shouted, "Damn it, brother, you're so shameless. The bearded man didn't seem satisfied with the candidates today. He stroked his mustache and said, "Sigh, it seems that today will be another fruitless day." The white-haired old man next to him continued, "Our dignified holy land of chaos has actually fallen to the point where we can't even find one qualified genius." The bearded man closed his eyes and said, "Let's end it quickly, I still have to go back and nourish my beard." But because he used too much force, he accidentally pulled off a row of his mustache. Holding the severed mustache in his hand, he shouted in panic, "What?" But suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out. Everyone looked up at the bell in astonishment. A candidate couldn't believe his ears. He said, two rings." The bearded man forgot about his broken mustache when he heard the bell. He said, "No, it's 3 rings." Who could have rung the bell 3 times? The bell didn't seem to want to stop. 2 more rings rang out. Fu Lin bowed down to look at and said, "Master, the chaos bell has rung 5 times." The theme was still meditating peacefully. He said, "I know." The Holy Lord was standing somewhere at this time. His face was wrinkled in surprise. He was looking up at the sky and listening to the bell. He thought the chaos bell rang 6 times. No, it's 7 times. Finally, someone has been able to ring the chaos bell more than 5 times. From inside a room with a large coffin, it was introduced as the tomb chamber of the ancient elder. The bell also seemed to be affecting the coffin. Someone said, "The 8th ring, this person." Who is this person? Standing in front of the giant bell was none other than Tu Van. Everyone was staring at him but no one dared to say anything. The bearded man and the white-haired old man widened their eyes as much as they could. He shouted, this kid, who is he? Wait, he still has the strength to ring the bell, so doesn't that mean? Before the man could finish his sentence, Tu Van struck the bell once more. His punch hit the bell with great force. The giant bell was once again subdued by him. It emitted a bell sound that echoed throughout the surrounding space. Someone shouted in astonishment, "All 9 rings." A bony hand pierced straight through the coffin. A voice rang out, "Who is it?" A ghost with the upper half of its body a skeleton pushed open the coffin lid and crawled out. The ghost cried out, "Who is it? Who can ring the chaos bell 9 times? Not only that ghost, but there were countless other skeletons that looked like it were looking up. These skeletons seemed to want to escape from this dark space. The ghost said, "There is such an outstanding talent, I must take him under my wing." Tu Van sighed, "Phew." Tu Van was still standing still in the bell-punching position from earlier, he thought. The feeling after enlightenment is really different, it's like being reborn. The space around Tu Van at this time, no one else could be seen, only skeletal ghosts were staring at him in a dark space. He raised his hand and smiled, thinking, this feeling is just one word, awesome. Tu Van stood confidently in front of the bell. He looked at his hand and said, "Washing the tendons and changing the marrow." Someone shouted, "The chaos bell has bestowed its blessing again." The bearded man forgot his dignity. He knelt down at Tu Van's feet and said amicably, "The welcoming elder of the Holy Land of Chaos greets the divine son." He thought to himself, ha, I can actually welcome a divine son. I'm about to make history in the sect. The other people who saw the scene before their eyes seemed to have completely changed their attitude. There were no more noisy shouts, only exclamations. One person said, 9 rings, divine son, someone actually managed to do it. To be able to see this scene, this old man dies without regret. Another person continued, the other 5 great holy lands all have divine sons. Only the Holy Land of Chaos didn't. This time we finally have a divine son. Another person said, I can see that this person has the makings of a great emperor. Tu Van turned his face away to avoid. He scratched his head embarrassingly and stammered, that elder, isn't this a bit exaggerated? The elder still bowed his head and refused to stand up with all due respect. He said, not at all. The divine son status is equivalent to the Holy Lord. This old servant doesn't dare to be disrespectful. Suddenly, from the beginning, the Holy Lord of Chaos appeared in a dazzling manner. He walked and said, after all these years, the Holy Land of Chaos has finally waited for this day. The other people saw him and knelt down to show their respect. They said, greetings, Holy Lord. He didn't pay much attention to the presence of others. The person he was looking for was Tu Van. He looked at Tu Van and said, the divine son doesn't need to salute. Follow me. The great experts of the Holy Land are all waiting to accept disciples. Tu Van smiled and replied, yes. Tu Van at this time, his face was full of patience. He thought to himself, I thought I had to start from the bottom when I rang the bell using 1 enlightenment. I didn't expect to go straight to the top. Then the system also displayed a notification, congratulations, you have obtained 3 enlightenments. It can be used at any time, refreshing the task. In the Chaos main hall at this time, the sky outside had begun to turn into the color of dusk. The gentle breeze blew the leaves on the trees down, creating a very peaceful scene. There was a voice from inside the hall, "Tu Van." It seemed that at this time everyone was standing on the highest floor of the hall because they could see the sky here. Many people were gathered here. A voice introduced these supreme elders, patriarchs. These fossilized bones all want to accept you as a disciple. In addition to those people, there were even skeletons here. They could be elders who had died but had been revived when they heard Tu Van ringing the bell. The person continued, "However, choosing who to follow is your freedom. We will not force you." Tu Van clasped his hands together. He said, "Yes, Holy Lord." Tu Van thought to himself in surprise, there are even fossilized bones. Some of the candidates stood in the distance looking at him and scrutinizing him. The brown-haired one said, "Strange, the Divine Son feels very ordinary. He doesn't have a special physique, nor does he look like a reincarnated expert." The black-haired one next to him said, "You think too much. The person who can make the chaos bell ring 9 times. How could he be someone you and I can see through?" A pink-haired one added. "That's right. Except for the ancestor. No one else has been able to do it." A tall and mighty supreme elder looked at Tu Van and laughed. Lightning flashed from his body. He folded his arms and introduced himself. "I am Supreme Elder Lumaine. My thunder god art can summon heavenly tribulation. Its power is unmatched. Divine Son, are you willing to take me as your master?" Seeing this, the people outside couldn't help but exclaim. A Supreme Elder actually wants to accept the Divine Son. How delusional. Another person with a super long beard standing next to Supreme Elder Lumaine quickly introduced himself. "Divine Son. I am Patriarch Bu Dai. My undying demon art can make the body immortal and indestructible." Tu Van looked at them, not knowing what to say. There was one with extremely eerie bone-covered skin. He even had a knife stuck in his head. He said, "What's a patriarch?" "I am the Tau bone fossil. My cultivation is overbearing. It can make one invincible." Another one below the Tau bone fossil. This one was also very thin but still had the signs of a human. He said, "Tau bone fossil, you're still too young. Why not worship me, the wood patriarch, as your master, cultivating my wood god art? You can control 10,000 trees." There was another one right under the wood patriarch's arm. This one only had bones left, but his palms and sharp claws were still visible. He said, "Why not become my disciple? The ancient bone fossil." Tu Van looked at them with a stunned expression. He opened his mouth wide and thought, "Oh my god, they're really fossilized bones. But each of them seems very powerful. Who should I choose?" While he was lost in thought, Elder Dathine appeared right behind him. He said, "Divine Son, this old man is Supreme Elder Dathine. Although my cultivation is not stable, but I cultivate the chaos scripture. It can forge a chaos body that is the best in the world. The Emperor's throne is also within reach." Tu Van was startled by the voice. He involuntarily turned his head to look. Suddenly, the system panel appeared with the content of the latest task. "Choose Dathine as your master. Reward 5 enlightenments." Tu Van asked in a daze, 5 times. Tu Van quickly put his hand on his chin. He smiled with delight and thought. So what's there to hesitate about? Of course it's. Then Tu Van cupped his hands together. He said, "Seriously, patriarchs, bone fossils, this disciple is willing to worship Supreme Elder Dathine as his master and cultivate the chaos scripture." The people in the room were taken aback by him. None of them could believe their ears. They all widened their eyes and looked at him. One with a mustache said, "Ridiculous. The chaos scripture is too difficult to cultivate. No one except the ancestor has been able to master it." A bone fossil next to him continued. "That's right. Dathine only managed to make the chaos bell ring 6 times. He still hasn't been able to cultivate it to completion." The one with a mustache continued. "The chaos scripture requires enlightenment. You will harm the Divine Son." Dathine was a little hurt by these words. His face showed a hint of sadness. He said, "Just because I can't cultivate it to completion doesn't mean the Divine Son can't." Fu Lin, standing next to him, added, "Besides, don't forget, cultivating the chaos scripture can make you invincible at the same level." But the others were not convinced by these words. They said angrily, "I'm at the superfan realm and still haven't become a saint. What's the use of being invincible at the same level?" Another chimed in. "That's right. If the Divine Son can't become a saint either, wouldn't our holy land of chaos become a laughingstock?" The man who was angry continued. "That's right. If that's the case, our holy land won't be able to hold our heads up. Dathine was rendered speechless by these words. He thought to himself, this. At this time, Tuvan was still in the position of cupping his hands together. But then the system appeared with the content, give up the identity of the Divine Son. Reward. 10 enlightenment opportunities. Tuvan cursed inwardly, damn it, system, you're really playing for keeps, aren't you? Then he closed his eyes and accepted. All right. All right. I'm already dead anyway. He bowed and said, Patriarchs, bone fossils. This disciple is willing to give up the identity of the Divine Son and worship Dathine as his master. That way, even if this disciple cannot forge a chaos body, he will not bring shame to the Holy Land. Hearing him say this, Supreme Elder Lei Ming's jaw dropped. His face was full of astonishment. The Holy Lord of Chaos was the same. He looked at him with a puzzled expression. Dathine seemed to have a hint of sadness on his face. Then the room broke out of its silence. Everyone turned their eyes to Tuvan and shouted in unison. What? Everyone around was looking at Tuvan. They tried to persuade him. The Divine Son status is equal to the Holy Lord. Please reconsider. Another continued Divine Son. Please reconsider what you are giving up are the best cultivation resources. Someone in the distance also said, young man, don't be impulsive. Looking at Tuvan, 2 streams of tears were flowing down his face. He said, I boo-hoo. I don't want to give up either. It's the system that's forcing me. Then he ignored their words. He clenched his fists and said in a loud and dignified tone, Patriarchs, bone fossils. Please listen to this disciple's words. If this disciple can master the chaos scripture, then he will still be able to become the Divine Son very quickly. Conversely, it will only prove that this disciple is not worthy of this title. Therefore, please grant me my wish. Tuvan was cool for a moment. Then he wiped his tears and thought to himself, since I have to give up being the Holy Son anyway, I might as well pretend to be generous. The Holy Lord of Chaos at this time just smiled silently. Then he stretched out his hand and said with a smile, all right, if you've made up your mind, then as you wish. From today onwards, you are the disciple of Supreme Elder Dathine. Everyone is dismissed. And everyone heard the Holy Lord of Chaos say this. No one dared to object. They all turned around and left. One said, sigh, it's not easy to have a Divine Son. What a pity. Another chimed in. That's right. I thought this time we could finally rise up again. The person next to him replied, let it go. It's fate. Only Tuvan and Dathine were left in the room. Tuvan cupped his hands together and bowed before Dathine. He said, seriously, disciple Tuvan greets master. Dathine replied, Then he put on a triumphant expression. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up in a smile. He said, since you trust this master so much, this master will definitely teach you everything in the remaining days. Tuvan was horrified. His face turned purple. He thought, what? The remaining days? I just became your disciple and you're already about to die? Are you kidding me? Then he asked with a pale face that, Master, how much time do you have left? Dathine closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide in laughter. He replied, Super Fan Realm cultivators only have 1,000 years of lifespan. This master is already 900 years old. Tuvan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, phew, at least there are still 100 years left. After saying that, Dathine turned around and walked down the stairs. He said, let's go to my immortal mansion. Tuvan quickly replied, yes, master. Then he asked curiously, so what can master do to increase your lifespan? Dathine replied, breakthrough to the heaven realm. Your lifespan can be increased to 2,000 years. However, it's hopeless for me in this lifetime. Dafong was Dathine's residence. It was an extremely tall and grand celestial city. Dathine said, back then, this master was known as the strongest saint in the Holy Land, so there were really a lot of followers. Therefore, I built a lot of palaces. But when I couldn't break through, the followers also left one by one. In Dafong, there was also a place called the Spirit Beast Garden, which was underground with a small white door. There was another place called the Spirit Rice Field, which seemed to be larger than the Spirit Beast Garden. It was located on a high ground and had a small staircase leading up to it, looking like an abandoned temple. Tuvan said, it seems like all the buildings are empty. Then they arrived at the Dathine mansion, a grand hall that was not only tall but also very large. The Dathine mansion looked extremely magnificent, but contrary to its size, it was completely deserted, without the hustle and bustle of people. Dathine said, now there's only me and my servant, Fu Lin, left. The master and disciple arrived at their destination. They sat in a room on a large round rug. Dathine said, now that we're here, this master will explain to you the basic knowledge of cultivation. We cultivators have a total of 14 major realms. Then Dathine smiled and took out a piece of paper with scribbles on it, like a child's drawing. He introduced them one by one. Body tempering, chi gathering, divine bridge, celestial being, spirit sacrifice, awakening, out of body, nirvana, superfan, heaven, saint, great saint. Quasi-emperor, great emperor. Tuvan was dumbfounded, his face turned pale and he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, whether having so many realm names is good or not is one thing. This drawing is too brutal. Then Dathine pointed his index finger, on the tip of which a mysterious golden light emanated. He said, now this master will impart the chaos scripture to you, helping you enter the body tempering realm. Dathine placed that finger on Tuvan's forehead and said, become one with me. All things are not all things. It is difficult to describe with your eyes. The universe has its own principles. Tuvan closed his eyes and sat still, trying to concentrate. A golden vortex appeared on Tuvan's forehead, he thought, so this is the chaos scripture? It has 108 levels, it's truly profound and vast. I wonder what's the effect of enlightenment on the chaos scripture. Let's try it. Fu Lin walked in from outside, holding a box in her hand. She said as she walked, Master, I've chosen young master's clothes. I wonder how long it will take for young master to comprehend the first level of the chaos scripture, I'm so worried. Dathine opened the box and took out something that looked like ginseng from it. He looked at Fu Lin and said with a smile, don't worry, based on Tuvan's aptitude, it'll take him 3 days at most. I'll use this million-year-old ginseng to lay a solid foundation for him. I want to create a strong physique for him. Fu Lin said, back then, it took Master 7 days to comprehend the first level, which was already the fastest record. If young Master can't surpass it. But then suddenly, the box containing the ginseng fell to the ground. Fu Lin was startled by something, she covered her mouth with her hand and stammered, speechless, this. Seeing her like this, Dathine reminded her, Fu Lin, how old are you now? Why are you still so disrespectful? But then he himself was taken aback by the scene before him. He opened his eyes wide and shouted at the top of his lungs, oh my god. Tuvan was levitating in midair at this time. Surrounded by a halo of light, as if it had created a barrier separating him from the outside world. It was no wonder that Fu Lin and Dathine were so shocked. Fu Lin was still surprised. She stared unblinkingly and said, spiritual chi infusion. Young master has already comprehended the first level of the chaos scripture. Dathine was still in shock, his jaw still dropped. He broke out in a cold sweat as he tried to get a closer look. Tuvan was levitating in midair, his eyes closed in concentration. But in contrast to his cool exterior, he was laughing inwardly, hee, one enlightenment and I've already comprehended the first level of the chaos scripture, what are we waiting for? Bring it on, I still have 17 more enlightenments left. Fu Lin seemed worried, she turned to look at Dathine and said, Master, young master is still in enlightenment, could it be that he wants to take this opportunity to comprehend the second level? Dathine replied, I'm not sure, the second level, it took me a year. Suddenly, a lotus bud emerged from the ground, emitting a light similar to Tuvan's. Dathine exclaimed, this is the Earth Center Golden Lotus. The Earth Center Golden Lotus gradually grew taller and stopped when it almost touched Tuvan. The lotus bud bloomed, revealing its beautiful petals. Dathine still wore the same shocked expression, he said, the second level of the chaos scripture, my god. Fu Lin wasn't much better, she covered her mouth with both hands and said, Master, young master, it seems like he doesn't intend to stop there. Then a beam of light from the sky shone down, it pierced through the roof and shone directly on Tuvan. Tuvan also stood up, standing majestically in midair. This beam of light was called the Essence Refinement Light. Dathine saw this and said, the 9th level of the chaos scripture. Fu Lin was so happy that her eyes welled up with tears, she said, Master, this time we've really picked up a treasure. Perhaps in this lifetime, we can really witness the birth of a chaos body. Dathine looked up and replied with a smile, that's right, back then, I intended to break the record of my predecessors. Comprehending the 9th level took me 30 years. This is unbelievable. It's truly heaven-defying. It seemed that the holy land of chaos was also affected by this. The sky darkened, thunder and lightning struck endlessly. A blue light from the sky shone straight down to the ground. The other people couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. They looked up at the sky and asked each other, what happened to Defong? One person replied, Defong, the divine sun is at that mountain peak. Another person retorted angrily, what divine sun? Didn't he give up his identity as the divine son? Now he's nothing. Another person also said angrily, pointing at the sky, that's right. Giving up such good resources, he's clearly an idiot. The Holy Lord of Chaos looked up at the lightning-filled sky, he said, Earth Center Golden Lotus, Essence Refinement Light, Define is really going all out to lay a supreme foundation for him. Sigh, what a pity, it's really a shame. There was a man named so kin to you, he was the disciple of Supreme Elder Tien Not. They were also shocked by this scene. So kin to you asked, Master, is that Supreme Elder Define refining to you Van's body? Supreme Elder Tien Not replied with a snort, Define is simply wasting his energy and time. That trash divine son can't cultivate the chaos scripture. So kin to you seemed angry. He frowned and cursed inwardly, it's all because of this to you Van, stealing my thunder. Besides him, only I managed to make the chaos bell ring 5 times. To you Van was still in a state of enlightenment, standing silently amidst the light. Define said, physical body golden light, to you Van has already reached the peak of body tempering. Fu Lin closed her eyes, she held the ginseng in her hand and said, all the treasures that Master prepared for building the foundation took 100 years to gather, isn't this a waste? Define looked at her and said with a smile, Tu Van has already built a supreme foundation, of course he doesn't need to use these. However, we can't waste them either. When the time comes for new disciples to enter, why don't you accept a disciple as well? It just so happens that they can be companions with Tu Van. Fu Lin, who had been lonely for a long time, now had the opportunity to find a companion. She immediately said happily, accept a disciple? Really? I'll go right away. After Fu Lin left, Tu Van also finished cultivating, he slowly landed on the ground. Tu Van quickly cupped his hands together and said, Master. Define replied with a smile, not seeing Fu Lin anywhere. Tu Van asked blankly, Master, where did Fu Lin go? Define reached out his hand and replied with a smile. Fu Lin felt it was a pity to waste the foundation building broth, so I asked her to go and choose a disciple. Quote, putting aside the matter of Fu Lin, Define looked at him with pride, he praised, my disciple, 9 levels in 1 day. You have reached the peak of body tempering, with a strength of 10,000 kilograms. Tu Van immediately replied, peak of body tempering? So won't I be able to enter the chi gathering realm soon? Define immediately denied his thought, he said, no, next, you have to stay in the body tempering realm and lay a solid foundation. Based on your talent, you need to reach the theoretical limit of each realm in order to truly dominate the world. Tu Van asked, then what is the limit of body tempering? Define smiled and replied, you have already reached the peak state before even cultivating combat skills. As long as you cultivate combat skills, you can enter the forbidden realm. Each time you increase your strength by 10,000 kilograms, it's called a forbidden level. 9 forbidden levels means you're a god. The only one who has reached the 9th forbidden level, with a strength of 1 million kilograms, is our ancestor, the Chaos Great Emperor. Tu Van was full of enthusiasm, he clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determination, he said, then what are we waiting for, Master? Quickly teach me combat skills. Define looked at Tu Van and stretched out his hand, saying, don't be impatient, my disciple. Combat skills cannot be cultivated casually, you have to go to the Sex Skill Pavilion. The Skill Pavilion will automatically help you choose combat skills. Wait for Fu Lin to finish recruiting her disciple and for them to finish body tempering, we'll go together early tomorrow morning after the Skill Pavilion opens. Tu Van replied with a bright smile, as Master arranges. As the Master and disciple were chatting enthusiastically, Fu Lin walked in with a girl. This girl had a petite and delicate figure, her name was Lam Tuna. Fu Lin smiled and said as soon as she entered, congratulations to young Master for building a supreme foundation. Tuna, come and greet your senior brother. Lam Tuna looked at Tu Van with an innocent face and said, Lam Tuna greets senior brother. I heard that senior brother has given up the identity of the divine son. Hearing this, Tu Van was dumbfounded, he showed a puzzled expression. Lam Tuna didn't know that Fu Lin beside her was also very annoyed, she frowned angrily. Fu Lin's eyes were now red with anger, she shouted, you little rascal. Do you have to poke at other people's sore spots? Lam Tuna didn't pay attention to Fu Lin's words. She still looked very excited, she continued, may I ask, what does senior brother think of this? Lam Tuna was grabbed by the collar from behind. Fu Lin, with a murderous look on her face, threw Lam Tuna into a tub of golden water, she shouted angrily, go and build your foundation. Why are you talking so much? Lam Tuna screamed in fear as she was thrown by Fu Lin. Lam Tuna fell into the tub of water when she emerged. She sat still in the tub and looked up at Fu Lin with a mischievous smile, saying, yes, Master. Fu Lin stood aside, looking at Tu Na and said to Tu Van, consider this her good fortune. This was originally prepared for a young master. Tu Van, standing next to her, said, Tu Na has good talent. With the addition of the foundation building broth prepared over many years, she will surely reach the peak of body tempering soon. Hearing Tu Van's words, Fu Lin reminded Tu Na, since you've built your foundation, tomorrow you'll go with your senior brother to choose combat skills and strive to reach the peak of body tempering as soon as possible. Tu Na smiled brightly and said, I understand. The next day, at the skill pavilion, Tu Van walked in front, with Fu Lin and Tu Na following behind. Tu Na exclaimed in surprise, wow, there are so many people. Hearing Tu Na's words, Tu Van explained to her, because yesterday was the day for accepting new disciples, there are so many people here today. Normally, there are only this many people when there's a combat strength test or skill selection. Tu Van's arrival caught the attention of some people. One of them sneered, isn't that the divine son, Tu Van? He's here for the combat strength test too. Another one continued in a sarcastic tone, what divine son? He's just an ordinary disciple now. Another one even made fun of Tu Van, saying, I bet he can't even reach 30,000 kilograms of combat strength. I'll give him 2. He held up 2 fingers and continued, 2,000. Tu Na's eyes were filled with anger, she clenched her fists and shouted at them, Oomph! How dare you badmouth my senior brother? Just wait and see, I'll scare you to death. Tu Na looked at Fu Lin eagerly and said, Master, let me go take the combat strength test with senior brother. Hearing this, Fu Lin just calmly replied, based on your senior brother's strength, there's no need for him to test. Tu Na ran over and hugged Fu Lin, acting coquettishly, Master, he doesn't need to, but I do. Please let me go. Seeing Tu Na pleading like this, she finally relented, alright, go ahead. Tu Na walked over to where everyone was gathered and saw a young man. He clenched his fist and punched something, a green aura emanating from his body. The object he punched glowed green and displayed a number of squares. He had punched 7 squares. When he saw the result, he praised himself, 50,000. I'm truly a genius. It turned out that he was the disciple of Supreme Elder Tien Not, named Chu Ben. Tu Na looked at him with disdain and said, isn't it just 50,000 kilograms? What's there to be so arrogant about? I can do it too. Everyone who heard her words immediately tried to dissuade her, little girl, don't talk nonsense. 50,000 kilograms of strength is already considered great completion of the body tempering realm. Only a few geniuses can achieve such strength after building their foundation. That's right, little girl, where did you come from? You don't even have basic knowledge. Chu Ben looked down at Tu Na with contempt and said, I recognize you. You're Lam Tu Na, the one who only managed to ring the chaos bell 3 times yesterday. I rang it 4 times. With your meager talent, you dare to boast like this? You should be ashamed of yourself, it's utterly ridiculous. Tu Na was not afraid at all. She stepped in front of Chu Ben, who was looking at her mockingly, and said, what's so great about 50,000 kilograms? Tu Na clenched her fist, a golden aura appeared. She said with a determined expression, I'll show you. Tu Na punched the strength measuring device with her powerful fist. A powerful punch landed. On the strength measuring device, the number 30,000 appeared. Chu Ben said with an unreadable expression, Humph, how arrogant. I'll wait for you to get slapped in the face. Suddenly, the strength measuring device lit up. Chu Ben was stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape, his face pale. He was so shocked that he could only utter, holy crap, silver light. Everyone around was astonished. The light was so bright that they had to shield their eyes with their hands. They started discussing among themselves, look, it's silver light. This little girl has surpassed great completion of body tempering and entered the peak level. How is this possible? Such terrifying strength. On the strength measuring device, the number 60,000 appeared. Tu Na brushed her hands together and said with a cheerful smile, so, are you convinced now? Tu Van, standing below, smiled smugly, as expected of my junior sister, she's amazing. Chu Ben, with an unconvinced and annoyed expression, said, Humph, what's there to be smug about? You're definitely just like that Tu Van, relying on shameful tricks to achieve this strength. Tu Na retorted angrily, shut up, my senior brother is a one-of-a-kind genius. How could he cheat? Chu Ben spat on the ground in disdain and said, genius? I spit on that. He didn't give up and started badmouthing Tu Van, do you know how well the divine son is treated? Only a fool would give it up. He must have been stripped of his divine son title by the Holy Lord for cheating, and he's only saying he gave it up voluntarily to save face. The people around him started to chime in. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. Yeah, that must be it. To think that Tu Van is so shameless. Tu Van looked at Chu Ben and said to Fu Lin, it seems like this guy is intentionally targeting us. Fu Lin, standing behind him, reported, young master. This person is the disciple of Supreme Elder Tien that, who is at odds with master. They are like fire and water. Tu Van's expression turned serious, so that's how it is. Suddenly, a young man with purple hair appeared. He said arrogantly, very well, I'll let you see what a true, one-of-a-kind genius looks like. He flew down from the stands. The people around were surprised and started discussing, it's So Kin too. Yesterday, apart from Yin Xiao, he was the only super genius who managed to ring the bell 5 times. I heard that his master, Supreme Elder Tien that, is about to break through to the heaven realm. Judging by his aura, he has definitely reached the peak of body tempering. He looked at Tu Van arrogantly and said, Tu Van, watch closely. So Kin 2 punched the strength measuring device with full force. Everyone around exclaimed in surprise, whoa, 90,000 combat strength. The people around showered So Kin 2 with praise and admiration. This is already the peak of the body tempering realm. Reaching the peak of body tempering in just one day, he truly is a heaven-sent genius. So Kin 2 stood there, basking in everyone's praise. He turned around with a smug smile and said modestly, you flatter me. I'm nothing compared to senior brother Tu Van and his 9 rings. Senior brother Tu, come on up and let everyone witness your strength. Hearing this, Tu Na, standing next to him, grabbed Tu Van's hand and said, senior brother, come on up and let these low-level fools see what you're capable of. Tu Van just smiled humbly and said, one should always be modest. Suddenly, Tu Van's eyes widened. He was in a different space. The system displayed a notification. Mission, shock everyone present. Reward, 3 enlightenments. This mission can be stacked indefinitely. Seeing this, Tu Van smiled and said, well, it's not like I can't show off a little when necessary. Back in the real world, Tu Van just smiled slyly and thought, this mission is a bit unorthodox. Isn't this basically asking me to show off? So Kin 2 saw Tu Van standing still and taunted, what's wrong? Scared? If you're scared, just kneel down and call me Grandpa 3 times. Tu Van just smiled and replied, why wouldn't I dare? You think I'm afraid of you? After speaking, a blue light surrounded Tu Van in front of everyone's eyes. So Kin 2 was so surprised that his jaw dropped. Tu Van appeared behind So Kin 2. Suddenly, Tu Van shouted, then open your dog eyes and see clearly. He powerfully swung his fist at the scale. Seeing that, So Kin 2 froze in place, his face turning pale. He couldn't believe what was in front of him. A powerful light enveloped the surrounding space. The scale glowed gold and had a swastika on it. Everyone around saw that. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe their eyes and immediately started chattering, oh my god. It's the golden light of the extreme realm. How could he reach the extreme realm of body refinement in just one day? Oh my god, this is truly a 1 in a million talent. Could it be the reincarnation of an ancient sage? The system rang. Mission complete. Reward. 3 enlightenments. Tu Van smiled and said to So Kin 2, from now on, call me Grandpa. So Kin 2 was bewildered by the scene just now. He could only put on an unwilling expression and shouted, damn it. How did it turn out like this? Everyone there at this time couldn't help but be surprised and rushed to discuss. Some people admired, as expected of a former god, amazing. Others whispered, so Kin 2 has lost face this time. Tu Na ran over and hugged Tu Van's arm. Her eyes narrowed in a smile as she praised her senior brother, hee hee. I knew my senior brother is the best. The 2 siblings happily walked away from the scene arm in arm, leaving So Kin 2 standing there stunned. Everyone continued to gossip and mock So Kin 2, wondering how he would clean up this mess. Look at his expression, it seems like he's about to unleash a big move. So Kin 2 refused to accept being humiliated, he frowned, his teeth clenched, and said angrily, if that's the case. So Kin 2 jumped up and charged towards the 2 siblings. So Kin 2 was walking without paying attention. The people behind him saw this and shouted, look, So Kin 2 is about to make his move. Surprisingly, things didn't go the way they thought. So Kin 2 suddenly sped up and ran away from the scene, leaving only one sentence, I'm out. The people who were left behind could only stare with their mouths agape, speechless. Fu Lin observed that it was getting late and spoke up to remind them, let's go, young master, it's time. Tu Van responded and said to Tu Na, let's go into the spirit palace. Inside the spirit palace, a shimmering and beautiful barrier appeared in the sky. The wind blew, causing leaves to flutter and fall everywhere. In the courtyard, the disciples were gathering and walking back and forth. The scenery was very poetic. Seeing this scene, Tuna's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Tu Van also agreed, "Yes, it's really beautiful." Inside the barrier, figures began to appear, representing the ranks from the outside to the inside, from low to high. Including the lowest being third flow, then second flow, first flow, peak level, super level, and finally the highest, supreme. At this moment, Tu Van spoke up clearly and explained, "Everyone, close your eyes, keep your minds clear, and wait for the spirit palace to choose fighting skills for you." Everyone standing there began to follow his instructions and looked up at the spirit palace. Above them, behind the spirit palace, the elders were observing the situation and discussing with each other. De Tien, surely with Tu Van's talent, he will be granted super-level fighting skills. Hearing that, Supreme Elder Tien Not spoke up with disdain, "De Tien, this generation cannot enter the heavenly realm, and neither can his disciples. So what if he has some achievements?" De Tien was not willing to sit idly by. He clasped his hands together, forcing a smile on his face, and retorted, "Just because I can't, doesn't mean my disciple can't." Another elder interrupted the conversation, "Stop talking nonsense, that Tu Van seems to have been given third-flow fighting skills." Hearing that, De Tien's face showed doubt. He stared intently at the situation and defended his disciple, "How can he only get third-flow fighting skills? How can it be? My disciple has a 1 in a million talent." In one day, he comprehended 9 levels of the Chaos Scripture, and his spiritual body refinement entered the extreme realm. The Supreme Elder naturally didn't believe it. His face showed contempt, 9 levels in one day? You're joking, right? Then he firmly asserted, "Unfortunately, I see it clearly. It's definitely third-flow fighting skills, no doubt about it." Tu Van reached out and received the third-flow fighting skill scroll from the Spirit Palace. He couldn't help but wonder, third-flow fighting skills? Does the Spirit Palace think so lowly of me? The others saw the scene and immediately started gossiping, doubting his strength. Third-flow fighting skills? It seems that Tu Van is all talk and no action. Someone immediately concluded, "I guess Elder Dathin used heaven and earth treasures to push him to the extreme realm of body refinement." Tuna stood behind them, hearing them say such things, her face showed worry. She looked at Tu Van and called out, "Senior brother." Tu Van was not willing to accept such a result. He was determined, his lips pursed. His eyes looked at the Spirit Palace and declared, "If that's the case, I'll let you see my true strength." After saying that, he raised his hand with all his might. Tu Van stretched out his hand. His expression determined, his eyes fierce, and said to the Spirit Palace with imposing aura, "You don't need to judge my talent. Bring out the strongest fighting skill, I will prove my talent to you." Seeing Tu Van's actions, the other disciples there kept criticizing, "Is he crazy? Demanding fighting skills from the Spirit Palace? I think he's an idiot. How is that possible?" Tu Van stood there, waving the third flow scroll from the Spirit Palace. His junior sister didn't say a word, they continued to sympathize, "That's right, what does he think the Spirit Palace is? Making a fool of himself." Witnessing this whole scene, Supreme Elder Thean Not's expression turned serious as he pondered, 9 levels of the Chaos Scripture in one day, extreme realm of body refinement. Thinking of this, he was moved and decided to give Tu Van a chance. Forget it, give him a chance. I want to see how he proves himself. Immediately, countless rays of light shot out from the Spirit Palace, flashing and falling down as another fighting skill scroll. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Wow, he really got a fighting skill. It's a super-level fighting skill. All those who were mocking him just now turned to disbelief and admiration. What's going on? Amazing. Tu Van stood there and caught the scroll, but he didn't seem satisfied with the result. He said, "Why isn't there a supreme fighting skill?" Hearing this, Supreme Elder Thean Not let out a scornful laugh, propping his head up with one hand and judged, "He doesn't even know about supreme fighting skills and still acts so arrogantly, truly deceiving the world." Instead of laughing at his disciple's naive thoughts, Thien patiently explained, "Disciple, after learning super-level fighting skills, one needs to comprehend stronger moves on their own, which are the supreme fighting skills." Answering his disciple's previous question, he said, "Therefore, it cannot be granted." Thien's figure only appeared behind the Spirit Palace now. Tu Van couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Master, why are you here?" Countless super-level fighting skill scrolls surrounded Tu Van. Thien urged, "Hurry up and choose a fighting skill, just one. Even super geniuses need more than 10 years. Tu Van was not satisfied with his master's instructions and replied with a forced smile. "Then you underestimate your disciple." He had no intention of listening to his master. He waved his hand, a flash of lightning passed, and he declared loudly, "Then I'll choose 6 first." The elders above, including Dthien, were stunned by Tu Van's actions, speechless for a moment. After a while, they continued to discuss. Supreme Elder Thien Not was the first to exclaim, "Oh my god, is his brain filled with water?" The others also echoed in disbelief, 6? Crazy, he's really crazy. 6? Even the Holy Sun would need 100 years for that. This is ridiculous. An elder who was excitedly watching the drama below spoke up, breaking the conversation. "Stop making noise and look. That Tu Van seems to be cultivating super-level fighting skills right here." Below, witnessed by everyone and encouraged by his junior sister Tuna, "Go for it, senior brother." Tu Van sat down and focused on the scroll. Each page of the book emitted a sparkling light. As Tu Van cultivated, he thought and calculated. Earlier, to their surprise, he had gained 6 more enlightenments, for a total of 24. His eyes showed satisfaction as he smiled slightly and said, "Not bad at all." Then he used the system with his mind. System, use 1 enlightenment for the 9 transformations Tyrant Fist. Supreme Elder Thien Not still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He turned to Dthien and taunted, "Cultivating on the spot? Are you kidding me? That super-level fighting skill? Even an unparalleled genius needs many years. Dthien, your disciple seems to have a mental problem." Dthien stood there, observing the situation. Suddenly, a shout came from somewhere, "Ah!" Dthien appeared calm and collected on the outside as he immediately declared, "Nothing is impossible." He defended his disciple. Tu Van is not the kind of person who deceives the world. Perhaps he really can grasp it. But his inner thoughts were the complete opposite. His face was pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. His index fingers touched each other. His expression couldn't be more worried. He even seemed to doubt his own words. He had just spoken with such confidence about his disciple. "My good disciple, don't make a fool of me." The secret manual floated in midair in front of Tu Van, along with a series of pages with shimmering images of techniques flying around him. He closed his eyes, crossed his legs, placed his hands firmly on his thighs, and focused on cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes. Their color had changed from black to bright gold. The onlookers were equally nervous, their eyes wide, their mouths agape. He opened his eyes. Could it be that he's finished cultivating? Tu Van remained seated in the same posture, his eyes closed. A beam of dazzling light emanated from above his head, taking the shape of the 9 transformations Tyrant Fist technique. A voice rang out. "First transformation, complete." Everyone there was astonished, their jaws dropped. From his junior sister to Supreme Elder Tien Not and even Dthien, they were all shocked by the sight of golden light and body refinement. They couldn't believe that the first transformation of the 9 transformations Tyrant Fist was completed in such a short time. Tu Van opened his eyes. His pupils returned to their normal black color. His gaze sharp as if he was about to say something. Without intending to stop there, Tu Van closed his eyes again and resumed his cultivating posture. A glowing ribbon of the secret manual still surrounding him. He spoke to the system. "System, use 1 more enlightenment for the 9 transformations Tyrant Fist." His actions took everyone from one surprise to another. Before they could get over the shock, they had to prepare for the next one. Supreme Elder Tien Not speculated with doubt. Could it be that he's continuing to cultivate the second transformation? A ribbon of techniques appeared more clearly, connected like a film. After a moment, Tu Van changed his posture, slamming one hand into the ground and raising the other to the sky. The movement caused everything around him to explode. A powerful golden energy like flames surrounded him. The ground and rocks shattered and flew away. It was the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations Tyrant Fist. Tu Van smiled with satisfaction, his eyes shining brightly. He spoke as he contemplated his next move. My strength has increased to 200,000 gene, and the number of enlightenments has increased to 27. Time to go out and test it out again, and earn some more enlightenments." Supreme Elder Tien Not was still astonished from beginning to end. His mouth remained agape, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He only thought to himself, he really cultivated to completion. This Tu Van is a monster. Finished with his thoughts, he turned to Dthien. So angry that his eyebrows furrowed, his teeth gritted. He stormed off with a huff, leaving Dthien sitting there. The other elders also got up and left one after another. Dthien was nervous too. He felt like he had just escaped danger by a hair's breadth and hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his face. His eyes narrowed into a smile. His heart bursting with pride for his disciple. He couldn't help but sigh with relief. Luckily, taking this disciple was way too easy. The full moon illuminated DTN's residence. A rich aroma wafted from a room, and a voice rang out, "It smells so good." "Master, are you almost done?" Immediately came the reply, "Done, done, you gluttonous little cat. Of course I wouldn't leave you out." It turned out that the aroma came from plates of beautifully arranged roast pork and roast lamb. There were also salads and shrimp arranged around them. On the table, there was also a plate of roast chicken and a giant chicken leg. Tu Van and DTN had already taken their seats. Tuna and Fu Lin were standing in front of the sumptuous feast, the four of them preparing to enjoy the meal together. A large piece of meat was about to be stuffed into Tu Van's wide-open mouth. After what happened today, he must be starving and need to replenish his energy. So he didn't hold back and picked up the chicken leg to eat first. Seeing this, little sister Tuna, who was standing beside him with a chicken leg 1/10 the size of Tu Van's in her hand, looked at him in surprise and said, "Senior brother, isn't that a bit much?" Tu Van narrowed his eyes, his cheeks puffed out as he still tried to stuff the chicken leg into his mouth, eating nonstop. A series of gulp, gulp, gulp sounds rang out, followed by a burp. On the table, only animal bones remained. All the meat had miraculously disappeared. Needless to say, it was Tu Van's handiwork. He had eaten the entire table of food and was still licking his lips, his round belly several times its original size. He innocently asked his master, "Master, why did I eat so much?" The theme replied, "Because your body has become stronger, it needs a lot more energy. Now that you have the strength of 200,000 gene, it's like having the bodies of 20 large men. Naturally, you need more food." Tu Van's face showed doubt as he asked again, "Oh, so I'm not a bottomless pit?" The theme, with a serious expression, held up a page of something and explained, "Each super-level fighting skill, when cultivated to completion, can increase one's combat power by 100,000 gene. However, only 3 skills have this effect." On the page was written, Super Level Fighting Skill 1 increase 100,000 gene, arrow, Supreme Fighting Skill 1 increase 100,000 gene. Super Level Fighting Skill 2 increase 100,000 gene, arrow, Supreme Fighting Skill 2 increase 100,000 gene. Super Level Fighting Skill 3 increase 100,000 gene, arrow, Supreme Fighting Skill 3 increase 100,000 gene. Along with the theme's brief explanation, and when each super level fighting skill transforms into a supreme fighting skill. It also increases combat power by 100,000 gene, for a total of 700,000 gene. Therefore, for a person with an ordinary physique, the limit of combat power is 700,000 gene. Hearing this, Tu Van's expression turned blank, his eyes darkened. His mouth slightly ajar but not saying a word. He thought to himself, how should I tell master? His way of illustrating things. Then he asked aloud, so how can we reach the limit of 1 million gene? Dathine, who was picking the bones out of a piece of meat, replied with a gentle smile. The remaining 300,000 gene require a special physique, or by refining the body with superlative heaven and earth treasures. Understanding his disciple's thoughts, Dathine immediately added with a serious face. Even the Chaos Great Emperor achieved it by relying on the limits of the Chaos body. Tu Van, while gnawing on a piece of meat, said, the superlative heaven and earth treasures that Master mentioned must be very difficult to find, right? Dathine lightly slapped the table with one hand, causing the bones on the table to bounce and scatter. He looked up and continued, if you were the Holy Sun, the Holy Land would naturally bestow such treasures upon you. But now, it's definitely impossible. However, there's another place where you can obtain such treasures. Hearing that, Tu Van immediately stood up, his hands on the table, looking at his master and asking anxiously, where is it, master? Outside, the moon still shone brightly in the night sky. But a part of it was obscured by clouds. The gentle breeze continued to blow, causing the leaves to sway. Dathine was about to reveal the place. It is, he started to think of an image of a large black wain. A scene enveloped in blackness appeared, showing a set of giant sharp fangs with bright red blood flowing out and fire spewing from the creature's mouth. It was the image of a horde of giant, ferocious dragons, their faces fierce as they breathed fire, attacking under thousands of densely packed lightning strikes. Dathine revealed the place to be the Dragon's Lair War. Tu Van thought of the image of those giant, ferocious dragons breathing fire. His face couldn't hide his excitement as he asked, what's the Dragon's Lair War? It sounds amazing. Dathine, however, wasn't as enthusiastic. His unhappy expression made it clear that it wasn't a good place. He provided Tu Van with more information. Let me tell you, the true Dragon's Lair is a secret realm that opens once every 100 years. Amidst the swirling smoke, a massive foot with sharp claws was about to land. A giant dragon appeared in the cave. Its eyes seemingly wanting to devour all prey before it. It was an illustration of Dathine's words. Legend has it that the true dragon's lair is what a true dragon left behind before ascending. Only those who have reached the body refinement realm are allowed to enter. Countless years ago, cultivators used to obtain treasures from the true dragon's lair. Next was the image of a person standing at the entrance of the cave, witnessing a dragon opening its jaws wide, its tongue lashing out towards a lifeless person. The person's body was covered in bruises, their face pale, and the blood around their mouth had already dried. Dathine continued, but only those at the body refinement realm could enter, so very little is known about the true dragon's lair. However, there was one treasure that was brought out. The treasure was an object made of many scales, looking very precious. He explained in detail, that is to say, the purpose of the true dragon's lair is to temper the true dragon remnants within it. Because only through combat can those remnants evolve into the true body of a true dragon. A scene appeared showing 3 people below looking up at a fire-breathing dragon in the sky. Then came the scene of a person riding a dragon as if they had tamed it. Dathine revealed their other goal in the true dragon's lair. Not only are there superlative heaven and earth treasures, but there's also a chance to form a contract with a true dragon, making it your companion. It's called the Dragon Rearing Plan. Tu Van felt like he understood. His face lit up and he said, so, there are 3 benefits to the true dragon's lair. He listed them one by one. First, you can obtain and bring back heaven and earth treasures. Dathine spread his hands and continued. Second, slaughter the true dragon remnants, bathe in their blood, and evolve to a higher level. Third, capture a true dragon remnant. Fu Lin and Tu Na stood listening intently to their conversation. Tu Van continued to ask, so when will the true dragon's lair open? Dathine replied immediately, don't be impatient. The true dragon's lair will open in a year. Before that, you should focus on reaching your peak level. Because at that time, not only will there be several holy lands, but all the other cultivation forces with chosen talents will also participate. Tu Van gritted his teeth, his eyes showing determination as he agreed with Dathine, at the same time analyzing the current situation. Yes. The Taiso Holy Land has always had its eyes on us. None of the disciples sent there before have ever returned alive. That's why our Holy Land hasn't sent anyone there for many years. Fu Lin stood with her arms crossed, her face still serious, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Tu Na excitedly raised her hands and volunteered. I want to go with senior brother. Immediately, Fu Lin gave Tu Na a knock on the head. Her hand balled into a fist, her face furious as she scolded, you really have a knack for finding trouble, don't you? Tu Na was still dazed, her eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. Only managing to utter an eh. Dathine looked at Tu Na with a serious and gentle expression. And said, if Tu Van can train his body well and reach a combat power of 700,000 Jin before entering the true dragon's lair, it's fine for you to go with him. Tu Van, with a confident face and determined eyes, replied, this disciple will definitely try his best. Tu Na was overjoyed to hear that she had a chance to participate, yay. That's great. The scene transitioned to morning. It was a beautiful day in Tian Not Peak, the sunlight bathing the village, mountains, and hills. A hand opened the lid of a jar, revealing 3 glowing pills inside. Supreme Elder Tian Not and his disciple were talking to each other. Supreme Elder Tian Not said with a smile, Kin Tu, this is the Enlightenment Divine Pill that I specially refined for you. You can only use it 3 times in your life, and it can grant you 3 opportunities for enlightenment. So Kin Tu's eyes lit up with joy as he reached for the pills. Supreme Elder Tian Not quickly picked up the 3 pills from the jar and handed them to So Kin Tu, instructing, you must work hard to level up and seize everything in the dragon's lair. So Kin Tu stretched out his hands to receive the 3 glowing yellow pills, overjoyed beyond words. He bowed deeply to the seated Supreme Elder Tian Not and said with gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will not disappoint you. Supreme Elder Tian Not simply replied, go on. As he walked out the door, he looked at the pill in his hand with a wicked smile. Looking like he was up to no good. After he had taken a few steps, a subordinate came to report to Supreme Elder Tian Not, Master, young Master has used the 3 Enlightenment Divine Pills. I'm afraid he won't be able to grow any further. He revealed his true intentions. The dragon's lair opens once every 100 years. As long as he brings back the treasures, that's all that matters. Looking at So Kin Tu's departing figure, he continued in a cold voice, devoid of any affection, his future doesn't matter. Supreme Elder Tian Not's expression changed instantly. Gone was the loving master from before, replaced by a glint of malice. With a scornful smile and his hand propping up his chin, he said, I'm not that fool to Tien, who only has 100 years left to live and still devotes himself entirely to his disciple. 3 days later at Difeng, a fishing rod hung over the tranquil turquoise lake. Tu Van sat leisurely on a bamboo chair, holding the fishing rod. Beside him was a tea table with refreshments. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, causing him to turn around to see what was going on. A clear, feminine voice pierced his eardrums. Senior brother, help! Seeing the scene before him, Tu Van's eyes widened, and he spat out the tea in his mouth, thinking, oh my god, you got to be kidding me. Behind him were his junior sister and her master. Holding his fishing rod, he craned his neck to listen to Fu Lin lecturing his junior sister, you're complaining about a little punishment? This medicinal bath and the pill you just ate are precious treasures. As she whipped her junior sister, who was soaking in a tub, with a riding crop, she continued. This is a special method to quickly temper your physique. His junior sister looked up with a disgruntled expression, her big, round eyes welling up with tears. The towel wrapped around her body was struggling to contain her ample bosom. Lin Tuna asked her master in a small voice, then why doesn't senior brother have to do it? Upon hearing this, her master's face darkened as if she was about to commit murder. The riding crop in her hand was raised. Ready to strike, you don't need to worry about that. If young master doesn't make a breakthrough soon, master will have her own ways of dealing with him. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared behind Tu Van. Her low, eerie voice sent shivers down his spine, and his face turned pale with fear. My dear disciple, 500 more lashes for you. He thought in horror, oh god, no way, I have to endure this too? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he sat up straight on the chair, his hands facing each other. A spiral of energy appeared between his palms. Maintaining the same posture, he spoke to the system, use one enlightenment on the Tai Chi divine palm. A Tai Chi symbol appeared above his head immediately afterward. His black hair fluttered in the air, and the lake waters surged and splashed around him. On the other side, his junior sister and her master, Fu Lin, exclaimed, look, your senior brother has learned another super-level skill. His junior sister cried with tears streaming down her face, life's not fair. I have to be whipped. Take medicine day and night just to break through to the extreme realm, and senior brother gains 100,000 gene of combat power just by fishing. As soon as she finished speaking, her master whipped her again and scolded, less talk, more effort. If you don't want to hold young master back, then keep working hard. Lin Tuna flinched as the whip landed on her body and continued to scream for help, help. Senior brother, everything returned to how it was at the beginning. He continued fishing leisurely, while his junior sister kept screaming in the background, I don't want to go to the dragon's lair anymore. Master, please stop. Tu Van rested his chin on his hand, his legs crossed, and thought to himself, well, this is the consequence of not having a system. Keep it up, junior sister. A week later, a purple-haired man walked up the steps to a stone pillar with a giant sword embedded in its top. He confidently threw a punch at the stone pillar to test his combat power. The power pillar lit up, displaying the number, 190,000. He thought smugly, the Enlightenment Divine Pill really is good stuff. The people below were full of praise, so Qin Tu is truly a heaven-sent genius. He's already broken through to the extreme realm. Amazing, it's only been a few days, less than 10. Becoming the Holy Sun is within his grasp. A female voice from behind made him, who was enjoying the praise, turn around. It's just the extreme realm of body refinement. What's there to be smug about? Hearing his junior sister's words, So Qin Tu's expression darkened. His junior sister continued her attack, my senior brother reached the extreme realm long ago. In the distance, Tu Van, his junior sister, and her master walked over. So Qin Tu wasn't going to back down. He pointed at her and retorted. What does Tu Van's strength have to do with you? You're so weak, what's your combat power? 60,000? Or 70,000? Tu Van's junior sister puffed up her cheeks, showing her displeasure. She tapped her foot on the ground in preparation. Then, she leapt over So Qin Tu and landed in front of the stone pillar, taunting him, humph, acting all high and mighty. Watch and learn. With that, she threw a punch, gathering a surge of energy that slammed into the pillar. To everyone's surprise, the number, 170,000, appeared. Her punch was incredibly powerful. The onlookers were stunned once again. They couldn't believe that Lin Tuna had also reached the extreme realm of body refinement. Is it really that easy to reach the extreme realm? Another person chimed in, easy my ass. Besides those three, has anyone else even reached 90,000 gene of combat power? Nope, not a single one. Lin Tuna turned around, cupping her hands around her mouth and shouted, well? Surprised or what, senior brother, show them what you've got. Behind them, So Qin Tu was so angry that he was grinding his teeth. Tu Van smirked. He didn't bother going up to the stone pillar. He just stood where he was and unleashed a wave of energy. The blue energy, mixed with streaks of red light, shot past Sochin too. The stone pillar lit up, displaying the number 300,000. The whispers of the onlookers started again. He's leveled up again, terrifying. Wow, even a galloping horse can't catch up to him. Tuvan's expression stiffened slightly as he forced a smile, thinking to himself, I was just wandering around looking for more enlightenments and even learned a super-level martial skill. Today's been quite fruitful. Lin Tuna also praised, Senior brother, you're amazing. At this time, Fu Lin also spoke, congratulations, young master, on reaching 300,000 gene of combat power. Come here, master has a treasure for you. Hearing the word, treasure, Lin Tuna's eyes lit up. Treasure? Awesome. Hee, I love treasures. The three of them gathered together. Fu Lin opened a pale golden vortex. A blade gradually emerged from the vortex. As the entire blade was revealed, Lin Tuna exclaimed in surprise, this is the Black Iron Blade. Tuvan reached out with both hands excitedly, ready to receive the gift, not forgetting to thank his master. Thank you, master. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tu's face stiffened. Before he could react, the heavy blade plunged straight into the ground, sending tiles flying. Fortunately, he managed to grab the hilt. Oh my god, it's so heavy. Fu Lin covered her mouth, trying to stifle her laughter. This is Master's weapon from when she was at the Chi Condensation in Divine Bridge Realms. It weighs 100,000 gene. She added, Master prepared this gift because she's afraid you're slacking off. She hopes it can help motivate you. Tuvan squinted, pouting, and cursed his master under his breath, 100,000 gene. It seems the revolution hasn't succeeded yet. I still have to work hard. He thought, next up, I need to master the Divine Wind Steps and the World-Breaking Pearl. At the main hall of the Taiso Holy Land, numerous floors rose majestically, creating an imposing sight. Inside the conference hall, a person reporting to the Holy Lord. News has arrived from the Chaos Holy Land. A super genius has emerged, striking the Chaos Bell 9 times. He became Dathin's disciple, and his current combat power has reached 300,000 gene. Seated high above, the Taiso Holy Lord rested his hands on his knees and spoke solemnly, so that's how it is. Elder Wan Yongwei, take 2 disciples with you to investigate. Observe this person before making any further plans. Supreme Elder Wan Yongwei bowed and accepted the order, yes, I obey your command, Holy Lord. He covered his face with his hand and chuckled sinisterly, Dathin, you relied on your superior strength to suppress me and humiliate me all those years ago. This time, I'll kill your precious disciple and make you suffer eternal despair. With that thought, he turned and strode away arrogantly. A few days later, at the Chaos Holy Land, Wan Yongwei arrived at the gates with 2 disciples, a male and a female. He announced loudly, Wan Yongwei of the Taiso Holy Land is here to visit the Chaos Holy Land under the Holy Lord's decree. A red-haired, middle-aged man came out to greet them, so it's fellow Taoist Wan, it's been many years. You haven't aged a day. The 3 of them approached the red-haired man. Wan Yongwei exuded a powerful aura. I see fellow Taoist Tiani's power is as impressive as ever. You're about to break through to the heavenly realm, congratulations. As expected of the second Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder was a smooth talker, calmly replying, you flatter me, fellow Taoist. As soon as he finished speaking, the female disciple, Jia Yulong, who came with Wan Yongwei, crossed her arms and sneered. The second Supreme Elder still hasn't reached the heavenly realm. He wouldn't even be in the top 10 in our Taiso Holy Land. Chaos Holy Land is truly pathetic. The male disciple, Fu Yaotong, echoed her sentiment, belittling the Chaos Holy Land's Supreme Elder, that's right. And he's still so smug with such meager cultivation. No wonder they haven't dared to send anyone to the dragon's lair for so many years. Their words struck a nerve with the red-haired elder, leaving him speechless and fuming. Wan Yongwei smirked and feigned an apology, children always speak their minds. Don't take it to heart, fellow Taoist. How about we go see the Holy Lord? With that, he led his 2 disciples into the Holy Land. The red-haired elder suppressed his anger and gestured for them to enter, please. The red-haired elder gritted his teeth, thinking, when I get back, I'm going into seclusion and breaking through to the heavenly realm. Inside the grand hall, numerous people had gathered. Seated upon the main throne, the Chaos Holy Lord inquired, fellow Taoist Wan, what brings you here on this occasion? Wan Yongwei responded with an air of arrogance. I, Wan, am here under the Holy Lord's decree. Firstly, to invite the Chaos Holy Land to participate in next year's Dragon's Lair Pact. Secondly, I brought 2 juniors to spar with the talented disciples of your esteemed Holy Land. I hear you've discovered some promising talents this year. Surely they won't lose too quickly, right? That wouldn't be very interesting, would it? Wan Yongwei chuckled sinisterly. His eyes filled with disdain and contempt for the members of the Chaos Holy Land. The other elders in the hall were angered by his blatant disrespect and retorted. Wan Yongwei, you're going too far. Others chimed in, expressing their outrage. That's right, how dare you come here and act so rudely? Do you think we, the Chaos Holy Land, fear you? In response to their words, he simply smirked and retorted, what good are empty boasts? If you're not convinced, then bring out the so-called prodigies of your Holy Land. Very well, bring to Yuvan, so kin to you, and Lin to Yuna here. The Chaos Holy Lord calmly ordered his subordinates. He thought to himself, Tuvan should be able to win at least one match. A disciple responded, yes, Holy Lord. Seeing the Chaos Holy Lord's seemingly submissive attitude, Wan Yongwei smirked, knowing that they wouldn't dare to defy him. A moment passed, the atmosphere still seemingly tranquil as they awaited the arrival of the Chaos Holy Land's prodigies for the spar. They didn't have to wait long. Tuvan appeared, confidently striding into the hall. Wan Yongwei and his group turned their heads warily toward the entrance. Their attention and vigilance focused on the three individuals who had just entered. The three prodigies representing the Chaos Holy Land exuded an extraordinary aura. Their demeanors both refined and imposing. Fellow Taoist Wan, these three are Tuvan. So kin to you, and Lin to Yuna. How would you like to test their strength? The Chaos Holy Lord inquired calmly, his tone neutral, win or lose, it's all part of fate. Yulong, Yaotong. How would you like to spar with them? Wan Yongwei didn't answer, instead turning to ask his two disciples. The female disciple stepped forward, introducing herself, my name is Fu Yaotong. Ranked 10th among the body refinement realm cultivators in the Tai So Holy Land. It's more than enough for me to defeat the three of you alone. No need for my senior brother to bother. Hearing her insult, Lin to Yuna's temper flared, and she retorted, ranked 10th yet so arrogant? One would think you're ranked first. Fu Yaotong also became enraged, crossing her arms and replying arrogantly, 10th in the Tai So Holy Land is more than enough to crush the number one talent of your measly Chaos Holy Land. Seeing her increasing arrogance, Lin to Yuna immediately drew her weapon, a lightning whip. Such big words, let's see if your skills match your boasting. She slammed her whip onto the ground, ready for a fight. Fu Yaotong also drew her sword, since you're so eager to humiliate yourself, I'll gladly oblige. Come on. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the two enraged young women faced off. Their oars flared, each seemingly wanting to devour the other. Thousand Shadows, Lightning Whip. Lin to Yuna struck first, lashing out with her lightning whip at lightning speed. The whip danced and darted around, aiming to disorient her opponent and find an opening to strike a vital point. However, it seemed Lin to Yuna was too eager. Her attack was imprecise, and Fu Yaotong easily blocked it with her sword, sneering, such meager skills. Watching the two girls fight, with their clearly contrasting strengths, Yuvan sighed regretfully, junior sister is still too inexperienced. A few words are enough to make her lose her composure. Fu Yaotong's sword pierced through the air, breaking through the whip formation that Lin to Yuna had created around her. Taking advantage of her agile body and swift movements, Fu Yaotong dodged each lash of the whip, gradually closing the distance between them. And when she reached the perfect range, Fu Yaotong unleashed her one sword divides the world technique, nullifying the continuous barrage of the lightning whip. She successfully disarmed Lin to Yuna and held her sword to her neck. You lose. You couldn't even withstand one move. Truly disappointing. Despite her defeat, Lin to Yuna still refused to admit defeat. I may have lost, but you're definitely no match for my senior brother. Fu Yaotong scoffed, thinking that Lin to Yuna's senior brother was nothing special. She replied smugly, fine, let him come and try. Tu Yuvan calmly approached her, ready for the second round. Tu Yuna, step back. Senior brother will avenge you. He smiled gently, showing no fear or concern. He continued, I won't bully a girl from the Tai So Holy Land. You can take one step back, and I'll consider it your victory. Hearing this, Fu Yaotong became enraged. She swung her sword and shouted in anger, such arrogance. Take this. Tu Yuvan, however, was relishing the challenge. He raised one hand, deploying a formation, and thought to himself, after mastering the 9 transformations Tyrant Fist, Tai Chi Divine Palm, Divine Windsteps, and World-Breaking Pearl, I've been bored with no one to spar with. First, let's test the defensive power of the Tai Chi Divine Palm. Fu Yaotong was immediately pushed back by his aura. The defense is too strong. Again, she gritted her teeth, her composure fading as she grew frustrated. Unable to break through to Yu Van's defense. When he finally withdrew his formation. Waiting for her next attack, she charged at him again. Observing from the sidelines, Wan Yongwei said to Jia Yulong, he's mastered the Tai Chi Divine Palm. It seems Yao Tong will have a hard time breaking through his defense. As Fu Yaotong attacked Yu Van with all her strength, her sword technique seemed to evolve, becoming even more powerful. Jia Yulong, noticing her swordsmanship, exclaimed in surprise, huh? Junior sister's one sword divides the world. It's broken through to the formation level. Fu Yaotong's sword was now enveloped in a new layer of energy. With skillful movements, she unleashed her secret technique, aiming directly at him. The sharp blade clashed against the Tai Chi formation, both forces relentlessly colliding and pushing against each other, creating a powerful whirlwind. Lin Tu-na, watching anxiously from the sidelines, cheered, "Senior brother, you can do it." But the outcome seemed inevitable. Victory and defeat were clear, as Tu Van stood firm and unyielding, effortlessly blocking the attack with a single outstretched hand. Tu Van smiled, looking at Fu Yaotong. He was quite satisfied with the defensive power of the Tai Chi Divine Palm. She was thrown back, staring in disbelief at the Tai Chi formation. How is this possible? Tu Van remained motionless, his hand in the Tai Chi formation radiating an impenetrable force. He looked at the defeated Fu Yaotong, who had fallen to the ground. It seems Junior Sister's grudge has been settled. Junior Sister, step back. He must have entered the 3 forbidden domains. Seeing Fu Yaotong being thrown back, Jia Yulong quickly intervened. But Fu Yaotong refused to accept defeat against Tu Van. She struggled to her feet. Are all you people from the Chaos Holy Land only good at defending? If you have the guts, then defeat me. Otherwise, I won't concede defeat. Fu Yaotong shouted indignantly. Hearing this, Tu Van smiled readily, accepting her challenge. Fine, if she wanted to be beaten, then he would oblige. In a flash, Tu Van vanished. His speed too fast for anyone to see, closing the distance between them instantly. By the time Fu Yaotong realized Tu Van was right next to her, it was too late. She could only watch in shock as he struck. Tu Van channeled his power into his fist, striking her directly in the stomach. The force of the blow sent Fu Yaotong flying backward, coughing up blood. Junior sister, Jia Yulong shouted, witnessing her being thrown back. He surged forward, transforming into a blur of red lightning. Jia Yulong caught Fu Yaotong just in time, helping her regain her footing. He pointed at Tu Van and said, "It was just a spar. You were too ruthless. I didn't attack, and she said I only knew how to defend. When I do attack, you say I'm ruthless. If you people from the Taizhou Holy Land can't accept defeat, just say it." Tu Van said boredly, picking his nose. His dismissive words enraged Jia Yulong. As he stepped forward, the stone floor cracked beneath his feet. Insolent. I am Jia Yulong, ranked 9th among the body refinement realm cultivators of the Taizhou Holy Land. I challenge you to a duel, senior brother. Lightning crackled around him, showcasing his intense anger, but he still addressed Tu Van respectfully as senior brother. Tu Van, however, was disinterested. He yawned lazily, "I'm tired after that last fight. I need a break. Looks like it's your turn." Tu Van turned and walked towards Lin Tu-na, leaving the stage to someone else. So Qin Tu's jaw dropped in surprise. Me? Forced into the spotlight, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. If he backed down out of fear, what would become of the Chaos Holy Land's reputation? However, he was still scared. Tired, my ass. You clearly sent that girl flying with one punch. Now this guy is pissed, and you're sending me to get beaten up? Jia Yulong, brimming with fighting spirit, said, "In that case, I shall experience senior brother So's expertise first." Come on. So Qin Tu was so terrified that he couldn't speak. Seeing him frozen in place, Jia Yulong became even more enraged and shouted provocatively, "What's wrong? Afraid to fight?" Tu Van must have done this on purpose. However, with so many people watching, he had no choice but to go for it. So Qin Tu was crying inside, but he had to maintain a calm facade. Afraid? Who's afraid? Let's fight. Senior brother, you're so cunning. So Qin Tu was about to get beaten up. Lin Tu-na, watching from afar, jumped for joy. Tu Van calmly explained, "Cunning? This is called being smart. You shouldn't be so impulsive in the future." After listening to his advice, she obediently replied, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Observing the scene from his high seat, the Chaos Holy Lord couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. This kid Tu Van is not bad. He has the intellect worthy of cultivation. At that moment, Sochin too, unable to wait any longer, drew his sword. Gritting his teeth, he mustered all the courage he could summon for this fight. The Chaos Holy Lord, having already predicted the outcome, held no expectations. Just maintain your dignity, don't lose too badly. However, reality is often harsh. Sochin too charged recklessly, leaving himself wide open. Jia Yulong easily read his movements, quickly utilizing his special physique, transforming into a flash of lightning and dashing forward. Sochin too's sword was sent flying. He unleashed all his fury into this blow, punching Sochin Tu directly in the stomach, just like Tu Van had done to Fu Yaotang. Sochin Tu received the full force of the powerful attack, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in pain and fear. Jia Yulong, not yet satisfied, poured more power into his strike, a powerful wave sending Sochin Tu flying like a ragdoll. As Lin Tu Na screamed in terror, Sochin Tu crashed into the wall where she and Tu Van were standing, shattering it into pieces. Even Tu Van gasped in surprise at the force of the blow. The lightning body again, so it's a special physique, no wonder he's so strong. With this power, he must be at the threshold of the 3 forbidden domains. The others in the hall were all astonished, their mouths agape as they witnessed his overwhelming strength. Even the Chaos Holy Lord couldn't help but admire his opponent's power, thinking enviously, ranked 9th and already possessing a special physique. The Tai So Holy Land truly is formidable. Having defeated Sochin Tu, Jia Yulong's anger still hadn't subsided after his junior sister was severely injured. He turned his gaze towards Tu Van, waiting for him to step forward. Tu Van continued to observe the lightning crackling around Jia Yulong, the words lightning body echoing in his mind. Sochin Tu, knocked unconscious with a single blow, lay motionless, his eyes rolled back, his mouth agape in dripping blood. He presented a rather pitiful and gruesome sight. The red-haired, bearded Supreme Elder used his magic to lift him up from afar, cursing angrily as he was humiliated. Trash, carried by the force. Sochin Tu flew awkwardly and erratically through the air before disappearing out of the reception hall. In a blink of an eye, Sochin Tu was flung into the sky, vanishing behind the white clouds. The lightning body, naturally gifted with control over lightning, possesses incredible speed and powerful attacks. Combined with the lightning fist, it's truly extraordinary. The Chaos Holy Lord complimented Jia Yulong's previous attack. But Wan Yongwei remained arrogant, boasting, "That's nothing. It's merely a king body. In our Taiso Holy Land, we have several divine bodies and one supreme body this generation." Supreme body? And who might that be? Hearing this, the Chaos Holy Lord couldn't maintain his composure and asked hastily, shifting in his seat. As if mentioning his most prized possession, Wan Yongwei solemnly uttered the most revered name in the Taiso Holy Land. Shi Kongji, ranked 4th on the supreme ranking. It's said that this physique can control both time and space. Indeed, it's rumored that any divine ability in his hands can unleash limitless power. The time-space supreme body? That's terrifying. Upon hearing about such a remarkable physique, the elders were both awestruck and anxious, discussing it amongst themselves. Tu then frowned, his teeth clenching with worry as he recalled Supreme Elder Dathing's words. Master said there are 3 levels of special physiques: King Body, Divine Body, and the 10 Supreme Bodies. The Chaos Body, the Devouring Heaven Demonic Body, the Innate Sage Body Tau Embryo, the Time-Space Body, the Primordial Indestructible Body, the Myriad Buddha's Body, the Desolate Ancient Saint Body, the Heaven-Piercing Tyrant Body, the God King Body, the Immortal King Body, the Tai-Yin Divine Body, the Tai-Young Divine Body, the Berserk God Body, the 5 Elements Divine Body, the Heavenly Demon Body. And others like the Lightning Body, the Profound Ice Body, and the Lesser Yang Body. Among the 10 Supreme Bodies, although the gap isn't significant, his Supreme Body being ranked 4th is definitely not easy to deal with. Tu then pondered seriously about this individual. But Gulon, unable to restrain his fury any longer, lightning crackling around him, asked impatiently, "Senior brother Tu, are you done resting yet?" Tu then chuckled, relaxed his body, and stretched his limbs, cracking his knuckles. "Thank you for your concern, junior brother. I'm all rested up." Gulon was even more infuriated at being called junior brother. "I was just being polite, you really think I consider you my senior brother?" Unable to contain his anger, he launched himself forward, shattering the floor beneath his feet. Extending his hand towards Tu Van, Gulong declared, "Then let's begin." Once again, Tu Van deployed the Tai Chi Divine Palm to defend against his opponent's attack. The Tai Chi formation expanded, trying to withstand the energy that Gulong unleashed. This time, the battle seemed more evenly matched. However, Gulong's power gradually overwhelmed Tu Van's defenses. Cracks started appearing in the protective barrier. As expected, his fist shattered through Tu Van's defense. Looking at Gulong's smug smile, Tu Van couldn't help but feel wary. As expected of a genius with a special physique, truly formidable. Gulong stepped back to regain his strength, radiating even more power. Instead of defending again, Tu Van channeled his power into his legs, ready to engage in a direct confrontation of speed and skill. They exchanged blows, but their speed was so incredible that neither could land a hit. Suddenly, they both paused, preparing to unleash a decisive attack. Tu Van frowned, a rare look of seriousness on his face. This time, he would use all his strength to his opponent. Gulong laughed with delight, his fist clenching tighter and exerting even more force. Tu Van's seriousness pleased him. That's more like it. He's going to meet force with force. A single strike to decide the winner. The red-haired, bearded elder watched with anticipation. The Chaos Holy Lord was also curious. Who will emerge victorious? Wan Yongwei, on the other hand, was silently cheering for his disciple. Gulong will definitely win. They both shot forward like lightning bolts, unleashing their full power and colliding with a deafening boom that shook the entire hall. The force of the impact sent them both flying back. Gulong stumbled backward, grunting in pain as he struggled to stay upright. Tu Van was also thrown back, but he managed to regain his footing despite the pressure. It seemed they were evenly matched. Jia Yulong, now injured, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face covered in dirt. But his determination remained unwavering. Again, he shouted, gathering his strength and charging towards Tu Van once more. Tu Van lowered his center of gravity, spreading his arms wide, ready to meet his opponent head-on. Bring it on! They exchanged blows relentlessly, their battle raging throughout the hall. Despite fighting for so long, neither showed any signs of stopping. Such powerful physiques. They both entered the 3 forbidden domains. But Tu Van seemed slightly stronger. The red-haired, bearded elder watched intently, not daring to blink for fear of missing something. Indeed, the lightning body's greatest strength is its speed. Fighting like this isn't very wise. Tu Van smiled as his opponent, becoming impatient, resorted to direct attacks. World-breaking Pearl, Tu Van unleashed his attack. He struck Jia Yulong squarely in the face, sending him reeling. Jia Yulong's eyes widened in shock. This is the super-level fighting skill, World-breaking Pearl. It can temporarily enhance physical strength. How is this possible? How does he know so many super-level fighting skills? Jia Yulong cried out in pain, his face bruised and swollen. But that wasn't all Tu Van had in store for him. After Tu Van unleashed a barrage of 9 transformations: Tyrant Fist, World-breaking Pearl, Divine Wind Steps, and Tai Chi Divine Palm. The Chaos Holy Lord couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He managed to master 4 super-level fighting skills to completion in such a short time. As expected of the genius who struck the Chaos Bell 9 times. A dark-skinned man spoke up, and others began to express their amazement. He's too strong. With the World-breaking Pearl, Tu Van will surely win now. Wan Yongwei sneered. When? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think a king body is just for show? Watch closely. Back in the battle, Jia Yulong was retreating, preparing to launch his next attack. He said to Tu Van, "Don't get cocky. There's a saying, in all the martial arts under heaven, only speed is unbeatable." With that, he shot towards Tu Van like lightning. His eyes blazed, and his entire body crackled with lightning. As he charged, he declared, "Today, I will show you the true power of the lightning body." Just as he was about to reach Tu Van raised his hands. He deployed the Tai Chi Divine Palm, creating a barrier. Seeing this, Jia Yulong sneered. Oomph, naive. Before Tu Van could react, Jia Yulong had already moved to his side. Tu Van's eyes darted towards Jia Yulong as he launched his attack. He quickly dodged the attack and retreated. Gritting his teeth, Tu Van thought, special physiques are truly interesting. The battle resumed. Wan Yongwei, watching from the sidelines, said arrogantly, "Give up struggling. Mortals are like ants compared to a king body. This is fate." Electricity sparked from Tu Van's wrists. He looked at his opponent with determination and declared, "That's not certain. There's a saying, one must defy fate. I won't lose." In his mind, he spoke to the system. System, use 1 enlightenment on the Divine Wind Steps. As he thought, a series of fighting skills flashed through his mind. He looked at Jia Yulong and smiled confidently. Dang! After enlightenment, the super-level fighting skill Divine Wind Steps has evolved into the supreme fighting skill diagram Divine Steps. The system notification appeared. Jia Yulong looked at him with disdain and dashed forward. Tu Van, you're making me laugh. Defying fate? Even if I reveal the trajectory of the lightning body, can you even catch me? With that, he created countless afterimages surrounding Tu Van. Tu Van's eyes followed him as Jia Yulong glanced back. Suddenly, Tu Van reached out and grabbed Jia Yulong's hand. Jia Yulong stared at him in disbelief. Tu Van closed his eyes and smiled, "Thank you very much." Jia Yulong's face darkened. "Damn it, I messed up." Tu Van then beamed proudly, "There's nothing in this world that can't be solved with one enlightenment. If there is, then use two. I am the super VIP player." Nico lost Tu Van. The onlookers were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in astonishment. He had an enlightenment during the battle. Jia Yulong, still confident, gathered energy in his hand, forming a golden sphere. "So what if you caught me?" He prepared to attack Tu Van with it, boasting, "Your world-breaking pearls effect has worn off. Your strength is probably weaker than mine now." Tu Van simply clenched his fist and replied, "Is that so?" Their attacks clashed. After the impact, Jia Yulong's fingers were twisted and broken. He screamed in agony, "Arg." Seeing this, Tu Van raised his leg and scoffed. "King body? Ha, that's all you've got." He kicked Jia Yulong backward. Jia Yulong crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. Fu Yaotong rushed to his side. Seeing your brother Jia, he struggled to sit up and reassured her, "Don't worry, junior sister. I'm not dying." Seeing Tu Van defeat Jia Yulong, Wan Yongwei asked curiously. "I'm really curious, your world-breaking pearls effect had clearly worn off. How did you defeat Yulong?" He thought to himself, it seems Yulong wasn't a threat after all. Tu Van simply looked at him with cold eyes and said, "It's quite simple. I've already reached the 4 forbidden domains. Even without the world-breaking pearl, I'm stronger than him. I was just pretending." He added modestly, "Having an enlightenment during battle is a bit embarrassing. I should be more humble." Wan Yongwei chuckled coldly, thinking, "So that's how it is. How cunning. I actually thought he had a breakthrough during the fight." Jia Yulong, on the other hand, was furious. "Damn it, I could have one. I shouldn't have revealed the trajectory of my lightning 9 steps to him. Careless mistake." The Chaos Holy Lord said, "Fellow Taoist Wan, we've been quite lenient." Wan Yongwei turned and walked away, scoffing, "Lenient or not, we'll settle this at the dragon's lair. Let's go." Fu Yaotong helped Jia Yulong to his feet and they walked out. After they left, the Chaos Holy Lord praised Tu Van, "You did well this time, bringing honor to the Holy Land." Tu Van replied, "You flatter me, Holy Lord. I am a disciple of the Chaos Holy Land, this is my duty." The Chaos Holy Lord continued, "Well said. However, be wary of those from the Tai So Holy Land when you enter the dragon's lair. They will show you no mercy." Tu Van's spirit soared as he replied confidently, "Don't worry, Holy Lord. If those from the Tai So Holy Land dare to lay a finger on me, I will wipe them all out." The others were speechless. Wow, talk about bold words. The Chaos Holy Lord chuckled, Good, you have ambition, now go back and cultivate diligently." He thought to himself, "I have no idea how to continue this conversation." After the battle, Lin Tiu Na approached Tu Van and asked, "Senior brother, did you have an enlightenment just now? Why didn't you tell the truth?" Tu Van smiled and replied, "Master told me about the grudge between us and the Tai So Holy Land. So, I couldn't reveal the truth to them." She smiled and said, "Senior brother, you're so smart." Outside, dawn had broken and birds were singing in the morning air. Outside, Wan Yongwei, Fu Yaotong and Jia Yulong stood together. Jia Yulong bowed and said to Wan Yongwei, "Elder, this disciple is incompetent. I have brought shame upon the Tai So Holy Land. Please punish me." Wan Yongwei simply replied, "I don't blame you. If Tu Van hadn't concealed his true strength, we wouldn't have suffered such a defeat." Jia Yulong recalled Tu Van's expression during the battle and said, "For a mere mortal to master 3 super-level fighting skills to completion in such a short time, with one even reaching the supreme realm, is truly terrifying." Wan Yongwei smiled and replied, "You are still too inexperienced. Even a holy son wouldn't be able to achieve such rapid progress. He must have used 3 enlightenment divine pills to reach this level." Jia Yulong retorted, "Although the enlightenment divine pill is powerful, it damages the foundation. Why would the Chaos Holy Land do that? Isn't he supposed to be a monstrous genius?" Wan Yongwei sneered, "A monstrous genius? When I saw him, he was just a mortal with no talent whatsoever. The Chaos Holy Land must be hoping to send him to the dragon's lair to seek some benefits. After all, losing a mere mortal is no great loss to them. Jia Yulong finally understood. He chuckled and said, so that's how it is. Fu Yaotong, who was standing beside them, frowned and said, the Chaos Holy Land truly has fallen. Wan Yongwei reassured them, don't worry, I won't let them succeed. When we enter the dragon's lair, you two will work with your fellow disciples to kill him and make sure the Chaos Holy Land's plan fails. Jia Yulong replied, yes, elder. Meanwhile, Tu Van and Lin Tu Na were back with their master. De Tian asked Tu Van, disciple, how do you feel after meeting the Tai So Holy Land's geniuses? Tu Van replied. They are indeed stronger than us. Even their 10th ranked disciple could defeat most of the Chaos Holy Land. De Tian said, I heard they have a disciple with the lightning body, and their Holy Land even boasts a timespace supreme body. Tu Van reassured his master, don't worry, master. I will soon reach a combat power of 700,000 gen. De Tian chided, that's not enough. The strength of special physiques lies not only in their combat power, but also in their unique abilities. You've already experienced that, haven't you? Tu Van replied seriously, you're right, master. If that lightning body disciple hadn't been slightly weaker than me and a bit arrogant, it wouldn't have been easy to defeat him. Do you have any strategies to deal with the timespace supreme body? De Tian explained, as far as I know, the timespace body is naturally gifted with control over time and space. Their speed is unparalleled, making the lightning body look like a joke. Moreover, they can manipulate time to slow down your movements. Although he's only at the body refinement realm, his control over time and space won't be absolute. But even a slight manipulation is enough to overcome any opponent. His speed is at least 10 times faster than the lightning body. Tu Van's eyes widened in surprise. That fast? Then wouldn't we be unable to even touch his shadow? How can we fight him? Seeing his disciples' dismay, De Tian reassured him, that's why it's called a supreme body. However, there are ways to counter it. Firstly, practice long-range attack skills and strike before he gets close. Secondly, enhance your defenses to withstand his attacks. Thirdly, use spirit stones to set up formations beforehand to restrict his speed. Fourthly, utilize sonic attacks to suppress his spirit. It's impossible to guard against. Hearing these countermeasures, Tu Van was impressed. Amazing. As expected of master, you've come up with so many solutions. De Tian handed him several scrolls. These are the long-range attack skill, Little Leaf Flying Daggers, the defensive skill, Golden Bell Shield, the sonic attack skill, Dragon's Roar, and the formations, Chaos Formation, Dragon Trapping Formation, and 8 Gates Locking Formation. I believe others might not be able to master them, but you should be able to. Tu Van took the scrolls excitedly and replied, I won't disappoint you, master. I'll go practice them right away. The next morning, Tu Van sat diligently practicing. Adding those to the 3 previous skills, I was able to use 12 enlightenments in one night. This is the most enlightenments I've used in a single day since learning the Chaos Scripture. He opened his eyes. He was now in the system space. A new mission appeared. Enter the potential dragon rankings. Top 50 reward. 1 enlightenment. Top 10 reward. 3 enlightenments. Top 1 reward. 10 enlightenments. He stood up and asked, what are the potential dragon rankings? A voice from outside replied, the potential dragon rankings are a ranking for outer disciples. Young master, can I come in? Tu Van replied, come in. It was Fu Lin. She entered and explained. Outer disciples challenge the illusory demon tower. Those with accumulated points ranked within the top 100 enter the potential dragon rankings and can obtain more resources. Young master, you are a supreme elder's disciple and already received more resources than them. Why do you want to challenge the tower? Tu Van chuckled coldly and replied. I want to enhance my combat experience. Fu Lin responded, all right, let's go then. Suddenly, Lin Tu Na poked her head in. Master, I want to go too. Fu Lin agreed, all right. Under the vast sky, the setting sun cast a golden glow. Before them stood an imposing tower, reaching towards the heavens. People below marveled at its grandeur. It's so tall. Then came the introduction. This is the illusory demon tower. Tu Van stood with the 2 women at the tower's entrance. Fu Lin, can you tell me about the illusory demon tower? Tu Van asked. She nodded, yes. The illusory demon tower tests the disciples' combat power and weapons. The 4 white stone tablets record the top 100 disciples in the potential dragon. Azure Dragon, True Dragon, and Saint rankings. These are the 4 strongest individual rankings, but they also represent the strongest individuals in each realm throughout history. The 10 black stone tablets record the strongest individuals in history. From the body refinement realm to the heavenly realm. The potential dragon rankings represent outer disciples ranked within the top 100 of the body refinement and chi condensation realms. Their illusory clones reside within the illusory demon tower. Defeating the corresponding clone grants you their ranking. Since they are illusory clones, their physical bodies don't need to be present. Even if the clone dies, there's no harm to the real person. As Fu Lin explained. Tu Van imagined those powerful individuals standing before him. So, if I defeat someone on the potential dragon rankings, my illusory clone will take their place and face challenges from other disciples, Tu Van confirmed. Fu Lin nodded, that's right. However, since your cultivation hasn't reached the chi condensation realm yet, your clone will disappear. To permanently remain on the rankings, you need to claim the top spot on the potential dragon rankings and then defeat the strongest disciple of all time. Tu Van chuckled, his nose seemingly growing longer with pride. Ah, that's not bad. Future generations will get to witness my unparalleled grace. Lin Tu Na, standing beside him, felt apprehensive. She whispered, "Senior brother, only you would exaggerate like that." Fu Lin suddenly became serious, her face pale with worry. Young master, don't underestimate the strongest disciples of all time. They are not simple. Even the Chaos Ancestor's clone is in there. Just hearing that name, one could imagine a man with white hair tied up high, his face full of confidence, introducing himself. I am the Chaos Ancestor, founder of the Chaos Holy Land. You are welcome to challenge me. Tu Van's expression turned serious. The Ancestor also left a clone? Yes, he is the strongest of all time, Fu Lin replied. What about my master? Is he among the strongest of all time? Fu Lin nodded. Of course, but master is only ranked last among the 100 transcendents. Tu Van stopped joking. He felt a sense of unease. Master is the strongest transcendent in the Chaos Holy Land, yet he's ranked last? Fu Lin replied gently. These are the strongest individuals from countless years. Master being able to enter the rankings is already a remarkable feat. A smile crept onto Tu Van's lips. Tu Van, with his handsome features and eagerness for a challenge, said, "This is getting interesting. I'm going to challenge the illusory demon tower. Let's see how far I can go with the enlightenment system." Inside the illusory demon tower, it was like an empty space with only a ground and a boundless sky above. There were no walls. Tu Van looked around and called out, "Tu Na, where are you?" A disembodied voice answered, "Don't bother searching. Upon entering the tower, everyone is teleported here. I am the spirit of the illusory demon tower. You can call me illusory demon." Tu Van's eyes flashed with determination. "Illusory demon, I want to challenge the potential dragon rankings." The spirit replied, "Very well. I will teleport you to the illusory clone of the disciple ranked 100th on the potential dragon rankings. Defeat him, and you will take his place." A moment later, Tu Van sensed something strange. Whoosh, a sword swung towards Tu Van. He barely dodged the sudden attack as the sword-wielding opponent introduced himself, "I am Lin Jia, let us spar." Tu Van smirked inwardly, as expected. Even the last ranked disciple has reached the chi condensation realm. But he doesn't seem strong. Around 200,000 gene of combat power. In a swift motion, Tu Van grabbed Lin Jia's wrist. Bam, with a single punch, he slammed Lin Jia to the ground, the impact radiating a powerful shockwave. Too weak, Tu Van said triumphantly. Outside the illusory demon tower, in front of the stone tablet, a voice announced, "Congratulations to Disciple Tu Van, under Supreme Elder Daithine. For ranking 100th on the potential dragon rankings. It's Tu Van, he's challenging the illusory demon tower again." Someone exclaimed. Murmurs and discussions erupted among the crowd. He doesn't even need to challenge the potential dragon rankings. Lin Jia is at the peak of the chi condensation realm, yet he lost? I heard Tu Van has already entered the forbidden domains. I wonder how high he can climb. Someone wondered. Having experienced Lin Jia's strength, Tu Van could now gauge the overall level of the rankings. He crossed his arms and called out, "Illusory demon, challenging them one by one is too slow. Take me directly to the 50th ranked disciple." The spirit responded to his audacious request, 50th rank? As you wish. Tu Van was instantly teleported to the illusory clone of the 50th ranked disciple. The disciple, with his hair tied up high, one side covering his left eye, stood before him, holding a saber. I am Wang Fei, let's spar. Without hesitation, Wang Fei charged at Tu Van, swinging his saber. Do these clones have their own thoughts? Why are they all so aggressive? Tu Van thought as he effortlessly dodged the attack, his bare hands ready to counter. Sensing his opponent's combat power, Tu Van sighed inwardly. This guy doesn't even have 300,000 gene of combat power. Disappointing. Whoosh! Tu Van unleashed his attack. A red beam of energy shot from his fingertip, piercing through Wang Fei's clone. The clone vanished instantly. Completely underwhelmed, Tu Van sighed, his expression flat. With this level of strength, they're not even worth my effort. The system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for reaching rank 50 on the potential dragon rankings. Reward: 1 enlightenment. Hearing the notification, Tu Van thought. It seems I've caused quite a stir outside. He called out again, Illusory Demon, take me to the 10th rank. Indeed, in front of the Illusory Demon Tower's stone tablet, a crowd had gathered. Buzzing with excitement about Tu Van's achievements. Look, Tu Van's name is already at rank 50. Someone exclaimed, holy cow, he went from 100th to 50th in one go. Another person couldn't believe their eyes. A body refinement realm cultivator reaching rank 50? That's insane. Fu Lin approached Lin Tuna and asked, how did it go? Lin Tuna looked at her with a disheartened expression. I'm sorry, master. She confessed shamefully, I couldn't even defeat the last ranked disciple. I've let you down. Fu Lin brushed it off. The 100th ranked disciple is already at the peak of the Qi condensation realm. It's normal that you couldn't defeat him. Lin Tuna's spirits lifted a bit. Senior brother has already entered the forbidden domains, he'll definitely win. Fu Lin smiled gently. You probably can't even see his name on the stone tablet from this distance. Come closer. Young master's ranking won't stop there. Lin Tuna said excitedly, I'm going to see how high senior brother has climbed. Lin Tuna quickly ran towards the stone tablet. As she approached, she overheard the whispers. Is he even human? As expected of the one who struck the chaos bell 9 times, someone suddenly pointed upwards. Wow, look, Tu Van is already at rank 10. Another corrected them immediately. No, he's already at rank 3. Lin Tuna's eyes widened into heart shapes, as if surrounded by a cloud of pink hearts. Rank 3? Senior brother is amazing. Suddenly, she overheard a conversation between 2 disciples. The taller one, with short hair and 2 strands hanging in front of his forehead, said. Senior brother Zhang, you're only 50,000 genes stronger than me. You're probably no match for Tu Van. This was Lu Haoso, the former rank 3 disciple who had just been defeated by Tu Van. The other disciple, with long black hair reaching his shoulders, said nervously. I doubt Tu Van will challenge me. He'll definitely challenge the top 2, Zhang Jane. Lin Tuna asked Lu Haoso, who's ranked first. He pointed towards a certain direction. Look, it's her. Lin Tuna followed his gaze, her expression changing slightly. A girl walked through the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. She's here. Lu Haoso said, so the top-ranked disciple on the potential dragon rankings is this person, Shi Chunwu. Shi Chunwu wore a beautiful blue robe. Everyone stepped aside as she approached the stone tablet. Discussions began. Do you think Tu Van can defeat Shi Chunwu? No way. Shi Chunwu has 750,000 gene of combat power. Another disagreed, that's impossible. The first one nodded in agreement, but then added, if he does succeed, it would be truly shocking. Shi Chunwu seemed unconcerned, even a bit expectant. Tu Van, a body refinement realm cultivator reaching rank 3 on the potential dragon rankings. I'm curious to see what you're capable of. Inside the illusory demon tower. System notifications continuously rang out. Host has reached rank 3 on the potential dragon rankings. Reward: 5 enlightenments. Host has caused a stir and created a commotion. Reward: 3 enlightenments. Tu Van closed his eyes and listened calmly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a surge of energy coursing through him. His gaze was sharp and determined. Illusory demon. Bring out the number 1. Without delay, the system responded, as you wish. Tu Van was surprised. The number 1 is a beautiful woman? Shi Chunwu's illusory clone appeared, holding a sword. I, Shi Chunwu, have vowed that whoever defeats my illusory clone will become my servant. She stated her promise seriously and resolutely. Tu Van was surprised by her words, thinking, this girl is interesting. What if an ugly guy defeats her? As he pondered, Shi Chunwu suddenly attacked. She shouted, dancing feathers, and thousands of needles shot towards Tu Van. He quickly deployed the Tai Chi diagram to block the attack. Thousands of needles rained down on Tu Van like a storm. Huh, another hidden weapon technique? The needles relentlessly bombarded the Tai Chi diagram. Tu Van couldn't help but exclaim, amazing. Her combat power has surpassed the 7th forbidden domain. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the Tai Chi diagram. Tu Van's expression changed. This isn't good, he thought. She's actually breaking through my Tai Chi diagram. Feeling the Tai Chi diagram about to crumble, he quickly used another technique to block the attack. Shi Chunwu noticed her needles losing momentum. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Tu Van was no longer nonchalant. He assessed the situation seriously. Shi Chunwu's needles could no longer penetrate the golden bell protecting him. Frowning in displeasure, she said, he dodged again. Let's see if you can avoid this. As she spoke, a burst of light enveloped her. 2 white dragons appeared beside Shi Chunwu. This was her ultimate technique, dancing feathers, dragon form. The 2 white dragons lunged towards Tu Van's golden bell. They slammed their bodies against the bell, trying to break through. The golden bell shattered. Tu Van looked at the 2 dragons and said, this is getting tricky. He swiftly dodged the white dragon's attack. Then she used a movement technique, jumping over the white dragon, running forward. Seeing the power of Shi Chunwu, Tu Van thought to himself, wait a minute. Shi Chunwu's fighting strength is actually stronger than mine. Thinking so, but he didn't panic at all. Holding the knife in his hand and saying, but I know more fighting skills than her. After that, he shouted, Xiao Li Dao, and hundreds of knives appeared floating around him. The 2 dragons rushed in without any defense. Tu Van also quickly controlled the knives to rush forward to resist, thinking, not sure if I will lose. When the flying knives and the dragons collided, they made a loud noise. Tu Van continued to use his hand to perform another ultimate move. He summoned Dragon's Might. As soon as he finished speaking, a red dragon with a ferocious face appeared behind Tu Van. He stretched out his hand and ordered it to rush towards Shi Chunwu. Shi Chunwu panicked, covering her head with her hands and screaming, ah! Seeing that Shi Chunwu was caught off guard, Tu Van quickly threw a punch and rushed forward, thinking, good opportunity. He threw a punch to end the match, relaxed and said, phew, finally won. The system immediately displayed a notification. The host has been promoted to first place in the Hidden Dragon rankings, reward 10 enlightenments. The host caused a sensation, reward 3 enlightenments. Outside, an announcement also rang out, congratulations to Disciple of Supreme Elder Tu Van for rising to first place in the Hidden Dragon rankings. The people outside were all surprised when they heard the announcement. Shi Chunwu on this side also said with admiration, amazing. Then she happily thought to herself, this is the person worthy of my following. Li Bufan is far inferior to him. A young man with black hair suddenly said. Senior Sister Ji, I remember you left a message in the illusionary demon tower. Whoever can defeat me, I will follow that person. I wonder if Senior Sister wants to follow Tu Van. Ji Chunwu turned her back and didn't answer him. The people standing around also whispered among themselves, Ji Chunwu actually left such a message, Tu Van is in trouble now. Nonsense, brother, don't you know that Holy Son Li Bufan has his eyes on Ji Chunwu? Holy Son, there's a good show to watch next. Hearing the whispers around her, Ji Chunwu turned her head and asked the black-haired man, Zhang Ji, were you trying to tease the female disciples and got taught a lesson by me, so you want to take this opportunity to get revenge? Hearing her question, the black-haired man didn't deny it, but instead admitted shamelessly, so what? Do you dare to answer my question? Li Bufan is extremely conceited and stubborn, if you dare to agree to follow Tu Van, he will definitely not let you off. Hearing his threat, Ji Chunwu was not afraid at all. Her eyes became even more determined as she replied, Ji Chunwu, my word is my bond, as long as Tu Van accepts, I will follow him. Lin Xiaoya, who was standing nearby, heard these words and said unhappily, what? How can any woman swear such an oath? It's really shameless. Fu Lan, who was standing next to her, saw Xiaoya's reaction and immediately understood. She secretly smiled and thought, it seems that this little girl has just fallen in love. There was a loud noise from the stone tablet, followed by an announcement. Congratulations to Disciple of Supreme Elder Tu Van for becoming the 100th strongest body refinement realm cultivator in the history of the Holy Land of Chaos. Someone below said, top 100 in history, amazing. The people around were also surprised and exclaimed, that's right. The clone can exist forever now, this is going down in history, I wonder if he can go one step further. The black-haired man saw the announcement and frowned unhappily, so what if it's the top 100 in history? I had to go and tell Holy Son Li Bufan. After saying that, he turned and left. Secretly looking down on Tu Van and thinking, based on my brother's personality, if you don't die, I'll take your last name. And there's also that bitch Ji Chun-woo, she won't be able to escape either. Tu Van on this side was receiving the system's reward notification. Top 100 reward 10 enlightenments. Top 50 reward 30 enlightenments. Top 10 reward 50 enlightenments. Top 3 reward 70 enlightenments. Top 1 reward 100 enlightenments. Hearing the number of rewards this time, Tu Van thought to himself, wow, the rewards this time are really good. Then he said excitedly, well then, bring it on. Half an hour later, an explosion rang out, causing the ground to crack and rocks to fly everywhere. A giant monster with a human body and a bull's head appeared in front of Tu Van. Tu Van looked at the giant monster and couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, the one with the heavenly demon god body is truly terrifying. The monster ran towards Tu Van, each step it took causing the earth to shake. In just a moment, the monster was in front of Tu Van. It raised its hand and swiped at Tu Van. Caught off guard, he was hit by the monster's attack and sent flying. Tu Van's entire body slammed into a large rock, blood spurting from his mouth. He tried to regain his composure and remembered his master's words, don't panic. Master once said, as long as it's not the supreme body, no matter how high the realm, there will be weaknesses. The monster roared. Then it continued to charge at Tu Van. He quickly regained his composure and jumped up, dodging the monster's attack. Tu Van jumped behind the monster, causing it to miss. He carefully observed its back and suddenly discovered a red glow on the monster's back. His eyes lit up and he thought, found it. Sharp knives flew out under Tu Van's control. The eyes of the one using the heavenly devil's body darkened with surprise and panic when he saw the weapons. Tu Van flew up into the air, looking at the one using the heavenly devil's body with a confident and challenging expression. He used his technique to launch the knives, causing the guy to gasp and glance over in fear. Tu Van thought. The weak point is the fifth vertebra, I finally found it. He used his technique to control the knives and attacked the one using the heavenly devil's body. The knives shot towards the fifth vertebra of the one using the heavenly devil's body, creating bright red streaks of light like lightning, causing him to scream miserably. After defeating him, the system gave a notification. The host has reached the 10th place in the history of body refinement, reward, 50 enlightenments. After finishing, Tu Van excitedly and happily opened the door and walked out, that was refreshing, let's go. Tu Van wiped the blood from his mouth, seemingly satisfied with the result. However, the number of enlightenments has also reached 146 times. The door slowly opened as everyone outside chattered excitedly, Tu Van is out. They couldn't stop praising him. He's truly amazing, his reputation will spread throughout the Holy Land this time. Ji Chun-woo was also standing in the crowd, waiting for Tu Van. As soon as he stepped out, Tu Van's eyes fell on Ji Chun-woo. He looked at her with a gentle look and couldn't help but be surprised, it's Ji Chun-woo, she's here too. Ji Chun-woo walked gracefully towards Tu Van under the poetic sunlight, seeing Ji Chun-woo approaching, Tu Van clenched his fists, his face blushing with shyness. Ji Chun-woo gently confessed, Master, I once swore that I would follow whoever could defeat me. Ji Chun-woo bowed respectfully and asked Tu Van with a sincere and earnest expression. Today, senior brother Tu has done it, I wonder if you would be willing to accept me? Tu Van replied calmly and politely, thank you for your support, junior sister Ji. We will spar again in the future. But in reality, Tu Van was overjoyed, a beauty before me, only a fool would refuse. Hearing Tu Van's answer, Ji Chun-woo smiled brightly, her eyes crinkled with happiness, and she thanked him profusely, thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Suddenly, a loud sound and a bright red light appeared. It was none other than Holy Son Li Bufan. Everyone was shocked and surprised to see him, their eyes widening in disbelief. Li Bufan crossed his arms arrogantly, surrounded by golden flames. He shouted at Ji Chun-woo, Ji Chun-woo, I don't allow you to follow that trash. The people present, seeing Li Bufan appear, seemed to have guessed what was about to happen. They sighed apprehensively, it's Holy Son Li Bufan. He's always been pursuing Ji Chun-woo, this is going to be interesting. Some even worried for Tu Van is doomed. A few others chimed in, agreeing, that's right, Li Bufan is in the Heaven's Gate realm, 3 realms higher than Tu Van. Li Bufan continued to look smug, crossing his arms provocatively. Tu Van ignored the whispers around him, he even picked his ear while looking at Li Bufan with disdain and contempt. Tu Van, I accept disciples, do I need your permission? Everyone present was shocked to hear Tu Van's defiant reply, they gasped and stared at him in disbelief. Some admired him, damn, Tu Van is so cool, he even dares to confront the Holy Sun, I've opened my eyes today. Others looked down on him, let's see how he's going to die. They looked at Li Bufan's expression and panicked, Li Bufan is angry. Seeing Tu Van's fearless expression and defiant reply, Li Bufan was enraged. He frowned and said sternly, who are you to talk to me like that? You think you're the Holy Sun? Tu Van calmly retorted, then who am I? I accept disciples, what does it have to do with you? From that moment, Li Bufan's anger erupted. He used a technique to gather 7 heavenly gates, causing a dark aura mixed with red to emit from his body. Li Bufan flew up into the air, preparing to attack Tu Van. Under his control. Dark energy gathered around him as he threatened, Tu Van, you're dead this time. Tu Van refused to back down and took a fighting stance. He clenched his fists, his fighting spirit burning brightly as red light emanated from his body. Li Bufan put his hand behind his back with an arrogant look on his face. The people below were terrified when they saw Li Bufan's technique, he's using 7 heavenly gates, how terrifying. Someone even praised Li Bufan, I heard that being able to use 3 heavenly gates already makes one a genius, I didn't expect him to be able to cultivate 7, amazing. The person next to him exclaimed, as expected of the Holy Sun, Tu Van is finished this time. Seeing the situation, Fu Ling hurriedly stepped in front of Li Bufan and tried to persuade him, Holy Sun, our Holy Land strictly forbids disciples from fighting each other, please stop. Fu Ling did this because she thought, although young master is a prodigy, the difference in cultivation between them is too great, he definitely can't win. However, Li Bufan ignored Fu Ling's words and insisted on fighting. He roared and cursed at her, get out of my way. I'm the Holy Sun, how dare you stop me, the executor will annihilate you. Seeing Li Bufan's ferocious attitude, Fu Ling didn't dare to say another word. She stammered in fear, but. Fu Ling thought about the consequences of going against Li Bufan, if I fight the Holy Sun, the executor will definitely take action. And the executor is no joke, he's the one who punishes disciples who commit serious offenses, the most terrifying being in the Holy Land of Chaos, the executor. Ji Chuanwu looked at Li Bufan seriously. Li Bufan, I want to follow senior brother to you. If you're unhappy, just target me directly. Don't bully senior brother to you. Li Bufan was displeased to see Ji Chuanwu's determined attitude. He gritted his teeth in anger. Li Bufan raised his hands and insulted Ji Chuanwu. Shut up, bitch. You think I really like you, he revealed his true monstrous nature, I, Li Bufan. Only have the great Tao divine art, someone like you is at most just a plaything to me. Hearing Li Bufan's hurtful words, Ji Chuanwu clenched her fists, wanting nothing more than to tear him to pieces, you. Lin Xiaoya stepped forward bravely, hands on her hips, and scolded Li Bufan with a righteous expression, what kind of holy son are you, only knowing how to bully the weak. She added insult to injury, mocking him, you've been cultivating for decades, my senior brother has only been cultivating for a few months. If my senior brother had decades of cultivation, he could crush you with one hand. Unable to refute her words, Li Bufan flew into a rage and threatened everyone, how dare you be so disrespectful? Today, I'll let you see what it means to offend the Holy Sun's authority. At this moment, Tu Van calmly stepped forward. With a confident look on his face, Tu Van stepped forward, not forgetting to taunt Li Bufan, come at me, what kind of man bullies women? Seeing Tu Van's actions, Fu Ling was shocked and hurriedly stopped him, young master, don't be impulsive, you're no match for him. Ji Chuanwu felt extremely guilty, senior brother too, I've dragged you into this, let me handle it, run away. Lin Xiaoya also persuaded Tu Van, senior brother, it's best to run. The battle between the two sides was about to begin, Li Bufan still looked arrogant, alright, let me show you what it means to wish you were dead. Tu Van's face remained fearless as he prepared to unleash his technique, not forgetting to retort, who wishes they were dead, Li Bufan? You better watch closely. Tu Van raised his hand and pointed his finger. He seemed to be muttering something, and instantly a blue vortex surrounded him. Li Bufan and Tu Van clashed, the two sides officially engaged in a fierce battle. Those present were shocked to witness Tu Van's technique, is that a divine ability? How can someone in the body refinement realm use a divine ability? This commotion is too much. They still couldn't understand what Tu Van was doing, what is he condensing? Li Bufan still appeared disdainful, humph, what kind of great divine ability can an ant like you at your cultivation level use? Laughable, Li Bufan clenched his fists, seemingly pouring all his energy into this battle as he roared, you dare to steal my woman? Today I'll let you taste what it's like to be stepped on. Seeing the terrifying power in Li Bufan's technique, the three girls were horrified and gasped, their mouths agape as they shouted, "Be careful!" Li Bufan stomped his foot towards Tu Van, engulfed in flames. Seeing this, Tu Van shouted, "Chaos Bell, come forth!" At Tu Van's command, the Chaos Bell instantly appeared, emitting a blinding light. The bell enveloped Tu Van, its power sending Li Bufan flying backward. Li Bufan didn't expect such a turn of events and gasped in shock. Tu Van's attack caused Li Bufan's face to darken, blood spurting from his mouth as he stared blankly, clueless as to what had happened. A fatal blow severely injured Li Bufan, sending him crashing to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. In pain, he still couldn't accept it. How is this possible? I'm the Holy Sun with 7 heavenly gates. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaoyao was surprised by Tu Van's previous move and asked Fu Ling, "Master, how can senior brother control the Chaos Bell?" Ji Chuanwu was also puzzled. "Right, it's unbelievable." Fu Ling continued to observe without answering immediately. She then calmly shared her speculation, "That's not the Chaos Bell, it's just a fraction of its power. I'm guessing young master must have comprehended the Chaos guidance when he struck the bell. That's an emperor weapon." The golden bell acted as a protective barrier around Tu Van. On the other side, Li Bufan clenched his fists, one foot planted on the ground, the other hovering. The others continued to discuss the power to use the Chaos Bell. Is he the son of the Chaos Bell? Another person added, even his master, an emperor, couldn't do it, and he's just in the body refinement realm, he's truly a monster. Li Bufan, being the Holy Sun, refused to admit defeat. He stretched his arms, bent over in a fighting stance, golden flames emanating from his body as he said arrogantly, "So what? You're just an ant in the body refinement realm." He gathered all 7 heavenly gates at once, his power immense. Determined to fight to the end, "I don't believe that with just a bit of the Chaos Bell's power, you can defeat me." Li Bufan immediately leapt up, gathering all his strength into a powerful fist-shaped attack. Tu Van, protected by the Chaos Bell barrier, raised his hands and smiled confidently, with a hint of disdain, "If you want to humiliate yourself, I'll grant you your wish." An earth-shattering clash ensued, sending dust and debris flying. Tu Van had pushed the Chaos Bell forward, while he stood some distance away, his hands raised in front of his chest, knees slightly bent. On the other side, Li Bufan's attack slammed into the bell with full force. He seemed surprised that Tu Van had pushed the bell forward as a shield instead of staying inside. Tu Van immediately counterattacked, touching his thumbs together and gathering energy towards Li Bufan. Li Bufan was caught off guard and took the full brunt of Tu Van's attack. With a loud boom, Li Bufan was sent flying 100 meters away, crashing into the ground and sending dust and debris everywhere. The sheer power of Tu Van's attack was evident. Li Bufan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at his 7 heavenly gates, now cracked and on the verge of shattering. He couldn't believe that Tu Van was this strong. He was now practically kneeling before Tu Van, gasping for breath, his face filled with unwillingness, but he couldn't deny his defeat. Tu Van stood before him, his voice full of authority. "Li Bufan, is that all the strength you have? How disappointing." Li Bufan lowered his head, one knee on the ground. Though defeated and injured, with blood dripping from his mouth, he still uttered in resentment, "If it weren't for the Chaos Bell, I could have easily crushed you like an ant." Tu Van scoffed at his words, "You couldn't even win with your own cultivation." He then raised his foot and stomped on Li Bufan's head. "If I were at the Heaven's Gate realm, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog." Li Bufan grabbed Tu Van's foot, his face full of resentment. "I'm the Holy Sun. How dare you hit me? The executor will cripple your cultivation." Tu Van just smirked, his expression suggesting he wasn't afraid even of the executor. He kicked Li Bufan hard in the stomach. Then, stepping on his stomach, he mocked, "So what if you're the Holy Sun? You struck first. What good is your cultivation if you can't even protect it?" He clenched his fist. Li Bufan lay sprawled on the ground, looking at the foot on his stomach, unable to resist, and let out a pathetic groan. Fearing that Tu Van might do something rash that would affect his future, Fu Ling quickly interjected, "Young master, he's no longer the Holy Sun. Just spare him, he's not worth it." Tu Van replied calmly, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Let's go." He turned and walked away with an air of confidence, but not before leaving a warning to the stunned Li Bufan. "Listen up, Li Bufan. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. But if you do, I will punish you no matter how far you run." The scene shifted to the Emperor's Peak, where peace and tranquility returned. The scenery was picturesque, with white birds returning to their nests in the evening glow. The 3 disciples, along with Ji Chuanwu, arrived and bowed respectfully to DTN. "Greetings, Master." Greetings, Supreme Elder. Greetings, Master. DTN stood there, a pleased expression on his face. It seemed that news traveled fast, and he had already heard everything. With a proud smile, he said, "So you've returned. I've heard about what happened." "Very good." Tuvan kept his hands clasped and quickly apologized. "Master, I hit Li Bufan." "Did I cause you any trouble?" DTN maintained his expression and said, "What's done is done. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it." DTN then instructed with a serious tone, "From now on, focus on your training in the mysterious ghost tower. Improve your combat skills and reflexes." Tuvan lowered his head respectfully and replied, "Yes, Master." Time flew by, a month had passed. The scenery of Dongyu Peak remained unchanged, thick fog enveloping the entire area. The image of the divine point absorbing the black aura continued. It turned out that Li Bufan was sitting cross-legged in meditation. He closed his eyes, his hands clasped together forming a circle of qi, his entire body emitting a radiant aura. Behind him, divine points released long streaks of lightning. He sighed softly. "Finally, the last 7 divine points have recovered." A hand slammed onto a table, creating a loud bang. Li Bufan furrowed his brows, his face contorted in anger. He yelled in fury, "Xiaoyun, I will not let you go unpunished." Then, he turned to his subordinate. "Has my master emerged from seclusion?" The subordinate bowed with clasped hands. Reporting to the Holy Sun, the Peak Master is still in seclusion. He abruptly stood up, his hands clenched into fists. His face was filled with confidence and determination. "I want to request my master's emergence." After speaking, Li Bufan arrived at his master's cultivation place. He stood before the door along with a group of other disciples, shouting loudly. "Master, your disciple has suffered a grievance. I implore you to come out and avenge your disciple." Everyone expected him to seek revenge after completing his cultivation, but unexpectedly. He went to his master, acting pitiful and complaining. He knelt before the door, his mouth wide open, wailing loudly. The disciples surrounding him were stunned, their mouths agape. Then, they pursed their lips, expressing their annoyance. They didn't speak, but their expression seemed to say, "The Holy Sun has some thick skin. He really knows how to change his face quickly. Only children know how to cry for milk." The door creaked open, Dong Yudtang emerged from a puff of white smoke, his face filled with anger. He loudly questioned, "Disciple, what grievance has caused you such distress?" Seeing his powerful patron, Li Bufan knelt on both knees and embraced Dong Yudtang's waist like a bully child reporting to his mother. Before the elder could react, he started wailing, "Master, you must avenge me." It was Xiao Yun, a disciple of the Supreme Elder DTN. Hearing this, Dong Yudtang's face turned dark, his eyes widened, and he roared, "A mere disciple of the Supreme Elder, daring to act with such insolence. His crime is unforgivable." He stomped the ground, each step reverberating with power, sending pebbles flying. Dong Yudtang strode forward, his chi surging around him. He declared firmly, "Master will take you to Deep Peak and seek revenge." Having achieved his goal, a gleeful smile spread across Li Bufan's face. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun stood in a combat stance, his foot stepping forward. Tizho-yun raised her fists, surrounded by a white aura. It seemed that the two were practicing. Tizho-yun executed a move, striking towards Xiaoyun. He blocked the attack, his hand intercepting the strike, his body leaning back. A wave of white chi brushed past Tizho-yun's face, her bangs covering one eye. She smiled slightly. Tizho-yun channeled her chi and attacked Xiaoyun. A burst of chi aimed directly at him. He was forced back several steps. Xiaoyun chuckled, conceding defeat. He raised his hands in a relaxed posture and said, "No more, Tizho Jr. sister, let's stop here." Tizho-yun, her bangs still covering one eye, spread her hand out and praised Xiaoyun, "Xiao Senior brother, your strength is even stronger than before." She offered Xiaoyun a hand, adding, "While you still possess the strength of 700,000 jin, your combat ability has increased by 2 to 3 times. Xiaoyun laughed in response, "Stronger, huh? Doesn't it still mean I can't defeat you? You've already ascended to the Divine Bridge realm." A scene of warm sibling affection. Suddenly, footsteps approached their training spot. It was DTN. He raised his hand with a serious expression and instructed his disciple. "My good disciple, you must pay attention to balancing practice and rest. Take a break for a while." The two turned to DTN. Xiaoyun, having overheard some news, informed DTN without a hint of fear. Master, I heard that Li Bufan's master has emerged from seclusion. Will there be any trouble? DTN calmly reassured his disciple. Master knows. It's Dong Yutong. He was once a defeated subordinate of Master. Now he has ascended to the heaven realm, but he's still not a match for Master. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare to come. Xiaoyun listened with clasped hands. As his words finished, a voice echoed from somewhere, Xiaoyun, get over here. DTN slapped his forehead as if he had been slapped himself. He looked surprised. This fellow actually came. Tizhoyun was also slightly surprised. Only Xiaoyun smirked with disdain, coldly saying, so, he's gotten old enough to bully the young now. Li Bufan and Dong Yutong, their bodies moving like clouds, soared through the air, landing near the training spot. Li Bufan, relying on Dong Yutong's backing, seemed unconcerned. He arrogantly crossed his arms and shouted, Master, that's Xiaoyun. The one who's sneering. Dong Yutong, what are you doing at my D-peak? The white-haired elder asked. Dong Yutong stood high above, looking down with disdain. You dare to strike my good disciple. This matter cannot be left unpunished. Xiaoyun stood below, raising his hands to pinch his cheeks in a playful gesture. He teased, when I was a child, I fought with my neighbor. He lost and cried, running home to his parents. I didn't expect to see such childish behavior at your age, Li Bufan. How can you be the holy son? He said angrily, Xiaoyun, if you hadn't cheated. Borrowing the power of the chaos bell, even a single hair of mine could crush you. Xiaoyun, despite being below, still looked up with arrogance, daringly challenging him, then, if you're so good, wait until I reach the divine point realm and then we'll fight again. Dong Yutong, standing above, retorted, with Li Bufan by his side, beaming triumphantly. Where is there a fair fight in the cultivation world? You insulted the Holy Sun, forcing me to expend precious treasures to help this child recover his cultivation. Today, I will use the rules of the Holy Land to teach you a lesson. Suddenly, DTN soared into the air. Xiaoyun and Xiaonia looked up. He also grimly mentioned the past, DTN, you defeated me that day, and I've been waiting for a chance to wash away that humiliation. Do you dare to fight? DTN replied, what's there to fear? Let's go. Upon his words, both of them instantly shot up higher. Green chi emanated from DTN, while Dong Yutong was surrounded by a blazing red light. Xiaoyun, standing below, felt anxious. Fu Ling, is there any way for me to chase after that Li Bufan and give him a beating? She looked up and answered. Yes, I've given Xiaonia a flying sword artifact, she can take you to chase him. He turned to Xiaonia with a gentle smile, Junior sister, please take me on the sword then. Xiaonia immediately cast her spell, a yellow chi enveloping her. She replied, yes, that chi enveloped Xiaoyun's legs, lifting him into the air. Alright, let's go. Both Xiaonia and Xiaoyun stood on the sword and soared into the air, the golden light of Fu Ling surrounding them. She carefully held Xiaoyun so he could stand firm. Senior brother, stay steady. Immediately, she led him to Li Bufan. A white aura emanated from him. Xiaoyun, being carried through the air by his junior sister, felt a bit unstable. Junior sister, try to fly more steadily. Let me summon the chaos bell. He added, this feeling is amazing. Suddenly, he yelled. Chaos bell, come forth. Immediately, a golden light surrounded him, taking the shape of a bell, completely covering him. Li Bufan, facing him, said angrily, you damned brat, again? The next moment, he grabbed his sword and fled, I'm out of here. Leave Xiaoyun behind. Xiaoyun, standing behind the bell, frowned with annoyance as he ran away. Li Bufan, you're a holy son of the Chaos Holy Land, but you run like a chicken from a tempered body realm cultivator. What kind of holy son are you? Li Bufan growled, if I were you, I'd jump straight into a latrine and drown myself. He raised his sword and charged at Xiaoyun, I'll risk it all with you. After a swing of his sword, a yellow-purple chi emanated from the blade, aimed directly at Xiaoyun. As he regained his senses, he noticed the bell charging at him, knocking him away. He slammed into the ground, creating a shockwave that sent debris flying. He lay on the ground, yelling angrily, Xiaoyun, if you have any guts, fight me fairly. Xiaoyun, standing above, looked down, simultaneously recalling the bell into his hand. He said, fight fairly? You're at the divine point realm. His eyes filled with mockery, he continued to taunt, you want to fight me fairly? Do you think everyone is as brain dead as you? Xiaoyun stood protectively in front of Lin Xiaonia, raising his hand, gathering power in his fingers. He smirked and said, wait until I beat you back to the tempered body realm, then we'll fight fairly. A golden bell appeared, carrying flames, and crashed down onto Li Bufan. He knelt on the ground, his sword thrust into the earth. He stared intently at the fiery bell. A blue light shot towards him at the speed of light. The bell was trapping Li Bufan. He remained motionless in his previous position, when suddenly, the blue light collided with the fiery bell, shattering a corner. Shards flew out. Xiaoyun gritted his teeth, his surprise evident. The chaos bell is broken. Lin Xiaonia, standing behind, also looked up, equally astonished. Li Bufan turned to Xiaoyun, his eyes filled with malice. He chuckled coldly. "Huh, Xiaoyun, seems like you're doomed." A man with long white hair appeared, shouting, "Enough!" It was the law enforcer, a powerful figure of the Holy Land. He warned, "Xiaoyun, you are very bold, daring to insult the Holy Sun, disrespecting your superiors." Xiaoyun met his gaze and countered, "Their master came to my doorstep. Should I not defend myself?" The law enforcer became furious, gathering a blue light in his right hand. He roared, "Insolent! You're just a disciple of the Supreme Elder. You should have treated the Holy Sun with respect. The lack of respect for your superiors will lead to your downfall. Today, I will strip you of your status and eliminate this threat." Fu Ling stood protectively in front of Xiaoyun and Lin Xiaonia. "Law enforcer, our young master is a prodigy. He will surely be able to forge a chaos body in the future. If you strip him of his status, it will affect the revival of the Chaos Holy Land." He frowned, sneering, "Ridiculous. The Chaos Holy Land relies on a tempered body realm cultivator for its revival? DTN was also considered a prodigy, but wasn't he ultimately a failure? Dreaming of forging a chaos body, you're delusional." He conjured a giant blue hand. He controlled the giant hand, aiming it towards Xiaoyun and Lin Xiaonia. They stood still, Lin Xiaonia clinging to Xiaoyun's arms. Below, Fu Ling seemed to encounter a problem. Her body trembling slightly, her appearance helpless. "It's no use, I can't move my body." Xiaoyun seemed to experience a similar situation, his body shaking, struggling to move. His face darkened, his fists clenched. He muttered, in front of the law enforcer, "I'm nothing more than an ant." He grew increasingly angry, his eyes filled with determination. His teeth gritted. The cultivation world is indeed one where the strong rule, where they can control the lives of others at will. Strength, I need strength. If I survive, I will definitely crush that damn law enforcer. Those around them watched in fear, engaging in lively discussions. "Fu Ling and Xiaoyun are doomed," one commented. Another agreed, "Yes, they angered the law enforcer, they will definitely be torn apart. What a pity, a genius lost." The law enforcer's attack shattered the rocks below. After that attack, a handprint was left on the ground, dust billowing, rocks scattered. A law enforcer observed the scene below. "Huh, they were saved." He frowned in displeasure. A figure appeared, slowly landing on the ground. Dongshin Wang. It was merely a clash between two juniors. The person who had saved Xiaoyun was the Chaos Holy Lord. He stood with clasped hands behind his back, Xiaoyun, Lin Xiaonia, and Fu Ling by his side. He continued, "The clash with Dong Yutong is a trivial matter, there's no need for you to intervene." He fiercely countered the Chaos Holy Lord. "Holy Lord, you have cunning methods. However, even you cannot shield your disciple from his transgressions, his disrespect for his superiors." The Chaos Holy Lord reconciled. "For good or bad, Xiaoyun once summoned the Chaos Bell 9 times. Such a small matter, it's not worthy of fighting to the death." Fu Ling explained, "This Dongshin Wang is the elder brother of Dong Yutong, and also the greatest opponent of our master." Xiaoyun understood, no wonder, so they're family. Xiaoyun, filled with anger, furrowed his brows, his teeth grinding, secretly vowed, "You bastards, wait until I become stronger. Then I'll subdue you all." The law enforcer remained stubborn. "Holy Lord, rules are rules." Xiaoyun insulted the Holy Sun. "As the law enforcer, I must naturally enforce the law impartially." Fu Ling angrily questioned him, "Does being a Holy Sun mean you can attack ordinary disciples at will? We can't fight back? Is that the way of the world?" He was arrogant. "This is the rule of the Holy Land. Unless you also become a Holy Sun." Xiaoyun looked up at him, then, "How does one become a Holy Sun?" The law enforcer retorted, "You want to become a Holy Sun now? Too late." He explained, "Achieve great feats, enter the sect and summon the Chaos Bell 6 times, or possess special qualities. These are the 3 ways to become a Holy Sun, unfortunately. You can't do any of them now." The Chaos Holy Lord spread his hand out and smiled. "Dongshin Wang, Xiaoyun will soon reach the Dragon Soar realm. Based on his combat abilities, he will surely achieve great feats and ascend to the Holy Sun position. The law enforcer was furious. Pointing with his finger, that's the future. Right now, he's not a holy son, he must be punished. Xiaoyun suddenly interjected, who said I can't become a holy son right now. He sat upright, his posture like meditation, a golden light surrounding him. Tizhou Yun and Lin Xiaonia stood nearby. He said confidently, today, I will show you that the petty title of holy son is mine for the taking. The onlookers started buzzing, their discussions resumed. One asked, what is he doing? Another answered, he seems to be practicing the chaos scripture, forging a chaos body. Someone else scoffed, foolish. How is that possible? Another had a glimmer of hope, however, if he can forge the shape of the chaos body, that is the king body, and he could become a holy son. Yet another countered, that requires reaching the 36th level of the chaos scripture. He's truly a delusional fool. Lin Xiaonia inquired. Master, is it very difficult to forge the shape of the chaos body? Fu Lian answered, very difficult. Our master spent 200 years before succeeding. Lin Xiaonia was horrified, 200 years? The law enforcer clasped his arms and laughed, ridiculous. He wants to forge the shape of the chaos body in such a short time. This fellow must be crazy. The Chaos Holy Lord sighed in exasperation. Heis, Xiaoyun must be sick to be looking for a cure. The Chaos Holy Lord stepped in front of Xiaoyun and said to the law enforcer, Dong Xinwan, if that's the case, why not give Xiaoyun some time? It's not a big deal. He crossed his arms and made a deal, alright, I won't bully him. I'll give him 7 days. The law enforcer's eyes gleamed with amusement. He thought to himself. Even if I give him 7 years, 70 years, he won't be able to forge the shape of the chaos body. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun was still diligently working. He sat within the golden light, his eyes closed, teeth gritted, silently thinking, once I break through the 10th level of the chaos scripture, I'll be able to break through to the chi-gathering realm. My goal in the tempered body realm was to reach the maximum combat power of 1 million jin, but it's not achievable. I can't enter the Dragon Soar realm either. However, with death looming, what's the point of the Dragon Soar realm? A blue light suddenly appeared on his forehead. His eyes remained shut, his mind still lost in thought. He used a single enlightenment with the chaos scripture. A scroll appeared, and the system announced, enlightenment failed. A blue light emanated from his forehead. His face showed his frustration. 1 use and still no breakthrough. He resolved, then I'll use another. Xiaoyun remained in his previous state, his focus unwavering. Those around him continued to observe. The golden light shone brightly, swirling around his seated figure. Fu Ling realized his actions and her mind began to send a warning. Oh, no, young master wants to break through to the chi-gathering realm, then he won't be able to enter the Dragon Soar realm. Golden and red light threads continuously appeared, enveloping Xiaoyun as he sat in a state of absolute concentration, his expression contorted in discomfort. The Chaos Holy Lord, witnessing this, couldn't help but say, he can't break through to the chi-gathering realm, then he won't be able to enter the Dragon Soar realm. He approached Xiaoyun, his hand gathering golden chi. The Holy Lord confidently smiled, don't worry, I will intervene and suppress his cultivation level. Those threads of chi gradually infiltrated him, providing some stability. Seeing this, Fu Ling expressed gratitude on behalf of Xiaoyun. She sighed, thank you, Holy Lord. Lin Xiaonia saw those threads of chi floating in the air, her eyes following them as she exclaimed, look, senior brother has already broken through a level. He's definitely able to forge the shape of the chaos body. This cultivation process unfolded before the law enforcer, who observed with disdain, what's there to boast about? It's only the 10th level. He's still far from the 36th level. Amidst the golden light, a blue light gathered at the center of Xiaoyun's brow. He thought, I didn't expect that cultivating to the 10th level of the chaos scripture would require 2 enlightenment uses. It seems the difficulty increases with each level. However, luckily, I have enough enlightenment uses accumulated beforehand. Let's go. Finally, the golden light erupted. Xiaoyun continuously broke through. First, it was the 11th level of the chaos scripture, then the 12th level, and he even achieved the 13th level. Under the watchful eyes of the countless onlookers, they gasped in admiration. Incredible. He's breaking through continuously. Earlier, the Supreme Elder DTN said he could achieve 9 levels in a day. Could it be true? Unbelievable. Gigi Long, observing from below, became slightly anxious and asked the red-haired law enforcer, senior brother, Xiaoyun won't really forge the shape of the chaos body, will he? That person, full of confidence, replied to Gigi Long, don't worry. Even if he had a strong comprehension, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the chaos scripture to the 36th level within a week. At this moment, the process of his breakthrough released more chi than before. The golden threads, initially scattered, were now gathering into swirling bands, shimmering with a silver light. Fu Ling recognized this as a good opportunity. She quickly spoke, "Tizho, come stand beside young master and cultivate. Young master doesn't need this heavenly and earthly chi, but you can use it to increase your cultivation level." Tizho Yun nodded in agreement, looking towards Fu Ling and Lin Xiaonia, who stood behind Xiao Yun. She exclaimed happily. "All right. This is amazing. My great opportunity has arrived." She rushed towards him without hesitation. Tizho Yun immediately assumed a focused meditative posture, sitting beside Xiao Yun, beginning her own cultivation. The purple light emanating from her quickly joined the golden light of Xiao Yun. Fu Ling looked back at her disciple. Seeing Lin Xiaonia enviously observing the two, she encouraged her, "Xiaonia, if you don't enter the Dragon Soar realm, now is your great opportunity. Break through to the Chi-gathering realm, reach the peak of the Chi-gathering realm, even the Divine Bridge realm is possible." But she hesitated. Pausing before saying this Tizho Yun listened to Fu Ling and in response, she simply hummed. The purple light from Tizho Yun suddenly surged and she immersed herself in it, reaching the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm. The onlookers were startled and exclaimed, "Mid-stage Divine Bridge realm? Wasn't Tizho Yun just promoted to the Divine Bridge realm?" The onlookers exclaimed, "Such a great opportunity, it would be strange if she didn't break through." One looked on with admiration, "Amazing." Lin Xiaonia, witnessing this, felt her heart tremble. She pondered anxiously, "What should I do? What should I do? It would take me at least a decade to cultivate to the Divine Bridge realm on my own. Moreover, if this continues, the gap between me and Tizho Yun will only widen." Then, the sound of clicking heels on tile echoed. Lin Xiaonia finally decided, and she ran towards the sound. She exclaimed with determination, "Master, I'm not going to the Dragon Soar realm anymore." Fu Ling smiled contentedly behind her. Scene change. Currently, Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaonia are sitting in meditation. However, a strange thing is happening. A dazzling golden light surrounds Xiao Yun's position. Fu Ling is standing to the side, observing the two. With a kind face, she then smiles contentedly, her eyes narrowed, and says, "This is the best for Lin Xiaonia. It's a great opportunity. Young master also loses a stepdaughter, it's a win-win situation." At that moment, Lin Xiaonia suddenly undergoes a transformation. She closes her eyes, raises her face to the sky, and unexpectedly breaks through. Brilliant rays of light in a captivating purple color radiate around Lin Xiaonia. Lin Xiaonia's stunningly beautiful face, mixed with something captivating, features delicate features. She curves her brow slightly and thinks to herself, "This is fast." The countless people standing below witnessing this scene are bewildered, expressing their admiration with surprise. "Want to go there to cultivate too," one says. "Amazing," another proclaims. One person resolutely protests, "Xiao Yun couldn't have really forged the shape of the chaos body, could he?" Look, Xiao Yun sits in complete focus. Suddenly, the light around him begins to ascend towards the sky. Large lotus flowers, incredibly beautiful, exceptionally exquisite, and vibrant pink, appear along with the light. The people below exclaim, "Oh my God, it's the three flowers gathering at the top." Everyone below is stunned and instinctively takes a step back, their eyes gazing up at the sky to appreciate the beauty. They shout, "Xiao Yun has cultivated the chaos scripture to the 18th level, look." Indeed, the Supreme Elder DTN said 9 levels in a day, it's true. Truly terrifying. Suddenly, among them, a red-haired man, with a frustrated expression, his lips visibly curling in anger, thinks to himself, "How is this possible? Less than a day, the three flowers gathering at the top. Even the ancient emperors didn't have this kind of comprehension." As for Fu Lian, she now looks at the three flowers, then extends her graceful hands, gently supporting the branches of the brightly pink lotus flowers. She then sighs in disappointment, "Such a pity, young master can't use these three flowers. They can only benefit Xiaonia and Zhanwu." Fu Lian then moves her hand, using her bare hand to strike the position where Zhanwu and Xiaonia are solemnly sitting in meditation, with the three flowers floating around them. At that moment, she simultaneously causes Zhanwu and Xiaonia to break through once more. Another breakthrough. Zhanwu, with a joyful and delighted expression, laughs heartily, her eyes narrowed. Looking towards Lin Xiaonia beside her, she has a slightly different expression. Her mouth wide open as she raises her face to look straight at the sky. Looking at the image of our Chaos Holy Lord's face, filled with joy and amusement, one can easily see how excited he is. The Chaos Holy Lord says, this is benefiting others, what a lucky pair of girls. Xiao Yun, with a smug expression, has everything under his control. He thinks, as expected, breaking through to the 19th level requires 3 enlightenment uses. It seems that even with a few hundred enlightenment uses, I won't be able to forge a chaos body. Luckily, I have a system. Next, the light streams intertwine and blend together, forming a circle in the sky. The group of people standing there keep their eyes glued to the 3. Zhanwu, Xiao Yun, and Lin Xiaonia. They start discussing, the concentration of qi on top of D peak is even stronger now. Amazing. Yes, those 2 girls are profiting. I wonder if Xiao Yun can take another step forward. Fu Ling, standing behind the 2, has been diligently using her magic to transmit power to Xiaonia and Zhanwu. Such a rich concentration of qi, it can't be wasted. Loud sounds suddenly resound continuously, boom, boom. Zhanwu, with her eyes closed, smiles contentedly, thinking, amazing, I've reached the peak of the Divine Bridge realm. Xiaonia, not to be outdone, also reveals a satisfied expression, likely having the same thoughts as Zhanwu. So fast, I'm about to break through to the Divine Point realm. The sky suddenly transforms, becoming incredibly gloomy and dark. The white clouds swirl around the void, forming a circle in a clockwise direction, accompanied by countless dazzling golden-orange rays of light. Xiao Yun, now brimming with charisma and bravery, sits on a soft white cloud like cotton. The light around his body shoots into the sky, blending with the small clouds above, adding a breathtaking beauty to them. It turns out this is the 5 Qi gathering. At that moment, an elderly man with silver hair is stunned by this event and looks up, his face filled with shock. He gapes and exclaims, this is the 5 Qi gathering. He silently marvels, he has already cultivated the chaos scripture to the 27th level. Some of the people below are utterly amazed, staring with wide eyes. Some even point upwards, they buzz with excitement, 3 flowers gathering at the top, 5 Qi gathering, truly terrifying. He actually managed to achieve this within a day. If this person can't forge the chaos body, then no one else in the world can. There's only 1 level left. The red-haired man furrows his brow, grits his teeth, and thinks angrily to himself. How is this possible? On the other hand, Li Bufan has the same thoughts, mirroring the red-haired man's expression. He ponders, impossible, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. In contrast to those 2, the Chaos Holy Lord, as expected, raises his eyes, witnessing the event. The expressions on his face gradually expand, revealing a continuous smile of satisfaction. He then says, with such comprehension, our Chaos Holy Land has hoped to rise again. Fu Ling raises her hand, watching the small, glowing clouds in the sky. She thinks, another great opportunity. Xiao Yun is still sitting there, emitting increasingly powerful light from his body. Fu Ling, retracting those clouds, then uses her strength to extend her hands, transmitting them towards Zhanwu. The 7 colored luminous clouds follow the path and head towards Zhanwu. Fu Ling contemplates, Xiaonia is at the peak of the Qi gathering realm. She only needs to condense her spirit energy to enter the Divine Bridge realm. I can only give it to Zhanwu first. Zhanwu, invigorated by the power, breaks through once more at a rapid pace. The girl looks extremely joyful and excited. Her mouth stretches into a wide smile as she replies, finally, I've reached the peak of the Divine Bridge realm. Next is to break through this bottleneck. Beautiful Fu Ling, witnessing this, begins to retract the multicolored clouds. She uses her large eyes to look at her and says, it depends on your own fate now. Scene change, the Chaos Holy Lord seems to be moved. He stands proudly, spreading his arms and channeling his power. He then says, meeting each other is fate. Today, I will lend you some strength. In a short while, Zhanwu and Xiaonia receive the power bestowed by the Chaos Holy Lord. Their faces light up with joy as they raise their hands to accept. Fu Ling smiles brightly and says, great sound sacrifice, this is the holy sound. It has 1% enlightenment efficiency, another great blessing. Turning to Xiaonia, who is sitting there incredibly happy, having successfully received all of it, she replies, wow, I actually broke through to the Divine Bridge realm. Witnessing her disciples' continuous breakthroughs, Fu Ling couldn't help but respond to Xiaonia's determination. She then channels her power into her body from behind. She doesn't forget to encourage her, my good disciple, Master will help you. Xiaonia, fortunate to be sitting upright, closes her eyes and receives the surge of power. Lin Xiaonia has been promoted again. She sits there with her eyes closed, her hands clasped together in a circle at her waist. She says, this Huangwen is really incredible, she's already broken through to the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Fu Ling, from behind, continues to channel her power into Xiaonia's body. Late stage Divine Bridge Realm, Peak Divine Bridge Realm, Peak Divine Bridge Realm. Xiaonia's image appears below, comfortably enjoying the essence. The beautiful Xiaonia opens her eyes wide and looks ahead. She sighs and says, "Ah, another bottleneck. Seems like I can only go this far." Simultaneously, Zhanwu has reached the Divine Point realm. She also clasps her hands together in a circle, positioned at her waist. The purple light above her head begins to gather, swirling into a circle. Seeing Zhanwu's impressive achievement, as Zhanwu sits solemnly, Xiaonia also steps forward and puts her hand on her chest. Praising her, Tizho's senior sister, "You're incredibly powerful. You managed to enter the Divine Point realm with one action." Fu Ling strides towards them, placing her hands on her hips. Then gently reminds Xiaonia and Zhanwu, "You two are really lucky, but don't be too happy. Leveling up too quickly can be unstable. From now on, you must go to the Illusionary Demon Tower every day to train your combat experience." Hearing this, Xiaonia turns and replies, "Yes, master." Xiaonia now looks excited, her eyes narrowed. She strikes a cute and adorable pose. Her hands wrapped around her rosy cheeks. She thinks, "Divine Bridge Realm, finally I can ride a sword and fly, amazing." Xiao Yun appears with an ethereal, transcendent image. He sits in meditation, diligently cultivating, his eyes closed and peaceful. Above him are branches of lotus flowers, imbued with a pure beauty. Below him is a lake with pink and white lotus flowers blooming. Alongside them are large, round, deep green leaves and sweet lotus buds. Everyone below looks up curiously at the clear blue sky, where the red three flowers are faintly visible. They are amazed and exclaim, "Could those be the 30 great islands of the first shadow? He has forged the shape of the chaos body. Amazing." The old man with white hair witnesses this rare sight. His eyes wide open in shock. He gapes, stroking his white beard, and shouts, "Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? DTN has struck gold." Sadly, for him, his silky smooth beard is accidentally severed by his own hand. Looking down at his beloved beard, now gone, the old man with white hair panics. He exclaims, "Oh no, my precious beard, it hurts." The Chaos Holy Lord, with his resolute stance and heroic charisma, extends one hand forward, the other behind his back. He gives a direct order. The disciple of the Supreme Elder, Xiao Yun, has exceptional talent and has forged the shape of the chaos body. Immediately promote him to Holy Son. Returning to Xiao Yun, after a long struggle, he exhales, smirks to the side, his eyes filled with satisfaction, and says triumphantly, "Ah, finally broke through. This is the shape of the chaos body after all." Everything finally falls into place. The Chaos Holy Lord steps toward Xiao Yun. His hands clasped behind his back. He whispers, "Congratulations, Holy Son. I hope you will continue to strive and soon forge the chaos body, leading our chaos holy land to rise again." Hearing these words, Xiao Yun turns his face and quickly replies, "Thank you, Holy Lord, for your protection. Your disciple will definitely forge the chaos body." In a different development, Li Bufan and a red-haired man are standing together in front of Xiao Yun. Li Bufan frowns and yells, "I'm the Holy Son now, do you two have anything to say?" The red-haired man, not to be outdone, smirks and says, "Humph." The red-haired man furrows his brows, glances over, and says with a dark face, "DTN has truly found a good disciple." Suddenly, at this crucial moment, the red-haired man inexplicably flies up into the air. What the hell is going on? Returning to Xiao Yun, Li Bufan, and the Chaos Holy Lord, Xiao Yun stands defiantly, crossing his arms, and says to the Holy Lord, "Holy Lord, does this mean I can freely beat Li Bufan, as long as I don't kill him?" The Chaos Holy Lord, after listening, replies calmly, "In theory, yes." Li Bufan, seeing this, is terrified. Li Bufan's face is full of worry and fear. Sweat uncontrollably streams down his face. Xiao Yun, after hearing the Chaos Holy Lord's words, doesn't yield. He winks triumphantly, his hands clenched, and says calmly, "Li Bufan, you heard that, come on." Continuing this scene, Li Bufan, after hearing those words and seeing his actions, becomes incredibly fearful and flees. Xiao Yun, seeing Li Bufan's lack of composure, chuckles, standing with crossed arms, watching the terrified figure flee. As he watches, he cracks his knuckles, his tone bewildered. "Wow, that's fast." He stands there, looking on. Suddenly, his expression changes, his face turning serious, even a bit frightening. He purses his lips, glancing at him with hateful eyes, and says, "Humph, you think I can't fly or something? Wait until I return from the Dragonsaur realm, after increasing my cultivation. Then I'll settle the score with you." A moment later, the three beautiful girls, like fairies, descended to earth. Zhanwu, Xiaonia, and Fu Ling all run cheerfully toward Xiao Yun. Fu Ling speaks first, "Congratulations, young master." Zhan Wu, standing beside her, follows. "Congratulations, senior brother." Finally, Xiaonia, standing opposite him, says, "Senior brother, you're amazing." Xiao Yun, amidst the praise, smirks and replies, "You all have also improved a lot. Let's celebrate, let's celebrate." He then reaches out and pats the head of the petite girl standing opposite him, Xiaonia. She, with her hands clasped, happily smiles and boasts her achievements to him. "Senior brother, I'm now at the peak of the Divine Bridge realm." "I've surpassed you," Xiaoyun helplessly replies. "Then doesn't that mean you can't follow me into the Dragon Soar realm?" Fu Ling, standing nearby, chuckles and teases, "Without a stepdaughter like her, young master will be freer in the Dragon Soar realm." Xiaoyun quickly replies, "True." Without waiting long, Xiaonia suddenly lowers her head, revealing a sorrowful expression. The contrast between her current expression and her previous one is evident. It seems that Xiaonia has reached her limit and can't bear it anymore. That adorable expression appears, but mixed with it is anger and resentment. She closes her eyes, purses her lips, and yells, "You guys." Soon, she pushes her anger and resentment deep down and silently looks down at the ground. She reaches out and tightly clasps his hand, worriedly reminding him, "Senior brother, you have to be careful." Zhan Wu, picking up where Xiaonia left off, says, "I wish you victory in your first battle, senior brother Xiao." Xiao Yun, stroking Xiaonia's head with one hand and putting his arm around Zhan Wu's shoulder with the other, looks at her and says resolutely, "Don't worry, don't you trust in your senior brother's abilities?" At this moment, his master appears, an elderly man with silver hair, wearing a sophisticated pure white robe. He walks over, clasps his hands behind his back, and gently urges him, "All right, it's time to go. We can't keep delaying any longer." He obediently replies, "Yes, master." His master unexpectedly says in a serious tone, "Our Chaos Holy Land has been quiet for too long, so long that the cultivators outside have forgotten that our Chaos Holy Land is one of the 6 great holy lands." Xiao Yun, hearing his master's thoughts, agrees and becomes excited. He clenches his fist and replies excitedly, "Even more than that, this time, let your disciple tell them, our Chaos Holy Land is still the strongest holy land." His master feels reassured hearing these words from his disciple. He flies into the air. Below him is a half-sphere of shimmering blue. He then bursts into laughter, "Ha, not bad, my disciple. You forged the shape of the chaos body, your combat power has reached 800,000 Jin." Xiao Yun responds, "Yes, congratulations on your victory over the Heaven Realm powerful figure, master." He then smiles fondly at his disciple and says, "A mere, defeated, mid-stage Heaven Realm cultivator. What's so hard about defeating him? Next, you must hone your combat skills, strive to reach 1 million Jin combat power at the Dragon Soar realm, and become a chaos body as soon as possible." Xiao Yun immediately accepts the order, "Yes, master, your disciple will definitely forge the chaos body." He uses his eyes filled with passion for his mission, smiles slightly, and then silently thinks, "Dragon Soar lair, wait for me. I will definitely rise to greatness." Scene change, the twilight descends, casting a shadow over the empty sky. A soft purple hue paints the breathtaking natural landscape. In a short time, the clock hands turn. 3 days before the opening of the Dragon Soar lair. At deep peak, Xiao Yun, Xiaonia, Fu Ling, and Zhan Wu stride confidently forward. Fu Ling holds a dazzling ring, handing it to Xiao Yun. She says, "Young master, this spatial ring contains spirit beast meat, legendary flying daggers, and various spirit cores. Carry it with you." Xiao Yun, not hesitating to accept Fu Ling's kindness, replies, "Thank you." 2 figures are walking around the Dragon Soar lair. Those 2 were, in fact, the elder of the Shan Shui sect, Shan Shuizong, and his disciple, Xiao Yun. The old man turned to his disciple and instructed, "Disciple, stay here and wait for the Jinlong Chao to open. I will go and meet some old friends first." Xiao Yun stood obediently beside him, replying, "Yes, master." At that moment, a blinding light emerged. From within the light, a beautiful girl emerged, seemingly the supreme elder of the Shan Shui sect, Lu Han Yuan. She spoke, "Here we are." The cold-faced elder replied, "Yes." Xiao Yun winked suggestively, his face flushed with excitement, his thoughts swirling. Extramarital affairs, who would have thought that master's sword wouldn't be rusty? Suddenly, a soft, familiar female voice sounded. This must be senior brother Xiao. Upon hearing this, he quickly turned to see who it was. The girl was none other than Tang Yunyun, a disciple of the Shan Shui sect. The beautiful girl smiled lightly and walked slowly towards him. This seemed to be the first time Xiaoyun had met the girl, so he asked in surprise, "Excuse me, miss, what is your name? How do you know me?" She introduced herself and explained. "My name is Tang Yunyun. I am from the Shanshui sect. As for why I know you, it is because the beautiful woman who left with your master is my master." Upon hearing this, he hurriedly bowed deeply. It turns out to be senior sister Tang. "Xiao humbly greets you." She clasped her hands behind her back and replied shyly. "My master said that the Heaven's Gate Elder has taken on a very powerful disciple. Now that I have met you, it is clear that you are no ordinary person." At the same time, a terrifying voice boomed throughout the area. "This is the Ba Wang sect. All you riffraff, get out of my way." The terrifying shout made both of them jump in fright. They quickly turned to see where the noise was coming from. It turned out the shout came from the Ba Wang sect's coachman. He was brandishing a thick rope, spinning it around menacingly, while yelling arrogantly. "Anyone who dares block the Ba Wang sect's path is asking for death." Tang Yunyun's face was cold, her eyes sharp, as if filled with hatred. She walked forward and punched the horse in the head with a powerful blow, causing it to spew blood and die instantly. The coachman soared through the air, yelling in bewilderment, "Ah!" The carriage behind him also flew into the air and crashed to the ground, shattering the rocks and sending debris flying. Everything inside the carriage was tossed about. The coachman, his mouth bloodied, rushed towards the girl, furiously yelling. You dared to obstruct our Ba Wang sect's carriage? You even dared to kill our horse. Are you tired of living?" Tang Yunyun stood calmly, arms crossed, her face arrogant. She retorted with a mocking tone, "Your influence is truly great. You bump into people and act like you are in the right, so you have no fear." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the coachman. "Did we bump into her? How come I don't remember that?" Everyone quickly turned around to see a girl named Zhang Yaqin slowly approaching. She was a female disciple of the Ba Wang sect. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunyun reluctantly responded, "If my strength was not strong, I would have been hit by you by now." Zhang Yaqin frowned unhappily and stated the truth. "In that case, we never bumped into you." She said angrily, "You even killed our horse." She immediately slammed her foot to the ground, gathering momentum, preparing to attack. She lunged forward, striking Tang Yunyun's face with a powerful blow, causing it to swell up, and yelled, "You stinking harlot, you deserve this." After being slapped painfully in the face, Tang Yunyun clutched her cheek and mumbled, "You." Zhang Yaqin sneered and said arrogantly, "You don't act like you weren't hit, even if our Ba Wang sect bumped into you, so what?" Tang Yunyun ran and hid behind Xiaoyun. He frowned and reprimanded Zhang Yaqin, trying to defend her. "Arrogant Ba Wang sect, slap yourself and apologize to her. Or don't blame me for being rude. You dare to bully my future mother-in-law's disciple." The woman pointed at his face with disdain and yelled abusively, "Who do you think you are? Daring to speak to me like that?" Zhang Yaqin lunged toward Xiaoyun, raising her hand as if to strike, and warned, "Want to slap me? Then I'll slap your mouth to pieces first." Although the woman's hand was inches from his face, Xiaoyun closed his eyes and calmly said, "Originally, I didn't want to hit a woman. But who would have thought you have a heart as cruel as a viper? You brought this upon yourself." Zhang Yakin's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed that a hand was swiftly moving around her, and it appeared to be attacking her neck. Suddenly, she screamed in terror, "Ah!" It turned out that Xiaoyun was gripping the woman's hand with one hand while violently choking her with the other. The onlookers were amazed at the scene of Xiaoyun subduing Zhang Yakin. This guy is so powerful, he actually subdued Zhang Yakin with one move. That's right. Zhang Yakin is already considered the top fighter, right? Yes, now we're going to see some good stuff. Her brother, Zhang Feiyun, is a 5 elements divine body. Even though she was being held captive by Xiaoyun, she still stubbornly tried to speak, and she refused to give up her arrogant demeanor. "Quickly let me go, my brother is Zhang Feiyun. If you dare to touch me, he won't spare you." He remained steadfast, holding her tightly, showing no fear. He replied decisively, "Sorry, I don't know any Zhang Feiyun. I said I would slap your mouth, and I will. If you don't do it yourself, then I will help you." At the same time, a voice sounded, stopping Xiaoyun's attack, "Stop. You cannot hurt her." That voice belonged to the saintess of the Sunu sect, Mu Tianshui. Everyone in the area was amazed to see her appear. "It's Mu Tianshui. This is the most beautiful woman among our young generation. She possesses the peerless mystical ice body. I heard she has a marriage agreement with the space-time divine body of the Taishan sacred land." "Interesting." Xiaoyun turned to her, his face dazed and confused. He asked reluctantly, why? Mu Tianxue smiled lightly, her small, beautiful face. She said gently, just give me face. What do you say? Xiaoyun looked directly into her eyes and asked coldly, I don't know you either. Why should I give you face? She seemed to be embarrassed and couldn't respond. The onlookers heard this and burst into laughter, praising him. This guy is impressive. He dares to be disrespectful to Mu Tianxue. This is the first time I've seen someone talk to Mu Tianxue like that. I bet he's trying to get her attention. Without hesitation, he immediately slapped Zhang Yaqin hard in the face, causing her to become disoriented and stunned. His sudden action startled everyone. Many people exclaimed in unison, he really hit her. His forceful slap caused Zhang Yaqin to cough up blood. Her cheek was clearly imprinted with the shape of his hand, and it seemed to be turning red and purple. Then, Xiaoyun crossed his arms and turned his head to the side. He warned coldly, Scram, don't be so arrogant next time. Zhang Yaqin raised her hand to gently rub her wound, her tear-filled eyes sparkling. She replied tremblingly, you wait for me. I swear, I will definitely have my brother cut you into 100 pieces. She then covered her face and ran away. Xiaoyun introduced himself to provoke her. Okay, I'll wait for him. Remember, my name is Xiaoyun. Don't get me confused with someone else. Mu Tianxue, standing beside him, witnessed the entire incident and frowned. She took a deep breath and sighed heavily, her face tense, and shook her head, saying, you shouldn't have done that. I really wanted to save you. Unfortunately, this is your fate. Humph. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, so it turns out that Immortal Mu wanted to resolve the conflict. No wonder people call Immortal Mu a reincarnated bodhisattva. Truly compassionate and merciful. Xiaoyun blinked with annoyance, based on what you're saying, if your friend is attacked, they can't fight back. They can only endure? Where does this saintly mother come from? Mu Tianxue closed her eyes and gave some sincere advice based on her own life experiences. Perhaps you are unwilling to accept it, but sometimes, taking a step back can open up vast horizons. He frowned and remained firm in his position. He reluctantly replied, sorry, I am not the kind of person who likes to back down. She heard Xiaoyun's arrogance and immediately yelled, ignorant fool. You have no strength yet you want to fool the world. You are only bringing shame upon yourself. He stood beside her, sneered, and retorted, how do you know I have no strength? Mu Tianxue looked him up and down, then shook her head coldly, humph, among the talented individuals with special physiques. I have never heard of the name Xiaoyun. You must be an unknown nobody. He said mockingly, that's just because your knowledge is too shallow. Tang Yunyun raised her hand to cover her mouth and whispered close to his ear, senior brother, I'm sorry. I got you into trouble. She looked worried, but he was completely the opposite. Xiaoyun said calmly, you did nothing wrong. Why would you say that you got me into trouble? Suddenly, a cold male voice sounded, she did nothing wrong, but what about you? That voice belonged to Zhang Yunfei. He and Zhang Yakin strode toward Xiaoyun, determined to punish him for the recent incident. The onlookers saw him approaching with a ferocious expression and worried for Xiaoyun. Zhang Yunfei is here. Zhang Yunfei possesses the 5 elements divine body. I heard his strength is comparable to the holy son of the sacred land. This little guy named Xiaoyun is doomed. Zhang Feiyun walked forward confidently. Yakin, stay back. Leave this to your brother. She angrily yelled as if commanding her brother. Brother, kill him. He coldly comforted her, don't worry. Then he turned and yelled at Xiaoyun. Intending to intimidate him. Are you regretting this now? Xiaoyun looked at Zhang Feiyun's expression and dismissively said, this is Zhang Feiyun, the 5 elements divine body. I've never heard of him. He seems quite ordinary. Everyone was stunned and speechless. They were all worried for him and exclaimed, oh my god, this guy is too arrogant. He calls Zhang Feiyun ordinary? Does he think he's the space-time divine body of the Taishan sacred land? I have never seen anyone so ignorant and arrogant. He resolutely charged toward Xiaoyun. His entire body emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the sky. He yelled to show his ferocity, never heard of me, huh? From this day forward, you will forever remember me. But Xiaoyun raised his hand to block him and casually replied with mockery, stop. I only have beautiful women on my mind. I'm not interested in men. Don't be so delusional. Zhang Yunfei, hearing his nonsense, became enraged. He yelled furiously, venting his anger, damn. Delusional? I just want to teach you a lesson, to make you remember forever. Who would be interested in you? As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and charged toward Xiaoyun like a high-speed missile, yelling with hatred, "I hate people who have silver tongues. Die!" Xiaoyun quickly raised his hand to block his punch, their palms colliding with a terrifying sound. Zhang Feiyun's body emitted a blinding green light, and Xiaoyun was no less impressive. He also emitted a similar powerful light, but his was a deep blue. Zhang Feiyun was startled by Xiaoyun's rare, peculiar strength, and he stammered, "Humph," he was able to block it. Xiaoyun continuously unleashed powerful palm strikes towards Zhang Yunfei, who hurriedly moved his body to dodge the attacks. He complained, again. But Zhang Yunfei was no slouch. He dodged and attacked Xiaoyun continuously. Xiaoyun easily shattered Zhang Yunfei's palm strikes without complaint. Then, they both launched a decisive attack, creating a blinding light that illuminated the sky accompanied by a terrifyingly resounding sound. The onlookers watched the entire fight and exclaimed, "Xiaoyun can actually withstand all of Zhang Yunfei's attacks. Oh my god, this is impossible. Who is he?" Zhang Yakan exclaimed in alarm. "How is this possible? Brother can't do anything to Xiaoyun." Tang Yunyun, her face stunned, said, "Who is he? Among the great sacred lands, there is no one like him." After the previous palm strike, they were both sent flying, but neither one was injured. Seeing Xiaoyun standing still as if unmoving, Zhang Yunfei provocatively asked, "What? Are you scared?" He concentrated, gathering his strength, and threatened, "I don't want to use this move here. I don't believe you can withstand it." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yunfei unleashed a powerful punch that resonated throughout the area, the Five Elements Divine Fist. The onlookers were astonished to see him unleash his ultimate move. This is the Five Elements Divine Fist. I heard it is a terrifying combat skill that combines the 5 top-level combat skills. The Five Elements Divine Fist combined with the 5 Elements Divine Body is truly a defying heaven. Let's see how Xiaoyun blocks this. But Xiaoyun was no less impressive. He unleashed a mysterious move and roared with fierce momentum, 9 Transformations Phantom Fist. Once again, the two clashed violently. Their conflicting powerful beams of light collided. This time, it was Zhang Yunfei who was on the losing end. He was sent flying far away, rocks and debris scattering everywhere. Xiaoyun stood tall, radiating the aura of a victor. Everyone around them gasped in astonishment. The 5 Elements Divine Fist was pushed back? This guy is terrifying. Who is he? How is he so strong? This guy definitely isn't an unknown nobody. After being thrown back, Zhang Yunfei furiously yelled. His eyes burning with hatred, "I don't believe I can't defeat you. 5 Elements Domain, open for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a move he thought Xiaoyun would be unable to withstand, the 5 Elements Divine Realm. It was the first time Xiaoyun had ever heard of this attack. He wondered to himself, what is this? Xiaoyun seemed to sense something unusual in his body. He grimaced, "He can actually make my body feel pressure and my movements slow down." Everyone around them quickly started chattering amongst themselves. Legend has it that those with the 5 Elements Divine Body are born with a 5 Elements Domain, which can suppress their opponents. However, his domain seems to be in its initial form. Amazing, this is something only those who have achieved the Divine Spirit Realm can forge. The initial form is quite powerful. Zhang Yakan laughed arrogantly, "My brother's 5 Elements Domain is out. Except for the peerless mystical beings of the 6 great sacred lands, no one can withstand him." Zhang Yunfei soared through the air, unleashing a palm strike, and arrogantly shouted, "You can see that I am using the 5 Elements Domain. Today, consider yourself famous." Zhang Yunfei launched his attack, a colossal, mighty fist aimed directly at Xiaoyun. But Xiaoyun remained calm and defended himself. He transformed into a massive bell that enveloped him, successfully blocking Yunfei's attack. Surprised that his attack was blocked, Yunfei couldn't believe it. This is impossible. Mu Tianshui, witnessing this from outside, was also incredibly surprised. This is the Golden Bell Transmutation. It is a great divine art of the Chaos Sacred Land. So he is from the Chaos Sacred Land. But the other onlookers were all amazed and discussing amongst themselves. It has been years since we've seen a disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land. Now one has arrived. Some people scoffed, "Humph, they're ranked last among the 6 great sacred lands. What's the big deal?" Others agreed, "That's right. I heard they are about to be surpassed by the holy sects outside of the sacred land." Actually, no, the Holy King sect has a divine king body. They have caught up to the spacetime divine body of the Taisu. They've surpassed the Chaos Sacred Land. Hearing their discussion about him, Xiaoyun sat up with interest. So it seems that the Chaos Sacred Land is being looked down upon. Then let me, Xiao Yun, create another heaven and earth. He then assumed a fighting stance. Xiao Yun then clenched his fist, unleashing a move similar to Yunfei's earlier attack. His fist transformed into a form of primal energy, gradually expanding. The fist slammed towards Yunfei. He could clearly feel the killing intent aimed at him. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of his eyes. This is impossible. Bang! A heaven-shaking fist slammed into the ground, causing a massive explosion that sent Yunfei flying. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, and a large chunk of the ground was missing. Although he wasn't directly hit, the flying debris indirectly injured Yunfei. He coughed up blood, still unable to believe what was happening. Even though the Chaos Sacred Land is declining, they aren't something that our minor sects can compare to, are they? The disciples watched in amazement as Yunfei's body was sent flying. Zhang Yakin ran over in a panic, calling out, "Big brother!" Even Tian Shui was incredibly surprised by Xiao Yun's extraordinary ability. His strength is too powerful. He's likely surpassed the 5 Forbidden Realms. Yun Yun happily ran towards him, praising him, "Wow! Senior brother Xiao, you're so strong. Master was right about you." Xiao Yun felt proud upon hearing this. It's just Zhang Yunfei. He's not worth mentioning. He looked at Tian Shui proudly and said, "I've disappointed you. It seems that it's not me who should be regretting, but Zhang Yunfei." Tian Shui had no choice but to accept his ability. She said unhappily, "I admit that your strength is very powerful. I underestimated you. But many disciples from the Chaos Sacred Land died in the Zhenlong Chao. I hope you'll take care of yourself." Xiao Yun heard this and sincerely advised her, arms crossed. "I know you have a marriage agreement with the spacetime divine body of the Taisu. However, I advise you to break off the engagement as soon as possible. Or you will become a widow." Enraged by Xiao Yun's words, Tian Shui ignored him. She replied, arrogant. "You will regret this." Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Young man, I have high hopes for you." Hearing the mysterious voice, Xiao Yun and Yun Yun were curious where it was coming from. They looked around. Finally, Xiao Yun spotted the person. He asked Yun Yun, "Hey, where did that come from?" Such an illusionary voice. From the sky, a massive man landed directly on the ground, causing the surrounding earth to crack. It was Zhao Wuji, from the Huangjiu Sacred Land. He looked up and said to Xiao Yun, "I was observing your battle from the sky. You're quite good. Follow me. Become the #1 battle general under me. Follow me to sweep across the 8 wildernesses and dominate the world." The onlookers were all astonished by Zhao Wuji's recruitment. There were whispers and discussions all around. It's the Holy Sun. Zhao Wuji, from the Huangjiu Sacred Land. No wonder he is so powerful. He is someone who can prove himself to be a Tao-achieving great emperor. But recruiting a disciple from another sacred land as his follower is quite arrogant. Xiao Yun showed annoyance. Zhao Wuji's invitation to him was nothing more than an insult. He asked him, "Who are you? What are you, daring to recruit me?" Zhao Wuji was a little flustered when he was disrespected by the other party. The disciple standing outside spoke up to advise him, "Young man, it's not good to offend Zhao Wuji." One person bragged, "That's right. My brother is the Huangjiu divine body. To be able to follow him is a blessing 8 lifetimes in the making." "I also want to follow him," said another, "but I guess he doesn't want me." Hearing others praise him, Zhao Wuji's head lifted slightly. He pointed to himself and introduced himself, "My name is Zhao Wuji. I possess the Huangjiu divine body. I am the holy son of the Huangjiu Sacred Land. The Chaos Sacred Land has declined so much. Following me wouldn't disgrace your status." Zhao Wuji's words fell on deaf ears as far as Xiao Yun was concerned. He picked his nose nonchalantly, "I've never heard of you. Besides, the Huangjiu divine body isn't anything special. Suppressing all of you with one hand is enough." The more Xiao Yun spoke, the more restless the disciples outside became. One felt extremely worried for him, having offended Zhao Wuji. Others were incredibly annoyed. "Oh my god, this guy dares to talk back to Zhao Wuji? Doesn't he want to live anymore? That's right, he's one of the 10 great supreme bodies. Isn't he afraid of being killed by Zhao Wuji? I'm willing to bet that he won't survive 10 breaths." Receiving Xiao Yun's incredibly nonchalant response, Zhao Wuji felt excited and laughed loudly. He praised him, "Good, the more stubborn and unruly you are, the more I like you. This clearly shows that you have great potential. You can definitely become the #1 battle general under me. Being called someone's follower again, Xiaoyun glanced at him with 3 parts disdain and 7 parts amusement, wondering if this guy's brain was damaged. Zhao Wuji didn't give up, as he had realized the other's talent. He walked over and put his arm around Xiaoyun's shoulder in a very friendly way, continuing to persuade him. Think about it. The saying goes, when one person achieves the Tao, their dogs and chickens ascend to heaven. Follow me, and you won't be treated badly. Xiaoyun still had no intention of agreeing. Suddenly, a ting sound appeared on the system screen. Seeing the system, Xiaoyun felt excited. Finally, a new quest has arrived. New quest. Defeat a talented individual with a special physique. Reward. 3 times enlightenment. Kill a talented individual with a special physique. Reward. 10 times enlightenment. Recruit a talented individual with a special physique. Reward. 20 times enlightenment. Like a kite encountering a wind, Xiaoyun was still short 84 times enlightenment. He was feeling down about this. Now, with the new quest, Xiaoyun felt extremely happy. Seeing Xiaoyun smiling happily, Zhao Wuji turned and left, but not before saying, "You're so happy, you must have agreed then." He also warned him, "So if you encounter any danger in the Jinlong Chao, just call my name." Xiaoyun was stunned. Wait, he didn't even give him a chance to respond before flying off. Xiaoyun pouted in anger, "That idiot. I swear, when I enter the Jinlong Chao, I will make that bastard cry and beg to become my follower." Yun, observing from the outside, ran over. She asked, "Senior brother Xiao, do you really want to follow that Huangjiu divine body?" Hearing his junior sister, Xiaoyun found it a little funny. He said to her, "Follow him? No way, I want to recruit him and make him my follower." Xiaoyun's words made Yun a little confused. She thought, "Senior brother Xiao, you really have some strange ideas." Then, she pointed to the crowd of participants and said to Xiaoyun, "Senior brother, I'll introduce you to the experts who are participating in the Jinlong Chao this time." Xiaoyun and Xing Yun turned to each other. He said enthusiastically, "Okay, I want to learn more about the special physiques of the great sacred lands." Xing Yun smiled and replied with a soft hum. 2 handsome young men appeared. Xing Yun introduced them. Those 2 young men standing beside each other are Lu Nanshan from the Tian Sacred Land and Yi Wuchen from the Tianjin Sacred Land. They are a natural sword body and a natural blade body, respectively. The one in black is the Tian Dao Sacred Land's natural blade body, Lu Nanshan, and the one in white is the Tianjin Sacred Land's natural sword body, Yi Wuchen. A woman in yellow robes was floating in the air, hands clasped behind her back, smiling. She continued, "The one in the air is the supreme body of the Shangwang sect, the divine king body, Zhang Haoran. Shangwang sect, divine king body, Zhang Haoran." Another figure had purple hair and a muscular physique. She introduced him. "The one in the black gold battle armor is the supreme body of the Batian Sacred Land, the spear godly sovereign body, Wu Gang. He is the sworn enemy of the Huangjiu Sacred Land's Zhao Wuji. Batian Sacred Land, spear godly sovereign body, Wu Gang." Zhao Wuji and Wu Gang stood facing each other. Zhao Wuji declared boldly, "This is what I wanted to say. Wu Gang, this is your last moment." Wu Gang wasn't to be outdone. "Zhao Wuji, this time in the Jinlong Chao, I will definitely chop you to pieces." Around the 2 of them were streams of golden light. They possessed opposing sources of power. Shang Yun still wasn't finished. Finally, the Taisu Sacred Land, their holy son, Li Changdi, is the spacetime divine body. Sadly, he hasn't arrived yet. Xiaoyun looked up. "No, he's here." The crowd was very large. Someone yelled, "Look, the spacetime divine body of the Taisu Sacred Land is here." Someone else spotted him. "It's Li Changdi. He looks awesome." Someone else was delighted. "Finally, I've met a supreme body." Golden light enveloped the sky. Within the golden light, a blue circle appeared. A figure dressed in white flew out of it. It was the Taisu Sacred Land spacetime divine body, Li Changdi. The girls present were mesmerized by him. The crowd was noisy. "I want to marry Li Changdi." Someone shouted. Someone else mocked, "You're dreaming. He already has Mu Tianshui as his lover." Someone else said, "Zhao Wuji, Wu Gang. Zhang Haoran would be fine too." Another voice chimed in, "Of course they would be, but they need to choose you first." Someone else in the crowd exclaimed, "For supreme bodies have appeared simultaneously. This is truly a once in 10,000 years event." Xing Yun turned to look at Xiaoyun and advised, "Senior brother Xiao, this Li Changdi is very powerful. If you encounter him in the Jinlong Chao, you must be extremely careful." Xiao Yun smiled, reassuring Qing Yun, don't worry, I will definitely be invincible in the world. He still looked up, a faint smile on his face. Qing Yun's face flushed with pink. She thought about him, even though I know it's impossible, senior brother Xiao is so cool right now. A blue dragon soared through the sky. Below the dragon was a bright red circle, glowing and radiating rays of light around it. Everyone below looked up. They continued to discuss. It seems that the Jinlong Chao is about to open. Someone laughed heartily. Finally, the treasure hunt is about to begin. A once-in-a-100-year great opportunity. I absolutely cannot return empty-handed. Xiao Yun thought to himself. This dragon's aura is terrifying. Even a saint would crumble under one direct roar. Truly, it's a place with a great opportunity. The circle opened, revealing a different world. Zhao Wuji, Wu Gang, Yi Wuchen, Qing Yun, Xiao Yun, Lu Nanshan, and Zhang Haoren all spoke in unison. Finally, the Jinlong Chao has opened. Surrounding Li Chengdi were rays of blazing red light. Li Chengdi soared through the sky. Xiao Yun saw this and his expression became serious. He thought to himself, it's true, it's really fast. Everyone quickly flew up. Someone shouted, let's go. Xiao Yun also prepared to leave. He said to Qing Yun beside him, let's go. Junior sister Qing Yun. I'll take you on a tour of the Jinlong Chao. Qing Yun, hearing this, looked at him and replied softly, okay. Golden currents of electricity in the sky swirled into a spiral and everyone flew up in a steady stream. Qing Yun exclaimed, wow, the Jinlong Chao is so big. Xiao Yun pointed towards it, smiling and agreeing, that's right. Let's go over there. They then entered a cave with a flash of golden light at the end. The person in red clothing clasped his hands behind his back. It was Chu Feiyu, the second level of the Taisa's profound body realm. Ji Long, standing behind him, spoke, senior brother Chu, Xiao Yun's group went over there. Chu Feiyu became angry. Chase after them. Ji Long replied, yes. The two of them then flew off. Ji Long turned and reported, senior brother Chu, that Xiao Yun seems to be even stronger. I think he defeated Zhang Yunfei. Chu Feiyu didn't look at Ji Long. He replied disdainfully. What's Zhang Yunfei? He's not someone from the sacred land. Even though he has a divine body, he hasn't fully developed it. Ji Long flattered him, that's right, senior brother Chu is a longevity body. Killing Zhang Yunfei would be as easy as killing a dog. Chu Feiyu laughed, we've caught up, everyone, get ready. Chu Feiyu had caught up. He stood behind Xiao Yun and said proudly, Xiao Yun, today is your day of death. Xiao Yun and Qing Yun heard this and turned their heads to look behind them. Tan Yun hesitated, senior brother Xiao Yun didn't reply to her. He turned to the Jade Dragon Clan with a provocative tone, Jade Dragon Clan. Long time no see. What brings a defeated subordinate like you here? Jade Dragon Clan angrily pointed at him, Xiao Yun, I'm not your match, but our Taishu Holy Land has countless heroes. There are those who can kill you. Xiao Yun was curious, who is it? Is it that temporal spatial entity? Bring him out, I'll kill him right now. Chu Feiyu scoffed, do we need a genius from Taishu to kill you? I, Chu Feiyu, am enough. Xiao Yun smirked, even a fish dares to be insolent in front of me. Come here, I'll chop you up and make fish soup. Jade Dragon Clan spoke from the side, youngster, you're really arrogant. Someone behind him chimed in, you want to die? How dare you talk to senior brother Chu like that? Chu Feiyu was arrogant, looking for death. A figure stepped forward, addressing Chu Feiyu, you don't need a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Senior brother Chu, no need for you to do it, I'll take care of him. Chu Feiyu said, alright. Xiao Yun and Tan Yun stood still. The figure drew his sword and charged forward, introducing himself, youngster, I'm ranked 8th on Taishu Holy Land's body refining realm list, but it's enough to sweep through your Dunqingdi, Chaos Holy Land. Someone blocked the figure's sword with 2 fingers. It was Xiao Yun. He maintained his grip on the sword, scornful, a mere 4 restricted field, you want to kill me? Who gave you that confidence? Xiao Yun raised his fist, power coalescing into it. Xiao Yun punched the figure directly. He couldn't dodge and was hit squarely. His arms rose high, and his legs spread out to the sides. The figure was blasted to the ground by Xiao Yun's fist. The terrifying force of the punch created white streaks. The figures nearby, seeing this, retreated. The figure's brothers discussed excitedly, how is this possible? Jade Dragon Clan, your information was wrong. Jade Dragon Clan now hesitated, I didn't expect this to happen. Chu Feiyu stepped forward, raising his hand to signal a stop. He told the others behind him, all of you, retreat. This person isn't someone you can fight. Chu Feiyu pointed at Xiao Yun. Out of respect for being fellow disciples of Holy Lands, I'll give you a chance to say your last words before killing you. Xiao Yun beckoned provocatively, why so much talk? Come here and accept your death. Red light flickered around Chu Feiyu. He lowered his head slightly, looking at Xiao Yun with anger, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. The sky, once blue and sunny, suddenly had something flash past. Chu Feiyu extended his hand, launching the Slaughter Infinite technique. Chu Feiyu created a gigantic hand, surrounded by a blazing red fire. Xiao Yun didn't react, remaining still. His entire body was surrounded by a white gold light. Xiao Yun didn't back down, launching his own technique. His move was the 9 Transformations Evolving Fist, a large yellow fist carrying streaks of lightning. The large fist flew toward Chu Feiyu. Chu Feiyu didn't retaliate and was blasted into the air by the fist. Chu Feiyu slammed into a large tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked utterly pathetic. The surrounding people murmured in disbelief. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Someone thought, senior brother Chu's strength isn't stronger than him? He's a Zhongxingti, everlasting body. A member of the Tai Su Holy Land said, things will get troublesome next. Fu Diatong was surprised, Xiao Yun, how can he be so strong? Xiao Yun laughed terrifyingly, everlasting body, huh? Just so. I'm in a hurry, so all of you, come and die. Chu Feiyu had gotten up by now and raised his fist with determination, everyone, charge. Encircle this guy and kill him. Chu Feiyu's group obeyed his orders. Surrounding Xiao Yun and shouting, kill. Charge. Don't be afraid, he's alone. Xiao Yun stood in the middle of the crowd, a golden light surrounding him, forming a large circle. On the other side, 2 girls, Tan Yunyun and Fu Diatong, were also engaged in a fierce battle. Tan Yunyun exclaimed, people from the Tai Su Holy Land, you bully the weak. It's so hateful. Fu Diatong judged, a mere body refining realm, you dare to come looking for death? Tan Yunyun attacked, but Fu Diatong leaned to the left and dodged her sword. Tan Yunyun's mouth gaped open in shock, oh no, these people are too strong. A sword strike flew towards Fu Diatong, striking her neck. Blood splattered out, Fu Diatong's eyes widened, her mouth agape. The sword fell from her hand, but it wasn't Tan Yunyun's technique. Tan Yunyun was standing there, observing Fu Diatong. Fu Diatong fell face first, her sword also plunging into the ground. Tan Yunyun quickly dodged out of the way. Jade Dragon Clan saw Fu Diatong's state and yelled, Junior Sister Fu. Someone nearby reminded him, don't worry about that woman, encircle Xiao Yun first. The group charged towards Xiao Yun at the same time. He shouted, a bunch of trash, come on. 3 figures with swords stood in front of Xiao Yun. One of them was kicked in the face by Xiao Yun. He raised both hands, using one foot to land on the figure's face. This kick was incredibly powerful. Xiao Yun swung his arm and punched the figure on his right. Meanwhile, Jade Dragon Clan used his Li Longtong Zhengshu, Thunder Dragon shared burial technique. Behind him, flames blazed. Around him, red lightning crackled. He wanted to avenge the beautiful woman, Xiao Yun, go and join Junior Sister Fu in death. Xiao Yun walked towards Jade Dragon Clan, raising his hand to gather power. Your courage is commendable, but you're still too weak in the end. Xiao Yun unleashed his palm strike against Jade Dragon Clan. He was hit and forced to retreat. Chu Feiyu's junior brother's face turned purple. He shouted, Xiao Yun, you're so cruel. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's face became extremely angry. He launched his Shinfeng Biu, body wind step technique. Cruel? In the past, your Taisu killed all the disciples of the Han Dunxingda, Chaos Holy Land. Why didn't you call that cruel? Today, I, Xiao Yun, must avenge them. Streams of purple-red light struck the figure. Yellow spirals surrounded the 2 of them. The figure fell onto a rock, shattering it. Shards flew everywhere. After landing his strike, Xiao Yun didn't bother with the figure. He turned to another direction and asked, anyone else? The figure's appearance was terrible. His face was scratched in several places, his mouth agape, his eyes wide open. It was extremely pathetic. The others were terrified. Sweat poured from them, their eyes bulging, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Then they quickly fled, saying confidently as they ran, let's go, senior brother Li Chengdi will arrive soon to kill him. Xiao Yun looked in that direction and laughed maliciously. In his hand, he held 4 small knives. Go, sweet dream. The 4 knives, which had initially been few, multiplied. Xiao Yun threw them towards those who were trying to escape. The knives instantly transformed into yellow staffs that pierced through the bodies of those figures. They fell one after another. No one was left alive. They lay scattered on the ground. A system notification popped up. Congratulations on killing 6 special physical talents, gaining 60 enlightenment points. He secretly rejoiced, 60 points at once, so exhilarating. Tan Yun ran over and said with admiration, "Senior brother Xiao, you are so powerful." He smiled modestly, waving his hand, "It's nothing, nothing." Xiao Yun and Tan Yun continued walking side by side, entering the forest. "Let's start looking for treasures." Now, both Tan Yun and Xiao Yun stood in front of a gigantic ancient tree. Tan Yun pointed upwards and said, "Senior brother Xiao, look. 10,000-year Jew fruit." Xiao Yun replied, "Yes, extremely rare. However, according to Master, there should be many treasures of this level in the dragon's lair." Tan Yun urged, "Let's pick it and continue on." It got to work, but Tan Yun quickly encountered difficulties as the 10,000-year ginseng wanted to play with her. Its mouth grinned as it fled, chased by Tan Yun. Tan Yun pleaded, 10,000-year ginseng, don't run." Xiao Yun knelt down on one leg, trying to pull something up from the ground, sighing, "It's the ancient spirit grass of 9 intelligences again." Suddenly, something emitted a glow. Tan Yun quickly called out, "Senior brother Xiao, come here. Is this the legendary 9-leaf heavenly spirit mushroom?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun asked in astonishment, Is it really?" The source of the light in the forest was the 9-leaf heavenly spirit mushroom. Xiao Yun crossed his arms and watched, casually making a judgment, "Judging by the leaves, it'll mature very quickly." Tan Yun hinted, "Senior brother Xiao, you're already very strong, and if you cultivate the 9-leaf heavenly spirit mushroom, you'll definitely be even stronger." Xiao Yun turned back and said to Tan Yun with gratitude, "Junior sister, you truly bring me good fortune to be able to discover such a treasure. Go rest first, I'll guard it here. It'll mature eventually." Tan Yun agreed, replying with a yes. An hour later, Xiao Yun sensed spiritual energy. He said, "Someone's coming." Sure enough, the person quickly appeared. Lu Nanshan, carrying the large Tao behind him, strode forward confidently. My great fortune has arrived. It's the 9-leaf heavenly spirit mushroom. Yi Wuchen won't be my match anymore." He confidently walked forward, naturally assuming ownership of the 9-leaf heavenly spirit mushroom. He said, dismissively, "Scram. In recognition of you guarding the 9-leaf heavenly spirit mushroom, I won't kill you." Xiao Yun remained calm. He drew his Tao and said with a mocking tone, "Born with Tao body, Come here. Let's see whose Tao is sharper, yours or mine." Lu Nanshan scoffed. "You dare to play with Tao in front of me, the one born with Tao body? I must say, you're truly beyond help." His heavenly years on iron Tao weighed 100,000 caddies, not inferior to his previous threat. Xiao Yun countered, "The one born with Tao body. The first soul to perish under my Tao, wouldn't be considered a stain on this Tao." Lu Nanshan held the Tao tightly and retorted, "Who can mobilize 100,000 caddies of combat power? You think I'm an idiot? You think you can scare me away just with your boasts, don't you?" As he spoke, he used his technique, emitting a golden aura like a protective shield. Lu Nanshan confidently stated, "Since you're seeking death, I'll grant you your wish." Xiao Yun didn't yield. He swung his Tao, instantly surrounding himself with a black aura. His expression was icy, and he sneered, "Not bad for being born with Tao body. This Tao has already sealed off all your escape routes. But sadly, you know nothing about power." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun pointed the tip of his Tao towards the sky. The black aura quickly formed a massive Tao based on Xiao Yun's original Tao. Xiao Yun quickly swung his Tao downwards towards Lu Nanshan. Lu Nanshan was caught off guard and could only raise his Tao to block it. He thought in fear, "What?" The terrifying strength sent Lu Nanshan flying effortlessly with a single strike. Tan Yun witnessed it and smiled in praise. Senior brother Xiao is too powerful. A single strike sent the one born with Tao body, Lu Nanshan, flying. After cultivating the 9-leaf heavenly spirit mushroom, perhaps you could kill the temporal spatial entity. Lu Nanshan, who had been sent flying, was trying to get up. He coughed up a considerable amount of blood and said in fear, "Your Tao actually weighs 100,000 caddies. Who are you?" Xiao Yun grinned confidently. His Tao held out in front of him. Seeing Lu Nanshan's intentions, he scoffed, "You're starting to talk now, are you? You're trying to stall for time to heal? Even if you're healed, I can still kill you." But I'm not that foolish. Xiaoyun decisively confirmed, while you're injured, I'll take your life. Rest in peace. He then extended his hand and used the high 10,000 swords return to the sea technique, launching X-shaped slashes towards Lu Nanshan after swinging his arm. Lu Nanshan wiped the blood from his mouth and then cursed. Damn, this guy is so cunning. He saw through my plan. But you think the one born with Tao body only knows how to slash people? He then forcefully stood up, announcing his technique, Love Down 9 Manifest. Flames immediately engulfed his Tao. Lu Nanshan boastfully challenged, this was a surprise I prepared for the one born with sword body, Yi Wuqian. You're just the beneficiary. Both forces clashed like ferocious tigers, neither giving in, creating a perfect balance. Xiaoyun furrowed his brow and exclaimed, the one born with Tao body, you truly have skills. Lu Nanshan used the Rendao He, human Tao integration technique. The flames behind him were like powerful guards, ready to charge at any moment he desired. Lu Nanshan pointed his Tao at Xiaoyun and said, you'll die under my strongest strike. This was meant for Yi Wuqian. He then swung his Tao upwards, creating a beautiful arc in the sky. Xiaoyun observed calmly and then said helplessly with a sarcastic tone, truly, one cannot underestimate the heroes of the world. Out of respect, it seems I must use my strongest technique to kill you. Xiaoyun immediately launched his technique. The wind blew his robes, and light from the nine-leaf heavenly spirit mushroom empowered Xiaoyun. Lu Nanshan was stunned, bewildered. He stared in awe and exclaimed, this is the form of a Han Dun Ti, Chaos Body. You're from the Chaos Holy Land. The golden bell shield appeared, illuminating the entire area, protecting Xiaoyun's body. Lu Nanshan, driven by a thirst for victory, charged forward and slashed his Tao downwards, shattering the golden bell shield. He commanded, break for me. The golden bell shield shattered instantly under Lu Nanshan's powerful strike. He smiled triumphantly, finally broken. His triumph was short-lived, as Lu Nanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. He wondered, what's this? Suddenly, a beam of light shot out, striking Lu Nanshan and sending him flying backward while also causing him to spit out blood. He fell to the ground, still holding his sword. It turned out that the shattered golden bell shield carried with it a terrifying power. Xiaoyun smiled and thought to himself, what a spectacular strike. It's much stronger than Zhang Yunfei and Xiu Feiyu. Lu Nanshan used his sword to try and stop the unleashed power. He lowered his center of gravity, his face resolute. The terrifying power, having been separated, sent Lu Nanshan flying a great distance before he slammed into a tree, spitting out blood. When he came to his senses, he pleaded for his life, spare my life. I'll help you against Li Qingdi. He added, Li Qingdi is extremely powerful. His attacks can't be blocked. Xiaoyun's expression turned serious, it's useless to keep you around. As he spoke, he prepared to attack. The figure's face was filled with terror, and he stammered, you madman, my grandfather. Before he could finish, Xiaoyun struck him with a sword, splitting the large tree behind him in two. Blood splattered everywhere. Despite Tan Yunyun's attempts to stop him, Senior Brother Xiao, don't. Tan Yunyun, standing beside him, looked worried, Senior Brother, I think you're about to encounter big trouble. Xiaoyun replied, what trouble? And then he sat down to check if the figure was dead. The system suddenly announced. Congratulations on killing a special physical talent, reward 10 enlightenment points. Tan Yunyun, standing beside him, said, Lu Nanshan's grandfather is the heavenly Tao Holy Body. He's about to become a saint. Once he becomes a saint, he'll be the new Holy Master of the heavenly Tao Holy Land. Xiaoyun said, I actually heard Master mention him. I've dug his grave beforehand. Hopefully, his body won't have any treasures that can transmit news of his death. Finally, the nine-leaf heavenly spirit mushroom had matured, emitting a dazzling golden glow. Xiaoyun exclaimed, thank you, junior sister. The nine-leaf heavenly spirit mushroom has finally matured. Tan Yunyun urged, Senior Brother Xiao, pick it quickly. Master said if we don't pick it in time, it will disappear. I'll protect you now. After thanking his junior sister, Xiaoyun hastily ate the nine-leaf heavenly spirit mushroom. After eating the mushroom, Xiaoyun felt a surge of power coursing through him. He quickly sat down to refine it, exclaiming, indeed, it's a true treasure. He sat there refining it day and night. Suddenly, a blue light began to swirl around him, lifting him into the air as he underwent a spectacular transformation. After opening his eyes, he exclaimed joyfully, finally finished refining it. My combat power has broken through to 900,000 pounds, amazing. Tan Yunyun approached him, Xiao Shishang, how are you feeling now? Xiaoyun replied, thank you, Tan Shimi, for protecting me. I've never felt better. The two stood talking under the night sky for a while. Xiaoyun then said, let's go. We'll continue towards the heart of the dragon's lair. Tan Yun agreed, and they set off into the night. The scene shifts. Somewhere in the heart of the dragon's lair, a lively atmosphere prevails as many people gather. In the center, 3 people sit by a tree, which emits a dazzling light. All 3 remain silent, the tree glowing brightly between them. The surrounding crowd buzzes with excitement. My God, that's the legendary Bodhi tree. Another person chimes in. Legend has it that Bodhi fruit only matures once every 1,000 years. It can grant enlightenment and allow one to reach enlightenment. People continue to discuss it. That's right, one of the 10 great treasures of the world. Obtaining it makes breaking through realms as easy as pie. Unfortunately, it's guarded by 3 great demons. Although they have discovered this rare treasure, everyone is afraid to approach it because it is guarded by the 3 great demons. Finally, Tan Yun and Xiaoyun arrive. Tan Yun stops and points, Xiao Shisheng, look. It's the Bodhi fruit, a true treasure that can grant enlightenment and allow one to break through realms. Xiaoyun responds, but he doesn't seem too interested, isn't it just enlightenment and a breakthrough? What's the big deal? Before he can finish, he remembers something and his eyes widen. Wait, that's wrong. This thing is useless to me, but if Master gets it, he could break through to the heaven realm and gain another 1,000 years of lifespan. Thinking this, he steps forward. Tan Yun hastily says, Xiao Shisheng, be careful. The Bodhi fruit isn't ripe yet. The blossoms on the branches had to fall off completely before it ripens. Hearing her, he turns and says, don't worry. I won't make a move before the Bodhi fruit is ripe. When they see him approaching the demons, the crowd erupts in confusion. Who is he? Doesn't he want to live anymore? Some people, unaware of his identity, think he's just some random person who wants to die. Others whisper, is he trying to steal something from the 3 demons? However, some people recognize him. I know him. He's Xiaoyun from the Chaos Holy Land. He defeated Zhang Yunfei. Someone else scoffs, so he beat Zhang Yunfei, does that make him invincible? Is he brain dead? Hearing a cry of alarm, all 3 demons open their eyes wide to see what's happening. It turns out that Xiaoyun has already made his move and is steadily approaching them. With a single, swift strike, he sent those who had spoken ill of him crashing to the ground, spewing blood. After dispatching them, he turned back, his face filled with murderous intent. You can eat your food carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly, or it could cost you your life. He suddenly jumped, startled by a laugh. Turning around, he saw one of the 3 great demons. Haha, Xiaoyun, so you've come. Did you encounter any trouble on your way here? He asked. Xiaoyun thought to himself, exasperated, this madman. I'll deal with you after taking care of Li Qingdi. Xiaoyun had only taken a few steps when he was stopped. The one in yellow clothes called out, stop. This place isn't for just anyone. Get away from here. You're not worthy of competing with us for the Bodhi fruit. He sat down, speaking arrogantly towards Xiaoyun. However, Xiaoyun merely glanced at him with disdain. You, what kind of dog are you? How dare you bark in front of me? In the forest, Zhao Wuji sat cross-legged. Li Qingdi watched Xiaoyun, who had just arrived. Zhang Hao shouted towards Xiaoyun. You're so disrespectful. Zhao Wuji stood up, arms crossed, and spoke calmly to Zhang Haorun. Zhang Haorun looked at Zhao Wuji, not daring to retort, you're the disrespectful one. This is my subordinate, my first general. I called him here. Do you have a problem with that? Zhang Hao could only scoff, humph. Li Qingdi then approached Xiaoyun, his manner gentle and polite, your luck isn't bad. You managed to avoid encountering Chu Feiyu. Xiaoyun replied courteously, my luck has always been good. The Bodhi fruit isn't ripe yet. I suppose it's waiting for me. Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with amusement. He thought to himself. Knowing that Chu Feiyu is dead, it's best not to tell him. Let him underestimate me, it only benefits me. Zhao Wuji also crossed his arms and smiled at Xiaoyun. The Bodhi fruit is waiting for you. Haha, no wonder you're my first warrior. Your aura is formidable, I can already see a future where you'll follow me and conquer the world. Hearing Zhao Wuji's absurd words, Xiaoyun could only stare blankly. Silently cursing, this madman is beyond saving. Seeing that Zhao Wuji seemed to favor Xiaoyun, Li Qingdi scoffed, humph. He gritted his teeth and frowned, lost in thought. If it weren't for Wan Yongwei confirming that he is merely immortal, I would have been genuinely scared of him. Just then, the last Bodhi fruit on the Bodhi tree began to blossom and fall. Zhao Wuji gaped in shock. Li Qingdi stared intently at the flower. Zhang Haoren's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing their astonished reactions, Xiao Yun thought. The last blossom has fallen, the Bodhi fruit is ripe. Glancing at the three who were still stunned, Xiao Yun silently calculated in his mind. Li Qingdi is the biggest threat. If I were Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoren, I would definitely team up to deal with him first. My opportunity has arrived. Li Qingdi lunged towards the Bodhi flower. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoren drew their swords, ready to seize it back. Zhao Wuji shouted, "Stop!" Zhang Haoren roared, "You're so disrespectful." Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoren simultaneously swung their swords at Li Qingdi, but he dodged nimbly and continued flying forward. As he neared the Bodhi fruit, Li Qingdi's smile was utterly sinister. The Bodhi fruit is mine. Suddenly, a dart zipped past, stopping in front of Li Qingdi's hand. Time seemed to freeze, slowing down the descent of the Bodhi fruit, as well as the movements of Li Qingdi, Zhao Wuji, and Zhang Haoren. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. What? He can manipulate time? The dart plunged down, striking Li Qingdi's hand, which was about to touch the Bodhi fruit. Li Qingdi was stunned. What? A spray of blood erupted. Li Qingdi was shocked. The power is immense. Even after slowing down time, it's still so powerful. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoren, not giving up, unleashed their spells with fervor. Zhang Haoren cast Divine King's Heavenly Palm. Zhao Wuji channeled his magic, Ancient Violent Explosion. Injured, Li Qingdi could only land on the ground, facing Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoren. Li Qingdi, unexpectedly, leapt high into the air, shielding the Bodhi fruit. The light of his spell illuminated the surroundings. He cast Sea of Light, Birth of the Bright Moon, shooting it straight at Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoren. Li Qingdi's immense power propelled Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoren backward. The force of the collision sending their backs crashing into each other. But they didn't give up easily. They stabilized themselves and charged at Li Qingdi again. Taking the blow from Li Qingdi, both Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoren recognized his power. Li Qingdi is indeed very strong. Those observing from afar exclaimed, "That's the Sea of Light, Birth of the Bright Moon phenomenon. It's an incredibly powerful sign. One person fending off a joint attack from two great demons. He's incredibly strong." Zhao Wuji unleashed a lightning-powered punch, War God's Fist. Zhang Haoren summoned a giant monster, his technique, Army of the World. Zhang Haoyan and Zhao Wuji simultaneously launched their attacks towards Li Qingdi. Li Qingdi used Bright Moon Slash to dodge the onslaught. Immense forces clashed, creating a dizzying spectacle. Xiao Yun observed, his eyes narrowed. My chance has come. Xiao Yun, with incredible speed, appeared behind Li Qingdi, his sword raised, ready to strike. Knowing that Xiao Yun was about to launch a surprise attack from behind, Li Qingdi wasn't the least bit scared. He even scoffed disdainfully. Poof. Seeing Li Qingdi's arrogant dismissal, Xiao Yun chuckled. You dare underestimate me? Haha, you're asking for it. Xiao Yun suddenly slashed his sword, channeling immense power towards Li Qingdi's defenses, shattering them into countless pieces. Li Qingdi couldn't believe it. He gritted his teeth, shocked. What? Then, Li Qingdi quickly activated his technique, Space Solidification, to slow down the speed of Xiao Yun's attack. But it was too late. Li Qingdi was struck by Xiao Yun's attack, spitting out a mouthful of blood in agony. Overpowered by the immense attack, Xiao Yun looked up as Li Qingdi was sent soaring into the air. Zhao Wuji clenched his teeth in fear. Zhang Haoren gaped in disbelief. Those witnessing the fight were astounded, their voices filled with awe. My God, Li Qingdi was just sent flying by that guy. Another exclaimed, the disciples of the Chaos Holy Land are this powerful? Another incredulously cried out, unbelievable. Li Qingdi landed after Xiao Yun's powerful strike, silently stunned. This can't be. What level has he reached? Didn't the Elder Wan Yongwei say he was just immortal? Li Qingdi's mind was filled with rage, as if struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning. He thought, enraged, that idiot Wan Yongwei. Have you ever seen a mortal with 1 million pounds of combat power in the body-tempering realm? Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun leapt up and touched the Bodhi fruit. Time-space body, it seems, is just that. The Bodhi fruit is mine. Xiao Yun held the Bodhi fruit in his hand, it glowed red like a lotus bud. Truly a valuable treasure. Li Qingdi gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in anger. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Zhang Haoren clenched his teeth, stunned. Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow, his eyes unwavering. The surrounding officials whispered amongst themselves. The fisherman benefits from the squabble between the crane and the frog. Never thought the three great demons would fight over it, but Xiaoyun snatched the advantage. I feel he won't be able to hold on to the Bodhi fruit. I think so too. Zhang Haoren's brow furrowed, his eyes cold. Brat, don't think that ambushing Li Qingdi makes you the victor. Hand over the Bodhi fruit, and I might spare your life. Zhao Wuji laughed loudly. Xiaoyun, I like you more and more. Hand over the Bodhi fruit to me. Once I become the great emperor, you will be my right-hand man. Ruling all the realms, second only to me. How does that sound? Li Qingdi cursed under his breath, this fool. He has no idea how terrifying Xiaoyun is. Well, good. Let them fight. Hopefully, it will be a mutual destruction. Xiaoyun pointed a finger forward, beckoning them. Come over here, kneel down, and submit to me. Today, I will spare your lives. Zhang Haoren leapt into the air, casting a giant hand that crashed down on Xiaoyun. You fool, today, I will show you that the Chaos Holy Land is already in decline. Xiaoyun stood silent, watching the giant hand bearing down on him. Xiaoyun quickly dropped into a crouching position, slammed his fist against the ground, and unleashed a volley of counterattacks with his fist towards Zhang Haoren. Xiaoyun looked up and smiled. The fists collided with the giant golden hand, causing it to shatter into golden fragments that rained down. The collisions were blindingly bright. After smashing the giant golden hand, the fists continued towards Zhang Haoren. Zhang Haoren quickly raised his arms in front of his body to block the incoming fists. Zhang Haoren's golden hands exploded in midair. Zhang Haoren was shocked. How is this possible? From a corner of the forest, the observing officials whispered, My God, he knocked Zhang Haoren away with one punch. Xiaoyun isn't just lucky, he's a demon too. Xiaoyun drew back his fist, gathering momentum. He looked forward. Take another one of my punches. Zhao Wuji and Li Qingdi stood to one side, lips clenched in admiration. He's so powerful. Zhang Haoren, enraged, furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth. He wiped the blood from his mouth, a streak of blood staining his face. You're too arrogant. Today, I will show you the absolute difference between mortal and divine king body. A dazzling golden light emanated, revealing a golden figure with arms crossed in front of his chest, his eyes fierce, within a temple. Zhang Haoren crouched, spread his arms wide, and shouted to the heavens, gods of destruction. Xiaoyun stood calmly, arms crossed in front of his chest. You think I don't have a phenomenon? He soared through the air, standing on a blooming lotus platform. A bright aura swirled behind him. The people watching from a distance were stunned. A bald man asked, Brother, what is that? A man with long green hair reaching his shoulders gaped in astonishment. That's an avatar. He can actually condense a chaos body avatar. The man at the front stood, feet apart, his eyes wide with disbelief. How old is he? I remember the first saint son of the Chaos Holy Land, DTN, took 200 years to do that. Li Qingdi was astonished. That bastard Wan Yongwei, mortal? What a useless piece of trash. Zhao Wuji was surprised. It seems making Xiaoyun submit is now impossible. Two opposing streams of light collided in the air, blinding the observers, a clash of cold and hot forces. Ultimately, the blue aura overpowered the golden, sending Zhang Haoren flying backwards. From the sky, Zhang Haoren crashed to the ground, a corner of the forest erupting in flames. Zhang Haoren propped himself up with his hand, blood dripping from his mouth. Coughing as smoke surrounded him. His eyes, undeterred, fixed on Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, still in the air, clenched his fist, his magic crackling around him. He aimed it at Zhang Haoren. Kill him, take this opportunity to kill him first, eliminate him completely. Seeing this, Zhang Haoren was horrified, his chest heaving in fear. He then plunged towards Zhang Haoren. His power glowing around him. Zhao Wuji rushed forward and stood in front of Zhang Haoren, using his strength to create a shield and block Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun stopped, looking down. I was going to kill Zhang Haoren first and then deal with this guy. But he couldn't wait and chose to die. Well, I'll eliminate him first. Zhao Wuji stood, blocking Xiaoyun's fist in front of him. A chaos body avatar is rare in the cultivation world, worth making a move for. Xiaoyun. Alright, come. Zhao Wuji slammed his foot onto the ground, the earth groaning. Purple lightning radiated from his feet. Zhao Wuji clenched his fist, aiming it directly at Xiaoyun. Behind him, a giant, powerful avatar emerged. Ha ha ha, finally, a good fight. Zhao Wuji lunged forward, swinging a punch. The avatar behind him also swung a colossal, purple lightning-charged fist, Wargod's fist. Xiao Yun leaned back, swinging his own fist forward. His colossal, golden fist appeared, 9 transformations phantom fist. The two powerful forces clashed, gold against purple, neither yielding. Smoke billowed from their fists. Zhao Wuji, fist still clenched, backed up. He, indeed very satisfying. His eyes blazing with the will to fight, continue. Zhang Haoren turned to escape, his eyes still fixed on Xiao Yun. He ran ahead, calling out, "Staying here won't get you any delicious fruit." Xiao Yun, meanwhile, glanced back, his lips curling into a sneer. He ignored Zhang Haoren's escape. His aura grew even more powerful. If Zhang Haoren ran away first. At the same time, a white whirlwind laced with pale gold appeared behind him. His hair, tied high, flew wildly as he stood tall like a god, his sharp eyes locked on his opponent. "Zhao Wuji, you want to see a chaos body, don't you? Then I'll grant your wish." Having spoken, a colossal fist, condensed by him, appeared in the air. It slammed straight into the avatar that Zhao Wuji had conjured. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji roared, "Shatter for me." A deafening explosion echoed. It did shatter. But it wasn't Xiao Yun's pale fist, but Zhao Wuji's avatar. Zhao Wuji froze, his jaw agape, ready to receive Xiao Yun's palm strike. The move sent him flying backwards, blood spraying in an arc. Suddenly, a white figure appeared from somewhere. It was Li Qingdi. He attacked Xiao Yun from behind, his sword in hand, intending to ambush him. But Xiao Yun had anticipated it. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You want to ambush me? Haha, I've been expecting you." As the thought crossed his mind, the chaotic void array, and the soaring dragon array, activated. The ambusher froze, his mouth agape in disbelief. Space congealing formations? Before he could recover, dozens of blades flew towards him. "I'll make you bite the hook." But this guy wasn't one to be trifled with. He swung his sword, severing the approaching blades. However, it was just a distraction. Xiao Yun, using the divine wind step, moved close to Li Qingdi. Then, he used the 9 transformations phantom fist, and punched Li Qingdi square in the face, sending blood splattering everywhere. Li Qingdi flew back, letting out a loud groan. As he lay there, the ambusher asked in disbelief, You deployed those formations when?" Xiao Yun didn't hesitate to answer. "When you were fighting Zhang Haoren and Zhao Wuji, I set up the formation." He chuckled, a sinister smile. "Unfortunately, you didn't take me seriously at all." He immediately clenched his fist and charged towards Li Qingdi. Li Qingdi quickly retreated. In front of him was Xiao Yun, charging forward. "So, you've had your eye on me all along? I'm not injured for no reason." Xiao Yun didn't mind admitting that he had targeted him from the beginning. "Wan Yongwei said you were so powerful, I had to take you seriously. That's why I set up the formation while you were fighting." Indeed, while Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoren were exchanging blows, he had secretly planted small flags in the ground. The formation had been formed then. At the time, he had thought that the 8 gates trapping formation was too difficult to set up. But he decided to use the chaotic void array and the soaring dragon array instead. Li Qingdi froze in place, cursing Wan Yongwei for setting him up. "Oh, you stupid Wan Yongwei. You didn't even scout the enemy situation. And you exposed me too." The onlookers were stunned, their voices rising in continuous chatter. They couldn't believe someone like him existed, so proficient in so many skills. One asked in disbelief, "Xiao Yun knows formations?" Another chimed in, acknowledging his knowledge of formations. "He knows so many skills, a chaos body avatar, formations, just how powerful is his talent?" After this Dragon's Lair incident, Xiao Yun's name will surely resonate throughout the entire cultivation world. Li Qingdi, as if realizing something, turned towards Zhao Wuji, who was trapped. "Got it." He continued to shout towards Zhao Wuji, "2 formations are trapping the 2 of us, preventing us from closing the distance. Perhaps, if Xiao Yun wants, we'll be reduced to dust instantly. Hurry up and break the formations, otherwise, if I die, you won't live long either." Li Qingdi threatened Zhao Wuji, who was trapped within the column of blue light. Zhao Wuji understood this. He realized that Xiao Yun's power now far exceeded Li Qingdi's. He would never follow someone like this. It would be better to kill him with Li Qingdi. It seemed Zhao Wuji had also decided to kill him. Golden lightning appeared. Zhao Wuji conjured his avatar, the colossal phantom continuously attacking the formation barrier. Seeing this, Xiaoyun spoke up, his tone not one of joy at his own advantage. Zhao Wuji, you are seeking your own death. The interior of the formation is impregnable. But the exterior is much weaker. Ignoring Xiaoyun, Zhao Wuji continued to punch the formation, shouting, break for me. Just as Xiaoyun said, the exterior of the formation was weaker than the interior. Golden crystal fragments shattered and flew away. The formation had been broken. Li Chengdi, freed from the barrier, immediately launched an attack from behind Xiaoyun. He used the fastest speed to close in, intending to kill him. Ha 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 ha, without the formation. Let's see how you can break my speed. But Xiaoyun stood there, arms outstretched in defense, as if taken aback. The confusion in his eyes made it seem like he was caught off guard. Only when Li Chengdi cast the golden bell shield did his pupils dilate. His carefree expression now showed undisguised killing intent. The golden bell trapped Xiaoyun within, purple vortexes swirling around. Xiaoyun didn't bother to turn around and face him. He calmly said to Li Chengdi, standing atop the bell, looking down. Humph, it's a pity you lack speed. Your energy isn't enough. Li Chengdi's face beamed with anticipation, as if he had already won. He unleashed a supreme pull divine palm towards the bell. Zhao Wuji joined in. Li Chengdi, I'm here to help you. His face wore the vile sneer of a petty villain. The two of them, one gold and one white, attacked the golden bell shield, targeting Xiaoyun inside. Those watching below marveled at his strength. They praised him with wide eyes and mouths agape. Xiaoyun can fight 2 against 1, it's amazing. It's hard to imagine. Xiaoyun, meanwhile, stood with his arms akimbo, looking down at the two like a god observing dying beasts. He had an air of fearlessness. A god who feared neither heaven nor earth, why would he fear 2 ants? A golden dragon illusion roared behind him, ready to pounce and devour the two. You thought I couldn't do anything without the formation? Today, I'll show you true power. This was perhaps Xiaoyun's final warning before the tragic end of Zhao Wuji and Li Chengdi. Continuing, Xiaoyun stood tall, exuding an unmatched aura. Suddenly, a ferocious, colossal, emerald-green dragon soared from behind him. Its mouth opened wide, roaring, revealing its sharp fangs and claws. It launched an attack that sent Zhao Wuji and Li Chengdi reeling. It turned out that the giant dragon was actually dragon might. Hit by the dragon's attack, Zhao Wuji and Li Chengdi writhed in pain, spitting blood. They realized that it was a sound wave attack. Undeterred, Zhao Wuji stood in the air, his immense avatar close behind him. He was determined to take down Xiaoyun, and he shouted, gesturing to Li Chengdi, who was on the other side, Li Chengdi, go all out with him. Receiving his order, Li Chengdi didn't hesitate for a moment. He stood in the air, spreading his arms wide, and declared, space reigns, time is king. Watch me obliterate time and space. Behind him, dazzling beams of light emerged. Xiaoyun turned to face the scene before him. Zhao Wuji stood proudly atop the massive golden fist of his avatar, while Li Chengdi stood on a giant, glowing golden hand, also part of an avatar. With an expression devoid of any hesitation. He fixed his cold eyes on them and said, alright, let's decide the victor then. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly activated Dragon Might, extending his own fist. Casting 9 transformations Phantom Fist. A fist even larger than the avatars appeared below Dragon Might. In a swift, clean move, he sent Zhao Wuji flying. The impact left him reeling, a long stream of blood spraying from his mouth. Li Chengdi pressed his hands to his ears, his eyes wide with shock. He thought to himself, that sound wave attack is truly strange, it can actually disrupt the mind. He stared, his jaw agape, his hands still clasped over his ears. He sensed something amiss, about to happen. Oh no! As he suspected. Xiaoyun unleashed a powerful fist, slamming straight into Li Chengdi. The blow sent him flying back, spitting out crimson blood. In a flash, Xiaoyun had easily taken down both of them at once. Xiaoyun stood suspended in the air, gradually beginning to glow. A blinding, fierce golden light emanated from his body. Above him, a majestic aura spread. While below, Zhao Wuji and Li Chengdi lay motionless, sprawled on the cold, damp earth. Those who witnessed this scene were astonished, their mouths gaping in disbelief. The scene shifts. Realizing they were defeated, Zhao Wuji and Li Chengdi wasted no time in fleeing, each running in opposite directions. Xiaoyun stared at them with murderous intent, his eyes never leaving their figures. He pondered, Li Chengdi's speed is too fast, should I chase after Zhao Wuji instead? Thinking this, without wasting a moment, Xiaoyun launched himself after Zhao Wuji. Swiftly, within moments. Xiao Yun used his qi, summoning a giant golden fist and, without hesitation, punched Zhao Wuji, sending him flying back 100 meters. Oof, Zhao Wuji, shaken to his core, could only sit there, unable to stand. He was in awe of Xiao Yun's power. Cough, Xiao Yun, I admit you are very strong. Kill me. In 18 years, I will return as a hero. Xiao Yun stood there, not killing him. Instead, he looked at him with a friendly gaze, smiled lightly, crossed his arms, and replied softly, I'll give you a chance. Become my subordinate, be my first warrior. Follow me as I conquer the 8 desolations and dominate the world. Hearing these words, Zhao Wuji unconsciously looked up. Zhao Wuji unconsciously recalled the words he had spoken earlier. Follow me, be my first warrior. Follow me as I conquer the 8 desolations and dominate the world. He remembered, his mind filled with disbelief and panic. He widened his eyes, his jaw agape. Wait, didn't I say that? He sat there, in pain, blood constantly dripping from his mouth. He refused to yield. You're dreaming, only a heavenly Tao holy body can fight to the death, not submit to the chaos holy land. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Xiao Yun placed his hand on his chin, an idea flashing through his mind. He spoke calmly to Zhao Wuji, I respect you as a hero. Let's make a gentleman's agreement. The stronger one among us will be the master. One day, if you can defeat me, I will bow to you. What do you say? Zhao Wuji was somewhat swayed by these words. This, he pondered. His chaos body is just an avatar. It's extremely difficult to refine it into a complete chaos body. But my ancient heavenly Tao body. Xiao Yun waited, seeing that he was deep in thought. He crossed his arms and looked at him, his voice laced with mockery. Seems you feel you won't be my equal in the future. Such a disappointment. Zhao Wuji stood there, hands on his hips, glancing at him. His fist clenched, he raised it and said firmly, Who says I will lose to you in the future? Agreement is agreement. Who's afraid of who? Seeing that he had successfully goaded him, Xiao Yun smiled contentedly. Excellent. Then let's both swear oaths to the Chaos Tao and the ancient heavenly Tao. Dare you? Zhao Wuji immediately pointed at himself, his face filled with ambition. What's there to be afraid of? Bring it on. Both men stood tall under the sky, raising their hands to swear the oath. Xiao Yun spoke first. I swear by the Chaos Tao, to make a gentleman's agreement with Zhao Wuji. Following him, Zhao Wuji's voice echoed. I swear by the ancient heavenly Tao, to make a gentleman's agreement with Xiao Yun. He then turned, looking serious, and said to Xiao Yun, I, Zhao Wuji, swear upon my word. I will temporarily be your subordinate. When we leave the dragon's lair, I will announce it to the world. But then, he added, however, don't get cocky. I will surpass you soon enough. Xiao Yun stood there, arms crossed. His gaze lowered slightly as he glanced at him. All right, I'll wait for that day. Congratulations on subduing a special physical talent. Reward 20x enlightenment points. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment. To have the genius of the ancient heavenly Tao Holy Land as my subordinate, and gain so many enlightenment points, this is a big win. Xiao Yun, as if completely satisfied with the outcome, looked upwards with a contented smile. You stand opposite Zhao Wuji, calmly telling him, heal your wounds first, then we'll go to the central area to try our luck. Zhao Wuji leans back against a large rock and replies, all right. Xiao Yun's mind wanders to other thoughts. Obtain the ancient sacred body, can become a great emperor's attendant in the future. Won the Bodhi fruit, 192x of enlightenment. This trip almost resulted in a 100-pound body transformation. Also found a chance to kill Li Chengdi and Zhang Haoren. He stands with his arms crossed, watching. At this time, Xing Yun appears, approaching step by step and calling out to him, Zhao Senior brother. She walks to his side, her eyes fixed on Zhao Wuji who is sitting there recovering, and asks curiously, Zhao Senior brother, he answers calmly, don't worry, he's now your senior brother's attendant, he's one of us. Zhao Wuji, sitting there recovering, sees her approach and frowns, his eyes flashing with anger as he glances up. Thinking resentfully, he even brought along a useless female. Upon hearing his words, Xing Yun is surprised. She covers her mouth in apparent shock and says, Zhao Wuji became Xiao Yun's attendant. Is the world crazy? How could the ancient sacred body be subdued? She then puts her hands behind her, leans forward slightly, her face beaming with admiration, and praises him, Zhao Senior brother, you are truly a god. Xiao Yun lifts a hand and replies, stop praising me. Let's eat something. We have to head to the central area soon. Scene change. Outside the dragon pit, several figures descend from the sky. One says, another disciple is coming out. Quickly inquire about the situation inside. The people below are also quite anxious. Looking up and whispering among themselves, that's right. 7 days have passed, and 5 days have already gone by. Wan Yongwei is one of those standing below. He crosses his arms, turns to DTN standing next to him, and scoffs, it seems like you don't have any news from the chaotic sacred land, DTN. I see your disciple, Xiaoyun, probably died inside. DTN bloodily responds to his mocking remarks, don't get too excited, be careful of what you wish for, you might just get it. He's not to be outdone, and continues to sneer at DTN, don't be stubborn. Your disciple was just a pawn created by the Enlightenment God Pill. He can't compete with a true genius and can't bring anything out. Upon hearing Wan Yonghui's arrogant words, DTN's mind races. Enlightenment God Pill, it seems this guy has completely misunderstood. The image of Xiaoyun, his cherished disciple, flashes in his mind. He absolutely cannot tolerate his arrogant words, and calmly replies, wait, Xiaoyun will surely make a name for himself in the dragon pit. Xiaoyun's master looks at Wan Yonghui and says, my disciple is not someone you can speculate about. He replies, humph, keep being stubborn. Suddenly, a loud voice booms, you wouldn't believe this, but many disciples of the Taisu sacred land have been killed. Hearing this, he asks in shock, what? The others are equally astonished upon hearing this news. They all buzz with excitement. I saw Zhu Feiyu, Jia Yulong, and the group of 9 senior disciples from the Taisu sacred land. They were killed by a mysterious expert. The scene was filled with blood. It was a true Azura hell. How could this happen? This is the Taisu sacred land. Suddenly, a collision occurs, sending rocks flying into the sky. Wan Yonghui appears, his face filled with fury. He can't believe they're dead. He asks again, what are you saying? The Zhu Feiyu group is really dead? Did you see it with your own eyes? Who killed them? One of the disciples, upon seeing him, trembles and pleads, hey master, save me. One of his elders steps forward and advises him, don't be afraid, quickly tell Wan Senior everything you heard and saw. He's a senior, his understanding won't be as shallow as yours. The disciple agrees, yes, master. Wan Yonghui's voice softens as he asks, I've seen the ceremony, young man, no need to be afraid. I just want to hear a little about it from you. The disciple then recounts everything he witnessed firsthand. I was looking for treasures when I found the bodies of the Zhu senior brothers. Judging by the traces of the scene, they were attacking one person. Xiaoyun's master chuckles from the sidelines, I just told him to be careful of what he wishes for, and it happened in a blink of an eye. The woman beside him praises Xiaoyun. He killed 9 high-ranking experts, your disciple isn't simple. The disciple continues to recount the events to Wan Yonghui, then I collected the bodies of the Zhu senior brothers. Please have a look. A moment later, the bodies of the Zhu senior brothers appear on the ground. He can't believe it and vows to kill the person responsible. Feiyu, Yulong, who killed them? I will tear him limb from limb. It takes someone with extraordinary strength to kill 9 of them. Only a few people could do that. The people behind him try to dissuade him from acting rashly. Wan Yonghui, the 6 great sacred lands have an agreement. Fighting within the dragon pit is forbidden, there should be no vendetta between them. That's right, don't cause trouble in our ancient sacred land. The Taitsu sacred land won't take this lying down. He agrees not to harm the young disciples but warns them not to rejoice. Don't worry, I won't target you young disciples. However, don't get too excited. Li Qingdi is still inside. He will surely avenge the Zhu Feiyu group. On the 6th day in the central area, Xiaoyun couldn't help but complain. Having failed to find any treasures. Damn, after all this time, I haven't even found a treasure like the 9-leaf sky spirit root. Qing Yunyun comforts him, you think the 9-leaf sky spirit root is a turnip? Finding one is already a stroke of luck. Don't get discouraged, senior brother, let's search slowly. Suddenly, they find a different treasure, the dragon extension fruit. Senior brother, there's a treasure over there. He joyfully touches them, this is great. This is the legendary dragon extension fruit. One fruit can increase lifespan by 10 years. The young man beside him scoffs, you think it's a great treasure? After becoming a saint. You have thousands of years of lifespan, who cares about 10 years? Xiaoyun picks one and replies. You don't care, but lifespan is crucial for Master in Fu Lang. These dozens of dragon extension fruits can increase their lifespans by hundreds of years. His heart swells with joy. You talk too much. Shortly after, the 3 of them approach a cave. Seeing the dragon extension fruit covering the cave entrance, he couldn't hide his excitement. Haha, this is the dragon extension species. It's said that where dragon extension fruit grows, a true dragon will appear. It's true. Two massive dragons appear in front of them, one orange and the other purple. The young man is overjoyed. Finally met the dragon extension species. Xiao Yun, let's each take one. What do you say? Alright, might as well capture one as a mount. It'll be dazzling. Seeing the scene, he tells Qing Yun to back off. Qing Jr.'s sister, back off. Leave this place to us. She agrees, yes. He seriously asks, are these really dragon extension species? The two of them then join forces to attack the dragon extension species. The young man flies forward and explains, absolutely correct, just young for now. Once they mature and mold, they'll transform into true dragons. Upon hearing this, he understands, so that's how it is. The golden one belongs to me. The young man agrees, go. The two of them descend powerfully from the sky. A direct punch lands on the dragon extension species, followed by a left hook to its face. While fighting, he silently thinks, it has such powerful combat strength, no wonder it's a dragon extension species. The other young man kicks it. The dragon extension species roars in fury. He curses, damn, this beast actually has 700,000 units of power. After a while, Xiaoyun shows no sign of backing down. Instead, he becomes more cheerful, great, such a powerful mount, only one worthy of me. He delivers a blow to its leg. The dragon extension species loses its balance and crashes into a nearby tree. He continues to attack it. The only pity is, you are still a step below me. The dragon extension species roars in Xiaoyun's face. He delivers a flurry of punches to its head. Though it's not as strong as him, its body is indeed very powerful. While attacking, Xiaoyun sneers, little dragon, you can't beat me. Submit, become my mount. The dragon extension species unleashes its dragon's might. He's unfazed. You think you're the only one who knows dragon might. He continues to attack with ferocious force. Now, standing before it with arrogance, he says, this is your last chance. Submit, or die. But it roars, refusing to obey. Seeing this, he lunges toward it, delivering another blow. If you're like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. A moment later, it collapses to the ground, unable to withstand the attacks. Standing atop its head, Xiaoyun sighs regretfully, what a stubborn creature. I thought I could capture it as a mount. What a pity. As he turns to leave, it roars in defiance once more. A punch is launched towards it again. The blonde-haired young man scolds him, you're a complete waste. These are two dragon extension species. Once they mature, they can become saints. You killed them. Xiaoyun counters with a question. These two are arrogant and unwilling to submit. Do you want to keep them as enemies? Qing Yun surprisingly chimes in, senior brother, the bodies of these dragon extension species are super treasures. Don't you want to upgrade your body? Here's your chance. He's captured a massive prize but doesn't know how to cook it. Xiaoyun asks Qing Yun, quick, tell me, what should I do? Qing Yun looks at the beast lying on the ground and says, legend has it that eating dragon meat can transform your body. I'll go find mushrooms, wild vegetables, and spirit fruit. Let's make dragon bone soup, how about that? Having decided on the dish, Xiaoyun and Chang Yun divide the work. Alright, I'll cut the meat, you make the soup. I'll grill the meat. Let's get started. Wuji sees this and asks curiously, you dare eat the meat of the dragon extension species? Aren't you afraid of the true dragon getting angry? Anyway, I won't eat it. Despite Wuji's question, an hour later, the meal is ready. The aroma of grilled meat and fragrant soup makes anyone who smells it salivate. Qing Yun offers Xiaoyun the delicious soup. Xiaoyun happily divides a piece of meat grilled using his secret recipe with her. Qing Yun accepts it happily. The two of them taste the food cooked by each other. They both praise it. Ah, delicious, so delicious. That's right, this flavor, incredible. Seeing their senior brother and senior sister enjoying the meal, Wuji, who was initially worried, is now craving it and drools uncontrollably. He begs them, let me try some. Xiaoyun teases him, didn't you say you wouldn't eat it? The dragon is eating down to its bare bones. Wuji sits there, chomping on a large piece of meat, happily grinning, hee hee, delicious. After eating a piece of meat, Qing Yun feels her body transforming. Wow, my body is changing. Noticing the good sign, Xiaoyun urges her, hurry, eat some more. Seeing his two teammates continuously transform, Wu Ji feels a pang of regret. What a pity, my supreme body has already reached its peak. This dragon meat won't do much for me. Xing Yun and Xiao Yun finish devouring the dragon and continue to sit there meditating. After 4 hours, Xiao Yun reaches a new peak. A shimmering glow like fire surrounds him. He stands up, concentrating his power in his hand, ready to test his enhanced strength. Boom! With a single punch, Xiao Yun cleaves a massive tree in half. The destructive power is immense, the cut is sharp as a knife. Xiao Yun laughs gleefully. Finally reached the peak of physical training, 1 million pounds. Xiao Yun gazes into the distance. He envisions a bright future for himself. With such a foundation, and the system, from today on, I will be able to overthrow all my enemies in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The name Xiao Yun will echo throughout the myriad realms. While Xiao Yun is still basking in his success, Wu Ji, standing outside, witnesses everything. He expresses his dissatisfaction, criticizing him, "You are truly a freak." Cheng Yun, having finished meditating, approaches Xiao Yun and thanks him. "Xiao senior brother, thank you, I've increased my combat power by 100,000 units. Xiao Yun replies politely, "No need to thank me. Next, we'll split up and act." Xiao Yun requests Wu Ji, "You go find Li Qingdi and Zhang Haoren. If you find them, send me a message." Hearing Xiao Yun's request, Wu Ji is startled. "You want to kill them here?" Xiao Yun explains, "If we've already become enemies, we must naturally eliminate them. Are we going to wait until we grow stronger?" Accepting the explanation, Wu Ji immediately complies. He is excited, decisive and ruthless. "I knew I didn't misjudge you." He informs Xiao Yun, "If I find them, I'll light a fire and smoke as a signal." Then he disappears. Not wasting time, Xiao Yun and Cheng Yun also take action. He tells Cheng Yun, "Xing Jr. sister, let's go. It's the last day. We'll go to the entrance and wait for them, we're not afraid they won't come." Xing Yun readily agrees, "Yes, senior brother." Xiao Yun and Cheng Yun swiftly run towards the exit to ambush. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of killing intent emerges, accompanied by a mysterious man who lands in front of them. He smiles at Xiao Yun. "You're Xiao Yun who defeated Zhang Yunfei, right?" Xiao Yun and Cheng Yun feel apprehensive towards this man. Xiao Yun shields Xing Yun with his arm. "You're the sovereign body, aren't you? What do you want from me?" The sovereign body puffs out his chest. "I heard Zhao Wuji wants to make you his top general. I must stop him." He then invites Xiao Yun to join his side. "Come with me, become my top general. I'll take you to kill Zhao Wuji, conquer the world, and sweep across the myriad realms. You've reached your peak, too." Xiao Yun, who has grown significantly stronger, feels nothing but contempt for the sovereign body's invitation. He fumes, "You dare disrespect me. You're truly an idiot." Rejecting Xiao Yun outright, the sovereign body doesn't hesitate to show his strength. He gathers his power and says, "Arrogant, you think defeating Zhang Yunfei makes you invincible? Since you've refused me, then die." He concentrates his power in his fist and charges towards Xiao Yun with lightning speed. Xiao Yun, though taken aback, remains calm. He secretly rejoices, "It seems the news of my battle with Li Qingdi and Zhang Haoren hasn't spread." Then, Xiao Yun effortlessly blocks the sovereign body's attack with one hand. Not only does he block it, but Xiao Yun also throws the sovereign body's arm aside, leaving him stunned. The punch directly injures and cripples the sovereign body's arm. He can't believe what he's seeing. How is this possible? How powerful is he? Seizing the advantage, Xiao Yun unleashes another merciless punch, arrogantly telling him, "You clueless fool. Now you know what it's like to be taught a lesson." Boom! A thunderous blow sends the sovereign body flying high into the air. He lands, his body limp and powerless. The sovereign body coughs violently, injured. He mutters to himself, "This is too demonic. I must run." But little does he know, wanting to flee after trying to kill Xiao Yun is not so easy. Xiao Yun kicks him directly in the chest, mockingly saying, "You want to run now?" Too late. In the end, the sovereign body is defeated. Xiao Yun stands with the pride of a victor. However, he still has a bit of kindness left. Xiao Yun invites him, "Submit to me. I'll spare your life. In the future, follow me to conquer the world and sweep across the myriad realms." "What do you say?" The sovereign body, lying beneath Xiao Yun's feet, is close to death, but he is still defiant. "No, impossible. No one has ever dared to humiliate the sovereign body." Ah! Mid-sentence, a surge of powerful energy emanates from the sovereign body. Even Xiao Yun is taken aback by this. He quickly steps back from the sovereign body. The sovereign body, with an unusual physique and a powerful aura surging around him, gradually sits up. Whether it's due to extreme anger from being defeated or not, the sovereign body's face is filled with murderous intent. He looks like he wants to devour Xiao Yun alive. Xiao Yun is stunned. He's going to self-detonate the sovereign body? Xiao Yun was no slouch either. He unleashed the chaos body form, lotus blossom emerging from behind him. Xiao Yun praised, amazing. No wonder you're called the Thuang Tian, truly insane. Come on, accepting Xiao Yun's challenge, Bati charged towards him. Bring it on, haha. Just as Xiao Yun activated his defense mode, he was caught off guard by Bati's unexpected move. Thinking his opponent's attack would be ferocious, he realized Bati had simply zoomed past him and ran off. He thought to himself, even after self-detonating the Thuang Tian Bati. My limit is only 1 million battle power, I can't defeat this guy. I'd better run away before the self-destruction's effects wear off. Despite his fear, he still put on a brave face and said to Xiao Yun, you'll pay 100-fold for this, I promise. Irritated by Bati's lack of spirit, Xiao Yun grumbled, he's pretty fast, isn't he supposed to be reckless? I haven't even attacked yet. Yun, who was behind him, saw Bati run away. She asked Xiao Yun, senior brother Xiao. Is it alright letting him get away? Xiao Yun dismissed it, he doesn't have the Thuang Tian Bati. From now on, he'll just be a cripple, not worth worrying about. Let's go. At the entrance to the dragon's lair, countless contestants were gathered. The sky suddenly darkened, causing everyone to look up. It turned out the dragon was so massive that it was blocking out the sun. On the dragon's head was Zhang Haoran. Everyone was astounded. It's Zhang Haoran. He actually managed to subdue a dragon's bloodline. Amazing. It seems like Zhang Haoran has surpassed Li Qingdi, becoming the strongest now. Don't talk nonsense. Li Qingdi and Zhang Haoyan were both defeated by Xiao Yun in the past. Some people didn't believe it. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Zhang Haoran landed and began talking to the Saint King sect leader. The leader praised him, unbelievable, Zhang Haoran, you actually managed to subdue a dragon's bloodline. Don't worry, our Saint King sect will dedicate all our resources to nurturing you. Zhang Haoran expressed his gratitude, thank you, elder. Wan Yongwei approached from behind and spoke to Haoran. Zhang Haoran, congratulations on subduing the dragon's bloodline. Did you happen to meet Li Qingdi? Did he find the murderer who killed those from the Qiu Feiyu family? Haoran was a little surprised and responded. Excuse me, I have no knowledge of the Qiu Feiyu family's deaths. However, I did meet Li Qingdi. He was imprisoned in a formation by Xiao Yun, and I don't know if he's alive or dead. Those who traveled with Wan Yong were stunned. Even Wan Yong himself couldn't believe this shocking news. Speculation began to spread. What? Imprisoned by Xiao Yun? A space-time body can be imprisoned? Is this the Xiao Yun from the Chaos Holy Land? Unbelievable. The two elders were proud of their disciple. Your disciple is impressive to be able to subdue a space-time body. The other elder agreed. What's the big deal? He's destined to become an emperor. Wan Yong still couldn't believe his ears. He asked Haoran again. Zhang Haoran, are you tricking me? A talent like Li Qingdi, how could he be imprisoned by an ordinary person like Xiao Yun? However, the truth was undeniable. Even if Wan Yong didn't want to believe it? Haoran saw Wan Yong's reaction and calmly replied, ordinary person? Elder Wan, you seem to have misunderstood. Xiao Yun's battle power has reached 900,000. How can he be considered ordinary? Confusion piled upon confusion. Wan Yong was already shocked by one piece of news and was now hit with another. He stared incredulously, what? 900,000 battle power? How is that possible? The sect leader was a little puzzled and asked Haoran, so you fought against Xiao Yun before? Haoran responded to the sect leader's question, yes, at that time, I was competing with Zhao Wuji and Li Qingdi for the Bodhi fruit. 5 minutes later, Haoran finally recounted the whole story. He raised his hands and addressed the crowd, after that, I don't know what happened. Wan Yong turned to DTN, you guys are pretty good at keeping secrets at the Chaos Holy Land. But DTN retorted, it's your fault for having a blind eye and underestimating my disciple. Who can you blame? While the atmosphere was still tense, someone carried in Bati's heavily wounded body. Attention now shifted to him. Quick, look, the Batn of the Viokong Heavenly Bati is here. Who beat him up like that? Look at him, he's covered in blood, he's probably going to die. Everyone silently stared at Bati in shock. The person who was so full of vigor and had just challenged Xiaoyun was now so exhausted that he had to be carried in. Those who witnessed this were all wondering who beat him up like this. The elder of the Bati Heavenly Realm was called. Upon receiving the bad news, he rushed over. Seeing his student's severe injuries, he first greeted those present. Thank you for bringing Vokong here. Seeing Bati's miserable state, he anxiously asked the others, do you know who beat him up like this? The disciple was furious, it was Xiaoyun. Hearing his name, he was filled with shame and anger. Bati was embarrassed and infuriated. He thought to himself, Xiaoyun, I won't let you get away with this. Even though he had no strength left, Bati's face still showed a trace of anger. The elder was equally enraged, Xiaoyun, you're a scoundrel. You forced Vokong to self-detonate the Thuang Tian Bati. The Chaos Holy Land, there are really people. The elder didn't notice that DTN had been watching from above. He warned the elder, don't forget the rules of the dragon's lair. The elder didn't relent and scoffed in disdain. Humph, DTN, if the mountain won't move, then the water will. He then carried Bati away with his disciples, promising to see them again at the dragon's lair. Those who witnessed this were shocked, just how strong is this Xiaoyun? He's terrifying. The Chaos Holy Land is about to become the biggest winner this time. Don't jump to conclusions. The spacetime body, Li Changdi, hasn't come out yet. The elder smiled contentedly, it seems like the Chaos Holy Land is finally about to rise. DTN replied joyfully, indeed. It's a pity that I only have less than 100 years left to live. I fear I won't be able to see that day. Yun and Xiaoyun stood at the dragon's lair exit. Before stepping out, Xiaoyun instructed Yun. Junior sister Tang, you go out first, I'll stay here alone. Yun trusted Xiaoyun and said goodbye, senior brother Xiao, take care. Congratulations on your first victory. You've defeated Li Changdi. It's a pity that my meager strength can't help, and would only bring trouble upon you. The two teammates said their farewells, Yun exited, and Xiaoyun prepared for his next battle. He was confident, this time, I've set up 3 formations, I'm sure Li Changdi won't be able to escape. Those around him, witnessing him setting up the formations, were curious. Who is he? What is he doing? He's Xiaoyun, he's setting up formations. Formations? My god, he's trying to kill Li Changdi, isn't he? He's terrifying. Ignoring the whispers, Xiaoyun warned them, if you want to leave, scram, or you'll die with them. Hearing this, the crowd was terrified, their faces drained of blood. They scattered, scrambling to escape. Go, even Li Changdi and Zhao Wuji couldn't defeat him. Don't even think about getting close to him, you'll only bring bad luck. Let's go. People fled one after another. I think Li Changdi is doomed this time. Yeah, Xiaoyun is laying in wait, plus he's got formation set up, there's no way out. Xiaoyun is ruthless. Suddenly, someone stopped a contestant and asked him what had happened inside. The person realized it was Wan Yong and hurriedly reported, Elder Wan. Xiaoyun of the Chaos Holy Land is setting up formations at the exit, he wants to kill Li Changdi. Wan Yong didn't believe it and retorted, that's impossible. Suddenly, he realized something and was shaken himself. Could it be that the emperor is really in danger? At the exit, Xiaoyun sat calmly, waiting. Time was running out, Li Changdi should be appearing soon. He glanced toward the forest in front of him, seemingly sensing someone's presence. His face was half white, half black. Here he comes. From the forest, Li Changdi and Tian Shui emerged leisurely. Li Changdi, however, was utterly arrogant. He called out to Xiaoyun. Li Changdi, I've been waiting for you. Right here, right now, this will be your grave. Xianyun sat cross-legged, waiting for the two as they approached him. Seeing him blocking their path to the teleport portal, Li Changdi scowled in annoyance. Xiaoyun, you're too arrogant. The person behind him spoke with a stern tone. Xiaoyun, we're both holy sons from holy lands. Why are you being so ruthless? Tian Shui had her own thoughts and looked at him with different eyes. Unbelievable, this little guy I completely disregarded is actually this powerful. During the previous entries into the Dragon's Lair, the Taisu Holy Land always relentlessly hunted us, the Chaos Holy Land disciples. Where were you back then? Xiaoyun asked sarcastically, accusing her of turning a blind eye when her people were harming others, and now pretending to be righteous when they were the ones being harmed. She dodged his judgmental gaze, unable to utter a word in her defense. What the Taisu Holy Land did to the Chaos Holy Land is exactly what I'm going to do now. Li Changdi, those 9 from the Chiu Feiyu family are waiting for you. Xiao Yun stood tall, bravely facing his enemy. Xiao Yun, I will kill you today to avenge my disciples. Li Changdi sneered, confident in his power to kill him. Tian Shui, behind him, added. This guy is cruel, he's completely gone mad. If he's not killed, he'll threaten the entire cultivation world. You sanctimonious witch, save your grand words. This is where you'll die. Xiao Yun was genuinely disgusted by her words. Li Changdi didn't waste words. He pushed off the ground with powerful force and lunged forward. Xiao Yun, prepare to die. He announced. Charging like a celestial arrow aimed directly at him. Come on, seeing him charge without hesitation. Xiao Yun smirked triumphantly. The trap set up wouldn't be wasted. But suddenly, Li Changdi didn't charge as expected but stopped, standing at a distance from Xiao Yun. Ha! He frowned, confused by the sudden change in his opponent's actions. Did he discover something? And just as he suspected, he had been warned of the ambush. Xiao Yun, you think I'm a fool? If I know you're skilled in formations, how could I fall for your trap? So what if you know? You can't stay here forever. You can't escape, I'm blocking the only exit. Li Changdi seemed calmer and more arrogant than before. Xiao Yun, you underestimate me. He seemed to be using a special ability. Small bolts of lightning crackled around his body, incredibly dangerous. Xiao Yun was dumbfounded by Li Changdi's ability. He was actually using his internal energy to teleport. Then, he disappeared, vanishing into the powerful lightning bolts. Xiao Yun frowned and strained his eyes, trying to catch sight of him. In less than a second, he found the first core of the formation and smashed it to smithereens with a punch. The second core was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Li Changdi even laughed mockingly at him. He disappeared from Xiao Yun's sight. All that remained were the 2 shattered cores, testament to the speed of his 2 attacks. Xiao Yun asked, how did you discover where I hid the spirit stones? Do you understand formations too? Li Changdi sounded angry. Xiao Yun, you think a space-time body is a mere ornament? You're only at the body refinement realm. Your formations can't completely conceal the spirit energy fluctuations of the spirit stones. It's by sensing these fluctuations that I can see where they're hidden. I just need to manipulate my spatial power, and it's easy to find them. He spoke as he descended from above, landing directly on the core in front of Xiao Yun. Li Changdi looked at him with murderous intent, his anger undiminished. Xiao Yun, without the help of your formations, let's see how you'll fight me now. But Xiao Yun wasn't fazed by the destroyed formations. He laughed with amusement. Li Changdi, you think I can only rely on formations to fight you? I only use them to make killing you easier. You're full of hot air. Li Changdi scoffed, his body once again teleporting, eager to end this quickly. Xiao Yun frowned. He couldn't predict his next move. This time, he must be attacking directly, but from which direction? Unexpectedly, Li Changdi suddenly appeared above Xiao Yun's head and yelled, prepare to die. Li Changdi swung his arm, aiming a thunderous blow at Xiao Yun's head, accompanied by a wave of fierce lightning. However, the attack was blocked by a bell-shaped defensive barrier encasing Xiao Yun. He calmly raised his hand, casting a spell and saying, you think you can sneak attack me? You think I don't know your tricks? Ha, Li Changdi was not about to give up. He raised his arm, summoning a terrifying array of energy. He then flung this massive, heavy array of energy, aiming it directly at the protective bell, hoping to shatter the barrier and eliminate him. But Xiao Yun remained unscathed after his attack. Li Changdi frowned in annoyance, unwilling to believe he had to concede defeat to such a thick defense. Unbelievable. Your golden bell barrier is even stronger than before. My 800,000 battle power couldn't break it. From within the barrier, Xiao Yun looked up at him and spoke, no wonder you were full of hot air about defeating me. So you've gained 100,000 battle power. It's a pity, I've also gained 100,000, reaching the limit of the body refinement realm. What? You have 1 million battle power? Li Changdi was startled, shocked by his incredibly rapid power surge. He thought to himself, in history, only the founder of the Chaos Holy Land, the Chaos Great Emperor, reached this level. Unbelievable, this young man actually achieved it. If you're a freak like that, I can't let you live. He unleashed his full power, striking towards Xiao Yun with palm strikes. Heavenly Dragon Palm. Let's see how long you can hold out. Li Changdi repeatedly hammered the barrier with his fists. A moment passed, 15 minutes, and he was still going strong, pounding the seemingly indestructible barrier, unleashing power that shattered the ground beneath his feet. Xiao Yun stood calmly within the bell, unfazed by the chaos outside. He thought to himself, this guy can actually endure. At this rate, will I lose control before I can finish him off? This, while he was lost in thought. Neglecting Xiao Yun's actions, Xiao Yun launched his counterattack, causing Li Changdi's eyes to widen in shock. A sharp spear shot towards Li Changdi's head. By the time he realized the life-threatening move, it was already inches from his face. Time slowed down. Without a moment's thought, he hurriedly used his ultimate technique. He managed to slow down the spear's rapid trajectory. Gritting his teeth, he desperately ducked his head to the side. The spear narrowly missed, its tip almost piercing his skull. Fortunately, Li Changdi dodged the disaster in the nick of time. The spear severed the ribbon holding his hair, instead of his head. Xiao Yun, still in the process of launching the spear, thought to himself, damn, it was so hard to seize the opportunity, and I couldn't even injure him. Now he's on his guard, it'll be hard to succeed. Next it's my turn, let's see how long you can hold out. Xiao Yun swung his arm, summoning numerous swords that formed a circle around him. The swords, guided by Xiao Yun, shot towards him, aiming to end his life. But he could manipulate space and time, so he effortlessly dodged every blade. Li Changdi, having calmed down slightly, said, it seems like we're both at a stalemate. We should just leave. If we're trapped here, we'll be stuck for 100 years. Xiao Yun, I'm done playing with you. Wait until the next Holy Land exchange meet. I'll definitely defeat you in front of everyone. Li Changdi teleported away, vanishing before the swords could reach him. He returned to Tian Shui, who was standing there. Looking at Xiao Yun with vigilance, guarding her as usual. Want to leave? Have I given you permission to go? Xiao Yun didn't want them to escape unharmed. He launched another attack to stop them. If they were to leave, he would have to face some difficulty from the righteous path if he wanted to kill them. Li Changdi didn't expect him to be so ruthless, refusing to reconcile and instead launching another barrage of swords at them. He flew to another location to avoid the attack. Tian Shui also quickly dodged the powerful attack. Taking advantage of him not being next to her, Xiao Yun moved with lightning speed, approaching her. While Tian Shui was still in a daze, petrified with fear, Xiao Yun's silhouette appeared behind her. Holding to Tian Shui's neck, Xiao Yun had successfully captured her weakness. Li Changdi, if you don't want her to die, immediately stay here. She begged in fear, don't kill me. Xiao Yun looked at him and replied, then let's see how much your Tao companion loves you. Unexpectedly, Li Changdi, cold and heartless, said, Tian Shui, I'm sorry, when I become an emperor, I'll remember you. Tears flowed down Tian Shui's face. Her eyes were filled with fear. She couldn't believe that the Tao companion she had always relied on was watching her get killed without a word. Faced with Li Changdi's indifference, Tian Shui's body released a strange blue light. She cried in agony, what are you doing to me? Don't. Then, her body suddenly turned into a bomb and exploded, attacking Xiao Yun directly. He was blown back, severely injured, and vomited blood. You're cruel, Li Changdi. Xiao Yun stabilized himself. His eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at him. Even his Tao companion, with whom he shared a bed, he brutally killed as a sacrifice, attacking him. He didn't say anything, just flew through the smoke of the explosion, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Xiao Yun. Success is paramount, never mind the details. Die. He attacked again, this time from behind Xiao Yun. You can't escape this time. Li Changdi whispered menacingly in his ear, like a vengeful ghost. But Xiao Yun had anticipated this. He raised his hand, forming a seal, and activated his spiritual power. The one who can't escape is you. Activate the formation. Toe Long Formation. A magical circle appeared under Li Changdi's feet, trapping him. What? There's still a formation? Xiao Yun extended both arms, raising the formation's barrier and smiling gleefully. That formation in front of you, along with everything that just happened, was all a lure to lower your guard. This Toe Long Formation is the real killer. He was furious, grinding his teeth and cursing, this bastard is cunning. He didn't let me realize it. He even put on a show for me. Everything the Tai Su Holy Land did to the Chaos Holy Land, I'm getting it all back. Xiao Yun didn't hesitate, gathering his energy and charging towards him. Xiao Yun, you really think I'm afraid of you? Moon God Rain. Li Changdi summoned a moon engulfed in blue flames behind him, swung his arm, launching the energy towards him, and thought to himself, this bastard is going too far, I can only temporarily burn my space-time body to kill him. The energy shot out, ripping through space. Xiao Yun was charging forward, fueled by rage, so he couldn't avoid it in time. His body collided with Li Changdi's enormous power, causing a massive explosion that devastated everything around them. Amidst the hazy smoke and dust, Xiaoyun stood firm and defiant. He wiped the blood from his lips. Good, to meet an opponent with equal strength, it's truly exhilarating. Seeing you burn your spacetime body, my blood is starting to boil. This is the first time someone has actually knocked me back. Let's fight. Xiaoyun, exuberant like a child finding a favorite toy, charged forward. Li Changdi laughed loudly and charged, burning his energy to unleash his technique. Xiaoyun looked at him seriously. It seemed the situation was turning unfavorable as he unleashed his ultimate move. Spacetime Demonic Image Slash. Li Changdi moved so fast, it was like he was creating clones surrounding Xiaoyun, using his power to break the formation. He confidently said, Xiaoyun, without your formations, you're doomed. Xiaoyun, caught in a vulnerable position, hurriedly used the Tai Chi Divine Palm to defend against the thunderous strike aimed at him. But the defense lasted only a short while before Xiaoyun was knocked back, heavily injured, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Too bad your injury is too minor. I really wanted to see how long your temporal body can burn. Without hesitation, Xiaoyun stabilized his body and summoned flying swords around him. This old man has flying daggers too. Xiaoyun spoke as he directed the flying swords to attack Li Changdi. That bastard is right. Prolonging the temporal body will cause it to be burned out. He frowned, his face darkening, as he spoke urgently. No matter what, I have to charge. Li Changdi rushed towards the approaching swords, unable to dodge. He endured the pain of a sword cut across his shoulder, aiming for a fatal strike to quickly escape. However, Xiaoyun had used the Golden Bell Shield and Tai Chi Divine Palm to protect his body. He used his strength to shatter the Golden Bell Shield, the outer layer of protection, first. Then, to Xiaoyun's astonishment, he punched through the Tai Chi Divine Palm. His technique shattered, causing internal injury and a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Li Changdi's hand reached Xiaoyun, who thought to himself, I'm going all out now. This temporal body is tricky to deal with, but I've anticipated this. In Xiaoyun's hand, a sharp sword materialized. He decisively severed Li Changdi's arm, the limb separating from his body. Blood spurted out, staining the ground red, accompanied by Li Changdi's agonizing scream. He used the last vestiges of his temporal body's power to push Xiaoyun back a distance. Seizing the opportunity, he turned towards the teleportation portal, desperately seeking a chance to survive. Finally, he could escape. Xiaoyun didn't bother with a cripple. He flung his sword towards Li Changdi. Go! Li Changdi, desperate to escape, paid no attention to his surroundings. The sword soared forward, impaling his leg. Despite the excruciating pain of the fall, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet, continuing to run. Li Changdi ran as fast as his legs could carry him, focused solely on reaching the teleportation portal, ignoring everything behind him, including Xiaoyun. Damn, what a cockroach, just won't die. Xiaoyun watched Li Changdi's desperate flight with annoyance. He summoned more flying swords, hovering in the air. He raised his hand, controlling the swords as they repeatedly stabbed Li Changdi. It seemed that this time, no matter how strong his life force, he would perish under Xiaoyun's hand. In front of a cave blocked by a barrier, a panicked voice cried out, "Major problem, big trouble, Xiaoyun's gone mad, he's holding Li Changdi at the exit." A man reported the situation to Wan Yongwei. Hearing this, Wan Yongwei gaped in disbelief. What's going on? Is Xiaoyun really that strong? The messenger continued. My lord, I heard Xiaoyun say that he's achieved a millionfold combat power. Looking at his performance, it seems to be true. Wan Yongwei hadn't grasped the situation yet. He caught the keyword from the report, a millionfold combat power. It flashed through his mind. Everyone standing before the cave was equally astounded. A millionfold combat power? That's too exaggerated. Another person exclaimed in disbelief, doesn't that mean he's reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm? Someone else voiced their doubt, I think that's impossible. Zhang Yunfei, Zhang Haoren, and the heavenly-born swordbody, Yi Wuqian, had been overshadowed by Xiaoyun. Disheartened, they thought, this guy is definitely a major obstacle to our future. Zhang Yunfei, unaware of his own limitations, stood up to vent his frustration about his defeat by Xiaoyun. Zhang Haoren and Yi Wuqian were helpless. I've been defeated by such a prodigious talent. I wonder who dares to mock me now. The Emperor Heaven Elder smiled proudly with narrowed eyes, my disciple is a future emperor. Ha 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 ha, Lin Yunyuan laughed in agreement, of course. Still reeling from the news he received, Wan Yongwei exclaimed, I don't believe it. I don't believe Xiaoyun actually defeated Li Changdi. Suddenly, a loud sound from behind made Wan Yongwei jump, turning his head to the side. Li Chengdi's screams came from behind, ah, ah. Wan Yongwei recognized Li Chengdi's voice, whipping around and calling out, Chengdi. Li Chengdi managed to break through the cave entrance but collapsed onto the ground, his body riddled with injuries. Luckily, Wan Yongwei reacted quickly and caught Li Chengdi's head. Wan Yongwei asked in astonishment, Chengdi, what happened? Li Chengdi weakly tried to speak, his voice trembling, making it hard to understand. Tai Shan Elder, didn't you say Xiaoyun was immortal, who ate a fortuitous divine pill? Wan Yongwei understood the situation and the reason behind Li Chengdi's miserable state. He gritted his teeth in anger, this Xiaoyun, he has such audacity. Seeing Li Chengdi's body covered in wounds, Wan Yongwei comforted him, Chengdi. Don't speak anymore. Rest assured, I won't let you die. Wan Yongwei quickly gathered his healing power to treat Li Chengdi. Someone approached and inquired, Tai Shan Elder, Chengdi, is he alright? Wan Yongwei, still drawing upon spiritual energy to heal, replied hastily. His limbs are fine, there are spirit treasures that can restore them. The problem is the flying dagger wounds. However, this Xiaoyun is so ruthless, he's gone mad. The Taisu Holy Land absolutely cannot tolerate him. The Emperor Heaven Elder behind Wan Yongwei spoke up, reminding him, Wan Yongwei, there are no grudges within the True Dragon. This is a matter decided by the 6 great Holy Lands. Do you want to go back on your word? Is it okay for the Taisu Holy Land to kill our chaotic Holy Land people at will, but not allow our chaotic Holy Land people to retaliate? Hitting the nail on the head, Wan Yongwei didn't know how to respond. Those at the cave entrance whispered amongst themselves, that's right. Before, Taisu wanted to use 9 people to kill just Xiaoyun. Another person agreed, now, they're trying to catch a chicken, but they're losing their rice. Yet another person said, their skills aren't as good as his, so they're mad. They really have no character. Xiaoyun's voice suddenly rang out, don't speak to one elder like that, okay? Emerging from the dust cloud at the cave entrance. Xiaoyun said in a conciliatory tone, if he hadn't come to our chaotic Holy Land to show off and help us create false intelligence, I wouldn't have had the chance to prepare so thoroughly. Xiaoyun is grateful to seeing Xiaoyun appear, everyone cheered, he's out. Xiaoyun is out. A hero emerges in his youth. I never expected him to become this year's biggest dark horse. He's made a name for himself in one battle. On the ground, Wan Yongwei embraced the frail Li Chengdi. Treating his wounds. Xiaoyun sauntered past Wan Yongwei, hands on his hips. Humph, I didn't expect Li Shixing to be so young, yet meet this fate. It's a great loss for our cultivation world. One of Li Chengdi's fellow disciples spoke up, reminding him, Xiaoyun, you've had enough. Don't pretend to be compassionate like a cat crying over a rat. This isn't your fault. Xiaoyun feigned ignorance and replied, don't talk nonsense. I'm immortal, I wouldn't have the ability to do this. Seeing Xiaoyun's arrogant behavior, Wan Yongwei could only clench his teeth in anger, unsure how to deal with him. Suddenly, Li Chengdi, in Wan Yongwei's arms, slowly opened his eyes and coughed, cough, cough. Wan Yongwei worriedly said, he's consumed more than 9/10 of his primordial power, but at least he's saved. Standing between his fellow disciple and Emperor Heaven Elder, Wan Yongwei, supporting Li Chengdi, looked directly at Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, I admit I was wrong. But deep down, Wan Yongwei thought, but I believe that in this lifetime, only Li Chengdi will become a Taoist. Placing Li Chengdi on the ground, Wan Yongwei looked up and demanded. Emperor Heaven, I'll go ahead and wait for you. Some other day, you and I will go to the Ninyes to see which of our disciples will become emperor. Wan Yongwei and Li Chengdi disappeared into the void, leaving Xiaoyun and Emperor Heaven behind. Emperor Heaven cheerfully turned to Xiaoyun, Wan Yongwei and I have been rivals for years, but unexpectedly, my disciple brought our fight to an end. Disciple, let's go. Xiaoyun responded excitedly. Yes, master. But the follower I recruited hasn't come out yet. Let's wait for him. Emperor Heaven agreed. A follower. Alright, let's wait for him. The Nian Yuan, standing next to Qin Yunyun, clasped her hands together and bowed. Congratulations to the chaotic Holy Land for obtaining such a prodigious talent. This matter is settled. We'll leave first. Qin Yunyun gazed at Xiaoyun, her eyes shining brightly, her cheeks flushed, unwilling to leave. Xiao Shisheng, thank you for this trip to the True Dragon's Den. Without you, I might not have made it out. Will you come to the Mountain and Water Sect as a guest sometime? Xiaoyun agreed, I will. Having a beautiful senior sister like you as my companion on the road, I would be very happy. Qin Yunyun quickly turned to bid farewell, then goodbye, Xiao Shisheng. Xiaoyun replied, goodbye, Qin Shimi. Chang Yun lingered, unwilling to leave. Lin Yunwen understood and turned to comfort her. Yun, don't think about Xiao Shisheng anymore. He's not meant to be in the same world as you. Chang Yun blushed and replied, Master, I understand. Xiao Yun turned back to ask Emperor Heaven. Master, can I bring my follower back to the Holy Land? Emperor Heaven glanced at him and replied, Of course you can. Our chaotic Holy Land is vast, encompassing all rivers and streams. As long as he agrees, it's possible. Spotting someone emerging, Xiao Yun exclaimed, Ah, Zhao Wuji is finally out. Zhao Wuji emerged from the cave, leaning on his staff, his expression somber. He took slow, laborious steps, muttering, How come it's so miserable? Zhao Wuji listlessly responded to Xiao Yun's inquiry, Heavens, how come you're in this state? Zhao Wuji lamented, Bad luck. While I was searching for Li Qingbi, I encountered a 900,000-pound true dragon descendant. Zhao Wuji recounted his encounter with the 900,000-pound true dragon descendant, sighing as he spoke, It almost killed me. Xiao Yun grinned mischievously, his cheeks blushing. Too bad, too bad. 900,000 pounds, it must have been delicious. Seeing Xiao Yun's cheerful demeanor, Zhao Wuji's face darkened, and he let out a soft, dejected groan. The two elders from the ancient Holy Land, observing Zhao Wuji beside Xiao Yun, questioned simultaneously, Why does it seem like these two know each other? Xiao Yun finally remembered that he hadn't introduced Zhao Wuji. He quickly helped Zhao Wuji up and introduced him, Master, let me introduce him to you. He's the follower I mentioned. His name is Zhao Wuji. The two elders from the ancient Holy Land widened their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape. What did you say? One elder gasped and reprimanded him, insolent. Xiao Yun, don't think just because you defeated Li Qingdi that you can act so arrogant in front of us from the ancient Holy Land. Deep down, the elder thought, this Xiao Yun must be crazy. Zhao Wuji is an extraordinary prodigy from the ancient Holy Land. How could he be someone else's follower? Xiao Yun cheerfully reassured the elder, You can ask Zhao Wuji. The elder disbelieved, What's there to ask? What you said is utter nonsense. The elder then turned to Zhao Wuji and called out, Wuji. Zhao Wuji understood and agreed. Lin elder, he's telling the truth. I'm now Xiao Yun's follower. The elder's eyes widened, bloodshot whites appearing. He exclaimed in shock, What? Are you kidding? You're the holy son of our ancient Holy Land. You're destined to become an emperor. Xiao Yun folded his arms, unimpressed by Zhao Wuji's forthright explanation. He and I have an agreement, whoever is stronger is the master. But I'm sure I'll be able to defeat him someday. Zhao Wuji, my promise is worth 1,000 gold. The elder still couldn't shake off his disbelief. He thought to himself, this kid must have been brainwashed by Xiao Yun. The elder began to argue with Zhao Wuji. Have you ever considered this? There's never been a holy son who served as another person's follower. What will become of the ancient Holy Land's reputation? Zhao Wuji remained calm and soothed him. I'm confident that I'll defeat Xiao Yun and become emperor, ruling the world. At that time, the ancient Holy Land will welcome me back. Xiao Yun, standing behind him, was proud of Zhao Wuji's commitment to his word and praised him, Not bad, the first battle commander under my command. You truly have the spirit. Zhao Wuji gently warned him, Don't get cocky. I'll defeat you sooner or later. The elder turned to Emperor Heaven, our ancient Holy Land absolutely will not allow this to happen. You better give us an answer. Emperor Heaven responded in a gloomy tone. Zhao Wuji was not coerced by our chaotic Holy Land. Why do you need an answer? The elder stepped forward to Zhao Wuji and asked again, Zhao Wuji, will you follow me? Zhao Wuji folded his arms and declared, Zhao Wuji is honorable and upright. If I break my word today, I'll be haunted by guilt and have no chance of becoming emperor. The elder realized at this point and agreed in his mind, that's true for Zhao Wuji. The elder turned to Emperor Heaven and said his final words. Emperor Heaven, I will return and report to the Holy Master. This matter is not over yet. He then flew away, leaving Xiao Yun, Emperor Heaven, and Zhao Wuji behind. A group of followers whispered to each other, Zhao Wuji became Xiao Yun's follower? This Xiao Yun is truly formidable. Another person responded, It's defying the heavens. The two great holy lands won't go to war over this, will they? In any case, the entire cultivation world is going to be in an uproar. Emperor Heaven turned to Zhao Wuji and Xiao Yun, Let's go. We're going back. Xiao Yun obediently replied, Yes. As the true dragon's den dissipated, Xiao Yun soared into the sky, leaving everyone below in the cave stunned. The exit to the true dragon's den had vanished. The elders who were waiting for their disciples to come out rushed to inquire, the true dragon's den is closed. Doesn't that mean my disciples will die inside? We must investigate this thoroughly. Lu Nanshan didn't come out either. Who killed the holy son of our heavenly sword Holy Land? A young white-haired man stepped forward from behind and asserted confidently, it was Xiao Yun. I saw it from afar, he killed Lu Nanshan. The elder doubted, are you telling the truth? Standing before the true dragon's den. The elders questioned in disbelief, are you telling the truth? The white-haired man's resolute assertion angered the elder. I saw it with my own eyes, nothing could be more real. Elder, remember this grudge. Xiao Yun, you're too much. You even dared to kill Lu Nanshan. With that, the elder soared into the sky, leaving a warning behind. Chaotic Holy Land, you'll pay for this. You'd better give our heavenly sword Holy Land an explanation. The gossiping crowd below chuckled at the impending trouble for the chaotic Holy Land. One person remarked, the chaotic Holy Land is in for a rough time. His grandfather is the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land. Another person who knew the details spoke anxiously, that's right. I heard he's an ancient heavy halberd. Another person, finding the situation amusing, chimed in, that's right. It's incredibly powerful. Xiao Yun is about to get crushed. In the clear blue sky, with rolling clouds, the chaotic Holy Land appeared. A village with ancient architecture. Standing before the city gates, the Holy Master of the chaotic Holy Land awaited their return. According to the schedule, the Taishan elders and disciples should be returning from the True Dragon's Den soon. A soldier quickly relayed the news, according to the schedule, the Taishan elders and disciples should be returning from the True Dragon's Den soon. Behind them, Taishan elder Tiani and Su Jingxiao approached, performing a bow. Greetings, Holy Master. The Holy Master asked, no need for ceremony. Su Jingxiao, what gains did you achieve on this trip to the True Dragon's Den? Taishan elder Tiani reported, thanks to the Holy Master's blessings, my disciple's performance was not bad. Not only did he enter the second forbidden realm, he also obtained a heavenly earth fruit. Taishan elder Tiani approached the Holy Master and continued, the heavenly earth fruit is a precious treasure that can help a heaven realm grandmaster break through. Someone exclaimed, Tiani Taishan elder is blessed this time. He's sure to become a heaven realm pinnacle with one step. Those in the Holy Land admired him, I'm afraid he might have a chance of becoming the Holy Son in the future. Another person praised him, I didn't expect Su Jingxiao to have such a great harvest. Taishan elder Tiani beamed with pride, he's amazing. On the other side, Su Jingxiao was wiping away tears and complaining. Woo woo, it's a pity that the fortunate divine pill has exhausted me. I can't go any further. The Holy Master looked expectantly at Taishan elder Tiani, inquiring, Tiani Taishan elder. I wonder how Xiao Yun performed this time. Taishan elder Tiani replied, I'm not sure about that. My disciple left on the third day. The Holy Master responded, after all, his strength is too weak. He did the right thing to leave quickly with the treasure to protect his life. Su Jingxiao suddenly spoke up, Holy Master, I know a bit about Xiao Yun's situation. I heard from someone else that the 9 people from the Taishu Holy Land, the Shu Feiyu group, had a plan to besiege Xiao Shishang. I don't know how it turned out. The Holy Master clenched his fist in worry. Behind him, people gossiped, I heard that this time Taishu sent out their disciples from the top 10 body refinement realm group. Doesn't that mean, except for Li Shengdi, they all went to besiege Xiao Yun? One person spoke anxiously, I'm afraid it won't end well. Another person agreed, that's right, that's right. Taishan elder Tiani made a perverse explanation to the Holy Master, isn't it because Xiao Yun is too arrogant? He defeated Zhang Yunfei from the king's sect before even entering the True Dragon's Den, revealing his strength. With a personality like that, he's destined not to live long. Emperor Heaven still doesn't know how to teach his disciples. Suddenly, the Holy Master jumped at the sound of Emperor Heaven's voice. Who says I, Emperor Heaven, don't know how to teach my disciples? Emperor Heaven Elder, accompanied by Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji, had returned from the heavens. People were surprised and informed each other, Emperor Heaven, it's Emperor Heaven's group that's returned. Xiao Yun is alive, why is there an extra person standing between Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji? Emperor Heaven Elder explained, Tian, listen up. My disciple, Xiao Yun, in the True Dragon's Den, killed the 9 great disciples from the Taisu Holy Land, severely wounded Li Qingdi, swept through all sorts of prodigies. Furthermore, he reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, achieving a 1,000,000-pound combat power, making our chaotic Holy Land the most powerful in the world. A holy master was overjoyed to hear this news. Everyone in the Holy Land gaped in astonishment. Su Jingxiao was also shocked. Tai Shang Elder Tianyi reflexively exclaimed, "What?" The people of the Chaos Sacred Land began to discuss killing the 9 great disciples of Tai Su. Seriously injuring Li Chengdi, he's truly powerful. 100 million gene of combat power, isn't that similar to the ancestor? The Chaos Sacred Land is about to rise again. Hee, finally, we've gotten our revenge. Seeing this, Su Jingxiao felt a pang of annoyance and thought to himself, this Xiao Yun is truly dazzling. Even after I become an elder, I'm still only a dim light. The other elder also thought to himself, damn, I hate it that the Emperor of Heaven is one step ahead of me. On the other hand, the people were now focused on the Emperor of Heaven's group. They all cheered, congratulations to Emperor of Heaven Elder. You've truly boosted the reputation of our Chaos Sacred Land. Saint Sun Xiaoyun has truly brought honor to the Sacred Land. Su Jingxiao and the other elders stood in a corner, completely ignored. The Sacred Lord praised Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, you've helped our Chaos Sacred Land take revenge and have done a great service. Our Chaos Sacred Land has always rewarded those who contribute. Tell me, what reward do you want? Xiaoyun replied humbly, Sacred Lord, you praise me too much. This was just my duty, how could I ask for a reward? The Sacred Lord said, that won't do. He scratched his head and said, then, please let the Sacred Lord decide. Whatever it is, I won't refuse. I've been in the Chaos Sacred Land for so long, I already consider this place my home. How could I ask for a reward for doing something for my own home? The Emperor of Heaven saw Xiaoyun's humble response and thought to himself. This disciple is truly clever. He's kicked the ball back to the Sacred Lord. Based on the Sacred Lord's status, he can't possibly give him a normal treasure. This is definitely more suited to Xiaoyun's needs. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun thought, I really wasn't thinking that. The Sacred Lord said, alright, I thought of a treasure. I hope you'll like it. Xiaoyun was slightly surprised and about to say something, but stopped himself. He then brought out a sword, this is the Golden Dragon Sword. I hope it will catch the Saint Sun's eye. Xiaoyun knelt down to receive the treasure bestowed by the Sacred Lord. He bowed his head respectfully, thank you, Sacred Lord. The people began to talk amongst themselves. Wow, this Golden Dragon Sword. Legend has it that the Sacred Lord forged it with the dragon bone after killing a dragon that had achieved nirvana. It's truly unique. Right, I heard that it was going to be passed down to the Divine Son. It seems like the Sacred Lord already considers Xiaoyun as the Divine Son. Xiaoyun, he was always the Divine Son to begin with. The Emperor of Heaven thought to himself, not bad, not bad. Giving the Golden Dragon Sword to Xiaoyun proves that the Sacred Lord has acknowledged him. As long as Xiaoyun becomes stronger and defeats the other Saint Sons, he can be promoted to Divine Son. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man approached. The Sacred Lord asked in surprise, who is this? He has a primordial sacred body. Why did he come to our sacred land? The elder spoke up, he's the Saint Son of the primordial sacred land, Zhao Wuji. As for why he's come to our territory, I don't know. The Sacred Lord heard this and said, Zhao Wuji. The Emperor of Heaven extended his hand and explained, Zhao Wuji has decided to follow Xiaoyun. He's now Xiaoyun's attendant. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun thought to himself, Master is truly disrespectful. He's pretending again. Old man, did you pay the copyright fee? The Sacred Lord and the others were stunned. They spoke in unison, what? How is that possible? A primordial sacred body is a fake attendant? This is truly incredible. Xiaoyun winked at Zhao Wuji and said warmly, nothing beats this. Come on, Wuji, let's go greet the Sacred Lord. Zhao Wuji looked unwilling. He frowned and crossed his arms. He still greeted the Sacred Lord respectfully. This junior Zhao Wuji greets the Sacred Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land. The Sacred Lord chuckled and said, excellent. Zhao Wuji, you don't need to be so formal. Although you're Xiaoyun's attendant, we absolutely won't suppress your talent. I declare that your status in the Chaos Sacred Land will be the same as the Saint Sons. You will receive the same treatment as the Saint Sons. Zhao Wuji was speechless with shock. Zhao Wuji then thanked the Sacred Lord. Thank you, Sacred Lord. He thought to himself, the Sacred Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land really means it. He's just saying that I'm Xiaoyun's attendant, but he's giving me the treatment of a prince like I had in the primordial Sacred Land. The Sacred Lord continued, Emperor of Heaven Supreme Elder, take them back first. Then come talk to me later. The Emperor of Heaven replied, yes, Sacred Lord. The scene shifted. In the heavenly sword sacred land, a man knelt on the ground, begging, I beg your pardon, divine son. This old man is ashamed. I wasn't able to safely bring your highness back. Please punish this servant. From within, the divine son's voice boomed, you've done nothing wrong. The rules of the true dragon lair were jointly decided by the 6 great sacred lands. Nanshan died there. It just means his skills were inferior. However, the door was forcefully pushed open. The divine son walked out. I'm incredibly curious about the young man who killed Nanshan. He smirked, this person will likely become my opponent on my path to becoming the great emperor. He then used his power to knock the man down. As for you, consider yourself unlucky. The man immediately collapsed to the ground. The scene shifted again. In the Emperor Peak, 3 girls stood waiting, Fu Ling, Lin Xiaoyao, and Shi Chuanwu. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I'm back. Do you all miss me? Lin Xiaoyao said, brother, I missed you so much. You swept through the true dragon lair. You are truly the most formidable among us 3. Fu Ling said, congratulations on your victorious return, young master. Shi Chuanwu said, congratulations, brother Xiao. Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji walked in. Xiao Yun winked and said, ha ha ha, it's great to see everyone again. This is Zhao Wuji, he was once the saint's son of the primordial sacred land. Fu Ling giggled, wow, he's the saint's son who became your attendant. Hello, Master Zhao. Zhao Wuji didn't respond, but turned and left. If I didn't have things to do, I'd go cultivate first. When I reach the Qi gathering realm, I'll challenge you again. The Emperor of Heaven instructed Fu Ling, arrange a place for them to stay. She replied, yes. Lin Xiaoyao walked over to Xiao Yun and said with a pout, humph. He's become your attendant and he's still so arrogant. Does he still think he's the saint's son of the primordial sacred land? Xiao Yun replied, well, you're right. He's still a saint's son. The sacred lord said it himself. If you have nothing to do, don't provoke him. She replied, I know, brother. Xiao Yun approached 11 Chuanwu and said, Junior Sister 11, would you please take me to the magic illusion? I want to challenge the magic illusion before I ascend to the Qi gathering realm. There are still quite a few rewards I haven't claimed yet. Shi Chuanwu replied, yes. Xiao Yun clung to 11 Chuanwu's waist as she flew him away. Lin Xiaoyao watched on, her face filled with annoyance. Damn it. I clearly know how to fly with a sword. Why did brother ask Sister 11 instead of me? Oof. Xiao Yun thought to himself, this time, I will definitely defeat the ancestor and become the first in history to reach the body-tempering realm. After returning to Emperor Peak, Xiao Yun continued to ask his junior sister 11 to take him to the magic illusion to defeat the ancestor. The scene shifted to a towering, majestic tower known as the Illusion Demon Tower. Standing before the entrance to the Illusion Demon Tower, Xiao Yun stated, brother will go first. You two wait here for a while. His 2 junior sisters agreed. Yes, brother. At this time, a large number of people gathered to witness the event. A light blue-haired girl exclaimed, wow, so many people have come. The girl beside her replied, yes, even the elders have come. Those around them began to discuss excitedly. One person said, Xiao Yun is about to challenge the ancestor. Hurry and come see. The next person expressed their excitement. This is a once in 10,000 years event. You absolutely can't miss it. Another person questioned, I wonder if he can succeed. Xiao Yun's 2 junior sisters were ecstatic, their faces beaming with smiles. The light blue-haired girl said, Brother Xiao is about to make history. The black-haired girl beside her replied, yes, the ancestor has been the invincible champion for thousands of years. After Xiao Yun entered the Illusion Demon Tower, he stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of confidence. He announced loudly, Illusion Demon, I want to challenge the strongest body-tempering realm expert in history. In response, a voice echoed, as you wish. With that, flaming footsteps approached. A tall, muscular young man, shirtless, wearing only a cloak, walked towards them. Fierce flames enveloped his body. Xiao Yun looked at him, his voice strong and determined, Ancestor, I am Xiao Yun. Today, I will defeat you. When the man reached Xiao Yun, the two stood face to face. Xiao Yun stood as tall as the man's leg. With his giant, fiery body, the man looked extremely powerful. He replied, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. With that, the tower shook violently, emitting a loud noise that shocked everyone in the surroundings. The light blue-haired girl noticed something and looked up. Sister, look, what is that on the top of the tower? A beam of blazing red light shot out from the top of the tower, illuminating the sky. The black-haired girl thought, it seems like divine light. Everyone below watched intently. On top of the tower, Xiao Yun and the man called the Ancestor had begun their challenge. The two were surrounded by a blinding yellow, fiery glow. The black-haired girl's face grew serious. It's Xiao Yun and the Ancestor. The Ancestor guarding the illusion demon tower must be making his move. The light blue-haired girl also exclaimed, we're blessed to witness this. The black-haired girl replied, I guess the Sacred Lord is also here watching. Xiao Yun smirched triumphantly and asked, so this is the true chaos body? It truly has an intimidating presence. The man called the Ancestor finally revealed his face, laughing as he said, come then, challenger. Suddenly, he jumped back in surprise. He exclaimed in utter astonishment, huh? Brother Xiao? How could it be you? Xiao Yun was equally surprised. He asked, Ancestor, are you speaking to me? Xiao Yun found this strange and thought to himself. The illusion images only speak like machines. This Ancestor's illusion seems to have normal consciousness. At this time, a blue light swirled around them, accompanied by countless numbers. Xiao Yun looked up at the muscular man flying towards him. The man called the Ancestor crossed his arms, chuckled, and asked, Ancestor, you call me Ancestor? Could it be? He pondered for a moment and then said, so that's how it is. Ha 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 ha. Time is truly miraculous. Xiao Yun also asked in confusion, Ancestor. What is going on? Why do you have your own consciousness? The man smirked and replied, this illusion demon tower is a sacred weapon I discovered in my childhood. My illusion image didn't have consciousness at first. But later, after I became a great emperor, I was able to retain my consciousness. From the Ancestor's explanation, Xiao Yun gradually understood. He grew serious and thought, so that's how it is. But judging from the Ancestor's tone, he seems to know me. But I crossed over from Earth. Xiao Yun's doubts continued to arise. Too many mysteries made Xiao Yun decide to press further. Ancestor, how do you know me? The Ancestor laughed in response. Ha ha ha, you'll find out later. He added, from the beginning. You and I cultivated together, reaching the peak of the body-tempering realm throughout the ages. Today, I'll let you see it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ancestor launched an attack, soaring through the air, preparing to strike. He roared, let me test your skills. Xiao Yun also stood ready to respond, alright, but he still felt a bit uneasy. He thought to himself, I don't remember being this strong. They both soared upwards at the same time, their fists colliding, shaking the heavens with a resounding boom. On the top of the tower, the two clashed spectacularly. Their power emanated in different colors, one azure blue, the other blazing red, illuminating the sky. Those below erupted in commotion as they witnessed the scene. As expected of the peak of the body-tempering realm, truly terrifying. Of course, this is a realm that only the mythical pure demons can reach. Xiao Yun is truly a monster. In the midst of battle, Xiao Yun used the golden bell shield to block the Ancestor's attack. The Ancestor landed a powerful punch on the golden bell shield, but it didn't budge. The two fought fiercely. The Ancestor continued to deliver punches. Xiao Yun responded with the Tai Chi Divine Palm, a giant, golden palm thrust towards the Ancestor. But the Ancestor's power shattered Xiao Yun's technique, sending him flying backwards. Xiao Yun was caught off guard by the Ancestor's punch. He used the Divine Wind Step to dodge and fly back a distance. The man called the Ancestor laughed and said, you have so many battle techniques that have reached the peak realm. No wonder even the great emperor praised your talent. Hearing the Ancestor mention another great emperor, Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask, Ancestor, the great emperor you mentioned, does that mean another great emperor existed in your era? He continued, my master taught me that there can only be one great emperor in the same realm. The Ancestor chuckled and, as he launched his next attack, told Xiao Yun that was a forbidden great emperor. I cannot mention his name. You'll find out later. Xiao Yun's eyebrows furrowed. He thought to himself, the most ancient chaos great emperor in the cultivation world. History before him seems to have been erased, leaving nothing behind. It seems there's a big secret hidden in this gap. The Ancestor launched his next attack, issuing a challenge. Xiao Yun, if you want to defeat me, go all out. With that, he soared high into the air. The Ancestor's punch suddenly descended like a whirlwind, aiming straight for Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's face filled with courage, and he roared, Ancestor, I admit you're very powerful, but I will absolutely not lose. With that, Xiaoyun continued to use his Great Dao Fusion technique. His entire body emitted a blinding light like fire. He let out a long, loud ha and charged towards the ancestor with determination in his eyes. The ancestor was no slouch either, and he launched an attack. His entire body glowed with a dazzling blue light, flying towards Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun flew towards the ancestor to fight, the blazing yellow light surrounding him, exuding an aura of grandeur. The two individuals with overwhelming power faced each other, their faces filled with unwavering determination, neither yielding to the other. But there could only be one victor. The battle continued, ferocious and intense between Xiaoyun and the ancestor. The collisions between the two caused the sky to illuminate, their power evenly matched. Both received fatal blows from each other, causing them to bleed. The ancestor wiped the blood from his mouth after taking a punch from Xiaoyun. He laughed and praised, "To be able to wound me, not bad, not bad." Xiaoyun immediately retorted, "It's not over yet. I will definitely defeat you." His confidence didn't falter. As Xiaoyun flew upwards, the ancestor asked, "You've removed all your defenses and are preparing to condense all your power for an attack?" Xiaoyun, soaring from above, clenched his fist and responded with a serious expression, "Only then can I defeat you." With his cloak billowing in the wind. The ancestor also charged forward with his fist. He scoffed, "You truly are a madman. You're just like the Thung Tianba body and the primordial sacred body." Their fists collided, generating a blinding blue and yellow light. They continued to punch and kick, gradually soaring higher, causing everything to shimmer and shine. The intense light showcased their immense power. They fought fiercely, generating lightning-like flashes of light. But then, a beam of light emerged from behind a tall mountain, causing both of them to pause. Xiaoyun looked towards it with confusion. What is that?" The ancestor explained, "This is the other shore that the Buddhist sect spoke of. It's also the ultimate destination for his cultivators, the immortal realm." The ancestor continued to explain, his face serious, "The strongest move both of us can perform, completely surpassing the limits of the body-tempering realm. Merging with the Great Tao to create symbiosis. Therefore, it's opening the other shore consciousness. We're witnessing scenes of the future immortal realm." Xiaoyun asked, dumbfounded. "Other shore consciousness?" The ancestor turned to respond, "Yes, the other shore consciousness is a realm that belongs to the Buddhist sect. It is the foundation of all laws." Hearing the ancestor's words, Xiaoyun simply scratched his head, his expression blank. "I still don't understand." Seeing this, the ancestor replied, "Simply put, this is a great opportunity for you. Quickly cultivate a battle technique. Maybe you can take advantage of this chance to break through to the battle technique Great Tao realm." After hearing the ancestor's words, Xiaoyun understood. "Alright, I don't care what kind of battle technique Great Tao it is. While the other shore consciousness is here, I'll cultivate a battle technique first." With that, the two decided to stop the battle, allowing Xiaoyun to sit down and cultivate. He closed his eyes, assuming the standard cultivation posture. A golden light radiated from his body. He said, "System, begin using enlightenment with the 9 transformation soul fist." In the training ground, Zhao Wuji was sent flying into the sky by a strike from Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun summoned a strike, sending him flying. Zhao Wuji was propelled by Xiaoyun's terrifying power straight onto the roof, shattering a section of it. Xiaoyun stood with his arms crossed, smiling triumphantly. "Hee, I said a single finger could defeat you." Zhu Shujia continued. "If you can successfully cultivate a Great Tao battle technique, you can increase your strength by at least 500,000 to 1 million caddies." Xiaoyun exclaimed, "So it's that powerful?" Zhu Shujia grinned from ear to ear. Great Tao battle techniques contain Tao patterns. Even weeds can instantly become as sharp as swords. This is a gift from the Tao. What level your body can transform to will depend on your comprehension and the power of the heavenly tribulation. Hearing Zhu Shujia mention heavenly tribulation, Xiaoyun was startled. "Wait, there's a heavenly tribulation? Isn't that something that only happens when you become a saint?" Zhu Shujia responded with a nonchalant smile and gaze. Besides the saint tribulation, breaking through the limits of any realm will also bring about a heavenly tribulation. This time, if you comprehend the Great Tao battle technique, you will face a heavenly tribulation every time you break through. Hearing this, Xiaoyun's face turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. His eyes were wide with shock. He thought to himself, "Damn, doesn't that mean I'll be struck by lightning every day?" Zhu Shujia walked in front of Xiaoyun and praised him, "Humph, Xiaoyun, your comprehension is truly frightening. The gathering storm clouds are a sign of the heavenly tribulation. Are you about to break through? Suddenly, the sky was filled with lightning strikes, the atmosphere turning dark. Golden characters appeared around Xiao Yun, and a glowing light surrounded him, like a blazing fire. He sat on a formation, the pattern of the Great Tao. Zhu Shujia stood to the side, observing him. Those below continued to watch. When they saw the battle suddenly stop and something strange happening, countless questions arose. Why did they stop? What is Xiao Yun doing? What's that on his body? It sounds like the gods are chanting. Xiao Yun's two sisters also looked up to observe the events unfolding. After a while, Xiao Yun suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes blazed with brilliance. He clenched his feet together and roared, "Break for me!" Xiao Yun remained seated. Then, as he roared, he spread his arms wide, shattering the circle of magical light surrounding him. He cried out, "Ah!" His hands clenched and spread, his face directed towards the sky. He roared loudly, and then he soared upward. Rays of light emanated from him. Xiao Yun's face now exuded a confident swagger. He sneered, "Zhu Shujia, let's have another round. Your disciple now, I'm afraid, could strike down Li Qingdi with a single punch." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Shujia suddenly charged forward, his hand clenching into a fist. His robe billowed in the wind, and he moved with incredible speed, his feet flying forward. He said, "All right, let me see just what level you've transformed to." Xiao Yun's expression turned serious. He clenched his fist with all his might and charged toward Zhu Shujia. Xiao Yun unleashed a sky-shaking punch at Zhu Shujia's face. The force sent Zhu Shujia flying backwards, his eyes tightly shut, and blood spewing from his mouth. He let out a yell, "Ah!" Before being flung far away, Zhu Shujia was sent flying back after taking Xiao Yun's incredibly powerful punch. Blood sprayed from his mouth. He had to concede, truly worthy of a great Dao battle technique. Continue. Hearing this, Xiao Yun didn't hesitate for a second. He soared up, flying towards Zhu Shujia, and launched another punch with immense power, his eyes filled with determination and decisiveness. A blinding golden light ringed Xiao Yun's hand. Zhu Shujia also charged forward to counter, their fists colliding, unleashing an enormous force. But the outcome was clear. Zhu Shujia couldn't withstand Xiao Yun's power. He was sent flying back, blood splattering everywhere. Xiao Yun landed on the ground, dust swirling around him. He was pleased with the result, his face glowing with victory. He clenched his fists, looking at Zhu Shujia, and said, "Zhu Shujia, you've lost." Zhu Shujia pushed himself up, wiping the blood from his mouth with his other hand. From the battle, he could see that Xiao Yun's progress was significant. He praised him, "Not bad, not bad. Your strength has doubled, hasn't it?" Xiao Yun remained stoic as he replied, "Yes. I've increased my strength by 900,000 caddies, almost double." Zhu Shujia closed his eyes and chuckled softly. Xiao Yun's strength astounded him. Surpassing the limit of his realm was incredibly daunting. It's no wonder that the Great Emperor was able to pierce the celestial path. Hearing Zhu Shujia mention the Great Emperor, a thoughtful and troubled look came over Xiao Yun's face. He was filled with questions about the Great Emperor. Who was he? Even Zhu Shujia held such respect for him. Zhu Shujia stood amidst the dust. His head slightly bowed as he encouraged and reminded Xiao Yun, "Don't dwell on this too much. The ninefold heavenly tribulation is coming. Go outside to face it." He also added a promise and an invitation, "I'll be waiting for you at the celestial path. Xiao Yun, I implore you to help the Chaos Holy Land." As soon as Zhu Shujia finished speaking, the heavenly tribulation appeared on top of the illusory demon tower, its immense power shaking the entire area. Seeing this, everyone present was terrified, their eyes wide with shock. This is the heavenly tribulation? Didn't the heavenly tribulation only happen when you become a saint? Some didn't understand what was happening. I don't know, is someone about to become a saint here? The Chaos Holy Master also saw this alarming sign. He was shocked and confused, who was facing the heavenly tribulation? But when he looked in the direction where the heavenly tribulation was coming from, the Chaos Holy Master seemed to realize who it was. Towards the illusory demon tower? Could it be? After his sparring match with Zhu Shujia in the illusory demon tower, Xiao Yun flew out. His figure majestic and proud, while the heavenly tribulation continued unabated. Everyone outside saw Xiao Yun fly out and gasped in amazement. Xiao Yun is out. Someone with sharp eyes noticed something unexpected and shouted, "Look! The illusory demon tower's first rank has been replaced with Xiao Yun's name." The person next to him understood the implications. He actually beat the old ancestor. He defied the heavens. Xiao Yun landed on the ground, his eyes fixed on the illusory demon tower. He pondered, observing Xiao Yun and the overwhelming power of the heavenly tribulation. Judging from the situation, the heavenly tribulation's strength seemed to be formidable. Just then, the heavenly tribulation shifted towards Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun clenched his fists and used all his power to control the heavenly tribulation. An ear-splitting thunderclap erupted under the influence of the heavenly tribulation, shattering the ground and creating a thick cloud of dust. Xiao Yun continued to resist, controlling the heavenly tribulation's attacks. Xiao Yun clenched his fists, his legs buckled, his teeth gritted, and his eyes closed as he endured the immense pressure. Violet light flickered around him, like bolts of lightning. Xiao Yun felt a mix of joy and pain. Unbelievable! This heavenly tribulation can actually temper my body. Though it hurts, it's worth it. The heavenly tribulation relentlessly pounded Xiao Yun. After a while, the heavenly tribulation tempered him, and a change occurred. Xiao Yun was surrounded by a dazzling, blinding golden light. Those present were bewildered. How can a mere body-tempering realm like Xiao Yun attract the heavenly tribulation? Some people were clueless and speculated wildly. Heaven is jealous of talent. It seems he has incurred the wrath of the heavens. But someone who seemed to understand everything fell silent, pondering. If Xiao Yun endures the heavenly tribulation, he will be even stronger. But if he can't handle it, he will die. And Xiao Yun, he's enduring the pain the heavenly tribulation inflicts, screaming in agony. The heavenly tribulation intensified, its power increasing with time. The surrounding landscape became chaotic, the ground crumbling, and dust swirling everywhere. Xiao Yun seemed to be losing his strength. He kneeled, his head bowed, and his hands propped up on the ground, exhausted. But he still managed to hold on until the end. Suddenly, Xiao Yun stood up and let out a deafening roar. Power, along with blinding golden light, like bolts of lightning, converged towards him. Xiao Yun's eyes blazed, and he continued to scream in excruciating pain. Yet, deep down, he encouraged himself. I have to withstand this last stage of the heavenly tribulation. Elder DTN watched Xiao Yun's situation, his pride overflowing. He praised his disciple before the Chaos Holy Master. The lightning is weakening, it seems my disciple is about to transcend the heavenly tribulation and achieve an unparalleled foundation. The Chaos Holy Master acknowledged Xiao Yun's strength. Indeed, if he could defeat the old ancestor and endure the heavenly tribulation, forging a chaos body, becoming a great emperor is only a matter of time. After a while, the scene at the illusory demon tower returned to normal. Rose petals and green leaves fell in a gentle cascade. A brilliant light emanated from around the illusory demon tower. Xiao Yun finally completed his heavenly tribulation, but he was still somewhat exhausted. He clenched his fists and looked down. Minutes later, Xiao Yun's body became incredibly powerful, radiating a golden light. Xiao Yun was filled with joy as he looked at his achievement. Finally, my strength has reached 2 million caddies. It's more than double Su Jia's. I'll have to teach that Li Chengdi a lesson. If Li Chengdi were to come here now, I could kill him with a single punch. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder DTN and the Chaos Holy Master approached Xiao Yun. Seeing them, he bowed and greeted them, Master, Holy Master. Elder DTN praised him, Disciple, you're truly something else. You've returned not long ago and already caused such a commotion. The Chaos Holy Master looked at Xiao Yun with a serious tone. Xiao Yun, I have something I want to ask you. The Chaos Holy Master raised a single finger and a magical light emanated from it. The Chaos Holy Master seemed to have witnessed something that happened between Xiao Yun and Su Jia in the illusory demon tower. He asked cheerfully. Earlier, while you were in the illusory demon tower, you seemed to be talking to Su Jia. Could it be that Su Jia's projection has become self-aware? Elder DTN, standing beside him, was surprised. Is that so? Xiao Yun answered in a low voice, yes, it scared me at the time. The Chaos Holy Master was curious and wanted to know more, so he asked, what did Su Jia say to you? At the Chaos Holy Master's question, Xiao Yun broke out in a cold sweat and froze, pondering for a few seconds. He should not tell him about Su Jia addressing him as brother. He'd probably be considered an idiot. So, Xiao Yun decided to boast to the Chaos Holy Master. He fabricated a story. Su Jia said I am absolutely the most extraordinary talent in countless years. There was none before me and none after. He asked me to lead the Holy Land to its peak and join him in the celestial realm soon. The Chaos Holy Master believed him. He agreed with the statement, Su Jia was right. From today onwards, I will appoint you as a true holy son. Represent our chaos holy land outside. Xiao Yun bowed and thanked him. Thank you, holy master. Then, he told them to leave. You and Elder DTN can go back first. The gentle, dreamy sunlight bathed the chaos holy land, creating a dazzling and beautiful scene. Outside, Elder DTN and Xiao Yun were walking when they met Zhao Wuji. He crossed his arms and asked Xiao Yun in a rough, loud voice. How much strength do you have now? Xiao Yun replied teasingly, you want to know? I won't tell you. Then, Elder DTN and Xiao Yun left Zhao Wuji alone. Zhao Wuji, not receiving an answer, became angry. He glared coldly at Xiao Yun's back and muttered resentfully, Humph, you just wait for me. When I reach the Qi-gathering realm, I'll challenge you. Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Xiao Yun just sneered, by then, a single finger of mine could send you flying. Stop bragging. Time passed, and a moment later, Xiao Yun and Elder DTN entered a room. They sat down, and Xiao Yun recounted everything that happened at the Dragon Claw Cave to Elder DTN. Master, that's what happened at the Dragon Claw Cave. Hearing the entire story, Elder DTN praised Xiao Yun, not bad. The cultivation world is a world of the strong preying on the weak. He didn't forget to remind and instruct Xiao Yun, if anyone dares to kill you, you kill them. Don't hesitate. No matter who they are. Xiao Yun remembered those words. Yes, master. Elder DTN's expression turned serious as he pondered. He warned Xiao Yun, however, Lu Tiandu's grandfather, Lu Nanshan, is a holy son of the heavenly Tao Holy Land. He was on the same level as me back then. The title of Supreme Sword, Ancient Reincarnation, and a peerless talent. This is likely to be a bit troublesome. Then, he blamed himself. It's all because I'm incompetent and unable to break through to the heavenly realm. Xiao Yun spoke in a strong, encouraging voice, Master, your talent is unparalleled. You possess the chaos body. What's a petty Lu Tiandu? Elder DTN lowered his head dejectedly. If I could ascend to the heavenly realm, I wouldn't fear Lu Tiandu. Sadly, I don't have much life force left. Xiao Yun extended his hand, revealing a few glowing golden fruits. He said to Elder DTN with a cheerful tone, Master, what do you think this is? Elder DTN looked at the object in Xiao Yun's hand and gasped, Bodhi fruit. Although the Bodhi fruit would be greatly beneficial to Elder DTN, he still waved his hand in refusal of Xiao Yun's special gift. Forget it. Even if I break through to the heavenly realm, I can't truly forge a chaos body in this lifetime. It would be a waste for me to take it. You should keep it. Xiao Yun looked at Elder DTN with a helpless expression. Xiao Yun insisted, taking Elder DTN's hand and placing the Bodhi fruit in it. Don't worry about it. Then Xiao Yun turned and walked out, leaving Elder DTN alone in the room. Elder DTN gazed thoughtfully at Xiao Yun's departing figure. He didn't do as Xiao Yun wished, but instead, he thought about him. Forget it. If that's the case, let your master protect you on your path to becoming a Taoist. Elder DTN had great expectations for Xiao Yun. After all, he truly wanted to witness the moment his disciple became a great emperor. The scene shifted. Xiao Yun sat in a room, meditating before a pile of spirit energy. Brilliant light emanated from the spirit energy, flowing into Xiao Yun's body, with countless characters appearing above him. To reach the Qi-gathering realm, one must gather the spirit energy of heaven and earth, circulate it through the 360 meridians, open up the 7,200 acupoints, and ultimately form a great heavenly cycle, condensing the spirit energy in the DTN. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, and his hands clenched. Brilliant light emanated from him. Xiao Yun thought to himself, I need to see how much spirit energy of heaven and earth I can absorb. Minutes later, Xiao Yun, still in that seated posture, soared into the air along with the meditation cushion. The entire room was ablaze with light. Time passed. A day later, Xiao Yun had exhausted the spirit energy of heaven and earth, leaving only remnants of dust and a few tipped-over bottles on the tray, with grey dust flying everywhere. Xiao Yun looked at what was left and scratched his head, a mixture of surprise and helplessness. So many top-grade spirit treasures. And they were all exhausted in a single day. Such a high price, something ordinary people couldn't afford. Suddenly, Elder DTN ran into Xiao Yun's room, bringing with him a pile of spirit stones, many times larger than the previous day. He exclaimed, Disciple, have you run out of spirit stones? I brought you some new ones. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up with joy as he asked Elder DTN. Master, where did you get so many top-grade spirit stones? Elder DTN grinned. Now, you are a son. What are a few spirit stones? Focus on breaking through. Hearing this, Xiao Yun cheerfully accepted Elder DTN's generosity. Yes, master. Time passed. About a month later. Xiao Yun was still meditating in the room and had completed his cultivation. He sighed, finally, I've broken through. Xiao Yun lifted his head and roared loudly. The dragon spirit within him soared, and the entire room was ablaze with light. The dragon spirit ascended into the heavens, carrying the blinding golden light of the Chaos Holy Land. Those outside saw this scene and knew what was happening. He broke through. Their faces were filled with smiles, happy for Xiao Yun. Fu Ling sensed the immense power of Xiao Yun and exclaimed, the young master's blood energy is so frightening. He has probably reached the peak of the Qi gathering realm. Elder DTN, standing beside her, agreed with her assessment. Very likely. This is a true, unparalleled foundation. He continued to praise Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun has surpassed the old ancestor. Truly extraordinary. Xiao Yun had reached the realm. He stood up, his entire body radiating a majestic aura. Xiao Yun gently landed on the ground and stepped outside. He looked at his tightly clenched fists, his face beaming. Xiao Yun was surrounded by a radiant glow. He was incredibly satisfied with his achievement. My strength has increased fivefold, reaching 10 million caddies. Even if Li Qingdi had reached the peak of the Qi gathering realm, he would only have about 4 million caddies of strength. Xiao Yun felt his extraordinary strength. Indeed, the stronger the foundation, the stronger you will become in the future. Fu Ling and Elder DTN approached Xiao Yun. Rose petals fluttered around them, creating a dreamy scene. Fu Ling praised Xiao Yun. Yun Master, you're so powerful. It's like you have a true dragon hidden within your body. Elder DTN agreed. I feel like a dormant mountain, waiting for the moment to erupt. It will be earth-shattering, moving mountains and filling seas. Xiao Yun was pleased. He didn't forget to inquire about the current situation. Thank you, Master, for the praise. Did Zhao Wuji come by? Is there anything happening at the wild ancient Holy Land? Hearing Xiao Yun mention this, Elder DTN's eyes lit up. He told Xiao Yun, this is what I was about to tell you. After preliminary negotiations, the wild ancient Holy Land seems inclined to form an alliance. But before the alliance is finalized, you have to make a trip to the wild ancient Holy Land. They need to see the sincerity of our Chaos Holy Land. Xiao Yun wondered, an alliance between such major Holy Lands. What difference would it make if I go? Elder DTN placed his hand on Xiao Yun's shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry about the details. When you arrive, just beat their genius black and blue. As for everything else, our Chaos Holy Land's elders will naturally discuss it. Hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes widened in understanding. So that's it. Master, I understand. But in his mind, Xiao Yun thought about his bright future. So, they're asking me to show off. As long as they know how powerful I am, my future achievements will be limitless. The alliance will naturally come to fruition. Suddenly, a strong beam of light appeared in the Chaos Holy Land. It turned out to be Zhao Wuji, still holding a grudge, who came to challenge Xiao Yun. He soared through the air, his fists clenched, and shouted loudly to Xiao Yun, I want to challenge you. Zhao Wuji smirked. He seemed confident and boastful as he declared his challenge to Xiao Yun. Come, let me see how much stronger you become after breaking through to the Qi gathering realm. Zhao Wuji even boasted, I'm not afraid to tell you. I've reached the peak of the Qi gathering realm. Xiao Yun looked at him with disdain and scorn. He even reminded Zhao Wuji, why don't you make the first move? Just in case you don't get another chance to after I make my move. Elder DTN and Fu Ling saw this and began to discuss it enthusiastically. Elder DTN seemed to understand Zhao Wuji's thoughts and intentions. He told Fu Ling, this Zhao Wuji wants to test Xiao Yun's capabilities. After all, he surely knows that Xiao Yun even defeated the old ancestor. And after ascending, he certainly wouldn't be a match for him. Fu Ling agreed and felt sorry for Zhao Wuji. It's a pity. He doesn't know that the young master now is not merely at the limit. He's beyond it. Zhao Wuji couldn't wait and eagerly launched the first attack. He spread his arms and legs wide, and his wild ancient holy body appeared looking incredibly powerful. Zhao Wuji even boasted confidently such arrogance. Today, I'll show you the consequences of underestimating the wild ancient holy body. Xiao Yun remained silent. Zhao Wuji unleashed the battle god fist. He launched a punch towards Xiao Yun. Fu Ling couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of the wild ancient holy body. Zhao Wuji's physical strength has risen to 3 million caddies. Elder DTN partially agreed but thought Zhao Wuji's strength was still immature and undeveloped. Yes, but it's still far from my disciple's strength. Facing Zhao Wuji's punch, Xiaoyun simply extended his hand and effortlessly blocked it. Seeing Xiaoyun's blocking method, Zhao Wuji's face turned purple with shock. What? Zhao Wuji was taken aback, still unable to believe it. Impossible. He decided to unleash the Battle God Fist again to attack Xiaoyun, soaring up and raising his fist high. Xiaoyun smirked slightly, looking at him with disdain. Zhao Wuji launched another massive fist towards Xiaoyun. As before, Xiaoyun effortlessly blocked the huge punch with a simple gesture, light as a feather. Zhao Wuji was enraged. He roared towards the sky, damn it. Zhao Wuji couldn't bear to lose like this. This time, he seemed to have poured all his strength into the battle god unity, once again attacking Xiaoyun. Zhao Wuji flew forward, delivering a super powerful punch. Xiaoyun, on the other hand, seemed calm, not showing any sign of fear. Xiaoyun simply extended a single finger towards Zhao Wuji. The result this time was no different from the last. Xiaoyun easily countered Zhao Wuji's attack. Xiaoyun glanced at Zhao Wuji, as if promising a terrible end. Next, it's my turn. Xiaoyun furrowed his brow, slowly curling his fingers. In the training ground, Zhao Wuji was sent flying into the sky by a strike from Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun summoned a strike, sending him flying. Zhao Wuji was propelled by Xiaoyun's terrifying power straight onto the roof, shattering a section of it. Xiaoyun stood with his arms crossed, smiling triumphantly. Hee, I said a single finger could defeat you. Xiaoyun walked in front of Elder DTN and asked, Master, should I continue to cultivate in seclusion and advance to the Divine Bridge realm? Elder DTN happily praised him, your strength has increased significantly. It's best to adapt first. Otherwise, if you can't fully control your own power, it will have negative consequences. Xiaoyun turned to the side, looking up at the sky and replying, if that's the case, I'll go to the illusory demon tower first. I'll challenge the strongest historical powerhouse of the Qi-gathering realm to get used to my new strength. Elder DTN agreed with Xiaoyun's idea. That's good. After saying that, Xiaoyun followed Fu Lang onto a flying sword that ascended into the sky. Fu Lang led the way, turning back and saying to Xiaoyun, follow me, young master. I'll take you to the illusory demon tower. Xiaoyun readily agreed. Alright, I happen to have things I brought back from the Dragon Claw cave that I want to give you. Fu Lang was surprised. For me? Xiaoyun spread his hand, revealing 3 glowing orbs before Fu Lang. Fu Lang hesitated and was surprised. This is a dragon extension fruit. 1 fruit for 10 years of life. No, I can't accept this. It's too valuable. However, Xiaoyun still placed the dragon extension fruit in Fu Lang's hand, despite her bewildered look. Xiaoyun said, don't refuse. You wouldn't want Xiaoya to lose her master too quickly, would you? Fu Lang was still in shock and stammered. This. Fu Lang's face flushed red with embarrassment. Xiaoyun cheerfully encouraged her. Take it. We're at the illusory demon tower. Why are there so many people here? It seems I've become a celebrity. Fu Lang finally accepted Xiaoyun's kindness. Alright, then thank you, young master. Many people in the sky were also heading towards the tower, preparing to land. Fu Lang and Xiaoyun flew swiftly towards the tower in front of them. Those who were flying towards the tower discussed, Brother Xiao is here to challenge the illusory demon tower again. Another person agreed, yes, this time I bet he can definitely defeat the old ancestor. Yet another person agreed, yes, Brother Xiao seems to have secured the top spot again. Brother Xiao appeared in the memories of those arriving, with his confident and victorious image. A moment later, looking at the announcement board outside the tower, many praises echoed. Wow, so fast. Brother Xiao just entered and defeated the last person. He took it down so quickly. Even the person in second place couldn't hold on for 2 seconds. He's so strong. Inside the tower, Xiaoyun was still battling the white-haired man. He countered, and both of them used their immense strength to create 2 streams of qi. Xiaoyun's qi invaded the white-haired man's stream of qi. He used a technique called clashing. Seeing his strength gradually expanding, Xiaoyun happily said, Master was right. You can't increase your strength instantly. You still need to learn how to control your strength. Otherwise, this 10 million caddies of strength will be utterly useless. After saying that, Xiaoyun launched an attack that sent the white-haired man flying high, falling backward. Xiaoyun shouted, knock him down. Strength plus control is what equates to combat power. It seems I still need to train more. A few days later, dark, shadowy figures, resembling human forms, appeared in the sky above the tower. A figure wearing brown clothes appeared. His name was Lu Tiandu, the Chaos Holy Master. Standing opposite him, spoke, Lu Tiandu, what brings you to our Chaos Holy Land? Lu Tiandu's face darkened, and he looked ahead sternly. I've come here simply to see which extraordinary disciple of your Chaos Holy Land killed my nephew at the Dragonclaw Cave. The Chaos Holy Master and Lu Tiandu landed on the ground. The Chaos Holy Master spoke first, the 6 great Holy Lands have rules. Enmities from the Dragonclaw Cave cannot be brought outside. Lu Tiandu quickly reminded him, Holy Master, don't be tense. I, Lu Tiandu, haven't fallen so low as to bully a junior. Even if I wanted revenge, I'd wait for him to grow up, not kill him before that. The Chaos Holy Master saw Lu Tiandu's dangerous expression and fell into thought. Lu Tiandu was also invincible, only D Tian could fight him for a short period. It was truly unthinkable for him to bully a junior. The Chaos Holy Master turned and looked directly at Lu Tiandu, agreeing. Alright, then I'll grant your request. Follow me. The Chaos Holy Master quickly walked ahead. Lu Tiandu followed quickly, saying as he walked, I met Li Chengdi before. His invincible spirit has been broken. He's become useless. I hope your Chaos Holy Land Xiaoyun won't disappoint me. Without an opponent, you'll be lonely. The Chaos Holy Master simply thought to himself. Lu Tiandu was still as arrogant as ever. A foot suddenly stopped in front of the Chaos Holy Master and Lu Tiandu. From somewhere, Elder D Tian's voice spoke, Lu Tiandu, you're still as arrogant as ever. Have you forgotten about me, D Tian? Both Xiaoyun and Elder D Tian were standing in front of the Chaos Holy Master and Lu Tiandu. Elder D Tian reminded him, back then, you were beaten by me many times. Lu Tiandu replied, D Tian, to be honest, since you disappeared, I haven't had an opponent in years. Elder D Tian snorted softly. HMPH Xiaoyun looked at Lu Tiandu, who had arrived, and thought. Looking at Lu Tiandu's expression, he doesn't seem to be pretending. He has no opponent. What level of invincible spirit is this? A system notification sounded in Xiaoyun's mind. Dang, newest mission. Defeat Lu Tiandu, reward. 50 times enlightenment. Xiaoyun was lost in the system, helplessly replying, System, no way. Defeat Lu Tiandu, bro? Do you think I'm a reincarnated God King? A hand suddenly placed itself on Xiaoyun's shoulder, encouraging him. Elder D Tian placed his hand on Xiaoyun's shoulder and challenged Lu Tiandu. Lu Tiandu, you don't need to worry about not having an opponent. My disciple, Xiaoyun, will eventually catch up to you and definitely defeat you. Lu Tiandu was startled by Elder D Tian's assertion. Walked over and said, You're talking about him? Truly worthy of being the one who defeated the Time-Space Empire. His talent is formidable. Even in the Qi-gathering realm, I'm far behind him. Lu Tiandu stared at Xiaoyun and continued, You should cultivate him well. He will become the whetstone for me to become a great emperor. Elder D Tian looked at Lu Tiandu and replied. Tiandu, since you're here, why not have a match with my disciple? What do you say? The Chaos Holy Master was slightly surprised by Elder D Tian's proposal. He couldn't believe it. What is Elder D Tian thinking? Xiaoyun is only at the Qi-gathering realm. If Lu Tiandu were to stand still and let him hit him, he wouldn't be able to hurt him. How are they going to fight? Xiaoyun couldn't help but sweat and worry. Master, are you trying to throw your disciple under the bus? Lu Tiandu is about to become a saint. He could blow me away with a breath. How am I going to fight him? Lu Tiandu seemed to think Elder D Tian was talking nonsense and explained, D Tian, are you getting senile? Your disciple is still in the Qi-gathering realm. Even if I stand still and let him hit me, he wouldn't be able to hurt me. Elder D Tian continued to challenge him. It's very simple. You can fight on the Great Emperor's battlefield. That way, it's fair. Xiaoyun anxiously asked Elder D Tian. Master, what is the Great Emperor's battlefield? Elder D Tian introduced it. The Great Emperor's battlefield is a treasure that only a great emperor can refine. Its purpose is to test true geniuses. This type of battlefield has a special effect. It can suppress the cultivation realm of the higher-level cultivator in a battle, lowering them to the same level as the lower-level cultivator. Xiaoyun understood and began to calculate. At the same realm, even my old ancestor couldn't beat me. Isn't this a chance for me to defeat Lu Tiandu? Xiaoyun confidently crossed his arms and accepted the challenge. Senior Lu, dare you have a fight with me? Lu Tiandu was provoked and turned to Elder D Tian. D Tian, I admit that your disciple is invincible in the Qi-gathering realm. I can't beat him. But so what? Being invincible in the Qi-gathering realm doesn't mean he'll be invincible later. Dare you let him fight me in the Divine Bridge realm? Elder D Tian's face darkened, and he shouted, no. Lu Tiandu boasted and challenged, Hava? You proposed fighting at the same level, and you're the ones afraid. Is the Chaos Holy Land getting weaker and weaker? The Chaos Holy Master became worried and looked at Elder D Tian and Xiao Yun. Elder D Tian was also clenching his teeth, suppressing his emotions. Xiao Yun stepped forward. His voice echoed. Divine Bridge Realm is Divine Bridge Realm. Senior Lu, please stay at the Chaos Holy Land as a guest for a month. Elder D Tian watched intently as Xiao Yun confidently stepped forward to accept the challenge. Xiao Yun continued, in a month, I will definitely enter the Divine Bridge Realm and fight you. As he spoke, he thought to himself, if the system gave me the mission, it means I definitely have a chance to complete it. Lu Tiandu was slightly surprised to see Xiao Yun accept the challenge, and he agreed, alright. I agree to your request. Inside, he thought to himself, young people are truly quick to anger. He's already fallen for my trap. Although Xiao Yun was very confident, Elder D Tian still said no. No, either fight a battle in the Qi-gathering realm. Or wait for a showdown on the path to becoming a great emperor. Lu Tiandu replied with amusement. D Tian, your disciple has already agreed. Now you're regretting it? His mind will shatter if he breaks his promise. Elder D Tian's eyes widened in surprise. This, he pondered. Lu Tiandu was right. Someone who becomes a great emperor's mind absolutely cannot have a single crack. Otherwise, it will shatter under the emperor's tribulation. Elder D Tian and Xiao Yun's faces fell as the Chaos Holy Master persuaded them. Xiao Yun, Lu Tiandu has cultivated for over 1,000 years. His combat experience and skills far surpass yours. Furthermore, the Divine Bridge Realm uses spiritual energy to cultivate divine abilities for battle. Lu Tiandu's divine abilities have reached the peak. You've just entered the Divine Bridge Realm. How can you fight him? Lu Tiandu continued his sarcastic tone. Xiao Yun, your holy master is right. If you're afraid, you should go back and cultivate diligently. Xiao Yun retorted immediately, you're just a second-tier reincarnation divine body. I defeated many supreme bodies. Even in the Divine Bridge Realm, I can still defeat you. As he finished speaking, Xiao Yun turned to leave. Elder D Tian called out his name. Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun affirmed, Master, Holy Master, don't try to persuade me. If I back down, it will leave a crack in my mind. Elder D Tian worried inwardly. What was I thinking mentioning the great emperor's battlefield? I've gone from frying fish to frying myself. However, Xiao Yun was not afraid. He turned back and smiled brightly at Elder D Tian, asking for a favor. Please take me back to cultivate in seclusion, Master. In a month, I will definitely defeat Lu Tiandu. Elder D Tian readily agreed. Alright, Lu Tiandu bid farewell to the Chaos Holy Master. Holy Master, I'll trouble your noble land for a month. After saying that, Lu Tiandu left quickly, not forgetting to say a final word. Fellow Taoists of the Chaos Holy Land, today, I, Lu Tiandu, have come here to challenge Xiao Yun to a duel on the Great Emperor's battlefield in the Divine Bridge Realm. Seeing Lu Tiandu achieve his goal with a satisfied expression, the Chaos Holy Master angrily cursed under his breath. Damn it, this Lu Tiandu is truly cunning. If Xiao Yun were to lose to Lu Tiandu in front of everyone, it would surely shatter his Tao heart, and it would also affect his reputation at the Holy Land. Those listening to Lu Tiandu's words began to discuss it. Kung Ziqing watched for a while. Brother Xiao must be out of his mind. He actually dared to challenge Lu Tiandu. Another person agreed. Yes, he's a 1,000-year-old monster. Someone else said, didn't Brother Xiao defeat the old ancestor? Surely he won't lose. Another person joined the discussion. What do you know? The Divine Bridge Realm uses divine abilities. Brother Xiao just entered the Divine Bridge Realm. How can he possibly learn? Kung Ziqing smiled, feeling that Xiao Yun was making a foolish decision. Has Xiao Yun become arrogant and forgotten himself? He actually dares to claim that he will fight Lu Tiandu in the Divine Bridge Realm in a month. The power of divine abilities far surpasses battle techniques. In such a hurry, Xiao Yun can't possibly cultivate divine abilities. He will definitely lose. At Emperor Peak, an ancient temple appeared. Many people were present in the challenge area. Lin Xiaoya and Fu Ling were among the crowd, cheering for Xiao Yun. Xiao Wuji couldn't help but speak from behind Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, are you crazy? You're challenging Lu Tiandu in the Divine Bridge realm? You're literally asking for humiliation. However, Xiao Yun confidently smiled and replied, even though supreme bodies like you guys were defeated by me. He's just a measly second-tier reincarnation. What am I afraid of? Xiao Wuji scoffed. You're an idiot. If he were your peer, you'd definitely win. Xiao Wuji was extremely serious as he advised Xiao Yun. But he has cultivated for over 1,000 years. His divine abilities are all at their peak. He's opened up the reincarnation to the highest level. Xiao Wuji continued to insist, even if there were 10 of you in the Divine Bridge realm, you'd still definitely lose. In front of Emperor Peak, Xiao Wuji looked at Xiao Yun with skepticism. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, lightly nudged him on the shoulder, unconcerned, and said to Xiao Wuji, don't apply your weakling's mentality to me. You guys would lose to him, but it doesn't mean I would. I am now a peerless figure. No matter who I fight, I am invincible. Realizing he couldn't persuade Xiao Yun, Xiao Wuji left with a final reminder, if you're looking for humiliation, I have nothing to say. Wait until your invincible spirit cracks, and then we'll see how you become a great emperor. Fu Ling also stepped forward and offered her opinion. Young master, though Xiao Wuji's words are harsh, they do have some logic. You haven't cultivated divine abilities. It's basically impossible to defeat Lu Tiandu. Xiao Yun was touched by her concern and blushed with amusement, turning to reply. Don't worry, Fu Ling. As soon as I level up, I'll immediately cultivate divine abilities. Don't you know about my comprehension? Fu Ling's face became extremely serious, presenting the harsh reality to Xiao Yun. Young master, I'm afraid you don't know. Divine abilities are hundreds of thousands of times more difficult than battle techniques. Many people die before they can cultivate a single divine ability to its peak. A month is too short. Hearing Lin Xiaoya's voice from behind, Xiao Yun looked down. Lin Xiaoya continued Fu Ling's words. Brother Xiao, master's words are true. Divine abilities are truly difficult to cultivate. I'm still practicing a mid-level divine ability, and it has taken me a whole month. I haven't even begun to master it. Xiao Yun smiled brightly and confidently said. With your meager talent, how can you compare to your big brother? After saying that, Xiao Yun strode forward. Seeing Xiao Yun's resolute and arrogant attitude, Jishu and Yu frowned with doubt. Xiao Yun spoke as he walked away. All right, go play quickly. Time is of the essence. Big brother needs to go and break through to the Divine Bridge realm. In his mind, Xiao Yun thought to himself, Lu Tiandu, no matter how strong you are, can you compare to a hacker? Wait, in a month, I'll beat you until your mother wouldn't recognize you. At Xiao Yun's residence, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged on the floor, his hands clenched, practicing his qi cultivation. He alternated between cultivating and pondering, calculating. After that battle in the illusory demon tower, I still have 300 enlightenment points. So, a drumbeat, charged to the peak of the Divine Bridge realm. Xiao Yun's body tensed up as he cultivated his qi. A powerful blow erupted, engulfing him. Xiao Yun silently called out, System, use enlightenment. Xiao Yun successfully entered the system's empty space. Looking up at the burst of spirit energy in the system space, swirling around his body. Xiao Yun thought, to enter the Divine Bridge realm, you need to condense your spirit energy into a liquid state. A moment later, the system transmitted the necessary qi power to Xiao Yun's hand. Xiao Yun carefully observed the qi in his hand, thinking, this bit of spirit energy can probably only control 1 million caddies of strength, only 1/10 of my current strength. It seems I need to use the spirit tempering heaven from the chaos scripture to continue to enhance it. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, broke out in a cold sweat, and closed his eyes. Silently requesting, System, use enlightenment with spirit tempering heaven. The system menu appeared, displaying a countdown notification. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Spirit tempering heaven 1. Spirit tempering heaven 2. The system continued to display messages. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun felt his body shake violently and endured the excruciating pain, clenching his teeth. The system transmitted a message, Primary Spirit Tempering Heaven 1 has been completed. Beginning Intermediate Spirit Tempering Heaven 1. Xiao Yun felt it in his head. Spirit Tempering 9 refinements. Each refinement doubles spirit energy, a total increase of 9 times. Truly against the heavens, but this pain is truly terrifying. Xiao Yun opened his eyes wide and looked at the equipment that had appeared in the room. The system counted. 5, Xiao Yun pondered. The spirit treasures that replenish spirit energy, obtained from the Dragon Claw Cave, can finally be used. The system continued. 4. Xiaoyan took a piece of spirit energy and bit and chewed it, enduring the pain. The system counted. 3. Xiaoyan thought to himself, it hurts so much. And the enlightenment points are being consumed so quickly. The system continued. 2. Xiaoyan was encouraged, but it's worth it to become the strongest. After all, I can cheat and get more. Xiaoyan closed his eyes tightly and silently said, I'm going. The system displayed the number. 1. The countdown finally ended. The system displayed the number. 0. The system disappeared into the space, and the room became eerily quiet. The scene shifts to a different location. Lu Tiandu's residence. Elder DTN, playing Go, sat opposite Lu Tiandu. Lu Tiandu boasted, DTN, you've lost again. Elder DTN snorted softly. Poof. My disciple can defeat you. That's all that matters. A faint wisp of smoke wafted from the incense burner on the table. Lu Tiandu looked at Elder DTN, reminding him, perhaps in the future, but in the Divine Bridge realm, he absolutely cannot defeat me. The key to the Divine Bridge realm is spirit energy and divine abilities. Even if he breaks through, the spirit energy he condenses will likely only be able to control 1/10 of his current strength. As he spoke, Lu Tiandu gently placed a chess piece on the board and continued, furthermore, in terms of divine abilities, I've already cultivated various divine abilities to their peak, and I have rich combat experience. Lu Tiandu cast an arrogant glance, sneered, and conveyed his message to Elder DTN. His hand, which was on the chessboard, rose into a clenched fist, affirming, therefore, the probability of him defeating me is 0. Seeing Xiaoyan being belittled by Lu Tiandu, Elder DTN frowned but tried to suppress his emotions, putting his absolute trust in Xiaoyan. So what? I believe in my disciple. He will definitely defeat you. 9 days later, Xiaoyan was still sitting in meditation, his eyes tightly shut, focusing his qi, concentrating it in his hand, creating a glowing golden qi stream. All that qi gathered into a brilliant golden orb, radiating a halo on Xiaoyan's forehead. He kept his eyes closed and said, finally, I just need to cultivate a little more, and I'll be done. The joints in his body became clearly visible. The powerful golden qi spread around him. His posture in meditation, he thought, with my powerful spirit energy. I can now observe the inside of my body. Through my spirit energy, I can see not only my mind but also my meridians, acupoints, bones, blood, and flesh. Xiaoyan opened his eyes wide. The source of light-gathering spirit energy on his forehead was like an eye that opened his senses, allowing him to fully grasp his bodily condition. He looked at his hands, radiating spirit energy. With sparkling eyes, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. It cost me 100 enlightenment points, but the effect is worth it. Xiaoyan now felt incredibly confident in his current fighting ability. Don't even talk about the Divine Bridge realm. Even a master of the spirit energy movement heaven realm wouldn't be as strong as me. After Lu Tiandu is suppressed, he definitely won't be as strong as me now. Xiaoyan smiled triumphantly. He had 2 weapons on each side. On one side was a black-silver sword radiating silver spirit energy, and on the other side was a golden sword emanating golden spirit energy. He analyzed the 2 weapons. The golden dragon sword, given to me by the Holy Master, is very light. It's strong in terms of speed. The demon sword, given to me by Master, is very heavy. It's strong in terms of attack. Each sword had its own advantages and disadvantages, suitable for different situations. Furthermore, they complemented each other. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, looking at the 2 treasured swords in his hands, and he thought to himself, refine both of these flying swords. 2 hours later, he stepped out of his cultivation room, carrying the 2 swords. He said with satisfaction, it's done. I, Master Xiao, can finally fly on a sword. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he rode his sword and soared into the air. The wind howled, and leaves danced around. On the other side, the 3 sisters were chatting. Xiaoya said with concern, Brother Xiao has been cultivating in seclusion for 9 days. There isn't much time left for him to cultivate divine abilities. Fu Ling also replied in a panicked tone, yes, to be honest, even if the young master had a month, it would be very difficult to cultivate a single divine ability. A white arrow appeared in the sky, preparing to land. Ji Xuanyu continued, Brother Xiao is out. He's ascended to the Divine Bridge realm. Xiaoyan flew over on his sword, standing on it, his arms crossed before his chest, looking down at his sisters with pride, and smiling. The feeling of flying is exhilarating. Xiaoyan flew past like a long streak of light, causing everyone there to exclaim in surprise, Brother Xiao. He's broken through. He's so fast. Another disciple said, yes, maybe he can really defeat Lu Tiandu. Another person expressed concern, he might be able to in the future, but for now, it's very difficult. Di Tian stood in the room, looking out, his face showing a mix of satisfaction and pride. In just 9 days, he has condensed his spirit energy. Throughout the world, only my disciple can do this. Di Tian said that and closed the window, turning back into the room. Lu Tiandu was also there. He sneered and scorned, Xiao Yun is starting to fantasize again. He's very talented. I'm looking forward to his rapid growth, so he can help me become a great emperor. Di Tian's face began to show some anger. He stared directly at Lu Tiandu with cold eyes, his tone threatening, shattering his dreams. HMPH, you better get stronger quickly. My disciple will eventually cut off your path to becoming an emperor. Lu Tiandu touched the teapot on the table, smiling brightly. I'm looking forward to it. Within his spirit energy search range, Xiao Yun opened the eye on his forehead. His 2 hands clasped together, his eyes closed, focusing on searching for spirit energy. He thought to himself, my maximum spirit energy search range can cover Emperor Peak. I wonder what level it is in the Divine Bridge realm. After searching for a while, Xiao Yun landed on the ground where his 3 sisters were standing. He immediately asked his sister, Sister Ji, after you ascended to the Divine Bridge realm, what was your spirit energy search range? Ji Xuanyu replied, my spirit energy is also strong, and I can cover the entire palace. Xiaoya answered, mine is about the same. Xiao Yun looked confused and skeptical. His mouth twitching slightly. You call that strong? Fu Ling spoke up at this point. Young master, what is your spirit energy search range? Xiao Yun modestly smiled and replied. It's not that large, actually. I can only search within the entire Emperor Peak. Hearing this, Fu Ling, Ji Xuanyu, and Xiaoya were all shocked and exclaimed in unison, what? The entire Emperor Peak? Xiaoya and Fu Ling both frowned and said in unison. It's always comparing to others, it's really infuriating. Xiao Yun leaned back, sighed, and closed his eyes innocently. I really don't want to discourage you guys. But Fu Ling insisted on asking. From somewhere, Di Tian suddenly descended, his eyes shining brightly. He smiled excitedly and asked, my good disciple, quickly tell your master. After you ascended to the Shinchao realm, about how much range your spiritual power can cover? Xiao Yun knelt down, clasped his hands in a report stance and said. Disciple's spiritual power, it can just barely cover the entirety of Di Feng. Di Tian was very pleased. He raised his hand, his palm flashing with a blue light. So powerful, huh? Quickly, let me see your spirit see. Xiao Yun stood up, still in the same stance, head bowed. His eyes remained closed as he replied, yes. Di Tian reached out to examine Xiao Yun's spirit see on his forehead. He was both surprised and delighted. It's a golden Dan spiritual power. You just entered the Shinchao realm. How can you condense a golden Dan spiritual power? Xiaoya heard this and curiously asked Fu Ling. Master, what is golden Dan spiritual power? She clasped her hands, her eyes looking at Xiao Yun with admiration. She answered, Golden Dan spiritual power is a high-quality spiritual power. Only when you enter the transcendent realm can you condense it. Of course, there's another way, through the 9 refinements of the chaos scripture. Di Tian spread out his hand, palm facing upwards, and confirmed in astonishment, disciple, have you already completed the 9 refinements? Xiao Yun replied decisively, yes. Di Tian burst into laughter. Unable to conceal his joy and pride, his expectations for Xiao Yun high. Ha, even your master, until now, can only reach 7 refinements. That Lu Tiandu is about the same. So, if you suppress your cultivation to the Shinchao realm, your spiritual power is already stronger than his. Fu Ling was also shocked by Xiao Yun's strength. My old master spent 1,000 years on 7 refinements, but the young master completed the 9 refinements in 9 days. Xiaoya chimed in, even the old ancestor doesn't have this kind of aptitude. Tishi Yuzhan added, it feels like he's eating a Bodhi fruit every day. Xiao Yun, receiving the praise, beamed with pride. He gave a friendly smile, and secretly thought, hee, I have a system here. It really is like eating a Bodhi fruit every day. And not just one every day. But he didn't over-rely on the system. Xiao Yun turned to Di Tian and asked, Master. Next, I need to cultivate divine powers, but I don't know which ones to cultivate. Please guide me. Di Tian put his hands behind his back and answered, you've come to the right person. Your master and Lu Tiandu have been fighting for many years. Of course, I know which divine powers can restrain him. Xiao Yun raised his hand excitedly. Let's go to the Spirit Pavilion and choose divine powers. Tian furrowed his brow, his face showing a hint of worry. However, these divine powers are all extremely difficult to master. Xiaoyun confidently asked back, Master, don't you believe in your disciple? Tian retracted his worry and said, You're right. The 9 refinements couldn't stop you. So divine powers are even less of an issue. Tell me, how can I counter Lu Tiandu? Fu Ling stood to the side, listening to their conversation. Tian began explaining in detail, his expression extremely serious. The Chongdong physique has 3 most powerful abilities. Illusory realm power, which draws people into illusions. Heaven opening power, an attack that incorporates spiritual power and divine firepower, an extremely high temperature that nothing can withstand. As he spoke, he spread out his palm to illustrate. Xiaoyun was completely dumbfounded, his eyes turning white. In his mind, he imagined a black eye within a red circle. He thought to himself, illusions, spiritual attacks, divine fire. Could this Chongdong be related to the Sharingan? Tian continued, therefore, to counter his heaven-opening power. The first divine power I've chosen for you is the Golden Bell Transformation, which is an upgrade from the Golden Bell Transformation. The image goes from a simple Chaos Bell to a more advanced version with more patterns and Qi energy. He continued, next, there's the Myriad Swords Flow and the 4 Symbols Sword Formation. Additionally, there's the Fuxi Seal and the Zhanbing Sword Seal. After combining them properly, you can break through the divine firepower. Having said this, Tian clenched his fist, as if to say, as long as you do this, you will definitely win. His eyes showed a firm determination to win. Xiaoyun stood there, listening, and even began to sweat. Xiaoyun asked, looking at Tian, Master, how can I counter the Chongdong's illusory realm power? Tian immediately gave him the answer. There's another divine power called the Immovable King Seal, a Buddhist divine power that can suppress the spirit and destroy illusions. With so many divine powers, it should be enough. Let's go. After listening, Xiaoyun had already planned his next move. He mounted his sword and soared away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to bid farewell to his master. Thank you, Master. I'm going to choose my divine powers. Fu Ling and Tian looked on with reassurance as Xiaoyun flew away. At the Spirit Pavilion. Pillars were arranged to create a magical formation, with a large object in the center emitting a blue light that shot straight up into the sky. Disciples were walking around the yard. Seeing Xiaoyun arrive, the group began discussing. One of them greeted him. Senior brother Xiao has ascended to the Xinqiao realm. Are you here to choose divine powers? Another asked. I wonder which divine power senior brother Xiao will choose. Someone else asserted confidently. It's going to be the strongest one, for sure. However, someone else added, there are only 21 days left. You won't be able to learn it. Right? It's too short a time. Even the simplest divine power is impossible to learn. Xiaoyun ignored their words. He placed one hand over his chest, turned to the Spirit Pavilion without hesitation, and listed all the skills he wanted to learn. Give me 6 divine powers. Myriad Swords Flow, Immovable King Seal, Fuxi Seal, Zhanbing Sword Seal, for Symbol Sword Formation, and Golden Bell Transformation. The others were stunned. Jaws agape. The person who had objected earlier was so shocked that he spat out water. Everyone there was still in shock, continuing to discuss. Their hands spread wide in bewilderment, their faces filled with disbelief. They said, 3 days, 300 years, you still won't be able to learn a single one of those. Is this guy crazy? Simultaneously, a pile of scriptures descended from the Spirit Pavilion. Xiaoyun wasn't satisfied yet. He hugged the pile of scriptures with one hand and continued to request Spirit Pavilion. Are there any that are similar in style to the 9 transformations Phantom Fist? Preferably fist techniques created by the Grandmaster, the strongest ones. He secretly thought, the Great Dao Battle technique can increase Dao patterns with similar techniques. If there are similar techniques, I'll be even stronger after mastering them. Those witnessing this were already in shock, but now they were even more shocked. Their eyes wide, their mouths agape. They looked like they were thinking, oh, this is unbelievable. This guy is definitely not human. The Spirit Pavilion sent down another scripture, fulfilling his request. Xiaoyun reached out to receive it, saying, perfect. He looked at the people there with satisfaction, their faces blank. Though they didn't say anything, he could sense their thoughts. Unbelievable. There are still people like this in the world. Xiaoyun had collected all the cultivation scriptures he wanted from the Spirit Pavilion. He held the scroll, his eyes looking into the distance, and made a decision. I want to go to the True God Realm's cultivation chamber. He thought with a heart full of anticipation and excitement. Let's go. Xiaoyun opened a spatial vortex, his hand outstretched in front of him. He gave a gentle smile, a silent farewell to the others, and prepared to enter. After he entered, the people there began to discuss again. Someone said, "My God, he even shows a divine power that takes 3 days to learn." Another person expressed disbelief, "It's impossible. Unless he eats Bodhi fruit like it's rice." Someone else chimed in, "That's right. These 7 divine powers are 7 out of the 10 great divine powers of the Holy Land. Their difficulty levels are all super high. None of them thought that Xiaoyun could master all the scriptures within such a short time." Meanwhile, in the system space, Xiaoyun had already begun cultivating the techniques. He opened the system and requested, "System, use enlightenment for the myriad swords flow." The myriad swords flow scripture unfolded in front of him. He closed his eyes, his hands placed on his knees. A powerful golden chi energy emanated from him. 3 days later, Xiaoyun was still in the system, mumbling something to himself. Xiaoyun continued to cultivate in that same position. The only difference being that he was no longer wearing his cultivation robe. Countless blue swords pointed downwards and abundant spiritual power emanated around him, shining brightly. Xiaoyun smiled with satisfaction and said, "Few 3 days, just enough to spend 15 enlightenment sessions. Finally, I mastered 1 divine power." He clutched the scripture, a happy grin spreading across his face. He calculated 21 days, 7 divine powers. I should be able to master them. Then he confidently and excitedly thought, "Lu Tiandu, this time you're doomed." On the other side, Lu Tiandu sat facing DTN. He asked curiously, "What's got you so happy?" "You beat me again?" DTN couldn't hide his joy. He grinned confidently. "Just thinking about how you'll lose to my disciple in a month's time, losing face in front of everyone." "Of course, I'm happy." Lu Tiandu guessed, "According to my calculations, your disciple has extremely powerful talent. So after he ascends to the Xinqiao realm, his spiritual power will also be very strong. This has given you excessive confidence." He continued his analysis. "However, even if his spiritual power can contend with mine, his divine power is far inferior." DTN remained confident. "Let's just wait and see." Seeing DTN's attitude, Lu Tiandu began to feel a little uneasy. He thought, "Why is DTN suddenly so confident? He must know the absolute gap between me and Xiaoyun. Could there be a hidden secret?" Lu Tiandu stroked his chin, his eyes narrowed as he considered all possible scenarios. He thought to himself, no, that's not right. He's definitely trying to act mysterious, trying to scare me into canceling the truce. That's gotta be it. DTN, oh DTN, using even this kind of tactic, it's enough to prove that you're completely exhausted." DTN observed his expression and chuckled inwardly. Out there, a pillar of golden light shot up from the great Emperor Thunder. The 2 ends connected by a series of characters forming a circle. This spectacle startled everyone. They rushed outside to witness this miraculous event. Lu Tiandu was also there. He laughed arrogantly. "It's worthy of being a treasure crafted by the great emperor. It's truly incomparable to ordinary objects. I have to craft one myself someday and find a disciple who can inherit my lifelong skills." DTN stood behind him, unable to contain his self-satisfaction. He said to Lu Tiandu, "Don't boast too soon." He turned and retorted with a smirk, "I've never boasted since I was a child." With that, he jumped onto the great Emperor Thunder. Standing under the platform's halo, he spread his arms out, confidently declaring, "I am the one and only." The people present were stunned by this scene, and they began to speak out indignantly. "This bastard is so arrogant. I really want to beat him up. Too bad we can't beat Lu Tiandu, let's hope Xiaoyun can bring a surprise." Just as they mentioned him, Xiaoyun arrived, calmly sitting on his flying sword. Behind him was a pure golden dragon, its mouth open and its tongue sticking out. Lu Tiandu, looking down at Xiaoyun who was flying on his sword, shouted, "You wasted a month of my time. Now, it's all over." Xiaoyun, like a ray of light, shot towards him and immediately retorted, "If you're so eager to give up, then I'll fulfill your wish." Xiaoyun, with his hands clasped before his chest, gracefully jumped down onto the great Emperor Thunder, oozing confidence and handsomeness. The circle of incantations above the platform shone down. The 2 stood firm on the platform, ready to do battle. The head-to-head battle between Xiaoyun and Lu Tiandu, both at the Xinqiao realm, officially began. Lu Tiandu couldn't resist gloating before the battle began. "I hope you can withstand one of my attacks." With that, he launched his attack, Heaven Sword. Two swords flew from his eyes towards Xiao Yun. Two beams of light carrying powerful chi energy attacked. Xiao Yun spread his arms, creating a golden bell that enveloped him, protecting him from the attack. He called out, "Golden Bell Transformation." Xiao Yun observed and assessed the situation. He thought, this is the heaven-opening sword that Master mentioned? It's really powerful, like a giant axe wielded by ancient gods, capable of shattering heaven and earth. Those below couldn't help but be surprised. Someone pointed upwards and shouted, "That's the Golden Bell Transformation divine power. Senior brother Xiao mastered a divine power in 21 days. That's terrifying." Someone else's eyes widened in disbelief. Their mouth agape, they said, "That's right, and it's at the peak level. Otherwise, how could he block Lu Tiandu? It's unbelievable." People below shouted in unison, "Is he a monster?" Di Tian, also watching the battle from below, smiled with satisfaction and pride. "My disciple has such aptitude. He truly has the potential to become a great emperor." The Chaos Holy Lord standing beside him had to acknowledge, "That's right. With this kind of aptitude, there's hope that he can forge a chaos physique." Xiao Yun shifted from defense to offense. He flew upwards, sword in hand, radiating spiritual power as he shouted, "My turn. Take this." Lu Tiandu leapt up, "Bring it on." The two spiritual energies collided, creating a massive shockwave. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted on the Great Emperor Thunder platform. The light was so blinding that they could no longer see the two figures. It was impossible to tell who had won. The battle between Xiao Yun and Lu Tiandu had just begun. Lu Tiandu, hit by Xiao Yun's fist, was sent flying backwards. He tried to use his feet to create friction so he could stabilize himself. Lu Tiandu frowned, thinking to himself, 10 million caddies of strength? You said you had 2 million caddies of strength when you were at the Tempering World realm. Even stronger than that old Chaos Great Emperor back then. When I was at the Tempering World realm, I only had 600,000 caddies of strength. He shouted angrily, "Good. The stronger you are, the more certain my invincible Dao heart will be after I defeat you." Xiao Yun's eyes were cold, "Don't be so cocky." From his palm, he launched a blue sword, Black Demon Sword. Lu Tiandu quickly used his flying sword to launch straight toward Xiao Yun. He gritted his teeth in anger and sneered, "DTN actually passed on the Black Demon Sword to you. But relying only on your spiritual power, which just ascended to the Shinchao realm, how much power can you control?" He thought to himself, at most, his spiritual power is just 1 in 10,000. He's going to lose. The two swords collided, but the blue sword launched by Xiao Yun seemed to overpower Lu Tiandu's flying sword, causing it to shatter. He couldn't believe his eyes. He roared, "What?" Before he could regain his composure, a blue sword created by Xiao Yun suddenly charged towards him. Lu Tiandu, quick on his feet, used the Heaven Sword technique. His eyes suddenly emitted a blinding yellow light, looking ferocious. Thanks to Lu Tiandu's timely use of the Heaven Sword, he managed to block Xiao Yun's sword and save his own life. Lu Tiandu was speechless, his jaw agape in astonishment. He asked, 10 million caddies of strength? You can actually control that much power? He continued. How is your spiritual power so strong? Xiao Yun clasped his two fingers together, forming the shape of a gun, his fingers radiating a mysterious blue glow. He smiled triumphantly and asked, what does it matter to you? He continued to use the same move, sending his sword flying. Lu Tiandu, startled, jumped up and dodged. But Xiao Yun's blade still whistled through the air. Wherever it passed, if it touched anything, it would be shattered. As the sword approached, Lu Tiandu challenged, Kid, you actually think that brute strength can defeat me? He hopped on one foot, the other still in the air, jumping and retreating as he said. Today, I'll teach you, on behalf of DTN, what true Shinchao realm power is. Rise. Lu Tiandu roared, using his strength to control a massive boulder, slowly lifting it into the air. He called this move, Great Mountain. Just as the boulder was lifted a little, a sword flew towards it, intent on splitting the boulder in two. Xiao Yun's sword sliced down, splitting the boulder in two. But the massive boulder, split in half, was slowly healing. It mended before their very eyes. Lu Tiandu approached, touched the boulder, and chuckled viciously. This great earth seal of mine only needs to fight on the ground, and its power will surge endlessly. I will never stop until I kill my enemy. Xiao Yun used his golden bell transformation to deal with the troublesome boulder. Lu Tiandu was constantly expanding the size of the boulder, so Xiao Yun had to use his strength to suppress it. The boulder continued to expand, and Xiao Yun kept pushing back, trying to prevent it from growing any further. Lu Tiandu was pushed back several steps by Xiao Yun's strength, leaving him stunned. He thought to himself, muttering in disbelief, unbelievable. This guy's strength isn't even getting stronger. The boulder continued to expand, creating some difficulties for Xiao Yun. His face tightened, and he thought, this divine power can actually absorb the strength of the earth. I can't let him keep using it. The boulder kept expanding, making it difficult for Xiao Yun to move and stand. Those watching from below were worried about Xiao Yun. Someone said, "Oh no, a senior brother Xiao is about to lose." The person next to them nodded in agreement. That's right, the arena is too small. If he were elsewhere, senior brother Xiao could avoid it. What's he going to do next? Someone asked. At this time, the Holy Lord spoke. Xiao Yun's failure isn't his fault. Lu Tiandu has been cultivating for 1,000 years. It's not something that can be compensated for in a short time. Hearing this, DTN reassured him, it's still too early to conclude. If Xiao Yun has already mastered the golden bell transformation, then a miracle may still be possible. Xiao Yun flew up, a golden circle of fire surrounding him like a giant gemstone, blocking the boulder. Lu Tiandu sneered mockingly, "Give up, you're still no match for me." He crossed his arms and boasted, "It's not a shame to lose to me. After all, I'm a senior who has fought alongside your master. Go back and practice harder. I hope you can bring me some surprises next time." He took advantage of Xiao Yun's difficulties to relentlessly undermine his morale. But he unknowingly touched a hornet's nest. Xiao Yun's face turned dark, and he said, "You've talked enough." Then, Xiao Yun's chi energy exploded. Lu Tiandu, now full of fighting spirit, sneered, "Humph, what's the point of these pointless struggles?" He had just finished speaking when he stammered in astonishment, "This." The sight that made him open his eyes wide was Xiao Yun's myriad swords flow, aimed straight at the top of the boulder. Lu Tiandu stood there with a wicked grin, his face full of murderous intent. In such a short time, you can actually learn the myriad swords flow, a powerful technique? Your aptitude is truly astonishing. He continued to mock Xiao Yun. Unfortunately, a single sword attack will be like an ant trying to shake a tree. Suddenly, a maze of countless swords appeared behind Xiao Yun. He smiled, flew up, and spread his arms wide. One sword is not enough, then how about 10,000 swords? After shouting, myriad swords flow. 10,000 swords simultaneously slashed at the boulder created by Lu Tiandu. Those below were stunned. Someone exclaimed, he actually mastered the myriad swords flow, the strongest attack technique in divine powers. Another person cheered, that's right. Except for the unrivaled divine fist created by the old ancestor, the myriad swords flow is considered to have the strongest attack. A third person sighed, but even more terrifying is that he's mastered it to the peak level. That's amazing. Simultaneously, the Holy Lord was also incredibly surprised by Xiao Yun's strength. He said, Xiao Yun's aptitude is terrifying. I spent hundreds of years mastering the myriad swords flow to the peak level. DTN laughed with satisfaction. Ha ha. With such a capable disciple, I have no regrets in this life. It was clear that both of them were very proud of Xiao Yun's extraordinary power. The old man with white hair watching the battle clenched his fists. I knew I should have fought for Xiao Yun at the beginning. Those around him also chimed in, that's right, it's DTN's gain. We really regret it. The 10,000 swords poured down, shattering Lu Tiandu's technique. He was now starting to panic. He used his divine light technique to resist Xiao Yun's swords. His eyes flashed brightly, emitting a powerful golden light. He struggled to block the swords that flew towards him like bullets. After a while, Lu Tiandu regained his old arrogant demeanor. He said, very good, you finally sparked a little interest in me. Next, I will use my full power to defeat you. His face was filled with anger, his eyes glowing a deep blue, and his toes curled as he used the swirling dark chi energy. Suddenly, everything went dark, as if sucked into a dark vortex. This was Lu Tiandu's technique. He looked up at the sky, his arms spread wide. He declared loudly, Xiao Yun, welcome to my world of darkness. May you forever be lost in the darkness. The sky suddenly darkened, leaving only two figures on the fighting stage, each radiating their own distinct power. Then, abruptly, Xiao Yun closed his eyes and gave a faint smile. Lu Tiandu stood facing Xiao Yun, their gazes locked. The audience below was bewildered. One voice asked, Senior Brother Xiao. Why is he closing his eyes? He's still fighting. Others chimed in, their confusion mounting. It's Lu Tiandu's illusionary realm. I heard his twin dragon can create a realm of darkness that can trap people inside. Really? That strong? Lu Tiandu was once invincible. That's no empty title. Senior brother Xiao is in trouble. The Holy Master grew anxious as he watched the battle unfold. He turned to Ditian, aren't you worried? He continued. Unless Xiao Yun has cultivated the primordial chaos body and can use the primordial realm to break free, it'll be difficult to escape the danger. In contrast to the Holy Master's frantic concern, Ditian remained calm and asked, has the Holy Master forgotten about the immovable king seal? The Holy Master was taken aback. What? Xiao Yun has cultivated the immovable king seal? That's a Buddhist supernatural power. He furrowed his brow and continued. Xiao Yun doesn't have any Buddhist essence and has never cultivated any Buddhist techniques. How can he have cultivated it? Ditian answered leisurely, I don't know, but I feel like he definitely can. From the gloomy sky, a colossal hand, conjured by Lu Tiandu, hovered amidst flashes of lightning. Lu Tiandu spread his legs, raising one hand toward the sky. Xiao Yun, you're truly extraordinary. But compared to me, you're nothing special. Watch how easily I defeat you. Despite Lu Tiandu's arrogance, Xiao Yun remained remarkably calm. His eyes suddenly blazed with a fiery yellow glow. Lu Tiandu's face contorted in disbelief. He shouted towards Xiao Yun, how is this possible? How did you break free from the illusionary realm so quickly? Before Lu Tiandu could grasp what was happening, a gigantic golden Buddha, with folded hands, appeared behind Xiao Yun. Fragrant lotus blossoms swirled around him. Xiao Yun also folded his hands and spoke, Lu Tiandu, do you think your illusionary realm is invincible? Witness the wrath of the Buddha, the immovable king seal. The Buddha behind him suddenly opened his eyes wide and declared, whoever sees my body, let their heart awaken to Bodhi. Whoever hears my name, let them abandon evil and cultivate virtue. Whoever listens to my teachings, let them attain great wisdom. Whoever knows my heart, let them instantly become Buddha. The Buddha unleashed his power. King's wrathful fire. His folded hands generated immense flames that shot out in the direction of his bowed head. The powerful bows unleashed a barrage of flames towards Lu Tiandu, sending him flying backwards, coughing up blood. He managed to regain his footing and launched another attack. He summoned two swords, aiming them at the Buddha and roared, I don't believe that even your immovable king seal can reach the pinnacle of mastery. Lu Tiandu's swords flew towards the Buddha, but the Buddha closed his eyes tightly, his hands still folded. His body was as hard as stone. The swords clanged against his body and were deflected. Xiao Yun stood with folded arms, a faint smile playing on his lips. Angry eyes diamond, indestructible body. Lu Tiandu, abandon your wicked ways and convert to Buddhism. Lu Tiandu clenched his fists, his face contorted in rage. Indestructible body, you say? Before my twin dragon, who dares claim invincibility? He let out a loud roar. His eyes emitting a strange black and yellow light. Twin dragon divine fire. The audience below buzzed with excitement. One exclaimed, this twin dragon divine fire is even more terrifying than the three pure flames. Another added, they say that once someone is consumed by this fire, even the strongest cannot withstand it. I wonder if senior brother Xiao can resist it. The Buddha sat with closed eyes and folded hands. Black and yellow flames billowed around him, swirling like misty smoke. Xiao Yun watched from the sidelines, thinking, this is the divine fire that my master told me about? Its power truly is overwhelming. Black and yellow flames engulfed the Buddha statue. Its eyes opened wide, but there were no pupils. 9 dots appeared on its forehead. It stood motionless behind Xiao Yun. Lu Tiandu soared through the air and exclaimed, never thought you'd cultivate both the 10,000 sword stream and the immovable king seal. It's beyond my expectations. He added with a contemptuous sneer, too bad. You still can't defeat me. Lu Tiandu's expression suddenly shifted as he raised his head and gazed toward Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun used both hands to create a glowing blue magical orb. This technique was called the Blessing Sea Seal. He then ran through the blue magical circle, which extended into a transparent tube. It was like water, capable of changing shape and form according to his will. Witnessing this sight left Lu Tiandu speechless, gaping in astonishment. Another perfected supernatural power? His comprehension is so remarkable. Just a month, and he's already mastered so many supernatural techniques to the pinnacle? Xiao Yun then used his technique to attack Lu Tiandu. He tried to block it with a purple circle, like a shield. Xiao Yun snapped his fingers. Blue light shot out from his hands. You're far from my level in terms of strength. Xiao Yun stood within the frigid circle he had created and unleashed his next technique, icy blue, sharp shards of ice called the Azure Ice Sword Seal. He could move these razor-sharp ice shards with ease. Lu Tiandu assumed a fighting stance, wielding his great sword to block the sharp ice shards launched by Xiao Yun. He acknowledged, "I admit, you are worthy of fighting me." Then, Lu Tiandu struck. His great sword cleaved the sharp ice shards in two. The audience buzzed with anticipation. One said, "Finally, Lu Tiandu has drawn his sword." Another chimed in, "The power of the great sword is terrifying. I hope senior brother Xiao can withstand it." The orange-haired man commented, "Finally, it's come down to this. Back to the fight." Lu Tiandu soared through the air, wielding a sword 1,000 times larger than a normal sword. Called the one sword under heaven. He declared, "Xiao Yun, be consumed by my ultimate attack." Xiao Yun decided to use the Black Demon Sword. Next, Xiao Yun used the 10,000 sword stream technique, unleashing thousands of swords to attack Lu Tiandu's one sword under heaven. Lu Tiandu decided to counter with the Great Sword's Dragon Coil technique, striking Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, however, used the Golden Bell Jar to defend himself. Unfortunately, the Golden Bell Jar started to crack under the force of Lu Tiandu's one sword under heaven. Xiao Yun, with a determined expression, mustered all his strength to hold it together, even as the Golden Bell Jar gradually cracked further. Just then, a thick, black smoke billowed out, engulfing a large area. The audience below stared at the smoke, their faces filled with shock and anxiety. "Oh no, senior brother Xiao is in danger. That's the great sword. That move is too powerful. What should we do next?" Lu Tiandu stood arrogantly, suspended in the air, looking down at Xiao Yun, who was struggling to stay upright. He declared, "Xiao Yun, you've lost." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed the great sword technique again, aiming it at Xiao Yun below. Xiao Yun looked up in astonishment. The muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. His eyes blazed with intense hatred as he glared at Lu Tiandu. Xiao Yun never disappointed. He prepared to unleash the Invincible Fist Seal. A colossal fist materialized out of thin air, blocking Lu Tiandu's great sword. Lu Tiandu was flabbergasted, unable to believe his eyes. What? What kind of supernatural power is that? Xiao Yun's face was contorted with rage. The flames of his hatred had reached a fever pitch. He locked eyes with Lu Tiandu and declared, "It's the supernatural power to kill you." That gigantic, hulking fist effortlessly blocked Lu Tiandu's technique. Xiao Yun's voice boomed, "Invincible Fist Seal." Lu Tiandu, unwilling to yield, quickly unleashed his Celestial Hound Swallowing Moon technique. A rather small wolf emerged, baring its fangs, and lunged at Xiao Yun's Invincible Fist Seal. The two forces collided, and with a resounding crash, the clash shattered. A dazzling, powerful beam of light followed. With agility and cunning, Xiao Yun leapt forward, aiming for Lu Tiandu, who was struggling to recover. He yelled, "Keep going." The audience was in utter chaos, their voices filled with astonishment and awe. That's the Invincible Fist Seal. Senior brother Xiao has mastered it. The technique created by our ancestor. Oh my god, he's already mastered 6 supernatural powers. Tian and the Chaos Holy Master watched the fight unfold with admiration. Tian spoke, "This brat has learned the Invincible Fist Seal too." The Chaos Holy Master, his face calm with reassurance, remarked, "The most powerful and silent supernatural power has finally reappeared. Is our ancestor protecting the Chaos Holy Land?" Meanwhile, Lu Tiandu taunted, "Come on, Xiao Yun. Face my ultimate attack." He unleashed the Sun Moon No Light technique. A blinding purple light erupted. Xiao Yun stood motionless, looking up. He regained his composure, a confident smirk spreading across his face. He raised his fist, eagerly declaring, "Bring it on." Xiao Yun used his Invincible Fist Seal again. This time, the fist was surrounded by blazing golden light. The Chaos Holy Master and Tian were stunned. They gaped, their thoughts racing. That's Tao text. Grand Tao text. It's truly a miracle. A massive orb of light appeared in front of them, blinding the audience. Lu Tiandu's great sword shattered into a million pieces, and he was sent flying backwards, fear and panic etched on his face. He stumbled to a halt, his eyes wide with disbelief and rage. He opened his mouth, speechless for a moment, and finally blurted out, "Grand Tao text. How can you comprehend the Grand Tao text?" Xiao Yun stood with his legs spread wide, radiating unparalleled confidence. The smoke from his fist hadn't completely dissipated. He declared, "Because I am invincible." At that very moment, Xiao Yun's entire body began to glow brightly. He hovered in the air, seemingly channeling some powerful force. This sight sent Lu Tiandu crashing to the ground, his body retreating in fear. Rays of light enveloped him, and though he tried to back away, he couldn't escape. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, without any explanation. Xiaoyun unleashed a thunderous fist, blazing with light. He lunged at Lu Tiandu, his voice booming, "Lu Tiandu, admit defeat." Lu Tiandu's eyes widened in fear. He unleashed his elusive Sun Moonlight technique, shooting 2 beams of purple lightning from his eyes. But he had no time to react before Xiaoyun's sky-shattering fist smashed into his face, deforming it. The impact sent him flying backward, spitting blood. Lu Tiandu was utterly terrified. His body fell backward, limbs sprawling, his mouth agape in pain. Unfortunately for Lu Tiandu, his arrogance had gotten the better of him. Xiaoyun landed a fatal blow, sending him crashing to the hard ground. His face and body lay flat on the ground. Crimson blood flowed ceaselessly, staining the area around Lu Tiandu's prone form. He lay there, a pitiful sight after Xiaoyun's powerful attack. His arms sprawled on the cold ground. Xiaoyun stood victoriously in the faint smoke, looking down at Lu Tiandu and mockingly said, "You passed out already? That's not fair. Just now, he was so arrogant, and now he's so pathetic under Xiaoyun's hand." The Chaos Holy Master and Ditian had witnessed Xiaoyun's attacks firsthand. They descended slowly toward Xiaoyun, hovering in the air. The Chaos Holy Master was enveloped in reddish-orange light. He looked at Xiaoyun and said, "Xiaoyun is invincible. His Tao heart was shattered by you, and he suffered backlash. Therefore, he can only rely on unconsciousness to suppress the backlash." Ditian, standing beside him, surrounded by green light, praised his disciple, "Good work, my disciple. He was unable to become a saint in such a short time because you shattered his Tao heart. I have the Bodhi fruit, and I will definitely catch up to him." Xiaoyun heard these words and raised his head. Xiaoyun folded his hands and bowed respectfully to Ditian. He spoke softly, "Master, I believe you will defeat Lu Tiandu." Ditian placed his hands behind his back, looking at him with pride. He replied, "It was all thanks to your help, my disciple." The Chaos Holy Master hovered in the air, watching the affectionate master and disciple, and chuckled softly. "You two are going to take turns beating up Lu Tiandu. If he hears that, he'd probably die from anger even if he was alive. However, this time, Xiaoyun truly showcased the might of our Holy Land. You two can go and rest now." Ditian and Xiaoyun replied in unison, "Yes, Holy Master." The scene then shifted to the Imperial Palace, a towering structure bathed in sunlight. Xiaoyun was in his room, sitting on the bed, focusing on his cultivation. Purple light swirled around him. His hands were clasped into a circle at his hips, a small, brilliantly purple orb of energy forming within them. As he cultivated, he pondered, "I could break through at any moment. However, my spiritual force hasn't reached its peak. It's a pity. I haven't found a place with a high concentration of spiritual force for this breakthrough." His handsome face was contemplative, his brows furrowed as he thought to himself, "I must cultivate my spiritual force to the pinnacle within this stage. Only then can I become the strongest person in history." He stood up abruptly, one hand resting on his hip. As he looked up, mumbling, "I have 160 enlightenment opportunities left. Cultivating the primordial chaos body will take a long time." At that moment, an invisible vortex appeared, carrying a message. "New mission. Starting now, every time you kill a cultivator at the Divine Bridge realm or above, you will be rewarded with 10 enlightenment opportunities, up to a maximum of 10 people." Xiaoyun received the notification, a smile of joy spreading across his face. He had been blessed by heaven. The enlightenment opportunities he had longed for were finally here. His wish was granted. Xiaoyu ran towards him, looking frantic. She held an envelope in her hand and called out from afar, "Senior brother, a guard from your Xiao family delivered a letter. He traveled for months, day and night, and he's in a terrible state. You should check it." Xiaoyun turned and replied, "All right." Xiaoyun solemnly took the letter and began reading. He quickly grasped its intent. Apparently, a relic or treasure had appeared in his family's mining area, and other forces were eyeing it. His father had sent someone to seek his help as a last resort. He then turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "Little sister, has the news of my becoming a saint candidate reached my family?" Xiaoyu leaned closer and whispered to him, "According to the rules, it should have been announced to your hometown. But since you entered the dragon's lair, the Supreme Elder was worried you might die, so they postponed it." Xiaoyun was enraged. His jaw clenched tightly. He spat out, "Damn. But I've been back for 2 months, and they still haven't announced it." Xiaoyu put her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and gently explained, They did, but they were called back halfway. That's because you defeated the ancestor and were named a provisional saint candidate. According to the rules, they had to change the announcement team. Then, the incident with Lu Tiandu happened, so it was delayed. Xiao Yun was stunned, his face flushed with anger, sweat beading on his forehead. He snapped, "These people are so annoying." Xiao chuckled helplessly, her eyes half closed. "I heard that the Holy Master summoned a Supreme Elder. 3 regular elders, and 10 stewards to form a team to announce it." Xiao Yun was disappointed and skeptical, a wry smile playing on his lips. "It seems everything is too late. They're already too late." He took a few steps forward and turned his head, calling back to Xiaoniu, "Little sister, help me find Zhao Wuji. We need to go out and train. It's time to visit the Xiao family." Xiaoniu, standing behind him, agreed to help. She replied, "Okay." Xiao Yun's gaze hardened as he looked straight ahead. Then, he muttered to himself, "I had to go bid farewell to my master." It seemed that no matter what Xiao Yun did, he always remembered his master. A while later, Xiao Yun reached Di Tian's location. He knelt down, his posture respectful, and bowed his head. He addressed Di Tian, "Master, I received a letter from my family, and I'd like to return home for a visit." Di Tian, hearing the request from his beloved disciple, readily agreed, "All right. You've reached the Divine Bridge realm, and according to the rules, you are now eligible to go out and train." He extended his hand and continued to offer some words of caution. "Though your strength surpasses the heavenly realm by far, it's best to be careful. I'll implant a seal in you. If you find yourself in mortal danger, it will unleash my full power." Xiao Yun readily agreed and bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master." Di Tian placed his hand on Xiao Yun's chest. A blue light emanated from his hand as he implanted the seal in Xiao Yun's body. Finally, he reminded him, "My disciple, be careful out there. Follow my instructions. Go now." The scene then shifted to a courtyard. Xiao Yun stood with Xianyu, Xianwu, and Zhao Wuji. Xianwu spoke, "Senior brother, little sister, and I also want to go out and train." Xianyu chimed in, "Yes, master," agreed. Xiao Yun looked at the 2 beautiful women and reluctantly agreed. "All right, let's not delay. We'll set off immediately." Zhao Wuji had been standing there with folded arms, observing the conversation without saying a word. Shortly after, the group of 4 set off. They soared into the sky at an incredible speed, leaving behind a streak of blazing light in 4 different colors, representing the 4 of them. The air below swirled with dust and smoke. Time flew by. A week later, they arrived at the vast, majestic Great Wei Kingdom's Phoenix Lin City. The silhouettes of several figures could be seen flying towards it. It was Xiao Yun's group of 4. They hovered in the air, Xiao Yun looking down at the city below. Behind him were Xianyu, Xianwu, and Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun spoke first. "My Xiao family, the Zhang family, and the Yi family are the 3 great families of Phoenix Lin City. But the cultivators we encountered here are not from these 3 families. It seems they are all here for the treasure in my Xiao family's mining area." Zhao Wuji's familiar voice replied, his eyes narrowed as he glanced at Xiao Yun. He spoke with a contemptuous tone, "Based on your status, you could have simply sent an elder here. Who would dare bully your Xiao family? You've come here in person. That's just making things unnecessarily complicated." Hearing Zhao Wuji's mockery, Xiao Yun didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled and retorted, "You shouldn't always focus on cultivation. It's good to have some fun and relax. It helps elevate your mental state. This is a great opportunity to complete my system mission. How could I miss it?" His words were simple, but they held deep meaning. The 4 turned back, spread their arms, and soared into the sky. Xiao Yun called out to everyone behind them, "Let's go. We're heading to the Xiao Mansion." The scene shifts to the grand, ancient, and imposing Xiao Mansion. From the inside, it's clear that something is amiss. A man in red robes, limping and leaning on a cane, stands in the hall. A few servants approach him and offer support. He points a finger at the man in front of him and yells, "Ichifeng, you're overstepping your bounds. This is the Xiao family, not your Yi family. Get out of here." Ichifeng, the man who was just yelled at, finally makes his appearance. He sits with his legs crossed on a chair, one hand resting on the armrest, the other extended triumphantly. He declares, "Xiao family, I suggest you be reasonable. Hand over the mine, otherwise there won't be a Xiao family in Phoenix Lin City anymore." The man in red is none other than the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Hang. He leans on his cane, his gaze fixed on Ichifeng. As he warns him angrily, Chi Feng, do you think you can bully our Shao family just because you've joined the Holy King sect? My son, Xiao Yun, has joined the Chaos Holy Land, one of the 6 great Holy Lands. It's much more powerful than your Holy King sect. Chi Feng smirks, his expression smug. He confidently replies, Chaos Holy Land? It has a great reputation, but it's already fallen into decline. Our Holy King sect, on the other hand, is thriving. Moreover, my elder brother, Dao, is already a candidate of the Holy King sect. A mere disciple of the Chaos Holy Land can't compare. Xiao Hong, hearing Chi Feng's provocative words, frowns, his expression growing increasingly irritated. He remains silent, pondering. Dao is 7 or 8 years older than Yun. He joined the Holy King sect at a young age. No wonder the Yi family has gained several Divine Bridge Realm experts recently. They must be Dao's followers. Just at this crucial moment, our protagonist, Xiao Yun, makes his entrance. He strides into the Xiao mansion with Xiao Nao, Xian Wu, and Zhao Wuji, and declares in a booming voice, who dares to act so arrogantly in our Xiao family. His sudden appearance catches the attention of Xiao Hong and the others, who turn to look at him. Xiao Hong is shocked and, understanding the situation, stares intently at his son. Yelling, Yun. Chi Feng, who had been watching the scene unfold, snorts. He scoffs, who is it? It's just you, that good for nothing. You're back, eh? Did the Chaos Holy Land kick you out? His words fall on deaf ears. Everyone is busy greeting each other, completely forgetting about Chi Feng. Xiao Yun respectfully bows to Xiao Hong, father. Xiao Nao and Xian Wu greet him politely, uncle, we are well. Xiao Hong is overjoyed to see his son. He extends his hands and replies, good, good. Xiao Yun turns to the 2 women and introduces them to Xiao Hang. These 2 are my junior sisters, Xiao Nao and Ji Xian Wu. Xiao Hong chuckles, stroking his beard, and replies, good junior sisters. Not only are you childhood sweethearts, but you're also a perfect match. His words make the 2 young women, Xiao Nao and Xian Wu, blush with embarrassment. And they lower their heads. Xiao Yun, beside him, is speechless, his face turning green. He reminds his father, old man, stop it. Chi Feng's eyes light up when he sees Xiao Nao and Xian Wu. He introduces himself as if he were a longtime friend, my name is Chi Feng. I'm a disciple of the Holy King sect. My elder brother, Dao, is a saint candidate of the Holy King sect. He will surely become a saint one day. What are your names, junior sisters? Xiao Yun, his jaw clenched, watches Chi Feng's blatant show-off with anger. His face darkens, and he orders Xiao Wuji, throw him out. Xiao Wuji acts decisively, wasting no time. He walks behind Chi Feng, grabs his collar, and with a swift motion, lets him into the air. Chi Feng is terrified, flailing his arms and legs. He shouts, Xiao Yun, my elder brother, Dao, is a saint candidate. Our Yi family will eventually become a saint family. If you don't want your Xiao family to be destroyed, Xiao Wuji has no conscience and doesn't let Chi Feng finish his arrogant boasting. With a powerful kick, he sends Chi Feng flying out of the Xiao mansion. Chi Feng, his face full of panic, flies off with the force of the kick. Xiao Yun watches him leave. Xiao Hang asks, bewildered, Yun who is he? Xiao Yun answers calmly, he's a saint candidate of the ancient Holy Land. He's also a disciple of our Chaos Holy Land. Currently, he's my follower, Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji folds his arms, standing to one side and arrogantly retorts. I'm too lazy to care about your pretentiousness. Hearing his son's explanation, Xiao Hang is shocked. He gapes, what? This is unbelievable. The other people present are also taken aback. Xiao Hang faces Xiao Yun, pointing a finger at him with a furious expression. He demands, Xiao Yun, what's your current status? Are you not just a normal disciple of the Chaos Holy Land? Xiao Yun breaks out in a cold sweat, looking at the purple-haired man. If he praises himself, it won't sound good. He glances at Xiao Niu, who is standing there dumbfounded, causing her to blush slightly. Right, and Xiao Niu seems to understand. And she steps forward to explain to the purple-haired man, Uncle, senior brother is now a provisional saint candidate of our Chaos Holy Land. Our Holy Land has prepared a gift, and a Supreme Elder will be here soon to announce it. The old man asks in disbelief, provisional saint candidate? It seems he doesn't believe that his son is a saint candidate of a Holy Land. Xiao Yun smiles slyly, his eyes narrowed. The corners of his mouth stretch to his ears. He loses interest in the conversation and gets lost in his thoughts. This little performance feels like a success. Meanwhile, the green-haired man is lying face down on the ground. His limbs are outstretched, his face pressed against the tiles. He seems to have passed out. The servants around him frantically call out, "Second young master has fainted. His injuries are severe. Quick, carry him inside." Inside, the elders of the Xiao family gathered around Xiao Yun and his father, showering the future saint candidate of the Chaos Holy Land with praise. "Xiao Yun, you're a provisional saint candidate. That's amazing." He modestly dismissed their compliments, scratching the back of his head. A hint of smugness was evident on his face. "Nothing special, just a provisional saint candidate. I'll become a saint someday." Xiao Heng stood beside him, beaming with pride. Zhao Warji, standing to the side, twitched his face, secretly disdaining Xiao Yun's self-importance. "I need to be careful. If I stay around this pompous guy for too long, I'll end up infected." Phoenix Lin City, Yi Mansion. Yi Zhan, the head of the Yi family, asked his eldest son, Yi Didao, about the green-haired second young master who had fainted. "How's your brother?" Yi Didao replied angrily, "He's not in critical condition. But he has a dozen or so broken bones. He'll have to stay in bed for a month." His father chimed in that Xiao Yun is so cruel. He actually thinks he can be arrogant in front of our Yi family just because he's a disciple of the Chaos Holy Land. Yi Qifeng, lying on the bed, his whole body wrapped in bandages, gritted his teeth and said to his brother, "Big brother, I still don't understand. Why didn't we eliminate the Xiao family earlier and seize the mine?" Yi Didao explained, "Qifeng, you're still young and don't understand the ruthlessness of the cultivation world. My goal was to test the Xiao family's trump card. If Xiao Yun's status is high, it will be very troublesome." The old man, Yi Zhan, also offered his advice from behind, "Qifeng, you must learn from your elder brother. Be cautious, and you can accomplish great things." Yi Qifeng felt that it was a simple matter, and he said, "But big brother, aren't you being too cautious? If Xiao Yun was named a saint candidate, someone would have definitely come to announce it." Yi Didao felt that his brother's words had merit. He chuckled menacingly, his facial features almost contorting. "You're right. The dragon's lair has been closed for so long. If it were really him, the Chaos Holy Land would have already sent someone." With those words, he strode towards the door, his face grim as he resolved, "Qifeng, don't worry. I'll avenge you." Those three fools are blind to the bigger picture. Inside the Xiao family compound, the sounds of shouts, chickens clucking, and dogs barking filled the air. "You little brat, your mother isn't a tigress, you know. Why are you running so fast?" It was the old man, Xiao Heng, chasing after his precious son, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun ran, glancing back, and explained, "Father, didn't you see mother's posture? She's keeping my two junior sisters here. She even asked about their birth charts." The old man, leaning heavily on his cane, hunched over, gasping for breath. As he recovered his breath, he retorted, "I also think those two girls are quite good." Xiao Yun froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He thought to himself, even if he's hoping for daughters-in-law, he can't talk to both of them. Is this really good? Xiao Yun immediately changed the subject. The aura of a saint candidate returned. "Come on, let's go to the mine. I had to see what kind of treasure caused a crisis for the family." Xiao Heng's face darkened. The mine has been sealed off by the Yi family's experts. Yi Didao brought over 100 Divine Bridge Realm cultivators and more than 10 Heavenly Realm experts. Our Xiao family doesn't even have a single Heavenly Realm expert. We can only watch helplessly. In contrast to his father's hunched posture, Xiao Yun's back was straight as he confirmed the Yi family is so arrogant. He turned, his eyes shining bright as stars. He placed one hand on his hip. The other fist raised in excitement. "Come on, father, lead the way. I'll take care of them. More than 10 Heavenly Realm cultivators? Perfect. Just killing them will complete the mission." Xiao Hong, hearing his son's confident words, broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Heng's eyes widened, his hands trembling. He warned his son, "They're Heavenly Realm cultivators, more than 10 of them. You're just at the Divine Bridge Realm now. Are you sure you can handle them?" Xiao Yun folded his arms, his face puffed with confidence. "Father, don't worry. If those Heavenly Realm cultivators are just someone else's followers, they probably don't have much talent. Those kind of trash Heavenly Realm cultivators are no match for me." A loud snort came from behind Xiao Yun. Zhao Woji, his face as black as night, stood with folded arms, staring intently at him. "I'm also your follower. You mean I'm talentless trash?" Xiao Yun's mouth dropped open. He broke out in a cold sweat, nervously glancing behind him. He thought to himself. Zhao Wuji has been getting increasingly sensitive lately. Is he going through menopause or something? He walked over and patted Zhao Wuji on the shoulder, explaining, "You're not like those trash. You're a saint candidate of 2 great holy lands. Come on, let's go to the mine. Let those trash see the difference between them and a true genius." Zhao Wuji seemed to cool down somewhat. He replied curtly, "This time, don't dare steal my opponent." Xiao Yun sighed, "Humph, petty." He turned to his father, "Father, let's go." Xiao Hang immediately agreed, "If you're so confident, then let's go." The 3 of them flew towards the mine, leaving behind 3 streaks of darkness in the after a cup of tea. Yi Didao and his former followers of the Xiao family started yelling, demanding that Xiao Yun come out. The old steward clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Master Yi, our family head and young master have just arrived at the mine." Yi Didao, concerned, hurriedly asked, "Which mine?" The steward replied honestly, "The mine where the treasure was discovered." Without delay, he led his followers away, the sound of wind tearing through the air. "Let's go." Yi Didao waved his sleeve, flying rapidly towards the mine. His followers close behind him. At the mine that the Yi family was occupying, several individuals in brown robes stood on the cliff face, manipulating a blue formation. The 3, Xiao Yun, hovered in the air, observing. Xiao Hang explained, "These are the formation masters that Yi Didao brought back. However, they haven't been able to break this formation yet." Xiao Yun pondered for a moment before speaking, "Judging by the formation, it's mostly a cave dwelling of a powerful, reclusive cultivator." Zhao Wuji, who had been silent, finally spoke up, "Strange. I feel something inside that draws me to it." He led the group forward. "Let's go, check it out." Immediately, several people in pale brown robes flew up to block them. Dark purple energy surrounded them. One of them said, "This is our Yi family's territory. Dare to take another step, and you'll leave your corpses here." Xiao Yun, his expression unwavering, replied calmly, "You're stealing someone else's property, and you dare to be so fearless. Go, kill them." Hearing his order, Zhao Wuji wasted no time, launching a fist forward. "All right." In a flash, one of the men was sent flying by Zhao Wuji's fist. Xiao Yun also used his black demon sword to pierce another's heart. The old man, Xiao Hong, was speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Heavens, a divine bridge realm killing another divine bridge realm so easily? The Yi family members frantically flew up to block the 2. They exchanged panicked words, "The enemy is attacking. Quick, they're strong." Another scoffed, "So what if they're strong? They dare to kill our people. They're asking for death. Do you know who we are? We are followers of Yi Didao. He is a saint candidate of the Holy King sect." Dozens of followers surrounded them, waiting for the command to attack Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji. But Xiao Yun was not afraid. Instead, he smiled at them, silently counting. "Hee 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are so many heavenly realm cultivators. This is an opportunity to rack up points." In his eyes, they were nothing but dead men. He raised his hand towards the sky, summoning the black demon sword. A complex, dark green circle materialized behind him. He roared, 10,000 sword stream. The scene seemed like he was about to crush those weak, pathetic ants from the Yi family under his feet. A circle, like a magical spell, appeared in the sky. Blue beams of light shot out from it, towards the enemy, inflicting serious injuries. Zhao Wuji, on the other side, launched a sphere of light towards the enemy, causing them to disintegrate upon impact. The people on the ground were astonished. Damn, how is he so strong? Who is this guy? He's clearly just a divine bridge realm. Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji fought fiercely, but Wuji still found time to argue with Xiao Yun. "You stole my opponent again." Xiao Yun, on the other side, snapped back in annoyance. "Don't fight over heavenly realm cultivators." He unleashed a wave-like technique, surging through the enemy cultivator. At the same time, a system notification echoed in his ears, "Congratulations. You have gained 10 enlightenment opportunities." He scratched his head. Mumbling with a hint of reluctance, "You're really heavenly realm cultivators? Too weak." The cultivators panicked, fleeing when they saw the strength of Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji. "Let's go, they're too strong, they're bullying us." But before they could escape, Xiao Yun pierced through 2 cultivators with a single attack. With this technique, he could continuously take down multiple enemy cultivators. Every time he leapt, another one would fall. Damn, the only remaining cultivator, realizing he couldn't escape, turned and fled. Xiao Yun, standing behind him, launched a sphere of light. He thought, just one left. At the same time, another figure appeared behind him, clad in yellow robes. Stop, Xiao Yun turned simultaneously. This heavenly realm cultivator's strength wasn't bad. He was comparable to Li Bufan. But he ignored the man's command and used his technique to quickly take down the fleeing cultivator. He thought, happily, 70 enlightenment opportunities are mine. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? He had caught up and pointed a finger at Xiao Yun, scolding him. Xiao Yun didn't even bother turning back. I heard, but who are you? Do you think you're qualified to command me? The young man radiated blue and purple energy, his anger evident. The aura around him was massive and thick. He roared, you are Xiao Yun, aren't you? I was going to spare your Xiao family, but you killed my followers. Your entire Xiao family will be buried with them. The purple light finally materialized into a technique. A colossal purple hand emerged, aiming straight at Xiao Yun. He continued, as for you, out of respect for the Chaos Holy Land, I will only cripple your cultivation. At the same time, Xiao Yun unleashed his 10,000 sword stream technique. Thousands of swords appeared, forming a flowing stream to meet the man's giant purple hand. The swords collided with the hand, instantly piercing through it, shattering it into pieces. The man was filled with disbelief. Xiao Yun, you are the one who defeated Li Qingdi in the dragon's lair, aren't you? Xiao Yun turned back and replied, I didn't expect you to have heard my name. Did that trash, Zhang Haoren, tell you? How's he doing? I hope he can withstand one of my blows next time. The man was shocked. It's really you? Surprised? You should be. Xiao Yun asked. He stood high above, replying, yes, somewhat. But you're just a divine bridge realm. Out of respect for the Chaos Holy Land, get on your knees and apologize to me. And I'll spare you this time. Xiao Yun looked at him, confused. Are you an idiot? The man, hearing this, conjured several earthen spheres around him, which then spun into a circle. If you won't kneel and apologize, then I'll make you kneel and apologize. Those spheres transformed into black beams, aimed directly at Xiao Yun. He extended a single finger, summoning golden light that flew towards the man. Sword chi flowing water. The man was no pushover. He continued to conjure golden swords beside the black beams. Sword chi, he reminded Xiao Yun, your talent may be superior, but you're still a realm lower than me. Do you really think I'm like those followers? You are a genius, but I'm a genius too. Trying to kill me across realms? You're delusional. Daydreaming. However, as he finished speaking, the black light shattered his sword formation, hitting him directly. What? Countless streaks of multicolored stars appeared around Xiao Yun. For Constellation's sword formation. He raised both hands, calling out. And suddenly, all four celestial beasts materialized around him. The white tiger, the azure dragon, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. This was the four constellation sword formation, one of the most powerful supernatural techniques. The people below saw his formation and exclaimed in disbelief. A divine bridge realm cultivator knows this technique? Unbelievable. He conjured a giant golden fist and said, almost forgot about you all. With you all here, I can finally complete the mission. The people below stared at him, dumbfounded. The man charged forward to block him, despite being surrounded by the aura of the celestial beasts. Xiao Yun, I am your opponent. Stop. The golden fist slammed down, knocking everyone below to the ground, scattering golden sparks. The other cultivators behind Xiao Yun seized the opportunity to attack him. Let's go. I don't believe he's really that strong. All right. The golden fist, as fast as lightning, reappeared, striking the two attackers who tried to ambush him. Invincible fist seal. Poof. You're like a grasshopper trying to move a cart, unable to withstand a single blow. He scoffed, as the two were sent flying. He soared down from the sky towards Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, I'll kill you. He unleashed a purple technique. Do you think you're worthy? Xiao Yun asked calmly. Sword light fist seal. He summoned another fist to block the two purple slashes. The clash of techniques causing the air to vibrate intensely. The collision exploded, sending countless multicolored lights from the celestial beasts flying through the air after the massive blast. Xiao Yun immediately dodged away from the explosion. He was thrown back, skidding across the ground. The scene instantly transformed into a desolate wasteland, everything bare. Xiao Yun seemed to realize something. He chuckled softly. The enemy unleashed another attack, like a blade, rushing towards him. Xiao Yun was no pushover. He parried continuously, deflecting the attacks with his own swords. A colossal clash ensued, the bright golden sword clashing against countless smaller blue swords, creating a spectacular and majestic scene. As the golden sword lunged at him, Xiao Yun called out, "Golden Bell." A golden bell appeared, turned upside down, enveloping him and protecting him from the attack. However, the situation was turning unfavorable. The bell couldn't shield him forever. The sword slashed through the bell, shattering it. The sword pierced directly into Xiao Yun's abdomen. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. So powerful. Surprised, little brat, he sneered, triumphantly brandishing his sword. When I was born, celestial phenomena arose, the emergence of the ancient sage. This is my companion, the holy blade. It's merely a holy weapon, its seal is only temporarily broken. But even so, it's enough to elevate my combat prowess. The sword quickly returned to his hand, emitting a faint glow that enveloped his body. He gripped the blade, charging towards Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yun, I'm going to cripple you today. Holy blade, you're the reincarnation of Xian Tai Tong Zi?" He abruptly halted his attack as Xiao Yun unleashed a new move. Another explosion erupted in the air, even larger than the previous one. Xiao Yun responded coldly, "So, you finally arrived. After you get rid of the snow, this holy blade will be mine. Invincible Fist Seal, help me complete this task. You're the reincarnation of Xian Tai Tong Zi, right?" A powerful shockwave exploded. The blue light immediately suppressed the golden light, causing it to extinguish. The blue light flared up once more with incredible force. Xiao Yun stood between the two beams of light, a magical circle swirling beneath his feet. "Let me show you my true strength." The enemy on the other side felt overwhelmed by this powerful technique. He gripped his sword, muttering, "What?" A palm strike launched forth, sending him flying several meters backward. His back slammed against the ground with a resounding thud. He spat out blood, his face pale and stunned. How is this possible?" Xiao Yun raised a golden sword, catching it. Yi Dai Dao stretched out his hand, blocking Xiao Yun who was suspended in the air. Ready to toss the golden sword down to him. "You damn scoundrel, that's my holy blade." Xiao Yun looked at the sword in front of him. "Wait. After I become emperor, someone will write a book to commemorate your contributions." Yi Dai Dao bent down, angrily staring at Xiao Yun. He clasped his 4 fingers together, starting to cast a spell. "To become emperor? You're dreaming. Die, you fool." He didn't know that by infusing his mental energy imprint on the holy blade, he was actually ensuring his own demise. Xiao Yun stood with a smile, looking at the sword raised in front of him. Golden beams of light surrounded him. He placed the blade on his shoulder, glancing at Yi Dai Dao. "You want to use mental energy to destroy me? You're so naive." He furrowed his brow, casting a spell. A green mist began to swirl. "If you've already infused your mental energy imprint, then it benefits me." Gripping the golden holy sword, a green aura enveloped the blade, its presence eerie and malevolent. "Infuse the mental energy imprint." Xiao Yun smiled, raising the blade high. Mental energy imprint, successful. All right. The light behind the blade exploded, turning into golden smoke in the air. Flickering crimson lightning surrounded it. Yi Dai Dao flew up from the ground, stunned. Xiao Yun looked at the sword in his hand. "Sorry, but it belongs to me now." Yi Dai Dao erupted in anger, unleashing his energy. 7 black holes formed behind him, surrounded by swirling colored dots. He erupted in a burst of crimson light. "Damn you, you bastard. I won't forgive you." Xiao Yun stood calmly amidst Yi Dai Dao's eruption. The crimson energy enveloped him. Self-destructing a celestial star? Very decisive. Too bad your strength isn't enough. He let go of the golden blade, hovering in the air before him. He used his hands to manipulate magical energy, creating a cold green aura and thousands of sharp, tiny swords that swirled around him, controlled by his will. Yi Dai Dao clenched his fists, yelling, and charged towards Xiao Yun. Yi Dai Dao, undeterred, plunged into Xiao Yun's swirling vortex. The countless sharp, cold, miniature swords, swirling like a whirlwind, pierced his body, causing him to spit blood and freeze midair. Yi Dai Dao, in agonizing pain, roared with rage. "Xiao Yun, the Saint King sect will not forgive you. I curse you to a future filled with misfortune." The miniature swords, under control, withdrew from his body, swirling around him before the golden sword plunged into his heart. Blood splattered from his chest, and he screamed in agony. He fell backward, sucked into a vortex, a golden whirlwind that exploded, illuminating a corner of the sky. Xiao Yun stood motionless, watching his demise. Then he glanced at the ground. Humph, so what if it's the Saint King sect? After this, I'll take the Xiao family closer to the chaotic saint realm. Let's see who dares to plot against the Xiao family. Xiao Yun turned and flew away. He flew to his father in Zhao Wuji. He said, "Father, I'm back. Yi Dai Dao is dead." Xiao Hong turned around. Yi Dai Dao is the Saint King sect's saint son. Nothing will happen, right? Zhao Wuji looked at Xiao Hong. Uncle, don't worry. It's just the Saint King sect. Even though the chaotic saint realm is in decline, they wouldn't dare to be so reckless. Xiao Yun flew forward. Did you find anything? Zhao Wuji flew up to face Xiao Yun. The closer I get, the more I feel something calling out to me. This place resonates with me. Xiao Yun, holding the golden blade, rushed forward excitedly. Everyone, get out of the way. We'll know soon enough if it's calling to you. Zhao Wuji, he raised his hand to stop him. A glowing blue orb shattered, sending several dark blue fragments flying towards the mountain peak. Xiao Yun faced the energy he had unleashed, which was like a whirlwind tearing through the mountain. He hovered in the air, fists clenched, looking at the blue magic. A blinding, intensely golden light, like a pillar, erupted from the water. An explosion erupted from the energy source. The three, suspended in the air, were stunned. From the depths of the lake, a golden skeleton sat meditating on a rock, illuminating the water with its brilliance. Xiao Yun frowned. Could this be a primordial holy body? Zhao Wuji looked on, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. It is indeed a primordial holy body. No wonder I felt a calling. Looking at the dazzling, glowing golden skeleton, bowed in meditation. The three of them discussed, this senior probably hasn't become a saint yet, right? Of course. A primordial holy body that becomes a saint can kill great saints, only behind quasi-emperors. It's not easy to kill them like that. My guess is that he was killed during his nirvana tribulation. Why? Zhao Wuji folded his arms across his chest, chuckling. The nirvana realm is special. It requires passing through 9 tribulations. Not celestial tribulations, but natural tribulations and human tribulations. The so-called natural tribulations are the natural disasters of the world. Like lightning strikes and fires. Human tribulations are the trials of being human. Xiao Yun frowned and asked Zhao Wuji, if so, why not stay in a sect? Isn't that better? In those sects, it's like being ostracized. It's not that simple. If you don't go out and pass the tribulation, you won't get through the nirvana realm. One person, emanating golden light like a halo, possesses extraordinary combat power. Furthermore, the cultivation level of those in the nirvana realm fluctuates randomly. The highest can reach the peak of superhuman, while the lowest can be at the tempering body realm. Temper body realm? This person's cultivation is weak, with mid-range light power. Xiao Yun closed his eyes and turned. You're probably right, but I'm not interested in why he died. I'll take him back to the saint realm and have Master examine him. Zhao Wuji quickly reached out to stop Xiao Yun. No way. This skeleton is very beneficial to me. I can absorb it, complete a transformation, and ascend. Xiao Yun tilted his head, looking at Zhao Wuji. Too bad, I can't let you do that. 1. It's from the Xiao family's mine, so it naturally belongs to the Xiao family. 2. It's not beneficial to me for you to become stronger based on our agreement. Zhao Wuji smiled. I understand, but we can make a trade. Xiao Yun was curious. What kind of trade? He pointed to the skeleton radiating powerful energy. You see the skeleton's eyes? That red light is its mental energy, emanating from the skeleton. Don't you want to reach the limits of the Eastern Heaven realm? That mental energy can help you do that. So, I take the skeleton, and you take the mental energy. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment, seems that's the case. But the skeleton is mine now. Why should I share it with you? Zhao Wuji replied. The mental energy of a primordial holy body can't be absorbed by just anyone. Without me to help, unless someone else is also a primordial holy body, it's impossible to absorb it. Xiao Yun agreed. Alright, you win. Let's go. Zhao Wuji said. Zhao Wuji then went to sit before the skeleton, starting to use his abilities to absorb its energy. After a while, Zhao Wuji's eyes became resolute. He thought to himself, now is the time. He closed his eyes and began his exchange with Xiao Yun. The crimson-orange energy surged, creating a massive impact. A powerful energy spread throughout Xiaoyun's consciousness. Xiaoyun thought to himself, primordial holy bodies are rare, and preserving their mental energy is even rarer. This is truly a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Immediately, he began his 10th tempering within his spiritual golden core. On a cliff face, Xiaoyun sat meditating in midair. Magical circles filled with ancient characters surrounded him. A thought emerged, great Dao patterns. Vines and lush vegetation sprouted around Xiaoyun, bursting with vitality. Xiao Hang gaped in astonishment. This. He immediately entered a meditative state, surrounded by countless plants and leaves. Xiao Hang's body shone with flickering energy. He sat in midair, pondering, great Dao patterns. A once-in-a-millennium chance. I can't miss this opportunity. A moment later, the energy enveloping Xiao Hang suddenly grew larger. His power broke through, and he roared with joy, I've broken through to the peak of the Divine King realm. Incredible. Zhao Wuji stood nearby, watching Xiaoyun. He thought to himself, this guy has broken through to the limit again. Even a chaotic emperor wouldn't be able to achieve this. But I won't lose. One day, I'll surpass you. Xiaoyun's eyes opened, releasing 2 beams of light from his pupils. The 2 beams of light shot straight into the sky, creating a vortex surrounded by lightning. The wind howled in response. Xiaoyun laughed heartily. Haha, I'm invincible now. Who can fight me? A pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, unleashing thunderous lightning bolts. Xiaoyun muttered helplessly, it brought down a celestial tribulation. Is this called showing off and getting struck by lightning? Xiaoyun stood near the edge of the vortex. His father, Xiao Hang, watched anxiously. This celestial tribulation is terrifying. Will Xiaoyun be alright? Zhao Wuji, standing beside him, comforted him, relax. As the ancients said, misfortune is a blessing in disguise. He'll be fine. Xiao Hang's face was flushed. He muttered under his breath, why does this sound so unpleasant? Never mind, I can't beat you anyway. I don't share the same understanding with my descendants. Xiaoyun stood amidst the 9-leaved heavenly spirit herb, arms crossed, standing upright. Using the chaos body's shapeshifting technique, he took full advantage of the situation. A celestial tribulation, huh? Perfect for cleansing my physical body. Zhao Wuji stood outside, grumbling and scolding Xiaoyun. This guy really loves to show off. Will he ever stop? Xiao Hang gritted his teeth, looking up at his beloved Yuner. He helplessly muttered, this is a critical time. Why isn't my son defending himself against the celestial tribulation? What is he showing off for? We're all family. What's he monkeying around for? The thunder roared as lightning bolts converged from all directions, forming a circle around Xiaoyun. He scoffed, too weak. Celestial tribulation, is this all you've got? Insulted by mere mortal, the celestial tribulation grew furious. It unleashed powerful lightning strikes one after another. The thunder echoed throughout the sky. Xiaoyun exclaimed in panic, oh my god, is it angry? A bolt of lightning struck Xiaoyun, shattering his clothes. The celestial tribulation continued to strike relentlessly, tormenting Xiaoyun. He wailed, no way. Is it really happening? The lightning bolts, like hungry beasts, lunged at their prey with frenzied energy, striking Xiaoyun directly. After being struck, Xiaoyun was battered and bruised, his body a patchwork of injuries. Zhao Wuji folded his arms, sighing, he seems to be fried. Xiao Hong, standing beside him, worriedly prayed, please, don't let anything happen. Xiao Hong, I only have this one bloodline. The lightning strikes grew more ferocious, striking down with thunderous force, devoid of any compassion. Xiaoyun glanced back, pondering. You think I'm afraid of you? He clenched his fist, forming a powerful punch, and roared, Invincible fist seal. 2 forces collided, purple and gold, neither giving an inch. But soon, the celestial tribulation was defeated. The thunder and lightning vanished in an instant. Xiaoyun's entire body cracked, crack, crack, crack. He hovered in the air, his body glowing, with the sounds of crack, crack, crack. He looked at his hand and smiled, praising it. The feeling of new life, not bad at all. That moment, in a manner, the air was fresh, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was shining warmly. Ichi Feng anxiously asked, Father, will everything be all right? Diaozhan, sensing his son's worry, reassured him, don't panic. I sent your second uncle to investigate. The boy will be back soon. The door creaked open, sunlight streaming into the room. The second uncle entered, announcing loudly, "Big brother, bad news. Grandson Dai Dao was killed by Xiao Yun. All of his attendants are dead too." Yijan was shocked. He spat out blood and fell backward. He asked his second uncle, "What did you say?" Yi Qifeng helped Yijan, shouting, "Father." The second uncle was also worried, and he called out, "Big brother." Yi Qifeng panicked and asked his second uncle, "Second uncle, are you telling the truth? What should we do now?" The second uncle was at a loss for words, but he came up with a plan. "There's nothing worse than the truth. That mind is filled with corpses. Xiao Yun dared to kill Dai Dao. The Xiao family will definitely not spare us. Our only option now is to flee." He rushed towards the door. Before leaving, he reminded Yi Qifeng, "We can't delay. I'll take people with me, and leave immediately. Once your father wakes up, you all should leave the city quickly." Yi Qifeng frantically urged Yijan, "Father, we should run too." Yijan, who had just woken up, had given up all hope. The second uncle's group won't escape. Without Dai Dao's group, no one can stand against the Xiao family. Yi Qifeng asked in horror, "What should we do then? Are we just going to wait to die?" Yijan then revealed his plan, have the second uncle's group take people and run. That'll draw the Xiao family's attention. You take the emperor's order to the eastern wilderness. Yi Qifeng worriedly stammered, "What about the second uncle's group?" Yijan schemed, manipulating his naive son. "Oh, you silly child. Your father deliberately pretended to be unconscious. It's all to secure a path for you to survive." Yijan reached into his bag, pulled out an item, and carefully handed it to Yi Qifeng. "Someone will sacrifice themselves. Qifeng, this is the emperor's order. Go to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain in the eastern wilderness. Use this token, and someone will help us avenge ourselves." Yi Qifeng received the emperor's order and asked in confusion, "The emperor's order? Did our Yi family ever have an emperor?" Yijan explained patiently, "Yes. The Yi family is the great family of the eastern wilderness emperor. There were 2 emperors. Their current strength surpasses the chaotic saint realm. And this token is the emperor's order of our Yi family." Yi Qifeng listened, stared at the token, and said, "Why are we still afraid of Xiao Yun?" Yijan, weary, struggled to speak. "The Yi family's lineage is powerful. We in the Yi family of the eastern wilderness have been separated for countless generations. This emperor's order was only bestowed upon Dai Dao because of his extraordinary talent. Otherwise, they wouldn't even glance at us." Hearing this, Yi Qifeng urged, "Father, let's go to the eastern wilderness together." Yijan raised his hand, indicating refusal. "The emperor's order can only conceal one person's aura. If I go with you, we won't escape. Go quickly." Yi Qifeng couldn't bear it and cried out with a trembling voice, "Father!" Yi Xian, unwilling to delay, urged him, "Qifeng, you're the only hope for the Yi family. Go. If you don't, I'll kill myself here." Although Yi Qifeng was reluctant, he left with tears streaming down his face. Hearing his final relative threatening suicide. "All right, I'm going." Yijan instructed, "Leave quickly and be careful on the road." Yijan was drained of vitality and lamented, "I thought I could use Dai Dao's power to return to the clan. I never expected a character like Xiao Yun to appear. It seems heaven wants to destroy me." Back at the Xiao family, the morning sun shone brightly, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Xiao Yun gave his orders. "Father, handle the Yi family's affairs. Zhao Wuji will help you. I'll stay at the Xiao manor." Xiao Hong casually shoved the responsibility onto Zhao Wuji, pointing at him and smiling. "I'm old now. I can still handle those shrimps. But just looking at Wuji brother, you know he's a master martial artist, incredibly powerful. Ruthless and cold-blooded. I'll leave it to you later." Zhao Wuji's face turned pale. He glanced at him and secretly cursed, "This old man is so shameless. He's not only flattering me but also calling me brother." Hearing this, Xiao Yun chuckled awkwardly. "Father, can you be serious for once?" Xiao Hong chuckled and led the way. "Hee hee, let's go." Zhao Wuji quickly followed, replying with a sound of affirmation. Xiao Yun was the only one left in the city. He closed his eyes, focusing all his strength, releasing his mental energy. The entire city appeared in a flash, blurry and ethereal. Xiao Yun confidently asserted, "After the 10th tempering, my mental energy can now encompass the entire Phoenix-scale city. This time, not a single Yi family member will escape." Half an hour later, Xiao Hang and Zhao Wuji returned. He struggled to walk with his cane. He approached Xiao Yun and said, "The Yi family's fate is sealed. It's a pity we couldn't find Yi Qifeng. Yuner, do you know where he is?" Xiao Yun replied with a supposition. "He might be using some treasure." "Father, don't worry. I'll become emperor sooner or later. Even if he causes trouble, we don't have to be afraid." Zhao Wuji pointed at Xiao Yun, "Don't get too cocky." "Becoming emperor? No one but me," Xiao Yun retorted, "you can't. It's very difficult for those with the primordial holy body to become emperors." Zhao Wuji immediately countered, "One is difficult. But I've absorbed a second primordial holy body. One day, I'll surpass you." Xiao Yun sneered, "Too confident, huh? Do you want to challenge me?" Zhao Wuji raised his thumb, boldly declaring, "Humph, don't get too smug. Wait until the next realm. I'll definitely challenge you." Xiao Yun immediately crushed Wuji's aspirations. "The next realm? You're still no match for me." Xiao Yun turned to Xiao Hong, handed him some fruits, and said, "Father, these are dragon extension fruits. One person can only eat 10. Each fruit can increase lifespan by 10 years. You and mother can each have 10. Xiao Hong refused, This is too precious." "Keep it." Xiao Yun resolutely placed the dragon extension fruits in Xiao Heng's palm and explained, "I'll become a saint sooner or later. By then, I'll have thousands of years of lifespan. This is useless to me. Furthermore, we should move our clan closer to the chaotic saint realm. That's the only way to stay safe." Xiao Hong said sorrowfully, "Is there really no way to avoid it?" Xiao Yun's forehead furrowed, his face solemn, expressing his concern. "The path I'm destined to tread in the future will be filled with enemies. I'm not at ease with everyone here." Xiao Hong agreed, "You're right. I'll arrange for the clan to move immediately." Just as they were about to leave, a loud shout echoed, "Who killed my disciple? Come out here." Xiao Heng identified the direction of the voice, looked up, and said, "Someone's here. Let's go see." Xiao Yun readily replied, "Yes." The figure stepped out from a dimensional portal, arrogantly questioning and threatening. "My disciple, Yi Dai Dao, had the potential to become a saint. Who dared to kill him? If you don't come out, I'll bathe Phoenix Gale City in blood today." Xiao Hong looked up and sighed, Yi Dai Dao's master arrived so quickly. Xiao Yun quickly saw through the trick and said, "This isn't the real person." Zhao Wuji sensed something was wrong and warned, "Not good. This strongman's soul is projecting itself." Xiao Yun was confused. "Soul projection? What do you mean?" Zhao Wuji crossed his arms, explaining seriously. "Cultivators in the awakening realm can cultivate their souls. Reaching the projection realm means they can project their souls. Yi Dai Dao was a saint's son, so this person is an elder or higher. Not in the nirvana realm, but in the superhuman realm." Xiao Yun confidently declared, "A soul projection that far? It probably isn't much stronger than me. I can definitely handle a fight. The Saint King sect is more than 10,000 miles away from Phoenix Scale City. This person isn't a saint." Zhao Wuji reminded him irritably, "Humph, it's best to be careful. After all, he's a superhuman realm strongman. Even if he can't unleash his true strength, he shouldn't be underestimated." Xiao Yun reassured him, "Don't worry. I'm not reckless." Yi Dai Dao's master hovered in the air, repeating his words. "I'll say it again. If you don't tell me who killed my disciple, Yi Dai Dao, today, everyone in this city will be buried with him." Xiao Yun stood on his flying sword, approaching confidently. He said, "Old man, I killed your disciple, Yi Dai Dao." Duanda saw that Xiao Yun was young and inexperienced, so he sneered. "A mere divine king realm weakling? He's not even worthy of carrying my disciple Yi Dai Dao's shoes. Do you think you're qualified to kill my disciple?" Seeing Duanda's disbelief, Xiao Yun took out the sword and said, "Yi Dai Dao's companion, the holy blade, is in my hands. Do you think I killed him or not?" Duanda looked at him angrily, his brows furrowed. "It's truly my disciple's holy blade." Duanda was astonished. He pointed at Xiao Yun, questioning him. "How is this possible? A weak divine king realm cultivator like you? How could you kill my disciple? Tell me, who are you? What sect are you from?" Xiao Yun pointed at himself and introduced himself. "Old man, listen carefully. My name is Xiao Yun. And I'm the current saint son of the chaotic saint realm." Duanda realized, "So it's you. You're the one who swept through the geniuses at the Dragon Cave. Defeated Li Changdi, and even defeated our Saint King Sect's Saint Son, Zhang Haoran. Xiao Yun responded with a serious expression, "It's me." "Who are you? A mere soul dares to be so arrogant?" Duanda calmly reassured him, "Senior, stop boasting. I'm Duanda, the Grand Elder of the Saint King Sect. A superhuman realm strongman, even with my soul here. Killing you would be as easy as killing a dog." He then raised his hands high, and water gathered, forming a sound. Raging Sea Dragon, a ferocious water dragon materialized. It roared ferociously, its mouth agape. Xiao Yun quickly extended his hand. And streams of energy rushed forth like crashing waves. 10,000 swords flow, execute my command. Two powerful forces clashed, their immense power shaking the entire region. The two were equally matched, each displaying their strengths to the fullest. Duanda frowned, grinding his teeth as he wondered, how can this guy be so strong? Yi Dai Dao had extraordinary talent, but he didn't have this kind of strength in the heavenly realm. How can a mere divine king realm weakling like him be this terrifying? Xiao Yun chuckled with smug satisfaction. What? Is this all you've got? Duanda, feeling humiliated, retorted. Even if your talent surpasses mine, you're still only in the divine king realm. Try the might of my sacrificial spirit. He shouted decisively, ancient savage beast. The sky instantly darkened, and a colossal sacrificial spirit appeared. It charged ferociously at Xiao Yun. He realized this and used the golden bell skill, instantly creating a protective shield around him, protecting him from the sharp claws of sacrificial spirit. The golden bell cracked under the impact of the sacrificial spirit, causing a loud explosion. Xiao Yun frowned, shouting, "Holy blade!" Immediately, a blade, enveloped in energy, appeared in his hand. Xiao Yun swung the blade powerfully at the sacrificial spirit, roaring, "Smash it!" The blow connected, and he sighed in disappointment. "Humph, so it's dead?" Duanda continued to command the sacrificial spirit to attack, simultaneously saying to Xiao Yun, "Useless. As long as I'm not dead, the sacrificial spirit will be immortal and invincible." He shouted his technique, 3 luminary reversal palm. 3 massive palms materialized instantly, along with the sacrificial spirit, charging towards Xiao Yun. The citizens below witnessed the situation and buzzed with excitement. Xiao Yun is fighting against the Saint King Sect's Grand Elder. I think he's about to lose. Hopefully, after he kills Xiao Yun, they won't involve us. Xiao Hang bent over and asked anxiously, "Yuner, will everything be alright?" Zhao Warji, standing beside him, reassured him, "Don't worry, he won't be killed that easily." Xiao Yun roared, "Immovable King Seal." Instantly, a large, muscular body appeared behind him, ready to fight at any moment. Once again, Xiao Yun used the smash it technique. The massive body clenched its fist, punching towards the sacrificial spirit and the 3 luminary reversal palms. Xiao Yun rushed forward, fists clenched, and commanded loudly, "King, smash it for me." The massive body echoed Xiao Yun's actions, fists clenched, charging forward boldly. He fought with increasing ferocity. Xiao Yun shouted loudly, "Invincible fist seal. Smash it." The king's huge arm obeyed, charging forward with immense power. Duan was stunned. He gritted his teeth, silently sighing, "This kid really has some guts." The stakes were high. Duan shouted, "Flames of divine blade." Instantly, a large blade, enveloped in blazing fire, appeared in his hand. He resolutely declared, "No matter how gifted you are, you'll die today." The flames rushed forward like a hungry tiger. Xiao Yun recognized the trick and shouted, "Blessing Sea Seal, Glacial Sword Seal." One hand was enveloped in the power of wind, the other in the power of ice. Xiao Yun confidently said loudly, "Playing with fire, huh? I'm just the right counter for you." He shouted again, raging waves. The 2 opposing elements clashed like a storm, the advantage clearly leaning towards Xiao Yun. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun roared, "Glacial Ice Seal." A sword formed from ice instantly charged toward Duan. Duan was shocked. He gritted his teeth, wondering, he's so young, how can he know so many divine techniques? He roared his technique, 5 Thunder Sky Bomb Seal. Lightning bolts gathered around Duan's hand, and the circle expanded. Duan raised his hand, using the technique to block the ice sword's point. The 2 forces collided, causing inevitable damage. A chunk of ice shattered, and the 5 thunderbolts dispersed. Seizing this chance, Xiao Yun clenched his fist, charging forward, shouting, "Breakthrough." His power erupted with blinding brilliance. Duan was struck, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He fell down in agony. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Duan's eyes went white. He asked in astonishment, how is this possible? The light continued to chase Duan. He cautiously made a plan for himself. It seems I can't kill him. I'll run first and then talk. Xiaoyun's entire body glowed brightly, radiating intense brilliance. He confidently declared, if you're here, then your soul will stay here forever. He said, for symbol sword formation. Beams of light, like ropes, rushed towards Duan. Duan turned his head, warning him, youngster, you dare to attack me? My true body won't forgive you. Xiaoyun ignored him, continued to charge towards Duan with his fist clenched, and challenged him, then let him come. Duan was quickly engulfed and captured by the powerful force. Not far away, Duan coughed violently, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He angrily furrowed his brow, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and secretly challenged, you could actually kill my soul. Xiaoyun, even if you are the saint son of the chaotic saint realm, I, Duan, will still kill you. He quickly rushed in a random direction. Back at the Xiao Manor, Xiaoyun was in no better shape after the fight. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Xiao Hong went over to ask, Yuner, are you alright? Xiaoyun wiped the blood from his lips and warned seriously, that old man is very powerful. I was reckless to kill him. Father, quickly gather the clan and leave Phoenix Gale City. Xiao Hong immediately agreed. Okay, let's go quickly. Xiaoyun immediately refused. No, I can't go. Duan's true body might come here. I have to stay and wait for him. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Hong and Zhao Wuji were shocked and exclaimed in unison, what? Xiaoyun placed his hand on his chest, explaining meticulously, Father, the speed of a super-transcendent realm expert is incredibly fast. Our Xiao family has no chance of escaping. Only if I stay behind to hold him off, will everyone else have a chance to reach the Chaos Sacred Land. Xiao Hong resolutely refused, no, the gap between you and Duan, master of Ed Dao, is too large. No, we need to split up and run. Xiaoyun smiled confidently, there's really no need. Master implanted a seal within me, allowing me to unleash his full power in one attack. So, I won't be in any danger. He then smirked at Xiao Hong, who was helpless against his son, could only wryly express his displeasure. He looked away and muttered, you tricked me a lot when you were younger. Whenever I did something that displeased you, you would run to your mother and complain, saying that I was flirting with the maids. Zhao Wuji and Xiaoyun displayed innocent and naive expressions, their 4 eyes staring at Xiao Hong with puzzlement. To avoid wasting time, Xiaoyun casually dismissed it, then urged Xiao Hong, that was years ago. Now you're a divine son. How could they not give you some means of self-defense? Don't waste time, let's go. Although reluctant to leave, Xiao Hong still obeyed. Before leaving, he reminded them, alright, we'll leave first. We need to hurry to meet up with the others. Xiaoyun waved goodbye, politely replying, yes. A few days later, at the Xiao Manor, Zhao Wuji and Xiaoyun sat at a table, chatting. Zhao Wuji nonchalantly picked up his teacup to drink, while Xiaoyun was puzzled. Asking, you're not going? Aren't you afraid of dying? Zhao Wuji glanced at him, smirking. Your Chaos Sacred Land is on the decline, so Duanda dares to kill you. But our ancient sacred land is still at its peak. Even if Duanda had 10 courage, he wouldn't dare to kill me. Zhao Wuji reassured him, don't worry, after I become the great emperor, I'll lead you all in the Chaos Holy Land. Xiaoyun's face turned pale, and he jabbed at Zhao Wuji, the primordial sacred body didn't make you stronger, but it did make your face thicker. Zhao Wuji wearily retorted, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Once you reach the Cave Heaven realm, you can be my fake follower. Sensing the movement, Xiaoyun looked up, his expression calm as he spoke, Duanda is here. Duanda, protected by a stream of energy, confidently and arrogantly challenged Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, you have quite the courage. You truly think you're the genuine disciple of the Chaos Holy Land? Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Xiaoyun not only wasn't afraid but also relished the situation, taunting him. So it's Duanda, the great elder of the Holy King sect. I apologize, I accidentally blew up your soul. Zhao Wuji, standing beside him, chimed in, warning Duanda. I am Zhao Wuji of the primordial sacred land. Dare to kill me, and your Holy King sect will face annihilation. Duanda was stunned, the holy son of the primordial sacred land was here. Alright, I admit I can't touch you. He extended his hand, generating energy in his palm, quickly engulfing Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was immobilized, his body stiff and unyielding, fueling his panic. Duanda casually waved his hand, sending Zhao Wuji flying away. He said coldly, I have no quarrel with the primordial sacred land. I have no reason to deal with a junior. Scram! Having dealt with the obstacle, Duanda roared. Pressure. The circle behind him emanated a powerful energy wave. He commanded loudly, kneel before me. The powerful force shattered the surroundings, causing the building to collapse with a resounding crash. Blood continuously streamed from the corner of Xiao Yun's mouth. He asserted firmly, a defeated subordinate dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Last time, I could kill your soul. Next time, I'll kill your physical body. Duanda hastily summoned his hand to attack Xiao Yun, confidently declaring, today, you will die. And what, next time, are you talking about? Suddenly, a surge of power slammed into Duanda's energy hand. Duanda's jaw dropped in astonishment as he looked towards the sky, the source of the powerful energy. An elderly figure approached with an imposing aura, leaving Duanda speechless at the sight of him. The man's strength was clearly extraordinary, exceeding that of countless others. Duanda stepped forward, bowing with clasped fists in a respectful gesture. I beg your forgiveness, senior. I am Duanda, the great elder of the Holy King sect. I had no intention of offending you. Xiao Yun's face lit up with joy. He thought to himself, looks like, besides the seal my master gave me, someone else from the Chaos Holy Land is secretly protecting me. The person called, Master, with a burst of killing intent, questioned Duanda. It's you who want to kill my genuine disciple of the Chaos Holy Land? Xiao Yun bowed respectfully and reported, Disciple Xiao Yun greets Lightning Ancestor. It turned out to be one of the ancestors who wanted to take him as a disciple before, Zhang Daidu. He said calmly, no need to be so formal. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A powerful aura surrounded Zhang Daidu. The aura exploded, causing a terrifying shockwave. The earth couldn't withstand the force, cracking and shattering everywhere. Duanda saw this with fear and clasped his fists, begging, Senior, please calm down. I was being reckless earlier. I won't dare to do so again. His heart was filled with panic. He thought to himself, Lightning Ancestor, one of the most powerful great saints, a top-tier figure of the Nine Heavens Great Formation. I cannot offend him. Zhang Daidu scolded, pointing at Duanda. You dare to kill even the genuine disciple of our Chaos Holy Land? Your Holy King sect is getting more and more arrogant. Duanda kowtowed, weeping and pleading, Senior, spare me. I won't dare to be arrogant again. Zhang Daidu's hand emitted a powerful energy wave. He quickly pulled Duanda close, his hand gripping the elder's neck. He rebuked angrily, You may not dare, but your holy sect does. Come with me to the Holy King sect. I want to see just how arrogant you are. Duanda pleaded desperately, No, there's no need to go that far. Zhang Daidu ignored Duanda's words. He grabbed him and flew off, having made his decision. This isn't up to you. Let's go. Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji followed. Both had numerous questions swirling in their minds. Lightning Ancestor is very powerful, but just going to the Holy King sect's headquarters like this, is it safe? Isn't this ancestor crazy? A few days later, they arrived at the Holy King sect. It was built with a predominant golden color scheme. The sunlight shone upon it, making it appear even more magnificent and grand. The four of them had reached their destination. Xiao Yun couldn't help but remark, no wonder they're the top sect under the Holy Land. They truly have a strong presence. No wonder they have the guts to challenge our Chaos Holy Land. A man who clearly didn't know his place forcefully charged forward, yelling, Who dares to? Before he could finish, Zhang Daidu swiftly ended him with a single blow. He roared in irritation, Scram! Another person flew in from a distance, the Holy Lord of the Holy King sect. Indeed, the Holy Lord is very courteous. He bowed and clasped his fists. It seems Lightning Ancestor of the Chaos Holy Land has graced us with his presence. Such an honor for our Holy King sect. Zhang Daidu became angry. He shouted to chase the man away, You scram too. Tell your elders to come out and talk. The Holy Lord of the Holy King sect didn't dare to argue. He obediently replied, Yes. Suddenly, an elder approached and asked, Zhang Daidu, what are you doing here? Xiao Yun heard the name and his face was filled with bewilderment. He thought to himself, Zhang Daidu, Lightning Ancestor's name is a bit strange. Zhang Daidu lifted Duanda with one hand and asked loudly, Shenluda, the great elder of your Holy King sect. Dare to kill the genuine disciple of our Chaos Holy Land? Are you trying to challenge our Chaos Holy Land? This is the genuine disciple of your Chaos Holy Land, right? Isn't he doing fine? Why are you falsely accusing our great elder of the Holy King sect? The Holy Lord of the Holy King sect said. Without letting the Holy Lord speak further, Zhang Daidu angrily attacked him. The sudden attack from Zhang Daidu caught the Holy Lord off guard, causing him to stagger for a moment. Luckily, the great elder of the Holy King sect was there to help him block the attack. From behind the Holy Lord, the great elder of the Holy King sect angrily spoke, Zhang Daidu, are you crazy? You dared to kill our Holy Lord? Zhang Daidu glared at him, surrounded by a dark aura, with a mocking tone. Kill your Holy Lord? Isn't he still alive? My ancestor reigns supreme for 1,000 years. You dare to try to get away with it? In your dreams. At this point, the great elder of the Holy King sect, Chen Luda, was also angered by Zhang Daidu's attitude. He pointed at Zhang Daidu, furious, I know what happened. I will deal with Li Duanda. I will definitely give your Chaos Holy Land an explanation. For a Li Duanda, there's no need to offend Lightning Ancestor. Give him this face. So, you want to get rid of me? You think I'm easy to fool? Next time, we'll just send a random Transcendent Realm expert to kill your idols, and then kill him. Can you handle it? Furthermore, you're not qualified to bargain with me. Call your true emperor out. Zhang Daidu angrily retorted. A massive energy wave directed at the great elder of the Holy King sect surged forth. Mountain protecting formation. A powerful energy wave erupted from Zhang Daidu, aimed at great elder. Luckily, he managed to block Zhang Daidu's attack in time. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Zhang Daidu, what do you want to do? Call your true emperor out, or I will destroy your Holy King sect. The great elder roared angrily. Humph, true emperor? You think you can meet him whenever you want? The great elder of the Holy King sect was determined not to let Zhang Daidu see the true emperor. Zhang Daidu wasn't going to back down. If the true emperor wouldn't meet him, he would become even angrier. Then, watch my skills, he roared, his hand reaching out to a massive, swirling, chaotic bell, releasing a powerful energy wave. He swung the bell with full force and ferocity. Those nearby, servants and subordinates, had to kneel and endure the immense power. The great elder of the Holy King sect's jaw dropped in amazement at Zhang Daidu's strength. It's the chaotic bell. Countless beams of Zhang Daidu's power surged forth from the bell. A massive energy wave aimed directly at the great elder's barrier. Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji watched, feeling apprehensive at the power Zhang Daidu unleashed. This is far scarier than the sulfur chaotic bell I control. This is the true power of a true emperor after all. It's terrifying. Xiao Yun thought seriously, when will I be able to control a chaotic bell like that? Such power. The great elder of the Holy King sect couldn't stand idly by while Zhang Daidu continued to rampage. He launched a heaven-lifting palm counterattack, urging Zhang Daidu to stop. Zhang Daidu, stop. Once you activate the mountain protecting formation, only a saint will be able to survive. But his words seemed to have no effect. Zhang Daidu continued his attack, ignoring his pleas. This isn't good. The great elder was worried, but he could only try to block Zhang Daidu's power. Finally, unable to hold back, he was overwhelmed, flung away. Seeing this, Zhang Daidu didn't stop. Fueled by his rage, he continued to unleash his power. He said solemnly, remember back then, even when facing the 5 great holy lands. I dared to charge in. I don't believe that I'm not as good as a measly Holy King sect. The true emperor of the Holy King sect, show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, all his energy crashed down towards the mountain protecting formation. The formation was now in danger of collapsing, unable to withstand the onslaught. The ordinary people below saw this power and were filled with anxiety. Oh no, the mountain protecting formation is about to shatter. This person is attacking the sect. It's terrifying. As the mountain protecting formation was on the verge of collapsing, a voice came from somewhere, stop. Finally, someone with sense has arrived. Zhang Daidu roared angrily, but he didn't stop. Once again, Zhang Daidu continued his attack, ignoring anyone's words. A true emperor's bell is strong, but ultimately, you're not a great emperor. At this moment, another elder appeared, with long, flowing white beard. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a move to block Zhang Daidu's horrifying power. Witnessing what was unfolding before their eyes, Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji gaped in amazement. Bare-handed, he's deflecting a true emperor's weapon. This man is a true emperor. Zhang Daidu finally stopped. He seemed to have sensed something from the elder's power. He asked sternly, Mushi? So, it's you old geezer? You're not dead yet? It was the first time Xiao Yun had heard this name. he asked. Mushi? Zhao Wuji, standing beside him, explained. Mushi is a true emperor of the Holy King sect. They say he's lived over 4,000 years, one of the oldest powerhouses in the cultivation world. Back to the elder and Zhang Daidu. Mushi pointed at him, furious. Zhang Daidu? You dare call a true emperor by his given name? Don't you dare. Quickly pay your respects to Mu ancestor. Mushi continued his attack while he reprimanded him. Apologies? You should be the ones apologizing. Facing Zhang Daidu's rash behavior, Mushi unleashed his power, blocking the massive bell. It seemed like Zhang Daidu had gone too far. Mushi said sternly, stop. Naturally, Zhang Daidu didn't stop after those words. He prepared for his next attack and roared, what's a true emperor? You're just an old geezer. If I say I'll destroy your Holy King sect today, then I will destroy it. Zhang Daidu refused to stop. Instead, he began gathering all his power, roaring madly, living emperor's weapon. Everyone was shocked and astonished at his actions. Chaotic great emperor. No matter how dangerous this power was, Zhang Daidu was determined to see it through. The massive energy waves seemed to erupt everywhere. The blinding aura grew stronger and spread further. The ordinary people below were all running in panic, pulling each other along. It's the might of a true emperor's weapon. It's the chaotic bell. Someone is reviving a true emperor's weapon. Mushi's expression became serious. He tried to persuade Zhang Daidu, lightning ancestor, your lifespan is not long. If you revive the emperor's weapon after this battle, you will surely die. Of course, these words meant nothing to him. Zhang Daidu didn't care at all. He scoffed, even if I die, I'll take you with me. Not giving in, are you? He then began using his power. The sharp, piercing gaze of the true emperor's weapon flashed. A stream of energy, like a bolt of lightning, was released forward. Mushi couldn't hold back, roaring, stop. Stop. We'll give you an explanation from the Holy King sect. Zhang Daidu listened and withdrew his power. Alright, I'll hear your explanation. The elder Mushi turned to Duanda, pointing at him. Duande, explain. Why did you attack the genuine disciple of the Chaos Holy Land? Duanda's face turned pale. He quickly knelt down and explained, respectfully, Ancestor Mushi. It was their genuine disciple who killed the son of our Holy King sect first. This old one, to avenge my disciple, couldn't help but act. The elder Mushi frowned coldly. The grudges of the younger generation, if we elders get involved, it will lead to chaos. Have you forgotten this unspoken rule? This matter is clearly in the wrong for our Holy King sect. Duanda, don't blame me. Someone has to bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck Duanda with a palm, piercing through his body. Duanda was caught off guard and only managed to utter 2 words, Ancestor Mushi, before collapsing. Having dealt with Duanda, the elder Mushi turned to Lightning Ancestor and asked. Satisfied, Zhang Daidu glared at him, dissatisfied. Not enough. If that's all, then our Chaos Holy Land will send a killer to assassinate your holy son. Hearing those arrogant words, the elder Mushi angrily pointed at Lightning Ancestor, asking loudly, so, what do you want? As if he knew the elder Mushi would ask him that, Lightning Ancestor calmly stated his request. I heard your Holy King sect has a heaven-earth tree. I don't need much. Give me 10 heaven-earth tree fruits, and that's all. The elder Mushi understood. So, this is your true goal. He thought for a moment and then lifted his head to negotiate. 10 fruits absolutely won't do. The maximum is 3. He cursed inwardly, that scoundrel Zhang Daidu, so cunning. Xiaoyun stood nearby, listening to their conversation. He thought to himself with interest, this lightning ancestor is interesting. He seems angry, but he has already planned everything. All this fuss, just to suppress their sect, and he can even take advantage of the situation to gain benefits. He's full of deception. Zhang Daidu heard the elder's agreement but added another request. 3 fruits are fine, but you had to grant me another request. Don't you want revenge? I'll give you a chance. Let your disciples at the divine ethereal realm level fight Xiaoyun. No matter if they live or die. The elder Mushi hesitated for a moment before answering hesitantly, this. He thought to himself, the great sword, the divine ethereal realm level, was also killed. Seeing the elder's hesitation, Zhang Daidu arrogantly laughed. I know the people of your king's sect are all trash. That's why we in the Chaos Holy Land won't bully you. No matter how many divine ethereal realm level disciples the Holy King sect sends, we'll only send Xiaoyun alone. Seeing Zhang Daidu's arrogance, the elder Mushi agreed to his request. Alright, since you're so arrogant, Chen Luda, arrange the personnel. I want to see how much you weigh. Chen Luda bowed and said, yes, Ancestor Mushi. As soon as he left, the elder Mushi thought to himself, this Xiao Yun is definitely very strong. However, there's no limit on the number of participants. We can use a sword formation. Zhang Daidu, you'll regret this. Seeing the elder agree to his request, Zhang Daidu called out to Xiao Yun, it's up to you now. Hearing his call, Xiao Yun flew towards him on a flying sword. Ancestor, I won't disappoint you. He landed on the sword and looked down at the people below, challenging them. You trash from the Holy King sect, come and die. The cultivators below heard his challenge and were filled with rage. They shouted in turn, Ancestor, let me kill him. Let me go. I'll definitely draw my sword against him. Or let me, even if I die, I want to take him with me. Chen Luda looked at his disciples and instructed. Renziki, you and the 10 strongest divine ethereal realm disciples, all of you go. Use your 10 absolute sword formation to kill him. Even though there's no limit on the number of participants, sending too many people would make the Holy King sect look too weak. Renziki listened to Chen Luda's instructions and, along with his brothers, bowed with clasped fists. Ancestor, rest assured, we will not fail our mission. Seeing Renziki receive the mission, the people around began to gossip. Looks like we don't have a chance to attack. Kill that genuine disciple. One less enemy for our holy son. That's right, they are the 10 swords of the Holy King sect. Even a divine ethereal realm genius couldn't match them. Xiao Yun looked at Renziki's group with disdain, only 10 people? Are you sure you're not sending a few more? Hearing Xiao Yun's arrogant words, Renziki's group angrily scolded, damn, this guy is arrogant too. Brother Ren, give the order. Form the formation and chop him up. That's right, kill him and then go drink. Xiao Yun scoffed and waved a hand at them. Don't waste your breath. Come on, I'm waiting to kill the next group. Renziki was furious. He raised his sword and shouted, so arrogant. Brothers, form the formation, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, his brothers surrounded Xiao Yun. They combined their swords, creating a sword formation. Renziki's fellow disciples watched, slightly excited. Xiao Yun is definitely dead. The 10 absolute sword formation, at the same level, no one can break it. 10 people combined. Killing a cave heaven realm expert is as easy as killing a dog. Chen Luda stood there, talking to Zhang Daidu, you've miscalculated, haven't you? The 10 absolute sword formation in the divine ethereal realm is invincible. Your genuine disciple will surely die. Zhang Daidu snorted coldly at his words. A trash formation? It wants to kill the genuine disciple of our Chaos Holy Land? They truly don't know when to die. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was enveloped in an aura of brilliance. He looked at the formation with disdain, Black Demon Sword. This is your trump card? What a joke. Seeing this, Renziki's face changed. He pointed his sword at Xiao Yun and said to his fellow disciples, kill. Quickly activate the formation and kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, his disciples combined all their swords, forming a giant sword that exuded killing intent. It aimed straight at Xiao Yun's head and charged forward. Seeing this, Xiao Yun wasn't fazed. He simply pointed forward and said, 10,000 swords flow. Countless swords surged forward. The giant sword of Renziki's group clashed with the immense power of Xiao Yun's sword flow, creating a deafening explosion. Renziki used all his strength to maintain the formation. He reminded everyone, hold on. He wondered, how is this guy so strong? Xiao Yun, using Tao marks, scoffed at Renziki's group. How can fireflies compete with the moon's brilliance? Killing you all, I don't even need a second move. In an instant, Renziki's group's formation was shattered by Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's sword energy didn't stop at the formation. It continued towards Renziki's group. They were all pierced by the sword energy. They screamed in pain, ah, ah. Their fellow disciples who weren't participating in the battle with Renziki were terrified and bewildered. Is he really at the divine ethereal realm level? He killed 10 people from Renziki's group with a single move. Has he reached the soul refining realm already? This is too strange. Xiao Yun stood in the sky, looking down at them with disdain. Couldn't even withstand a single move. Next, seeing what just happened, the elder emu's eyes turned cold as he looked at Xiao Yun. He thought to himself, this guy is too monstrous. He absolutely cannot be spared. The people of the Holy King sect glared at him with fierce eyes. This guy will definitely become a major enemy of the Holy King sect in the future. Seeing their sharp gazes, Zhang Daidu pointed a finger straight at their faces and roared. What are you looking at, you bunch of scumbags? They whispered amongst themselves, Lightning Ancestor's lifespan isn't long. If he kills Xiao Yun, he'll definitely go all out. This bastard is a maniac in battle. Forget it. Anyway, the Primordial Holy Land, Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and Mighty Heaven Holy Land are all targeting Xiao Yun. We'll just sit back and watch the tiger fight. An elder from the Holy King sect flew in front of Xiao Yun and tried to persuade him, Divine Son, you are invincible at the divine ethereal realm. Our Holy King sect bows to you. Let's stop here. Hearing this, he chuckled and said with a provocative tone, so, it's over? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Can you guys from the Holy King sect be a bit more enthusiastic? Send all 1,800 of your disciples. The brown-haired elder was angered and cursed inwardly, the 10 swords have been killed, I'm heartbroken. And 1,800? You want to use our old bones against you? The silver-haired elder standing beside him also felt the same. He complained inwardly, this guy is so annoying. The brown-haired elder said with a wrinkled, unhappy face. Invincible at the divine ethereal realm, that's all. Xiao Yun, you don't have to be so arrogant. Our Holy King sect's divine son, Zhang Haoren, will be waiting for you on your path to becoming great emperor. Xiao Yun sneered and replied provocatively, that trash Zhang Haoren? He can't even hold a candle. Even Emperor Li is barely better. At the same time, a group of people charged forward, shouting fiercely, damn, this bastard is too arrogant. The Divine Son has brought back the true dragon descendant. That's right, he brought back a man and a dragon. Who can challenge him? The brown-haired elder spoke with a hint of disdain in his advice. Temporary success or failure means nothing. Many great emperors were defeated in their youth. Zhang Haoren will definitely laugh in the end. Xiao Yun smirked arrogantly, you're talking about ordinary great emperors. A truly powerful great emperor is invincible, all the way to the top. He declared confidently to everyone, my goal, Xiao Yun, is to become the strongest great emperor. Zhang Daidu clasped his hands and proudly said, our genuine disciple of the Chaos Holy Land is quite impressive. A single sentence has evoked heaven's recognition. This is the true qualification of a great emperor, recognized by heaven. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was so nonchalant that he started sweating. He thought to himself, you think I don't know that you summoned the lightning god? Fooling a kid like this, is it really that fun? The brown-haired elder waved his hand, conjuring the heaven-earth fruits. He said reluctantly, all right, here you go. Get out of here already. I really can't stand your theatrics. Zhang Daidu held the fruits in his hand and said with a greedy tone, good kid, you're not bad. You didn't disappoint me, keep working hard. The revival of the Chaos Holy Land depends on you. Xiao Yun reached out his hand, bowed respectfully, and said, Ancestor, rest assured. This disciple will do his best. Zhang Daidu clenched his fist and proudly replied, good harvest. Let's go. The brown-haired elder said with a mocking tone, goodbye, Zhang Daidu. Your lifespan is not long and you won't be able to gloat for much longer. When you die, I'll come and pay my respects. However, Lightning Ancestor was not to be outdone. He turned his head and mocked him, no need. Before I die, I will seek you out to discuss Tao. We'll go hand in hand to the 9 nether yellow springs. The elder angrily chased them away, scram. As they flew off together. Xiao Yun asked in surprise, Ancestor, the old man said your lifespan is not long. Could that be true? Zhang Daidu answered his question, yes. To be honest, our Chaos Holy Land is facing a great crisis. Zhang Daidu explained the situation with a worried expression. Well, actually, not only me, but the other ancestors of the Chaos Holy Land also have limited lifespans. Our Holy Land's true emperor. Before he could finish, Xiao Yun interrupted him, Ancestor, rest assured. I'm confident I'll become a saint within 100 years. Although he sounded confident on the outside, he had his own thoughts. I didn't expect the Chaos Holy Land to be under such pressure. Looks like I need to cultivate quickly. Seeing his arrogance, Zhao Wuji quickly extinguished his spirit. Do you think becoming a saint is that easy? Just the Nirvana realm alone will hold you back for 100 years. Throughout history, no one has become a saint in 100 years. But Xiao Yun remained determined. You can't doesn't mean I can't. He then provocatively said to Xiao Yun, stop gloating. In the next cave heaven realm, I will definitely surpass you. Despite being belittled, he calmly responded. Alright, I'll wait for your challenge. Zhang Daidu threw him 3 heaven-earth fruits while instructing Xiao Yun. Heaven-earth fruits are treasures that enhance heaven's realm. Keep them, use them when you reach the heaven's realm. He bowed respectfully and replied. Thank you, ancestor. Xiao Yun held the heaven-earth fruits in his hand, admiring them closely. He thought to himself, so, the ancestor wanted the heaven-earth fruits for me. Zhang Daidu said, alright, we're at the Holy Land. You guys go back to the Emperor Peak. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew away. Xiao Yun replied obediently, yes. The sky today seemed unusually clear. At the Emperor Peak, Xiao Yun was surprised to see his father there. Father, why are you here? The head of the Xiao family quickly replied, Fu Ling arranged for us to stay here. The maid standing beside him quickly chimed in, young master, now that you're a genuine disciple, your parents are also eligible to stay at the Emperor Peak. He walked in front of Xiao Yun, patted his shoulder, and encouraged him. Our Xiao family has been arranged to stay in the capital of Yunhai Kingdom, next to the Chaos Holy Land. Now, you're a noble of Yunhai Kingdom. You don't need to worry about anything anymore. Focus on your cultivation. Xiao Yun smiled slightly and replied, Father, don't worry. I will focus on my cultivation. Suddenly, he became thoughtful about recent events. Looks like considering the Chaos Holy Land as my second home wasn't wrong. After chatting for a while, he said goodbye to everyone. You guys talk. I'll go see Master first. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly went to find his master. As soon as he arrived, Xiao Yun bowed respectfully. Master. Elder DTN pointed to a chair opposite him and said, sit. After he sat down, Elder DTN quickly asked, is the matter at the Holy King sect settled? Xiao Yun quickly nodded and replied, yes. It turns out Lightning Ancestor has been secretly protecting me. He even went to the Holy King sect. He opened his hand, revealing 3 heaven-earth fruits. Here are the heaven-earth fruits I obtained from the Holy King sect. You're about to break through to the heavens realm, so you need these. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed them to his master. Elder DTN quickly took the heaven-earth fruits and smiled with satisfaction. Alright, then I won't be polite. Xiao Yun noticed his master's expression seemed a little strange. He quickly asked, Master, what's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. He shared his thoughts. Although Lightning Ancestor suppressed the other sects, it also shows that our Chaos Holy Land is weak. We're all disappointing. We can't continue the burden of our predecessors. He looked at the heaven-earth fruits and started giving detailed instructions to his disciple. These 3 heaven-earth fruits will definitely help me become a saint. When the time comes, I'll go to the holy path to cultivate and become a saint. You need to seize the opportunity to grow. You must be brave and forge ahead, becoming a pillar of the Holy Land soon. Xiao Yun bowed respectfully and replied with an obedient tone. Master, rest assured, I will definitely grow strong quickly. Elder DTN waved goodbye and said, go. After leaving his master's room, Xiao Yun decided to wander around the area and contemplate the upcoming events. Time doesn't wait for anyone. I've reached the limit of the divine ethereal realm. It's time to break through to the cave heaven realm. Suddenly, he smirked and said with arrogance. So, Zhao Wuji is starting to break through to the cave heaven realm too? He can't wait, can he? At the same time, a blinding light erupted from the palace Xiao Yun had just left, illuminating the sky. The power of that light must have been terrifying. He turned back and looked for a long time, then smiled slightly and said, Zhao Wuji has 2 primordial sacred bodies. His future is immeasurable. However, I will definitely surpass you someday. As he neared the threshold of the cave heaven realm, Xiao Yun suddenly stopped and contemplated something. Before I enter the cave heaven realm, I need to forge the primordial sacred body first. That way, when the cave heaven realm opens, I can be even stronger. I have 260 awakenings now, that should be enough. He smiled as he lifted his foot and walked towards the cave heaven realm. Zhao Wuji, I hope you've gotten a lot stronger. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. It turned out the blinding light was caused by Zhao Wuji. His entire body seemed to be radiating golden rays, engulfing the palace and causing a reverberating sound. The young disciples nearby heard the terrifying sound and exclaimed. Who's breaking through their realm? The noise is so loud. It's coming from the Emperor Peak. Could it be the Divine Sun? Let's go and take a look. The elders flying in the sky witnessed the scene and exclaimed together. The red-haired elder spoke, sharing his knowledge, confirmed. It's not the Divine Sun. It's Zhao Wuji. The silver-haired elder was impressed. The primordial sacred body, huh? It's amazing. Another elder quickly spoke, that's right. No wonder it's called one of the 10 supreme sacred bodies. The girls nearby excitedly went to watch, their faces filled with admiration. Lin Xiaoyao exclaimed, I'm so envious of others. When you and Jia broke through to the cave heaven realm, you didn't make this much noise. Chuanwu agreed, Zhao Wuji is the primordial sacred body. This commotion is even louder than someone's normal nirvana breakthrough. Fu Ling covered her mouth and said shyly, these monstrous talents are truly inspiring. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji, from within the palace, kicked hard, sending him flying into the sky. The impact shattered the floor, even creating a large hole in the roof. He then launched a decisive punch with all his might. Zhao Wuji's punch instantly shattered an invisible wall into 100 pieces, scattering them everywhere. At the same time, something mysterious appeared. It looked like a deep cosmic abyss, with swirling wings resembling a black spinning top. Although they didn't know what it was, they could be sure it contained incredible power. The disciples witnessing the event watched with anticipation. One by one, they exclaimed, he's opening the cave heaven realm. Why hasn't the divine sun made a move yet? I wonder how many cave heavens Zhao Wuji can open at once. I bet he's about to do it. It turned out those mysterious rings were the cave heavens. They appeared one after another, and Zhao Wuji had to fight them off. He launched countless attacks, destroying each cave heaven in turn. As he fought, Zhao Wuji calmly muttered. Counting the number of cave heavens, his face determined. 8 cave heavens, but it's still not enough. He decisively launched a decisive attack, shattering all the cave heavens swiftly. The girls, witnessing the event, exclaimed in unison, oh my god, 9 great cave heavens. Extreme cave heaven realm. The disciples gasped in astonishment. No wonder he's the primordial sacred body. He's truly powerful. No wonder it's called the ancient sacred body. It's truly incredible. Zhao Wuji raised his hand and laughed triumphantly, ha ha ha. Extreme cave heaven realm. The primordial sacred body. Xiaoyun, I'll see how you match up against me. At the same time, Xiaoyun seemed to be cultivating some secret technique. The palace around him emitted a beam of light, forming an aura that enveloped him. Everyone around was shocked. This is the sound of the Great Tao. No way. This is too fast. Xiaoyun is cultivating the Chaos Sutra. Could it be that he's about to forge the primordial sacred body? Xiaoyun sat quietly in meditation, radiating secret techniques. The universe has its own principles. All things are not all things. Only through your eyes and ears can you understand. One with me. He encouraged himself. I've reached the 63rd level. I'm almost there. I'll use one more awakening with the Chaos Sutra. Xiaoyun sat there cultivating, slowly comprehending. The 64th level, 65th level, 66th level. He continued to cultivate, reaching the 72nd level. Xiaoyun's entire body emitted a blinding light, filling the room. He leaned back and shouted, primordial sacred body, achieved. At the same time, 4 monstrous beasts appeared on a mountain. Their appearance was solemn and ferocious, their forms resembling the symbolic creatures of power. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned and shocked. Xiaoyun has forged the primordial sacred body. That's right, back then, when the great emperor forged the primordial sacred body. 4 divine beasts came to congratulate him. But didn't the great emperor take 600 to 700 years? And Xiaoyun, he's only how old? Lin Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly, senior brother, he succeeded. Chuanwu praised, senior brother is amazing. Fu Ling smiled brightly, young master has forged the primordial sacred body so quickly. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji laughed in delight, shouting, good. You're getting stronger. Wait until I defeat you, then you'll be convinced. I have 2 great supreme sacred bodies and 9 great cave heavens. Even if you have 9 great cave heavens, I can still defeat you. Xiaoyun slowly walked towards him, his entire body radiating a dazzling light. He sneered, my spiritual strength and physical body are both stronger now. This primordial sacred body is truly powerful. Suddenly, he turned his head to another direction, as if seeing something unusual, and exclaimed in surprise, a new phenomenon. What's with this translucent area? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyun excitedly said, I know. This is the Chaos Realm, a realm only available to those in the soul-refining realm. Now I have it too. He spread his arms to embrace the beams of light filled with magnificent lotuses. Looking up, he smiled with satisfaction and pride. The Chaos Realm can not only weaken the enemy's vitality, spells, and techniques, but it can also bind time and space. With this realm, I won't need to set up formations when fighting Emperor Li anymore. Xiaoyun clenched his fist and smiled with the brilliance of a victor who had overcome a realm few could reach. Only 26 awakenings left. But forging the primordial sacred body is worth it. Next, it's time to open the Cave Heaven realm. Zhao Wuji, I will definitely surpass you. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew up forcefully, creating a huge hole in the roof. The impact reverberated with a terrifying sound. Lotuses flew out and shone throughout the sky. The young disciples nearby witnessed the whole scene and exclaimed in panic. It's the Divine Sun, he's opening the Cave Heaven realm. I wonder how many cave heavens he can open. Don't worry, he'll definitely be no worse than Zhao Wuji. At the same time, Xiaoyun rushed out, following a massive cave heaven. But these cave heavens seemed a little different from Zhao Wuji's. Surrounding them were countless lotuses. He swung his fist and shattered an invisible wall, breaking it into hundreds of pieces, scattering them everywhere. After a while, Xiaoyun had cleared countless cave heavens. He smiled slightly, with a hint of satisfaction, but he seemed to have a greater ambition. Not enough. I want to open 10 cave heavens, surpassing the extreme realm. The 10th cave heaven. He thought for a moment and began gathering energy in his fist. He launched another powerful punch. Everyone present was shocked. The ordinary people below looked up at the sky and exclaimed, there really are 10 cave heavens. Isn't it said that the cave heaven realm, 9 is the limit? Why is there a 10th cave heaven? The Divine Sun, he's the first and last. Xiaoyun in the sky focused all his strength, punching a glowing lotus flower. Xiaoyun's eyes lit up with determination. He thought to himself, this 10th cave heaven is so difficult to open. I'll use my strongest attack. Xiaoyun immediately prepared his power. He focused all his strength into his right fist, getting ready to take a stance. His fist seemed to radiate light, with beams swirling around it like a vortex. He punched forward with all his might. The barrier in front of him began to crack, with countless beams of light squeezing through the fissures. From the broken void, a new space opened, swirling with bright red light. It was the 10th cave heaven. Deep whirlpools appeared next to it, just like before. Xiaoyun looked up and said softly, finally, it's done. The 10th cave heaven is not only 3 times stronger than the other cave heavens. The elders and the ordinary people all exclaimed, he has a 10th cave heaven. The speed at which Xiaoyun replenishes his spiritual energy during battle is much faster. He has a huge advantage over others at the same level. That's right, he's probably invincible at the cave heaven realm. Something like this has never happened before. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji was extremely upset. He thought to himself, he can actually open a 10th cave heaven. To defeat him, I have to win quickly, otherwise, I'll be exhausted to death. Thinking this, Zhao Wuji shot up into the sky, radiating a brilliant golden light. He shouted down, since you've broken through, then let's fight. Hearing this, Xiaoyun wasn't discouraged. He clenched his fist and said, all right, I'll grant you this favor. Xiaoyun's fist was enveloped in blinding golden light. Zhao Wuji wasn't to be outdone. He quickly charged forward to attack. The people below were abuzz. The Divine Sun and Zhao Wuji are fighting. 2 great talents. It's exciting. That's right, they're going head to head right from the start. I wonder who's stronger. Zhao Wuji's fist and Xiaoyun's fist collided with a powerful impact. The two were evenly matched, neither giving an inch. The power of their battle created a massive collision. A deafening explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. Fu Ling looked up from below and said softly, young master, you guys should fight higher up. Otherwise, the Emperor Peak will be destroyed. Zhao Wuji and Xiaoyun were still high in the sky, both burning with fighting spirit. Zhao Wuji said, let's settle this with a decisive battle. Xiaoyun quickly responded, that suits me fine. Xiaoyun immediately raised his fist, gathering strength, ready to attack. Zhao Wuji wasn't to be outdone. He roared, charge. Zhao Wuji activated his skill, a hulking figure appearing behind him. He roared, War God Fusion. Xiaoyun, you're going down. Xiaoyun refused to yield. He spread his arms, illuminating both sides with his own skill. Chaotic Domain, let's see the power of Chaotic Domain. Zhao Wuji, his muscular body charged forward, launching a relentless attack towards Xiaoyun's skill. However, immediately after, Zhao Wuji was taken aback. You have domain power ahead of schedule. Zhao Wuji froze, staring at his own hands, astonished. This domain is so powerful. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Yun landed a heavy punch to Zhao Wuji's stomach while he was distracted. "You're too slow." Zhao Wuji was sent flying back, his mouth spewing blood from the blow. Capitalizing on his advantage, Xiao Yun charged forward with renewed vigor. The crowd below buzzed with chatter. It's chaotic domain. It's true. Back then, when the Heavenly Emperor forged the half-set of chaotic body, it also contained chaotic domain. The Divine Son is destined to surpass the Supreme Elder, Tai Shang. He's not even 20 years old. Zhao Wuji was enraged. The War God's phantom form appeared behind him. Zhao Wuji roared in fury. Damn it! Zhao Wuji spread his arms, tilted his head towards the sky, and roared, "Fusion!" Xiao Yun smirked confidently. Fusion done? Well, come get me then. A colossal fist surged towards Xiao Yun. Ha! Xiao Yun calmly met the fist, gathering his own strength for battle. He clenched his hand and said, "Bring it on." Their fists collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Zhao Wuji stumbled backward, spewing blood. The crowd erupted in cheers. Divine Son won. Incredible! Both of them are monsters. They are truly in the Divine Heaven realm? Xiao Yun landed gracefully and asked softly, "How do you feel?" Zhao Wuji sat slumped on the ground. He wiped the blood with his sleeve and replied, "Just wait. In 3 months at most, I'll open my 10th Divine Heaven." Xiao Yun crossed his arms and said smugly, "By then, I'll probably have already entered the ritual spirit realm." Zhao Wuji retorted in embarrassment and anger, "Damn, don't belittle people like that." A flashback appeared. The chaotic Saint Lord stood before the people and said, "Tomorrow, the 9-spirit secret realm will open. Any Divine Heaven realm cultivators may enter and search for the plundered spirit essence." The cultivators below whispered amongst themselves. The Saint Lord has ordered the myriad spirit secret realm to open? It's not supposed to open yet, right? You idiot. The Saint Lord is specifically opening it for the Divine Son. That's right. The Divine Son is the future of our sacred land. Back to the present, Xiao Yun smiled softly, searching for plundered spirit treasures, entering the ritual spirit realm. The Saint Lord is truly giving me a boost. The chaotic Saint Lord said solemnly to everyone, "All right, everyone disperse. Let the Divine Son and his attendants rest." The cultivators replied, "Yes." Fu Ling was standing with Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji. She spoke softly, "Congratulations, young master, on your ascension to the Divine Heaven realm." Xiao Yun responded politely, "Fu Ling, what was that myriad spirit secret realm the Saint Lord was talking about?" Fu Ling, looking incredibly alluring, explained, "Young master, you must know that entering the ritual spirit realm requires refining spirit essence within the Divine Heaven. The myriad spirit secret realm contains the spirit essence left behind by the cultivators of the sacred land, who have slain countless demonic beasts and divine beasts over the years." Xiao Yun turned back and said gently, "The Saint Lord is truly taking care of me. None have ascended to the Divine Heaven realm. He's quickly opened the myriad spirit secret realm." Upon hearing this, Fu Ling retorted, "Of course he would take care of you. Young master, not only have you opened the unprecedented 10th Divine Heaven, you have also forged the half-set of chaotic body. It would be strange if he didn't treat you as a treasure to nurture." Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. "Fu Ling, do you know anything about the situation within this myriad spirit secret realm?" Fu Ling quickly showcased her knowledge. The myriad spirit secret realm is a space. It's said to be an independent space created by a true emperor. She quietly described, "Within the myriad spirit secret realm, there are mountains, rivers, and land. However, there are no living creatures. It's a desolate realm of death. Because it contains the spirit essence left behind by demonic beasts and divine beasts after their death." "That's the myriad spirit cave," Fu Ling said softly. "The heart of the myriad spirit secret realm has the myriad spirit cave, teeming with endless soul energy. It's the favorite place for powerful spirit essence." Fu Ling elaborated, "The myriad spirit cave has 9 levels in total. The deeper you go, the stronger the spirit essence. However, you must use all your strength to enter the myriad spirit cave. If those spirit essence attack you, you'll definitely die." It seemed that Xiao Yun still didn't understand. He asked, "Fu Ling, how are spirit essence ranked? Do we need to investigate them?" Fu Ling pointed upwards with one hand and said, "Of course not. Soul bodies of different levels have different colors. There are 9 colors: scarlet, crimson, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, white, and gold. The further down the list, the higher the rank." Xiao Yun smiled, "Thank you for the explanation. I'll go into seclusion for now and prepare for entering the myriad spirit secret realm tomorrow. The next day, the sky was exceptionally blue. This was Dawn Yu Peak. The young man, Li Bu, exclaimed excitedly, haha. Finally reached the ritual spirit realm. The other cultivators bowed respectfully. Congratulations to the Divine Son on your ascension to the ritual spirit realm. Divine Son is so talented, invincible for ages. He sneered, that bastard Xiao Yun is dead in the True Dragon Cave, right? Who killed him? Was it Li Chengdi or Zhao Wuji? I have to thank him. One cultivator stammered helplessly, reporting to the Divine Son, Xiao Yun is still alive. Moreover, he. Upon hearing this, Li Bu roared in anger, don't stutter. Tell me what's going on with that brat, Xiao Yun. Another cultivator replied, not only did he return from the True Dragon Cave, he also ascended to become the true Divine Son. Just now, he opened the 10th Divine Heaven. Ascended to the Divine Heaven realm, and he even took Zhao Wuji as his attendant. Li Bu frowned in dissatisfaction, damn, how is that even possible? A cultivator explained, however, Divine Son. Just now the Saint Lord announced that the Myriad Spirit Secret Realm will open tomorrow. Both Divine Heaven Realm and Ritual Spirit Realm cultivators can enter, perhaps you have a chance to seek revenge. Li Bu looked up skeptically, is that so? Li Bu pondered for a moment and exclaimed, you are right. This is a good opportunity. My master, the Divine Emperor, despises the Heavenly Emperor with every fiber of his being. He will definitely find a way to help me eliminate Xiao Yun. Dawn broke the next morning, illuminating the world. Xiao Yun was meditating. He thought to himself, the limit for the Divine Heaven realm is 9 Divine Heavens. I've opened the 10th Divine Heaven. But why haven't I triggered a heavenly tribulation? If there's no heavenly tribulation, it means I haven't reached the limit. He continued to think, could there be an 11th Divine Heaven? Forget it, let me spend a few more awakenings to deduce it. Xiao Yun remained in a meditative posture, the phrase, spend one awakening to deduce, constantly echoing in his mind. His eyes slowly opened, turns out there's no 11th Divine Heaven. 9 is the limit, 10 is the perfect number. So, I need to start from a different place. Xiao Yun sighed, this can't be right. Even after dozens of awakenings, I still haven't figured it out. I only have 8 awakenings left. Forget it, stop deducing. Why hasn't the system sent me a new mission? My head hurts. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoya appeared outside Xiao Yun's door and said politely, Senior brother, the Myriad Spirit Secret Realm is about to open. Why don't you come out? Xiao Yun replied lightly, so fast? It's already morning? Let me grab my spirit essence first. Maybe there will be a new mission. Outside, Ji Xuanyu, Lin Xiaoya, and Zhao Wuji were waiting. They greeted each other, young master, you and Xuanyu and Wuji should set off for the Chaotic Master Peak. The others should be there by now. Xiao Yun replied, okay. At Chaotic Master Peak, the sun was high in the sky. Xiao Yun boomed, welcome the Divine Sun. Xiao Yun beamed, junior brothers, there's no need to be so formal. A few people below scowled with resentment. If you weren't able to control chaotic Zhang, I would have already killed you. Xiao Yun hovered in the air, his voice echoing downwards. Li Bufan, you're hiding there, muttering to yourself. That's not the behavior of a Divine Son. Why don't you come out and fight? Those words seemed to provoke Li Bu. Li Bu clasped his hands and bowed, greetings to the true Divine Son. He thought to himself, fight? Let you use chaotic Zhang to kill me? Wait for me to enter the spirit secret realm. At that moment, Xiao Yun also thought, that's right. If I had been so perceptive before, I wouldn't have been beaten so badly by society. Then, the chaotic Saint Lord appeared. If everyone is here, then prepare to enter the spirit secret realm. Remember, do your best. Though the spirit essence are remnant souls after death, they are not to be underestimated. Everyone replied in unison, yes. The chaotic Saint Lord lightly stroked his finger, as if giving an order. A magical vortex appeared. The chaotic Saint Lord pointed at it and said, this is the Myriad Spirit Secret Realm. Enter, he warned, remember, you must exit within 3 days. If not, the Myriad Spirit Secret Realm will close, and you will definitely die. Xiao Yun swiftly flew forward. Inside the Myriad Spirit Secret Realm, Xiao Yun saw the scenery and thought, this place doesn't have any heaven and earth spirit energy. It's completely isolated from the outside world. Suddenly, a sharp sword flew towards him. The blade was aimed directly at Xiao Yun. He pondered, someone couldn't hold back and attacked right after he entered? A hand shot up, releasing a brilliant beam of light. It was Xiao Yun. He used his technique to block the attack. The source of the enemy's power dissipated. Xiao Yun leaned back arrogantly and taunted, Li Bufan, do you think a flying sword can kill me? You're too naive. Li Bufan, humiliated and enraged, unleashed a barrage of attacks, declaring, Xiao Yun, don't get too cocky. This is the myriad spirit's secret realm. You can't rely on the power of chaotic Zhang. Let's see how I force you to beg for mercy today. Deathly Qi eastward sword. The flying sword surged towards Xiao Yun like a tiger pouncing on its prey. But it couldn't even touch his skin. Xiao Yun smiled lightly and countered, instantly turning Li Bufan's flying sword into dust. He advised, don't flaunt such scrap metal. It's embarrassing. Li Bufan fumed, summoning countless spatial rifts in the sky. Black Qi enveloped him. Li Bufan said confidently, don't get so smug. I'm a divine son, a realm higher than you. Let's see how I crush you. As soon as the words left his lips, both sides launched into a furious onslaught of fists. Everyone witnessed the scene before them, their jaws dropping in awe. They murmured amongst themselves, look. The Saint's son and the Divine Son are fighting. Li Bufan is really holding a grudge. I wonder if the Divine Son can beat the Saint's son. Zhao Wuji, observing from the side, scoffed, this guy. Wherever he goes, there are enemies. He's already become the true Divine Son, and he still has enemies in the chaotic sacred land. He's really asking for trouble. Ji Xuanyu listened and explained, Zhao Saint's son, Xiao Xin your brother is different from you. You were born a heaven's darling, but Xiao Xin your brother started as an ordinary person. He only rose up after practicing the chaotic sutra. That's why some people don't like him. Xiao Yun charged forward, landing a swift punch directly to Li Bufan's face. Li Bufan was sent flying backwards in the direction of the punch. Xiao Yun mocked, Li Bufan, is this all the skill you've gained since ascending to the ritual spirit realm? Show me your true abilities. With one side of his face swollen, Li Bufan scrambled to escape, which Xiao Yun quickly noticed. Xiao Yun was puzzled, his face turning pale. He muttered, damn, he's running away? Didn't we just start fighting? With the enemy fleeing, Xiao Yun no longer felt like fighting. He turned to his two teammates and said, alright, let's continue inwards. Xiao Wuji agreed, okay. Ji Xuanyu quickly replied, yes, senior brother. Li Bufan glanced back, his cheeks swollen and red. He was unconvinced and indignant, muttering, damn it. That bastard is so strong. But just wait, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Night descended. A few white clouds adorned the high sky. Leaves, blown by the wind, gently drifted along the breeze. Xiao Yun led the way, flying ahead. He wondered, why do we have to choose divine beast spirit essence to refine spirit essence in the ritual spirit realm? Humans at the transcendent realm or higher can also produce spirit essence. Xiao Wuji scoffed, humph, you don't even understand this? You really have a limited view. You need to read more. No culture is scary. Ji Xuanyu followed behind and explained. Xiao senior brother, we refine spirit essence because we're in the awakening realm. Awakening innate divine powers from these spirit essence. Humans don't possess these innate divine powers. Xiao Yun glanced back, a smile on his lips, so that's how it is. Then, his gaze turned serious. I have 10 divine heavens. I wonder if there are enough spirit essence from golden-colored divine beasts here for me to use. Suddenly, a voice echoed, causing the three to turn around simultaneously. Humph, such a presumptuous young man. He wants to use divine beast spirit essence for all 10 divine heavens? Xiao Wuji roared in astonishment, who? A massive bird flapped its wings, sending divine energy flying in disarray. It roared in anger, you disciples of the chaotic sacred land, while your current generation is inferior to the past. At least the previous generation was somewhat reliable. You're the first person to dare to speak like that. Xiao Yun's group stood there, staring at the massive bird before them. Ji Xuanyu, realizing the danger, warned, Xiao senior brother, be careful. This is the lightning falcon divine beast. Among birds, its flying speed is second only to the golden-winged great eagle divine beast, making it incredibly difficult to deal with. In contrast to Ji Xuanyu's worry, Xiao Yun was calm and composed, saying casually, it's just a divine beast. It can't even catch my eye. The lightning falcon divine beast charged forward. Roaring, a divine heaven realm brat dares to be so cocky. I'll show you the power of divine beast strength. Xiaoyun casually waved his hand, using the golden bell skill. A protective layer appeared, shielding him from the Lightning Falcon Divine Beast's torrential attack. The Lightning Falcon Divine Beast was forced back. It exclaimed in astonishment, You have mastered the golden bell skill to the great completion realm? Xiaoyun scoffed, Humph, you know this technique? Upon hearing this, the Lightning Falcon Divine Beast grew even angrier. It roared, Humph, I was killed by the one who created this technique. Enraged to the core. The Lightning Falcon Divine Beast spread its wings, flapping them forcefully at Xiaoyun. The leaves, drifting in the wind, were unconsciously swept away by the strong winds generated by its massive wings. It roared confidently, Don't think that just because you know one technique, you're great. In my lifetime, I could kill one of your divine sons. In the 3,000 years since my death, I've killed 2 more. Xiaoyun punched upwards, roaring, Invincible Fist Seal. A giant fist emerged, blocking the attack from the Lightning Falcon Divine Beast. Xiaoyun frowned, pondering. This Divine Beast Spirit Essence has actually killed 2 divine sons. Seems like Spirit Essence are really not easy to deal with. His fist continued its onslaught, aiming straight for the Lightning Falcon Divine Beast. The Thunder Eagle Saint Beast, with a bloody lip from the punch, asked in astonishment, Xiaoyun, this is a half-step chaotic body. How old are you? 50? Xiaoyun controlled his technique with a raised hand, smiling triumphantly, 50? I'm only 17. Don't waste your breath. Watch me catch this vicious beast, along with you. The Thunder Eagle Saint Beast, realizing the situation was dire, decided to flee. However, it couldn't bear to be defeated, so it challenged with a provocative tone. Brat, you'll regret this. This Saint Beast will kill you. Ji Zhanwu beside him asked in confusion. Senior brother Xiao, you could easily capture it. Why let it go? Xiaoyun replied, If I don't let it go, how will it help me attract a true spirit beast? Ji Zhanwu finally understood Xiaoyun's intention. She happily said, Right, it has a deep grudge against the Holy Land, but its strength isn't enough. To avenge itself, it needs to find a stronger true spirit beast. Then, she turned to Xiaoyun and informed him, Zhao Wuji just left. Do we need to look for him? We'll be more certain with 2 people. Xiaoyun laughed, No need. It's just a true spirit beast. I can handle it alone. The 2 of them moved slowly through the strong wind. Xiaoyun instructed Ji Zhanwu. Junior sister Ji, you should rest for a while. Wait patiently here. Ji Zhanwu agreed. Yes, I'll listen to senior brother. Xiaoyun sat down softly, pondering silently. I can't bear the thought of being unable to transcend the limitations of the heavenly movement realm. Why not take advantage of this opportunity and use my remaining awakenings? I'll use one awakening to deduce the method of transcending the heavenly movement realm limitations. Xiaoyun and Ji Zhanwu sat down to rest. Xiaoyun's body emitted electric currents, making him the brightest spot in the area. He thought wistfully, Humph, I've used up all 8 remaining awakenings. It's a pity there wasn't even a little progress. When will the... Xiaoyun smiled, waiting expectantly. Soon, a system notification appeared. Kill 1 gold-colored true spirit, reward 100 awakenings. Kill 1 white-colored true spirit. Reward 30 awakenings. Kill 1 purple-colored true spirit, reward 10 awakenings. Xiaoyun secretly rejoiced, system, I love you. The final mission has arrived. Xiaoyun started to laugh heartily. My fellow mortals, you're about to defy heaven again. With all these true spirits here, you still worry? How can you not break through to the heavenly movement realm limit? Seeing him laugh like that, Ji Zhanwu was a little confused, asking, Senior brother, what's wrong? Seeing her ask, he quickly startled, saying, Nothing, just thinking about some interesting things. Then he became serious again, turning his gaze ahead. 1 purple-colored true spirit for 100 awakenings. But true spirit beasts are extremely rare. It's a pity. If I encounter one, I'll capture it first, then we'll talk. As for other true spirits, kill them directly. Suddenly, a flock of eagles flew in. One of them said, Brat, you're still here? You're so bold. Hearing this, Xiaoyun replied, Thunder Eagle, you really didn't disappoint me. You even brought so many helpers. I don't know how to thank you. Hearing his arrogant words, the eagle pointed to the golden eagle behind it and said, Stop being cocky. Our king is here. This time, you're dead for sure. Seeing this, Ji Zhanwu said to her senior brother, This is the golden winged rock. It's extremely fast. Be careful. Hearing her say that, Xiao Yun was even more excited. Its supernatural ability must be extreme speed. It's perfect for a sacrifice. The Rock King, hearing this, roared in anger and commanded, "Tear this arrogant brat to shreds for me." The eagles immediately charged, "Careful, Wu Huang's magic. Attack, kill." They swiftly charged towards the two who stood there. He stretched out his hand to shield her. "Stay behind me, junior sister. You have seen your brother here. These true spirits are just trash, they can't harm you." She nodded in agreement, yes. Secretly, she thought, senior brother Xiao was so handsome, and he's so gentle and considerate. Then he raised his hand, summoning numerous swords. Myriad sword flow, a chaotic army. What use is there in numbers? Immediately, the swords surged towards the eagles. After a cup of tea, from a large crowd, now only a few remained. He glanced at them and mocked the Thunder Eagle, "The reinforcements you brought are quite meager. Not enough for me to kill." Hearing this, they became even more enraged and charged forward. "Let's attack. Form a formation and kill him." "All right." Then, they flew around him, forming a circle to trap him. Xiao Yun continued to use his chaotic realm. Flowers instantly appeared, surrounding them, causing the eagles to widen their eyes in astonishment. "What's going on? My speed is slowing down." "Mine too." "Stay here." Invincible fist seal. He shouted, creating a massive golden fist. The fist instantly struck down the rest. Then, he raised his hand and commanded, "Seal the last two for me." The only two remaining eagles were panicked and terrified. How did this happen? "Wu Huan, save us." He bound the two eagles with magic and said, "Junior sister." Seeing this, she approached and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Then she looked at the eagles and smiled cheerfully, "This is a white-colored true spirit. Senior brother Xiao is really good to me." He smiled happily and refreshingly, so quickly. "I have over 300 awakenings." Thinking, he turned to the rock and said, "Golden-winged rock, why didn't you stop me?" The Rock King arrogantly replied, as he said, "They're just trash." "What use are they?" He swooped down, not forgetting to taunt, "Watch your performance. You must be immortal, right? Kill you, those immortal old men of the chaotic Holy Land will definitely die of heartbreak." Before he could unleash his attack, Xiao Yun raised both hands, chaotic realm. However, the rock easily pierced through it. Xiao Yun was completely taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. This guy's speed is too fast. Even the chaotic realm can't hold it back. The rock raised its leg toward him. But he countered with the invincible fist seal. The rock retreated, saying, "You do have some talent, however, you're destined to die today." Then, it started to attack. The attack quickly formed into a whirlwind, a spatial rift. Xiao Yun saw this and was quite surprised. He used the golden bell transformation. Then, Xiao Yun continued to use myriad sword flow, unleashing a barrage of swords. However, the Rock King quickly caught all of them. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and furrowed his brow. This guy's speed is too strong. My attacks are completely unable to reach him. What should I do? Suddenly, he remembered, right? How could I forget about spirit attack? Then, he started to use this immovable king's seal. He created a golden figure with clasped hands. Seeing him use this technique, the rock's eyes widened in astonishment, and its entire body trembled. You still know spirit attacks. Its movements were immediately restricted. You're ultimately just a true spirit, not a soul remnant. Therefore, your weakness is spirit power. Next, become my sacrifice. He looked at it, raised a hand and used the grip technique. Hearing him say that, the rock became even more enraged. You want me to be your sacrifice? Dream on. It launched another attack. Xiao Yun instinctively stepped back a little. A golden eagle flew over the heads of Ji Zhanwu and Xiao Yun. The eagle emitted a faint pink glow. And the pink color flowed down from its body onto the ground. Where it fell, small flames erupted. Xiao Yun stepped forward, shielding Ji Zhanwu. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the eagle. Golden bell transformation. The two forces clashed. Ji Zhanwu stood behind him, placing her hand on his back. Golden paper fluttered towards them. He struggled against the eagle's firepower, senior brother. Xiao Yun wiped the blood from his mouth. His eyes fixed on the eagle. You're all right. This damn bastard, he actually decided to self-destruct like that. I almost caught him. Ji Zhanwu was worried, clutching Xiao Yun's hand. Senior brother, take a rest. He popped a small, golden pill into his mouth. All right. A true spirit beast, just like that. Fortunately, the system attributed its death to me. And the reward is 100 awakenings. A total of 480. Not bad. Zhao Wuji flew down from the sky, looking down at them. What happened here? Ji Zhanwu turned to look. Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun looked at Ji Zhanwu intently. You completely missed a good show. I just killed a true spirit beast. 7 white-colored true spirits, and 17 purple-colored true spirits. Zhao Wuji angrily flew closer. You killed a true spirit beast? You know how precious they are. You lunatic. Ji Zhanwu, apprehensive, leaned back. Zhao Saint's son, the true spirit beast self-destructed. You can't blame senior brother Xiao. Zhao Wuji landed on the ground, frowning. He angrily exclaimed, you should have told me sooner. If we teamed up, we could have definitely subdued the true spirit beast. He looked at Xiao Yun, scratching his cheek, smiling awkwardly. I'm not trying to belittle you, but it was the golden-winged roc. Even teaming up, it would be very difficult to subdue it. Xiao Yun broke the tension, laughing and saying, forget it, let's go. I found Myriad Spirit Cave 9. Let's go catch a true spirit beast there. Zhao Wuji turned and agreed. All right. Ji Zhanwu turned to Xiao Yun, senior brother Xiao, I won't go. I'll just be a burden to you. He turned to her, smiling in agreement. All right, you go out first. Those 2 white-colored true spirits, you and Xiao Ye take 1 each. She smiled, thank you, senior brother Xiao. Senior brother, be careful. There may be many true spirit beasts in Myriad Spirit Cave. Don't worry. She went out, while Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji entered together. Let's go. Zhao Wuji glanced at him. I advise you to stay away from women. Most women don't live long, it just adds to the sorrow. Oh, that's just your way of thinking. Don't waste your breath. Let's go. Reaching the cave entrance, they both flew inside. Li Biyufan, standing outside the cave entrance, saw them enter and grinned with satisfaction. Finally, they're in. Li Biyufan leaned against the cave wall, frowning with glee. Now that they're in, they won't be coming out. They flew in, passing by a swarm of ants crawling on the wall. Xiao Yun fired beams of blue light, striking the ants. Zhao Wuji asked, confused. Why did you kill them? Xiao Yun glanced over. Why keep them alive? My target is the true spirit beast. Zhao Wuji said, you don't need them, so it would be good to give them away. Isn't your father a peak divine bridge realm? Xiao Yun looked straight ahead, flying forward. You're not wrong. Later, I'll spare 2. Zhao Wuji was helpless and speechless. What a crazy, bloodthirsty guy. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji stopped, stunned. Shocked. Zhao Wuji exclaimed, look over there. It's a true spirit beast. They both stopped in midair, facing a swarm of glowing ants surrounding a massive, brilliant golden ant queen. The ant queen, with 2 sharp white fangs bared, its eyes blood red, its robust legs with sharp spikes, angrily advanced towards them. You 2 dare to come to the 9th level of Myriad Spirit Cave. You're seeking death. Zhao Wuji looked up at Xiao Yun, leave this true spirit beast to me. He turned back and agreed. All right, I'll kill the others. He silently calculated, 30 of them, that's 900 awakenings. I'm about to get rich. Zhao Wuji flew up, facing the ant queen. With a red aura surrounding him, he exclaimed, haha. If I wasn't wrong, you must be the golden ant, one of the 10 legendary true spirit beasts. The golden ant raised a leg, smugly saying, you have some insight. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was astonished and spun around. Heavens, one of the 10 true spirit beasts. That's a big deal. Receiving confirmation from the golden ant, Zhao Wuji laughed and charged forward. You're a true spirit beast renowned for combat, and I'm a supreme being renowned for combat. Therefore, if you lose, you will become my sacrifice. How about it? The golden ant said, if you lose, you will definitely die. One word, a golden oath. Kill. The decisive word rang out as Zhao Wuji punched towards the golden ant. The golden ant simply raised a small leg, creating a protective barrier in front of him. Xiao Yun stood to the side, battling the smaller ants. Half a day later, Zhao Wuji and the golden ant were still locked in a fierce battle. Xiao Yun watched from the side. You two, Zhao Wuji, hold back a little. Don't die here. I'm still waiting for you to follow me to conquer the world and rule the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This guy insulted you, or should I give you some time, and you deal with him first? Zhao Wuji jumped to the ground, standing behind the golden ant. Golden ant, he didn't insult me. We have an agreement. The weaker side serves the stronger side. Right now, he is indeed stronger than me, but sooner or later, I will surpass him. The golden ant turned its head and looked at Zhao Wuji. The golden ant said, a supreme being, yet you serve another. You are indeed quite weak. Then, it manifested 2 giant, terrifying, yellow-skinned men. Zhao Wuji soared in the air, spreading his arms and shouting. A force-spirit like you, dares to mock me? The golden ant also prepared to fight to the end. It assumed a fighting stance. 2 supreme beings, interesting. Come. Zhao Wuji charged in and punched the golden ant in the face. Xiaoyan stood below, watching and thinking, now I have a total of 1530 awakenings. They're probably going to fight for a while longer. Why not deduce how to break through the heavenly movement realm limit first? Xiao Yun left. He chose a spot and sat down to meditate. He was surrounded by magical formations. A system notification appeared. Use 1 awakening to deduce the method of transcending the heavenly movement realm limit. Use 1 awakening to deduce the method of transcending the heavenly movement realm limit. Use 1 awakening to deduce the method of transcending the heavenly movement realm limit. Suddenly, Xiaoyan opened his eyes. I got it. The method of the heavenly movement realm is to fuse all 10 heavenly movements into your body, creating an inner universe. He stood up and looked towards the sky, raising his hand to the side, condensing the universe within his body. This is the method of a saint. The heavenly universe can store items, spirit energy, and even enable one to avoid or capture enemies. This is a big deal. Xiaoyan smiled, looking up at the sky and spreading his arms. Fuse for me, his blue energy surged upwards. A system notification appeared. Use 1 awakening to fuse heavenly movement. Use 1 awakening to fuse heavenly movement. Half an hour later, Xiaoyan's expression remained impassive. Then, he looked down at his 2 hands, smiling with satisfaction. Behind him, his blue energy glowed brightly. Behind me, the inner universe is complete. Let's go in and see. The blue energy formed into a whirlwind, swirling around him. It was as if he was absorbing the energy into his body. He vanished into the swirling energy, disappearing into the blue sky. The energy deposited him into a fantastic, cosmic sky. This world, the chaotic and unformed primordial world, is transforming into a real world. He stood, arms spread wide, feeling the atmosphere of this energy. This feeling, like creating heaven and earth, is truly miraculous. Xiaoyan smiled and took a deep breath. At the foot of a towering mountain, surrounded by smaller peaks, below were green trees and a rushing river. A voice formed. Standing amidst a garden of colorful blooming flowers, he opened his eyes with a start. Phew, even though I spend over 800 awakenings, my power is not only 10 times stronger, but I also have an inner universe, which only a saint possesses. It's worth it. Then he disappeared again into the sky, within the blue energy. He flew away, leaving only a small blue speck in the sky above the beautiful garden. He returned to level 9, where the golden ant and Zhao Wuji had been fighting, hovering in the air. Zhao Wuji, behind him, asked, "Where did you go?" He turned his head to look at Zhao Wuji, who was comfortably sitting cross-legged on the ground. I just sensed a strange sound on level 7. It turned out to be a white-colored true spirit. I cut it down. The inner world trump card is best not to reveal. It's better to keep it hidden. Zhao Wuji propped his hand on his knee and smiled, "Really? Your speed is pretty fast. I didn't even notice how you got here." Zhao Yun leaned back on his hand. "Hey, you're my subordinate. Do subordinates speak to their masters like that?" Zhao Wuji closed his eyes and smiled. "Forget it. I just subdued the golden ant. I need to restore my cultivation and break through to the sacrifice realm. You protect me." Zhao Yun hesitated. He focused, his expression serious, thinking. Could it be that I should capture a true spirit and release it into the inner universe? But there is no heavenly movement energy in the inner universe. Forget it. I'll wait for Zhao Wuji to finish, then I'll capture a true spirit and try it out. Time passed, a day and a night later, Zhao Wuji had finished. He smiled contentedly. Finally broken through to the sacrifice realm. No wonder it's the Golden Ant, one of the 10 powerful spells. It's a perfect match for me. Behind him, a golden swirling circle, with the Golden Ant at its center, had been absorbed. Then he stood up and went towards Xiao Yun, his fist clenched, demonstrating his determination. His eyes were firm. Let's go to level 9, help you catch a true spirit beast. After you ascend to the sacrifice realm, we'll fight again. Xiao Yun crossed his arms, tilted his head and looked at Zhao Wuji. Every time you say the same thing, every time you are defeated. I advise you to stop thinking about it. Zhao Wuji flew up to the front, frowning and glaring at Xiao Yun below. Don't get too cocky. This time, I will defeat you. Soon, Xiao Yun also flew up, following Zhao Wuji. Suddenly, in front of them, appeared a group of true spirit beasts. Zhao Wuji stopped. There are 5 true spirit beasts. A wolf, an eagle, a dragon, and... Big deal. The one in the middle is the 10 powerful true spirit beast, Fire Qilin. The winged beast flying in the sky, looking like an eagle, with pink and purple feathers, was the 9 nether crow. The bulky, azure-colored beast with 2 hard antlers. Like a stag's antlers, was the Kun. The beast with a mane on its neck. Its fur radiating like a tiger's, was the Fire Qilin. The blue wolf was the shadowless heavenly wolf. The last beast, its fangs sharp, with 2 hard antlers on its head, was the Chaos Demon Sphere. The chaotic Holy Land has sent disciples here. These bastards kept us here for so many years, and now they want to use us. Unforgivable. Kill them. The Fire Qilin charged towards the 2. Its mane, radiating like the tail of a 9-tailed fox, emitted a faint pink glow. The aura of the Golden Ant lingered on this primordial holy body. He must have killed the Golden Ant. Kill him first, avenge the ant. Zhao Wuji smiled and clenched his fists, one hand on his hip, ready to charge. But Xiao Yun stepped forward and raised his hand to stop him. Little fire, your opponent is me. Zhao Wuji restrained the 4 true spirit beasts. Zhao Wuji agrees. Don't worry. The Fire Qilin and Xiao Yun charged at each other. The Fire Qilin's body blazed with flames, burning with rage. You call me little fire, brat? Who do you think you are? I'll punch you to oblivion. Xiao Yun, below, unleashed his golden fist towards it. The 2 forces collided. The Fire Qilin stopped, blocking Xiao Yun's fist. The immense power of the 2 clashed, sending them both flying backward. The Fire Qilin's eyes locked onto its target, glowing green with a determined gaze. Xiao Yun spread his hands, creating a magical formation behind him. He looked at the Fire Qilin in front of him. Little fire, if that's all you've got, it's not enough to warm up my hands. Provoked, the Fire Qilin was furious, but before it could attack, Xiao Yun slammed it back with his power, causing it to roar in pain. Seeing their brother in danger, the 4 true spirit beasts shouted in unison, attack. Kill him. He must be a mortal of the chaotic Holy Land. As soon as they finished speaking, Xiao Yun appeared before them, surrounded by blazing fire. Your opponent is me. Then, he turned his head and praised Zhao Wuji, not bad. From behind, the Fire Qilin sprang up with power, exposing its might. Qilin Fierce Flame. It roared loudly. Don't be cocky. Even if you have a half-step chaotic body, you'll die today. Turning around, Xiao Yun smiled, clenching his fist. 10 powerful true spirit beasts, truly powerful. You have the qualifications to be my sacrifice. If it were before, I wouldn't be your opponent. But now, you don't pose any pressure. The Fire Qilin was knocked back by Xiao Yun's fist, striking its chin and causing it to fall backwards. It closed its eyes in pain, knocked back. Damn it. This guy is so strong. Then, he used both hands to create a magical star, Bliss Sea Seal, Mystic Ice Sword Seal. Blue energy started swirling around the magic. Then, decisively, he cast Ice Prison. He slapped his hand towards the Fire Qilin, freezing it in place. Then, he smiled, using his power to suck it in. Absorb into the inner universe first. Then I'll say. The 9 nether crow, Koan, shadowless heavenly wolf, and chaos demon sphere were all astonished. What? The Qilin Emperor was defeated by him? Damn it. How is he so strong? What do we do? Xiao Yun flew back to Zhao Wuji. I'm here to help you. Let's seal them together. A while later, the 4 true spirit beasts lay defeated on the ground. Xiao Yun turned to Zhao Wuji and said, just right, to each. I'll refine the Fire Qilin first, then we'll talk. Zhao Wuji looked at the group of true spirit beasts in front of him. We've been here for a long time. Why don't we wait to go out and then refine the true spirits? Xiao Yun replied, don't worry, I refine very quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun sat down to meditate. Refining the fire qilin in the air. A golden circle behind Xiao Yun contained the fire qilin, which was roaring loudly. Zhao Wuji watched Xiao Yun refining, astonished, and asked, what is this? Is this your 10 heavenly movements? No, it's a white hole. Xiao Yun closed his eyes and smiled. I'll explain it to you after I finish refining. Little fire, hold on. It turns out that the external projection of the inner universe has this effect. The fire qilin roared in pain within the fiery refining circle. This is the power of the world. This little heavenly movement realm guy has actually refined a saint's inner universe. However, this fire flame is too terrifying. An explosion erupted. Behind Xiao Yun, a golden orb of fire exploded with blinding light. Xiao Yun felt the explosion of the refinement, his eyes wide with joy. Boom, it exploded. System notification. Success. The host killed a true spirit beast. Reward 100 awakenings. Zhao Wuji folded his arms, his face serious. What happened? Did you destroy the fire qilin? Xiao Yun stood beside him, his hands outstretched, his spirit power radiating around him. He replied, this fire qilin is unexpectedly weak. It can't withstand my heavenly movement energy. Zhao Wuji was speechless. He gritted his teeth, narrowing his eyes, thinking. The fire qilin is a strong fighter amongst the 10 powerful true spirit beasts. And you say it's weak? Then he turned to Xiao Yun and asked, stop pretending. Tell me, what's going on with your heavenly movements? How did the 10 heavenly movements turn into a white hole? Xiao Yun just smiled and replied, it's getting late. Let's leave Myriad Spirit's secret realm first, and I'll tell you later. He said, and they flew out of the Myriad Spirit's secret realm. But Zhao Wuji wasn't done yet. He continued to ask the previous question. Don't change the subject. What exactly happened to you? Xiao Yun didn't answer directly, but complained, I find that you talk too much. Zhao Wuji's face darkened, and his eyes narrowed in judgment. Wondering, what happened to this guy's heavenly movements? He's definitely hiding something. As they reached the exit of the Myriad Spirit Cave, a red circle blocked the way. Zhao Wuji spoke, why is there a formation here? Someone wants to harm us. Xiao Yun said without a doubt, it must be Li Biyufan. How much time is left before the 3 days are up? Zhao Wuji jumped, unleashed a technique, 2 giant, glowing images of himself appeared behind him, along with a huge fist. As he cast his technique, he shouted back to Xiao Yun, thanks to you, we originally had 1 day left. Now, we only have half a day. With a single attack, he generated a powerful shockwave, striking the formation on the other at that moment, before the eyes of Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji. Li Biyufan appeared behind the formation, with his hands behind his back. He said mockingly, isn't this our mortal friend? Xiao Yun folded his arms and smiled, having guessed correctly that he was behind this. Zhao Wuji also folded his arms, his face filled with anger. You have the audacity to do this. The primordial Holy Land won't let you get away with it. Li Biyufan, with a fearless expression, smiled smugly. Without evidence, there's nothing anyone can do to me. Since you followed Xiao Yun, then consider yourself unlucky. Zhao Wuji didn't give up and continued to unleash his techniques to break the formation. Launching a barrage of powerful spirit techniques with great destructive power. Li Biyufan stood outside the formation, arrogant and condescending. Don't waste your energy. This formation was crafted by my master. Even if you're a manifestation realm, it would be difficult to break it in a short period of time. Xiao Yun touched the formation, facing Li Biyufan with a threatening tone. The formation you set up must have left your aura. When the Saint Master opens the Myriad Spirit secret realm again, you won't escape punishment. Li Biyufan turned to him, incredibly confident. You don't have to worry about such matters. My master already thought of everything. 3 days later, the formation will automatically self-destruct. No one will know there was ever a formation here. Farewell, gentlemen. He turned and left, not forgetting to add before leaving, oh, right. I forgot to tell you, Xiao Yun. After this chaotic ship, the primordial Holy Land sinks, thanks to the merit of killing people. I will be able to become a quasi-mortal of the Tai Su Holy Land. Thank you. Xiao Yun was dumbfounded as he heard him say this. He furrowed his brow and confirmed. You're colluding with the Tai Su Holy Land. Li Biyufan's face revealed its true nature, a wicked smile on his face. Colluding? What are you talking about? It's just a bet. Who knows how long the primordial Holy Land can hold out? After saying this, he thought that Xiao Yun was definitely finished. Turning around, he laughed heartily. Haha, Xiao Yun, don't worry. I'll take good care of your two lovely sisters, Ji Zhanwu and Lin Xiaoya. Zhao Wuji stood there, arms crossed, observing the situation. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing determination. This bastard. I'm going to kill him. Zhao Wuji, protect me. I need to go into seclusion for a while. Zhao Wuji dropped his hands, still clenched in fists, and protested. What are you doing in seclusion now? Even the Fire Qi Lin couldn't do it. How can you break through to the sacrifice realm? Why don't we join forces and try? Xiao Yun sat down cross-legged, his hands on his knees. Closing his eyes and starting to go into seclusion. His energy spread throughout his body. He explained, my current strength isn't much stronger than yours. Joining forces is useless. The only way is to increase my strength. Xiao Yun's consciousness entered the cultivation system. He wondered, even the 10 powerful true spirit beasts can't withstand the power of the world. How can I ascend to the spirit realm? The system screen displayed 3 options. All using one awakening to deduce the method of breaking through to the sacrifice realm. Xiao Yun closed his eyes, his brows furrowed. Could it be that there is truly no way? The system continued to display 3 options. 100 times, 150 times, 200 times. Suddenly, the system displayed a line. I am invincible. I am the sacrifice. His eyes widened in realization. Xiao Yun pursed his lips, frowning and thinking. I understand now. I am invincible. My path is invincibility. I don't need to borrow the power of a sacrifice. After figuring it out, he flew into the air, his arms spread wide to the sides, his face filled with confidence, as if he had found the way. A circle of spirit power appeared in front of him. Zhao Wuji, with one hand on his hip, looked at Xiao Yun, his expression filled with confusion. Starting to refine a true spirit now? But even the Fire Qilin couldn't withstand it. What is he refining? Xiao Yun decisively jumped into the spirit power circle. Zhao Wuji was so astonished that he nearly dropped his jaw. His mouth wide open as he shouted, what? He wants to refine himself? Are you kidding me? After thinking about it, Zhao Wuji understood Xiao Yun's actions. He said, right, even the Fire Qilin couldn't withstand his refinement. It seems he can only refine himself. This is probably a last resort. Within the blazing flames, Xiao Yun spread his arms, refining himself. He shouted, invincible, the foundation is oneself. All other external things are not fundamental. Therefore, I am my own true spirit. 2 hours later, Xiao Yun was still sitting in seclusion. Facing another Xiao Yun, his body radiating golden light. Zhao Wuji was incredibly astonished, unable to believe what he was seeing. He exclaimed, he's succeeded. The cultivation world has never seen anything like this. To use oneself as a sacrifice. Could he awaken his innate supernatural ability? Xiao Yun jumped down. He clenched his fists, lifted his face and surveyed the surroundings. His entire body radiated immense power. Zhao Wuji was pushed back by Xiao Yun's aura. He sensed Xiao Yun's tremendous power. It was a terrifying feeling of oppression. Could it be that I'm about to lose to him? Xiao Yun shouted, invincible fist seal, break for me. He swung his fist forward, the feeling of oppression filling the screen. The attack struck the formation directly. The earth shook and the formation trembled under the immense power of the attack. Xiao Yun also had to jump back due to the impact of his attack. The energy he emitted was immense, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Zhao Wuji stood with his arms crossed, speaking. While it can shake the formation, it can't break it. What now? Xiao Yun turned and smiled in response. Don't worry. If I can shake the formation, then breaking it will be easy. I forgot to tell you, I'm also an outstanding formation master. Xiao Yun closed his eyes once more. System windows appeared, all 3 displaying, use one awakening to deduce the method of breaking the formation. The incense stick had burned more than halfway. There wasn't much time left. They had half an hour until the end. A large, green circle appeared in the sky. Countless beasts leapt out from this space. Everyone below looked up, exclaiming in astonishment. Look, someone else is out. The true spirits this person captured are incredible. They're spirit beasts. Li Bufan, with his arms crossed, suddenly appeared before everyone, shocking them. Behind him was a ferocious, bull-headed spirit beast. With 2 horns on its head, 2 on its shoulders, roaring and snarling. Everyone there started to discuss and praise him. It's the bullhorn spirit beast. While not one of the 10 powerful true spirit beasts, it's still a powerful spirit beast. No wonder he's a saint's son. Li Bufan has the Li Yin divine body, and now it's as if he's been given wings. Li Bufan, hearing this, was extremely pleased. His face was filled with smugness. He stood beside the bullhorn spirit beast, laughing triumphantly and saying, Hee Xiao Yun, starting today, your era is over. The era of Li Bufan begins. Xiao Yun, on this side, continued to seek a way to break the formation. He pointed at the formation with his index finger. Speaking to Zhao Wuji, who stood beside him with arms crossed. Zhao Wuji, go to that spot. Wait for my command. Zhao Wuji, not yet questioning, spoke up, reminding him, it hasn't been that long. You've already seen the weakness of this formation? You know, this is a formation set up by a Heavenly Realm Grandmaster. Zhao Wuji looked at Xiao Yun, who was lost in thought, observing the formation. He confirmed, you're not just messing with me, are you? He thought to himself, this formation is incredibly vast and obscure. Not something an ordinary person could study. How old is he? Xiao Yun immediately glared at Zhao Wuji, leaning back, his arms crossed, his teeth clenched. His face clearly expressing annoyance at Zhao Wuji's question. Is it worth messing with you? Don't worry, just listen to me, you won't go wrong. Then, the two flew to either side of the formation, arms spread wide, ready to break it. Xiao Yun began his attack. He curled his hand into a fist, his spirit power surging, and shouted. Listen to my commands, attack with all your might. Xiao Yun yelled, begin, he launched his attack towards the formation. At the same time, Zhao Wuji also used all his strength to attack the formation. Unbelievably, a crack appeared in the formation on Zhao Wuji's side. He gasped in astonishment. What? It actually worked. Xiao Yun, on the other side, continued to unleash the invincible fist seal while reminding Zhao Wuji. Use your strength. Don't stop. His attacks, packed with immense power, relentlessly assaulted the formation. Zhao Wuji replied, got it. The formation, under the onslaught of their combined attacks, shattered into 1,000 pieces. They broke through the formation and flew out. Zhao Wuji, deeply impressed, praised Xiao Yun. Ah, finally out. Xiao Yun, you're a genius. Xiao Yun, flying ahead with confidence, said, let's go, we need to settle the score with Li Bufan. Zhao Wuji agreed. Right, we can't let him get away with this. The blue sky was strangely peaceful. The primordial holy master stood on a high platform. His hands clasped behind his back, observing the situation. Everyone's attention was focused here. He asked in concern, what's going on? Why haven't Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji come out yet? Li Bufan stood there. Hearing this, he sneered coldly. Ha ha. At that moment, a blue circle appeared in the sky. Xiao Yun, unexpectedly, flew out from it. Behind him was Zhao Wuji. Everyone stood there, unable to react. Li Bufan was startled. He gaped in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. He shouted, what happened? They got out? Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji immediately flew towards Li Bufan, ready to settle the score. Both spoke at the same time. Li Bufan, you bastard. He stood there, dumbfounded, not knowing whether to run or what to do. A punch shot straight into Li Bufan's face, sending his head flying upwards. He fell backward. An explosion shook the ground. The attack unleashed its power. Of course, Li Bufan took the full force of the attack, but it also knocked everyone back, sending sand and dust flying everywhere. Li Bufan spat out blood, sinking deep into a crater. Smoke billowed around him. Xiao Yun looked at him coldly, smiling. You didn't expect us to be alive, did you, Li Bufan? Zhao Wuji, with his arms crossed, said angrily. You dare to use a formation to trap us in Myriad Spirit Cave? I can't let you live. Everyone there started to curse Li Bufan, attempting to harm a quasi-mortal. You're really bold. You're right. Who would have thought that Li Bufan's heart would be so small? The formation that could imprison a quasi-mortal was probably given to him by his master. The primordial holy master flew up in front of Li Bufan and questioned him. Li Bufan, did Zhao Wuji say it's true? Li Bufan, crawling on the ground, was the focus of everyone's attention. Even now, he refused to admit it, pointing his finger straight at Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji, arguing, Holy Master, they are framing me. With my strength, how could I possibly deal with them? Any one of them could easily defeat me. The Holy Master questioned him in turn. Zhao Wuji just said you used a formation to block them in Myriad Spirit Cave. He adamantly denied it. I have no idea about any formation. Zhao Wuji couldn't stand this slippery guy anymore. He pointed his finger right at Li Bufan's face, exposing him. Li Bufan, stop being sly. Back then, you thought we were definitely dead, saying the formation was crafted by your master. Furthermore, you were colluding with the Tai Su Holy Land. Exposed, he had no choice but to stubbornly argue with Zhao Wuji. You're just slandering me. Do you have any proof of what you're saying? You're just an outsider, a mere subordinate of Xiao Yun, and you dare to frame me? You can talk big, but deep down, he was already anxious. His master had told him, hadn't he? That the formation was absolutely flawless. Zhao Wuji folded his arms, gritting his teeth. You, he said, Xiao Yun, of course, wasn't going to let him get away with it. He smiled and said, Li Bufan, do you think that without evidence, I wouldn't dare kill you? Hearing this, Li Bufan could only cling to the Holy Master. He immediately blamed everything on Xiao Yun. Holy Master, have you heard? Xiao Yun has become completely lawless. I hope you will uphold justice. The Holy Master temporarily played the role of peacemaker. Xiao Yun, I will investigate this matter. Don't be impulsive. Hearing this, Xiao Yun felt it was unfair. He spoke with resolute determination. Holy Master, this person not only has murderous intent towards me but also has foreign intentions towards the Holy Land. Therefore, no matter what, I will not spare him today. Li Bufan stood up, his fingers still pointed at Xiao Yun's face, continuing to defend himself. Xiao Yun, stop slandering me. Do you have any proof? I, Li Bufan, am a saint's son. Not everyone can frame me. Xiao Yun turned, his eyes filled with contempt, and said, I don't need to frame you. I just need to kill you. Suddenly, Dong Yud-Tang flew in from somewhere, radiating a terrifying aura. He spoke angrily, good for a quasi-mortal. Today, this old man wants to see how you kill my disciple before my very eyes. Li Bufan hurriedly looked back and called out, Master. He immediately turned to Dong Yud-Tang and whined to his master. Master, they are framing your disciple. Please uphold justice for your disciple. Dong Yud-Tang frowned, looking at him. Xiao Yun began to reveal his aura, his eyes full of determination, his fists clenched. All right, today I will kill Li Bufan in front of you. The sky turned black, and thunderbolts appeared. Everyone there opened their eyes in astonishment. A series of comments. Is this Xiao Yun crazy? Dong Yud-Tang is a heavenly realm grandmaster. A sacrifice realm challenging a heavenly realm. Does he want to defy heaven? He's too arrogant, too cocky. The thunderbolts in the sky became clearer. Everyone shouted, it's a heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation is terrifying. Who is it? Who could summon a heavenly tribulation? Then, everyone figured out who summoned the heavenly tribulation. Someone pointed at the sky and shouted, look. Another person gaped in shock and shouted, it's Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun stood proudly amidst the heavenly tribulation, unfazed by the thunderbolts, and calmly said, Dong Yud-Tang, you either endure this tribulation with me, or you'll see me kill Li Bufan with your own eyes. Dong Yud-Tang looked up and replied, this thing called heavenly tribulation will adjust its strength according to the person who enters it. Only someone who defies heaven can summon and endure a heavenly tribulation. If I enter, I'll surely die. Everyone there quickly scattered, shouting, go. The heavenly tribulation is coming. If the heavenly tribulation engulfs us, we'll all have to endure it together with the quasi-mortal. Get out of here. This is something that should be left to the one who summoned the tribulation. Li Bufan was among them, intending to take advantage of the situation. When no one was paying attention, to run away and save his sorry life. But Xiao Yun had already noticed him. Run, he bound him with spirit power. Then, he used his spiritual energy to bring him back to his front. Xiao Yun said with a serious expression, I told you, Li Bufan. No one can save you today. Master, save me! Li Bufan shouted. Stop! Even though you're a quasi-mortal, you don't have the right to kill a saint's son. Otherwise, you'll definitely have your mortal status revoked, Dong Yudtang said. What are you, an old man? My status isn't beneath yours. What right do you have to revoke my quasi-mortal status? After saying that, he kicked Li Bufan. Li Bufan, kicked in the head by Xiao Yun, turned pale with fear, pleading. Xiao Yun, I'm a descendant of the primordial Holy Land. You can't kill me. It's not that I want to kill you, but that the heavenly tribulation wants to kill you. Myriad Spirit's secret realm is an independent, small world, unable to accommodate a heavenly tribulation. Now, it's convenient for me to carry out this deed, Xiao Yun coldly replied. Xiao Yun's powerful energy created a huge whirlwind. Li Bufan could only lie under his feet, pleading with Dong Yudtang, Master, Master. Dong Yudtang turned to the primordial Holy Master and said, Holy Master, this Xiao Yun is truly lawless. You should stop him quickly. He thought to himself, if Xiao Yun is telling the truth, then he's not wrong. However, Dong Yudtang is a grand elder, and he can't just ignore this. So, he thought for a moment, then clutched his chest, feigning pain. Aya, my head hurts. Quickly, help me back to rest. Holy Master, are you alright? I'll take you back right away. This is because you've been working too hard. You must take care of your precious body. Lu, the steward, said correctly. With that, he was escorted back by his disciples, leaving Dong Yudtang in a panic. The two of them immediately left, as fast as a rocket. It made everyone else stand there in a daze, watching. But the most miserable one was still Dong Yudtang. He gaped and thought, can fate be more artificial? A half-saint would have a headache? Moreover, if your head hurts, why would you clutch your chest? He turned sharply, his face serious. Xiao Yun, you dare to kill my disciple? Wait until the tribulation is over, and this old man will definitely grind your bones into dust. Li Bufan, by now, had been stomped by Xiao Yun to the point of losing consciousness, his mouth spewing blood. Xiao Yun smiled triumphantly. Old man, you're talking big. You scared me for a moment. I almost stepped on your disciple to death, my apologies. Li Bufan, his face bruised and swollen, was furious. Master, the formation was set up by you and the idea was yours. Now, you're not even willing to come save me? Hearing that, Dong Yutang broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, this. He started to sob, I regret it. I really regret it. Then go to hell and repent. The heavenly tribulation is here. Xiao Yun said, and instantly, a thunderbolt struck down, incinerating Li Bufan. He died on the spot. Come on. Xiao Yun spread his arms, as if welcoming something. The entire sky thundered with lightning, engulfing Xiao Yun. Zhao Wuji, seeing this, was a bit shocked. This guy's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Dong Yutang was just as surprised. Such terrifying potential. If I let this little guy continue to grow, there will definitely be no place for this old man. I must kill him. Xiao Yun, after absorbing more power, was extremely satisfied. He thought, every time the heavenly tribulation comes, it purifies my mortal body, making me stronger. Not bad, not bad. Dong Yutang suddenly charged forward to attack. He manifested a giant hand, aimed directly at Xiao Yun, and shouted, Die, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun. Zhao Wuji shouted. He thought, oh no. A palm strike from a heavenly realm grandmaster. Xiao Yun is sure to die. Xiao Yun is finished. Dong Yutang is truly ruthless. The only quasi-mortal is gone just like that. If the Holy Land keeps on harming its own people like this, it's only a matter of time before it collapses, the others started to discuss. A gemstone suddenly appeared on Xiao Yun's forehead. Immediately after, DTN appeared and stepped forward to help Xiao Yun resist Dong Yutang's attack. This, he exclaimed in astonishment. Then, an explosion sent Dong Yutang flying backward. He landed, frowning and saying, it's the mark DTN left behind. He really cares for his disciple. It's a pity this can only be used once. Next, you'll still die. He charged forward again. You may be more powerful, DTN, but you won't be able to stop me from killing your disciple. A flash of light came from afar. It turned out to be the primordial Holy Master, racing towards them. He said, Dong Yutang, you're being reckless. You've gone too far. Suddenly, a law enforcement officer appeared, confidently blocking their path. He said, "Xiao Yun, for killing a saint's son without reason, you have violated the rules. Dong Yutong wants to avenge his disciple, so it's understandable. Holy Master, it's best not to intervene." "Get out of my way," the primordial Holy Master said without hesitation. The officer replied, "What if I say no?" Immediately, the two of them charged into battle. Two battles ensued simultaneously. Below, Dong Yutong prepared to strike again. "Xiao Yun, let's see who can save you this time," he said and unleashed his attack. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all. He smiled triumphantly. Then, he disappeared. The giant hand struck the ground, creating a massive explosion. The rocks and soil below were heavily affected by the attack. Dong Yutong couldn't see Xiao Yun below. He disappeared. The primordial Holy Master saw this and thought to himself, the aura of an inner universe. Xiao Yun has an inner universe. Even Dong Shenwan was shocked. He has an inner universe, something only a saint can open. Even half-saints like us don't have it. Dong Yutong flew high, releasing his divine consciousness. He shouted, "Xiao Yun, come out here." He searched frantically for a while, but couldn't find him. Dong Yutong was truly surprised. He thought he really did disappear. What happened? Di Feng suddenly appeared and said, "Dong Yutong, you dared to kill my disciple. You are seeking death." It's Di Feng. DTN has broken through to the heavenly realm. How is this possible? Wasn't his lifespan almost up? But the voice and aura are definitely his. There's no way it's wrong. Those standing far away watching discussed amongst themselves. DTN appeared, his voice filled with rage. "Dong Yutong, you have tried to kill my disciple time and again. Today, if I don't kill you, DTN will swear to never be a man again." DTN, in his giant form, launched an attack. He used the exact same technique Dong Yutong had used to attack Xiao Yun. Dong Yutong created a shield to block it. He said, "DTN, stop acting crazy. It was your disciple who violated the rules by killing my disciple." The shield wasn't strong enough to withstand DTN's attack and shattered instantly. Dong Yutong was hit, falling from the sky, spitting out blood. DTN angrily replied, "That useless disciple of yours, he's dead, and dead good riddance. How can you compare him to my disciple?" Dong Yutong fell from the sky, creating a massive impact. He wasn't lightly injured. He was bleeding from his throat and was knocked away through the air. DTN swung his giant fist down, intending to crush him. "Whoever dares to touch my disciple, die." That law enforcement officer, diving down from the sky, blocked DTN's attack, successfully saving Dong Yutong's life. He commanded, "DTN, stop right now." DTN, furious, cursed, "Stop what? When he killed my disciple, why didn't you tell him to stop? You are insolent. You dare to scold a law enforcement officer?" He couldn't argue back, so he blamed it on DTN. "What's a law enforcement officer? I've been putting up with you for a long time. You were just a defeated subordinate back then. Today, I will beat you to the point where you cry for your mother." The two of them clashed with their respective powers. DTN's power was slowly waning, and he was being overwhelmed. Then, a massive explosion erupted, caused by the clash of the two giant powers. "You two bastards, if you want to fight, get the hell out of here and fight in the sky." The primordial Holy Master roared. And so, DTN and the law enforcement officer, entangled like a dragon and snake, flew up into the sky. "Go, go. I'm not afraid of you." The primordial Holy Master, after confirming that no one else was around, called out, "Xiao Yun, come out now. No one can kill you anymore." Xiao Yun, from above, spun a few times. Then, he immediately flew down. He clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Holy Master." The Holy Master commented, "Not bad, indeed. You live up to the name of being a quasi-mortal of our primordial Holy Land." DTN, seeing that Xiao Yun was still alive, knew he had been tricked. He unwillingly said, "Holy Master, Xiao Yun killed my disciple without reason. Will you just let this go?" The two of them ignored him. The primordial Holy Master turned to Xiao Yun and said, "Xiao Yun, you have indeed done wrong. Go to Defeng's wall, a month's suspension of resources, and half a year of confinement." "Go," Xiao Yun agreed. "I will return to Defeng to reflect immediately. About the collusion, I hope you will be careful." He replied, "Don't worry, I will remember it in my heart." Dong Yuton, hearing this, gritted his teeth in anger. He thought to himself, what kind of punishment is that? The Holy Master is clearly covering for this bastard. Xiao Yun, you wait for me. I will make you pay. The scene shifted to when Xiao Yun returned to Defeng. Congratulations, senior brother, on breaking through to the sacrifice realm. You're really amazing. The young master has returned. Fu Ling, Xiaoya, and Ji Zanwu were already waiting there to welcome him back. Zhao Warji, sitting behind them, spoke up. He asked, how many secrets are you hiding? What kind of technique did you use to disappear suddenly like that? Everyone was happy. That was my quasi-mortal's teleportation technique, he replied. Teleportation? You think you're an emperor? Don't want to say, then don't say. Xiaoyan turned to Fu Ling and asked, Fu Ling, that Dongshan Wang is a half-saint. My master has just come out of seclusion. Will there be any problems? She replied, don't worry, master is prepared. He's just broken through to the peak of the heavenly realm. Fighting a half-saint is a piece of cake. You should be worried about yourself. You've already refined yourself, and you don't have the bloodline supernatural ability. Let's see how you're going to enter the awakened realm, Zhao Wuji said. He replied, you're right. To break through to the awakened realm, you need to awaken the bloodline supernatural ability of the sacrifice. But what can a person without bloodline power do? Back to the battle between DTN and the law enforcement officer. He had already taken a punch, spat out blood, and was not far away. A half-saint is nothing more, DTN said. He didn't even need to exert much effort to win. DTN, I'm not far from becoming a saint. This time, I'll see how arrogant you still are. The battered and bruised law enforcement officer fled. Become a saint? I can become a saint too. He said and turned back towards Defeng. Afternoon at Defeng. Xiaoyan stood there, waiting for a long time. Congratulations, master, on breaking through to the heavenly realm. DTN smiled and replied, don't worry, disciple. From today onwards, before you become a saint, I will protect you. Even if a saint comes, I will kill him. Xiaoyan smiled brightly. He thought, not bad. It seems that after having 1,000 years of invincible lifespan, my master has recovered. Then he said, Master, this is my current situation. My 10 heavenly movements. He hesitated and continued. Do you have any methods for breaking through to the awakened realm? DTN replied, this kind of thing has never happened before. I don't have any clues. Xiao Yun took the initiative to take his leave. Master, I'm going into seclusion now. It seems I have to rely on the system to solve this. Xiao Yun thought silently, looking up. That night, Xiao Yun sat meditating, practicing his cultivation techniques in his room. The system said, use one awakening to deduce the method of breaking through to the awakened realm. Use one awakening to deduce the method of breaking through to the awakened realm. Use one awakening to deduce the method of breaking through to the awakened realm. The next day, Xiao Yun realized something. I understand, what a person needs to inherit is not bloodline, but a special physique. So I need another half-step chaotic body. Then I can fuse it together, just like Zhao Wuji. For now, the only half-step chaotic body I know of is my master. But I can't refine my master. So, why not ask my master where there are corpses of half-step chaotic bodies? He thought casually. On a beautiful day, he went to see DTN. After hearing what Xiaoyan said, DTN said, our Holy Land doesn't have any corpses like that. On the other hand, the Taisu Holy Land and the Primordial Holy Land might have them. Here's the plan. A month later, you have to represent our Holy Land as an envoy to the Primordial Holy Land and discuss an alliance. At that time, we will go together to check the situation. Thank you, Master. In the blink of an eye, a month later, at the holy city of the Primordial Holy Land. This was the first time Xiao Yun had ever been to a place as beautiful as this. He excitedly said, this is the holy city? It's so huge. Zhao Wuji replied, of course, this is one of the 3 super mega cities. Along with the myriad demon city of the southern lands and the Heaven Emperor city. Where many Heaven Emperors once resided. Myriad demon city, Heaven Emperor city. This world is truly vast. I want to go see. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Zhao Wuji replied, the Heaven Emperor city is in the Middle Ages. You can go anytime. But the myriad demon city is filled with hidden demons, extremely dangerous. It's best to go with fewer people. After all, the demon race and us have always been enemies. From afar, a group of people approached them. "You're the one called Xiao Yun? You still dare to come to the holy city?" The leader said, and the rest of them followed suit. "He doesn't seem to be anything special. He probably used some kind of demonic scheme to defeat Zhao Wuji and Li Chengdi." "I heard he used a formation to defeat Li Chengdi." "Not a glorious victory." Xiao Yun, hearing this, said, "It seems I don't need to wait for the result of the meaningless alliance negotiations with my master." "Yang Wei, what do you want?" "Xiao Yun is an envoy of the primordial Holy Land and a guest of the primordial Holy Land. What you are doing is ruining the relationship between the two Holy Lands. Hurry and leave." Yang Wei laughed loudly and replied, "Zhao Wuji, you are truly loyal and careful towards your master." Zhao Wuji was incredibly surprised. "Yang Wei, you dare to be so insolent?" He pointed at Zhao Wuji's face with disdain and said, "What use is it for you, Zhao Wuji, to be so arrogant here? You, a primordial holy body like me, are a saint's son. Yet you willingly debase yourself to follow others. The Holy Land's face is lost." Those behind him added, "That's right, Zhao Wuji. You are not worthy to be a saint's son of our primordial Holy Land. You have completely lost the face of the Supreme Being. You are the sinner of the primordial Holy Land." Zhao Yun, hearing this, angrily shouted, "Shut your mouths. You bunch of chickens dare to criticize a strong fighter? Are all the disciples of the primordial Holy Land like this?" Yang Wei, annoyed, pointed at Zhao Yun's face and shouted, "Zhao Yun, you are too arrogant. You dare to come to us and act so arrogant." The others behind him followed suit. "That's right. What right do you have to talk to us? You damn rascal. I had to teach you a lesson." Zhao Yun, looking at them unhappily, said, "Am I wrong? Who here can compare to Zhao Wuji?" Yang Wei let out a contemptuous laugh, his voice tinged with sarcasm. "Zhao Yun, stop bragging about your talent. Even though your talent surpasses ordinary people, it's wasted if your cultivation isn't enough. You've only been cultivating for a short time. The primordial Holy Land's resources are so poor. I bet you're only in the heavenly movement realm, right? Do you believe me if I treat you like an old man would a child?" Zhao Yun was stunned, his face a bit dazed. He pointed at Yang Wei and turned to look at Zhao Wuji, saying, "He can't even beat you, and he wants to bully me? The primordial Holy Land, with so many idiots. How can it become a second-rate Holy Land? What is it doing?" Hearing what Zhao Yun said, Zhao Wuji could only look at him without knowing what to say. Yang Wei, suddenly furious, his face red as if he just ate chili peppers, shouted, "Zhao Yun, if you're going to brag so shamelessly, then let's have a fair duel." "Do you dare?" Zhao Yun just smiled thoughtfully. "All right, since you're seeking a beating, I'll accommodate you." The two of them stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense. Yang Wei looked at Zhao Yun and said, "Zhao Yun, I'm telling you beforehand, I won't fight you with the same realm." Hearing this, Zhao Yun impatiently said to him, "That's so unnecessary. My heavenly movement realm cultivation is enough to defeat you." Zhao Yun looked at him and thought to himself, "This guy feels almost like Li Bufan, a useless bum." He smirked at Zhao Yun and said, "All right, I'd like to see how arrogant you can be." Then countless circular portals appeared. "This is a heavenly movement." Zhao Yun didn't show any fear, but replied, "Come on." Behind him, a heavenly movement radiating flames appeared. The surrounding people were all astonished, their eyes wide with surprise at this scene. They discussed amongst themselves, "He only has one heavenly movement. I thought he was some kind of super genius. It turns out he relies on a formation to defeat Li Chengdi. A white-colored heavenly movement is a bit special. But what good is it with only one?" Countless monsters appeared in Yang Wei's heavenly movement. Zhao Yun looked at the group of monsters and thought, "A saint's son has 1 golden, 6 white, 7 spiritual servants. The second-ranked Holy Land is indeed wealthy." He charged towards Zhao Yun with a ferocious expression, with green energy radiating from him that looked terrifying. He unleashed a move towards Zhao Yun and shouted, 10,000 kingdoms heaven-shaking palm." Zhao Yun remained calm in the face of this, calmly unleashing a move, Invincible Fist Seal. The two forces collided, causing a huge explosion that sent Yang Wei flying back. The explosion was so powerful that it sent those nearby flying back as well. But Zhao Yun stood firm, he stood with his hands on his hips, his expression serious as he said, "All this bluster and you only have this much strength? Though injured, Yang Wei was still defiant. Don't get too cocky. I'm just the weakest saint son of the wild ancient Holy Land. If you have the guts, challenge the top saint son of our wild ancient Holy Land. Dare you? Zhao Wuji looked at him angrily and said. Yang Wei, can you be a little ashamed? The top saint son has already reached the outward manifestation realm. You ask him to fight Zhao Yun, why don't you ask him to fight the Emperor Heaven Senior? Yang Wei stood up, wiping the blood from his mouth and said. Humph, not daring is not daring, stop making excuses. The people around him joined in, that's right, scared, huh? He probably won't dare. Zhao Wuji advised Zhao Yun, don't pay attention to them, let's go. But Zhao Yun just smiled and said, not convinced, are you? Fine, today Zhao Yun will set up an arena here. Anyone from the wild ancient Holy Land who is in the moving heaven realm or the spiritual servant realm, can challenge me at any time. I'll take you all on. Yang Wei pointed his finger at Zhao Yun angrily and shouted. Zhao Yun, you're truly arrogant to the extreme. Humph, he's looking for trouble himself. Our wild ancient Holy Land will be happy to fulfill his request. Call a few more people over here. Let him lose face in front of the entire cultivation world. Zhao Yun, just you wait, I'll find the Holy Master right now. Zhao Wuji turned to look at Zhao Yun and said, see? If you lose, you won't just lose face, even the Chaos Holy Land will lose face along with you. Zhao Yun just smiled nonchalantly and replied, you're wrong. I'm alone, they're a whole Holy Land, so it's not a loss of face for me to lose. It's not glorious for them to win, is it? Zhao Wuji said seriously, do you think the wild ancient Holy Land is stupid? They'll definitely set conditions. Zhao Yun smiled happily and said, so what? Zhao Yun is invincible within his realm. What am I afraid of? Zhao Wuji frowned and said to Zhao Yun with a disgusted tone. I think you're the invincible thick-skinned one within your realm. After a stick of incense, Yang Wei pointed and yelled in Zhao Yun's face. Zhao Yun, our holy master has agreed to your challenge. However, there are two conditions. He said seriously. First, if you lose 3 matches, you must release Zhao Wuji. Second, if you lose 10 matches, you must become Zhao Wuji's servant. Do you dare agree? Suddenly, Zhao Yun's master appeared behind him and said. My disciple, such a big matter. Why didn't you discuss it with your master? Hearing his master's voice, Zhao Yun smiled faintly. Zhao Yun turned to look at his master and explained, Master, it happened suddenly. His master remained silent and replied, it's all right. Then he turned to look at Yang Wei and said, this disciple, we need to discuss this a bit. He agreed, saying, all right, you guys can discuss it, just don't get scared and run away. Hearing this, Emperor Heaven Elder created a barrier. It surrounded the 3 of them. Zhao Wuji looked at Zhao Yun dejectedly and said, see, I told you it wasn't as simple as that. Zhao Yun smiled happily at Zhao Wuji and replied, you should be happy. If I lose, you'll be free. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth angrily and said, I want to defeat you with my own hands, not rely on others to gain my freedom. Zhao Yun winked playfully at him. You've got the attitude, but you'll never have that chance. The wild ancient Holy Land's disciples can't beat me. Zhao Wuji glared angrily at Zhao Yun. You, Emperor Heaven Elder, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. My disciple, you're wrong. If they ask a saint to suppress their cultivation, you might lose. Zhao Yun widened his eyes in surprise. What? He started to explain with a serious expression. Yes, because a saint truly possesses his own Tao, with terrifying power. The Lu Tian you defeated before was only a semi-saint. Zhao Yun asked in confusion, but I also defeated our Grandmaster. He frowned, his voice stern. That's because it was the Grandmaster's avatar in the illusionary demonic magic. It wasn't him at his saint realm. There's a huge difference. Even so, are you still determined? Zhao Yun smiled confidently. Things have come to this. I have no reason to back down. Even a saint would have to suppress themselves to the spiritual servant realm. I'm not completely without a chance. Seeing Zhao Yun's determination, he said, all right, I understand. Emperor Heaven Elder said to Yang Wei outside, tell your holy master, we have 2 conditions as well. First, if we win, we want a half-chaos body. Second, we want an alliance with your Holy Land. Ask him if he dares. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the sky. The leader was the wild ancient Holy Land Master. He said, Emperor Heaven, the alliance can be negotiated. But a half-chaos body, how precious is that? You're making things difficult for us, or change the condition. Emperor Heaven Elder looked at him and said. A half-chaos body is indeed rare. But if you compare it to a living wild ancient holy body, which is more valuable? Hearing this, he accepted the condition. All right, I agree. Can the decisive battle be tomorrow? But in his heart, he was calculating the decisive battle sooner rather than later. To avoid any tricks on their part. At that time, if he had to, he would ask a saint to take the stage. Although the victory wouldn't be glorious, it would secure Zhao Wuji's return in the half-chaos body of the Holy Land, which was more important. Xiaoyun said excitedly, all right, tomorrow then. One day is enough for me to finish my trump card. The wild ancient Holy Land, people were angry and shouted, he's so arrogant. We must defeat him. Don't worry, he's just a grasshopper trying to shake a tree. The wild ancient Holy Land is overflowing with talents. We can crush him. He's so conceited, truly untrustworthy in critical moments. Hearing this, the people around them also enthusiastically supported this idea. That's right. The Chaos Holy Land has struggled to produce a genius, but he turned out to be an idiot. Xiaoyun didn't care much. Master, let's go. We need to avoid these short-sighted people. Hearing Xiaoyun, his master happily replied. Emperor Heaven, I'm proud. My disciple will surely sweep through the wild ancient Holy Land and make his name known throughout the world. Zhao Wuji was speechless towards these two, truly, like master, like disciple. At the envoy's villa, in a room, Xiaoyun sat cross-legged. A golden spiritual servant burst out from his inner heaven. Then sat cross-legged opposite him, radiating a dazzling golden light. This spiritual servant was a spitting image of Xiaoyun. The only difference being his golden flesh. At this moment, a golden pill the size of a chicken egg flew out from Xiaoyun's sea of consciousness. The spiritual golden pill split into two. I can transform the spiritual servant into my second clone. The golden pill slowly directed itself towards the spiritual servant's forehead. This is the method of transcending extreme situations that Xiaoyun had to spend 150 enlightenments to understand. At this moment, Xiaoyun also opened his eyes. A sense of enlightenment blossoming within him. He knew the path ahead. Xiaoyun tried to unleash the profound ice sword seal. Instantly, his current clone and his original body unleashed the same technique simultaneously. Xiaoyun happily thought to himself, as expected, the spiritual servant clone shares my thoughts. It can unleash techniques with the same power. The only difference is that it doesn't have a half-chaos body. Although the spiritual force needed time to recover after being used in the 9th stage cultivation, it was enough. Even if a saint took the stage, 2 of me would be enough to defeat him. 2 days later, in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the wild ancient mark technique field. Xiaoyun's group had arrived at the wild ancient mark technique field. Standing on a high platform with an air of authority, Xiaoyun said, this one is Xiaoyun, who dares to have a bout with me. Looking at the crowd of spectators below. He couldn't help but sigh, so few people are watching. It seems like the wild ancient Holy Land has already prepared to send a saint to take the stage. As soon as Xiaoyun finished speaking, a man in armor stepped forward. Purple primordial energy radiated from his body. The saber in his hand exuded the dignified air of a true general. Looking at Xiaoyun standing on the high platform, he said, this one is Zhang Xingxian, ranked 3rd on the wild ancient Holy Land's ranking list. I hope to receive some instruction from senior brother Xiao. Looking at the man before him, Xiaoyun didn't seem to care. He arrogantly raised one finger and said, one move. More than one move, and I'll lose. The people watching below were in an uproar. He wants to defeat Zhang Xingxian in one move? He truly doesn't know his own strength. The people nearby chimed in, that's right, Zhang Xingxian has a battle spirit body. A realm higher than him. This moving heaven realm cultivator is crazy. Another added. Zhang Xingxian, let him experience the power of our wild ancient Holy Land. The man known as Zhang Xingxian immediately charged forward, wielding his saber and unleashing the divine spear technique. Xiaoyun wasn't going to be outdone. He immediately unleashed the profound ice sword seal to counter the attack. As expected, Xiaoyun won. A powerful explosion occurred, with devastating force. After achieving his victory, Xiaoyun remained emotionless, his voice cold, next. The crowd surrounding the arena was in an uproar, discussing the battle. He actually won, one move. A moving heaven realm cultivator defeated a spiritual servant realm cultivator. It seems like this guy isn't just relying on luck, that's right. It seems like we misjudged him. Someone immediately jumped down onto the arena and challenged him. Second on the Wild Ancient Holy Lands ranking list, Mu Shenhao. I hope to receive some instruction from senior brother Xiao. As soon as he declared his name, he unleashed his unique technique. His eyes emitted a faint blue light, fixed on Xiao Yun. Instantly, Xiao Yun was surrounded by a water mirage, ferociously attacking him. He was trapped within it. Xiao Yun was unafraid. He smiled, enjoying the challenge. His eyes glowed with a sharp yellow light, shattering the illusion surrounding him. He then asserted, "You know about illusions?" Mu Shenhao smiled so wide that his eyes crinkled. As expected of a peerless genius who defeated Li Changdi. I didn't expect your spiritual force to be so strong, senior brother Xiao. There aren't many who can break free from my illusion so quickly. You're not good enough. Call your strongest person. Xiao Yun didn't even want to bother with someone who was only second on the ranking list. Hearing this, Mu Shenhao's expression darkened. He shouted angrily, "You dare to look down on me?" He repeated his statement. "You dare to look down on me?" And then, behind him, a colossal aquatic monster appeared. It seemed to be his guardian spirit. Xiao Yun stood with his arms crossed, looking indifferently at Mu Shenhao. He even smiled mockingly at him. Behind Xiao Yun, a tall, muscular monk appeared, with his hands clasped in prayer. Both sides clashed with their spiritual force, a single blow determining the victor. But it seemed that Xiao Yun's monk had punched through Mu Shenhao's aquatic monster. Mu Shenhao fell to the stone ground, covering his eyes in pain. The victory belonged to Xiao Yun. Is this all the Wild Ancient Holy Land has? Xiao Yun frowned, his expression bored, looking at the defeated ones. At this time, a bald man walked over and whispered something secretive into the Wild Ancient Holy Master's ear. A burly young man stepped forward, pointing at himself and declaring with a heroic tone. Xiao Yun, stop being arrogant. Let the top saint's son, Yang Hu, take you on. Holy Master, please seal my cultivation beforehand. The Wild Ancient Holy Master pondered for a moment, then said, No need, Yang Hu. You're no match for him. Yang Hu was displeased. He lost his composure and shouted, Why? I haven't even taken the stage. I don't accept it. He glanced at him, then sternly instructed, Yang Hu, there are things you don't know. Although Xiao Yun has been fighting at the moving heaven realm, he has actually already reached the peak of spiritual servant realm. The other disciples gasped in astonishment. Terrible, truly terrible. What? He's been suppressing his cultivation? This is unbelievable. But what do we do next? A plump elder from the Wild Ancient Holy Land walked up to the Holy Master and respectfully asked, Holy Master, should we send a saint to the stage? But he was quickly dismissed. Sending a saint to the stage can be avoided if possible. Word will get out and it will be quite embarrassing. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, a handsome young man flew down from the sky. Prospective saint's son, Yang Yiming, will take the stage, he said. Let me. The crowd looked up at Yang Yiming as if they had found a lifeline and shouted, Prospective saint's son, finally. We're saved. That's right. He's a true master who surpasses a generation. Xiao Yun looked at his master behind him and they spoke using voice transmission. My disciple, this man is Yang Yiming. He's a generation younger than your master. He's already reached the Nirvana realm, has the Wild Ancient Holy Body, and behind your master, he was once the best. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was not afraid, but rather excited. As expected of the second-ranked Holy Land. Besides Jiao Wuji, there's another Wild Ancient Holy Body. Good, this is good. He'll warm me up, it's time for a real battle. Yang Yiming was still hovering in the azure sky, speaking to Xiao Yun's master. Emperor Heaven, it's been a long time. Before, we were destined to fight. Today, I'm fighting your disciple. Both of us are half-chaos bodies. This is a way to make up for my regret. Emperor Heaven Elder replied, I didn't expect you to be unable to hold back and take action. He couldn't help but kindly remind him, Yang Yiming, you've worked so hard to cultivate your invincible heart. Today, if you lose to my disciple, you'll be struggling to break through Nirvana realm for a long time. Is it worth it? But Yang Yiming remained calm and replied coldly, if your disciple can defeat me, then it proves that my Tao is not yet complete. I'd rather remain in the Nirvana realm for a while than have a Tao that's not complete. Emperor Heaven, please seal me personally. Also, I won't bully the weak. I won't use my spiritual servants in battle. Prospective Saint's son was indeed brave and dignified. Everyone present, including Xiao Yun, was astonished and admired by Yang Yiming's provocative words. The Wild Ancient Holy Master quickly cautioned, Yang Yiming. Stop making a scene. He didn't want to see another loss to Xiao Yun. But the prospective saint's son refused to listen. Holy Master, there's no need to persuade me. If not for the honor of the wild ancient Holy Land, I wouldn't be taking the stage. This is my limit. Alright, as expected of the genius who swept across an era, you have your own pride. Emperor Heaven raised his hand and complied with Yang Yiming's request. Sealing his cultivation. Many dazzling golden lights wrapped around his body, sealing the process. Not being able to fight your master back then was the biggest regret of my life. Today, I can fight with you at the same realm, which is a kind of compensation. Yang Yiming looked down at him, his voice tinged with regret. Xiao Yun looked at him speechlessly, thinking to himself, this guy really knows how to put on a show. He's arrogant. Don't waste time with useless talk. Xiao Yun instantly charged forward. His fist unleashed the invincible fist seal, while grumbling, you talk too much. Yang Yiming snorted coldly. His fist was enveloped in a thick, red aura. Wild ancient blood refining fist. They directly punched each other's fists, testing each other's limits. But they seemed to be evenly matched. The shockwaves from their clash were not insignificant. Those who had lost before, standing outside, couldn't help but comment, this is his real strength. We were all fooled by him. He's truly powerful, he can go toe-to-toe with the prospective saint's son. It seems like it's hard to determine the victor with our physical bodies. Let's use weapons. Yang Yiming said calmly, then summoned a double-edged spear. All right. Xiao Yun also summoned his black spirit saber, I'm not afraid of anyone. Yang Yiming swung the spear back, gaining momentum, then charged down from the sky like a lightning bolt. Xiao Yun was ready. He raised his saber to block the attack, which was nearly full force. The impact was so forceful that it bent the weapon. It's another stalemate. Could the prospective saint's son really not beat him? No way. The prospective saint's son hasn't even used his trump card yet. That's right, the prospective saint's son is invincible. The crowd outside watched the captivating battle with wide eyes. Xiao Yun, lose for me. Yang Yiming roared in fury, his eyes radiating a dazzling golden light. Solar God Eyes. Solar God Eyes, second-ranked divine body. He has the supreme body, the wild ancient holy body, and the solar God Eyes, a divine body-level spiritual attack. Xiao Yun hadn't expected to encounter someone with such a heaven-defying body. Truly a peerless genius. Solar God Eyes. Yang Yiming unleashed a spiritual attack from his eyes, targeting Xiao Yun. Absolutely cannot underestimate this guy. He must be defeated in one move. Thinking this, he poured all his energy into the spear, trying to break through Xiao Yun's defenses. Battle God Domain, a sphere of energy engulfed them both, putting pressure on Xiao Yun. Both of them retracted their weapons for a moment. Yang Yiming seemed to lose his composure and shouted again, lose for me. Xiao Yun frowned, more serious than ever. He prepared to counter the technique that was exerting mental pressure, trying to crush his spirit. He slashed with his saber, creating a powerful collision with Yang Yiming's weapon. From the collision, a wave of energy blasted away the sphere of energy that Yang Yiming had created. He retracted his weapon, astonished. Why isn't your spirit affected? The crowd watching was in an uproar as well, he has a domain. He's not affected by the solar God Eyes. How strong is his spiritual force? This guy is truly heaven-defying. You're not bad, worth using my full strength. Xiao Yun's entire body radiated a golden aura, with the image of flying flowers circling around him. If I hadn't split half my spiritual force to the spiritual servant, I would have failed earlier. Take my saber. Invincible saber seal. Xiao Yun shouted. Using his full strength as he swung his saber toward Yang Yiming. Yang Yiming dodged just in time, then unleashed a new move, Battle God Phantom Form. A heroic, valiant battle god appeared behind him. Ha! Yang Yiming shouted, using his full strength to counterattack Xiao Yun. Battle God First Spear. The weapon in his hand was imbued with a layer of power, aimed directly at the saber slash that Xiao Yun had unleashed. But the spear was shattered at the tip, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of Xiao Yun's technique. Who? Yang Yiming couldn't withstand the damage and spat out blood. He was thrown back. The two colossal forces clashed continuously in the sky, creating powerful shockwaves that affected even the onlookers. As the storm subsided, Yang Yiming stood coughing amidst the white smoke, his weapon broken, his clothes torn, and his body covered in dust. He collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yun, who had landed on the ground with a clean and majestic demeanor, said, "Show me your spiritual servant. Otherwise, you're not my match." Yang Yiming looked up at him, pondering the words, spiritual servant. Even though his face was covered in blood and he was in a state of disarray, his eyes remained clear, without any anger. The wild ancient holy master immediately ordered his prospective saint's son, Yang Yiming. Use your spiritual servant. Our wild ancient holy land cannot lose. Yang Yiming frowned slightly, closed his eyes, and smiled, as if he understood what he was lacking. His handsome face reflected serenity. Yang Yiming, I have always kept my word. One word is as good as 1,000. I concede. You won this battle. He acted upon his promise, accepting his defeat calmly and indifferently, like a noble and righteous man. The wild ancient Holy Land's disciples immediately began to clamber after another loss. Prospective saint's son has conceded. What do we do now? We have to call a saint to the stage. That's right, there's no other option. It's quite embarrassing. In that case, we have no choice but to call a saint to the stage. The wild ancient holy master's face turned dark with anger. He had lost repeatedly to one person, leaving him without any dignity. Our wild ancient holy land cannot lose and give that half-chaos body to them. He vowed silently. But at this moment, another voice emerged, silencing everyone. They all looked up to the sky, trying to find the owner of that voice. Several elders of the wild ancient holy land recognized the voice and exclaimed. That's the Grand Saint's voice. It seems like a saint won't be taking the stage. Ah, there's no chance to turn things around now. But that Xiao Yun is truly powerful. The Grand Saint, using voice transmission, spoke privately to the aging wild ancient holy master. A temporary loss means nothing. Having someone like him is even more beneficial for the Holy Land. As Holy Master, you need a broader perspective. Don't be short-sighted. Yes, Grand Ancestor. I have a narrow perspective. He could only bow his head and admit his mistake. Then he unleashed his power and flew proudly in the twilight sky, declaring, in this battle, our wild ancient Holy Land concedes with conviction. The Chaos Holy Land has proven its strength. I officially announce an alliance with the Chaos Holy Land. Xiao Yun will enjoy the treatment of a saint's son in our wild ancient Holy Land. The crowd was abuzz after the announcement. Whether they were satisfied or not, they dared not object. It seems like this is the only way. But this Xiao Yun is so monstrous, it doesn't seem like a bad deal. Anyway, it's the business of these monstrous geniuses. What does it have to do with us? Xiao Yun smiled contentedly, then politely replied, thank you, Holy Master. The half-chaos body is finally mine. The twilight after the storm was peaceful. As night fell, lanterns illuminated the buildings, and the envoy station was brightly lit under the night sky. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged, facing the golden skeleton he had painstakingly obtained. He sincerely said, Junior Xiao Yun, prospective saint son of the Chaos Holy Land. I am unable to break through my cultivation bottleneck without borrowing your body. Please forgive me. Then Xiao Yun closed his eyes and concentrated on his cultivation. A circle of formations appeared around him, and the skeleton flew towards him, preparing to fuse. While fusing with the half-chaos body, he exclaimed joyfully, this is the memory of this body. As expected, there is a grand chaos fist technique in the memory. This technique is powerful. Xiao Yun couldn't help but smile excitedly and enthusiastically. 2 hours passed, a time filled with excitement for him. Phew, finally finished fusing. Xiao Yun stood up and looked at his translucent body, formed from his own energy. But it seemed like something unexpected was happening to the translucent body. He could only watch with wary eyes. What is this? The translucent body cried out in pain, and then a heart appeared in its chest, beating thump thump, thump thump. Xiao Yun thought to himself, bloodline, heart, this. The spiritual servant is going to turn into a real flesh and blood body. Then the spiritual servant truly transformed into a flesh and blood person. But as soon as he opened his eyes, which emitted golden light, he roared, energy, energy, give it to me. Xiao Yun immediately took out more than 10 spirit stones and used his cultivation to transfer his power to his own body. It seemed that even though it was a flesh and blood body, it was actually still an energy body. He observed this perfect copy while continuing to transfer energy to it. Wait, energy body, this means that even if he dies for me, I can still use spirit stones to recreate him. Xiao Yun felt like a new world had opened up for him. This spiritual servant clone, except for his eyes, is exactly like me, whether it be his body, cultivation, or half-chaos body. He shares my thoughts. That means he can act on my behalf. This is my biggest trump card. Let's send him out and see if anyone can spot a flaw. Xiao Yun stared at the spiritual servant for a long time, pondering how to control him. With this body, no matter how dangerous the place, I can boldly venture in. All the heavenly treasures and spiritual herbs in the secret realms and forbidden zones are mine. Xiao Yun happily contemplated his bright future and stepped out onto the balcony. Gazing at the night sky. The moon was so bright, even though it was just a crescent. The twinkling stars vied for attention, embellishing the night. Xiao Yun stepped inside from the balcony, meeting his master, Emperor Heaven Elder. Seeing him, he smiled and asked, "My disciple." His face was kind and concerned as he asked, "What's with your eyes? Have you fused that half-chaos body?" Xiao Yun's eyes now glowed with a dazzling golden light. He confidently replied, "I fused it." These eyes also changed after fusing. I can change them to gold at will. Also, I obtained the Grand Chaos Fist technique. I'll learn it quickly. Hidden beneath Xiao Yun's smile, his heart thought, it seems like Master can't see through it. Emperor Heaven Elder didn't show any reaction. He trusted Xiao Yun completely and praised him. Good. To have obtained a grand technique before reaching the transcendent realm, you'll have no rivals at the same level. After hearing him, Xiao Yun made a request. Master, I want to go out with Xiao Wuji to explore the holy city. He didn't refuse, granting his request. Go ahead. Learn more about the holy city, one of the 3 super cities in the world. Outside, in the azure sky with white clouds and beneath the lush trees, Xiao Yun and Xiao Wuji stepped outside the gate, leaving their previous location. He said to him, "Old Zhao, after we return, I'm going to go out and train." What do you think? Zhao Wuji's gaze shifted, revealing concern. Aren't you afraid that the Taisu Holy Land will secretly send people to kill you? Even though you fused the half-chaos body, your cultivation is still too low. Xiao Yun's expression was unwavering. He affirmed those good-for-nothings from the Taisu Holy Land. They think they can kill me? Moreover, our Chaos Holy Land has the lightning ancestors secretly protecting me. What am I afraid of? Seeing his determined expression, Zhao Wuji's worries eased. He agreed, that's right. But, I suggest you don't go to the Central Land. Go to the 100,000 great mountains of the Eastern Wasteland. Xiao Yun questioned him, why? You're asking me? The geniuses of the Central Land have basically all been defeated by you in the Dragon Pit. The only one left, Zhang Haoran, is hiding in the Saint King sect cultivating. Who are you going to fight? Zhao Wuji's face revealed apprehension. He narrowed his eyes, picking on Xiao Yun. Remembering this, Xiao Yun replied with hesitation, that's right. But training doesn't necessarily involve fighting. This statement displeased Xiao Wuji. He reminded him, what's the point of going out if you're not looking for someone to fight? Are you trying to fight your way across the entire world? Remember, you need to be humble. You can't be too arrogant. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him. Xiao Yun looked at it attentively and read it. The system displayed 2 lines of text in white. The content is follows. Defeated genius from the saint level and above. Reward: 10 times the enlightenment limit on 100 people. After reading it, Xiao Yun was stunned. Realizing, 10 times, 100 people. Doesn't that mean I accumulate 1,000? He was annoyed. He angrily shouted in his mind, cursing the system, oh my heavens. Why didn't you give me this mission earlier? I wasted my time beating up those saint sons. Seeing him not answering, Zhao Wuji thought he was deep in thought and asked, what do you think? Where are you planning to train? But Xiao Yun was no longer interested. He was extremely regretful and replied, train my monkey. Let's go back. Then he revealed more shocking news, speaking with a fervent spirit, I'm going to send people to challenge all the major sects, major forces, and major families of the 9 profound continent. Any genius of the same level as me, from Saint Sun and above, will be challenged. If you're going to play, play big. Zhao Wuji, watching him walk away arrogantly, could only feel speechless. He couldn't help but sigh, oh, dear. You were just talking about being humble, not being too arrogant. Challenging all the geniuses of the cultivation world. Is this what you call being humble? The sky remained clear and blue. White clouds drifted leisurely. However, after speaking with Zhao Wuji, he returned to request his master's approval for his desire. Emperor Heaven Elder rejected him outright, challenging all the geniuses? This is not allowed. Being dismissed like this made Xiao Yun extremely confused. He asked, why not? Emperor Heaven Elder's expression turned serious. He explained thoroughly, there are 2 possible outcomes for the challenge. If you lose, your invincible heart will be shattered. If you win, your chances of becoming an emperor will significantly increase. But, if you truly win, those who want to kill you will definitely be lined up from the Chaos Holy Land to the Wild Ancient Holy Land. He didn't understand. He continued to argue his case. The cultivation world has rules. Senior experts cannot attack juniors. Besides, the lightning ancestor will protect me. Emperor Heaven Elder was still very concerned for his disciple. He said, this depends on the probability. If your chances of becoming an emperor are very high, it's very likely that a prospective emperor with an emperor weapon will come to kill you. Because, once you grow up, it'll be much harder to kill you again. He spoke the harsh truth, truly worried for his disciple. Xiaoyun seemed to understand after hearing this. Although he was unhappy, he still politely replied, that's right. Our Holy Land is a weak Holy Land. There are more than just one prospective emperor and one emperor weapon in the powerful Holy Lands. It seems like I can only wait for the Holy Land gathering and openly defeat the geniuses of other Holy Lands. Seeing that he had listened, Emperor Heaven Elder's mood softened. He smiled kindly and suggested, actually, there is a way. You just need to hide your background. Use a few different identities to challenge them. Xiaoyun slapped his hand in surprise. As if he had grasped the truth. Right, why didn't I think of that? Isn't this like creating an alt account, a clone account? He finally stopped hindering his disciple and added, it's easy to say, but actually doing it is a little difficult. Because you have to learn many techniques from other Holy Lands, and at the same time, you must not reveal the unique techniques of our Chaos Holy Land. Xiaoyun felt it wasn't difficult. He confidently said, learning techniques is simple for me. He was eager, Master, let's return to the Holy Land quickly. Emperor Heaven Elder agreed, nodding. Alright, Xiaoyun's face was now full of mystery. He happily thought to himself, hee hee. The geniuses of the entire continent, next, Xiaoyun wants to use you to hack points. At a cliff covered in moss in Emperor Peak, behind which was the familiar villa. A voice echoed from somewhere, my good disciple, can you tell me which techniques you have chosen? Xiaoyun sat facing Emperor Heaven Elder, seriously outlining his thoughts. Disciple listened to Master's advice and chose 3 clear techniques. First, I chose the Slash Heaven and Destroy Sword technique, then the Diamond Seal, the Diamond Dharma form, the Great Brahma Heaven Saint Palm, the 18 Annihilation Demon Hand, and the 9 Dragon Divine Fire Trap from the Buddhist sect. Then I chose the Hidden Identity, the Dark World, and the Soul Slaying Art used by assassins. Emperor Heaven Elder was quite satisfied. He smiled and said, Sword Master, High Monk, Assassin. Not bad. 3 clones are enough. Train hard. After you've mastered them, go out and train. Be careful. In front of Emperor Heaven Elder, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, respectfully saying, thank you, Master. 3 months later, the season started to change. The sky was no longer blue, instead, it was covered with a dull, dark gray. Boom! Hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts struck the familiar cliff, the thunder echoing across the sky. Zhao Wuji stood in the courtyard below, looking up at the lightning bolts. A golden glow, similar to the color of his hair, started to rise around him. He said excitedly, this guy has transcended another extreme situation. I can't stay idle. I have to do something. Seeing that Zhao Wuji wanted to leave, Emperor Heaven Elder walked over and asked. Where are you going? Zhao Wuji didn't hide anything. He stated his intention. I'm going to challenge the geniuses of the cultivation world, to forge my invincible heart. The 2 of them flew up into the sky. Emperor Heaven Elder followed, replying, in that case, I'll go with you. After all, you're a saint son of our Chaos Holy Land, you need a guardian. Zhao Wuji expressed gratitude and nodded, thank you. The sky finally turned blue again. As Xiaoyun stepped outside, he met Fu Ling waiting for him. She said, congratulations. Yun Master, on your increased cultivation. To her congratulations, Xiaoyun didn't take credit. He explained, it's embarrassing to say. The heavenly tribulation wasn't caused by increasing my cultivation. It was caused by my spiritual force being split in 2 before. Now that it's been fully reunited and transcended the extreme situation, that's what caused the heavenly tribulation. Fu Ling looked at him in surprise after hearing this. Xiaoyun didn't dwell on his own matters. He asked, enough about that. Where are Master and Zhao Wuji? Master went out to train with Wuji Saint Sun. She replied, Xiaoyun hadn't expected this. He mused, that Zhao Wuji seems to be motivated by me. In that case, Fu Ling, let's set out to train. As he prepared to step out the door, someone stopped him and Fu Ling. Seeing Xiaoyun, he asked, youngster, where are you going to train? The person called himself Grand Ancestor. He had a long scar across his eye and striking purple hair. He said, "Grand Ancestor will send you off a distance, so you don't waste time on the road." Xiaoyun's eyes shone with a peculiar golden light, reflecting his intense burning will. With that air, he said, "Grand Ancestor, I want to go to the southern wasteland 100,000 Great Mountains to find some talented demon geniuses to fight." After listening to him, the Grand Ancestor summoned a blue energy, which jumped up around him. Xiaoyun also prepared himself to follow. The Grand Ancestor said, "Demons, huh? Grand Ancestor knows of a place perfect for you." With a whoosh, the blue energy shot straight into the sky. After a while, they could finally see where the energy was going to land. Xiaoyun saw countless hills in front of him and asked, "Grand Ancestor, where is this?" He landed outside the red and gold protective barrier and explained to Xiaoyun, "This is the 10,000 demon battlefield. Talented demon geniuses all train and fight here. Once you enter, you're on your own." The Grand Ancestor pulled out a bright, round, blue jade pendant and tossed it towards Xiaoyun. "Take this jade pendant. If you want to leave, break it." Xiaoyun caught the jade, yes. He decided to enter the protected area. The Grand Ancestor's hand touched it, releasing a blue energy that broke through the barrier, with a crackling sound. Xiaoyun stood in front of the blue gap in the barrier, with his Grand Ancestor next to him. He expectantly told him, "Go." As soon as Xiaoyun entered, he heard a hateful curse. "Damn it, another human genius has entered. Transmit my order, declare the demon-slaying order. Kill all the human geniuses in the 10,000 demon battlefield." He was stunned. This place is the 10,000 demon battlefield? He just arrived and already declaring the demon-slaying order, so stimulating, he said excitedly. But in contrast to the outside, the 10,000 demon battlefield was shrouded in dark clouds. In front of him were winged demons flying in the sky, extremely mysterious. Xiaoyun looked up and said with interest, "So this is the 10,000 demon battlefield, huh? I've heard that this is where talented demon geniuses train from the outward manifestation realm and below. So many powerful people, countless heavenly treasures and spiritual herbs, perfect for me." The demons were not yielding. A dark purple energy emanated from them, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. But it didn't affect Xiaoyun in the least. One of them, holding a sharp spear, shouted, "Looking at what? Come on." Each of them had wings and a sharp iron spear in hand. They confidently charged towards Xiaoyun, shouting, "Humans, no mercy. Kill. Attack." Xiaoyun didn't let himself be attacked. He stretched out his hand, summoning his power. Circles of flames appeared around his hand. The next second, his fist expanded, boom. He punched out all the chatty demon fiends. There were a few thumping sounds as those who had been so loud moments ago fell to the ground, utterly miserable. The golden dragon circled around him. After finishing them off, Xiaoyun said arrogantly, "A little hungry. Perfect, it's time for a barbecue." Then he seemed to remember something. "But before I eat, I need to disguise myself." In another place, inside the 10,000 demon cave, a red-haired man was relaxing and enjoying himself. A flaming red sword rested on his lap, being pampered. His eyes suddenly opened, as if he had sensed something. "I didn't expect anyone to trigger the demon-slaying order. I'm not alone, Aotian." He held the previously normal sword. Now it was aflame, as if it was burning. He smiled in agreement and asked, "Blood Demon Sword, you're also interested? Don't worry, this time I'll definitely help you shine. I, Aotian, want to become the top saint son of the 10,000 swordmanner." At this time, a giant beast with golden feathers flashing with flames appeared from the dark clouds in the sky. This beast was called the Golden-Winged Great Eagle. It swooped through the air. To be able to make a venerable lord issue the demon-slaying order, this human genius is definitely not ordinary. If I kill him, I'll surely become famous throughout the 10,000 demon battlefield. In another location inside the 10,000 demon battlefield, a column of smoke rose high from the depths of the forest. "Amitabha, good karma, good karma. There's no other way. I must kill you. I hope you will soon reach the Western Paradise. May the Buddha be merciful." A monk wearing a cassock with prayer beads around his wrist, clasped his hands and prayed before a pile of fire, grilling a delicious piece of meat and 3 steamed buns beside it. This monk was Xiaoyun. After transforming his spiritual servant, he used disguise magic, completely unrecognizable. He picked up a steamed bun and took a bite, thinking to himself, "Delicious." Suddenly, a woman in blue clothing appeared on the tree, sitting casually. She said, "That monk of yours is interesting." As her voice echoed, Xiaoyun looked up in surprise. She continued with a tone of reproach, eating meat and drinking wine, aren't you afraid of Buddha's rebuke? Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, Amitabha, wine and meat pass through the gut. The Buddha is in the heart. My heart only contains the Buddha, so naturally I am not afraid of Buddha's rebuke. But hidden beneath those golden eyes, Xiao Yun was a little suspicious. This girl is a bit scary. She can appear beside me without a sound. The woman's heels clicked on the ground. She stood in front of him, arms crossed, asking, a spiritual servant realm cultivator who can kill an awakened beast realm beast. Not bad, little monk. It seems like you are at least a saint son of the Buddhist sect, right? Sitting beside the fire, Xiao Yun's heart was as hot as the flames. He held the steamed bun to his mouth, taking a bite, and replied, Lady, you're not bad either. You're a mystery. You're not from a holy land, but probably a great emperor's clan. The woman didn't say whether he was right or wrong. She calmly responded, you haven't told me where you're from, so I won't tell you either. But you're in for trouble. I sense that an awakened beast realm beast is coming. It'll catch up in a few days. Xiao Yun was no longer worried, happily taking a bite of meat. Amitabha, the flavor of awakened beast meat must be better. The woman finally left. Before she left, she turned back and said to Xiao Yun, who was still stuffing his face, you're interesting. I haven't met anyone this interesting in a long time, especially a little monk. Take care. I'll wait for you at the central battlefield. Don't die too quickly. She disappeared in a flash, leaving Xiao Yun sitting in front of the fire. His expression changed. Xiao Yun pondered in a gloomy mood. I didn't expect the first person I met to be so strong. Truly a hidden dragon. I've eaten and drunk my fill. I should explore this 10,000 demon battlefield. 3 days later, smoke wafted through the azure sky from somewhere. It turned out that flames had suddenly erupted from the foot of a mountain. The flames were blazing brightly with continuous booming sounds. Xiao Yun stood below, enjoying the scene of the falling embers like flowers, thinking to himself, another treasure has emerged. The scale of this is extraordinary. It turned out that the flames originated from the mouth of a volcano spewing scorching lava. The explosions of fiery heat turned the sky into black smoke. And the booming sounds resonated in his ears. Xiao Yun watched the volcano erupting with lava. A fire also ignited within him. This place is truly magnificent. The treasure must be in the middle of the volcano. From the peak of the erupting volcano, a dragon suddenly flew out and roared, attacking Xiao Yun. He quickly leapt into the air to face it. The dragon was surrounded by a ball of flames. It roared, facing Xiao Yun below. Human, your death has arrived. A ball of flames shot towards Xiao Yun, who was standing there. Xiao Yun was naturally not afraid. He summoned his magic, frowning in annoyance. You wicked beast! You dare touch this monk? I'll grant you liberation today. With a slap, his hand grew massive and blocked the dragon's attack. It was the great Brahma Heaven Saint Palm. Seeing the massive hand approaching, the dragon turned its head and quickly dodged. It growled, sparks crackling in its mouth. Grant you liberation, little monk? You're overconfident. Other winged beasts appeared from somewhere, flying in the sky. They were shocked that human can fight on par with the great dragon bird? He's powerful. That's right. The great dragon bird has the rare true dragon bloodline. He must be a saint son of some powerful human force. Xiao Yun didn't hesitate to show his strength. He summoned dozens of other hands, all striking towards his opponent. 18 Annihilation Demon Hand. With a loud bang, the dragon, called the Great Dragon Bird, couldn't dodge and received all of Xiao Yun's techniques. He roared in pain, feeling the pain throughout his body. Xiao Yun had likely anticipated this. He smiled triumphantly and thought, as expected, the Buddhist sect's techniques are effective against demons and fiends. At this time, all the lava had flowed out. A strange tower gradually emerged from the mouth of the volcano, opening a magic circle with a purple glow surrounding it like shackles. Xiao Yun was incredibly surprised and thought, is this the treasure? A tower? Then he focused on the mysterious purple light. But this formation is too strong, I can't see through it. Xiao Yun felt an obstacle in front of him. However, he didn't care too much. He smashed a rock, gained momentum, and flew towards it. If it's a saint's cave, then it's a great opportunity. Xiao Yun smiled and thought. At this moment, some demons saw the tower appear and, without hesitation, jumped in. They were instantly electrocuted and fell to the ground. Xiao Yun sighed inwardly, these beasts are truly reckless. Xiao Yun remained calm. He stood in front of the formation. slowly reaching out with his hand, releasing energy to sense it. This formation is so intricate. It's definitely a formation only a saint could set up. It seems like I'll have to spend a few enlightenments. Suddenly, his eyes shifted, noticing something. A series of bizarre-shaped beasts charged towards him with hateful eyes. They roared, "Human!" The beasts included flying apes, winged giant snakes, a dog-like creature with wings and horns, and another golden one that resembled an insect, but with countless legs, which was terrifying. Xiao Yun was afraid. He broke out in cold sweat, his eyes wide as he thought to himself, flying ape, vermilion golden beast. Three-headed Jiao, more than 10, all saint beasts. The situation is a little unfavorable. It's really bad. Xiao Yun was serious. He turned his head, touched the formation, and thought of a plan. The current strategy is to break into the cave. That's the only chance of survival. The system continuously sent requests. Use 1 enlightenment for this formation. Use 1 enlightenment for this formation. Use 1 enlightenment for this formation. With a roar, the energy from the white beast at the front surged forward, engulfing the magic formation. A loud boom reverberated, shaking the earth. It saw Xiaoyan trying to break the formation and said, "Human, you, enter the formation." Seeing the terrifying beast in front of him, Xiaoyan revealed his danger. He said implicitly, "I haven't figured out how to break the formation. What do I do? It seems like I have to act." The fierce battle between Xiao Yun, now a monk after taming the spirit beast, and the demonic beasts continued with intense ferocity. The giant spider demon with red spots on its body lunged forward, threatening, "Are you deaf? If you don't want to die, get into the formation right now and help me test the power of this formation." Xiao Yun's face darkened as he muttered, "A bunch of fools who don't know when to quit. Today, I shall eradicate you all and enjoy a sumptuous feast." He raised his 5-fingered hand towards them and roared, "Taifan Tian Sheng Zhang." A golden beam of light shot out from his hand, accompanied by brilliant lotus flowers. The spider demon arched its rear and shot out a colossal web towards Xiao Yun. The demonic beast crowed triumphantly, "A mere spirit beast realm cultivator dares to challenge a awakened sacred beast realm being like me? You're truly seeking your death." The spider demon's words were cut short as a hand descended, shattering the colossal web, known as the Crimson Silk Net. The immense force sent the spider demon, with its red scabs, flying into the distance, vanishing from sight. The other demonic beasts gasped in shock, their jaws practically falling off. "What?" they exclaimed in unison. Suddenly, a system notification reached the young monk Xiao Yun. "Ting, defeating a genius of Saint Sun level or above, reward 10 times enlightenment." Xiao Yun's face lit up with surprise. So, the sacred beasts of the demon race are equivalent to the Saint Suns in human cultivators. These are enlightenment opportunities. The demonic beasts were still astounded and bewildered. They exchanged amazed comments, "He's so powerful. He must be wielding a human artifact, that one move shattered the Crimson Silk Net. He's not easy to deal with." Another one piped up, "That guy will definitely become a formidable enemy of the demon race in the future. Let's all work together and kill him right now." Xiao Yun turned and sneered at them, "Thanks to your blessing, while you were discussing. I've already figured out this formation. Now, before entering it, I'll use you guys to farm some enlightenment opportunities." Suddenly, a giant Buddha appeared, extending a hand towards one of the demonic beasts, sending it flying into the distance. The other demonic beasts panicked. "That's the Vajradharma form, a difficult technique to master in the Buddhist sect. This guy is likely a future Buddha's son." Another one said, "We have so many sacred beasts. Even if he's stronger, he's going to die." The rest roared in agreement, "That's right. Attack, kill," and they launched their attacks in unison. Xiao Yun, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye and a bright smile, waved goodbye to the demonic beasts, "Come on then. I'm not playing with you anymore," and he entered the formation. The demonic beasts were astonished, dumbfounded, and staggered backwards. "He entered," they said in turn, "That's good. Let him help us test the formation. Everyone, surround the formation, don't let him escape." Deep red swords flew chaotically, mingling with golden rays of light and swirling lotus flowers. Xiao Yun, in his monk attire, entered with hands clasped behind his back. He smiled and said, "The ninefold sword dance is indeed formidable. Too bad, I've already seen through you. 50 enlightenment opportunities. Can't let them go to waste." The demonic beasts outside discussed heatedly. "No, something's wrong. It's like he already understands the formation," one said. Another nodded, "Yes. Do you guys remember where he landed?" A third asked anxiously, damn it. What should we do? A fourth replied helplessly, it's useless. I can sense that the formation has a fluctuating time frame. We can't change the attack timings to change the formation. A demon with white fur and blood-red eyes roared. I propose we all stay on the defensive outside. He'll come out sooner or later. We'll sit back and wait. The spider demon replied, no, he's that strong. He's definitely on the verge of breaking through to the awakened realm. If he does, even if we work together, we're no match for him. The white-fur demon asked immediately, what should we do then? Hearing this, another demon flew to the white-fur demon's ear and whispered, the golden-winged great rock is on its way. It should arrive soon. Let's go meet it and ask it to deal with that human. The white-fur demon said, it's coming? We won't get much of a share of the spoils then. The spider demon agreed, better than nothing. The bird demon nodded, you're right. I'm off. Xiao Yun arrived at his destination. A figure gradually emerged. He had red hair, a body towering 100 times taller than Xiao Yun, and his entire body was enveloped in a deep red mist. As he strode forward, hands clasped behind his back, he reached Xiao Yun. Standing tall and confident, and said, Junior, you've managed to pass through the ninefold sword dance. You barely qualify to receive my test. After hearing the red-haired man speak, Xiao Yun clasped his hands in respectful greeting and asked, Junior Xiao Yun, please tell me your name, Senior. The giant with red hair, a cold expression on his face, replied to Xiao Yun. My name is Du Gujian. People call me Sword Demon. Upon learning that the person before him was Du Gujian, Xiao Yun exclaimed, Sword Demon. He's a legendary figure. Xiao Yun pondered, he was once the strongest below the Saint realm. After he achieved sainthood through a desperate situation. He killed 8 demon saint sons, but ultimately perished on the battlefield of the 10,000 demons. I didn't expect you would die here. Xiao Yun bowed respectfully and said, so, it's Senior Sword Demon. I'm truly blessed to have met you. Du Gujian looked solemnly at Xiao Yun, you're not a disciple of the Buddhist sect. You must be from a sacred land in the Central Plains. Faced with Du Gujian's keen observation, Xiao Yun replied, Senior is right. I'm just borrowing this identity to conceal myself. Du Gujian furrowed his brows and reprimanded, you don't even dare to reveal your true face to the world. How can you possibly compete with the geniuses of the myriad realms? Thus, Du Gujian decided to dismiss Xiao Yun, you're not worthy of inheriting my swordsmanship. Go now. After hearing Du Gujian's reprimand, Xiao Yun quickly explained. Senior, I'm a true disciple of the chaotic sacred land. I've hidden my identity and challenged all geniuses in order to avoid causing trouble for the sacred land. He added, Senior must know the current situation of the chaotic sacred land. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, the sword demon acknowledged. Yes, the chaotic sacred land has indeed declined for a long time. Back then, there was only one junior disciple named DTN. He spread rumors asking me to wait for him for 1,000 years. He added, I don't know how he is doing now. Xiao Yun quickly replied, Senior, DTN is my master. He's like you back then, the strongest below the Saint realm. The sword demon said sternly, since you've passed the ninefold sword dance and you're a human disciple, you shall receive my test. However, if you fail to pass, I'll kill you. Do you accept? After the sword demon put forth the proposal, Xiao Yun grinned and said, Senior, please begin. I'm willing to take the test. Smiling triumphantly, Xiao Yun thought, it's just a spirit beast avatar anyway. I'm not afraid to die. Once Xiao Yun agreed, the sword demon said, all right, you have courage. That's more like the human geniuses we know. He said, this is the swordsmanship technique I cultivate. It's a true emperor scripture. As long as you can master the first level within a year, you'll pass the test. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun replied, okay, only a true emperor at the peak realm, capable of reaching the great emperor realm, can create a true emperor scripture. Xiao Yun unrolled the scripture, a smile spreading across his face, he, this is definitely a heavenly grade treasure. Even great saints and true emperors in the outside world would kill for it. Inside the colorful emperor scripture, 4 words were written, Cosmic Sword Classic. The sword demon said, this Cosmic Sword Classic is not from my Duga clan's legacy. It was left behind by a sword saint. Using this as the foundation for your swordsmanship, you will have a chance to become a great emperor. The young monk sat cross-legged and unrolled the emperor scripture, left behind by a saint? This thing is probably even more harmful than I thought. Suddenly, the system repeatedly sent notifications, using one enlightenment opportunity with the Cosmic Sword Classic. Time flowed silently. 3 days later, under the night sky, a young monk sat in meditation, his back surrounded by swords in green circles that resembled a maze. His hands emanated a dazzling beam of light. The sword demon approached to observe, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Earth, wind, fire, thunder, he has already mastered the first level, Earth Domination Fist, of the Cosmic Sword Classic, and so quickly." The young monk was still sitting in meditation, eyes closed. The sword demon said, "It seems my swordsmanship talent is far inferior to Xiao Yun's. Perhaps he could even comprehend the 6th level of the Cosmic Sword Classic, surpassing everyone under heaven." The scene shifted. A giant eagle, its body radiating golden light, spread its wings and uttered, "What's going on now? Huang Jin Gue, you tell me." The other demonic beasts turned their gazes to it. A turtle spoke quickly, "Golden-winged great rock. That person is likely a saint son of the Four Directions Buddhist sect. He cultivated the Buddhist sect's diamond dharma form. Although he's in the spirit beast realm, he's above us." Upon hearing this, the great rock seemed somewhat agitated. "Humph, a bunch of trash. You dare look down on the human who entered the battlefield of the 10,000 demons? From the very beginning. You didn't surround him and attack. Anyone who dares to enter this place, who isn't a supreme genius?" The white-furred demonic beast approached and asked, "Golden-winged great rock, he has been in there for 3 days. Should we continue to wait, or should we work together and kill him inside?" He continued, "Based on his talent, if he ascends to the awakened realm and has a saint artifact as well, then even I would have to be wary of him." Suddenly, a brilliant feather shot out from the mouth of the great rock. Seeing this, the demonic beasts all stared in astonishment. One of them wondered, what a terrifying aura. Was this refined from a sacred beast feather? The white-furred demon chimed in, "Terrifying. My soul is trembling." The raven beside it said, "This is definitely a life-saving item." The golden-winged great rock's eyes gleamed with golden flames. "This is indeed a one-time life-saving forbidden item given to me by my elders," it said softly, "however, I don't need this thing. Having it would actually hinder my growth. It's just right to use it to break this formation." A seemingly insignificant feather glowed with brilliant golden light. Despite its small size, it possessed immense power. At this moment, it shot straight towards the magical formation, aiming to break it. The formation outside suddenly shone brightly. Shaken violently by an unknown force, Xiao Yun felt something amiss and hurriedly asked Dugu Jian, who was standing beside him, "Senior, what's happening?" "Someone is shaking the formation." Both Xiao Yun and Dugu Jian, now inside the formation, were also startled by the disturbance. The ground shaking violently. Dugu Jian crossed his arms, quickly realizing what was happening, and calmly said to him, "There's a divine beast outside, in the awakened realm. It has a life-saving forbidden item given to it by an elder of the demon race. The demon race really is nothing like what it used to be. They still carry forbidden items even when they're cultivating." "What are they cultivating for, humph?" Xiao Yun, upon hearing these words from Dugu Jian, immediately gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He thought, a forbidden item, even though it's a one-time use item, it's of saint realm level, absolutely a life-saving ultimate killer. He turned his head to the side, his face twisted in anger, his expression wrinkled, and sneered at those cowardly villains. They can't play, so they don't play. They even resort to forbidden items. What a bunch of trash. Dugu Jian wholeheartedly agreed, replying, "Yes, those demons are a bunch of trash." Then, he slowly channeled his magic, extending his hand. A sharp, powerful, jet-black sword materialized from his palm, edged with jade red, and surrounded by burning flames. Then, he said to Xiao Yun, "However, the formation is broken. I'll give you a saint artifact in advance." Next, Dugu Jian slowly explained the history of the mysterious sword. "This is a saint artifact. I used to wield it, the demon sword." Xiao Yun was a little surprised to see the flaming sword before him. He stared at it, thinking, saint artifact. Then, the scene before him changed. The sky suddenly became scorching hot, smoke billowing behind the jagged mountain peaks, a truly harsh environment. Below, there was an image of Dugu Jian, ferociously holding his saint artifact sword in his hand, spinning it before appearing outside. He then struck a pose, his skillful hand firmly gripping the sword. Suddenly, the sword was engulfed in raging flames. The demonic beasts on the other side roared arrogantly, their mouths gaping open towards the sky, as if displaying their own arrogance. At this moment, Xiao Yun's face was wrinkled, his eyes narrowed, his brow furrowed, and he was even sweating. Just at this moment of transition, Xiao Yun suddenly opened his eyes wide, waking up. This was because a familiar voice, filled with anxiety, rang out in Xiao Yun's ears, saying, "Wake up, you're still not awake." It turned out that everything that had happened so far was just something he had unconsciously imagined in his mind. Dogujian looked straight into his face and instructed, "You must be careful. This sword is imbued with the blood of countless demons and underwent a blood purification ritual using the blood of 8 demon saint sons. It has truly become a demon sword. Moreover, it is becoming stronger day by day. I didn't want to give it to you, but I was afraid it would fall into the hands of the demon race. So don't use it casually." Hearing Dogujian's heartfelt words of advice, Xiaoyan placed his hand on his hip, his eyes still fixed on the sword, which was hovering in the air by Dogujian's magic, and replied, "Senior, don't worry." Dogujian continued, "It is your sword now. Give it a name, don't disgrace it." Xiaoyun looked at the powerful sword with anticipation. Slowly, he extended his fingers towards the handle. He firmly grasped the sword in his palm, replying to Dogujian, "All right, I'll call it the Demon Slayer sword." Back then, the demon race used their numbers to bully the weak, suppressing the righteous path of Senior. I will surely wield this sword to fight the demon race and avenge Senior. Dogujian put his hands behind his back and quickly replied, "Before I go, I have a request. I hope that after you become strong, you can protect the Dogu clan. Then choose a disciple and pass down the Cosmic Sword Classic to them." Xiaoyun looked at him and said reassuringly, "Senior, don't worry. I will definitely follow your instructions." Dogujian spoke to him a few more words, then gradually disappeared into thin air. The formation is about to be broken. I must go. The Nine Peaks continent has never seen a Sword Emperor. I hope you can comprehend the 6th level of the Cosmic Sword Classic and become the first Sword Emperor, fulfilling the goal that I was unable to achieve. From beginning to end, Xiaoyun maintained his solemn demeanor, clasping his hands and bowing deeply. "Senior, travel safely." He quickly changed his expression in a matter of seconds, his facial muscles tightening like guitar strings, looking arrogant and haughty. He sneered and said, "The golden-winged great rock outside has lost its forbidden item. Today, I'm going to cut it down to celebrate and hold a farewell banquet for Senior." The formation outside was becoming increasingly unstable and shaking violently without any intention of stopping. This caused the golden-winged great rock to flap its wings and retreat backwards. Xiaoyun closed his eyes tightly, his 2 hands pressed close together, leaving no gap. Then he muttered something Umatba. "Today, I shall unleash a great massacre. Sending new beasts to the western paradise to meet the Buddha." Following his words, a giant hand appeared, glowing with golden light, striking forward with immense force. This was Xiaoyun's Taifan Tianshang Zhang. The golden-winged great rock, soaring in the sky, turned its head and taunted, "Human, I am your opponent." It then used one of its wings to forcefully strike towards Xiaoyun, who was standing below. After the golden-winged great rock's attack launched, Xiaoyun, with his quick wit, leaned to the left, dodging in another direction, easily escaping that move. He didn't give the golden-winged great rock any time to think. In a flash, with the speed of light, he unleashed a 18 Demon Slayer strike. Xiaoyun extended his palm, and countless other palms appeared, attacking forward. There were as many as 10 palms. This attack swiftly hit its mark, charging straight towards the golden-winged great rock's wings, catching it off guard. Xiaoyun confidently leapt forward, a smug look on his face, his eyes gleaming with hunger. Cultivate the mystical energy into the diamond Dharma form. A massive golden Buddha, radiating brilliance, appeared behind him, surrounded by dazzling white and yellow flowers. The golden-winged great rock was no pushover either. It used its brilliant, bullet-like eyes. It flew high, spreading its wings on both sides, using its great rock wind surge. A giant, ferocious great rock emerged from behind it, raising its head, surrounded by electric sparks. The two lunged at each other, clashing fiercely. The 2 forces of light, one gold and the other orange, were now close to each other, attacking relentlessly. The impact caused the ground to shatter and fly in all directions. After this intense clash, the golden-winged great rock spread its fiery red wings ferociously, charging forward. It looked at Xiaoyun, who was standing opposite it with heroic spirit, not showing any fear at all. In a moment, Xiaoyun calmly smiled and, without hesitation, extended his hand to use the diamond seal to attack the foolish golden-winged great rock. The golden-winged great rock was a divine beast, and as a bird, it was quite agile, not inferior to Xiaoyun. It opened its mouth wide, quickly turning to the side to avoid Xiaoyun's miraculous attack. Xiaoyun, standing below, couldn't help but admire it. "That's fast." The demonic beast standing aside couldn't help but praise the golden-winged great rock. The green-winged red dragon said, "It's worthy of being a divine beast. The golden-winged great rock is indeed powerful." A black-horned white-furred creature with 2 sharp horns disagreed, "This human is strong too. If he wasn't a spirit beast realm cultivator, he probably wouldn't have been suppressed by the golden-winged great rock. The dark blue bird below agreed, this human is probably a future Buddha son. Xiao Yun looked up at the golden-winged great rock and laughed tauntingly, martial arts under heaven, only speed can break through. This guy's speed is hard to deal with. Too bad, I can't use divine techniques like Invincible Fist Seal. I guess I'll have to use the Demon Slayer sword. He drew the Demon Slayer sword, standing heroically. He held the sword in his hand, confidently raising it towards the sky. His body began to glow, enveloping him, and his expression became more savage. His eyes stared intently at the sword, his teeth gritted, and he said, since I agreed to kill it, golden-winged great rock, I'll hold a farewell banquet for Senior Sword Demon. I must keep my word. The sword demon had successfully caught the golden-winged great rock's attention. It saw Xiao Yun's actions from earlier, its orange eyes flashing with curiosity. It wondered, huh? What sword is this? At this moment, a black tattoo with mysterious lines, but also an unusual beauty, appeared on Xiao Yun's muscular arm. He looked very cool. It was a perfect, single stroke. Xiao Yun looked at it with disdain, the fiery red sword in his hand, and replied to its curiosity, it's a sword to kill you. His words held a deeper meaning, as if provoking it. Seeing the sword in his hand, the demonic beasts began to panic in fear. Exclaiming, it's a saint artifact. The green-winged red dragon shouted. There really is a saint artifact in that mansion. Damn it, this guy actually got a saint artifact. The golden-winged great rock is in danger. The white-furred creature with horns shouted, it's uncertain if he can even wield the full power of the saint artifact with his current cultivation level. The golden-winged great rock spread its wings and used its demonic flame golden rock. It transformed into a golden gleaming great rock, moving at the speed of light, charging forward, several times larger. Xiao Yun wasn't about to be outdone. He floated in midair, holding the sword with both hands. He then swung it with immense force, as if tearing through the sky. Red, black, orange, and yellow lights mingled together, like fiery flames filled with murderous intent. He stood there, looking ahead. Powerful beams of light tore through space. The image appeared. Xiao Yun was holding the sword tightly in his palm, the flames from the sword gradually enveloping his hand. Ah, a horrifying sight. His entire body began to bulge. Xiao Yun, his face contorted in pain, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, his veins bulging out of his skin, spreading across his forehead, down his neck, and to other parts of his body. Xiao Yun cried out in agony, my head hurts. Despite this, he didn't let go of the sword, but held it tightly. The flames of power invigorated him. Xiao Yun's face was filled with anger, his eyes radiating coldness and resentment. His brows furrowed, and his veins bulging everywhere. He told himself, no, I must kill it before my mind is affected. Without hesitation, he fiercely held the sword with one hand, using his strength to fly towards the golden-winged great rock at a blinding speed. His blood-red eyes were filled with rage. Hiya, the sword moved with immense force, radiating dazzling light. He looked very cool. The golden-winged great rock was stunned and dazed, taken aback, and retreated backwards. Its wings stiffened, collapsing as if they were broken. It muttered to itself, my mind is affected. I can't move. Moreover, he moved too quickly. This moment, Xiao Yun bravely lunged the sword directly at the golden-winged great rock, sending a jolt through it. It opened its mouth wide, roaring and howling. Its entire body retreated. Xiao Yun suddenly became dazed, with a hint of bewilderment. He looked up, his brow furrowed, his eyes fixed on the golden-winged great rock. At this decisive moment, the Demon Slayer sword, embedded in the golden-winged great rock, emanated a beam of power, even more brutal, slowly absorbing its flesh and blood. The unexpected event startled Xiao Yun, this. Xiao Yun frowned, his face tense. This. The demon sword not only wants to kill its opponent but also wants to devour its flesh and blood. It's truly ferocious. Xiao Yun stood alone in midair, the sword in his hand. Black, long wires emanated from the sword, and ash drifted around them. Xiao Yun continued to hold the sword. Those black wires, however, had sharp barbs. The black wires relentlessly wrapped around Xiao Yun's hand, gripping the sword. He raised the sword high. Oh my gosh. No way. It wants to devour me too. Xiao Yun held the sword steady, saying, Senior Sword Demon was right. This sword can't be used casually. He commanded, Golden Light, retreat. Retreat. The black wires vanished. The sword returned to its normal state. He looked at it. If I devour more living beings, I'll be less able to control it. The beasts appeared. The blue beast with 2 horns, its eyes glowing red, said, "The golden-winged great roc was killed by him? No way. This is bad. Even if we all work together, we're no match for him." The black monkey urged, "Go, go. This guy's saint artifact is too frightening. It's definitely not a regular saint artifact." The birds flapped their wings and flew away. They yelled, "Go, go." Another beast, with red fur and long, sharp fangs, stared with menacing eyes. Xiaoyun used his great fan Tian Shang Zhang, a giant hand striking from behind it. It dodged the surprise attack, its eyes turning red. It lowered its head and growled, "Damn human." Then, it opened its mouth, its sharp tongue protruding, accompanied by arrows shot towards the front. It roared, "I'll take you on." Xiaoyun quickly deployed his 9-dragon divine fire swap. A golden circle enveloped him, blocking the arrows from reaching him. Xiaoyun, with a triumphant smile, raised his hand in front of him, using his 18 Demon Slayer strike. A red beam of light shot towards the beast. A deafening roar sounded. The battle was essentially over. He sighed, "It's fast, indeed. It's not easy to farm enlightenment opportunities. Next, I'm heading to the center of the battlefield of the 10,000 demons. There should be many sacred beasts there." The system notification appeared. Ting, defeating a genius of Saint Sun level or above. Reward: 10 times enlightenment. A few days later, inside a cave. A pink rabbit said, "Demon monk, if you release me, I guarantee I'll take you to a great opportunity." Xiaoyun sat in front of the fire, holding some food, and turned to the rabbit. "Demon monk, is that the nickname you guys gave me?" The rabbit said, "Yes." It continued, "I heard you went crazy like a demon, killing the golden-winged great roc. It's a supreme divine beast. You're truly amazing. I admire you greatly." Xiaoyun, with his mouth full of food, his cheeks plump, spoke to the rabbit while eating. He paused, "Let's talk about the main business first. What is this great opportunity? I hope it's truly a great opportunity. Otherwise, my braised rabbit skills are not bad." The rabbit thought in fear, "Gosh, this is the first time I've seen someone eat so much. Besides, I heard that monks are vegetarians." The rabbit finished its thoughts. It said seriously, "It's a real great opportunity. There's a demon emperor's tomb in the battlefield of the 10,000 demons. It's about to open. I know where it is." Xiaoyun, with a sly and suspicious look, said, "A demon emperor's tomb? I feel like you're lying to me." "Something like that. How could people at our level be allowed to explore it? It must be demon saints who are coming, right?" Xiaoyun drew his sword. "I heard rabbit meat is very delicious." The rabbit trembled in fear. Don't do it. Listen to me. It's really a great opportunity." The large rabbit stood next to Xiaoyun. He was grilling food over the fire. He grilled as he listened. "Demon monk, although there are no emperor weapons or emperor scriptures in that demon emperor's tomb, there is a thick concentration of demon emperor's Tao. Cultivating there for 1 month is equivalent to several years. Moreover, there are various insights that the demon emperor carved on the tomb walls, which can be of great help to humans." Xiaoyun suddenly asked, "What's your name?" The rabbit was delighted, stammering, My name is Bai Yulan." Xiaoyun smiled, Call yourself Xiao Bai. From now on, follow me and be my mount. You're a sacred beast, after all. You barely qualify to be my mount." The rabbit's eyes widened in surprise. Bai Yulan's mind was in turmoil. "I'm not called Xiao Bai. And he wants to ride me? I'm a female rabbit." Bai Yulan murmured, "Demon monk." Xiaoyun took a bite of food and said to Bai Yulan, "From now on, call me master." "Did you hear?" Bai Yulan quickly replied, "Yes, master, master. I want to say, you're the strongest human genius, a supreme prodigy. Using a rabbit as a mount, it's truly not suitable for your status." Xiaoyun, still chewing, said, "What you said makes some sense." Bai Yulan's eyes lit up, "Right? This time the demon emperor's tomb is opening, and there will definitely be many divine beasts coming. Based on your strength, it'll be very easy to subdue a few." Xiaoyun smiled and uttered, "HM." After a while, Xiaoyun sat on the rabbit's head. "All right, you lead the way. Take me to the demon emperor's tomb." Bai Yulan was helpless. She sighed inwardly, wasn't he supposed to go capture divine beasts to be his mount? Why is he still riding me? At this moment, Bai Yulan was trying to run as fast as she could. Xiaoyun, sitting on her head, asked, "What's wrong? Do you have an opinion?" Bai Yulan hurriedly defended, "No, master, sit tight. I'll you to the Demon Emperor's tomb now. Bai Yulan ran into the forest. Other beasts also flew into the forest. Xiaoyun, still sitting on Bai Yulan's head, saw the scene around him. It was quite lively. Bai Yulan asked, "We've passed more than a dozen waves of sacred beasts. Aren't you scared?" Xiaoyun calmly replied, "What should I be scared of?" Bai Yulan asked anxiously, "Master, there are so many sacred beasts. Are you a match for them?" Bai Yulan thought, this is a super domineering demon monk. I'll provoke him a little. He's sure to go crazy. Xiaoyun smiled slyly, "I suddenly feel like what you said makes some sense. You're really good. So, I've decided. You'll be my mount for life." Bai Yulan couldn't anticipate that answer. She was so shocked that her jaw dropped. She silently cursed, "Who wants to be your mount for life? Isn't this guy very demonic? Why is he suddenly so humble?" At this moment, Bai Yulan stopped on a cliff. Golden light appeared where Xiaoyun was. A tower appeared before their eyes, golden light converging at the top of the tower. The beasts also gathered around it. Bai Yulan introduced, "Master, this is the Demon Emperor's tomb." Suddenly, a golden eagle flew towards them. The other beasts, seeing this golden eagle, exclaimed, "It's a golden-winged great roc." Another beast interjected, "Didn't you hear? The golden-winged great roc was killed by the demon monk." Yet another one scolded, "You idiot, this is definitely a different golden-winged great roc. It's probably been temporarily brought here by a strong elder of the golden-winged great roc clan, preparing to seek revenge for the demon monk." Xiaoyun remained seated on Bai Yulan's head. He leaned down and asked, "Xiaobai, how many golden-winged great rocs are there in your demon race? Why is another one here?" Bai Yulan imparted some knowledge. "Master, divine beast clans are extremely rare. There are less than 10 golden-winged great rocs in the entire clan." He asked further, "So, the golden-winged great roc in front of us is here to seek revenge for me?" Bai Yulan sighed, "Humph, don't you already know? Why are you pretending?" Suddenly, Bai Yulan's face turned pale. She realized, revenge? That means, if that golden-winged great roc discovers the person on my back is the demon monk, he'll be finished. Xiaoyun hid in the flower crown on Xiaobai's head. He said, "Xiaobai, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm warning you, if I'm in any danger, you'll be the first to die." The fat rabbit, hearing this, gasped in fear. You're thinking too much." Bai Yulan thought, this demon monk is truly cunning. 3 golden-winged great rocs circled above them. One of them said, "Shijin Lu, aren't you in the middle of your breakthrough? Why are you here?" "My ancestor sent me here to kill the demon monk." "Have you seen him?" Shijin Lu replied, "Not yet." He continued, "But I guess those humans know he's here." 4 strange men flew down from the sky. The golden-winged great roc reprimanded, "You humans, you're audacious. You dare kill one of our divine beasts. And now, you dare come to the Demon Emperor's tomb? Do you think our demon race has no one?" Aotian replied, "Every wrong has its culprit. If you have the guts, find the demon monk and seek revenge. Of course, if you want to seek death, I'll fulfill your wish." "Who is that guy? Why is he so powerful?" Xiaoyun dropped below, unable to contain his curiosity. He stuck his head out. Xiaobai replied, "Master, that's Aotian, the saint's son from the Myriad Swords Villa." "You don't know him?" She thought in surprise. "A human like you is actually inquiring about the background of a human strongman from a demon like me? Unbelievable." Xiaoyun also thought about it, his face slack. "The Myriad Swords Villa, a sacred land founded by swordsmiths. I heard they not only have sword saints themselves but also cultivate many sword saints. No wonder Aotian gives people a feeling of being even stronger than the golden-winged great roc. But once I break through to the awakened realm, I'll definitely be stronger." The scene was too lively. A woman spoke from above and the divine beasts began to curse loudly. "Qin Bingyu is here. She's a demon from the Qin family. She's here, so something bad is definitely going to happen. Stay away from her." Xiaoyun heard this and continued to ask, "Who is this woman? She seems even stronger than Aotian." Xiaobai replied, "Master, she's the princess of the first family under heaven, the Qin family, the emperor lineage. She's terrifyingly strong. Even our demon race doesn't dare to provoke her." Xiaoyun heard this and involuntarily broke out in a sweat. The northern Qin family. Their ancestors once established the only unified empire in the Nine Peaks continent, called the Qin TND. Every emperor is extremely formidable. This Qin Bingyu is from the emperor lineage. No wonder even the beasts are wary of her. The golden-winged great roc thought angrily, damn it. She's so arrogant. But I really can't do anything to her. Sure, Jin Lu said, has the demon monk arrived? You turtle with your head retracted. Do you dare to come out here and fight me? Xiao Bai heard this and reminded Xiao Yun, Master, he's insulting you. He replied, ignore him. Only an idiot would go out just because someone insults him. A mature and sensible man knows how to stay calm. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. Bai Yulan was speechless. Oh my gosh. You're a demon monk. You're a beast-eating demon. Are you afraid of a bird? Shouldn't you be furious and rush out to deal with that Shi Jin Lu? What is this mature and sensible man? At this moment, the divine beasts began to gather together. They said, wow, this is a great opportunity. Yes, the divine beast's power will skyrocket. Where's the demon monk? Where is he? Suddenly, dazzling light emanated from the top of the tower. Everyone looked back in surprise. The demon emperor's tomb is open. Everyone looked in the same direction. Xiao Yun was no exception. His eyes were wide with awe. Xiao Yun finally had to stick his head out. His jaw dropped in astonishment. This is terrifying. Even my 10th level spirit power feels immense pressure. This is a demon emperor? It's worthy of being a demon emperor. Even though he's been dead for years, his emperor's might is still this frightening. Aotian laughed and said, this demon emperor's power is comparable to your human emperor's. You think he's just an ordinary demon emperor, humph? The door suddenly opened. Numerous divine beasts appeared from outside and rushed inside. But not everyone could enter. Let it be. The golden-winged great roc saw this and crowed triumphantly. Get out of my way, you weaklings. Those who aren't awakened realm sacred beasts basically have no right to enter the emperor's tomb. Follow me inside, it commanded. Aotian and Qin Bingyu also followed, entering the tomb. Xiao Bai didn't hesitate. She dashed straight into the tomb, saying to Xiao Yun as she ran. She hopped as she spoke, Master, this place has a demonic aura. We should slow down a bit. He stuck his head out and replied, no need. I'll help you block the demonic aura. You just keep going forward. They began to enter, using his 9-dragon divine fire swap. Xiao Yun unleashed his great fan Tian Shang Gem forward. It hit a divine beast directly. The system updated, ding. Defeating a genius of Saint Sun level or above. Reward. 10 times enlightenment. Xiao Yun thought smugly, hee, it turns out I don't need to kill them. Just defeating them is enough to get the reward. What are we waiting for? Let's go wild. Wherever Xiao Yun went, there were explosions. He laughed loudly and then slapped his hand hard. I'm smashing. I'm smashing. I'm smashing. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bai asked, Master, these sacred beasts can't even cause much damage with one attack. Why are you making such a fuss? Stop talking nonsense. You just keep going. He replied, then thought, hee, you don't know anything. In a short while, I've gained over 100 enlightenment opportunities. Coming to this demon emperor's tomb was the right decision. Half an hour later, Xiao Yun and Xiao Bai stopped on a cliff. He looked around and said, looks like we've reached the center of the tomb. Let's go find the opportunity. He thought, I gained over 800 enlightenment opportunities on the way here. What a big harvest. A golden-winged great roc suddenly appeared above his head. It said, Demon Monk, you've finally arrived. What's with calling your monk family? It's just a spirit beast avatar here anyway. If you can't avoid it, then do it. What are you afraid of? He replied. The golden-winged great roc became enraged. It plunged directly towards him, saying with fury, I'll chop you up into 100 pieces. Hearing someone calling, little monk, it really is you, he turned to look. Qin Bingyu, he thought to himself. She stood behind him and chuckled lightly. Shi Jin Lu, flying in the sky, saw her and reluctantly retreated. It's that woman, Qin Bingyu. With her here, there's no chance. Forget it. I'll find my opportunity in the tomb first. As he turned to leave, he didn't forget to warn, Demon Monk, I'll kill you after I get out. Cherish your last month. Qin Bingyu approached and reminded him, little monk, this is where the Demon Emperor lived in his final years. You can learn a lot of insights here. I hope you can have the opportunity to break through to the awakened realm. Then you won't have to be afraid of that bird anymore. Xiao Yun bowed and thanked her, thank you. Then she turned and left. Before leaving, she gave him some advice. You don't need to be at the battlefield of the 10,000 demons. Humans, of course, will help each other. Take care. He looked at her with wide eyes, surprised. Then he turned and entered the door. I should also go find the opportunity. He slowly walked inside. The scene inside made him sigh, even if there are insights, it's useless. I need to focus more on cultivation techniques and divine abilities. He suddenly noticed a wall. He was shocked. This is the Chaos Scripture. It turns out the Chaos Scripture is borrowed from the Chaotic Sacred Land. Of course, after the Chaotic Sacred Land declined, they definitely wouldn't dare to confront a demon emperor. Then Xiaoyun said, borrowing the Chaos Scripture to comprehend it for 3 days, I've already forged a semi-complete Chaos body, only the final level can't be perfected. Chaos Great Emperor, I'm truly inferior. Comprehending the Chaos Scripture for 100 years is not as good as creating a semi-complete Grand Divine ability, the Chaos Poem. And it's not as good as the Chaos Fist. He stared intently at the wall, whispering a semi-complete Grand Divine ability. This is much stronger than my current divine abilities. This must be where the Demon Emperor comprehended. I'll just comprehend it and cultivate the Chaos Poem. He sat down, surrounded by a circle with 8 trigrams. As he sat in meditation, he felt this feeling. It's so amazing. When he had spent enough time, he spread out his hands and his body floated higher. He looked at his hands and smiled inwardly. Phew, I've broken through to the awakened realm. The Chaos Poem is complete. Too good. Suddenly, a voice rang out, little monk, you're finally awake. It was Qin Bingyu. She approached and said, it seems you've gained quite a few opportunities, haven't you? You've actually broken through to the awakened realm. Seeing her, he clasped his hands and thanked her. Thank you for protecting me, Miss Qin. Then she said, let's go. It's been 28 days. Everyone else has already left. I've been protecting you until now. Remember, you owe me a great favor. He replied, Miss Qin, don't worry. I, the demon monk, know how to repay my debts. He then frowned, unbelievable. It's been so many days already? 28 days? How could so many days have passed? When they reached the door, there were countless animals and people waiting. Shi Lu, seeing them, was overjoyed. Demon monk, you're finally out. Qin Bingyu, this is a personal grudge between me and him. You better not get involved. Hearing this, she smiled and agreed. All right, if it's a personal grudge, then no one should interfere. He frowned and asked. Shi Lu, why are you so eager to reunite with Shi Jinshi? Quote, ignoring him, Shi Lu flew towards him quickly. Demon monk, I will grind your bones into dust today. Xiao Yun coldly replied. I doubt you have the ability to do that. Then they engaged in a fierce battle. The clash created a massive explosion. The beasts could only fly around to watch. They exclaimed in astonishment. The demon monk has actually broken through to the awakened realm. Shi Lu was about to reach the breakthrough realm too, right? He can actually fight back. Only a Buddha's son could explain this. A rabbit, seeing the situation, ran away in fear, thinking this pervert is too powerful. I had to run. Shi Lu flapped his wings and said, Demon monk, you're worthy of me using my full power. He then used his grand divine ability, the Equalizer Seal, transforming into a golden-winged great rock. The birds beside him exclaimed, what divine ability is this? It has such an aura. The golden-winged great rock is truly formidable. Seeing its transformation, he widened his eyes in astonishment, thinking, this is a grand divine ability. Then it plunged its head into the ground. The people beside them were confused. Is he dead? I think the demon monk is toast this time. He could force Shi Lu to use his innate divine ability. This demon monk is pretty strong, but that's all he's got. Qin Bingyu had a different attitude than them. She said happily. You're underestimating the demon monk. Shi Lu still plunged his head into the ground. Suddenly, a giant hand lifted him from the ground. It was Xiao Yun's chaos palm. Everyone, or the flying beasts, were all stunned by this sight. An image of a monk with clasped hands chanting appeared behind Xiao Yun. Then the massive hand released Shi Lu to the side, to his astonishment. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred. Dust and smoke filled the air. As the smoke cleared, the image of Shi Lu appeared, lying motionless on the ground, and a large handprint was imprinted on the ground. Seeing this, Qin Bingyu was extremely delighted. See, didn't I tell you? He won't lose to Shi Jinlu. Then she turned and retreated, but didn't forget to remind him, Demon Monk, don't get too cocky. You're going to die today. She then released a large feather, which landed on the ground. Everyone was in an uproar. He's using a forbidden item. What the hell is he cultivating? No, that's not right. It seems like he's not here to cultivate. He's here to kill the Demon Monk. Makes sense. Shi Jinlu roared again, Demon Monk, die for me. A giant carp, its entire body radiating magic, with small, sharp teeth. Xiao Yun stood firmly. Wearing his monk robe, holding a powerful Bodhi seed in his hand. Now that it's covered, use all your strength. Otherwise, you absolutely won't win. A glowing golden hand, like a Buddha's hand. Xiao Yun turned his palm towards the front, his eyes filled with determination, anger, and a sense of urgency. A chaos palm sent the giant carp flying. Qin Bingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Bingyu clenched her fist. This little monk is a bit strange. The aura he exhibited just now doesn't seem like Buddhist cultivation techniques. Who is he, really? She looked at the back of Xiao Yun, his entire body radiating a profound aura. Xiao Yun turned and glanced at Qin Bingyu behind him, a little worried. Has she discovered my identity? This Qin Bingyu is truly terrifying. The impact, powerful force erupted. Xiao Yun leapt up, using his chaos palm. Get out of the way. I'll kill this golden-winged great rock first. His previous attack left the golden-winged great rock still dazed, its eyes spinning. Suddenly, a large wing appeared, covering and blocking Xiao Yun's chaos palm. The phoenix's eyes glared at him in anger. Xiao Yun was astonished. This is the All Directions Divine Beast. Its existence is comparable to the top 10 divine beasts. Qin Bingyu stepped forward, clenching her fist. All Directions clan, you're too shameless. Shi Jinlu used a forbidden item, that's fine. But now you're even getting involved? Do you think our human race has no one? The All Directions divine beast flew upwards, revealing its sturdy legs and sharp, iron spurs. It hovered in the middle of its group. Qin Bingyu, what do you want? You think you can bully our beasts? Another one echoed, right? Who's afraid of who? Yi Jian stepped forward, pointing at the All Directions divine beast. There are many of you, aren't there? Well, we'll all die together. The All Directions divine beast looked down at Xiao Yun and the others below. Qin Bingyu, the battle ends here. Your human race has already killed a golden-winged great rock. I can't let you kill Shi Jinlu. Qin Bingyu furrowed her brows. If you're scared of death, then don't come. And divine beasts, you really make people look down on you. The All Directions divine beast used its legs to lift the golden-winged great rock. He turned and flapped his wings, leaving. The golden-winged great rock was clamped under his wing. Humph, stop being cocky. I'll wait for you on the saint's path. Qin Bingyu clasped her hands behind her back, turning to Yi Jian and saying, you guys go ahead. I want to talk to the demon monk alone for a bit. Yi Jian agreed, okay. After Yi Jian left, Qin Bingyu turned to Xiao Yun. Little monk, I had to go. You haven't told me your name yet. Xiao Yun clasped his hands and bowed. Everyone calls me the demon monk. You can call me that too. Qin Bingyu furrowed her brow and smiled. What I want is your real name. Xiao Yun said, those who have renounced the world value purity and the six senses, not touching external things. My real name is long forgotten. Miss Qin, feel free to call me whatever you like. Qin Bingyu angrily turned and left. Small-minded. Won't even tell me his real name. Then she threw a green jade into Xiao Yun's hand and left. When you're free, bring this to the Northern Sea to find me. Don't forget you still owe me a great favor. Xiao Yun smiled. This monk has taken note. Humph, I'm only hiding my identity because I have no choice. Xiao Yun held the jade up. I've finished farming enlightenment opportunities. Time to go to a new place. He crushed the jade in his hand. Then he vanished into thin air. He teleported, appearing at the battlefield of the 10,000 demons, in front of Zhang Delay. There was a vortex before him. Zhang Delay crossed his arms. You've reached the awakened realm. Not bad, not bad. Where do you want to go next? Xiao Yun said, I want to go to a place where I can cultivate swordsmanship. Zhang Delay asked in confusion, swordsmanship? Xiao Yun used his magic, golden swords radiating around him. Yes, I obtained a true Emperor scripture of swordsmanship at the battlefield of the 10,000 demons. Zhang Delay was astonished. This is the aura of swordsmanship of the sword demon Dugujian. Now I know where to take you, he said, then flew ahead to lead the way. Let's go. Seeing this, Xiaoyun flew behind him. The two of them soared through the sky, flying over towering mountain peaks. Zhang Delay flew behind Xiaoyun, using his own power to propel him forward like an arrow. Go! Xiaoyun's face turned pale in fear. Then he looked back, secretly blaming Zhang Delay. Old Zhang he can't be gentle at all. Xiaoyun flew towards a range of jagged, claw-shaped ice cliffs. The surrounding area was filled with magical weapons of yellow, blue, and pink, radiating a fantastic aura. He looked at the mountains in front of him and wondered, these mountains contain sword intent. And not just one sword intent. Where exactly is this place? Without hesitation, he plunged into the mountains. Then he crashed to the ground. Dust and sand blew in the wind. 3 young men stood nearby, observing and laughing. The one with white hair said, "Hee, another idiot from the outside world." The one in the middle, hands behind his back, said, "He's going to suffer next." The one with his hair tied up, hands on his hips, looked at the dust blowing. Every year there are a few idiots like this. They don't listen at all. They dare to climb Sword God Mountain. Xiaoyun stood up. Sword God Mountain, I've arrived at Eastern Wilderness. Old Zhang is really fast. Eastern Wilderness Sword God Mountain is the sacred land of swordsmanship under heaven. I heard that the mountain was formed after a divine sword from beyond the heavens descended. Even great emperors can't fly here. But the natural sword intent on the mountain is very helpful for sword cultivators. He then flew forward. Sure enough, the sword intent is everywhere. Lei Zhu chose well. This is the best place to cultivate swordsmanship. He smiled brightly. I heard that, besides great emperors, no one has ever reached the top of the mountain. I wonder if I can get there. The 3 young men watched him fly forward, heading into the kinematic forest. This guy must be a swordsmanship genius. Whoa, am I seeing things? He's running. Yes, under such immense sword intent pressure, he can still run. It seems we've misjudged him. Standing in front of a large ice cliff, like a doorway into the mountain, Xiaoyun looked up. I didn't expect that before even reaching the foot of the mountain, the natural sword intent is already this strong. He ran inside. The ground was covered in grass, surrounded by ice. The impurities in his swordsmanship, under the sweep of the sword intent, were continuously being purified. This feeling is truly amazing. His feet stepped on the soft grass, which also contained magical energy. He stood at an angle in front of the large ice cliffs, spreading his arms and smiling. This is the true earthly sword intent. In front of him, Hualang Xin walked out from inside, standing on a bridge, approaching him. Brother, you're still young but you've comprehended the essence of sword intent. You've entered the realm of man and sword merging. Xiaoyun lowered his hands and looked towards the bridge. Hualang Xin, a swordmaster, rested his hand on his chin. What incredible talent! Xiaoyun bowed. You're too kind. Hualang Xin approached him. I'm Hualang Xin, a swordmaster. May I ask your name, brother? He raised his head and replied. Du Jiu Chu Bai. I'm a fake descendant of Du Jiu Jian. Hualang Xin was a little stunned. Du Jiu? Could it be that you're a descendant of the Du Jiu clan? Knowing Xiaoyun's background, Hualang Xin bowed. The Du Jiu clan is renowned in the Eastern Wilderness. Every generation has outstanding talents. It's my fortune to meet you, junior brother. He said, Brother Hua is too kind. The sword pavilion where you live is as famous as thunder. Xiaoyun frowned. The masters of the Leijian Sword Pavilion are the strongest sword saints in the 9 Peaks continent. Besides emperor weapons, they are the strongest true emperors, frighteningly strong. Hualang Xin smiled. I didn't expect that the Du Jiu clan would finally have a descendant emerge. Back then, Senior Du Jiu Jian was famous for a time. I'm not as strong as Senior Du Jiu Jian. This is my first time going out to train. Facing Hualang Xin, he replied, Brother Hua, can you tell me a little bit about the geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness? I'd like to challenge them. Hualang Xin smiled. If we're talking about geniuses, the Central Plains has the most. The 6 great sacred lands gather the heroes of the world. This generation of the Central Plains has even produced several transcendent geniuses. Especially one freak named Xiaoyun. He was able to cultivate a semi-complete chaos body with a mortal body and swept across the geniuses of the Central Plains. He's invincible in the East. Xiao Yun was a little stunned. Xiao Yun is incredibly talented, famed throughout the ages, unparalleled. He truly has the potential of a great emperor. However, I'm planning to train in the Eastern Wilderness first, then go to the Central Plains. I wonder who the transcendent geniuses are in Eastern Wilderness. Hearing this, Hualing Xian held a red scroll in his hand, lifting it in front of Xiao Yun. Speaking of geniuses in the Eastern Wilderness, then you must look at this sword list. Xiao Yun took the scroll and immediately unrolled it to read. He asked, "The sword list?" On the scroll were the names of the strongest sword masters in the sword pavilion, ranked. Rank 1. Lei Zhan, master of the Lei Zhan sword pavilion. Rank 2. Ngu Tui, master of the Myriad Swords Villa. Rank 3. Du Jiyu Shan, of the Du Jiyu clan. The sword pavilions list is divided into 4 single lists. Heaven, Earth, Zhen, and Huang. Each single list has 10 people. The Heaven list is above the Saint Realm. The Earth list is above Nirvana and below the Saint Realm. The Zhen list is above the Spirit Beast Realm and below Nirvana. And the Huang list is the Spirit Beast Realm and below. Xiao Yun listened thoughtfully and sighed. Sure enough, there are so many masters. The Saint Son of the Myriad Swords Villa, Aotian, is only ranked 7th on the Zhen list. Hualang Xian smiled and replied, "Of course. The sword list is only a single list of swordsmanship masters. There are many masters in the emperor lineage families, such as the Yi family, who don't use swords." "Thank you, Brother Hua, for your guidance." Xiao Yun rolled up the scroll and said softly. Hualang Xian seemed to like him very much, so he quickly replied, "Brother Du Jiyu, you're too polite. You're a descendant of the Du Jiyu clan. You will definitely have a brilliant future. When the time comes, I hope Brother Du Jiyu will take care of me more." Just then, a young man with white hair appeared and asked, "You're a descendant of the Du Jiyu clan?" Xiao Yun didn't hesitate to reply, "Yes. This brother is." Hualang Xian looked at the man and answered his question, "Brother Du Jiyu, you may not know, but this is Bai Pang. Brother Bai, ranked 6th on the Zhen list." Bai Pang, ranked 6th on the Zhen list, looked at Xiao Yun with disdain and provocation. "Humph, descendant of the Du Jiyu clan. Do you dare to receive a sword from me? What's there to be afraid of?" Xiao Yun never feared anyone. He was interested. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of his sword behind him. Hualang Xian saw they were about to fight and quickly intervened. "Why do you two have to do this? Brother Bai, Brother Du Jiyu has just gone out to train. You have no grievances with him." "Why? Brother Hua, don't say any more. My grandfather was defeated by Du Jiyu Jian. Now that a descendant of the Du Jiyu clan has emerged, Bai Pang, will definitely learn a thing or two." He drew his sword, a deep, verdant aura of power radiating from it. Of course, he would accompany him. Xiao Yun drew his sword. His sword flared with a raging fire, radiating powerful heat, just like him. The two of them clashed. A single light blow created a thunderous explosion, sending all 3 of them flying back in different directions. Hualang Xian, caught in the crossfire, fell sprawled on the ground. He had no choice but to say, "Fighting here will trigger the sword intent attack. If you two really want to compete, just see who can go the furthest." Bai Peng agreed. "The sword intent here is strong. Whoever goes the furthest is, of course, the stronger. Okay, you little brat who just mastered mansword merging. Go ahead and eat dust behind me." Bai Peng mocked Xiao Yun, who responded impassively. Even if an ordinary person takes a step ahead, it can't change the ultimate fate. He walked ahead, while Lang Xian and the other man watching behind him. "I remember now. Back then, Senior Du Gujian defeated Bai Peng's grandfather. He even said his swordsmanship was third-rate. As a result, Bai Peng's grandfather was deeply troubled and hasn't taken a step outside the sword pavilion until now. This is the shame of the Bai family. That's why he's so angry." Xiao Yun frowned in disagreement. Their skills are not as good, and they don't think of a way to catch up. They just harbor resentment. It's not third-rate swordsmanship, what is it? Hualang Xian widened his eyes in shock. Gosh, the people of the Dugu clan are truly arrogant when it comes to swordsmanship. The crowd around got to see a good show. Bai Peng, ranked 6th on the Zhan list, is competing. There's a good show to watch. But, that person looks unfamiliar. I heard he's a descendant of the Dugu clan. A few hours later, Xiao Yun and the others were still climbing the mountain. Although the path was difficult, no one wanted to give up, especially Bai Pang, who was leading the way in front. Under the increasing pressure of the sword aura, Walang Xin couldn't hold on any longer. He turned to Xiao Yun and said, "Brother Dugu, you continue. I've reached my limit." Xiao Yun looked straight ahead and said, "Okay." After Walang Xin left, Xiao Yun quickened his pace, following closely behind him. This made him cautious, looking back at Xiao Yun. How is this possible? He's caught up already. No, I must beat him. He turned his head to look ahead, then strained himself, releasing his power to resist the sword aura and quicken his pace. Xiao Yun smiled confidently and thought to himself, this fool is burning his spiritual power to move forward. Once his spiritual power is depleted, he'll definitely be instantly blasted away by the natural sword intent and severely injured. However, the sword intent here is exactly like my earthly sword intent. Could I absorb it? The concentration of sword aura was so dense that it put pressure on the bodies and minds of these talented prodigies. Xiao Yun just wanted to give it a try, but his body unconsciously began to absorb the sword aura here frantically. He was excited by the almost limitless energy entering his body. It works. The pressure has completely disappeared. It's like a fish in water. Bai Pang, let's see how you compete with me. Xiao Yun, like a fish in water, smoothly flew forward, chasing after him. Before Bai Pang's astonished eyes, Xiao Yun swept past him like a gust of wind, gone in a flash. He surpassed me, how is this possible? He suddenly burst forth, and he's so fast. Bai Pang's face turned pale in fear, and he was sweating profusely. No, even if I die, I had to beat him. With his deep hatred and resentment, he desperately burned his body's strength and quickened his pace. But with his meager strength, he could not withstand the boundless power of the natural sword aura in this forbidden mountain. Hualang Xin was sitting on a rock at the foot of the mountain, waiting. I'll just cultivate my sword intent here and wait for Brother Dujiu to come down. Brother Dujiu has extraordinary talent. I must befriend him. As he waited, a figure rolled down from the high slope, tumbling down to the foot of the mountain. Hualang Xin widened his eyes in shock, his face turning pale. He gasped, "Brother Bai." Fortunately, he managed to stop, sitting sprawled on the ground, motionless. Hualang Xin approached him and asked, "Brother Bai, are you alright?" He stabilized his mind, stood up, and wiped the blood from his face. "I'm fine. Please tell the descendant of the Dujiu clan for me. Strong sword intent doesn't mean strong power. I'll wait for him in Sword City to have a battle. If he doesn't dare to come, then he's admitting that the swordsmanship of their Dujiu clan is nothing special." Right. What is the descendant of the Dujiu clan's name? Bai Pang still seemed very upset and asked for his name. He received the answer. His name is Dujiu Chu Bai. He repeated the name in his mouth. Dujiu Chu Bai. No, I must spread the news here to prevent him from escaping. Hualang Xin was stunned, not knowing how to react. He thought, Dujiu Chu Bai was actually able to surpass Bai Pang in terms of sword intent? Didn't he just comprehend the realm of man-sword merging? At this moment, Xiao Yun was gliding through the mountainside, where the sword aura was dense. He absorbed the power as he thought to himself. This sword intent storm contains endless sword intent of all kinds of attributes. This is just the mountainside. My earthly sword intent is already complete. This is truly a good place. I should start cultivating the Cosmic Sword Classic. Maybe the other volumes can be perfected too. Xiao Yun, with a calm expression, thought about what needed to be done here. Next is the Wind volume. Half a month later, finally, the Wind, Ice, Fire, and Thunder volumes were all completed. Next is to continue climbing the mountain, absorbing the natural sword intent to cultivate the remaining 4 volumes to perfection. Xiao Yun didn't stop, but continued deeper. At this point, many people had come to the foot of the mountain to wait for him. Hualang Xin was still standing there. Brother Dujiu has been there for half a month? That's quite exaggerated, isn't it? The first ranked on the Zan list, Ao Wusong, could only stay there for 5 days each time. A group of people, with nothing to do while waiting, gathered to gossip. Have you guys heard? The descendant of the Dujiu clan, Dujiu Chu Bai, has emerged. He's about to have a battle with Bai Pang in Sword City, I heard. Now everyone in the eastern wilderness is talking about it. We must go see it when the time comes. Hualang Xin heard these people gossiping and his face showed concern. This Bai Pang deliberately spread the news. He must be worried that Brother Dujiu won't accept his challenge. I guess he's going to be unlucky. Brother Dujio is so outstanding. I had to quickly report this to the master of the sword pavilion. The sword list is about to change. He took a small golden sword from his sleeve. While Lang Xin used his magic to transform the small sword into a large sword aura. Then threw it flying towards the sword pavilion to announce the news. At this moment, in Sword City, there was a towering spirit sword, imbued with an invincible magical formation, protecting all the citizens of the city. Is there any movement at Sword God Mountain? A subordinate came in front of Bai Ping to report the situation. Reporting to the Vice City Lord, while Lang Xin is still waiting at the foot of the mountain. That descendant of the Dujio clan seems to be still training on the mountain. More than half a month and he hasn't come down once. Are you sure? He seemed to be panicking about this and asked again. The subordinate replied with certainty, because people have been watching day and night. He was now afraid, frowning and thinking. It seems I underestimated him. He's stronger than Ao Wusong in terms of sword intent, and not by just one level. After thinking carefully, he decided that he had to find a way to become stronger. Bring the ice snow sword here. Starting today, I had to nurture the sword. But the subordinate was afraid and tried to dissuade him. Vice City Lord, the ice snow sword is a saint weapon. With your current strength, you're not even close to being able to nurture this sword. But Bai Peng seemed determined to do this, regardless of the consequences. I must win. Only the ice snow sword can help me. Nurturing the sword with blood essence will consume my primal essence, but at least I can use the ice snow sword once. The shame that the Bai family has carried for 1,000 years, I must wash it away. Xiao Yun was walking along the high mountain path when he came across a special stone erected by the side of the road. On the stone were carved the words, "This generation, I will definitely become a sword master." Signed, Ao Wusong. He read the words and smiled with interest. The vice master of the Myriad Swords Villa, Ao Wusong, has been here. He's truly formidable. He's not as much of a cheater as I am. Water sword intent is also complete. The summit is getting closer. When I get the chance, I'll go find him to compete. He walked past the stone, his steps firm and confident, continuing towards the summit. At the sword pavilion, a place of elegance and tranquility, news had arrived, making the atmosphere tense. A group of people gathered in the courtyard to discuss the troublemaker, Xiao Yun. While Lang Xin had sent a message, saying that the descendant of the Dujio clan had appeared and was now climbing Sword God Mountain. Father, every generation of the Dujio clan has had outstanding talent. I wonder how far he can go. The master of the sword pavilion, Lei Zhan, smiled, somewhat disdaining Xiao Yun, and said, let's see. He's just emerged. Even if he's more heaven-defying, he's just. But he hadn't finished his sentence when his mouth dropped open. His face was filled with disbelief. This is impossible. How could he go there? At this moment, Xiao Yun was still walking steadily along the path, where the sword intent obstructed him. Phew, I finally made it. Xiao Yun successfully reached the summit of the Forbidden Mountain. Before him was a green meteorite radiating powerful energy. He stopped, his eyes fixed on the stone, which seemed to be the center of the mountain's power, then read the words inscribed on it. First ranked on the heaven list. The words left behind by the strongest sword saint, Lei Zhan. This is a true Emperor Scripture divine ability, Thundersword Classic. Looking throughout the world, only I, Lei Zhan, can climb to the summit of this mountain. This man's Thundersword intent is extraordinary. This Thundersword Classic is called the fastest in the world. Truly worthy of being the strongest sword saint today. Xiao Yun sat down in front of the stone, beginning to cultivate according to the instructions on the sacred stone. Lei Zhan's son hurriedly asked when he saw his father's strange expression, "Father, what's going on?" He raised his hand, releasing a screen showing a live image of Xiao Yun. You guys can watch for yourselves. The disciples gathered around him. They saw him on the summit and shouted, This is the summit of Sword God Mountain? How is this possible? He's reached the summit. Are the descendants of the Duju clan all demons? Not bad. This is the summit of Sword God Mountain. My sons, Jin Yi, Jin Jin San, you are all on the Zhan list. But his swordsmanship talent is countless times stronger than yours. Lei Zhan looked intently at the screen as he spoke to his disciples. Jian stepped forward and spoke. Master, did Senior Duju Jian also reach the summit of Sword God Mountain back then? He replied tensely, No, Duju Jian was only slightly stronger than you. He was still far from the summit. The disciples were both shocked and respectful. They discussed, this is too frightening. Truly admirable. Yes, after Du Jian, the Du Ju clan will lead another era. Someone, go tell Hua Langshen, we must befriend this person. The master of the sword pavilion. Lei Zhan quickly sent someone to deliver the message, afraid of missing a good opportunity. On the live screen, Xiaoyan stood near the stone and began writing something. The people at the sword pavilion had more to discuss. Father, look, he seems to want to leave some words too. He's so rude. What right does he have to leave words like master? Yes, he's overestimating himself. He doesn't know his place. Lei Zhan said calmly, without anger, no need to be angry. What he's writing isn't wrong at all. He has a right to be arrogant. And what Xiaoyan wrote on the stone was this. Dujutsu by, age 18. Well, it wasn't wrong at all. Xiaoyan found a dark cave that couldn't be seen from outside. He stood there curiously, thinking, I should go inside and take a look. The secret of Sword God Mountain must be inside. He decided to go in right away. He followed the stairs down, taking care to observe the cave carefully. Xiaoyan seemed to have seen something extraordinary deep inside the cave. His face became serious and solemn. A beautiful sword was radiating a magical light, like an endless Milky Way, in the cave. Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment, my goodness, this is an emperor weapon. A great emperor's sword. Strange, why didn't Lei Zhan take this sword back? After his astonishment, he wondered. Looking at the magnificent sword. A voice rang out, answering his question. Because he can't use the sword. Xiaoyan raised his guard and asked, who? Who's talking? It turned out to be a sword spirit, formed from the great emperor's sword, in the form of a girl. I'm talking to you. I'm the sword spirit of this sword. You're the 9th person to appear here. After all these years, I finally met a living person. I'm so happy. The 9th person. Besides Lei Zhan, there were others? They were great emperors? Xiaoyan asked his doubts and received her explanation. No, the first 7 were great emperors. Lei Zhan is also a true emperor. Only your strength is the weakest. You're too weak. A single breath could blow you away. Hearing this pathetic criticism, Xiaoyan was speechless, unable to utter a single word to refute the sword spirit. After a moment, ignoring the hurt in his heart, Xiaoyan asked, if that's the case, why didn't those great emperors take you with them? She said, those great emperors weren't compatible with my Tao. Using me would actually limit their strength. Besides, they already had their saint weapons, so they wouldn't need me. What about Lei Zhan? The sword spirit chuckled and replied, Lei Zhan is not bad, but his swordsmanship isn't compatible with my Tao. But, I feel that you are the most likely choice. Hearing this, Xiaoyan happily pointed at his face and proudly said, me? Is it because I'm handsome? The sword spirit quickly refuted that silly reason. Of course not. It's because you need to comprehend the 7 sword intents to refine me and take me with you. Lei Zhan only comprehended 1, but you've comprehended 5. So, which 2 are the remaining ones? Xiaoyan asked impatiently. She turned her face away, annoyed. How would I know? I was born not long ago. My mind is still blank. You figure it out yourself. Wait, why are you leaving already? You're going so fast. Stay and play a little. Lei Zhan is just like you, he says go, then he goes. Before the sword spirit's invitation. Xiaoyan turned around, his mood somewhat troubled, and responded, don't worry, I'll come get you after I comprehend the 2 sword intents. Hey, how could Lei Zhan not take this opportunity? Seeing an ownerless saint weapon and not taking it. Staying here would just be annoying. Xiaoyan was also very troubled and went down to the foot of the mountain. While Lang Xian saw him and happily raised his hand to greet him. Brother Dugu, you're finally down here. I've been waiting here. You're still here. Brother Hua, Xiaoyan, seeing that he was still waiting, curiously asked. He received his reply. Brother Dugu, I felt an instant connection when we met, so I've been waiting here. I'm a little curious. Where did you get to? Xiaoyan didn't hide it. If I told you I reached the summit, would you believe me? While Lang Xian feigned ignorance and replied, but I'm not sure I believe it. If Brother Dugu doesn't want to say, I won't ask. Reaching the summit? Brother Dugu is truly joking. Right, I'm staying here because I want to tell you. Bai Ping has prepared the arena in Sword City. He's waiting for you to fight him. While Lang Xian now seriously spoke about the main business. Xiaoyan, hearing this, said impatiently, I've seen his swordsmanship. He wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. I'm too lazy to fight him. While Lang Xian's face showed concern. Brother Dugu, Bai Peng has spread the news of his challenge throughout the eastern wilderness. Many sword cultivators have arrived in Sword City. If you don't go and fulfill your promise, it might affect the reputation of the Dugu clan. This human of mine doesn't like being forced. Right, have any of the top 5 on the Zan list have to watch? Xiaoyun changed his target and asked. He replied, yes, Jenner and Jian San of our sword pavilion are here. Could it be that Brother Dugu wants to? While Lang Xian's words trailed off as he secretly guessed his purpose in asking this question. Xiaoyun smiled confidently and replied, you guessed right. I'm too lazy to play with that Bai Peng. But Jenner and Jian San, they might be worth competing with. The two of them soared high, flying through the air towards the place where the battle would take place. Xiaoyun spoke excitedly, let's go, Brother Hua, to Sword City. At the place called Sword City, Bai Peng's subordinate came to report. Reporting to the Vice City Lord, we just received news that Dugu Chubai has come down from the mountain. He's flying towards Sword City. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and asked angrily, he finally came down? His subordinate added, Vice City Lord, you've been nurturing the sword with your blood essence for half a month, and it's already harmed your foundation. Even if you win against him, it'll be a lose-lose situation. Is it worth it? He looked at the sword and affirmed, for the glory of the Bai family, it's all worth it. Let's go, we'll wait for him at the arena. At the arena, in the city lord's mansion, countless people were packed into the stands. There are so many people. My word, it's rare for a descendant of the Dugu clan to emerge. We must go see it. Then everyone turned to look in one direction, where there was a commotion. Look, aren't those Jian'er and Jian San of the sword pavilion? They're here too. It seems the news is true. Are they about to fight? Aotian spoke, Jian'er, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Since Dugu Chubai hasn't arrived yet, how about we have a duel? What do you say? Unexpectedly, Jian San stood in front of Jian'er, frowning and said, Aotian, you're ranked below me. What right do you have to challenge my senior brother? Get past me first. Aotian readily agreed. Alright then. Take one of my swords. Come on. Immediately, the two clashed. The clash erupted with a loud bang. As he retreated, Jian San cursed, you scoundrel, that sword of yours is a weapon. Aotian arrogantly replied, those of us in the Myriad Swords Villa are all swordsmiths. This sword was forged by my own hand. I also nurtured it into a semi-sane weapon in the battlefield of the 10,000 demons. Why can't I use it? Jian'er spoke from the side. Aotian, your blood demon sword has been upgraded. You're truly worthy of fighting me. At this moment, Bai Peng arrived and intervened. Today is the day of my battle with the descendant of the Dugu clan. I ask that you all duel on another day. At this time, 2 more people arrived. Seeing this, Bai Peng smiled. Dugu Chubai, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Arriving, Xiaoyun coldly asked, who is Jian'er? Aotian saw him and was secretly astonished. Humph. Why does this guy look like the demon monk? And besides, didn't he challenge Bai Peng? Why is he looking for Jian'er? Jian'er stepped forward and asked, I am Jian'er. Do you have something for me, Brother Dugu? He pointed his sword forward and said with a smile, I've often heard Brother Hua mention your reputation. Now I've met you, I'd like to learn a thing or two. I hope Brother Jian'er will indulge me. Hua Lang Xian, standing beside him, widened his eyes. My gosh, when did I ever mention Jian'er's reputation to you? You had to bring me into this. Bai Peng, hearing this, was furious. Dugu Chubai, you dare to play me? He only sneered. Play you? You're overestimating yourself. Who are you? You want to challenge me? Have I agreed to your challenge? Then he said to Jian'er, Brother Jian'er, come on, he readily agreed. Alright, Brother Dugu, let's go. He quickly launched his attack. This attack was called the Earth Domination Fist. Wherever it went, cracks appeared. Jian'er dodged the Earth Domination Fist with his lightning flash sword intent, lightning step. Seeing this, he sneered, lightning step? You're not bad. Too bad, I know it too. He quickly arrived in front of Jian'er, using his old move. Thunder Sword Classic, lightning step. It took Jian'er by surprise. What? Then Xiaoyun decisively plunged his sword into the ground. One sword, earth shatters 9 continents. This caused the ground to shatter in many places, sending Jian'er flying into the air. Both Hua Lang Xian and Jian San were shocked. This is lightning step. He's already mastered it. The rest of the crowd buzzed with discussion. That's incredible. He sent Jian flying with one move. Jian is ranked 4th. The descendant of the Du clan is truly formidable. He asked, Brother Jian, are you ready to draw your sword? When Jian regained his balance, he said, okay. Brother Du, your talent is truly astounding. One sword, ice winds for 30,000 miles. Then he struck a blow. Thunderbolt slash. This move created a massive explosion. Hualang Xin wondered, how did Du Chubai learn our Thunder Sword Classic? Jin San said from the side, Master said that he left the Thunder Sword Classic on the summit of Sword God Mountain. Du Chubai saw it when he went up there. But I don't understand how he learned it so quickly. Hualang Xin, hearing this, silently understood. The summit. So everything Brother Du said was true. On Xiaoyun's side, he swung his sword towards Jian. Thunder God slash. Jian was astonished. How is this possible? Not only does he know lightning step, but he's also mastered the Thunder God slash. Another massive explosion occurred. The ground seemed to be breaking apart everywhere. After a while, the smoke cleared, revealing Jian struggling to stay upright on the ground. Jian San quickly rushed over. Senior brother, are you all right? Xiaoyun, standing to the side, assured him, don't worry, he's fine. When you go back, ask Senior Lei Zhan to guide you in releasing the thunder lightning in your body. With a few days of training, you'll be fine. Jian San thanked him. Thank you. You're welcome. Suddenly, another person rushed forward. Du Chubai. Take one of my swords. Ao Tian spoke from the side. Again, he's using blood essence to stimulate his saint weapon's power. What a piece of trash. Everyone suddenly became excited and shouted loudly. Is that a sword saint? Next, Du Chubai is done for. Bai Pang is truly a despicable villain. Yes, he's wielding a saint weapon and still attacking sneakily. How can he be stopped? At this moment, Xiaoyun just glared coldly and uttered, you dare to attack me sneakily? Then don't blame me for killing you. Bai Pang swung his sword unexpectedly towards Xiaoyun. Even though he was being attacked sneakily, how could our hero, Xiaoyun, be defeated? Xiaoyun calmly used his sword to block Bai Pang's attack. Unable to accept Bai Pang's dishonest actions, Xiaoyun felt extremely indignant. This time, Bai Pang is going to be getting a one-way ticket home twice a year. Xiaoyun glared at him. Bai Pang, you're asking for it. Then, Xiaoyun used his skillful techniques to counterattack. One sword, earth shatters 9 continents. One sword, 3 winds for 30,000 miles. One sword, raging wind, spiritual power. One sword, crimson flame, 9 layers of heaven. One sword, thunder breaks 5 peaks. In a moment, Xiaoyun had unleashed 5 sword intents. Everyone who witnessed this was astonished. Genius. Transcendent genius. Someone exclaimed, how did he master all of these? It seems his mastery of each sword intent is very high. He had only attacked sneakily once, but he was countered with 5 sword intents by Xiaoyun. Bai Pang's hand, holding the sword, couldn't withstand the attack. He was wounded and coughed up blood. He was so injured that he couldn't stand properly. He used his sword to support himself, preventing himself from collapsing. However, he still wasn't convinced. Although his mouth was full of blood, his eyes glared fiercely at Xiaoyun. Bai Pang stood up once again and attacked. Xiaoyun calmly countered him. The two masters' swords collided, creating a massive explosion. Bai Pang was stubborn, but he was still no match for Xiaoyun. He was constantly hit, his expression full of pain. He vomited more blood, his strength almost completely depleted. The chatter continued. The same weapon is broken too. His sword intent is so terrifying. This Du Chubai is too strong. Xiaoyun was preparing to unleash his final move. The aura from his sword was immense. He said to him, Bai Pang, your end is coming. Bai Pang, witnessing his own moment of life and death, couldn't accept reality. But he was still afraid. No, you can't kill me. Xiaoyun didn't allow this sneaky attacker to talk. He decided that he wouldn't let someone like Bai Pang live. He looked at him coldly, then swung his sword, ready to strike. You dare to kill me, then I dare to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyun swung his sword, striking directly at Bai Pang's head. Suddenly, a man appeared from nowhere and saved Bai Pang. This master was not to be trifled with. He only needed to use one hand to block Xiaoyun's attack. He sneered at Xiao Yun. You dare to kill someone in my sword city? You don't want to live anymore? The attack was blocked, causing rocks and dust to fly everywhere. Bai Peng, having been saved, flew over to whine. Father, father. The man reassured his son, don't be afraid, son. I'm here. No one can kill you. The onlookers were in an uproar, discussing amongst themselves. Some were worried for Xiao Yun, while others were dissatisfied with the man's actions. The city lord of Sword City, Bai Hong, has arrived. Next, Du Jiuqiu Bai won't be able to boast anymore. But the elder can't interfere with the affairs of the junior. Sword City has lost enough face already. Bai Hong ignored the gossip, his face thick with shamelessness. He drew a sword and pointed it at Xiao Yun, reprimanding him. This sword is to teach you a lesson. Since you've already lost face, then go all out. Don't stop halfway. Cripple this descendant of the Du Jiu clan first. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched his sword towards Xiao Yun, taking him by surprise. Xiao Yun was stunned, not by the unexpected attack, but by the shamelessness and sneaky behavior of the father and son. He frowned, looked at the city lord, and said, You want to cripple me? Too bad, I also have a little background. Then, without lifting a finger, Xiao Yun effortlessly neutralized the sword. Bai Hong was enraged by the move. He yelled at the outsiders, which Taoist dared to strike. This is Bai Hong, the city lord of Jiancheng. I beg you to give me some face and not interfere in our city's business. Xiao Yun chuckled at his request. He decided to materialize a giant hand. The two were dumbfounded. Xiao Yun scoffed at him. Face? Do you have any? You love to bully the weak, so I'll bully you back. The giant hand summoned by Xiao Yun stretched out, ready to crush these two despicable and treacherous father and son. Bai Hong was terrified by the scene before him. He realized he had messed with the wrong person. He humbled himself and pleaded with Xiao Yun, Senior, please calm down. I don't know how I have offended you, please be magnanimous. Bai Hong couldn't help but admire the expert. A saint, absolutely a saint. Suddenly, fireballs shot out from somewhere. They seemed to be intentionally blocking Xiao Yun's attack. Everyone was shocked. It was the Jiancheng's old lord. It was said that the old lord had been in seclusion and never left Jiancheng. No one expected him to become a saint. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Someone remarked, he was a swordsmanship prodigy back then. Becoming a saint was only a matter of time. The Jiancheng's old lord stood proudly in the air, surrounded by majestic fire elements, sword intent. He stood with his hands behind him, signaling his intention to reconcile with Xiao Yun. You must be the guardian of that little brat, Du Jiu. That rascal did something inappropriate. I will definitely punish him severely. Please calm down. Humph, a cold voice said, Du Jiu Jian died unexpectedly in Nanling. This time, the Du Jiu family definitely sent a protector. Jian San scoffed at the comical performance of the Jiancheng crowd. By family, what a bunch of fools. The old lord's intervention not only did not quell Xiao Yun's anger but instead added fuel to the fire. Xiao Yun was enraged. He didn't care if the person he was about to kill was a sneak attacker or an old lord. He roared angrily, what right do you have to tell me to calm down? If you don't follow the rules, why should I? The giant hand exuded immense power and might. Even the old lord of Jiancheng was terrified and horrified. The old lord knew he was no match for Xiao Yun. Death loomed over him. He stammered, you are a great saint. Please calm down. Then, bang, a earth-shattering tremor shook the ground. The entire Bai family, including both father and son, was wiped out. There were no survivors. Witnessing this horrifying massacre, the crowd erupted in chaos. Oh no! The old lord, Bai Hong, they're all dead. This is what happens when you seek death. They had no self-respect. They deserved to die. One palm to wipe out the Bai family. The Du Jiu family is truly powerful and intimidating. Only Bai Dang remained alive. He stealthily tried to escape but could not evade Xiao Yun's sword. Xiao Yun stabbed straight through Bai Dang's heart. Bai Dang was instantly killed by his own saint sword. The sword flew back to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun gained another prize. He was delighted. The Tao of the Yi Dao is sealed. The magic sword is too strange. This saint sword has become masterless. It's perfect for me. While Liang Xin, after watching the spectacular massacre, cheerfully walked up to Xiao Yun. Dujio brother, you've now ranked 4th on the Zhan ranking. He asked Xiao Yun if he had chosen his next challenger. Xiao Yun replied, I'm still waiting for you to guide me. While Liang Xin, after witnessing Xiao Yun's abilities, was completely convinced. You easily defeated Jianer and Jianyi, who are from the same lineage. He's probably not your match either. So, only Cao Wusong is left. However, Xiao Yun was no longer interested in those people. He said to Liang Xin, actually, I don't necessarily have to challenge those on the Jian ranking. I've mastered 5 types of sword intent. And I learned the Universe Sword Scripture and the Lightning Sword Scripture. Challenging those on the Jian ranking seems meaningless now. While Liang Xin understood Xiao Yun's words. He said to Xiao Yun, if that's the case, there's a great battle waiting for you. Do you know about Zhao Wuji from the Wanggu Holy Land? Xiao Yun recognized the name immediately. I know him. He's the one who possesses the Wanggu holy body. Zhao Wuji came to Donghuang to train. It seems he's become quite famous. While Liang Xin continued, in 7 days, Zhao Wuji will have a decisive battle with Yi Fei of the Yi family. He's the only one who possesses the supreme body of our Donghuang. The Zhanhuang immortal body. He said to Xiao Yun, if you're interested, you can go and watch the battle. Challenge the winner of those two. How could Xiao Yun possibly decline such a great opportunity? He couldn't wait any longer. Alright, let's go. While Liang Xin flew after him. In Yi City, where Zhao Wuji's opponent, Yi Fei, resided. Yi Fei stepped out of his house. Yi Jian, upon seeing him, greeted him with joy. Phew, Fei Jia, you're finally out of seclusion. Yi Jian continued with a smile. Otherwise, people might think our Yi family isn't brave enough to accept the challenge from the Wanggu Holy Land's Zhao Wuji. Hearing the name Zhao Wuji, Yi Fei felt a sense of familiarity. He asked Yi Jian, Wanggu Holy Land's Zhao Wuji, the supreme body who was defeated by that expert Xiao Yun. He's come to Donghuang. Yi Jian confirmed, yes, he sent a challenge letter. Requesting you to accept it personally. He handed the challenge letter from Zhao Wuji to Yi Fei. Yi Jian continued, Wuji also said he wanted to fight you in 7 days. The location is your choice. Yi Fei calmly received the letter. Okay, let me see. He suddenly remembered something and asked Yi Jian. Right, before I went into seclusion. Didn't Bai Dang want to fight the successor of the Durjiyu family? Who won? Upon hearing this, Yi Jian's spirit sank. He expressed his disappointment and recounted the incident to Yi Fei. Bai Dang was such a fool. He was toyed with by Durjiyu Unbeatable. That's right, Durjiyu Unbeatable's guardian wiped out the entire Bai family with one palm. Now, all of Donghuang supports the Durjiyu family. The Bai family died a wrongful death and was even insulted. Hearing the story, Yi Fei smiled and replied. Audaciously breaking the rules. The Bai family is to blame for their own misfortune. Yi Fei held the letter and as he opened it, a powerful beam of light suddenly emerged. The light transformed into a tall, gigantic figure radiating immense power. They were both stunned. Will to fight text? Zhao Wuji's will, infused into the letter, was incredibly powerful. It swung a fist towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block. Their fists collided, creating a loud explosion. The will to fight text exploded into dust after the punch. But it still unintentionally knocked away Yi Jian, who was standing nearby. Yi Jian quickly used his leg to stabilize himself. He was incredibly surprised. Just a single character, and it already has such power? The damage from the punch was a severely cracked floor. Receiving this gift from Zhao Wuji, Yi Fei was even more excited. He praised Wuji, this Zhao Wuji is truly extraordinary. His fighting strength is probably not below mine. He called to Yi Jian, telling him to relay his message. 7 days from now, Yi Fei will battle Zhao Wuji at Fei Jian's stage. Yi Jian received the order and promptly obeyed. 6 days later, at Yi City's Tiandi Manor, Xiao Yun and Hua Longxin had arrived. Longxin greeted Xiao Yun with excitement. Du Jiu brother, you're finally here. Everyone's waiting for you. Hearing that everyone was waiting, Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement. He said to Longxin, I had some things to attend to and had to go into seclusion for a few days. I kept everyone waiting. Though he appeared calm, Xiao Yun was actually quite pleased because he had spent nearly 6 days refining the ice and snow sword. It was worth it, though. The ice and snow sword has greatly increased his fighting strength. They both entered the waiting room. Hua Longxin invited Xiao Yun to enter first. Du Jiu brother, please enter. Tomorrow is the day of the decisive battle between Dongwuan's Soul Supreme Body, Hefei. Such a major event cannot be missed. All of Dongwuan's young talents are here. Only Du Jiu brother is missing. Hua Longxin entered the room and introduced Xiao Yun to everyone. I've kept you all waiting. This is my friend, Hua Longxin, and also a friend of the Jian family, Du Jiu Unbeatable. Xiao Yun greeted everyone in the room. Upon seeing the expert who had wiped out the entire Bai family, everyone was stunned. He is Du Jiu Unbeatable, the one who ranked 4th on the Zhan ranking. No one has done this before. Even Du Jiu Jian back then was not as impressive. Jian Yi bowed to Xiao Yun, this is Jian Yi. I pay my respects to Du Jiu brother. Xiao Yun returned the courtesy, this is Du Jiu Unbeatable. Your reputation, Jian Yi, is well known. You are a true expert ranked 2nd on the Zhan ranking. Jian Yi, upon hearing this, humbly replied, Du Jiu brother, you flatter me. While everyone was still welcoming the newly arrived Xiao Yun, a voice rang out, it was the first ranked on the Zhan ranking, Gao Wusong. He cheerfully suggested to the others in the room. It's not very exciting to just drink like this. How about we play a game? Those in the room found it a bit interesting. Yes, it is quite boring. Gao brother, how do you want to play? Do you want to spar? Everyone here is a genius. However, some people held back. It's fun like this, fighting and killing isn't good either. Gao Wusong, however, clarified to everyone, today's not for sparring. The main event is Jiao Wuji and Yifei. We should avoid showing off our flaws. He pointed his wine cup and continued. However, it's rare for everyone to gather in one place, and we are all swordsmanship geniuses. I propose we play Sword Feast. Everyone in the room agreed to organize the game according to Jiao Wusong's idea to relieve their boredom. Yijian asked, how do we play Sword Feast? Wusong chuckled and said, I'll demonstrate. You'll understand immediately. Wei Longxin didn't trust this brother very much. He whispered to Xiao Yun. Du Jiu brother, this is the first ranked on the Zhan ranking, Jiao Wusong. I suspect he's aiming at you with this game. Xiao Yun was a bit surprised. Me? Longxin continued. Yes, everyone is saying you're stronger than him now. Though he heard Longxin's words, Xiao Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. He calmly said to Longxin, though it might sound arrogant. I feel I'm truly stronger than him. While Longxin and Xiao Yun were chatting, Jiao Wusong demonstrated his move. He channeled a bit of his energy into the wine cup. After infusing the wine cup with qi, Wusong launched it directly at Yijian. He didn't forget to invite Yijian, brother, I offer you this toast. Yijian, upon seeing the game Jiao Wusong had set up, was a bit interested in this game. So, this is Sword Feast. It's interesting. Yijian remained calm, but the reactions of those around him were quite different. They exclaimed in panic, he infused the wine cup with sword intent. This wine cup is not easy to drink. Yijian first needs to dissolve the sword intent, but he can't use too much force, or the wine cup will shatter. He needs to get the force just right, or the wine will spill. Despite the buzz of discussion around him, Yijian maintained his composure in the face of Wusong's wine cup. He gently raised his hand, using his qi to encircle the wine cup and erode the sword intent. Those watching gasped in admiration. Such a skillful technique. Yes, using spinning force to erode the sword intent. That way, the wine cup won't shatter. Clever. After dissolving the sword intent on the wine cup, Yijian calmly picked it up. Thank you for the toast, Gao brother. Yijian raised the wine cup to express his gratitude to Wusong. You're too kind, brother. Gao Wusong replied cheerfully, tilting his head. However, in his heart, he was still not satisfied with the technique. Yijian caught the wine cup, but his technique relied too much on luck, it's quite disappointing. It was Xiao Yun's turn. Gao Wusong used the same trick, holding up the wine cup to offer it to Xiao Yun. Jian Yi is an old friend. Du Jiu brother, this is our first meeting, so let me offer you this second cup first. Though Xiao Yun agreed, he remembered Longxin's warning and was very cautious. It seemed like Xiao Yun would use the same technique as Yijian. But Gao Wusong had already anticipated this. After using sword intent to offer the wine, he said to Xiao Yun, Du Jiu brother, having just emerged, you stunned the world. You must have new techniques. The others were stunned. This Gao Wusong is so cunning. First, he blocks Du Jiu Unbeatable's loophole. His technique is so low. He wouldn't have used it if he hadn't said anything. Du Jiu Unbeatable is in trouble. As the wine cup drew nearer, everyone else became increasingly worried for Xiao Yun. Only Xiao Yun remained calm and collected. They saw Xiao Yun didn't do anything and became even more anxious. Why isn't Du Jiu Unbeatable moving? Hasn't he figured out a solution? It's so strange. He can't just stand there and do nothing. Suddenly, something unexpected happened that made Hua Longxin gape in astonishment. On Xiao Yun's side, he also made his move. He gently opened his mouth wide. He then used a single breath to suck up every drop of wine from the cup. He had not only avoided using Yi Jian's technique but also defused Gao Wusong's challenge. Xiao Yun calmly sipped the wine he had just sucked up. The wine cup was empty, and the sword intent was dissolved, so it fell. Xiao Yun gently caught the cup. With a proud smile, Xiao Yun returned the wine cup to Gao Wusong. Delicious wine, thank you, Gao brother. Everyone watching was stunned by this scene. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed, and they started discussing. He swallowed it. He swallowed it. Unbelievable. Du Jiu brother just swallowed Gao brother's sword intent. Sword intents of different types repel each other. It's impossible to survive without serious injury. But it seems like Du Jiu brother is perfectly fine. Even Yi Jian was astonished. Thinking about his own clumsy technique earlier, he clasped his hands together, vowing in admiration to Du Jiu Unbeatable. Du Jiu brother, your divine powers are unfathomable. I'm ashamed. Seeing this, Du Jiu Unbeatable humbly replied. Yi brother, you flatter me. Jian couldn't help but praise. The Du Jiu family is truly a family of sword saints. Their successors in each generation are astonishing. The others in the room also expressed their admiration for Du Jiu Unbeatable. Yes, truly extraordinary. We've learned a lot today. Gao Wusong, with his hand clenched into a fist before his chest, ran happily to Du Jiu Unbeatable, praising him. Du Jiu brother, you're truly incredible. I hope I have a chance to spar with you in the future. Du Jiu Unbeatable saw this and felt a sense of familiarity. He was a bit surprised by Gao Wusong's actions and replied. If Gao brother is willing, I'm always available. In his heart, he thought, another fool just like Zhao Wuji. Gao Wusong seemed to have achieved his goal. He threw a yellow card towards Du Jiu Unbeatable and smiled. Excellent. This is an invitation to the sword gathering. 1 month from now, our Wanjian Mountain Villa will host a new sword gathering. Swordsmanship geniuses from all over the world will gather. Please grace us with your presence, Du Jiu brother. Du Jiu Unbeatable instantly caught the card and replied. Gao brother, you're too kind. I'll definitely attend. He thought to himself, this sword gathering has been famous for a long time. I can't miss it if I have the opportunity. Gao Wusong raised both hands and declared. Du Jiu brother has already revealed his technique. I see that everyone has lost interest in playing Sword Feast. I declare the game over. Let's drink. Hua Longxin turned to Jian and asked, Jian. Gu. Why did Yifei choose to fight at Feitian stage? It's not an ordinary place. Isn't he worried that something unexpected might happen? Jian seriously pondered and expressed his concern. I find it odd too. I heard that it's the place where 2 Yi family great emperors ascended to heaven. Some people have achieved fortune there, while others died, and some even went mad. Why choose that place? Yi Jian spread his hand, wanting to say something. He looked at Hua Longxin and Jian, who were searching for an answer. He smiled and explained, those are just rumors. Actually, there's only the fortune that the 2 great emperors left behind on Feitian stage. Those with strong talent will gain a great harvest. Those with extreme personalities are prone to becoming obsessed or even die. Quote. Du Gu Unbeatable Xiao Yun, standing nearby and listening in, crossed his arms and chimed in, it seems like this Yifei of the Yi family is truly extraordinary. I'm guessing he wants to push himself to the limit. He wants to obtain some kind of fortune from Feitian stage, allowing him to advance even further. Though he praised him, he thought to himself, these geniuses are all a bunch of lunatics. The scene shifts to Tiandi Mountain. The scenery is serene, with bright sunlight bathing the hills and trees. An elder stood beside Yifei, who was sitting in meditation. He asked, Yifei, why did you choose to fight Zhao Wuji at Feitian stage? Yifei continued to close his eyes and meditate, his powerful qi surrounding him. He calmly replied, respected third elder, I read in an ancient text that fighting at the place with the deepest great emperor Tao fortune might trigger a Tao tribulation. It could lead to immense gains. My path of righteousness will also become smoother. The third elder was astonished. He reminded him, I've never heard of such a thing. It's just based on rumors. What if you get it wrong? That would be dangerous. Ife stood up, straightening his body, his hand clenched into a fist. He looked determinedly at the third elder and replied. Only tomorrow will we know. The path of righteousness never comes with safety. So, I must bravely move forward. The next day, at Feitian Stage, a place that resembles a meteorite that was about to crash into the ground. Except it's suspended in midair. The warm and bright sunlight bathed the entire landscape. Below the platform, countless people from all over had gathered. Their voices echoing in a cacophony. Of course, Dujio Unbeatable was there. He stood proudly with his arms crossed, beside Hua Longxin, wearing a mask that covered half of his face and eyes. Hua Longxin couldn't help but ask him curiously. Why are you wearing a mask today, Dujio brother? Dujio Unbeatable furrowed his brows and glanced at him. Simply replying, I like it. Hua Longxin was taken aback by this response. He was a little tipsy and could only chuckle and think. Dujio brother is truly inscrutable. A spark flickered in Dujio Unbeatable's eyes. He thought to himself, if I didn't wear a mask, that Jiuwuji might see it. Who knows what would happen? Hua Longxin looked up and shouted. Dujio brother, look. The two peerless geniuses with the supreme bodies are here. Dujio Unbeatable also turned his gaze in that direction. Two figures appeared in the sky. Ife and Jiuwuji, facing each other, preparing for the decisive battle. Both exuded powerful qi, enveloping their bodies. Ife smiled and spoke first, Jiu brother, you traveled thousands of miles from Jiangsu. Today, I will not disappoint you. Jiuwuji clenched his fist, looked at his opponent, and replied, good. Jiuwuji was ready. He raised his fist, his mental power growing even stronger. He roared, come on, Ife brother. Ife also opened his eyes, preparing to unleash his move. He replied, all right. Their strikes collided, their power almost equal. The destructive force was unbelievable. Dujio Unbeatable watched from the side, his expression a mix of worry and contemplation. Many divine senses are focused here. There are quite a few saints too. It seems the E family values Ife. They probably don't know I killed Idadeo. Below, the crowd roared, the supreme bodies are truly powerful. Yes, such a gap. It's impossible to bridge that gap in the future. But the important thing is, their supreme bodies are also very hardworking. Yes, especially the great emperor lineage. They have special advantages. What kind of advantage? Ngu Wusong just smiled and replied, you'll find out soon enough. Ife spread his hand, creating swirling vortexes of qi. His eyes focused intensely. The vortexes expanded, carrying immense power. He unleashed the move, Old Heaven Hand, towards Jiaowuji. A earth-shattering attack erupted from Ifei's position. Black smoke billowed, engulfing the entire arena. Those watching were again incredibly surprised. They continued to shout their commentary on the match. Old Heaven Hand, isn't that the great divine art created by the Yi family's Old Heaven Great Emperor? Yes, but only those of the transcendent realm or above can cultivate it. Unless he's like the soul refiner and inherited this divine art from a lineage. Dugu Unbeatable clenched his fist, wondering. What kind of soul beast did Ife refine to acquire Old Heaven Hand? My chaotic fist is inherited from the semi-chaotic body. Ejian replied, Dugu brother, you don't know. The successors of the great emperor lineages can acquire their divine arts without relying on soul beasts. We can refine our own bloodlines and obtain the divine arts from our great emperor bloodline. Dugu Unbeatable seemed to understand. He chuckled and said, there's such a thing? The great emperor divine arts are far stronger than divine arts acquired through refining soul beasts. So, aren't the descendants of the great emperor lineage incredibly powerful? This is similar to my own self-refinement. Only those with great emperor bloodlines can achieve this. While Longxin stroked his chin, smiling with narrowed eyes. I'm truly in awe of the great emperor lineage. Dugu Unbeatable and Ejian turned to look at him. Ejian replied, don't say that. Actually, most of our great emperor lineage still refine soul beasts. The ability to awaken the great emperor divine arts depends on the purity of their bloodline. If the awakening fails, they can only follow the path of refining soul beasts. While Longxin lowered his head and turned to Dugu Unbeatable, so that's how it is. It seems that Yifei's bloodline is very pure. Zhao Wuji is probably going to lose for sure. Du Gu Unbeatable closed his eyes, his face expressing disapproval. I don't think so. The outcome is still uncertain. Zhao Wuji's attack pierced through and shattered Yifei's old heaven hand. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists and summoned a spirit beast. A giant, red-eyed multi-legged spirit beast appeared behind him, bearing its fangs and claws. The crowd erupted again. This is Huang Jinyi, the 10-strong spirit beast. Its battle intent is incredibly strong. It's a perfect match for Zhao Wuji's battle body. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists and shouted. A surge of mental power surrounded him. Boom! An explosion. Zhao Wuji's power burst forth. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. He transformed into a different form. Red eyes, red armor, yellow skin, hair slicked back, fist raised. He shouted, "Come on, Yifei." Yifei spread his arms wide, his eyes and body turned yellow. The chi surrounding him also turned yellow. A white ring formed in front of him. He roared, "Hi!" Another explosion occurred. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the scene. There was an explosion on the ground, but an arrow shot up into the sky. A shirtless man with purple hair spread his arms. A longbow suddenly appeared behind him, emitting green chi. Hua Lianxin looked up and asked with an open mouth. What is this? The crowd shouted, "This aura seems like a god." Du Jiao Unbeatable couldn't believe his eyes. He thought, Fei Ti on stage is truly strange. Yi Jian was also astonished and guessed, is this perhaps old heaven ancestor? The saint ancestor, with his white hair and beard, wearing a purple robe, suddenly appeared from a large vortex in the sky. He reassured those below the platform, "Don't panic. This is a Tao tribulation. It only has a chance of appearing in places with the densest great emperor aura." Yi Jian immediately bowed, clasping his hands together. The saint ancestor turned and said, "Little Jian, there's no need for formality." Hua Lianxin asked curiously, "I've heard of heavenly tribulations, but I've never heard of Tao tribulations. What does this Tao tribulation do?" The saint ancestor smiled and explained. Tao tribulation is actually a test from the great emperor to the extraordinary geniuses. Those who fail will die. Those who pass can obtain a portion of the great emperor's Tao fortune. Their chances of becoming a great emperor will increase dramatically. But the prerequisite is they must defeat the great emperor's Tao body. Upon hearing this, the crowd started discussing again. Tao fortune. Chances of becoming a great emperor increase dramatically? This is absolutely a great fortune. Yes, it's an incredible opportunity. Du Gu Unbeatable felt a bit confused and asked, "Senior, is this great emperor Tao divine art from before they became emperors or after?" Hua Lianxin also found it unreasonable. He added, "Yes, before becoming an emperor is still possible. But if it's after becoming an emperor, then they'd be invincible. How can they possibly resist?" Du Gu Unbeatable looked unexpectedly, waiting for the answer. The old saint ancestor replied, "Do you think Tao fortune is easy to obtain? Of course, this Tao body is after becoming an emperor. However, Tao tribulations can allow a maximum of 9 people to experience it simultaneously. I'm here to invite you all to help." Those present quickly declined. "If we fail to pass Tao tribulation, we'll die. That's not something I can do." "I feel the same. It's too dangerous." "Yes, it's unnecessary. To be honest, even if I had Tao fortune, it would be very difficult to become a great emperor." The old saint ancestor tried to persuade them. "Our family will not let you all assist in vain. If you agree to help, you can obtain a great saint-level sword cultivation technique. What do you say?" A few people became interested. Great saint-level cultivation technique? You're being generous. Yes, this opportunity is rare. But the price is our lives. Du Jiao Unbeatable, with a very serious expression, started calculating and speculating. He silently said to himself, "I want to obtain the holy weapon on Jianshan Mountain. I'm still missing 2 types of sword intent. The Yi family is the ruler of Donghuang. They produced 2 great emperors. Their cultivation techniques might." Ngao Tian crossed his arms and said resolutely, "Senior, I agree to help." Ngao Wusong worriedly confirmed with Ngao Tian. "Are you sure?" Ngao Tian insisted. "A swordsman would rather die than surrender. We must bravely move forward." A portion of Tao fortune. Even if I don't become a great emperor, I can still become a sword saint. The old saint ancestor praised him and added, excellent. I need to clarify something. Tao fortune represents fate and luck. With Tao fortune, I won't say you'll definitely become an emperor. But it will be much easier to become a sword saint or a saint. Some people agreed. It's not bad to become a saint in this life. Becoming a saint is a long journey. And with luck, we might actually be able to get closer. The value of this Tao fortune is truly immense. Ngao Wusong raised his hand and volunteered. Ngao Wusong is willing to help. A person beside him also chimed in, and she showers with you. The old saint ancestor was pleased. Good. Du Ji Yu Xiaoyu, what about you? Jian Yi's group has a teacher like Lei Zhan, so they wouldn't care about this small benefit. Du Ji Yu Unbeatable might be able to grab a chance. Du Ji Yu Unbeatable negotiated. Senior, I can help, but I don't need the great saint level cultivation technique. I need 30 saint level sword cultivation techniques, your choice. The old saint ancestor replied, 30 is too much. Our family has a total of 23 saint level sword cultivation techniques. Du Ji Yu Unbeatable asked in doubt, 23? Hua Longxin, who was standing beside him, whispered, Du Ji Yu brother, 23 is probably the Yi family's limit. After all, the Yi family isn't a swordsmanship family. Du Ji Yu Unbeatable thought about it and agreed. He agreed, alright. The old ancestor added, if that's the case, Du Ji Yu Xiaoyu and those who are prepared to participate, get ready. Once Yi Fei and Zhao Woji can't hold on, we'll immediately intervene. Yi Yun and Yi Feng walked towards the saint ancestor, clasping their hands together. They said. Yi Yun pays his respects to the saint ancestor. Yi Feng pays his respects to the saint ancestor. The old saint ancestor took out 2 pills and gave them to Yi Yun and Yi Feng. These are soul cleansing pills. They'll cleanse your cultivation to the awakening realm. You'll join the battle soon. After the battle, I'll give each of you a holy weapon. The 2 of them replied in unison, yes. Some people looked up at the glowing place above and discussed. The Yi family is willing to let their 2 exceptional sons drop a realm to experience Tao tribulation. That's bold. Yes, they're known as the unrivaled wind and cloud twins. They once swept through Dan Huang. It's a good thing it's old Heaven Great Emperor's Tao body. If it was Etnd, even with this, it would be very difficult. The person with purple hair and green chi was old Heaven Great Emperor. He transformed into a giant, his powerful chi radiating from his entire body. He stood in front of Yi Fei and Zhao Woji, roaring 9 heavens, 10 earths. Only I am supreme. One hand old Heaven invincible in the world. Even Zhao Woji couldn't withstand this aura and had to exclaim powerful. Yi Fei clenched his fists and exclaimed, is this the power of a great emperor? The support team, including Du Jiu Unbeatable, Yi Jian, Gao Wusong, and the others quickly assembled. They were also astonished. Is this what a great emperor is like? An awakened Tao body is already so powerful. It's terrifying. Du Jiu Unbeatable looked at the great emperor, his eyes filled with determination. He said, in this life, I must become a great emperor. The aura behind old Heaven Great Emperor turned red. He stood in front of Yi Fei and Zhao Woji and said, my descendants, huh? And a Wangu holy body. 2 Wangu holy bodies. No wonder they can compete with the Zhan Huang immortal body who has awakened a great divine art. He then opened his eyes, his gaze cold and threatening. He continued, make your move. Under doubt tribulation, I won't hold back. Use all your strength. Otherwise, you'll die. Yi Fei lowered his head, a sense of guilt on his face. He said to Zhao Woji, Zhao brother, make your move. I took advantage of you. But even if I had told you beforehand, you wouldn't have missed this opportunity. Zhao Wuji stood with his hands on his hips. He didn't blame Yi Fei and replied to be able to battle on par with a great emperor. Death is no regret. Then the 2 of them jumped and flew towards Old Heaven's Tao body, shouting a resolute word fight. Old Heaven Great Emperor merely glanced at them, a spark in his eyes. He snorted. The chief from his gaze caused a few people to kneel. Du Jiu Unbeatable stood beside Gao Wusong and 11 Xiao saying, this is Emperor's might. One glance and many of the origin realm have knelt. Old Heaven Ancestor unleashed his move. A giant hand slammed toward Yi Fei and Zhao Wuji. The attack had immense destructive power, causing the ground to tremble and rocks to explode, flying everywhere. The old saint ancestor appeared in front of Old Heaven Great Emperor. Raising his hand to command, Yi Feng, Yi Yun, Yi Jian go together. Gao Wusong, Gao Tian, 11 Xiao, Du Jiu Xiaoyu, prepare yourselves. The support team shouted in unison. Yes. Du Jiu Unbeatable looked on and said, this Yi family's saint ancestor is truly cunning. Not missing any opportunity that benefits the Yi family. Yi Yun, Yi Feng, and Yi Jian holding their swords, charged forward, roaring, kill. Du Jiu Unbeatable stood with his arms crossed, calmly commenting, these Yi Feng and Yi Yun are quite interesting. Their individual strength isn't considered peak, but working together. They're not weaker than Yi Fei and Zhao Wuji. Gao Wusong, standing beside him, furrowed his brows and replied. They're blood brothers, cultivated by the Yi family since childhood. Their coordination is exceptional, so they're known as the unrivaled wind and cloud twins. Du Jiu Unbeatable chuckled and said, it's a pity, they still won't be able to resist. Seeing the situation wasn't good, the Yi family's old saint ancestor turned and spoke. Young masters, you all go too. Du Jiu Unbeatable and the others joined the battle. He said, to be able to fight on par with a great emperor, death is no regret. Gao Wusong, holding his sword, echoed, in this life, this battle is enough. Shi Shao roared and charged with all his strength, kill. 9 people, determined to fight and win, charged towards Old Heaven Great Emperor. Below, those watching were incredibly surprised and shouted. The geniuses on the Jin ranking are also making their move. What a spectacular battle. We never expected it to turn out like this. Yi Fei spoke, Zhao brother, everyone, please buy me some time. Yi Jian replied, okay. Du Jiu Unbeatable was a little surprised by Yi Fei's actions. He was curious and his expression showed confusion. Does this Yi Fei have a powerful trick up his sleeve? The others around them charged forward, fighting against the great emperor. Yi Fei retreated, taking the opportunity to create the Heaven Emperor seal. Xiao Yun observed the seal formation in thought and surprise. What kind of divine art is this? It takes so long. However, its aura is incredibly powerful. Yi Fei focused all his power into the seal, shouting and reminding everyone move back a bit. Seeing the seal, his fellow disciples were shocked. They muttered Heaven Emperor seal. Yi Fei has cultivated the Heaven Emperor seal. The supreme body is truly disheartening. The great emperor was also cautious. He created 2 giant hands to carefully block the attack of the seal. Boom, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky. The immense aura of the 2 attacks caused everyone around to be knocked back. Zhao Wuji walked over to Yi Fei and shouted. You've mastered 2 great divine arts. Yi Fei didn't bother to explain. He just said, now is not the time to discuss this. Let's attack with all our strength. The great emperor flew up to face them. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji shouted, go. Yi Fei also said, kill. The great emperor looked at Yi Fei, evaluating the previous attack. He said, to be able to master the divine art of the Yi Great Emperor is truly astonishing. But unfortunately, you have not attained Tao enlightenment. So, you're ultimately lacking. After saying that, he used a single move that caused both Yi Fei and Zhao Wuji to be knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The Saint Ancestor looked worriedly at Du Jiu Unbeatable and said, Du Jiu Unbeatable, hurry and make your move. Du Jiu Unbeatable smirked and agreed, all right. As soon as Du Jiu Unbeatable finished speaking, he charged forward, using his ultimate moves in succession. Sword Earth Shakes, 9 continents. 1 sword, Furious Wind, Sweet Spirit. 1 sword, Ice Seals, 30,000 miles. 1 sword, Crimson Sphere, 9 heavens. 1 sword, Lightning Thunder, breaks 5 peaks. All those ultimate moves were unleashed simultaneously, merging into one giant sword. The sword, brimming with unstoppable power, flew straight toward the great emperor. He saw this and said excitedly, very good. Those watching below saw Xiaoyun's incredible power and exclaimed in amazement, powerful. Freak. Du Jiu Unbeatable is too strong. Gao Wusong also gaped, thinking silently, ridiculous, I tried to probe him earlier. While Longxin also gaped in astonishment. Du Jiu brother can actually stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi Fei and Zhao Wuji. It's truly incredible. He's only just emerged. The brown-haired boy also said, this person's swordsmanship talent surpasses even Du Jiu Jian, Sr. This is the true strength of those who have climbed to the summit of Jianshan Mountain. Up there, Xiaoyun continued to use Lightning God Slash. His entire body radiated an intimidating aura. Zhao Wuji looked at him, feeling a sense of familiarity. He thought to himself, why do I feel like I've seen this guy before? Then, he asked, who are you? Xiao Yun responded without hesitation, none of your business. Zhao Wuji was dumbfounded by the blunt answer. Yi Fei, who was using the Heaven Emperor seal, urged Zhao Wuji, Zhao brother, don't bother with him. Experiencing the tribulation is more important. Zhao Wuji didn't hesitate, replying, all right. Then, he used Battle God Fist to advance. All the attacks, Heaven Emperor Seal, Battle God Fist, and Lightning God Slash, simultaneously charged towards the Great Emperor. He was carelessly grazed by Xiao Yun's Lightning God Slash, injuring his side. Seeing this, those around him seized the opportunity and shouted. Everyone, seize the opportunity to attack. Yes, kill him. Go. The three, Xiao Yun, who were standing in front, surrounded the Great Emperor. The others quickly used their ultimate moves to provide support. Seeing the situation wasn't good, the Great Emperor thought to himself, this won't do. First, I need to deal with those lackeys. Then, he used a giant hand and unleashed a palm strike, causing Yi Jian and the others to be severely injured and spit out mouthfuls of fresh blood. They fell one by one. They lay on the ground, severely injured, powerless. They said, we've already been eliminated. We're not willing to accept it. Just look, those three freaks are too strong. The Great Emperor is too powerful, there's nothing we can do. What I don't understand is why Du Jiu Unbeatable knows the techniques of the Jian family's Lei Zhan. I also find that strange. Up there, the three, Xiao Yun, were still madly surrounding the Great Emperor, attacking him. Below, someone exclaimed, this world has so many supreme bodies. And there are prodigies like Du Jiu Unbeatable and Xiao Yun. It's our misfortune. The saint beside him replied, you're not wrong. Our origins are not something we can choose, but we can carve our own paths in life. The brown-haired boy added, yes, but as long as we work hard, this life won't be wasted. The battle has reached a critical juncture. I wonder if the three of them can win. At this moment, Yi Fei was struck by the Great Emperor's giant hand. He fell from the sky. As he fell to the ground, the Great Emperor used his giant foot to try and crush Yi Fei. Fortunately, Xiao Yun intervened. The Great Emperor opened his eyes wide and shot out two beams of energy, aiming directly at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun nimbly dodged his attack. Seeing how easily he dodged his attacks, the Great Emperor thought to himself. He's truly difficult to deal with. Over here, Xiao Yun gripped his sword tightly, his entire body radiating power. He said to Yi Fei and Zhao Wuji, this guy is at the end of his strength. You two need to recover quickly. I'll hold him off for a bit, give him a final blow. Hearing Xiao Yun's arrogant words, the Great Emperor glanced at him with disdain and asked, hold me off. Do you think you can? Then, the Great Emperor used his giant fist to attack Xiao Yun. Yi Fei also charged forward, using lightning electric clone. Those watching below were shocked by the incredible scene. They exclaimed, Du Jiu Unbeatable is truly overpowered. His final blow, hopefully, they can win. It's truly a heart-pounding battle. The Great Emperor is truly terrifying. Yi Fei unleashed his Battle God Fist towards Old Heaven Great Emperor. After enduring Heaven Emperor Seal and Lightning God Slash, he hoped to finish it off and shouted, watch my final blow. At the same time, the Great Emperor didn't let himself be intimidated and instantly punched Yi Fei in the stomach, taking the full force of the blow. Blood splattered from his belly. Leave it to you guys. Yi Fei roared, the violent energy flung Yi Fei backward. He also spat blood. Immediately, not giving the Great Emperor a chance to recover. Zhao Wuji charged forward and punched the Great Emperor in the shoulder, striking a fiery blow. Now, he shouted, and he dared to use himself as a shield, wrapping his arms around the Great Emperor. Xiao Yun below chuckled slyly. Zhao Wuji is a mad dog in battle. Looks like I'll have to use my true trump card. Not letting Zhao Wuji be entangled for long, Xiao Yun instantly soared into the air. He summoned a dark red sword. He raised it, and instantly lightning bolts coalesced with the sword. He shouted and used Lightning God Slash. Right in front of the Great Emperor, who was still in shock. He looked up and silently watched as Xiao Yun's sword descended. That moment, as if realizing something, he gasped, chaos, a deafening sound echoed. As soon as he uttered those two words, the dark red blade slashed fiercely down onto his head. A loud bang echoed. The pressure from the powerful move caused it to instantly explode. After the battle, the sky gradually revealed rays of life. Zhao Wuji, exhausted, fell beside where Xiao Yun stood. Xiao Yun, holding the sword, thought thoughtfully. No wonder he's a great emperor. I used the power of the chaotic body, and he detected it. Fortunately, he didn't have time to say anything. Finally, the sky brightened, and the dark clouds dissipated. The Saint Ancestor couldn't help but exclaim. Phew, truly three extraordinary prodigies. The people around them gradually realized and shouted, they won. They won. Streams of light descended from the sky, gathering and then transmitting to those lying on the ground. Even Xiao Yun, who was standing upright, received this energy. The next moment, they all sat up straight, their minds absorbing those essences. The disciples behind them exclaimed in amazement, is this Tao Fortune? The aura is truly powerful. We're in awe of them. Suddenly, someone asked, but what exactly does Tao Fortune do? Hearing this, the Saint Ancestor immediately explained. He looked towards the scene that was unfolding and replied. Old Heaven Great Emperor's Tao Fortune has 5 benefits. First, it can be used to comprehend and cultivate his cultivation techniques or divine arts. Second, it can be used to comprehend other cultivation techniques or divine arts. Third, it can be used to increase cultivation. Fourth, it can be absorbed by holy weapons, increasing their potential and level. Fifth, no matter what path you choose, it brings good fortune. Someone else was confused. What exactly is good fortune? The Saint Ancestor continued to explain. Good fortune is a bit ethereal and vague. You can understand it as luck, which can lead to an unexpected encounter. Finally understanding, they continued to praise and discuss, wow, so many benefits. Someone commented, however, choosing is easy. You definitely have to comprehend cultivation techniques and divine arts. Another replied, not necessarily. Look at Gao Tian, he's forging weapons. In short, I don't think anyone would be foolish enough to use it to increase their cultivation. Xiao Yun, who was calmly absorbing the energy, thought to himself. So, Tao Fortune is used to comprehend. However, it's not much different from the system. So, I might as well use it to increase my cultivation. Becoming a saint quickly is the most important thing. Below, the Saint Ancestor saw the crowd and announced. It takes some time to refine Tao Fortune. You can leave first. While Longxin went over to him and asked. Senior, please convey a message to Dugu Unbeatable for me. Tell him that I'm waiting for him at the inn in E City. The Saint Ancestor waved his sleeves and replied, I'll do that. A day passed. A lot of time had gone by. In Gao Tian, wielding his blood demon sword, went over and clasped his hands, saying to the Saint Ancestor, thank you, Senior. Seeing this, the Saint Ancestor was not stingy with his praise. He complimented him, not bad. After absorbing Tao Fortune, the blood demon sword might quickly be able to ascend to become a holy weapon. Based on your talent for forging, you'll definitely become a master forger in the future. Senior, you flatter me. Gao Tian replied humbly. At this time, Yi Yun and Yi Feng had both finished absorbing Tao Fortune. They stood up at the same time, clasped their hands before the Saint Ancestor, and announced, Saint Ancestor, we've finished absorbing. The Saint Ancestor didn't hesitate and said, very good. Each of you go and receive a holy weapon. Yi Jian and Gao Wusong had also finished absorbing. Yi Jian took the opportunity to suggest to Gao Wusong, Gao brother. I heard that the exchange gathering of the 6 great holy lands in Jiantu is about to begin. We've now gained a boost in good fortune. Would you like to go and train with me? Gao Wusong didn't refuse. He agreed, alright. I heard there are many geniuses in Jiantu. That Xiao Yun is even more of a freak amongst freaks. I want to meet him. Xiao Yun, who was absorbing Tao Fortune, silently cursed in his mind, you're the freak. Your whole family is a freak. Yi Fei went over to Zhao Wuji and asked curiously, Zhao brother, you must be very familiar with Xiao Yun. Tell me. Zhao Wuji didn't feel ashamed of this question. He calmly replied, Xiao Yun is my greatest competitor. Though I become his subordinate, I lost with complete conviction. After saying that, he flew into the sky, wanting to leave. He also didn't forget to leave a message for Yi Fei, thanks for the opportunity. I'll be on my way. See you at the 6 Great Holy Lands Exchange Gathering. Yi Fei waved goodbye. The Saint Ancestor gathered everyone together again and announced. You young masters, wait for Dugu Xiao Yun to finish absorbing Tao Fortune. I'll take you to choose your great saint-level cultivation techniques. But you must all swear not to teach these cultivation techniques to others. He reminded them. Yi Fei readily agreed, exclaiming, of course. Yi Jian was curious. Why hasn't Dugu brother finished absorbing Tao Fortune yet? Because he obtained the first portion. It seems he's absorbed 4 portions. Yes, we're in awe. At that moment, Xiao Yun had also finished absorbing Tao Fortune. The blue energy gradually dissipated. Seeing this, the others were in an uproar. They were all simultaneously dumbfounded and exclaimed, his cultivation has increased. No way. Do Gu brother actually use Tao Fortune to increase his cultivation? He's wasting heaven's blessing. Is he insane? Xiao Yun looked at them, gaping in astonishment. What are you looking at me like that for? While Longxin trembled, pointing at him. Do Gu brother, did you? Did you use this Tao Fortune to increase your cultivation? Yes. Why? He asked. While Longxin looked at him and was speechless. No, it's fine. Do whatever you like. The Saint Ancestor, pleased, stroked his white beard and said, all right. Now that you've all finished absorbing, follow me to get your sword cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, at another location, situated on a cliff, a person was walking up the steps toward the courtyard gate. This time, Dugu by Tian, I will roam the world. I will surely make our Dugu family renowned throughout the world once again. This person was Dugu by Tian, the successor of the Dugu family. Suddenly, there was a buzz of discussion from the disciples inside the courtyard. Did you guys hear? Not long ago, Yi Fei and Zhao Wuji had a decisive battle, leading to a Tao tribulation. Old Heaven Great Emperor's Tao body manifested. I heard that 9 great geniuses defeated the Tao body. Yes, the successor of the Dugu family, Dugu Unbeatable, had the most dazzling performance. Bai Tian heard this and felt something was wrong. He pondered, successor of the Dugu family, are they talking about me? My name is Dugu Bai Tian. Those disciples walked past him silently, continuing to discuss. This Dugu Unbeatable is so powerful. He killed the great emperor's Tao body with 1 sword. He's now ranked first on the Zan ranking. No wonder he's from the Sword Saint family. This generation's successor is even stronger than Dugu Jian. Yes, each generation is incredibly powerful. Unable to bear it any longer, Bai Tian reached out to stop those people and asked, you guys. The Dugu Unbeatable you mentioned. Is he really the successor of the Dugu family? Those people replied, yes. The new successor of the Dugu family, Dugu Unbeatable. Who doesn't know? Finally, he exploded. Bai Tian gritted his teeth and growled, damn it. My name is Dugu Bai Tian. I'm the successor of this generation. You guys tell me, where is that imposter? I'm going to get even. They didn't believe him, immediately arguing back, young master, don't joke like that. If Dugu Bai hears you, there won't be a good outcome. That's right. You probably don't know how powerful the heir of the Dugu family is. Bai Ping, the young master of Jiancheng, offended my brother and ended up with his entire Jiancheng destroyed by my brother's protectors. Bai Tian, the young master, immediately shouted. I told you, I am the heir of the Dugu family. You are not. They jeered, it's me, he angrily retorted. Shut up, all of you. Tell me, where is that Dugu Bai? Seeing him get furious, his disciples quickly turned to avoid him. Young master, calm down. We heard that Wanjian Mountain Manor is going to hold a sword tournament. And your brother is participating. Right, he is ranked first on the Zan ranking, so he definitely won't miss this tournament. Big brother, let's go to the tournament and find him. Dugu Bai Tian heard this and flew straight into the air using light footwork, angrily saying, they dare to impersonate the heir of our Dugu family. They don't know what's good for them. The people below were stunned. At Sword Pavilion, Xiao Yun sat in his room, calming his mind to recover his strength. This is troublesome. Out of the 23 saint-level swordsmanship techniques that the Yi family brought, besides the 5 types of earth, fire, water, wind, and lightning swordsmanship, there are also 8 types of speed, ice, life, death, wood, metal, ultimate yang, and ultimate yin swordsmanship. Which 2 types am I missing? Suddenly, a knock came from outside, and a voice called out, Brother Dugu, can I come in? Xiao Yun heard the sound and responded, Brother Hua, please come in. While Lang Xian opened the door and entered, presenting a token to Xiao Yun. This is the invitation to the sword tournament. Brother Dugu has been in seclusion, cultivating his swordsmanship, so I accepted it for you. Xiao Yun was about to stand up to receive it. Thank you, Brother Hua. He received the token and exclaimed in surprise, what? The Lord of Lightning Battles invited me for a discussion of the Tao? The number one sword saint in the world wants to discuss the Tao with me? He's putting too much emphasis on me. Xiaoyun thought to himself, and while Lang Xian added, there's another matter. Brother Dugu, your master invited you for a discussion of the Tao. Could it be because I learned the emperor-level scripture that he created? Is he going to reprimand me? While Lang Xian immediately responded, yes, your master is waiting for you. Please follow me. He paused, then continued, Brother Dugu, you are joking. Your master said that the lightning sword scripture is fated for you, only hoping that you won't spread it to others. Xiaoyun immediately replied, I naturally understand this rule. He smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he thought. It seems that this strongest sword saint wants to forge a good relationship with me. The lightning sword scripture, to give it away is to give it away. It's truly decisive. As they reached the door, Hua Lang Xian turned and gestured for Xiaoyun to enter. Brother Dugu, your master is inside. You can enter yourself. Xiaoyun nodded, okay. He entered, opened the door, and strode in confidently. His mind was filled with anticipation, he is the strongest sword saint. Standing before him was a man with silver hair and a long white beard. An intense aura emanated from him. In front of Xiaoyun, he was stunned, disbelief filling his eyes. This is, a towering sword stood upright, exuding a power that made Xiaoyun jump. Xiaoyun was utterly astonished, this is the lightning bottle swordsmanship? Only one type of lightning, yet it's so terrifying. It's only one step away from entering the Great Tao. Facing that sword, Xiaoyun immediately sat down to calm his mind and absorb its energy. This is an excellent opportunity to comprehend, I can't miss it. At that moment, the system's notification sounded, reminding him, use one-time awakening with the swordsmanship in front of you. Use one-time awakening with the swordsmanship in front of you. Xiaoyun sat calmly in front of the sword, content. He thought to himself, it turns out that perfect sword intent is not the end, but rather just the beginning. Above sword intent, there is Tao meaning. In lightning sword intent, there are 4 types of Tao meaning. Speed, destruction, life, and death. Comprehending and reporting the meaning is what allows you to truly become powerful. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, ha ha ha, I understand now. Perfect sword intent is just a joke, only Tao meaning is truly entering swordsmanship. Previously, I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Facing Xiaoyun, the man thought, this person has such incredible talent. No wonder he could reach the peak of Jianshan Mountain. Even the Dugu sword of that time couldn't match him. He then threw a cushion towards him, inviting him to sit. Sit, your talent is truly impressive. Xiaoyun clasped his hands together and said respectfully. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. I will remember it in my heart, never forgetting it. He sat down on the cushion and asked directly, Senior. I have comprehended the 4 types of Tao meaning in your swordsmanship. Speed, destruction, life, and death. Are there any other Tao meanings? Lei Zhan responded, of course, otherwise, I would have already become an emperor. He continued, Senior's meaning is, if I comprehend all the Tao meanings, then I can become an emperor. Lei Zhan immediately refuted, no, comprehension is not difficult. But fusion is the most difficult. Xiaoyun was shocked, fusion of Tao meaning? Lei Zhan nodded, continuing to explain, yes, the difficulty of achieving emperor-level swordsmanship lies here. You must fully comprehend the various Tao meanings within that type of swordsmanship and then fuse them together. But other Taos achieving emperor level, the Tao itself is Tao meaning, so it's much simpler. At this point, Xiaoyun understood and asked further. So wouldn't achieving emperor level swordsmanship be much harder? You can't say it that way, because we don't need to fully comprehend any specific Tao meaning. For example, if you achieve emperor level using speed, you need to comprehend speed to 100%, but we only need to comprehend half. But the key issue is this. Lei Zhan frowned, warning Xiaoyun. You don't know how many Tao meanings a specific swordsmanship possesses. For instance, I've only comprehended 4 Tao meanings in lightning sword intent. Who knows how many more there are? Achieving emperor level randomly could result in death. Xiaoyun rubbed his forehead in distress. I thought comprehending more sword intents would make me more powerful. Now it seems like if I comprehend 5 types of sword intents, don't I need to comprehend dozens of Tao meanings? Lei Zhan laughed upon hearing this. You can't say that. Others only have 1 path to achieve emperor level, you have 5. It's not a bad thing. Xiaoyun listened and clasped his hands, seeking guidance. Please, senior. Are there any scriptures for comprehending Tao meanings? Lei Zhan shook his head regretfully. There's nothing like that. Tao meanings can only be understood. They cannot be conveyed through words. However, observing a saint's transcending tribulation, or like earlier, observing another's Tao will definitely be beneficial. Xiao Yun listened quietly. These 2 points, perhaps I'll have the opportunity to seek help from the Saint Master or Lei Zhu when I return to the Saint Domain. Lei Zhan stopped talking and suddenly asked, interrupting, not to mention these things, young man, are you truly interested in any specific Emperor-level weapon? You don't need great Saint-level techniques, and you chose 23 Saint-level techniques. You want to find the remaining 2 types of sword intents on an Emperor-level weapon. Correct? Xiao Yun was shocked, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Did you know, senior? He asked. I indeed have my suspicions, but what price can you pay? Xiao Yun pondered for a moment and replied. Junior owes you a great favor. Is that acceptable? Lei Zhan chuckled and reminded him. You have cultivated my lightning sword scripture, and I have guided your swordsmanship. You already owe me a great favor. So, senior, you tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Lei Zhan, who had been waiting, heard him and replied. The condition is very simple. After you obtain the Emperor-level weapon, lend it to me to kill an enemy. What do you say? Xiao Yun answered without hesitation, deal. In his heart, he already anticipated this. Once a saint-level weapon recognizes its master, it cannot be stolen. Borrowing it for a while wouldn't be a problem. Good, then I will tell you. The remaining 2 are most likely space and time. Because in the semi-primordial world, the most indispensable things are space and time. That's why there is the theory of the universe, Lei Zhan said. Thank you, senior. Why didn't I think of that? The universe sword scripture. How could it lack the universe and the pillars? Ah, the last 2 sword intents have finally been found. Xiao Yun clapped in realization. Thank you, Lord. May I know where I can cultivate space and time sword intents? He asked. Space swordsmanship techniques in the world, only the Duga family has them. Your family once produced the strongest space sword saint in the world. Just like me. Why don't you know? Lei Zhan questioned him. Xiao Yun was at a loss for words. Senior, didn't you realize this earlier? It seems that not many people in our Duga family can successfully cultivate space swordsmanship. So not many people know about it, Xiao Yun explained. Lei Zhan understood this, that's right. Time and space are the most powerful elements. Once they are integrated into swordsmanship, they are essentially invincible at the same level. They can even resist supreme body, so naturally, it's very difficult to cultivate. Then, senior, do you know where time swordsmanship can be cultivated? Xiao Yun asked. Lei Zhan answered, I have never heard of any related records. I guess it's probably because time swordsmanship is too special, so it cannot be recorded. You can only figure it out on your own. Xiao Yun was grateful. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. With your blessing, it seems I figured out how many types of lightning Tao meanings are missing. Hearing this, Lei Zhan was shocked and surprised. Really? Tell me quickly. Seeing that the senior seemed surprised and eager to know, Xiao Yun replied. It's not exactly 10. 10 is not wrong, but because of the so-called day grows long and so does the measuring stick. Moon full and it's time for the eclipse. The great Tao is 15. Heaven's pattern is 49. And mankind follows with 1. Therefore, subtracting 1 4, hurry away, 10 becomes 9. Xiao Yun continued to ask, since 9 is the final number. Do you think there are a total of 9 types of Tao meanings? The senior replied, you don't know, little one? There are a total of 10 types of Tao meanings. 10 is the perfect number. The senior stroked his beard, his face serious and said, it seems there's some reason to this. Xiao Yun's face was a little surprised, his eyes widening. He said, if that's the case, then there might be 49 types of Tao meanings. This is extremely consistent with the Great Tao's rules. He continued, after all, we want to achieve the Great Tao. So naturally, it will have to match the Great Tao's rules. Hearing this, the senior pouted and said helplessly. The devil might be able to comprehend 49 types of Tao meanings. But thinking about it, it does seem. He hesitated, then said, 9 types are enough to take this old man's life. And 49 types? You dare to say that? Xiao Yun felt a little guilty and made a gesture of calm with his hands. Saying, Senior, don't be angry. I was just saying it casually. Actually, there are 108. Before he could finish, the senior slapped him with a sky-shattering strike. His mouth was twisted, and he flew out like a rocket. This kind of farewell from the senior was truly interesting. The pink-haired brother standing outside the door saw Xiaoyun's figure flying out and landing in a heap. Seeing this, the pink-haired brother hesitantly said, "Brother Dugu, what happened?" Xiaoyun hurriedly sat up, trying to appear all right. But deep down, his tears were like the vast ocean. He pretended, just now, Senior Master was guiding me on the lightning flash step. It's progressed too quickly, and I haven't mastered the speed yet, so my flight was unstable. The pink-haired brother helplessly looked at Xiaoyun, thinking to himself. The lightning flash step is unstable? Do you think I'm an idiot? Clearly, you were thrown out. Xiaoyun waved farewell and said as he walked away a few steps. Thanks to the Senior Master's guidance, I've gained a lot. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a while, so I'll return to the previous inn. The pink-haired brother standing behind him replied. Feel free, Brother Dugu. The senior sitting inside looked in the direction Xiaoyun had gone. Thinking to himself, Emperor-level weapons, who wouldn't want them? I hope Jiling Xiaoyun can succeed. 5 days later, at the Jintian Inn where Xiaoyun was staying. At this time, Xiaoyun was sitting with his eyes closed, cultivating. He thought to himself, cultivating Tao meanings in swordsmanship is truly difficult. Even though I know the 4 Tao meanings in lightning swordsmanship. Life, death, destruction, and speed, I still haven't comprehended them. He walked towards the door, thinking to himself. Unless I use awakening instances at any cost, but I have to use those instances for the chaotic body. Using them here would certainly not be worthwhile. Upon reaching the outside, Xiaoyun saw his brothers waiting for him. He asked, "Are you all here?" One of them answered, "Yes, because the sword tournament is about to start, and we're waiting for Brother Dugu to come together. Also, there's something interesting we want to tell you. It's related to you." Hearing this, Xiaoyun immediately asked. "It's related to me?" The silver-haired brother replied, "Yes, not long ago. A young man named Dugu Bai Tian came to Wanjian Mountain Manor. He said that he is the true heir of the Dugu family, and you are the impostor." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun felt a pang of anxiety. Damn it! The Dugu sword has been dead for nearly 1,000 years. The Dugu family has not had a successor emerge. Just as my journey is about to end, this happens. Is this coincidence really necessary? But I'm not my original body. What am I afraid of? About to be exposed, Xiaoyun hastily explained. He is the one who is the impostor. With my talent, do I need to impersonate the heir of the Dugu family? What benefit would this bring me? Even if I wasn't the heir of the Dugu family, would anyone in the world dare to look down upon me? HMPH. The pink-haired brother responded. Brother Dugu is right. I also feel that he is the impostor. The gray-haired one also spoke, his face solemn, Brother Dugu. But he showed everyone the Dugu family's identity token. We need to show some unique secret skills of the Dugu family. He also knows. Right now, the sword cultivators of Wanjian Mountain Manor all believe that Dugu Bai Tian's identity is genuine. Xiaoyun's face looked confused. He glanced at the brother and asked, "Huh, really?" He secretly cursed. This number 1 sword cultivator, what is he doing? Why didn't he say this earlier? He dares to trick me. Little brat, just wait for me. Xiaoyun had just climbed onto the flying sword and flown for a while before saying, "If you say so, then this person is indeed somewhat suspicious. Perhaps the Dugu family has another successor emerging." He calmly continued. Dugu Bai Tian, right? Let's go. We'll go see if this heir of the Dugu family is real or fake. They quickly followed behind Xiaoyun. The silver-haired brother asked in a low voice. Brother Dugu is so calm. Could it be that we misunderstood him? Each of them held their own thoughts in their hearts. As Xiaoyun flew, he thought to himself. Little brat, in my previous life, I've been watching my master's little plays for over a decade. Even if that Dugu Bai Tian is real, I don't believe I can't fool him. Xiaoyun was flying on his sword when suddenly a voice rang out in his ear. Little one, that Lei Zhan didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Hearing this, Xiaoyun responded. Ancestor, the Lord didn't make things difficult for me. He even let me observe his Tao once and guide my swordsmanship Tao meanings. The ancestor continued to transmit his voice to Xiaoyun. It seems he wants to invest in you early on. It's good that he's wise. If you've reached the stage of comprehending Tao meanings, when you return, I will let you see my lightning Tao of destruction. However, even though swordsmanship is powerful, you cannot forget the fundamentals. Forging the chaotic body is the most important thing. Hearing the ancestor's advice, Xiao Yun laughed and replied, Ancestor, rest assured. I will not miss forging the chaotic body. The scene shifted to a desolate and majestic mountain forest. The sky was blue, and the scenery was serene. In the middle of the hall, people were discussing amongst themselves. One person asked, You guys, tell me, between Dugu Bai Tian and Dugu Chubai, who is the true heir of the Dugu family? Another person offered their opinion, I think it's Dugu Chubai. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Yifei and Zhao Wuji, but someone else argued back, I think it's Bai Tian. His token and techniques are genuine. A person with pink hair spoke up, Brother Dugu, according to reliable information. Dugu Chubai and the people from Sword Pavilion are coming here. The person next to him spoke with a face full of anger and voice. Oomph, so that bastard is finally here. I'm going to expose his identity. He dares to impersonate the heir of our Dugu family. His audacity knows no bounds. The pink-haired person added, Brother Dugu, behind Dugu Chubai is a very powerful protector. Don't be rash. The person with a solemn face said, from this point alone, it's obvious that he's a fake. He continued to assert, if there's a protector, then there's no danger to life. What's the point of cultivating? Just looking at it, you can tell it's a fake. Hearing this, the pink-haired person was puzzled. Brother Dugu, to be honest, there's one thing I've always been puzzled about. You said that Dugu Chubai is ranked first on the Zan ranking and so powerful. Why would he impersonate someone else? The black-haired person spoke angrily, I don't understand either. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself. This imposter is doing better than me. What tricks is he up to? The black-haired person's face was serious as he thought in his heart, in any case, I cannot let this imposter continue to brag and boast. What if he provokes the DTN family or the Saint Domain? Then our Dugu family will be doomed. At this time, someone rushed over and reported to the pink-haired person. Saint Sun, Dugu Chubai and the people from Sword Pavilion have arrived outside the mountain gate. The pink-haired person heard this and responded, Okay, let's go greet them. When the group walked out to the mountain gate, they encountered those accompanying Xiao Yun. They seemed eager to see. The person behind Xiao Yun exclaimed, Wow, so many people are here. Our Sword Pavilion has such a great reputation. The silver-haired one dismissed it, not necessarily. Why do I feel like all these people just want to see the excitement? At this moment, those on the other side started flying out of the gate to see what was going on. They dashed through the sky. The crowd below looked up, eagerly watching the excitement unfold. There's going to be some good drama, the person next to him said. The next person said, real or fake successor. Maybe there will be a showdown. At this point, the two groups met and began their greetings. The pink-haired person said, Brother Dugu, sword first, welcome to the sword tournament. The black-haired person's face turned serious, and he went straight to the point. Who is Dugu Chubai? Come out. Xiao Yun stood opposite them, speaking boldly with a serious face. I am Dugu Chubai. The person claiming to be Dugu Badian replied, You are Dugu Chubai? Let me tell you, my name is Dugu Badian. I am the one. Before he could finish, Xiao Yun suddenly rushed forward and hugged him, as if they were close as family. This left him stunned, dumbfounded, and speechless. I don't understand why, but I'm enjoying this part. While hugging him, Xiao Yun excitedly shook his hand, so it's Badian. Nephew, long time no see. Hearing this, Badian froze, his eyes wide with confusion. Everyone around them gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. Looking at the two of them and completely questioning what was going on. At that moment, facing Xiao Yun's affectionate embrace, Bai Tian's expression twisted. His face turning purple with displeasure, as he thought to himself, Nephew? You're the nephew. Your entire family is the nephew. The purple-haired brother, witnessing this situation, was bewildered and exclaimed, What's going on? Those around them couldn't help but comment. They were puzzled and buzzed with discussion. One person spoke up, Dugu Badian is actually the nephew of Dugu Chubai. No wonder they look so similar. Another person disagreed and retorted, Similar? Your eyes must be broken. Xiao Yun placed both his hands on Bai Tian's shoulders, making him jump in surprise and shock. Xiao Yun whispered to him, Badian. I thought someone was impersonating the heir of our Dugu family. I didn't expect it to be you, my nephew. We almost had a misunderstanding. Badian hastily replied, wait a minute. He said nephew, so he's the nephew. The devil knows if he's just saying random things. Badian angrily stepped back, removing Xiaoyun's hands from his shoulders and raising his fist. His face was flushed with anger, his teeth clenched, as he said. Stop messing around with family relationships. My uncles and grandfathers are all within the clan. There's no one like you. Who are you, and why are you impersonating the heir of our Dugu family? Facing his sudden action, Xiaoyun reflexively raised both his hands and then cheerfully replied. Nephew, you're wrong. I'll ask you, what is the Dugu sword to you? Badian responded. The Dugu sword patriarch is the ancestor of my uncles. Xiaoyun immediately burst into laughter and calmly continued, then you're right. The Dugu sword is my ancestor. I'm one generation above you. Is there anything wrong with calling you nephew? Badian reached out and looked at him, firmly asking, what evidence do you have? I don't remember the Dugu sword patriarch having any descendants. Xiaoyun took out a yellow token from his pocket, held it in his hand, and continued, of course, I have evidence. Nephew, look. Just as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, finally, the heirloom from the Dugu sword's mansion has played its role. Badian, with a serious expression, took the token in his hand and said with extreme bewilderment. This is really the identity token of the Dugu family's heir. You're really the descendant of the Dugu sword patriarch. Xiaoyun looked at him and responded, that's right. Back then, when my ancestor went to the Nanling Baiwanda mountain, he sensed danger, so he gave this identity token to my family, telling me to return to the Dugu family with this token. He listened and was still suspicious. He didn't trust Xiaoyun and said, besides this identity token, do you have any other evidence? Xiaoyun moved closer to Badian, covering one side with his hand, and whispered to him, back then, when my grandfather left, he left behind the universe sword scripture, telling me to pass it on to the next heir of the Dugu family. Listen carefully. This is the Earth Scroll. Badian was stunned, his eyes widened, his jaw dropped, and he pondered. Even the emperor-level scripture was given away. If he's not a relative, then who else could he be? Finally, Badian, who had been skeptical, believed him. He raised his hand and bowed respectfully, saying, Uncle, thank you. Please don't hold a grudge against me for what happened before. Xiaoyun stood with his hands on his hips, raised his other hand, and chuckled happily. Ha, there's no need for formalities amongst family. In the end, I am your senior. And just like that, those standing below, witnessing this interaction, began to buzz with discussion. It turns out they're really uncle and nephew. The Dugu family is so powerful. We won't be able to see the excitement now. Xiaoyun, with a look of smugness, smiled warmly and reached out to pat Baitian's head, saying to him, but don't act rashly like that in the future. Avoid misunderstandings. Badian, standing below, meekly bowed his head and responded, yes, uncle. He then pondered to himself, is stroking the head an uncle's habit? Once I become an uncle, I'll do the same. Seeing their affectionate uncle-nephew interaction, those below gradually began to believe them. Baitian's three brothers clasped their hands politely and spoke. The blonde brother said, congratulations, brother Dugu, for finding your relative. The purple-haired brother followed, right, the sword tournament plus finding a relative, double the joy. The gray-haired brother, standing beside him, added, my uncle also likes to stroke heads like that. Hearing this, the purple-haired brother in the middle agreed. Coincidentally, my uncle does that too. Xiaoyun turned around, reached out, and said to those behind him, everyone, my nephew and I have some private matters to discuss, so we'll leave first. The purple-haired brother politely replied, brother Dugu. Please feel free. Just don't miss the sword tournament. After a short while, now at a place called Wanjian Inn. Inside the dimly lit room, Xiaoyun and Badian sat facing each other across a large table, engaging in conversation. Xiaoyun placed one hand on the table and started the conversation. Badian, I notice you don't seem to have any experience in the world. How did your family cultivate you? Badian quickly responded, back then, uncle, from the age of 6. I had to befriend a sword. During that time, I stayed with the sword. Only when my sword heart became sword person sword unity, could I go outside. I spent 30 years waiting to go out and train. Xiaoyun suddenly looked dumbfounded, speechless. He broke into a sweat, pursed his lips, and pondered thoughtfully. Such a brain-dead cultivation method. No wonder he's so easily fooled. It seems my chances of getting the space swordsmanship technique are very high. He picked up a glass of water, looked at Badian, and responded. Nephew, I heard that our clan has a space swordsmanship technique. I wonder if I can cultivate it. He slightly lowered his head and replied, of course you can, uncle. You are the direct descendant of the Dugu sword patriarch. You can cultivate any swordsmanship technique. Xiaoyun heard this and softly requested, can you make a copy for me? Beidian immediately answered. No need for such trouble, uncle. You can directly follow me back to the clan. Xiaoyun quickly declined but maintained his calm and continued, I just came out, and I still need to go to the central territory to challenge those saint domains. I'm afraid I won't have time to return to the clan. He spoke this way, but in his heart, he was about to explode, thinking, going to the Duga family is too dangerous. They might want to verify my bloodline. Beidian happily agreed and continued. Challenging the central territory, uncle, you're indeed decisive. I'll return to the clan first, wait for me to obtain the space swordsmanship technique, and then I'll go to the central territory and meet up with you. Xiaoyun looked at him, holding a small glass of water in his hand. He was satisfied with Beidian and thought to himself, having a nephew like this is really good. The scene shifted. Right now, Xiaoyun turned his head to look in one direction and spoke. Wait for the sword tournament to end, then return and get the space swordsmanship. Can you tell your uncle what swordsmanship you're cultivating? Beidian responded. Nephew has comprehended two types of sword intents, life and death. Xiaoyun raised his head, amazed and thoughtful. Comprehending two completely opposite sword intents. This nephew is very talented. He then solemnly placed his hand on Baiqian's shoulder and reminded him, nephew, life and death are originally a cycle of reincarnation. So, I feel that if you can fuse these two types of swordsmanship, perhaps you can transcend the reincarnation grade Tao and become an emperor. Beidian looked at him and quickly replied. Reincarnation grade Tao? Yes, how could I have not thought of that? At that moment, Xiaoyun began to walk towards the door, waving his hand up and down. As he walked, he turned his head and said to Beidian, let's go. We should meet up with everyone. Beidian followed and obediently said, yes. The next scene, two enormous, ferocious golden dragons flew arrogantly in the sky. Faint beams of light emanated from their bodies. Behind their tails, there were magnificent, small towers. On top of the towers, Qin Bingyue felt resentment and glared at the man following behind her. She said, Jun Xiaodao, you've been following me for a month. You, a high-ranking official of the Jun family, how can you become so decadent, clinging to my tail like a leech? The person Qin Bingyue called a leech was actually the son of the Jun family's emperor, Jun Xiaodao. He was also on the tower, watching Qin Bingyue, and calmly said, Qin Shanzi. We were already betrothed. If you've come out to train, I naturally have to follow and protect you. Qin Bingyue looked at him with a contemptuous gaze and mockingly said, I'm here for the sword tournament with an invitation. Be careful, if you get chased away, it'll be a disgrace to the Jun family. Jun Xiaodao, unfazed by these words, confidently replied, while the Jun family cannot compare to your Qin family, we are still an emperor family. I am the saint's son, and I am here. It's an honor for Wanjian Mountain Manor. How could there be such a thing as being chased away? Beside Qin Bingyue stood a young man watching the two of them. Qin Bingyue proudly and arrogantly countered, our Qin family's Qin Jian follows the swordsmanship Tao. You don't follow swordsmanship. What are you doing here? Just watching? Jun Xiaodao remained calm and arrogantly responded. Even though I don't follow swordsmanship, the Tianyifei Xian swordsmanship technique I've learned is not something everyone can handle. Qin Jian, without hesitation, asked him, Tianyifei Xian. Could it be the Xian sword technique of Emperor Xiaodao? Jun Xiaodao, looking at the two people on the opposite side, replied, that's correct. It's this technique. Hearing his answer, Qin Jian couldn't help but be impressed and exclaimed, Emperor's techniques truly cannot be underestimated. Qin Bingyue, standing beside him, didn't seem pleased and solemnly said, I heard that a super talented sword cultivator named Duga Chubai has emerged in Donghuang. He killed a supreme body emperor. Jun Xiaodao, I advise you not to use the Tianyifei Xian to avoid becoming a laughingstock. Jun Xiaodao didn't fall behind in his response, he simply took advantage of Yifei and Xiaowoji. Defeating him shouldn't be difficult. Qin Bingyue angrily replied, Humph. I'm too lazy to talk to you. We've arrived at Huanjian Mountain Manor. The two golden dragons flew forward. Not long after, at Huanjian Mountain Manor, a voice rang out, welcome. Jun Xianzi and Qin Xianzi. It's an honor for Huanjian Mountain Manor to have you grace us with your presence. Standing below were Xiaoyun, the purple-haired brother, and the gray-haired young man. Following this, Jun Xiaodao appeared in front of them with an arrogant expression. The purple-haired brother stepped forward, reached out, and introduced him. Brother Dugu. Sword first, let me introduce you to Jun Xianzi. Xiao Yun and the gray-haired young man politely clasped their hands and bowed, saying in unison, "Greetings, Jun Xianzi." Before they could finish, they received his disdain. Jun Xiaodao walked past them, dismissively saying nothing. He then confidently strode forward, mockingly saying to them in an arrogant tone, "Ayo Shunzi, I'll go in first. Don't introduce me to others randomly in the future. I'm not interested in knowing a bunch of weaklings." His arrogant words quickly enraged the beast within Bai Dian. He angrily drew out his sharp, long sword and said, "You bastard, you dare to disregard my uncle, Xiao Yun." Standing beside him, immediately reached out and stopped Bai Dian's action, reminding him, "Nephew, calm down. Don't be rash. We have the opportunity to discipline him." Xiao Yun smiled coldly, his lips tightly pressed together. He said nothing further and calmly pondered. This guy, just looking at him, you can tell he lacks some of the brutal beating society provides. Now Qin Bingyue appeared. She stood gracefully, her hands behind her back, her face cold. The purple-haired brother, standing on one side, began to introduce her. "Brother Dugu, this is Qin Xianzi of the Qin family." Xiao Yun and Bai Dian had already seen her. Bai Dian thought to himself, "Qin Xianzi, don't be disrespectful." She suddenly pointed at Xiao Yun, who was standing there with a questioning gaze. Qin Bingyue said in a daze, You're that meat-eating, alcohol-drinking monk." After being exposed in broad daylight like this, Xiao Yun froze in place. His eyes went blank, and he instinctively scratched his head, confused. Why did I run into an acquaintance? What bad luck. It's true that Xiao Yun is unlucky. If he doesn't explain himself immediately, then something big will happen. But he quickly regained his composure at the speed of light. Raised his hand, indicating that it wasn't true in front of Qin Bingyue, and began to explain. "Qin Xianzi, you're joking. I am the heir of the Dugu family. I just came out to train. How could I be a monk?" Qin Bingyue heard this and was about to say something to him. Seeing Xiao Yun's silly smile, Qin Bingyue, who was walking in front, gave him a disgusted look and said, "Don't smile. The more you smile, the more you resemble that stupid fake monk." Xiao Yun heard this, scratched his head, and awkwardly replied, "Aha." While Lang Xian suddenly appeared beside Xiao Yun and said, "Brother Dugu, don't mind them. Jun Xiaodao has the supreme body, Xianwang body. Qin Xianzi is also extremely talented. So it's no wonder she's a little arrogant." Xiao Yun replied, "Thank you, Brother Hua." While Lang Xian continued, "I'm sure Brother Dugu doesn't understand the rules of the sword tournament. Why don't I introduce you?" And then, while Lang Xian, standing on the street with enthusiasm, explained the entire process of the sword tournament to Xiao Yun. The sword tournament is divided into 3 stages: discussing swords, observing swords, and selecting swords. Discussing swords is held in the discussing sword hall. You can discuss the swordsmanship Dao and also engage in sparring. A sword saint will preside over it. Each person has the chance to ask one question about swordsmanship. Observing swords is to observe the process of forging saint-level weapons. Selecting swords is to enter the sword pavilion and choose a sword that belongs to you. Some people have already obtained saint-level weapons. Seeing that some people had already obtained saint-level weapons, Xiao Yun was a little surprised. Saint-level weapons, so generous? While Lang Xian continued, Wangjian Mountain Manor's sword tournament truly spends a lot. However, they also gain a lot from it. Talented, unrestrained cultivators will be accepted as their disciples. Besides, those who benefit remember their gratitude, and many of these people have become sword cities. It's because of this that Wangjian Mountain Manor can always prosper. He then sighed, "Look at me. This Wangjian Mountain Manor is a place where 100 rivers converge into the sea." While Lang Xian, standing beside him, urged Xiao Yun to quickly enter the discussing sword hall. "Brother Dugu, let's stop talking. The first round is about to begin. Let's go inside." Xiao Yun agreed, "Okay." As the two of them entered the discussing sword hall, it was packed. They were standing there, buzzing with discussions about swordsmanship. Jun Xiaodao, inside, heard them buzzing like this and disdainfully said, "Swordsmanship, in the end, is just a trend that ends. It can't achieve emperor level. What's the point of discussing it so heatedly? It's just a fleeting moment in time." Bai Tian, hearing his contemptuous words about swordsmanship, walked over, pointed a finger at Jun Xiaodao's face, and angrily scolded, "You're full of crap. Who said swordsmanship can't achieve emperor level? As long as our sword cultivators work hard to research, there will be a day when a sword emperor appears. Based on our swordsmanship's attack power, it'll definitely be an unparalleled, peerless heavenly emperor." Hearing Bai Tian's disrespectful words, Jun Xiaodao coldly looked at him and asked, "You dare to talk to me like that?" Bai Tian looked directly at Jun Xiaodao and replied, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ao Wusong, at this time, stepped forward, clasped his hands, bowed respectfully, and said, "Jun Shensi, after all, this is our Wanjin Mountain manor. Please calm down." Jun Xiaodao looked at him, coldly responding, "Why should I calm down? The Duga family, a third-rate clan, not even a saint domain, dares to speak recklessly in front of this Shensi. They don't know what's good for them." Hearing these words, Ao Wusong still stubbornly said, "Jun Shensi, please show some restraint." Jun Xiaodao didn't bother showing him any respect, glancing at him and replying, "Ao Xingzi, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." As soon as he finished, Jun Xiaodao unleashed his power. His entire body was enveloped in a powerful aura. Bai Tian was not to be outdone. His eyes began to emit two beams of power. When the power of Jun Xiaodao and Bai Tian collided, it produced a deafening boom. The disgusting sword hall was now surrounded by the power of the two of them. Jun Xiaodao saw that Bai Tian could block his attack and excitedly said, "Life and death Dao swordsmanship, somewhat interesting." However, that's all. Xia Yun, seeing what had just happened, looked at Jun Xiaodao, his eyes filled with displeasure, thinking to himself, Bai Tian is probably not his match. It seems I'll have to make a move. Suddenly, an old man with a scar on his face appeared from somewhere. He was the arrogant sword saint, Kuang Nao. He glanced at Jun Xiaodao and Bai Tian. Then coldly said, "The disgusting sword has begun. Stop arguing." Xiao Yun saw that the old man was radiating an oppressive killing intent. He thought cautiously, this person is too strong. His killing intent is real. Just one glance, and you're speechless. Truly terrifying. Those around them saw Kuang Nao appear and excitedly began to speak. The saint's sword is truly terrifying. The aura of a top-tier expert on this continent is so powerful. Those who can't become saints are just swordworms. Then the sword saint slowly walked towards the top. As he walked, he said to those around him, "This old man, Kuang Nao. This year's sword tournament will be answered by this old man. I'll make it difficult for you all. Everyone here has the chance to ask one question." Jun Xiaodao heard this, walked towards him, pointed, and mockingly asked, "Okay. Then I'll ask you, senior. Can swordsmanship achieve emperor level?" Hearing Jun Xiaodao's question, everyone in the disgusting sword hall fell silent. Xiao Yun, seeing this, couldn't help but frown and muttered to himself, "This guy is truly arrogant. He even dares to mock the sword saint." The sword saint didn't get angry at his question. He clasped his hands behind his back and patiently replied to him. "Tao is born from one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. All things can achieve Tao, so swordsmanship can naturally achieve emperor level." Jun Xiaodao heard this and still stubbornly said, "But as far as I know, in the history of Xuxiao continent, there has never been a sword Tao emperor. Even the ancestor of Tianjin Saint Domain only considered swordsmanship as a weapon for achieving the Tao." The sword saint glanced at Jun Xiaodao and continued, "So what? Before the chaotic great Tao emperor, no one knew if they could achieve the Tao." Jun Xiaodao looked at him mockingly and said, "But at least there was one person who achieved the Tao. But swordsmanship hasn't produced a single one. How can you prove it can succeed?" Kuang Nao was starting to get annoyed with him and angrily said, "Young man, don't think that just because you have the supreme body, you can speak without thinking. Even saints are not like that. You're not worthy to discuss the Tao with this old man. Besides, you also follow swordsmanship. Step back." Jun Xiaodao arrogantly chuckled and asked, "Senior, even though I don't follow swordsmanship, I also know swordsmanship techniques. Can we engage in a sparring match, exchange swordsmanship? I'll use this swordsmanship technique of mine and compete against the sword geniuses present. What do you think?" Hearing his words, the sword saint's expression turned dark. He thought to himself, Jun Xiaodao possesses the Xian Wang body. It seems no one present would be his match. Jun Xiaodao saw his expression change and immediately guessed his thoughts. He quickly added, "Please rest assured, senior. This swordsmanship technique is just a trivial matter I practiced during my free time. It's not worth mentioning. I guarantee I won't use the Xianwang body. I'll simply use this swordsmanship technique to spar with him." Bai Tian, standing below, was about to step forward and say, "I." He was stopped by Xiao Yun's hand, which blocked his chest. Xiao Yun, after stopping him, stepped forward and said loudly, "If you want a spar, then I will represent the sword cultivators here and experience your Jun family's techniques." Jun Xiaodao looked at Xiao Yun, who was approaching him and disdainfully asked, "What are you? What makes you think you can represent all the sword cultivators here?" Hearing his question, Xiaoyun arrogantly crossed his arms in front of him and replied, based on the fact that I'm ranked first on the genre ranking and am the top sword cultivator among the younger generation. Jun Xiaodao, seeing this, contemptuously sneered, first on the genre ranking? Excuse me, on the sword ranking, I only look at the heavenly ranking. As for the other rankings, I'm not really interested in knowing. Xiaoyun didn't bother paying attention to his words and said, you'll understand soon enough. Let's go, let's have a battle outside. Suddenly, the sword saint said, no need. Sparring here will be fine. As he spoke, he reached out, and a burst of power emerged. His power instantly created a separate space within the discussing sword hall. Those around them were astonished and exclaimed, Steel Sand Space, Senior Quang now is truly powerful. No wonder he's a sword saint. He treats space like a toy. This must be the strength of the Great Completion stage. As Xiaoyun and Jun Xiaodao stepped into the space, the sword saint used voice transmission to ask Xiaoyun, little friend, are you confident in teaching this arrogant fellow a lesson? Xiaoyun heard his question and confidently replied, Senior, rest assured. Inside, Jun Xiaodao, not bothering to even acknowledge Xiaoyun, arrogantly said, this era is still the era of the supreme body. Swordsmanship is just a child's plaything. He then continued to mutter, are you ready? I'll allow you to set up your defense first. Get your preparations done. Xiaoyun, hearing this, chuckled lightly and disdainfully asked him, based on you, no need for such trouble. Jun Xiaodao took out a golden leaf and coldly said, if you don't cherish the opportunity I've given you, I hope you won't regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaf in his hand emitted a blinding light. He then threw the leaf towards Xiaoyun, confidently saying, first on the Zan ranking, remember this. The technique that defeated you is called Tiani Fei Dao. Inside the purple room, the energy was incredibly powerful. Those witnessing it were shocked and whispered among themselves, this is the supreme body? It's much stronger than ordinary geniuses. He doesn't even follow swordsmanship. Right. Comparison is the thief of joy. No wonder he's so arrogant. Xiaoyun raised a hand and simultaneously extended one finger. A burst of power surrounded his hand. Jun Xiaodao arrogantly raised his finger, cast a spell, and disdainfully said, one finger wants to block my Tiani Fei Xian? You're really asking for death. A loud voice shouted, cut. Instantly, Xiaoyun's power exploded with force. The illusory room was shaken. A massive explosion sent dust flying everywhere. Jun Xiaodao, however, remained calm and continued to provoke, first on the Zan ranking, you're just that. The spectators gaped in astonishment, marveling and exclaiming, one strike defeated Duga Chubai. The supreme body is so terrifying. That's right, I can't believe it. Oh no, the dignity of our sword cultivators. A foot calmly walked through the embers. Xiaoyun calmly strolled through the sea of embers, arrogantly taunting, one technique wants to kill me? Do you think so? Jun Xiaodao was speechless. His brow furrowed in annoyance as he looked at Xiaoyun. He then helplessly sighed, I underestimated you. You're truly not bad. Xiaoyun casually said, tit for tat is fair. If I've received one of your swordsmanship techniques. Xiaoyun smiled slyly and made a suggestion, then you should also receive one of my swordsmanship techniques. How about that? Jun Xiaodao laughed and replied, alright, then I'll play with you. Let you know the power of the Xian Wang body. The crowd outside buzzed again. Challenging the Xian Wang body? Is Duga Chubai getting too cocky? He's flying too high. Last time, if it weren't for Zhao Woji, how could he have stolen the treasure? That's right. Wanting to injure the supreme body is too difficult. Xiaoyun's entire body was enveloped in embers. Cut heaven sever sword technique. His hand tightened around the hilt of the sword. He then kindly reminded Jun Xiaodao, stop bragging. Wait until you've received one of my techniques before you boast. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was stunned, their mouths agape. Buzzing with discussion. What sword move is this? The sword hasn't even been drawn yet, the aura has already overwhelmed the person. The aura is terrifying, the move is too powerful. Dugu Chubai is truly formidable. Jun Xiaodao, fearless, spread his arms in welcome and confidently said, bring it on. Xiaoyun's body radiated an aura that overwhelmed his opponent. He confidently said, don't worry, the move is just beginning. He thought to himself, this cut heaven sever sword technique, the longer it gathers power, the stronger it gets. It's not very practical, but it's perfect for this situation. After a stick of incense, Xiaoyun was still gathering power for the cut heaven sever sword technique. Jun Xiaodao was waiting impatiently and angrily scolded, it's been a stick of incense. Damn, hurry up and draw your sword. Jun Xiaodao irritably urged, I think I've been tricked by this brat. Who gives you that much time to gather power in a real fight? At this time, Xiaoyun smiled smugly, drew his sword, and the blazing hot sword flew towards Jun Xiaodao. Jun Xiaodao quickly raised his hand and summoned a massive avatar. He then said, "Finally, you've drawn your sword." Jun Xiaodao's avatar used both hands to block the cut heaven sever sword technique. The two clashed, neither giving an inch. Suddenly, Jun Xiaodao coughed up a mouthful of blood. He dazedly wondered, why is it so strong? Jun Xiaodao puffed out his cheeks, one eye closed, the other slightly open as he observed. He thought to himself. No, I absolutely cannot cough up blood. Jun Xiaodao was severely affected by the blow. He bent over and pondered, if I cough up blood, what will others think? It'll be so embarrassing. Capitalizing on this, Xiaoyun smiled triumphantly and charged forward with a move called Sever, radiating a chilling green energy. Jun Xiaodao calmly reached out to block this green attack. Xiaoyun stopped attacking, looked at Jun Xiaodao, and said, "Jun Shensi, admit it." Jun Xiaodao's face remained cold, and he casually praised, "A good sword move." He said this and turned his back to Xiaoyun. Immediately, his face turned pale. Sweat dripping down his face. He thought to himself, I can't say anything else. Otherwise, that mouthful of blood will really burst out. The crowd outside buzzed with excitement. He won? Jun Xiaodao managed to block that sword? I don't know, but he doesn't seem to be injured. But he was really pushed back. Quan now smiled, silently sighing, that sword move was a little bit of a cheat, but it was truly strong. He looked at Jun Xiaodao, who was sitting down, and analyzed. Jun Xiaodao is secretly at a disadvantage. It seems he's not happy. An hour later, the crowd stared at Jun Xiaodao, continuing to buzz and ask questions. They praised, being able to ask the Sword Saint is truly beneficial. That's right, a lot of gains. Strange, why hasn't Jun Xiaodao said anything for a whole hour? That's right, it doesn't match his personality. Jun Xiaodao heard this, and his anger rose. He puffed out his cheeks, rolled his eyes, and secretly scolded, I'm recovering my injuries, just discuss what you want. Why did you bring me here? Kwang now stepped forward and said in a low voice, alright, the discussing sword is over. Next, someone will take you all to the Observing Sword Valley to observe a saint-level weapon master, De Shangbang. You must observe carefully, because you can comprehend swordsmanship Dao meanings from it. Xiaoyun, standing beside him, silently muttered to himself about Kwang Nao's words. Comprehending Dao meanings? I always thought the observing sword section was the most useless. It seems I was completely wrong. Wanting to confirm the truth of his words, Xiaoyun turned to Ao Wusong and asked, Ao Shunzi, is Senior Kwang now telling the truth? Ao Wusong heard this and responded, yes, because the saint weapon contains Dao meanings. And when forging saint-level weapons, after simplifying the Dao meanings, the weapon master will put them into the saint weapon. So observing the forging process is the easiest way to comprehend Dao meanings. Xiaoyun listened and smiled. So that's how it is. Then, Ao Shunzi, have you also watched the forging process before? Ao Wusong angrily clenched his fist and honestly said, I won't hide it from you, brother Dugu. I have indeed watched a weapon master forge a saint-level weapon. But to be ashamed, I couldn't comprehend any Dao meanings. Hua Lengshan noticed and spoke to reassure him, Brother Ao, you don't need to be ashamed. If it were that simple, Wanjian Mountain Manor would have long since dominated Zhu continent, wouldn't they? Xiaoyun heard this and agreed, Brother Hua is right. Let's go broaden our horizons. Xiaoyun smiled and silently said, Hua Lengshan is right. Comprehending is about fate. Of course, this doesn't apply to people with a system like me, who can awaken. The scene now focused on a sword, firmly planted in the ground. This place was called Observing Sword Valley, and the surrounding scenery was incredibly refreshing. The trees were fully photosynthesizing, making the air exceptionally fresh. A crowd of people gathered here. One person announced in a loud voice, Master Ao Ming is here. Ao Ming, with his bulging muscles, appeared. That voice explained, everyone, this is Master Ao Ming. He is one of the 5 weapon masters of our Wanjian Mountain Manor. Today, he will forge a saint-level weapon of the earth element, which he excels at. Xiaoyun put on an excited expression, smiling subtly. He thought to himself, earth element saint weapon, that's great. I happen to have comprehended the great earth sword intent. Perhaps I can comprehend the Tao meaning this time. Ao Ming, strong and healthy, held 2 heavy objects in his hands and pounded them down on the black surface, creating small sparks. The crowd marveled and judged. It's a pity it's an earth element saint weapon. It's not like our swordsmanship. From this, we can conclude that it might be useful. That's right. Observe carefully. Xiaoyun said, previously, I accumulated 542 awakening instances from those fancy displays. It should be enough. This is important, so I need to say it 3 times. Use 1 awakening instance on Master Ao Ming's hammering technique. Ao Wusong explained, this is the 100 refinement hammering technique. Don't just see the master hammering. Each time he hammers, it's like hammering 1,000 times. Everyone was confused and asked, 1,000 times? How is that possible? I only heard 100 times. I only heard 30 times. I only heard 20. Ao Wusong explained, your strength is too weak, so you can't hear 1,000 times. In reality, the number of times each person hears is different. I only heard 150 times. Another person spoke up, saying, the 100 refinement hammering technique, I've heard a little about it. It's truly amazing. I can only hear 200 times. Bai Tian, standing beside him, added, I'm better than you. I can hear 250 times. Qin Jin turned to Qin Bingyue and Jun Xiaodao and asked, Jun Shanzi, I wonder how many times you heard? Jun Xiaodao, calmly crossing his arms, answered, I heard 512 times. Qin Bingyue quickly replied, I heard 476 times. The crowd gasped in astonishment and praised, no wonder they are heaven's pride. They can hear over 500 times. It's terrifying. That's right, the difference is too huge. Jun Xiaodao ignored them, turned to Xiaoyun, and asked. Duguqiubai, what about you? The sky hammer continued to pound, the 2 objects colliding, creating small sparks. Xiaoyun watched intently, providing a detailed analysis. 1,000 vibrations. It turns out vibration is a Tao meaning within the Great Earth Tao. Finally, I've comprehended it. This trip to the sword tournament was truly worthwhile. Someone stepped forward and called out, Brother Dugu, Brother Dugu. Xiaoyun only noticed this at this time and turned his head to ask, what's the matter? Jun Xiaodao sarcastically retorted. Duguqiubai, are you pretending to be stupid? Is it because you heard a low number of times, are afraid of looking bad, and don't dare to announce it? Xiaoyun smirked, sweat dripping down his face, as he sarcastically said, giving up on a Tao meaning you haven't comprehended and comparing this? You're truly a bunch of idiots. Xiaoyun put on a focused expression and said in a dismissive tone to those around him, if there's nothing, don't bother me. I heard 1,000 times. How many times did you hear? You can't possibly have heard more than me. The crowd heard this and didn't believe him. They laughed and mocked Xiaoyun, causing his face to turn pale. Ha, even lying is this ridiculous? You think everyone here is an idiot? Has Duguqiubai's mentality collapsed? I don't know, but hearing 1,000 times is absolutely impossible. That's right, that's right. Bai Tian exclaimed in admiration. Uncle is too powerful. I only heard 250 times. Uncle can hear 1,000 times. No wonder he's top talent, first on the Zan ranking. The crowd heard Bai Tian's praise and mocked him, you believe that? You've heard 250 times. Could it be that you're truly an idiot? A fist was raised high. Then Xiaoyun moved it down. Ao Wusong was puzzled and asked. What's Brother Dugu doing? The crowd also unconsciously replied to him, I don't know. It seems he's comprehending the Tao. Ao Ming, at this moment, spoke up, his words directed at Xiaoyun. He's comprehended the vibration Tao meaning, and the number of vibrations is constantly increasing. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Jun Xiaotao, hearing this, was stunned and stammered. Duguqiubai, he's not comprehending the Tao meaning, is he? Sword First, puzzled, turned to Ao Wusong and asked, Hey, Brother Ao, why are you always looking at Brother Dugu? Ao Wusong asked back, astonished, don't you realize? Brother Dugu is likely comprehending the Tao meaning. Sword First's face went pale as he said, Tao meaning? Really? Xiaoyun, at this moment, extended his hand, creating a small sphere. He seriously pondered, when the first vibration, the 10th vibration, and the 100th vibration, I felt a breakthrough in my realm. It seems that this vibration Tao meaning is mainly divided into levels based on the number of vibrations. I've spent 15 awakening instances. Continue. 2 hours later, Ao Ming held a newly forged sword blade, still surrounded by embers from the impact on the metal. He announced in a low voice, the sword embryo has been forged. Next is tempering the fire. Using heaven and earth's fire to temper it will increase its quality. Xiaoyun sighed sadly and regretfully. It's a pity it's over. I just reached 188 times. I wonder when I'll be able to reach the 1,000 times realm. Ao Ming looked at Ao Wusong and said through voice transmission, "Who is that person you've been looking at?" Ao Wusong replied, "Master Ao Ming, that person is Dugu Chubai, the descendant of Patriarch Dugu Sword." Ao Ming frowned and asked Ao Wusong, "Did you know that he comprehended the Tao meaning earlier?" Provoked about his pain point, Ao Wusong sadly recounted, "Master Ao Ming, I had my suspicions earlier." Ao Ming ignored him and continued, "If I remember correctly. Even though you announced to the outside world that you only observed once, this is actually the third time you've watched the forging of a saint weapon, right?" Hearing this, Ao Wusong's face turned pale, his skin prickled, and sweat poured down his face. He was incredibly afraid. Ao Wusong's entire body trembled, his eyes clearly displaying his fear. However, he still had to defend himself. "Master Ao Ming, this person has incredible talent, comparable to supreme bodies like Yi Fei and Zhao Wuji." Ao Ming continued to poke at Ao Wusong's pain point, "But you've observed the forging of saint weapons 3 times. Ao Wusong cried and lamented, "Master Ao Ming, Dugu Chobai's talent is truly very high. Earlier in the discussing sword hall, he even injured Jun Xiaodao, who has the Xianwang body." Ao Ming repeated his words, "You've observed the forging of saint weapons 3 times. Ao Wusong, in distress, collapsed to the ground and sighed inwardly. "Father, can you change the topic? Damn it, my talent isn't as good as Dugu Chobai, okay?" Ao Wusong recounted Xiao Yun's achievements. "Master Ao Ming, Dugu Chobai can cultivate 5 types of sword intense to the perfect stage." Ao Ming frowned and interrupted, "His talent is very high, but you..." Ao Wusong dejectedly said, "Master Ao Ming, I admit that my talent is poor and I failed the weapon master's hard work. I will definitely work twice as hard." Xiao Yun noticed Ao Wusong's erratic state and asked in confusion, "Brother Ao, why have you suddenly become so disheartened? Did something happen?" Ao Wusong cried and angrily gritted his teeth. He silently blamed, "Isn't it because of you?" He swallowed his inner thoughts and returned to his previous cheerful demeanor. He smiled and said, "Never mind." Xiao Yun stepped forward and asked Ao Wusong, "I want to ask you, Brother Ao, how can I observe the other weapon masters forging saint weapons?" Ao Wusong opened his eyes slightly and said, "That might be difficult." He said this calmly on the surface, but in his heart, he angrily blamed, "You've already comprehended one, do you want to watch more? Do you even want people to live?" Xiao Yun immediately made a suggestion, "I'll trade the cut heaven sever sword technique I used earlier." "What do you think? That technique is somewhat useless, but if you spend a little time on it, it's truly powerful, isn't it?" Ao Wusong replied, "I can't decide that. How about this, I'll go report it. Wait for my news." Hearing this, Xiao Yun immediately agreed, replying, "Okay." Then Xiao Yun asked himself, "I wonder what Tao meanings the other 4 weapon masters have. I hope it's something I can use." An hour later, Ao Ming grasped the object in his hand and announced the next step. "Next is the final tempering. The same weapon will be complete. After it's complete, I'll throw it into the sword pond. Hopefully, those with fate will be able to obtain it." The crowd cheered excitedly. "Wow, there are same weapons in the sword pond. What needs to be said? Not only that, there's more than one. It's awesome to get a same weapon." Xiao Yun watched intently as Ao Ming swung his hammer with force. Ao Ming frowned and looked at him, then asked himself, doesn't he have a bottleneck? Why does the number of vibrations he comprehends keep increasing? Am I lagging behind? He thought back to his own past, amazed. I comprehended 250 times. Back then, how many years did I spend? It seems like 800 years. He struck the metal one last time with force. The sword, after many rounds of forging, was finally complete. Ao Ming announced in a low voice, "All right, it's done. The same weapon is complete. Wusong, take it to the sword pond." Ao Wusong heard this and replied, "Yes." The crowd looked at it and marveled, "This is the same weapon? It looks pretty ordinary." "That's right, it's not as flashy as my sword. I can't feel the oppression of a same weapon." A thought came up, same weapons hide their talents. That sword forged earlier hasn't even stabilized in appearance. After the same weapon is sharpened, it can change freely according to the will of its owner. Ao Wusong took the same weapon, cherished it in his palm, and moved towards the crowd, saying, "All right, everyone, follow me." Ao Wusong walked past Xiao Yun and used voice transmission to inform him. "Brother Dugu, the Manor Master agrees that after you choose a sword from the sword pond, he wants you to watch another same weapon forging. The other 4 weapon masters are specialized in gold Dao sharpness, water Dao subtleness, wind Dao speed, and earth Dao protection. Which one will you choose?" Xiao Yun smiled and replied, "Let me think about it." He then thought to himself, except for gold Dao, those are all things I need. Should I choose subtleness, speed, or protection? Immediately, Xiaoyun made a decision for himself. He transmitted his voice to Ao Wusong, choose Wing Dao speed. Only this one is offensive. Choose that. Ao Wusong smiled, alright, after you choose a sword, I'll arrange it for you. A while later, the sky was blue and the clouds were white, incredibly refreshing. At the sword pond, countless swords were planted in the ground beneath the surface. Surrounding it was a very sturdy, circular shield. Ao Wusong activated a magic spell. Carefully placed the same weapon on the ground. Then he turned to everyone and said, now choose a sword. Once you choose, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will trigger the attack formation. When the hour is up, you must also leave the sword pond immediately. He then raised his hand and created a sphere of energy. A mystical and magical portal appeared in the sky. Ao Wusong said, everyone, go in. Everyone entered the portal one after the other. Sword First and Xiaoyun were now within the formation. Countless swords, all with similar shapes, surrounded them. Sword First observed for a while, then turned to Xiaoyun and said, Brother Dugu, do you feel like the quality of these swords is all the same, very hard to choose? Xiaoyun also agreed, replying, yes, please enlighten me, Brother Sword First. Sword First modestly said, enlighten? I dare not. I also heard Brother Ao say that choosing a sword within the sword pond is not about people choosing swords, but about swords choosing people. Sword First spread his arms, and a dozen swords gathered around him. He explained, you just need to release your sword intent, and the sword will cooperate with your sword intent and fly out, letting you choose. Bai Tian, standing beside him, heard this, smiled, and secretly marveled. Truly amazing, I have to try it. He thought about it, then spread his arms and welcomed over 100 swords. People saw this and loudly praised, Brother Dugu is truly extraordinarily talented. Xiaoyun closed his eyes, relaxed, spread his arms, and thought to himself, I'll try it too. Sure enough, Xiaoyun had incredible strength. Countless swords pointed their tips at him after he spread his arms. The crowd looked up, and they were all astonished. Unable to help but exclaim, my god, Dugu Chubai is too powerful. No wonder he's first on the Zhan ranking. That's right, truly amazing. Jun Xiaodao, filled with jealousy and resentment. Mocked, hoof, fooling everyone. Qin Bingyue carefully observed and then analyzed. It seems I was truly wrong. That monk is skilled in Buddhism. How could he comprehend so many sword intents? Even if someone's talent is stronger, they can't be distracted by too many things. Everyone, without prior agreement, looked in the same direction, at the same target. Xiaoyun, smugly, raised his hand to control those swords and said, why are the quality of these swords all the same? How should I choose? Should I just rely on fate? He then frowned, quickly dismissing his previous thought. No, I can't rely on luck. There must be a trick. Think carefully, discussing swords, observing swords, selecting swords. Based on this order. At this moment, Xiaoyun widened his eyes and realized what he needed to do. I understand. It's Dao meaning. Observing swords to comprehend Dao meaning, using Dao meaning to choose a sword. Understanding the trick, Xiaoyun spread his arms and used the vibration Dao meaning. At that moment, a beam of light surrounded him and the swords. Xiaoyun's face revealed a smug smile. He smiled and looked in one direction. An exquisitely forged sword was surrounded by lightning. Xiaoyun excitedly shouted, found it. A large hand appeared, preparing to grab the saint weapon. Jun Xiaodao was controlling it, scheming to take the saint weapon for himself. He flew over quickly and laughed loudly. Dugu Chubai, thanks for helping me find this sword. I won't be polite then. Ao Wusong, witnessing this, angrily cursed that Jun Xiaodao, he really wants to deliberately cause trouble. Xin Bingyu's face turned pale. She secretly mocked Jun Xiaodao, a high-ranking official, possessing the supreme body, yet he has such little character. This Jun Shensi is probably spoiled by the Jun family. If he really wants to go to the Central Territory, he'll definitely be beaten like a dog by those supreme bodies. Qin Jian turned to Qin Bingyu and said, there's a reason why the Central Territory can be so strong. A fight in Dragon's Soaring Valley, even supreme bodies were crippled. Only by tempering through blood and fire can you become a true genius. Qin Bingyu smiled and agreed, that's right. Xiaoyun crippled that supreme body. He's truly a freak. I wonder when I'll be able to meet him. A powerful force flew forward to block Jun Xiaodao's large hand. He moved closer to the saint weapon and sarcastically said, you want to snatch the sword from my hand? You're truly a delusional idiot. Jun Xiaodao, filled with anger, furiously bellowed, do you think this is a sparring match in the discussing sword hall? I'm not going to be a fool and give you time to prepare your sword move. Xiaoyun smiled and ignored him, no need. Jun Xiaodao summoned black energy, angrily yelled, all of you lowly servants, get out of here. Don't blame me if you die. The crowd fearfully fled, loudly urging each other. Grab a sword, hurry up. It seems there's going to be some good drama today. Two hands were summoned by yin-yang hand magic. True to its name, one hand was white, the other black, and they moved in tandem, charging towards Xiaoyun. Jun Xiaodao decisively shouted, Duga Chubai, the supreme body doesn't forgive offenders. Today, I will make you see the gap between us. Xiaoyun didn't back down. Elements appeared one after another. Earth, wind, water, fire, and lightning, summoned by the Earth Scroll. One sword, Earth shakes 9 continents. Wind Scroll, one sword, furious wind sweeps spirit. Water Scroll, one sword, ice seals 3 myriad leagues. Fire Scroll, one sword, vermilion flame ascends 9 heavens. Lightning Scroll, one sword, lightning shatters 5 great mountains. Xiaoyun controlled these powerful elements effortlessly. He secretly sneered, it's a pity that the supreme body is worthless to me. Xiaoyun, from above, looked down and smiled confidently. Qin Bingyue looked up and exclaimed in astonishment, 5 types of sword intent. Throughout history, no one has ever been able to comprehend 5 types of sword intent. The red-haired young man beside her said. No wonder he could absorb so many swords. Dugabai Tian, standing beside her, excitedly said, he's no slouch. He's even more powerful than Patriarch Dugu's sword. The shoots have surpassed the bamboo. Bai Ping, however, said, are you sure he's your uncle? Aren't you taking it too lightly? Back above, Xiaoyun's 5 sword intents were clashing against Jun Xiaodao. Jun Xiaodao summoned a large hand to block Xiaoyun's attack. Xiaodao Fist Seal. Jun Xiaodao continued to use another move to counter, while Xiaoyun used Lightning God Slash to attack. The two of them continued to attack each other. Xiaoyun looked up at him, frowned, and said, Xiaowang body, it's just like that. Jun Xiaodao, seeing his confidence, replied, Duga Chubai, I truly underestimated you. But next, I'm going to unleash my full strength. He then used the Xiaodao True Step and quickly closed in on Xiaoyun. Those below looked up in astonishment. So fast. That's truly instantaneous movement. No, that's the Xiaodao True Step. The Jun family's unparalleled step. Duga Chubai is in trouble now. He looked at him, smirked, and said, competing in speed? Alright, I'll let you see true speed. He then quickly rushed forward, so fast that his afterimage couldn't be seen. Those below began to discuss again. He's mastered the lightning flash step. He only cultivated the lightning sword scripture not long ago. Wow, even you can't compare. As he approached him, he used the lightning god slash to attack him. Jun Xiaodao was hit and flew straight into the mountain behind him. Xiaoyun looked down at him and contemptuously said. The Xianwang body is pretty weak. You are the weakest supreme body I've ever encountered. Jun Xiaodao, hearing Xiaoyun's judgment, was enraged and immediately retaliated with his strongest move. He didn't forget to add, Duga Chubai, you forced me. You're going to die today. A huge, blue body appeared behind him. Below, many people started buzzing with discussion. He ignited his Emperor bloodline. After this move, he'll need a long time to recover. Win big or lose big. Oh no, Jun Xiaodao has completely gone mad. How can Duga Chubai block that? He looked at him go mad but wasn't afraid at all. He even looked at him with disdain and laughed, I just comprehended the Dao meaning. Finally, I have a chance to use it. He became serious again, looking at him. Countless energy flowed from him and converged. Vibration Dao meaning, he thought to himself. Cut. Earth, Power Fist. One sword. Earth shakes 9 continents. He delivered a move like a whirlwind, striking down towards him. The attack was too swift for Jun Xiaodao to react. His entire body was launched upward by the blow. The ground around him cracked, and he could only exclaim, how is this possible? Qin Jian, seeing this, shouted, over 200 swords. Qin Bingyue, standing beside him, also widened her eyes in astonishment, 250 swords. How could he comprehend the Dao meaning so quickly? Jun Xiaodao, after being struck, lay on the ground, writhing. He repeatedly coughed up blood. He refused to accept defeat and gritted his teeth. I've lost. The supreme body lost to a mere mortal. With all his stubbornness, he struggled to stand up and said, I'm not reconciled. I must defeat you. He hadn't stood up for long when he was struck again by Xiaoyun, this time a straight blow to the head, and he fell back to the ground. Xiao Yun casually snatched the sword from his hand. After delivering the strike, he turned and walked away, not forgetting to glance back at him as he struggled to stand up and said, "Don't waste your energy. You're not my opponent." He raised the sword. He looked at it with a joyful expression. Another saint weapon in hand. Those watching him couldn't stop praising him after the battle. Dugu Chobai defeated one of the strongest of the younger generation on Jushao continent. That's right. Another powerful, unyielding mortal. Truly, there are heavens beyond heavens and humans beyond humans. The ancients didn't light us. Xinjian turned to the princess and asked, "Do you think you can defeat him?" She heard this and turned to reply, "I'm not sure." Sword cultivators who have comprehended Tao meanings are truly the real sword cultivators. If we fight at a distance, I can use bow and arrow to suppress him. At close range, I might be suppressed by him. She said this and continued as she walked. The Saint Domain Assembly in the Central Territory is about to start. We should go to the Central Territory. He heard this and replied, unexpectedly, besides that Xiao Yun from the Central Territory, there's another person who defeated a supreme body with a counterbody. This world truly is a glorious, prosperous age. Those around them went to the battle area to carry Jun Xiaodao away. They said, "Jun Shensi, rest assured, our Wanjian Mountain Manor will do everything in our power to treat your injuries." At this moment, he was mesmerized, looking at the glowing sword. My trip to Dan Huang ended perfectly. It's time to go back. However, I already have a demon sword, ice lightning sword, and this sword. 3 saint weapons. If I have another saint sword, unleashing the sword formation thought would be even stronger. Ao Wusong landed beside Xiao Yun and said, "Brother Dugu, give this sword a name." He heard this, smiled, and replied, "Okay. Then its name will be, Defeated Jun Xiaodao Sword." Ao Wusong was speechless upon hearing the name. Defeated Jun Xiaodao Sword. It's a good thing Jun Xiaodao was carried away. Otherwise he would be furious to death. Then he suddenly asked, "Brother Ao. Can the weapon masters of Wanjian Mountain Manor modify saint weapons?" Ao Wusong heard this and asked back, "Modify saint weapons? Brother Dugu, what kind of modification do you want?" He heard this and replied, "I want to modify a saint weapon of the Tao, a blade, into a sword. Ideally, it would be a saint weapon of the wind attribute." Ao Wusong heard this, smiled, and replied, "Brother Dugu, you can actually get 2 saint weapons. It's truly admirable. I've been a saint's son for so many years and haven't even possessed a single saint weapon." He heard this and replied, "Luck, just luck. If he knew I had 4 saint weapons, I wonder how he would feel." Ao Wusong turned to him and said, "Brother Dugu, follow me. We previously agreed that you could observe the forging of another sword. Now is a good opportunity. I'll ask Master Ao Feng to help you modify the saint weapon." He replied, "Then thank you, Brother Ao." Dugu Badian stood in front of him, clasping his hands. He said, "Uncle, I'll return to the clan and get the space swordsmanship technique for you first. Then we'll meet up in the Central Territory." He replied, "Okay. We'll meet again in the Central Territory." He responded, "Uncle, take care. Nephew, take care." He replied. Then he turned to the side and there were 3 other people who also clasped their hands. The man standing beside Badian said, "Brother Dugu, we'll go first. See you in the Central Territory." Wulingshan also clasped his hands and bowed saying, "Brother Dugu, we'll go back and bid farewell to Master first. Then we'll set off to the Central Territory." Xiao Yun replied, "Okay." After a stick of incense, Xiao Yun and Ao Wusong entered a room. They greeted Master Ao Feng. The man inside turned his head, looked at them and said, "Little Song Song is here. Long time no see. You're getting as handsome as I am. You'll definitely charm a lot of women in the future. Truly admirable. Youth is so good." He heard this teasing and was startled. Little Song Song? So, Weapon Master Ao Feng has much less aura than Master Ao. Ao Wusong interjected, "Ao Feng. Master, your son, Duga Jing, is here." Ao Feng heard this and replied, "So it's the descendant of Little Sword, Little Bai, is it? I was like a brother to your ancestor. Even the sword in his hand was forged by me." He heard those names inside, Little Sword, Little Bai. What kind of names are those? Ao Feng saw this and said, "All right, Little Bai, bring out that Li Qingdao you want me to forge. Let me have a look." He heard Ao Feng call him Little Bai and silently thanked his lucky stars that this name wasn't his real name. Ao Feng held the sword and said, "Wow, a good blade. This is a mature saint weapon. Are you sure you want to modify it?" He replied, yes. Ao Feng continued, a mature saint weapon is 1 in 10,000. It's a pity to modify it. Didn't you just obtain a sword? He replied, the more the merrier. Hearing this, Ao Feng turned to walk away, then turned his head back and said, it seems you, little Bai, want to use multiple saint weapons simultaneously. Being able to have such a technique and also have multiple swords, people would admire that. Nowadays, young people are truly exceptional. Exceptional. Half an hour later, he was directly watching Ao Feng forge the sword. Ao Wusong exclaimed in astonishment. Master Ao Feng's speed is too fast. I can't comprehend it at all. Ao Ming shouted, shut up. This is the Wind Dao's speed Dao meaning. You can't use your eyes to see it. You must use your spirit to feel it. Ao Wusong heard this and turned to look. At this moment, the system displayed, use one awakening instance on Master Ao Ming's Wind Dao speed. He saw this, spread his arms. And his body instantly emitted a golden beam of power. This caused Ao Wusong and Ao Ming to be surprised. This is comprehension. A moment later, Ao Wusong dejectedly sighed, I still haven't comprehended it. Then he glanced at his side. He looked at him, floating and feeling, and exclaimed, my God, he's comprehended it again. Ao Ming standing beside him said, stop saying, my God. Wusong, you've observed the forging of saint weapons 4 times. Ao Wusong, hearing this, spoke with a heavy heart. Is this Duga Chubai sent from heaven to hit me? He then bowed his head, which made Ao Wusong jump in surprise. This isn't instantaneous movement. His speed is simply too fast. This is the sign of the small completion stage of speed Dao meaning, Ao Ming said. Ao Feng responded, so fast, it's already reached the small completion stage, and I just finished forging the saint weapon. He's a freak. Ao Ming also said, earlier, when he observed me forging the sword, it was the same. He truly is a divine being. An hour later, Ao Tian's face was furrowed, his entire body weak. Where's the wind? Where's the speed? How come I can't feel anything? He dejectedly said, it's not because I'm incompetent, it's because Duga Chubai is too good. I've tried my best. I truly can't compare. Ao Feng comforted him, little Song. You've watched the forging of saint weapons 4 times. 4 times. Ao Ming reminded him, 4 times. He heard this and sobbed, oh, kind heaven and earth, please have mercy on me. Ao Feng turned to Xiao Yun and said, congratulations, little Bai, for comprehending another Dao meaning. He raised his hand and scratched his head, politely saying, Master Ao Feng, you're too kind. It's just a few Dao meanings, it's not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Ao Tian wanted to bite Xiao Yun right then and there. This brat is asking for a beating. How can he still be so happy? On the second day, Xiao Yun took the initiative to bid farewell. Before leaving, he didn't forget to thank them. Thank you, Brother Ao, for your hospitality. I remember the kindness of your mountain manor. Brother Dugu, take care. Brother Ao, take care. We'll see each other in the Central Territory. He then left immediately. Ao Tian finally could breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, that freak is finally gone. See each other? See each other's butts. It's best if we never see each other again. Wusong, you've watched the forging of the sword 4 times. Ao Ming suddenly appeared from behind. It was unknown how long he had been there. Ao Tian froze, he was truly sick of hearing it. Xiaoyan spread his arms, soaring through the sky. He said, following the wind, lightning flashes power. As he flew, he thought to himself, next is forging the chaotic body. The Saint Domain Assembly is a big deal. Last time, the chaotic Saint Domain was overthrown by the Saint King sect, a non-Saint Domain. It was incredibly embarrassing. This time, I have to find an excuse to go back. Suddenly, from afar, a man had his sights set on him. It was Zhang Daolei. He saw him and thought to himself in surprise, this is Dao meaning? Little one, you've comprehended speed Dao meaning. The Saint Domain is truly about to rise. He approached and asked, little one, have you comprehended the Dao meaning? That's right, ancestor. I've comprehended speed Dao meaning, and also vibration Dao meaning, he replied. Zhang Daolei heard this and gasped in astonishment. 2 Dao meanings? My God, how old is he? He asked, Xiao Yun, how did you comprehend the Dao meaning? You watched the weapon master, and then you also modified another saint weapon. He honestly replied, observing the forging of a saint weapon is indeed helpful. So, after I return, I'll ask the saint master to contact Wanjian Mountain Manor. I'll invite those weapon masters to the Saint domain so I can observe. That's great. Please invite the 2 weapon masters who have comprehended protection and subtleness Dao meaning. The other 3 won't be helpful to you. He responded, okay. The price will be a little lower then. Suddenly, Xiao Yun's expression changed. He seemed to sense something. Someone's coming. An old man with white hair appeared from somewhere, swaggered over, and asked, young man, you've done something wrong, and you want to leave so easily? Is that really how it's done? Xiao Yun looked at the white-haired old man and asked, who are you? What have I done wrong? Then he suddenly turned serious. It's a saint. Jun Zantian looked at Xiao Yun with a hint of contempt in his eyes and said, based on your talent, you're truly worthy of knowing my name. I am Jun Zantian, a saint of the Jun family. You used cunning tricks to defeat our Jun family's Shensi, and you still want to leave? Do you really think our Jun family is defenseless? Xiao Yun sneered and replied, cunning tricks? I defeated him fairly and squarely. Everyone from Wanjian Mountain Manor witnessed it. Your Jun family suffered a disastrous defeat. If you want to be a prostitute, don't build a temple. Jun Zantian immediately retorted, a brat below saint is just an ant. An ant dares to disrespect a saint? They will be struck down by heaven and earth. Xiao Yun, hearing this, was angered. He shouted, you're full of crap. If the emperor knew that you were involved in the dispute with the senior, he wouldn't be able to rest even in the 9 netherworlds. Brat, stop talking nonsense. As long as you can withstand one move from this old man, then this matter will be considered settled. He said this and then unleashed his move, creating a giant hand and slamming it down toward him. Xiao Yun was speechless. He chuckled and replied, withstand one move from a saint and still have the nerve to say that? It's a good thing he's here. As soon as he finished, a bolt of lightning struck directly, shattering Jun Zantian's giant hand, hitting him directly. Ah, he cried out in pain. Zhang Delay, his aura fierce, crossed his arms and looked down. Jun Zantian, at this time, was startled and exclaimed, great, great saint. Zhang Delay directly scolded Jun Zantian, you are not a lonely saint. You don't have sword intent. You are simply using the power of thunder and lightning. How is this possible? The Dugu family only has one great saint, Dugu Saint. He became more and more intense. Jun Zantian, a junior of the Jun family. I also have some impressions of your grandfather, Jun Quangrun. He was once a subordinate general of mine. Nonsense. Even if you are a great saint, you can't insult my grandfather. My grandfather, Jun Chang Quangrun, is a peak great saint powerhouse. Throughout the world, except for those few emperor candidates who can be his opponent, Jun Zantian insisted, denying it. Zhang Delay explained, I wasn't insulting him. Back then, on the same path, only he was qualified to be my opponent. Except for me, he never lost to anyone. You are a lazy. Then that kid is, at this point, Jun Zantian finally realized. His eyes widened as he thought, Xiao Yun, the legendary prodigy of the chaotic saint domain, used a mortal body to suppress countless supreme bodies. He's known as the #1 genius of the Central Territory. I've been wondering why Dong Huang suddenly had such a powerful heaven's pride. It's me. Is your grandfather doing well? Zhang Delay asked. Lei Senior, please forgive me. As for my grandfather, he's still the same. He's in seclusion, trying to advance to emperor candidate. He replied. Then he thought, this Lei Zhu is too powerful. I'm probably going to die. If he brings the chaotic bell, I'm doomed. Let's try to deceive him first. Your grandfather is older than me. Where does he have the qualifications to become an emperor candidate? You don't need to play tricks. Even if your grandfather becomes an emperor candidate, he won't be a threat to me. He said this and then conjured a golden bell. Senior, I'm a semi-emperor, after all. If you want to chop or kill me, feel free to do whatever you want. He thought to himself, what bad luck. He really brought the chaotic bell. Zhang Delay was dumbfounded. He angrily replied. Using your strength to bully the weak, killing the chaotic saint domain's official candidate. This crime cannot be pardoned. But for the sake of your grandfather, I'll give you a chance to live. Suppress your cultivation, fight a battle at the same level as the candidate, and if you win, I'll spare you. Really, he asked doubtfully, and the unexpected answer was, of course. Alright, I'll fight your candidate. I hope Lei Zhu will keep his word. Jun Zhantian immediately agreed. Rest assured, my promise is worth 1,000 pounds of gold. Lei Zhu responded, then enlarged the bell. The bell enveloped him, suppressing his cultivation. Jun Tian looked up and said, Lei Zhu, you suppressed my cultivation, but I'm a semi-emperor after all. In the next battle, what happens if I accidentally kill your candidate? Zhang Delay responded, rest assured. Life and death are fated. I absolutely won't interfere. Jun Tian angrily continued. Little one, I admit that you have incredible natural talent, but those below Saint are just ants. Even though my cultivation is suppressed, I am not someone you can contend with right now. If that's what you're saying, then I won't pretend anymore. It feels good to unleash my full strength. Xiaoyan said this and charged straight towards Jun Tian. He didn't hold back either. At the same time, he charged towards him, and they directly threw punches at each other. Jun Tian cried out in pain. He was flung back, falling from a great height at a tremendous speed. His physical body, how is it so strong? Jun Tian sprang to his feet. At the same time, Xiaoyan charged forward and raised his fist. Then he delivered a barrage of punches. Jun Tian was stunned, his mind reeling. He staggered back a few steps. Xiaoyan sarcastically said. It seems that a saint's physical body is just that. He heard this, was enraged, and shouted. Young man, even if your physical body is stronger, so what? Realm and techniques are fundamental. He raised both his hands, and two gigantic dragons, one white, one black, emerged. Great Yin Yang hand, Xiaoyan didn't back down. He used the chaotic fist to create a giant fist and said, techniques? Do you think you can defeat me? With a light punch, Jun Tian's two dragons were shattered. He was so furious, he could have popped his eyes out. He roared, how is this possible? Before he could finish, Xiaoyan delivered another punch. As a result, Jun Tian was flung back once again. It wasn't over yet, Xiaoyan landed on the ground. He then said, and used the vibration Dao meaning. His entire body radiated power. You've comprehended two Dao meanings? Jun Tian was startled. He thought to himself, Xiao Dao said he comprehended the Dao meaning before he won, but it turned out to be two. When did the Dao meaning become so easy to comprehend? This person is truly a freak. Young man, you're truly terrifying. It's a pity you're not someone from the Jun family. You're only destined to die. Today, I'll let you see what true Dao meaning is. He unleashed the Void Divine Finger. Xiaoyan used the chaotic realm to create a protective shield. He said, going back and forth, is that all your ability? Truly disappointing. Jun Tian's attacks, twice in a row, did not touch Xiaoyan even a single hair. He thought to himself and then became furious. This person is truly like the ancient emperors in their youth. If anyone in this world can become an emperor, it's him. So I must not let him live. Ultimate Extreme. He launched another attack. Suddenly, Jun Tian looked at him, his face full of fear. This is the Lei Zhan's move, Lei Xinzhan. Lei Xinzhan surged towards him like a rocket. Jun Tian created a shield to block the attack. But its destructive power was too great. He took the hit head-on. Jun Tian screamed in pain. Then he died right there, his body charred black. Xiaoyan thought, this state is truly profound and mysterious. It's as if he has become one with the universe. Is this about to transcend the Suqiao Jing peak stage? The system began to update. Using one-time enlightenment with current state. Zhang Daolei watched the battle unfold. His eyes wide with astonishment. As expected, killing a semi-saint of the great saint rank has greatly benefited Xiaoyan. Our Hanyuan Holy Land is truly about to rise again. He thought, then departed with Xiaoyan. Let's go, back to the sect. The two blazed across the sky like rockets. Meanwhile, at the Jun family. Jun Xiaozhao was restless, his voice laced with gritted teeth. Unbelievable. The immortal Qing body, ranked 10th among the 10 supreme bodies, was defeated by a mere mortal. You, Duga Chubai, I will kill you. Just one loss, and you're already discouraged? I suggested long ago that you let him go out and gain more experience, but those old geezers wouldn't listen. This guy has no sense of reason at all, my son. Jun Wuliang, his father, walked in from outside. Before he could finish, a loud bang echoed from outside. An explosion had occurred. Jun Wuliang and Jun Xiaozhao gaped in shock. The holy seal shattered. Jun Tian is dead. He was your guardian. What did you do? I don't know. When my guardian left, he said he wanted to go discipline Duga Chubai. The Dugu family dares to kill a saint of the Jun family. I will make them pay. At the Dugu family, achoo. His face remains stoic. I am a saint, I cannot be ill. Some powerful being is mentioning the Dugu family. Could it be that brat by Tian who caused this trouble? You little rascal, when you return, I will deal with you. Achoo. Dugu by Tian sneezed again, his nose running. He wiped his nose and said, I sneezed, could it be that my uncle was talking about me? Relatives are truly alike. At the Hunyuan Holy Land, finally back. Zhang Delay and Xiao Yun hovered in the air. The two emerged from a spatial vortex. Zhang Delay complimented him, you transcended another tribulation. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Yun chuckled in response. It really is a peak stage beyond compare. Good thing this natural tribulation allowed me to grasp the Tao of Thunder. The system announced, using one-time enlightenment with the Tao of Thunder. Using one-time enlightenment with the Tao of Thunder. Jun Wuliang, accompanied by Jun Xiao, rushed towards the Jun family ancestral land to report. With a look of horror, he respectfully clasped his hands and said, Grandmaster, Zhang Tian ancestor has died. Upon hearing the terrible news, the old master went mad, smashing the pillars of the house, sending fragments flying. Jun Quangren, the Jun family patriarch, emerged from the explosion, his voice laced with rage. Who killed him? Return to the ancestor, this is what happened. Jun Wuliang began to recount the events of their encounter with Xiao Yun. Then Zhang Tian ancestor chased after Dugu Chubai and never returned. After a moment of reporting, he finally finished. Jun Quangren seemed calmer, standing there as he criticized Jun Xiaoxiao, Humph, you're a supreme body, yet your willpower is so weak. You're like a hothouse flower. Don't even think about proving the Tao. You don't even have the qualifications to ascend to the Emperor's path. After scolding his own family, he turned to settle the score with outsiders. After I return from the Dugu family, I will send you out for training. If you have the supreme body, then there are only two paths you can take. Either die or prove the Tao. Before Jun Quangren could fly too far, Jun Wuliang anxiously spoke, Ancestor, why not bring the Wen Tianjing? But he flew away, not even looking at the Dugu family. Just a little Dugu family, no need for an emperor's weapon. Jun Quangren sped toward the Dugu family like a whirlwind. He slammed a giant palm strike down on their house and roared, you puny Dugu family dared to kill a saint of my Jun family? Remember, your destroyer is named Jun Quangren. The Dugu family patriarch, Dugu Shang, felt the sudden malice and unleashed his energy to protect his house. Jun Quangren, what are you doing? When did the Dugu family kill a saint of your Jun family? The palm strike aimed at the house shattered as Dugu Shang's energy blasted it away. Shut up, 8 extremes unite, invincible under heaven. The palm strike was not his only attack. Jun Quangren had already gathered a giant, purple lightning ball. Dugu Shang tried to calm him down. Wait, explain yourself first. The Dugu family doesn't have any saints outside, so how could we possibly kill your saint? But Jun Quangren didn't listen. He flung the lightning ball toward their houses. Shut up, 8 extremes unite, invincible under heaven. Don't be so impulsive. The Dugu family has always remained secluded, I swear. Dugu Shang explained weakly. But the only response was, shut up. 8 extremes unite, invincible under heaven. From Jun Quangren, followed by the destruction of the Dugu family houses. Realizing that he couldn't fight back or reason with him, Dugu Shang quickly ordered his remaining disciples within the city. Run, everyone, run. An hour later, the Dugu family was completely destroyed, reduced to ruins. Dugu Bai Tian just landed after his long flight. He surveyed his surroundings, vaguely recognizing something but not daring to confirm it. All he saw were craters filled with debris. Dugu Bai Tian was completely stunned. What the heck is this place? Where is my house? Where's my ancestor? I need to tell him, I found my uncle. Definitely, my terrible sense of direction led me astray. This definitely isn't my home. However, this place feels vaguely familiar. While he was in a daze, Dugu Shang appeared behind him, scolding him. You rascal! I'll kill you, you rebellious, unfilial wretch. You brought such a devastating calamity upon the family. Dugu Bai Tian was terrified. This really is my home. Dugu Shang lunged at him, raining blows upon him. Just over a month, and you're already messing with peak saint level strong individuals. I will beat you to death, you unfilial wretch. Dugu Bai Tian fell to the ground, raising his hand to defend himself. Father, you've misunderstood. I didn't cause any trouble. Shut up. Duga Shang yelled, then delivered a powerful slap across his right cheek, causing it to swell. The father and son tangled for a long time. Every time he said, "Shut up," it was accompanied by a slap. Father, listen to my explanation." "Shut up." "Father, you're being unreasonable." "Shut up." "Father, shut up." "Uncle, that was my uncle who did this. Come save me." Xiao Yun, somewhere in the world, felt Duga Bai Tian's longing for him through a loud sneeze. Xiao Yun grinned as his nose ran. "Someone is thinking of me. Hee, it must be Xiaoya's group. Too bad, I haven't been able to grasp the Tao from the Thunder Tribulation. Boy, let's go. The Jianlu Holy Land is not far. The Patriarch is still waiting for you to claim glory for the Holy Land." Zhang Delay flew away, calling for him to follow. Xiao Yun regained his composure, his eyes shining. "Patriarch, rest assured, I have a big surprise for you and Master." Finally, the time to forge the Hanyuan body has come. On this day, Emperor Peak was bathed in the gentle morning sun, adding to the beauty of the mountains and waters. Xiao Yun was fusing his body with the Jiling. Finally, they are one. Refreshing. As soon as he finished fusing, someone arrived at the door, shouting, "Xiao Yun, come out. I must defeat you." Xiao Yun walked out to greet the newcomers. "Just a defeated underling, I don't bother with you. But my junior sisters, it's been a while. Greetings, senior brother. You seem even more handsome." The two junior sisters greeted him. Xiao Yun accepted it without a second thought. "Greetings, junior sisters. I've always been handsome. Xiao Yun, come on. Let's fight again." Xiao Wuji challenged him. Xiao Yun wasn't very interested, glancing at him. "Xiao Wuji, you couldn't even defeat a little Li Fei. You lost to the dashing, valiant, and extraordinary Duga Chu Bai in the tribulation. You truly disappointed me. Do you have the face to challenge me?" Xiao Wuji immediately spoke up to salvage his image. "You know what happened. Their strength is really strong. But I didn't lose either. The three of us worked together, dividing into upper and lower ranks." "Wait, how do you know that?" He caught on to the key point and questioned him. Xiao Yun smiled, his eyes sharp. "Of course, it's a man's intuition. Hold on, like you said. If it were me back then, I really couldn't have defeated you. But now it's different. I've grasped the Tao. You're absolutely no match for me." Xiao Wuji spoke with absolute confidence. Xiao Yun was unconvinced. "Oh, you've grasped the Tao?" He soared into the air, his energy blazing like a super scion. "What's the matter, dare you come? If you're afraid, then admit defeat." Sensing the difference in his strength, Xiao Yun's expression turned serious as he assumed a fighting stance. "Interesting. Then let's have another round. The Supreme Body isn't something to be trifled with. He can actually grasp the Tao so quickly." Seeing that Xiao Yun was willing to fight, Xiao Wuji swung his fist towards him. Battle God Fist. Invincible Fist Mark. Xiao Yun's fist was also amplified with a layer of dazzling golden energy. The two collided their fists, creating a shockwave that blasted everything in its path. "You've entered the extreme realm too." Xiao Yun's interest grew as their previous attack yielded no clear victor. He closed his eyes, arrogantly stating, "The extreme realm isn't just yours. I can enter it too. So today, I'll definitely defeat you. Xiao Yun, if you feel you can't fight back, remember to concede. I don't want my first subordinate to be a corpse." Xiao Wuji tensed, summoning a terrifying insect behind him as his guardian spirit. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. The Six Paths Reincarnation Fist is renowned as the strongest martial art under heaven. It's the ultimate technique after the ancient saint body attains enlightenment. "Young master, will he be okay?" Fu Ling felt a pang of unease and worry for Xiao Yun. Elder DTN, standing nearby, didn't believe Xiao Yun would lose. "Don't worry, this time. Yuner has surely gained something from his training." "Xiao Wuji, you're truly quite impressive. But just these things, they're still not enough." Xiao Yun stood defiantly before him, speaking without any fear of this immense power. Battle God Realm, Reincarnation Law. Xiao Wuji unleashed a tremendously powerful strike, aiming directly at Xiao Yun. "Xiao Wuji, you've truly taken me by surprise. With your strength, you deserve to know my ultimate power. The Supreme Reincarnation Law. As expected, every supreme body cannot be underestimated." Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with the joy of finding a worthy opponent, a playful smile gracing his lips. He summoned the unmatched sword energy of his divine grade sword. Xiaoyun cast his spell, Chaos Realm. A brilliant light shot out from him, forming a cross. Behind him, lotuses bloomed, providing a backdrop. Earth's roll. One sword, earth shakes, shatters 9 continents. Xiaoyun swung his sword, unleashing a giant lightning bolt, the boundless energy disrupting the heavens. Faced with this lightning strike of celestial punishment, Xiao Wuji remained calm, pondering, I seem to have seen this move somewhere before. It was in the Doubt Tribulation. The user of this move was. As Xiao Wuji's attack clashed with Xiaoyun's sword intent, it couldn't withstand the force and shattered into pieces. The explosion was powerful, Xiao Wuji suffering from the backlash. He could only cry out in pain, "You are Duba Chubai." He was sent flying backwards by the explosive force, his body unable to withstand the impact, forcing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. The crowd of onlookers buzzed, having witnessed Xiaoyun's true power. The true god's son, one sword defeated Xiao Wuji. So strong. How did he learn swordsmanship? Our chaos sacred ground doesn't practice swordsmanship, right? Why does the true god's son know everything? A genius. Elder DTN looked at Xiao Wuji, who lay unconscious on the ground, then commanded, someone, carry Xiao Wuji to be treated. Immediately, a subordinate quickly replied, yes. Having dealt with that, he turned to Xiaoyun, come now, disciple, tell me what you experienced in Eastern Wilderness. Xiaoyun stood at attention, joyfully replying, yes, master, I've been wanting to tell you. An hour later, Xiaoyun and his master sat in a private room, engaging in conversation. After hearing the whole story, DTN praised him, not bad, not bad. Your grasp of the laws is excellent. You must know that the most terrifying aspect of supreme bodies is their ease in understanding laws. Moreover, the laws they comprehend are exceptionally strong. Xiaoyun felt the same way, yes, master, I gained a profound understanding during the battle. Xiao Wuji's reincarnation law was truly terrifying. I suspect that Li Chengdi's time and space law is even more formidable. I need to quickly solidify my chaos body. Master, I'm about to go into seclusion, Xiaoyun announced, standing up from his seat. Elder DTN stopped him, asking with a gentle expression, how long will you be in seclusion? Master, I have something I want to trouble you with. Xiaoyun readily agreed, master, just tell me what it is. Elder DTN blushed, nervously scratching his cheek. I found you a future wife. When the time comes, I'll need you to help me welcome her. Xiaoyun's face lit up with understanding. He gave DTN a thumbs up. It's Senior Lu from the Shanshui sect, right? Ha, master, an old tree blossoming, experiencing a second spring. Congratulations. DTN immediately became annoyed, just stop talking. Remember, you need to emerge from seclusion in half a month for me. Master, rest assured, I guarantee I won't miss your auspicious day. Xiaoyun resolutely headed for the door, assuring Elder DTN of his presence at the grand event. Returning to his room, Xiaoyun sat in meditation, a gentle smile on his face. Come, Chaos Scripture. Pale blue numbers appeared around him, along with the sound of the system. Using Chaos Scripture Enlightenment once. Using Chaos Scripture Enlightenment once. Xiaoyun's body levitated in the air. He spread his arms and legs wide, his body radiating an increasingly potent aura of power. The universe has its reasons, difficult to understand with eyes and ears. Circulation without stagnation, all things follow fate. Heaven and earth have sun and moon, humans have 2 eyes. Sun and moon have brilliance, stars follow their light. The boundless power emanating from Xiaoyun surged towards the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the heavens and earth, forcing a breakthrough in transformation. The Chaos Bell. Seemingly sensing something, vibrated intensely, its resonance echoing across the 4 directions. Ancestor Zhang Daolei sensed the strange occurrence and the resounding bells across Emperor Peak. What's going on? Without my order, who is controlling the Chaos Bell? Zhang Daolei was astonished and highly vigilant in the face of this unusual phenomenon. He fixed his gaze on the Chaos Bell. We're all here, no one else is controlling the Chaos Bell. It's spontaneously recovering, said an elder with a white beard and hair, approaching the divine bell, offering his speculation. Hearing, spontaneously recovering, Zhang Daolei seemed to be deep in thought. A look of unadulterated astonishment appeared on his stern face. This had never happened in all those years. Could it be that the Chaos Great Emperor has returned? The Chaos Bell rang again, emitting tiny energy beams that flew towards those standing nearby. Those energy beams entered Ancestor Zhang Daolei, giving him a feeling of power he had never known before. The Tao resonating, all paths recovering. This is the Chaos Bell spontaneously guiding the heavens in all paths. Even I have signs of breaking through to the true Emperor realm. It's truly miraculous. The bells rang again, the elder with white hair pointing in a direction, a beam of power piercing the heavens. Lei Zhu, look, it's Emperor Peak. Zhang Dao Lei immediately understood. Emperor Peak, could it be that young lad, Xiao Yun? The bells resonated once more, alarming the disciples nearby. Others flew up into the air, curious to see what was happening. Zhang Dao Lei raised his hand, demanding attention, and loudly announced, "Everyone! Remain silent and stay put. Do not leave on your own accord, or you will face the consequences according to sect rules." He spoke sternly, his words carrying heavy weight. The chaos bell is resonating, the heavens and earth are exhibiting strange phenomena. This is Xiao Yun forging his chaos body. We must not let anyone disturb him. Having settled the crowd, Zhang Dao Lei went to Xiao Yun's quarters and found Elder DTN standing before the door, waiting for his beloved disciple. "Lei Zhu, how is Xiao Yun?" DTN asked anxiously. Zhang Dao Lei could only wait outside, reassuring him, he's probably forging his chaos body. Just wait patiently. Inside the room, Xiao Yun continued to sit calmly in meditation, the power emanating from him enveloping his surroundings. Within Xiao Yun's mental state, a golden jade appeared, constantly radiating waves of unmatched power, flying towards his primordial spirit, enveloping it, then entering and forging a new body. This is the primordial spirit in divine sense, something only those in the transcendent realm possess. Moreover, my divine sense is probably even stronger than that of transcendent realm cultivators. Xiao Yun sensed his body undergoing significant transformations. As expected, Xiao Yun calmly continued to refine his body. A dragon with a mysterious purple hue flew out from within him. Using Chaos Scripture Enlightenment once. Using Chaos Scripture Enlightenment once. Purple chi comes east for 30,000 miles. The ferocious dragon flew out from Xiao Yun's body, wrapping itself around the chaos bell, then let out a deafening roar, shaking the sacred ground. In the Taisu sacred ground, the Saint Lord sensed this anomaly and thought in astonishment. Purple chi comes east for 30,000 miles. This means a super talented individual has become a saint, and someone has reached the true Emperor realm. The Saint Lord of the ancient saint ground also recognized the phenomenon, tilting his head towards the sky and pondering such dense purple chi. Could it be that an individual with an exceptionally powerful physique has emerged? In the heavenly sword sacred ground, a pale red-haired elder, clutching his sword, looked up at the sky and questioned, "There's sword Tao within the purple chi. Could it be that some peerless sword Tao genius has become a saint?" People across the land sensed this anomaly. It's safe to say that this shook the entire continent. Xiao Yun furrowed his brows, his concentration sharper than ever. He could sense his body was brimming with energy, and the final moment was upon him. A dragon and a phoenix roared, soaring from the heavens, crashing towards Xiao Yun, bestowing upon him the energy to shatter the heavens and earth. Xiao Yun calmly continued to receive the ancient energy, cleansing his entire body, refining a new mental state. Suddenly, Xiao Yun opened his eyes, shining with brilliance. He frowned and stared intently at his surroundings. He could sense that the Chaos Great Emperor was behind him, gradually merging with Xiao Yun's own soul. He spread his body, comfortably accepting the merging. Chaos body, complete. I still have 188 enlightenments left, and they're still increasing. So, let's take this opportunity to comprehend the chaos law. Xiao Yun successfully forged his body, but he didn't rest, seizing this moment to further cultivate. Using Chaos Law Enlightenment once. Using Chaos Law Enlightenment once, the system's notification echoed. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, concentrating intensely. This chaos law is truly powerful, capable of turning order into chaos. Once I grasp the chaos realm, fire won't be able to burn me, and death can be replaced with life. Such power. No wonder the chaos body is considered the best amongst the 10 supreme bodies without any debate. Half a month later, Xiao Yun finally completed his cultivation and activated his body, striding out of his room. Phew, finally. Upon stepping out the door, Xiao Yun raised his head and saw his master and Zhang Delay standing there, waiting. Master, Lei Zhu, Zhang Delay had been anxiously waiting for a long time. Seeing Xiao Yun, he immediately shouted. Stop with the formalities. Have you succeeded? Xiao Yun chuckled and scratched his head, delivering the good news. I succeeded. Ha ha, ha ha. Ancestor Zhang Delay of the Chaos Sacred Ground erupted in laughter, his joy immeasurable. He soared high into the air. Xiao Yun watched, a slight worry in his voice. Master, is Lei Zhu alright? DTN chuckled. Explaining, haha, Lei Zhu is just too overjoyed. After all, you're the second chaos body to appear in countless ages. You little stinker, hurry to Shan Shui sect and fetch your future wife. If you're late, I'll tell everyone about how you used to peek at the maids in the bathhouse when you were little. Elder DTN became so frantic with worry, he was practically crying. Xiao Yun stiffened, trying to defend himself. Master, don't listen to him. I was researching the human body, purely for cultivation purposes. Don't argue, just go. DTN urged. Xiao Yun obeyed, flying off to fetch his wife for his master. Spotting a familiar figure, he called out, Zhao Wuji, come here. Let's take a ride together. It was only proper to bring along a supreme body like Zhao Wuji for such a grand occasion to show off. Zhao Wuji obediently flew behind him. What kind of technique were you cultivating that created such a huge commotion? Xiao Yun proudly smiled. Technique? You underestimate me. I was forging my chaos body. Zhao Wuji was shocked. Incredulously shouting, what? Chaos body? You were forging the number 1 supreme body? Don't be surprised, hurry up. We'll be late. Xiao Yun flew even faster. Zhao Wuji caught up and curiously asked, all right. I sense you've broken through to the manifestation realm. Is that true? Xiao Yun chuckled, glancing back at Zhao Wuji. Yes, right now. I could beat you as easily as an old man playing with a child. Zhao Wuji retorted with displeasure, humph, stop bragging. I'm about to reach the manifestation realm too. Suddenly, a voice filled with hatred and venom cut through their conversation. Lei Zhu, you dare kill my nephew. I'll kill the true godson of your chaos sacred ground. I'll cut off your chaos sacred ground's hopes of revival. Along with the voice. A blazing handprint descended upon Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun said with a tense expression. We just left the mountain, and they're already brazenly attacking? This old man is so bold. Zhao Wuji stood beside him, frowning. They even want to kill me? Is this guy crazy? As they spoke, they quickly flew toward a giant luminous bell suspended in the air. At the same time, Zhang Delay swiftly flew towards them, roaring with a threatening tone, Crazy man, you dare come to the Chaos Sacred Ground and kill a true godson of our Chaos Sacred Ground? Do you think our Chaos Sacred Ground is in decline? He continued to intimidate, Crazy man, you're dead. After speaking, he unleashed a punch infused with all his might. The crazy man used a luminous shield to block the attack, questioning in response. Lei Zhu, you're a senior, yet you bully the weak and kill my nephew. Is that fair? However, the shield was no match for Zhang Delay's power. With a single punch, he shattered the crazy man's shield into hundreds of pieces, sending them flying in all directions. Having lost his weapon, the crazy man panicked and thought, how is that possible? He's grown stronger. This Lei Zhu has reached the threshold of true emperor. How did he do it? Zhang Delay roared with fiery passion, Crazy man, today I will kill you here. Let all the world know the fate of those who dare harm a true godson of our chaos sacred ground. Despite his bold proclamation, deep down he felt a sense of relief and gratitude to Xiao Yun. If Xiao Yun hadn't condensed the chaos body, defeating the crazy man wouldn't have been so easy. Witnessing the entire battle, Zhao Wuji turned to Xiao Yun with a tense expression. Xiao Yun, what have you done? You brought this terrifying thing here. Standing beside him, Xiao Yun hastily recounted the events, this isn't my fault. I fought the Jin family's true godson, and then this old man's nephew came to kill me. Lei Zhu couldn't stand for it, so he killed his nephew. Having heard the whole story, Zhao Wuji analyzed his doubts, if that's the case, he has a valid reason to kill. But something feels off, this crazy man really wants revenge. Shouldn't he have waited for us to leave before making a move? Xiao Yun frowned and replied nervously, you're right. That's what I don't understand. Unless they have another motive. Seeing the crazy man running off, Zhang Delay scoffed, Crazy man, with this little bit of ability, you dare come to the sacred ground? Suddenly, a mysterious figure swiftly flew from behind him. It was the great saint of the Jin family, Jin Xian. As he raised a hand to unleash an attack, he greeted with a particularly interesting tone, what about me? His amusing greeting instantly sent Zhang Delu flying, but fortunately, he wasn't seriously hurt. He quickly regained his composure and thought, it seems I can only use the chaos bell. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, how lively. And then, a figure appeared, revealing himself to be the true emperor of the Saint King sect, Mu Qi. Seeing their unexpected appearance, Zhang Delay felt a surge of anxiety and wondered. True Emperor Mu Qi has also arrived. It seems I can't easily let the chaos bell leave Xiao Yun's side. What are these people up to? Zhao Wuji hurriedly asked Xiao Yun, what do you think? Could it be that they've come for the celestial phenomenon? Xiao Yun could only reply with a tone, it's definitely possible. Xiao Yun fell into deep thought, as if pondering something. While they probably came for the phenomenon, they likely don't know I forged the chaos body. The only ones who know within the chaos sacred ground are Lei Zhu and Master. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if realizing a crucial point. I understand, they're not truly here to kill me and Zhao Wuji, but to investigate the truth about the chaos sacred ground. At the same time, they relentlessly attacked Zhang Delay. But with an invisible shield protecting him, their attacks had no effect. Zhang Delay glared at them with murderous intent, then warned, Muqi, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to take the Chaos Bell and pay a visit to your Saint King sect. Muqi, hovering in the air, replied arrogantly, Zhang Delay, you're being too domineering. You actually dare to control where I go? It's not the time for your chaos sacred ground to dominate the heavens in 10,000 realms. Just then, a mysterious black light appeared behind Lei Zhu. He turned his head, his expression cautious. The immortal ancestor emerged from the light, threatening, Muqi, our chaos sacred ground is domineering like that. If you don't leave, we'll destroy your Saint King sect today. As he spoke, he transformed into a skeletal monstrosity with grotesque teeth, revealing a secret technique called immortal demon art. Seeing this, Muqi frowned and his body began to radiate a strange light. The skeletal form transformed from the immortal ancestor was drawing streams of light towards itself, possibly absorbing the vital force of Muqi. Witnessing this, Xiao Yun was astounded, his jaw dropping. The immortal ancestor is only a great saint, yet he can clash with true Emperor Muqi? What kind of technique is he using? Zhao Wuji nonchalantly explained, you truly know nothing. This is the immortal demon art, an emperor-level scripture. Your sacred ground was once invincible, so it has at least 5 emperor-level scriptures. However, the immortal ancestor is not a true emperor, so both of them will lose. He winked, humorously saying, no, it's not certain. I might have a way to turn the tide. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun extended his hand, clasped it, and focused on performing a certain secret technique. Let me try controlling the Chaos Bell. Before, I sold my Chaos Body, using Chaos Guidance to control the Chaos Bell. Now that I've forged the Chaos Body, its power should be even greater. If I can catch them off guard, it'll be devastating. Suddenly, something happened. His eyes widened in panic. What's going on? My body can't move. He stood still like a wall, bewildered. Something is controlling my body. Who? Who is it? Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind, don't worry. I won't harm you. Xiao Yun asked in surprise, what do you want to do? The voice came again. Time flies. 1,000,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, I've waited for a new chaos body. You didn't lie to me. He felt those words were absurd and replied with indifference, bah, that dramatic nonsense. 1,000,000 years in the blink of an eye? You think I'm a fool? Great emperors live at most 50,000 years, heavenly emperors only 100,000. Who are you? Who can live for 1,000,000 years? The voice slowly materialized in front of Xiao Yun and said, as for who I am, I'm actually the spirit of the Chaos Bell. You can call me Chaos Bell. Xiao Yun was surprised, the spirit of the Chaos Bell? I've never heard Lei Zhu mention it. Hearing that name seemed familiar, Chaos Bell asked, Lei Zhu? That Zhang Delay? Xiao Yun remained standing stiffly, replying, yes, it was Lei Zhu who controlled the Chaos Bell before. He probably knows you. Chaos Bell recounted with displeasure, of course I know him. His comprehension was insufficient, unable to grasp chaos guidance. Then he kept complaining to me, for over 10,000 years. It was so annoying, so I helped you. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was shocked, realizing that Lei Zhu had been controlling the Chaos Bell. Chaos Bell entered Xiao Yun's body, excitedly saying, next, let's conquer the world together. But Xiao Yun resolutely refused. I swear I'll never let you stay inside my body. So, return to the Chaos Bell. He pressed his face against Xiao Yun's palm, proudly boasting, my experience is extensive. Xiao Yun angrily tried to push him away, shouting, that won't do. You're always inside me, seeing everything I do. I'm not comfortable. Hearing this, Chaos Bell immediately left his body and stood in front of him, all right. Xiao Yun quickly asked, if you've always followed the Chaos Great Emperor, then do you know his whereabouts? Chaos Bell replied, all great emperors and heavenly emperors have only one place to go, the immortal path. Because only by achieving immortality can you continue to increase your lifespan. So, the Chaos Great Emperor is naturally on the immortal path. Xiaoyun asked with a tense expression, is there truly an immortal path? I always thought it was just a legend. That's right. As for the current situation, do you have any way to deal with those three? Chaos Bell touched his forehead and replied, you still don't understand the situation. It's not just those three who have come. Go, I'll let you see. A strange light appeared on Xiaoyun's forehead, and a bright spot resembling an eye appeared. He stammered, this. And before him appeared numerous masters standing on a dazzling golden light, each of them radiating an imposing aura. Xiaoyun observed carefully and exclaimed, six true emperors. And there's a true emperor wielding a divine artifact. He asked in confusion, so many masters. Are they trying to destroy the Chaos Sacred Ground? Chaos Bell replied, no, they've come to investigate. The celestial phenomenon was too terrifying, so they've come to see what's going on. But after investigating, they'll probably attack. Xiaoyun seemed to be sweating in anxiety. He hurriedly asked, could it be that they sense someone broke through to the true emperor realm in the sacred ground? If they find out it's not the case, it'll be troublesome. Hey, Chaos Bell, you must have some way to help, right? We can't just stand by. He offered his thoughts on how to handle the situation. The current danger is easy to deal with. We just need to severely injure one true emperor and the others won't dare be reckless. If we can push back that true emperor from the Jun family who wields the divine artifact, it would be best. Xiaoyun replied, doesn't the Chaos Sacred Ground have a true emperor? If he were to act, wouldn't that be enough? Chaos Bell frowned and said, no, his lifespan is almost at an end. He can only make one move. Only you can help now. Xiaoyun was shocked. He replied in confusion, me? You're kidding. With my current cultivation, even using the Chaos Bell, I can only unleash one attack. I can't even guarantee that I can injure a great saint. Chaos Bell interrupted, of course you can't. But the Chaos Great Emperor can. He left an imprint in the Chaos Bell. I will activate that imprint, and you can unleash a portion of the Great Emperor's battle power for a short time. Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief, heavens. The Great Emperor's battle power? What are we waiting for? Activate it. Chaos Bell carefully instructed, alright, I will revive that imprint now. When the time comes, just activate your Chaos body and directly absorb it. He then swiftly flew away. Xiaoyun chuckled arrogantly, hee hee, 7 true emperors, and 2 peak great saints. Just wait for me, let's see how I handle you. True Emperor Wu Chang of the Bation Sacred Ground and True Emperor Zhao Chongji of the Ancient Saint Ground were conversing. Wu Chang asked with a worried expression. Zhao Chongji, I heard that the Ancient Saint Ground has allied with the Chaos Sacred Ground. Zhao Chongji frowned and asked, Wu Chang, we allied with whom? What does it have to do with your Bation Sacred Ground? Wu Chang questioned again with a murderous gleam in his eyes. I'm guessing you allied with them for ulterior motives, right? Zhao Chongji reluctantly replied. Our sacred ground doesn't need to explain our actions to you. At that moment, True Emperor Jiushini of the Taishan Sacred Ground appeared and said, Zhao Chongji, the Chaos Sacred Ground is a sinking ship. I advise you to keep your distance. Zhao Chongji responded with disdain, even if your Taishan Sacred Ground is strong. You have no right to tell the Ancient Saint Ground what to do. Jiushini smirked arrogantly, don't believe it? Then just wait and see. Suddenly, a mysterious foot stomped down with tremendous force. The owner of that foot was none other than True Emperor Jun Shinton. Beneath his feet were 2 strange swirling lights, and above him was a mysterious rectangular shape that seemed to radiate light. Before him, a bizarre shadow with glowing eyes, terrifying just to look at, emitted a voice. Are you Jun family truly trying to start a war with our Chaos Sacred Ground? Jun Shinton quickly replied, Battle Ancestor, our Jun family has unwittingly incurred a grudge against your Chaos Sacred Ground. But Zhang Dalai killed a great saint of our Jun family, and this matter must be resolved. He continued with a boastful tone, that's the Jun family's divine artifact, the heaven-questioning mirror. It's said to be able to calculate the past and future. Xiaoyun, who was inside the giant bell, spoke, but I feel it's not that powerful. You're just bragging. Jun Shinton retorted with annoyance, whether it's bragging or not, you'll know soon enough. But Xiaoyun ignored him and said, send Zhao Wuji back to the sacred ground. The other hurriedly replied, yes. They quickly vanished from there. Xiaoyun closed his eyes and fell into deep thought, hoping to fully merge with the imprint before any casualties occurred. The mysterious shadow continued to argue with Jun Shinton. It was clearly your Jun family who bullied the weak first. Jun Shintong angrily retorted. Humph, do you have any evidence for that? At the same time, Zhang Daolei had to fend off 2 enemies alone. They attacked together, roaring loudly as they displayed their might, 8 extremes united. Invincible under heaven, beyond the heavens, a celestial being. He cursed them, you damned scoundrels. You're pushing things too far. The shadow unleashed a secret technique called oppression. Jun Shintong smirked, disdainfully provoking, just reviving a will? I see you don't have much lifespan left. If you have the guts, summon your battle soul, fully revive, and fight me. The mysterious shadow quickly replied, my lifespan truly isn't long, and I can probably only fight once, but with the assistance of the chaos bell, I can still kill you, Jun Shintong. This last bit of my lifespan was meant for Gushini of the Taishan sacred ground. Do you want to take his place? Hearing this, Jun Shintong stammered, this. Gushini immediately appeared behind Jun Shintong and said, brother, he's just trying to intimidate you. Jun Shintong looked suspiciously and thought, we came here because Gushini instigated it. But this guy is always scheming. I don't know if he's telling the truth. The shadow directed 2 streams of light towards Gushini, asking, Gushini, if you think I'm just putting on a show, why don't you come here in your true form? The peculiar thing is that the light beams passed through him, leaving no trace. He even stood there firmly, as if he had the ability to penetrate everything in the world. Jun Shintong frowned with worry, pondering, old man Gushini is definitely suspicious. But things have escalated to this point, I can't easily leave. He spread his arms and shouted, battle ancestor, no matter what, we must have an explanation for Zhang Daolai's actions. Suddenly, Jun Shintong stood frozen, his expression vacant, his eyes were fixed on something. It turned out that a giant golden bell appeared before him, booming, want an explanation? Fine, I'll give you one. The giant golden bell appeared with an unusual shape, and someone seemed to be flying towards it from above. Everyone present frowned, shouting in alarm. Who is that? How could the chaos sacred ground have such a terrifying presence? Is that a great emperor? A figure appeared, but his face was obscured. Still, you could sense the immense aura emanating from him. He calmly stated, I am the Chaos Great Emperor. Jun Shintong's eyes widened in disbelief. His jaw dropping in shock. He stammered, this is impossible. How can a great emperor exist in this world? The mysterious figure stood before him, threatening, Jun Shintong, you dared to cause trouble in our chaos sacred ground. You'll pay the price. Hearing this, Zhao Chongji hurriedly fled, as if sensing something terrifying. This aura is truly a great emperor. Let's go. Daoshin Monyan instantly struck him on the back with a powerful palm as he was about to escape. But Zhao Chongji, using his remaining strength, sped away as quickly as he could, and finally managed to escape. Seeing the dire situation, others hurriedly fled after Zhao Chongji. They flew away anxiously, shouting to their companions to escape. Retreat! Go! Daoshin Monyan quickly dashed forward, spreading his arms to block them, threatening. You want to run now? It's too late. Zhang Daolei rushed over, striking out at them with a powerful palm and roaring, Jun crazy man, if you dare come, then stay. Jun Shintong saw the situation and worriedly frowned, no good. Crazy man and Yi Xian are in danger. They are crucial. Especially Yi Xian, he's the hope of the Jun family. I had to get them out. He clasped his hands together, a magic circle with bizarre patterns appearing around him. He spoke, hold on, I'll buy you some time. Suddenly, at that moment, the Free Dao Great Emperor appeared above them. Raising his clenched fist. I'm here. Go. Seeing the Great Emperor, they quickly fled. Jun crazy man looked back. Our ancestor is gone. What should we do? Jun Shintong quickly replied. Don't worry about it. Go. Xiao Yun stood nearby, smirking with satisfaction. Too bad, it takes some time to fully merge with the imprint, and they're escaping. Then let's attack the ones who haven't run away. The Free Dao Great Emperor spread his giant palms forward. Xiao Yun roared with fierce determination, if you're not involved, don't come watch the show. You'll regret it. The Free Dao Great Emperor launched attack after attack, relentlessly pummeling those nearby, leaving them with no chance to dodge. However, only one person remained unscathed, the only one there with the ability to penetrate anything, none other than Jiao Shini. Those around him, affected by the Free Dao Great Emperor's attacks, took turns viciously berating Jiao Shini. Jiao Shini, you bastard, you're dead. You damned Chaos Great Emperor. Attack indiscriminately. Jiao Shini, I'll curse your ancestral tablets. Jiao Shini, I'll curse your 18 generations of ancestors. Strangely, at that moment, countless colorful arrows, as if from nowhere, flew towards them.
Daoshin Monyan exclaimed, "It's a divine artifact."
Zhang Daolei, standing beside him, nodded with a tense expression.
It seems that Ancestor's attack is truly frightening. Otherwise, they wouldn't use a divine artifact. Wu Chang raised his weapon, bidding farewell. "I'm going first." He immediately left. Those around him followed suit. "I'm going too, let's go."
Xiao Yun witnessed it all and smiled with satisfaction.
Hee, that's pretty amazing. One attack that injured 4 true emperors and destroyed a true emperor's avatar. Great emperors are truly terrifying. It's a pity, I can only use it once.
As for the Free Dao Great Emperor, he encountered another great emperor whose face was obscured just like his. He exclaimed with excitement, to encounter another great emperor is truly rare. The other great emperor quickly responded, "Come, let's see who is stronger." As soon as they finished speaking, they charged at each other, launching attacks filled with power. But neither seemed to gain the upper hand.
Xiao Yun exclaimed with worry. Jun Shintong can summon a great emperor's phantom? Does he have a single-use imprint like mine?
The old man beside him replied, "No, at the true emperor level, one can summon a great emperor's avatar, but the cost is enormous. So this time, Jun Shintong will either die or lose another life."
The Free Dao Great Emperor unleashed the Chaos Fist.
The other great emperor countered with the Celestial Beyond technique. They kept attacking each other, one striking, the other blocking. Engaging in a back-and-forth battle. They seemed evenly matched, neither winning nor losing.
Suddenly, Xiao Yun's expression changed quickly. He excitedly said, "Good opportunity. The Great Emperor used the Chaos Fist, and it's fused with the Chaos Law. We must seize this chance to comprehend it. Using Chaos Fist Enlightenment once. Using Chaos Fist Enlightenment once." A moment later, the Free Dao Great Emperor decisively launched a powerful punch straight at his opponent's face. The other Great Emperor vanished before the Free Dao Great Emperor's eyes. But Xiao Yun broke into a sweat, his mind racing. The gap between Great Emperors is so enormous. The Free Dao Great Emperor is in trouble. He began to transmit his thoughts. Ancestor has killed the Free Dao Great Emperor. Then, we'll eliminate the Jun family. Next, we'll go to the Taisu sacred ground and wipe them all out. Suddenly, the Free Dao Great Emperor slowly faded away. Xiao Yun was utterly terrified. He exclaimed with a grimace, "Oh, man, he's gone. He should have at least killed a true." Leaving. The old man beside him urged, "What are you standing there for? Go find those bastards and get revenge." Xiao Yun nonchalantly replied, "Get revenge? My current strength." As he spoke, his body began to act strangely. He said in confusion, "Huh? What's this? The Great Emperor's power isn't disappearing. Could it be that I've become an emperor?" The old man quickly explained, "Become an emperor? Nonsense. Although the Dao imprint has vanished, the Great Emperor's power can still persist for a day. Don't waste it." He instantly regained his composure and said with a determined expression, "Wasting is not in my dictionary. They dared to bully the Chaos Sacred Ground. I'll make those bastards pay." Xiao Yun soared into the air with a giant bell on his person. Zhang Daolei looked towards Xiao Yun with a curious expression. "Ancestor, where are you going? Let's go see." The immortal Ancestor agreed. "All right. Hopefully, Ancestor can vent our anger for us." At the Jun family's stronghold, Xiao Yun had arrived. He thought, now, the Chaos Sacred Ground's true emperors are all but a breath away from death. Lei Zhu and the immortal Ancestor are also nearing their end. Suddenly, a giant fist launched towards the Jun family. He continued to think, so this time, I must take this opportunity to suppress those hostile forces. Seeing that the Jun family was about to be hit, the Jun Free Dao quickly used his strength to block it. A shield appeared, protecting the Jun family. Xiao Yun used his giant hand technique, trying to strike the Jun family, but it was blocked by Jun Free Dao's shield. Seeing a shield appear, Xiao Yun wondered, what kind of sorcery is this? His master, standing beside him, explained, this is an emperor array, an array set up by a great emperor. A method to protect a great emperor's descendants. After hearing his master's explanation, Xiao Yun raised his hand, "Bell, come." Suddenly, a giant bell appeared in the sky. Seeing it, Xiao Yun continued, "Let's see, is my Chaos Bell's power stronger, or is your emperor array more powerful?" As soon as he finished speaking, the giant bell repeatedly slammed into the shield that Jun Free Dao had created. Suddenly, a young man, a member of the Jun family, spat blood and his eyes turned white. Unable to withstand the pressure, he knelt down.
Another young man, also a member of the Jun family, looked at Xiao Yun and pleaded, "Great Emperor, spare us."
We Jun family promise never to offend the chaos sacred ground again.
Seeing that Xiao Yun didn't respond, he continued to shout and kneel, begging, "Great Emperor, spare us."
Xiao Yun's face darkened with anger. Spare you?
Ignoring the previous speaker, Xiao Yun focused more power into his attack, striking even harder.
If our chaos sacred ground is breached now, will you spare us?
Xiao Yun's strength overwhelmed the Jun family member, sending him flying back with a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yun then said, "This Emperor array is really sturdy." His master standing beside him replied, "From the moment the Emperor array was established, it has continuously absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, constantly growing stronger.
Naturally, it's powerful." Xiao Yun continued, "Then, the Chaos Sacred Grounds Emperor array, having stood for 1,000,000 years, shouldn't be stronger?"
Hearing that, his master looked at Xiao Yun and said, "Not necessarily.
The Chaos Sacred Ground's reputation is so dazzling that countless great emperors born in later generations have visited our Chaos Sacred Ground.
They sought emperor-level scriptures or divine artifacts. Although these great emperors haven't destroyed the Chaos Sacred Ground, their visits have weakened the Emperor Array's power. So, the Chaos Sacred Ground's Emperor Array isn't much stronger than the Jun family's." After hearing his master's explanation, Xiao Yun retorted, "What you said reminds me of the great emperor of the demon tribe who came to borrow the Chaos Scripture. But I don't understand why those great emperors didn't directly destroy the Chaos Sacred Ground."
His master explained, "First, great emperors have different mental states. Second, all great emperors must enter the immortal path. Destroying the Chaos Sacred Ground would alert the Chaos Great Emperor. Clashing with the Chaos Great Emperor is not a good thing." Realizing this,
Xiao Yun said, "So that's how it is." Xiao Yun raised his hand, preparing to control the giant bell above. As another attack was about to descend, sensing impending danger, the Jun family member knelt down and pleaded, "Great Emperor, wait.
We Jun family are willing to pay the price."
Surely, Great Emperor, you can't stay in this world for long. Instead of eliminating us, you should go and destroy the Taisu Sacred Ground.
They are the true enemies of the Chaos Sacred Ground.
Seeing the Jun family member's plea, his master standing beside him said,
"Xiao Yun, he's right. The Jun family's Emperor Array is not weak.
If you can break it and eliminate the Jun family, you might not be able to attack the Taisu Sacred Ground afterwards." Hearing this, Xiao Yun said seriously, "You're right.
The Taisu Sacred Ground is the most troublesome."
Xiao Yun stood above, looking down at the Jun family members kneeling below. "Alright, if you can meet my demands, I can spare your Jun family." Xiao Yun appeared in the air, surrounded by dazzling halos of light. Below, a long-haired man knelt, respectfully asking, "Please speak, Great Emperor." Hearing this, Xiao Yun replied, "First, give me a Wundao time-based swordsmanship scripture."
The kneeling figure was the Jun family's grand tutor. He said in confusion, "Huh? Does the Chaos Great Emperor need this kind of scripture?" Xiao Yun asked with annoyance, "Is there a problem?"
The Jun family grand tutor bowed slightly. Then respectfully presented a scroll emitting purple light. "Great Emperor, our Jun family doesn't have a Wundao time-based swordsmanship scripture. But this divine skill, heavenly beyond technique, contains a hint of time Dao mysteries. Take it." The scroll quickly arrived in Xiao Yun's hands. He held it and smiled, "It's a pity this isn't a scripture. But at least it's related to time Dao mysteries. I can at least refer to it." His entire body glowed brighter with golden halos, emphasizing his majestic presence. He smiled and said, "Those who offend my chaos heavenly might, even from afar, I will kill. So, Jun Crazy Man and Jun Xian, they must die." Hearing this, the Jun family grand tutor rose to his feet, wanting to plead for their lives. "Great Emperor, please forgive them. Our Jun family is willing to." Before he could finish, Xiao Yun vanished, leaving only a giant bronze bell emitting golden light in the air. His voice echoed, "Those who make mistakes must pay the price. I'm not interested in bargaining with you." The Jun family grand tutor was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Beside him, one of the two people just mentioned exclaimed in alarm, "Grand tutor, oh my god." A man in a brown robe angrily turned towards the Jun family grand tutor, who was kneeling on the ground. "You, the one called grand tutor, our Jun family's future rests on the shoulders of that young lad, Jun Xiaodao. You've ruined him. I was preparing to send him out for training. Now, this matter is solely yours to handle." The two men standing beside the grand tutor, Jun Crazy Man and Jun Xian, stood upright. The one in the brown robe said, "Let's go." They were ready for what was to come.
The giant bell in the air quickly crashed down. Two beams of light shaped like fists appeared in the sky, their supernatural strength hurtling down at the speed of light. The two beams of light struck the two Jun family members directly, creating a devastating explosion that sent rocks and debris flying everywhere. Before he died, the man in the brown robe managed to say, "Xiao Dao, the future of the Jun family rests on you." After the attack, a thick fog appeared around the Jun family. Seeing his ancestor killed, Jun Xiao Dao knelt down, sobbing uncontrollably like a child. "Crazy man ancestor, I won't disappoint you. I will definitely become a great emperor." A faint image of his ancestor appeared behind him, then vanished. He clenched his fists in anger and resolutely stood up. From above, Xiao Yun and his master witnessed everything. His master asked, "Xiao Wangbody, aren't you going to deal with him? Otherwise, you'll have another opponent on the emperor path." Xiao Yun calmly and confidently replied, "No need. I, Xiao Yun, am not afraid of any peers." His master sighed, exasperated by Xiao Yun's excessive confidence. He thought, this kid is so confident. As they continued on their way, his master suddenly realized the path was different from before. "This doesn't seem like the road to the Taisu sacred ground." Xiao Yun frowned and replied, "Of course not. We're taking a detour to the Saint King sect. That damn Mu Chi is too infuriating. I can't let him off so easily." The sky was clear and serene. The Saint King sect was in ruins. Everything was desolate and deserted. The air was eerily quiet. Xiao Yun looked down from above and exclaimed, "It's desolate. They got away fast. But it's understandable. After all, the Saint King sect doesn't have a divine artifact or an emperor array. So they couldn't withstand a great emperor's attack." A large explosion occurred. It turned out that before leaving, he had used his martial arts skills to strike the Saint King sect, shattering whatever remained. The space crumbled beneath the great emperor's power, rocks flying everywhere. A spectacular and powerful display. After that attack, he flew away with a happy and relaxed expression. "I still have time, let's go to the Taisu sacred ground. After all, the Saint King sect doesn't have a divine artifact. Even if another true emperor appears, it won't be a threat to the chaos sacred ground." In the silent space, Mu Zhu looked towards the distance where the Saint King sect once stood. His face was grim as he flew closer and exclaimed, "Damn it! The Saint King sect's spirit vein is destroyed. It's as hard as climbing to heaven to find another one." Anger swelled within him and he couldn't contain it, shouting, "That damned Ji Yushini, he dared to use me. Scoundrel! Hopefully, the chaos sacred ground can subdue that bastard." The sky was blue, the air pristine, white clouds drifting by. At the ancient saint ground, Xiao Yun paused in midair, surrounded by a golden aura. Suddenly, a man flew over, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yun. "Junior Zhao Changji pays respects to the Chaos Great Emperor." "Great Emperor, our ancient saint ground has already allied with the Chaos Sacred Ground." Before he could finish, Xiao Yun interrupted, "Do you have a Wendao time-based swordsmanship scripture?" Hearing this, Zhao Changji replied in confusion, "Great Emperor, our ancient saint ground doesn't have this swordsmanship scripture. However, you can visit the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground. As far as I know, they have a Wendao time swordsmanship scripture called Future Sword." He said that, but in his heart, he thought, the Chaos Great Emperor, invincible for countless ages, what does he need a swordsmanship scripture for? Xiao Yun, having received the information he needed, said, "All right," and then left the ancient saint ground. An hour later, he and his master were flying through the air. After obtaining the future sword, Xiao Yun smiled and said, "The future sword is in hand. Now, I just need to get the Wendao space-based swordsmanship scripture." His master looked at Xiao Yun in confusion, asking Xiao Yun, "Why do you want to collect these Wendao swordsmanship scriptures? Are you really going to waste time on swordsmanship?" He continued, looking towards Xiao Yun. "Swordsmanship is difficult to achieve emperorhood, you'll miss out on studying the Chaos Great Tao." Hearing his master's concerns, Xiao Yun continued to fly forward, replying, "Don't worry, I have my plans." He looked into the distance and continued, "Finally, we're at the Taisu sacred ground." But in his heart, he thought, "I have the system to cheat. What's there to worry about? Besides, I'm determined to obtain that sword-shaped divine artifact. However, I should keep these secrets to myself for now, let things unfold naturally with time." In the sky, a foot-shaped beam of light appeared above the Taisu sacred ground. Immediately, that power struck a path down through the protective barrier of the Taisu sacred ground, creating a powerful collision. Nearby, Lei Zhu and the immortal ancestor witnessed this scene with joy. Lei Zhu chuckled and said to the immortal ancestor, "Finally, the Taisu sacred ground's turn."
Refreshing, the immortal ancestor, standing beside him, saw this and frowned, slowly saying,
Jiu Shenyi is too cunning. He won't be easy to deal with.
Below, the Taisu sacred ground subordinates were terrified, their voices filled with panic.
One said, that's a great emperor. Another chimed in, "Why is a great emperor attacking us?" A brown-haired man panicked.
"Damn it, our Taisu sacred ground is in for big trouble."
A blue-haired man asked in confusion.
"Where are the ancestors?" The scene was chaotic and noisy, like a busy waiting room. Seeing the situation, Jiu Shenyi quickly raised his hand. Immediately, a blazing golden tower appeared in his hand. He clenched his teeth in displeasure. "You're not the Chaos Great Emperor." Hearing him, Xiaoyun thought, Jiu Shenyi is truly extraordinary, I can see that. Jiu Shenyi asked Xiaoyun, "You have the Chaos Great Emperor's power, but not the Emperor realm. Who are you?" Hearing him, an old blue-haired man standing near Lei Zhu looked towards Xiaoyun.
Expressing his doubts, "Isn't it the Chaos Ancestor?"
Then, they both disbelieved Jiu Shenyi's statement and said in unison, "Impossible.
If not, who could be so powerful? It's definitely the Ancestor."
But after a moment of thought, Lei Zhu said, "Jiu Shenyi isn't entirely wrong.
Could it be that you are?" Before Lei Zhu could finish, Xiaoyun unleashed the Chaos Fist, striking the Taisu sacred ground. Then he simply said, "Noise." Xiaoyun didn't care about Jiu Shenyi's doubts. He charged down, smiling confidently, "Why do you care if I'm a great emperor or not? All that matters is that I have the power of a great emperor."
The Chaos Fist struck the Taisu sacred ground but was blocked by a protective barrier. The Taisu sacred ground was unscathed. Seeing no damage, Xiaoyun said to his bald master, "That divine artifact is powerful.
Much stronger than the Jun family's heaven-questioning mirror."
His master, clasping his hands behind his back, explained, "That's normal.
The Taisu Heavenly Emperor was a supreme heavenly emperor.
I once observed him from afar, truly unfathomable. Furthermore, the Jade White Pagoda is a divine artifact with defensive properties. Use the Chaos Bell." After hearing his master's words, Xiaoyun nodded, "All right." He used the Chaos Bell, and a giant golden bronze bell appeared, enveloping the entire Taisu sacred ground. Down below, Jiu Shenyi could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood,
anxiously exclaiming, "This great emperor is truly terrifying. Even his power alone can injure me." As he spoke, a figure appeared beside Jiu Shenyi, also enveloped in a halo of light. Just like Xiaoyun. He said, "Shenyi, don't panic, I'm here to help you." On the other side, Lei Zhu and the others saw the scene with astonishment. Lei Zhu said, "The Taisu sacred ground has another true emperor." The old blue-haired man chimed in, "No wonder they've been able to suppress other sacred grounds." Seeing how formidable the Taisu sacred ground was, Lei Zhu added, "Two great true emperors. The Taisu sacred ground is truly terrifying." The two elders raised their hands, activating a small tower. "No matter who you are, you will not harm a single hair on our Taisu sacred ground today." Xiaoyun wasn't surprised by their new move. He merely raised his eyebrows and said, "Two true emperors." A chaos bell in his hand grew larger, its dazzling golden color filling a corner of the sky. Xiaoyun's body seemed to be enveloped by a halo, exuding the fierce presence of a powerful individual. "Haha, today, one of you will die. Full power, activate." The golden bell struck the Taisu sacred ground's barrier, creating piercing sounds. Just half an hour later, the two elders spat blood, unable to withstand the pressure. The pink-haired man pointed a finger at Xiaoyun, angrily shouting, "Shenyi's guess is right. You only have brute force, not any understanding of the laws. You're not truly the Chaos Great Emperor. Who are you?" Xiaoyun crossed his arms and looked down, confidently asserting, "Of course, I am the Chaos Great Emperor." The pink-haired elder still wasn't convinced. "The Chaos Great Emperor, my foot. All great emperors have gone to the immortal path. It's impossible to transfer consciousness over such a vast distance. How can you be him?" The blue-headed man beside him chimed in, "The immortal path is in another dimension. You can transfer power, but not consciousness. You don't even know this, in the Chaos Sacred Ground, you're probably not even a great saint." Hearing this, Xiaoyun frowned. "These two bastards are trying to fool me. Do they think I'm a fool?" His thought was barely finished when the Chaos Bell slammed into the Taisu Sacred Ground's barrier once again. "You two talk too much." The blue-headed man grimaced as he braced the barrier, his voice still laced with provocation. "Using the Great Emperor's power, are you even afraid to reveal your name? The Chaos Sacred Ground truly isn't doing well.
Hearing this, Xiaoyun chuckled softly. Alright, I'll tell you.
Listen closely. An expression of triumph appeared on the faces of the two men. Finally, you're going to speak?
He looked at the blue-headed man and said, Zhou Shini, actually, I'm your grandfather, Zhou Wudi, who has been missing for many years.
The man's face turned green with shock and fury.
He couldn't speak, the words stuck in his throat. The pink-haired elder burst into laughter, causing his companions to become irritated.
Find it funny, do you?
Hearing his friend's comment, the pink-haired elder stopped laughing, really embarrassing.
I can't believe someone would dare to speak to you like that. I can't hold back anymore. Go, use that technique.
Below, DTN and the others from the Chaos Sacred Ground exclaimed, Ha, I didn't expect the great Emperor Ancestor to have this side to him.
Ancestor is truly humorous. Right, amazing. DTN was laughing loudly but suddenly paused as if recalling something. This style, isn't that my precious disciple?
He continued to speculate. Before, the Chaos Bell protected Xiaoyun and Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji has returned, but Xiaoyun hasn't. Besides, only Xiaoyun has forged the Chaos Body.
It's probably him.
Zhang Dalai, standing behind him, transmitted a voice to DTN.
Asking, is it Xiaoyun? DTN instantly replied, most likely, Lei Zhu. Can a half-chaos body restore the Chaos Great Emperor? Zhang Dalai instantly extinguished the old master's hopes for Xiaoyun. Don't even think about it. No one has ever done it in all these years. Ancestor probably left something in the Chaos Bell. Xiaoyun can probably use it once, and that's it. DTN sighed, is that so?
I hope we can inflict severe damage on the Taisu Sacred Ground. The two elders, the pink-haired and the blue-hatted, immediately unleashed their power.
One yelled, the Great Emperor's power on your body probably won't last long. Once it dissipates, your death will be upon you.
As soon as he finished speaking, a few wooden coffins descended upon the tiled floor.
DTN and the others from the Chaos Sacred Ground were confused. Coffins? What are they trying to do? It feels so familiar. As soon as the coffins descended, the Chaos Sacred Ground members felt uneasy.
Zhang Dalai immediately realized something, the aura, at least peak Great Saint level. A man with thinning hair chimed in, but even if there are 5 peak Great Saints, it doesn't matter. Another one agreed, as long as the Great Emperor's power can sustain. Even if another true emperor appears, it's not a problem.
Xiaoyun smirked and glanced down. Zhou Shini, have you fallen so low that you'd resort to using those little peak Great Saint brats to stop me?
The blue-hatted man leaned forward, his lips still stained with blood. Boy, those aren't our Taisu Sacred Ground's powerful individuals. The first coffin opened, and a gray-haired old man, eyes closed, stood upright inside. As soon as they saw him, someone shouted, it's Ancestor Li Feng. Zhang Dalai spoke with anger, I can't believe they captured him, and he's been missing for so many years.
Damn them. DTN had just recovered his composure, what are they going to do with Ancestor Li Feng? Zhou Shini frowned and said in a low voice, sacrifice.
The tower in the air sucked the flesh and blood of Ancestor Li Feng, red energy streams rising up and merging with the tower. Below, nothing remained in the coffin. At the same time, the blue-hatted elder smugly provoked Xiaoyun, if you hadn't attacked the Emperor Array, I wouldn't have needed to sacrifice him. It's your fault he's dead.
Do you want to sacrifice another one?
Zhang Dalai, below, said, Ancestor, don't listen to him. Falling into the hands of the Taisu Sacred Ground, he definitely wouldn't have survived.
We're all nearing the end of our lifespans, Ancestor. We must destroy the Taisu Sacred Ground. Otherwise, more will die. Xiaoyun waved his hand, foretelling their fate. Taisu Sacred Ground, you will pay for this today. As he spoke, the Chaos Bell once again struck the Emperor Array with a resounding boom.
High above, Xiaoyun crossed his arms and asked the bald elder beside him. The ancient text said that a great emperor's gaze could kill a true emperor. Even with divine artifacts and emperor arrays, they couldn't stop me. So why can they withstand this for so long? The elder answered frankly, because you're not a great emperor. To be blunt, you haven't even borrowed 1/10,000th of the great emperor's power.
Hearing this, Xiaoyun mumbled in doubt, not even 1/10,000th? Great emperors are terrifying.
The bald elder scoffed at Xiaoyun's limited understanding.
Great emperors transcend the universe, suppress countless laws, their battle power surpasses your imagination.
Xiaoyun furrowed his brow, it seems I still have much to work for. Half an hour later, a golden beam shot out, flinging several people from the Taisu Sacred Ground.
Including Zhou Shini and a gray-haired elder. The elder, Jiushini, looked towards Xiao Yun in shock. A half-chaos body can inherit the Chaos Great Emperor's power for so long? Even we true emperors, our mortal bodies are about to explode. What to do? If we keep sacrificing, we'll only have the Taisu Sacred Grounds Tao Saints left. Jiushini's expression darkened, either sacrifice all the great saints, or we'll be finished. The Taisu Sacred Ground can't afford that. If we have to sacrifice someone, it'll be me. I will summon our ancestor. Perhaps we can buy some time. Jiushini spread his arms and said loudly, disciples of the Taisu Sacred Ground, remember today's lessons. You must focus on the affairs of the state, strive to become stronger, and not waste my sacrifice. The gray-haired elder witnessed this and said to the blue-hatted elder, brother, I apologize. I misunderstood you. I always thought you were a despicable, shameless, cunning villain. Now I see, you're truly a qualified leader. Jiushini feigned humility in response, brother, we've known each other for countless eons. What is there to apologize for? If it's a misunderstanding, then let's laugh it off. From now on, the Taisu Sacred Ground depends on you. He continued to act heartbroken. Brother, I will try to uncover this man's true identity. No matter what, you must eliminate him. I suspect he can only revive the great emperor once, but we can't beat him. A scene of vying for sacrifice unfolded within the Taisu Sacred Ground. The gray-haired elder clasped his hands and looked at his younger brother, Jiushini. No, this should be my burden. I'm just a brute. Only you can lead the Taisu Sacred Ground to the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens continent. So, let me. Jiushini interrupted, his voice filled with grief. No, your bloodline is pure. You can summon the great emperor. Let you do it. The gray-haired elder persuaded his dear younger brother. The sacred ground can be without me, but not without you. Stop saying this. As if waiting for this, Jiushini showed a cunning expression. All right. Brother, rest assured. I will protect the Taisu Sacred Ground. The gray-haired elder started to feel something was amiss. Wait. Based on Jiushini's personality, isn't he trying to trap me? The blue-hatted elder behind him bowed, mystical lights swirling around him. Brother, thank you. The bald elder with a long beard was caught off guard. He started sweating profusely and turned his head slightly. You even dared to plot against your brother? No wonder people call you a scoundrel. But the Taisu Sacred Ground truly needs talents like you. Your potential and lifespan are greater than mine. Don't let me down. Then the bald elder with a long beard spread his arms, releasing immense power. Blue and red beams of light continuously emerged from him. He raised his head to the heavens and roared loudly. I can fight a great emperor before my lifespan limit, what an honor. Come, Xiao Yun, standing below, wondered, could this guy also summon a great emperor? A bald elder beside him, who seemed quite powerful, as his body was radiating a golden light, looked at Xiao Yun and said, not necessarily. Right now, he's restoring the consciousness of the Taisu Heavenly Emperor, controlling his body to fight. The price is that he might sacrifice himself, but the power he'll unleash will be formidable. Hearing this, Xiao Yun became serious, his face darkening with suspicion. He said, it seems he wants to buy time, sacrifice himself to protect the entire Taisu Sacred Ground. The bald elder continued, the Sacred Ground is inherently strong, and the Taisu Sacred Ground is the top one. It's unrealistic for you to destroy them. If you can force this true emperor to death, it will be enough to ensure the Chaos Sacred Ground's safety for a while. The long-bearded elder seemed to have heard them. He transformed into a giant, like a divine entity, with blue lightning beams and a lightning circle behind his head. A beam of light shot out from his eyes. He said, Chaos, no, Chaos. Xiao Yun was now just a plaything to him, but he remained silent below, looking up. But he didn't lose heart. He channeled his power into his fist, causing it to radiate a golden light with brown lightning beams surrounding it. He looked at the elder with determination, thinking, fighting a great emperor, I'm sure this will be a huge help to me. Those watching below were astonished. They looked up at the sky in disgust, this is the Taisu Heavenly Emperor's power. Another chimed in, the Taisu Sacred Ground is using their ultimate trump card. Someone nearby asked, I wonder who will be stronger. Xiao Yun and the Taisu Heavenly Emperor both unleashed their powerful fists, with completely contrasting colors, stimulating the viewer's senses to the extreme. It seemed they were both putting their heart and soul into this attack, neither yielding. The two fists collided. At the point of contact, it seemed to freeze in time. The two powers clashed, causing the surrounding space to tremble continuously. But in this battle, the Taisu Heavenly Emperor was the one who tasted defeat. He was pushed back. Xiao Yun was on the verge of victory and smiled, "Taisu Heavenly Emperor," just like that. While the Taisu Heavenly Emperor was still trying to regain his footing after the attack, a giant bell appeared right above his head. The bell wasn't trying to crush him but was pointing its tip towards him, creating immense pressure. The Taisu Heavenly Emperor tried to use both hands to block this massive object. The bald elder beside him, though seeing victory in sight, didn't gloat. He maintained a vigilant attitude, warning Xiao Yun, "Be careful. His laws are far beyond yours." Xiao Yun, radiating immense power, focused on the battle with utmost seriousness. But he didn't forget to respond reassuringly, "My strength and speed are also far beyond his." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun leapt towards the Taisu Heavenly Emperor. He seemed to be going for a surprise attack from behind. But his tactic proved ineffective. The Taisu Heavenly Emperor quickly raised a hand, creating a trigram circle to block Xiao Yun's dangerous attack. But Xiao Yun hadn't unleashed his full strength. He channeled his power, creating a hand bigger than the Taisu Heavenly Emperor. He said, "With just this little ability, you can't hurt me." The Taisu Heavenly Emperor couldn't dodge the attack, he took the full brunt. The impact sent him tumbling backward. But he was proving the title of the Taisu Heavenly Emperor wasn't empty. He grew even larger, engulfing the surrounding space in darkness as if creating a black hole in the sky. With a face filled with anger, he said, "Taisu will die." The bald elder beside Xiao Yun panicked. He said, "No good. This is the Taisu Heavenly Emperor's great technique. It's a direct attack on the primordial spirit." Xiao Yun, seeing this kind of attack for the first time, opened his eyes wide. He gaped, "Is there such an attack?" Xiao Yun began to suffer from the Taisu Heavenly Emperor's attack. He clutched his head in pain, his body trembling. He cried out, "Ah!" The blue-hatted elder saw Xiao Yun like this and chuckled. He thought, so, he's not the Chaos Great Emperor after all. The Taisu Heavenly Emperor's face remained contorted, though he was gaining the upper hand. But inside, he felt completely different from his outward appearance. He thought, "This is great. It seems the sacred ground's danger has been resolved. I won't have to die either." A red beam of light appeared above Xiao Yun's head. He was clutching his head in pain and angrily said, "Hey, Chaos Bell, aren't you supposed to be a walking encyclopedia? What now? My primordial spirit can't withstand a Heavenly Emperor's attack." Seeing Xiao Yun in pain, Chaos Bell wanted to retreat. He said, "How about we leave? Return to the Chaos Sacred Ground. With me and the Emperor Array, we'll be safe." Xiao Yun remained determined, "Don't talk nonsense. Today, even if I die, I must kill this guy. Otherwise, the Chaos Sacred Ground will never recover." Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, his teeth clenched in anger. The Chaos Great Emperor's power won't last long. By then, we might not be able to withstand so many enemies. Relying only on the Chaos Bell and the Emperor Array. Chaos Bell, standing beside him, said, "There are actually a few techniques that could help you, but it would take hundreds of years to cultivate. You don't have that time." Xiao Yun, in excruciating pain, couldn't think straight anymore. He clutched his head and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You don't know how incredible my talent is. Just tell me." Seeing him like this, Chaos Bell extended his hand, creating strange symbols that emitted an eerie aura. "All right, this is the Stone Tablet Decree. It can stabilize your primordial spirit. It's the best help you can get right now." Chaos Bell thought bitterly to himself. "This is a waste of time. You'd be better off running, then figure out a plan later." Xiao Yun still didn't feel better, he was still in great pain. Above his head were the symbols created by Chaos Bell. He thought, "No wrong, this is a great technique, but why are my enlightenment points increasing to 1690? Wasn't it just over 100 before?" The system appeared and continuously announced, "Using Stone Tablet Decree Enlightenment once. Using Stone Tablet Decree Enlightenment once. Using Stone Tablet Decree Enlightenment once. With enlightenment points increasing exponentially." Xiao Yun became confident in the blink of an eye. He thought, "It seems my performance today shocked the entire Nine Heavens continent, that's why I've gained so much. No need to worry anymore." Chaos Bell, standing beside him, froze for 5 seconds, stunned beyond belief. "How is that possible? How fast? You've already comprehended the Stone Tablet Decree." Even when the Chaos Great Emperor was about to become a saint, it took him 10 years. Xiao Yun frowned, irritably replying, "Didn't I tell you before? My talent is incredible." Chaos Bell looked bewildered, stammering, "Could it be that you can enter an enlightenment state at any time? That's why you're so powerful." "Right, I remember the Chaos Great Emperor once mentioned someone like you. It's a pity I forgot."
Suddenly, Xiaoyun froze, his eyebrows raised, radiating unparalleled confidence, his eyes sharp. He thought there was danger, but instead, he had comprehended the stone tablet decree in the blink of an eye. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "All right, the stone tablet decree is complete. This stone tablet decree is truly powerful." His entire body was covered with a layer of translucent stone, acting like an impenetrable shield. Chaos Bell, standing to the side, witnessed the whole process, his jaw dropping repeatedly.
"Oh my god, it's complete. Is he truly human?" As soon as Xiaoyun received his power boost, he cackled, "Haha." His entire body radiated overwhelming power. At the same time, he unleashed his Chaos Fist technique, aiming it at Elder Lei. Xiaoyun's fist, accompanied by a beam of intense light, flew straight towards Elder Lei. He hurriedly blocked it, surprised, how is that possible? He can block a primordial spirit attack. But how can you block a VIP level power? Xiaoyun unleashed his amplified power, sending Elder Lei flying backward with a spray of blood. Xiaoyun scoffed, "Why is he so weak?" Chaos Bell explained, "The Tai Su Wheel is a primordial spirit attack. It consumes a lot of consciousness. After using it once, his strength naturally weakens considerably." Xiaoyun, full of confidence, seized the opportunity, hurled his VIP level power boosted fist towards Elder Lei, who had just fallen, and shouted, "Excellent. Then die." The power radiating from Xiaoyun was incredibly intense. Ji Yushini, standing beside him, was astonished. The Heavenly Emperor's mortal body is starting to shatter. Who is this guy? His primordial spirit is so strong. Xiaoyun ferociously growled, "It's over." His Chaos Fist technique shook the heavens and earth, the power seemingly tearing apart the entire region. Suddenly, he gasped in shock, "Huh?" A beam of blue light appeared out of thin air. The phantom of the Tai Su Heavenly Emperor appeared. Xiaoyun, who had been attacking Elder Lei with fury, froze. Everyone below exclaimed in unison, "The Tai Su Heavenly Emperor." Their eyes widened in shock as they looked up. Tai Su Tiandi appeared before everyone's astonished gazes. A brilliant blue aura radiated from him, illuminating the entire sky. He declared, "The Hundan Holy Land has fallen into the hands of the Ma Dao, opposing the Tianjua. The Hundan Holy Land must not exist. All heroes of the world can destroy it. Those who destroy the Hundan Holy Land will be rewarded by Tianjua." With that, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind faint blue wisps of smoke and bewildered stares. The disciples finally regained their composure. One of them remarked, "So, the great emperors haven't disappeared or died. They've gone to Tianluo." Another replied, "So, Tianjua really exists." A third added, "Does that mean we can become immortals?" The fourth replied, "I wonder if the previous great emperors have ascended as well." Ko the Knot furrowed his brow and pondered. The Hundan Holy Land is capable of opposing the Tianjua. It's truly incredibly powerful. Who would dare to easily destroy such a place? Furthermore, there's a powerful figure like him there. Meanwhile, near Tu Van, the faint form of Hundan Chang appeared. He sighed, "After all these years, I finally hear news of the Hundan Great Emperor. So, the Great Emperor has become so powerful. Tianluo, I truly want to see it. What could possibly be happening there?" Tu Van responded indifferently. Hundan Chang advised, "Don't be captivated by Tianluo yet. Many onlookers have already arrived. Your great emperor power might not last much longer." Tu Van replied, "That's right. Even with careful use, it won't last long. Although I destroyed a Chuande, I couldn't breach the Tai So Holy Land. That's truly unfortunate." Despite his lament, Tu Van charged forward, confronting Ko the Knot. Between them, a massive formation enveloped by a scarlet semicircular curtain, occasionally emitting sparks, shimmered. Tu Van spoke, "One Chuande isn't enough. Ko the Knot, perhaps you should step out. You might be able to completely obliterate my great emperor power." Ko the Knot scowled and scoffed, "You want to trick me into stepping out? Do you think I'm an idiot? I don't believe you can break through the formation." Tu Van replied, "If so, then wait for me to break through the formation, and then I'll kill you." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion reverberated. The golden bell slammed into the dome of the formation that Ko the Knot had created. Ko the Knot spat out a mouthful of blood in surprise. However, he refused to yield. He raised the tower in his hand and chanted incantations. "Let's see how much longer you can hold on. Those words are for me to say to you. With that, Tiu Van raised his fist. Waves of golden energy gathered. Tiu Van shook the golden bell, causing the atmosphere to become bleak. Tiu Van furrowed his brow and placed his hand on his head, staggering. Ah, KO the Knot was stunned. He couldn't believe Tiu Van could withstand his second attack. But unexpectedly, Tiu Van was exhausted. He was about to give out?
Knowing KO the Knot's thoughts, Tiu Van continued, "It seems I'm about to give out.
Come out and fight me. I'm not tricking you." KO the Knot could only watch in astonishment. He still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He didn't know how to respond. Then, Tiu Van turned away, glancing back over his shoulder. This is so pointless. I wanted to feign a decline in my energy to lure you into a trap. But you fell for it. So pointless. Let's go. Lu Lao suddenly arrived, urging KO the Knot. You can't let him get away like this. He can probably revive the Han Don Great Emperor. It's true that most can only be revived once, but what if it's not like that? KO the Knot replied. Lu Lao, I fear he's trying to lure us into a trap. Seeing KO the Knot hesitate, Lu Lao said. This guy is too dangerous. I don't have much time left anyway. I'll go test him out. With that, he flew towards Tiu Van. Lu Lao, don't. KO the Knot raised his hand to stop Lu Lao, but it was too late. Seeing Lu Lao chasing after him, Tiu Van cried out for help. Oh, someone's actually coming out. Lu Zhu, Bu Dai Lao Zhu, save me. Lu Lao grinned in triumph. Raising his hand and creating a glowing lantern that emitted a brilliant orange light towards Tiu Van. Haha, whether you're pretending or not, it's too late now. Tiu Van chanted. And the golden bell appeared, growing 10,000 times larger than Lu Lao's ancient lantern. The lantern exploded with a bang. You're right, it really is too late. Tiu Van replied. Lu Lao was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe how powerful Tiu Van had become. He only managed to raise his hand to block, but it was too late. An explosion erupted beneath the giant golden bell. This time, it seemed he couldn't hold on. From afar, KO the Knot could only exclaim, Lu Lao, he thought to himself, another peak-level great saint is gone. Suddenly, Tiu Van plummeted down. He grimaced and said in despair, oh no, this time it's real. As he fell from the sky, Tiu Van kept shouting for help, Lu Zhu, come save me. Zhan Zhu, help. Seeing this, KO the Knot could only stand speechless and helpless. He was at a loss for words in the face of Tiu Van's over-the-top performance. Zhan Zhu and Lu Zhu could only watch helplessly. That's way too fake. Only a fool would believe it. Tiu Van quickly stood up, replying, no one's falling for it. This is pointless. The golden bell remained suspended in the air, radiating powerful energy. A voice suddenly spoke. I know there are many of you hiding around watching. You'd best understand the fate of those who covet the Han Don Holy Land. The Taiso Holy Land is your mirror. Below, numerous people were looking up at Tiu Van and the giant golden bell. Every one of them emitted a powerful aura. After the golden bell finished speaking, Tiu Van also flew away. Those watching followed, murmuring, so, he's leaving? Isn't he going to our Holy Land? Let's go check it out. The sky remained shrouded in darkness. At the Shangwang zone, a flash of golden light appeared. Tiu Van had arrived. With a resounding thud, Tiu Van landed, standing with an imposing posture. Those who had followed him arrived. They murmured with confusion. What's he doing at the Wang zone? Wasn't it destroyed by him? That's right, the spirit veins were destroyed too. Could he be digging up the earth? What good would that do? Planting vegetables? Tiu Van closed his eyes and said, I was wrong. The 3 words. I was wrong, shocked everyone watching. What, did his conscience grow teeth? With that, Tiu Van raised his hand, his palm enveloped by a mystical energy. A golden aura shimmered, and a massive boulder rose from the ground. He said, I was wrong. I shouldn't have destroyed nature. Tiu Van then grinned triumphantly. He continued to chant, swirling his hand to create a vortex of air. The massive boulder was slightly altered with his magic. Well, if this place was destroyed, I'll turn it into a public restroom. With that, the words, Zhu Shao de public restroom, were engraved on the boulder. Those watching were speechless and helpless. Tiu Van crossed his arms and shouted. You've been humiliated like this, MO11. You still won't come out, you bastard. A moment later, Tiu Van scowled, contemplating the situation. TSK, they still won't come out. Those bastards at the Shangwan zone are true cowards.
Surrounded by a golden aura, Tu Van hovered in the air, declaring loudly. Everyone listen carefully to this emperor. This emperor hopes such a thing never happens again. This emperor also hopes that the Zhushao continent won't have another public restroom. Without hesitation, he swiftly flew away. At that moment, a blinding and mysterious light streaked towards the vast and powerful Handan Holy Land. It turned out to be Tu Van, flying back. As he looked down, he saw countless people standing, welcoming him. They chanted in unison, Lao Tzu. Long live Lao Tzu. He stood bravely before them, all those present at the Handan Holy Land. He stared at them with cold indifference. A flicker of worry crossing his eyes as he fell into thought. If they guess I've revived the Handan Great Emperor, it'll be troublesome. I need to figure out a way. Soon, his expression brightened and his eyes gleamed. He had a solution. Got it. Tu Van stood in the air, raising his hand to release the gigantic golden bell. It slowly glowed and rose, revealing an identical figure of him standing opposite him. It was none other than his clone, Tailin Tu Van. The clone stood before him, hands clasped and bowing his head in respect. Greetings, Lao Tzu. Thank you for your protection and guidance. Tu Van will surely revitalize the Handan Holy Land. Tu Van looked back and replied with a single word. He seemed rather cold. The crowd below looked up, widening their eyes in amazement. One person in the front exclaimed, no wonder only Zhao Yukong returned. It turns out the great emperor wanted to personally guide Tu Van. Tu Van is our true heir. It's only natural for him to receive some guidance. Another person agreed. That's right. He's the hope of our Holy Land. Tu Van looked at that person, seemingly pleased. You're quite good and so handsome. Just by looking, you can tell he's extraordinary. The Handan Holy Land depends on you now. Go! Some people in the crowd mumbled in confusion, what the heck? Being handsome means being extraordinary? Then I'm good too. Lao Tzu, look at me. I'm the most famous handsome guy in the Handan Holy Land. Tu Van didn't waste any time. He quickly flew away, leaving the clone behind. The clone looked just like Tu Van. His eyes were straight ahead, and his face held a hint of excitement. The scene shifted to Tu Van. He paused in the air, looking at the person in front of him. The man had bright red hair. Tu Van mused, oh, it's the first elder of Tian Yi. So someone can actually summon Lao Tzu. It seems the Holy Land still has many hidden tricks. The red-haired man's sharp features were revealed. He stood there, staring straight ahead at Tu Van. Suddenly, a massive golden hand appeared behind him. If I'm not mistaken, this is Tu Van's usual move. Before the red-haired man could grasp what was happening, the hand struck him with a blinding light, slamming him from the sky to the ground. A loud boom reverberated. Tu Van leaned back, arms outstretched, as he descended to that location. His heart was light, and he mumbled, who is this? Why is he so ugly? Next time I'll tell the Holy Master not to let such ugly people into our Handan Holy Land. He uttered these profound words with deep meaning in front of the man. The red-haired man miserably struggled to rise from the chaos, smoke billowing around him. He was exhausted, and Tu Van's words had pierced his heart. He thought furiously, but didn't dare speak. So, I'm ugly, huh? Why would you say that? What's more, why are you offended by my ugliness? At this moment, Tu Van clenched his fist, his hair fluttering in the wind. He stared intensely at the mountain in front of him, surrounded by purple lightning bolts. He mused, this is Dong Yufeng, where Dong Yutong resides. It's convenient to bring you there. Within a short moment, Tu Van unleashed a fatal blow towards Dong Yufeng, causing the mountain to violently tremble. The scene shifted to the inside of the mountain. Due to Tu Van's powerful move, Dong Yutong, inside, unknowingly fell backward, confused as to what was happening. He stumbled and landed on his knees, pushing himself up with both hands. He turned his head back, confused, asking, what happened? Who did I offend in my seclusion? Ha, it seems like my cherished disciple is truly here. DTN emerged with a joyful and excited expression, having recognized the peculiar situation. He then said, it seems he's truly using this to settle personal scores. It's truly fitting. Hearing DTN, Zhang Dalai turned his head and smiled slightly before replying to him, this habit of using official duties to settle personal scores really can't be helped. The scene opens at the Handan Holy Land, in a forbidden area, a desolate and treacherous place, shrouded in thick fog and mist. Xiao Yun and Zhang Dalai were on their way to Lei Zi's residence. A mysterious black coffin appeared in front of them. Zhang Dalai clasped his hands behind his back and walked forward, saying to Xiao Yun, "Don't underestimate this coffin. It's a treasure made from eternal life stone, capable of slowing down the flow of life essence. Aside from our Handan sacred land, only a few forces that have spawned heavenly emperors possess this." Xiao Yun followed his shadow and asked, "How many Grand Saint powerhouses and how many peak Grand Saints does our sacred land have now, lazy?" Zhang Dalai replied, "This is a secret of our sacred land." "Forget it, I'll tell you. Our Handan sacred land currently has 4 peak Grand Saint powerhouses and 7 ordinary Grand Saints." Hearing this secret, Xiao Yun was a little surprised and responded, "This power is not weak at all. I thought there were only 2 of us. Why does the outside world say that the Handan sacred land has declined? Could it be that Mount Tai's sacred land is tarnishing our reputation?" Zhang Dalai answered him solemnly, "The true power is not weak, but their life essence is running out. Bad Diet and I are considered decent. The other 2 peak Grand Saints are in seclusion, sealing themselves. They might die in battle." Xiao Yun quickly understood and pondered. The battle-ready Emperor's life essence is fading, and a group of peak Grand Saints are about to die. No wonder everyone says the Handan sacred land has declined. Zhang Dalai saw his unstable expression and reassured him, "Don't worry too much. With you in the Handan sacred land, it'll be fine in a while." Xiao Yun was speechless and thought to himself, "I'm just an emerging novice, far from becoming a saint." Without wasting any time, Xiao Yun spoke, "Is it really impossible to increase the life essence of you great ones, Lei Zhu?" Zhang Dalai stood there, arms crossed, explaining to him, "We have already used up all the treasures that increase life essence. Unless we can obtain the essence blood of a great emperor or break through to the battle-ready emperor realm. But this realm isn't easy to break through." He furrowed his brows, his face darkened with worry, saying, "Actually, when you forged the Handan body last time, it had some influence on me. Loosening my battle-ready emperor bottleneck." Zhang Dalai intended to rely on Xiao Yun. Unfortunately, the time was too short. "If you could forge the Handan body again, I might be able to break through to battle-ready emperor." Xiao Yun nodded in agreement and smiled softly, "Forge the Handan body again? I can do that." Then an idea popped into his mind. "If I make the Te Lin split into another Handan body, wouldn't that be fine?" He added, "Actually, I can forge the Handan body again. My previous Te Lin split is an independent life form. He's only a semi-Handan body. I can make him ascend to Handan body as well." Zhang Dalai was surprised, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is that possible?" He thought to himself, "Ascension to Handan body is that easy?" He approached Xiao Yun and placed his hands on his shoulders, looking friendly. Xiao Yun said, "It's true." He quickly replied, "That's fantastic. I should tell Bad Diet to prepare as well. Maybe he has a chance too." Xiao Yun answered, "Okay, I'll go pick up my wife for you first. After your wedding, I'll discuss this with you." Zhang Dalai was undoubtedly overjoyed. The Handan sacred land has truly gained a formidable talent. The Handan sacred land will rise again. Soon, a breathtaking landscape painting appeared before them. This was Sun Tue Tong. Inside Sun Tue Tong, 2 beautiful women, Tang Vanvan and Lun Yanwan, were present. Vanvan was sitting behind her and said, "Master, this time, the Handan sacred land resurrected the Handan great emperor. They're extremely powerful. Not only did they kill a battle-ready emperor, but they also killed several peak Grand Saint powerhouses." Nianwen heard this, raised her head and teased her, "Little girl. Where did you hear so much nonsense? Go outside and see if your senior brother Xiao has arrived yet." Tang Vanvan, her face beaming, obediently ran out, but didn't forget to reply to Nianwen, "Yes." She looked towards Xiao Yun. He had finally arrived, hovering in the sky. Tang Vanvan contemplated, "It's senior brother Xiao, and senior brother Zhao Wukuk has also come. This is great." She waved excitedly, "Senior brother Xiao." Xiao Yun looked down and immediately recognized her, it's junior sister Tang. But suddenly, as Tang Vanvan was about to approach them, she was stopped by a blue barrier, leaving her perplexed. Seeing Tang Vanvan slowly falling below, Xiao Yun was alarmed. "Oh!" He was taken aback, but quickly realized what was going on, exclaiming, "The mountain protection formation, blocking me from entering. What's going on?" Xiao Yun hovered outside, looking at Tang Vanvan with confusion. "Junior sister Tang, what's happening?" Hearing his question, she was equally clueless. "Junior sister, I don't know either." Li Mo suddenly appeared behind her, remaining silent.
Tang Vanvan was quite surprised to see him and asked with a hint of petulance, Elder Li, why are you blocking senior brother Xiao at the gate? He stared at her with a mixture of anger and envy, then calmly said, Lu Jr.'s sister is the dream goddess of Elder DTN, and he snatched her away. Would I, Li Mo, have any face if I let you take her away so easily? Xiao Yun, hearing this from outside, was furious and clenched his fists, asking him, Senior Li, what do you want for us to enter? He stood proudly inside, hands behind his back, replying, You're a junior, I won't bully you. Then he made a suggestion, I have a disciple. If you can defeat him, I'll let you in. He received the request and muttered to himself, I wonder what the cultivation level of Senior Li's disciple is. On the other hand, Li Mo looked at him intently and said, You're quite cautious. Don't worry, my disciple's name is Lin Xie, a few years older than you, also an emerging novice. I won't bully you. Xiao Yun was not to be outdone. He was not intimidated by Li Mo's veiled words, smirked, narrowed his eyes at him and pondered, an emerging novice dares to challenge me? He's underestimating me. Well, this is a bit much. Could this be a mere formality? After a while, he confidently stood facing him and replied, Okay, bring him here. Li Mo raised his head and answered, He's already here. The people inside were stunned, their mouths agape, expressing their bewilderment with excited chatter. Someone said, Is this the welcoming party from the Hundan sacred land? This is going to be interesting. Another agreed, that's right. Senior brother Lin Xie will definitely teach him a lesson. Let's see how they'll admit defeat. Soon, Lin Xie arrived, looking older, not much younger than Li Mo. He politely clasped his hands, bowed respectfully to Xiao Yun and said, Xiao. Senior brother Xiao, I'm Lin Xie, I hope you'll show mercy. Witnessing this awkward scene, seeing Lin Xie's demeanor, Xiao Yun's expression became a mixture of disbelief and bewilderment. His jaw dropped and he stood there, dumbfounded. Goodness, this is a few years older, you mentioned? He could be my grandfather. He then politely responded, Senior brother Lin, you're being too courteous. We came to welcome the bride, so naturally, we must follow the rules. We won't get into a lengthy discussion. Lin Xie, his arrogance a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, replied, Then I won't be polite. Blue light emanating from Lin Xie's body, he slowly channeled his cultivation power, soaring into the air with a haughty laugh. Innocent stones nearby were lifted by him, floating in the air. Xiao Yun stared at him blankly, then he realized, oh, that's how it is. This old man can use the power of the mountain protection formation to create a domain. No wonder an emerging novice dares to challenge me. He seized the opportunity and rushed towards Xiao Yun, his fist clenched, aimed at Xiao Yun, who was standing below. But he didn't forget to say, I'm sorry, I'm borrowing the power of the mountain protection formation. Please don't blame me, senior brother Xiao. Oh, heavens, this Lin Xie is infuriating. Xiao Yun was not to be outdone. He unleashed his Hundan domain. Standing with his legs apart, his stance exuding an aura of magnificence. Large golden circles began to appear on the ground, and 3 flower petals soared into the air. He firmly stated, Senior brother Lin, don't worry about it. His move was activated. Golden rays of light surrounded Lin Xie, making him float in the air, unable to comprehend what was happening. He was speechless, silently pondering, how is this possible? The rules have been reversed. The power of the grand formation has vanished. The battle was brief. Lin Xie stood pathetically before Xiao Yun, his feet unsteady. He hastily clasped his hands, begging for mercy, I surrender. Li Mo, Tang Vanvan, and the onlookers all stiffened, their voices filled with surprise. He surrendered. Turning to Lin Xie and Xiao Yun, Lin Xie was the first to speak. Senior brother Xiao, why did I feel the rules disappear? I couldn't control the formation using the rules. Xiao Yun replied, clearing up his confusion, it's because of my Hundan domain. I have comprehended the Hundan Tao. In my Hundan domain, all rules and order belong to the chaos, and I define them. Lin Xie, finally understanding, acknowledged Xiao Yun's talents. Senior brother Xiao is truly a prodigy. I, Lin Xie, am convinced. Xiao Yun, with the arrogance of a victor, turned to Li Mo, can we enter now? Li Mo, feeling a pang of shame for being outsmarted, had to honor his promise. This old man always keeps his word, of course. At this crucial moment, the headmaster of Sun Tue Tong appeared. He wore elegant, luxurious clothes, his hands behind his back, as he looked at Xiao Yun, saying, Divine Sun Xiao, DTN wants to marry our junior sister Lu. I have no objections, but you must pass my test before you can take her away. After all, she was also the dream goddess of this headmaster. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun turned back and glanced at him.
He stood there, dumbfounded, his expression turning comical. He thought to himself, oh, my wife-to-be is quite popular. Xiao Yun, always respectful, clasped his hands, bowed to him, and asked, Headmaster, what is the test? Do you have a disciple who wants to spar with me? The headmaster replied, sparring is out of the question. I want to see, throughout the 9 continents, how many at the same level can defeat you. He held a scroll in his hand, unfolding it. The inside of the scroll was strangely dazzling, making it impossible to see clearly. Streams of light began to rise, intertwining to form a beautiful landscape painting, seemingly depicting a certain place. The painting zoomed in, becoming clearer. A desolate, secluded place was visible in detail. Xiao Yun, intrigued by this, looked at it with curiosity. Fong Van also couldn't help but see this. She hurriedly approached the headmaster and asked, that is Master's mountain peak. Headmaster, what do you want to do? The headmaster held the scroll in his hand, surprised by her sudden question, and turned to answer. This scroll is the treasure of our son Tue Tong. It records the Tao and Dharma of our founding ancestor. It is worth the same as a battle-ready Emperor Sutra. Xiao Yun was alarmed, his face showing skepticism. He widened his eyes, speechless, silently pondering. A battle-ready Emperor Sutra? Isn't this a battle-ready Emperor-level sutra? No wonder it could easily absorb heavenly realm experts like Lun Yan. He stood before the headmaster and asked earnestly, Headmaster, what is this test? I can't break through this mountain water painting. The headmaster, one hand outstretched and the other holding the scroll, explained his request to Xiao Yun. This is a battle-ready Emperor weapon. Of course, you can't break through it. My test is simple. You only need to enter the mountain water painting and comprehend the Tao and Dharma of our founding ancestor. If you conjure your sister Lu from within, you can take her away. Tang Van immediately spoke up. Headmaster, you're not causing trouble, are you? Comprehending the Tao and Dharma of the founding ancestor takes at least several decades. This will make Master and Elder DTN panic. Seeing her clear alarm, the headmaster reassured her, don't worry. 1 month in the mountain water painting is equivalent to 1 hour in the outside world. Divine Son Zhao's insight is so high, he'll be able to come out quickly. Tang Van responded, it still takes several months. Finally, the headmaster turned to Xiao Yun, who was standing there, and said, such a genius like Divine Son Xiao surely won't need much time, right? Moreover, this is a great opportunity. Comprehending an additional Tao will be of great help to cultivators. Xiao Yun politely clasped his hands and bowed, showing his gratitude. Thank you, headmaster, for giving me this opportunity. Xiao Yun said this, but his facial expression changed rapidly. He closed his eyes, smiled awkwardly, his face turning pale with disappointment, perhaps not as he expected. He pondered, I thought it would be some kind of test. It turns out it's just this? Poor headmaster, doesn't he know he's facing a cheater? Then he said, I wonder what kind of Tao this is. Hearing his question, the headmaster chuckled lightly and replied, the Tao of water. Hearing his reply, Xiao Yun was both surprised and thrilled. His eyes widened. It's the Tao of water. Perfect. Xiao Yun, always eager for efficiency, didn't waste any time. He quickly stepped into the painting and said, I'm going in. The headmaster watched and said, Divine Son Xiao, I must clarify, in case you're late, I won't be held responsible. Xiao Yun replied, Headmaster, don't worry. Soon, Zhao Wukuk followed, rushing into the mountain water painting. He didn't forget to tell the headmaster, count me in. Tang Van, witnessing all of this, was indignant. Her eyes widened, her jaw dropped, and she clenched her fists, repeatedly reminding him, Headmaster, if you do this, aren't you afraid that Elder DTN will come and beat you? The headmaster protested, somewhat dissatisfied with Tang Van. You little wretch, who are you siding with? Why are you thinking about someone else's interests instead of your family's? Tang Van smiled amicably, approached the headmaster, and gently explained, of course, I'm on my master's side. Master wants to join the Han sacred land, so naturally, I will too. Elder DTN has already broken through. It would be easy for him to beat people up now. The headmaster turned, hearing her heartfelt words, and suddenly burst into tears, lamenting, this sect is unfortunate. Getting worse by the day, people's hearts are turning cold. Next, the headmaster calmly walked forward, hands behind his back. Tang Van was a little surprised. She asked, Headmaster, where are you going? He replied, of course, I'm going to pack up and leave. Otherwise, I'll wait for DTN to come to my door. I find your argument very reasonable. Hearing this, she was stunned, her face helpless. She scratched her head a couple of times. At that time, an elderly man, with a long, white beard, stepped forward, angrily asking the headmaster, "Headmaster, you're leaving. What should we do?" The headmaster reassured him, "Don't panic. The next step is up to the deputy headmaster." The deputy headmaster of Sun Tuatong coldly replied, "Headmaster, I have something to do and have to leave the sect. Or you can just give this to someone else to handle." The headmaster was startled by this refusal from the deputy headmaster and turned back, taken aback. The subsequent scene, naturally, the headmaster wouldn't let this go. He quickly chased after the deputy headmaster, who was dashing away, and shouted loudly, "Deputy Headmaster Lu, you're being unrighteous." The deputy headmaster was more cunning. While dashing at lightning speed, he shouted back in response, "I have something to do. I'll pack up first. Goodbye." Tang Van Van and the others who remained were completely bewildered by this scene. Their jaws dropped, and they thought, these two are definitely not our headmaster and deputy headmaster. Oh, they've lost so much face that even their beloved disciple doesn't want to acknowledge them. Inside the mountain water painting, Xiao Yun and Jiao Wukuk were hovering in the air. Xiao Yun asked, "You're here for the excitement?" Jiao Wukuk crossed his arms and replied, "Are you stupid? Of course, I'm here to comprehend the Tao." Xiao Yun reached out and touched the protective barrier, saying to himself, "It seems like I can only break through this wall after comprehending the Tao." In contrast to Xiao Yun's gloomy demeanor, Jiao Wukuk boldly charged forward, using his fiery fist to punch the protective barrier with all his might. Xiao Yun stood behind him, snickering, "What are you doing? Do you think you're stronger than the founding ancestor of Sun Tuatong? Using your fists to attack the Tao, are you making a joke?" Jiao Wukuk was confused. "Strange, the water is so soft, but this wall is as hard as steel." Xiao Yun approached the wall and immersed himself in thought. The simple thinking of this old fellow has a certain logic. Why does something weak become strong? Could it be a countershock? No, that's wrong. It must be that detachment leads to the ultimate realm. Forget it, I should start comprehending. At this moment, a notification arrived, using one comprehension of the water Tao within the mountain water painting. Another notification arrived, the same as before, using one comprehension of the water Tao within the mountain water painting. Soon, after a cup of tea, Xiao Yun's thoughts began to emerge, it's done. This Tao is truly the detachment that leads to the ultimate realm. Xiao Yun furrowed his brows, opened his eyes wide, and pondered, this battle-ready emperor weapon is a true treasure. Comprehending the water Tao here was so quick. Suddenly, a hand reached out and gently touched the wall, a mere touch causing it to gradually crumble and shatter. Lu Nianwen knelt on the ground, completely bewildered, and asked herself, how is this possible? It's only been a few hours. He's comprehended the founding ancestor's Tao. He's a monster. Xiao Yun stood behind her, sternly looking at Jiao Wukuk, who was overwhelmed, and exclaimed, "Hey, how did the water wall break?" At this moment, Lu Nianwen appeared out of nowhere, explaining their confusion. She told them, Xiao Yun has comprehended the great Tao of the founding ancestor. The water wall will naturally shatter. We can go out now. Hearing this, Jiao Wukuk was instantly incredulous and turned to ask Xiao Yun, You've comprehended this kind of Tao? How is that possible? It's only been so little time. You must have comprehended it beforehand, right? Xiao Yun, proud and unconcerned, replied, It's because you're clueless. A genius like me is rare, once in 10,000 years. It's easy for me to comprehend this Tao. Jiao Wukuk was now furious. He gaped with tears streaming down his cheeks. Damn it, I was born, but then Xiao Yun was born. Ignoring Jiao Wukuk's cries on the side, Xiao Yun politely addressed Lu Nianwen, Wife, it's getting late. I'm afraid Master is worried, let's go. Lu Nianwen, with her gentle and affectionate beauty, replied, Okay. You've worked hard this time. He moved to Jiao Wukuk's position and waved his hand, calling him, Let's go, you idiot. Hearing his words, they were filled with hidden meaning. The scene shifted to the headmaster and the deputy headmaster. The headmaster finally caught up and boldly threatened the deputy headmaster, You really dared to run? Do you believe I will expel you from the sect? The deputy headmaster was not to be outdone. He was not afraid, and while running, he turned back and retaliated, You dare expel me? I'll spread the news about how you snuck out to watch others bathe. Knowing his secret was about to be revealed, the headmaster shouted, Shut up, you scoundrel. The deputy headmaster retorted, Don't be noisy, run quickly. The headmaster yelled, That's right, run away quickly. Suddenly, both of them abruptly turned around, attracted by something. The deputy headmaster was curious, What's that sound? Instantly, both of them were utterly horrified, their faces contorted in a comical manner. Their mouths gaped open, their eyes bulged out, as if trying to pop out, their brows were drenched with sweat. They simultaneously exclaimed, "Oh, my goodness, they're out." The two old men continued to bicker. The deputy headmaster crossed his arms, looking at the headmaster with sarcasm. "You were afraid of being beaten by DTN, so you didn't arrange any test, right?" The old headmaster sucked his fingers, as if struck by a guilty conscience, sweating profusely. He didn't dare look directly at him and immediately denied, "I'm afraid of DTN? I'm the headmaster of a sect. How could I be afraid of him? What are you talking about?" The deputy headmaster, with a judging gaze, continued to probe, "Then why did you run?" Seeing that he couldn't deny it anymore, and if he continued on this topic, he would lose more face, the old headmaster changed the subject. "Stop talking about useless things. I really have condensed a water wall." The deputy headmaster's eyes suddenly lit up, he was surprised, his mouth agape. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as he exclaimed, "Oh, my goodness, this means Xiao Yun is truly extraordinary." The other immediately replied, "Who said he wasn't?" The deputy headmaster pressed his advantage, poking fun at the headmaster's pain. "Hee, this time, you've lost everything. You couldn't stop him, but you even helped him comprehend the Tao." Hee. The headmaster completely erupted, he raised both hands in front of him, unable to control his emotions anymore. Having nothing left and being laughed at for his pain. His eyes widened as he glared at the deputy headmaster, angrily yelling, "Do you think I care?" "Shut up." Xiao Yun walked from the gate towards the headmaster and deputy headmaster, bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, headmaster. If it weren't for the mountain water painting, it would be very difficult for me to comprehend the water Tao." "Are you leaving? Don't you want to have a celebratory drink?" The headmaster followed his lead and made an excuse to decline. "Right, I have something to do at the moment. I can't go." Xiao Yun expressed his gratitude. "I owe you more than just thanks. I'll invite you to have a drink some other day." He turned and left. The old headmaster raised his hand in farewell, gazing at his departing figure, his eyes appearing dazed. Deep in his heart, tears streamed down his face. He was furious and distraught, lamenting his own foolish actions. My dream goddess was taken by that scoundrel DTN, and I was foolish enough to help his disciple comprehend a Tao. There is no opponent in the world as stupid as me." As he walked, Xiao Yun smiled, his face satisfied. He thought to himself, the 7 great sword Taos. I've comprehended one Tao from the 3 great sword Taos, earth, water, and wind. When I have time, I'll take a look at the essence of the lightning Tao from Lei Zhu. The remaining ones are fire and space. The time sword Tao is already in my hands. The only one missing is the space sword Tao of my grandson. Fantastic. Tang Banban, standing beside him, suddenly spoke, "Senior brother Xiao. You have to make your junior sister's wedding grand. You've been waiting for this moment for many years." Xiao Yun clasped his hands, smiled brightly, and confidently replied, "Don't worry about that. Master has already sent word to all the sacred lands and sects, especially the grandest T&D chain. At that time, the heavenly talents of all places will come to attend the wedding. Make sure you watch closely." In T&D chain, the cloudy sky was dotted with a rainbow. The sunlight shining down on every house, illuminating every corner of the street. Here, they encountered the familiar figures of Walang Xian and the 3 sword brothers. Sword 1, Sword 2, and Sword 3, strolling down the street. Sword 3 exclaimed, "This T&D chain is truly magnificent." Sword 2 agreed, "Of course, this is one of the 3 super cities in the world." Sword 1 turned to Sword 2, smiled, and added, "They say that at that time, Emperor Qin was the only one in the 10,000 worlds. Many great emperor families couldn't keep up with him. Unfortunately, when he entered the immortal path, his empire was also destroyed." Sword 3 curiously asked his elder brother, "Where are we going next?" Sword 1 turned and replied, "The previous generation's heavenly talent of the Hunan sacred land is getting married in a few days. We must attend the wedding on behalf of the sword sect. Let's go, we'll get to know Zhang Tu's top heavenly talent, Xiao Yun." Qin Bingyu and Qin Jian stood on the top floor, overlooking the scene below. Qin Jian looked down and said, "The people from the sword sect and the Deep family have arrived at the imperial city." Sure enough, people from outside, once they reach Zhangtu, will come to our Qin family's capital to see what's going on. Qin Bingyu corrected, "There is no Qin family capital. That was a long time ago. Now, only our northern Sea Qin family exists." Qin Jian turned around, questioningly asking the princess, "I heard from the elders that T&D chain has the legacy of the heavenly emperor. I wonder if that's true." Qin Bingyu smiled and confirmed.
It's true, but it's not necessarily the legacy of our Qin family's ancestor. Qin Jian raised doubts and inferred, so you mean that it's the legacy left by a later heavenly emperor?
Hearing this, Qin Bingyu, with a calm expression, explained, no, it's the legacy of the ancient heavenly emperor.
Compared to our Qin heavenly emperor, the legacy of the Handan great emperor is stronger than the previous one.
Even our ancestor came here because of this legacy.
Qin Jian understood and was extremely surprised. He couldn't believe it and repeatedly asked to confirm, is this true? How is that possible? Isn't our ancestor the first heavenly emperor?
Qin Bingyu turned back and looked outside, her eyes calculating something. She answered, our ancestor is the first recorded heavenly emperor.
Perhaps there were even stronger beings during the ancient times. However, don't think too much about it. Let's go to DTN's wedding first and meet Xiao Yun. Qin Jian obeyed, yes. With that, each releasing a stream of spiritual energy that enveloped their bodies, they swiftly used light footwork to leave the building and fly into the sky. In another location, 3 people witnessed this scene. They watched intently as 2 streaks of light, purple and blue, soared into the sky. They were the representatives of the Deep family, Deep Jian, Deep Fai, and Deep Feng. Deep Jian, clasping his hands, spoke, are the Qin family looking for the heavenly emperor's legacy? Deep Fai turned around and speculated, it's been so many years, how easy is it to find a legacy? They probably also came to DTN's wedding. Then, Deep Fai instantly changed his expression, furrowed his brows, and said seriously, you've all heard about what happened to Deep Dao, right? Although he was a side branch of our Deep family, he was still a member of the Deep family. Xiao Yun directly killed him. This time, we must get an answer from him. Deep Jian, quick with information, added that Xiao Yun has Zhao Wukok as his follower. It's not easy to deal with him. Deep Fai's gaze sharpened, the sunlight shone through, making his pupils change from dark purple to red. He looked determined to avenge, confirming, don't worry. I've already talked to Zhao Wukok. Zhao Wukok believes that the gap between him and Xiao Yun is not big. And I crossed the Dao tribulation last time, defeating him won't be a problem. Deep Fai turned and handed Deep Feng a letter, saying, Deep Feng, this is my challenge letter. Go to the Handan sacred land first. Give this to Xiao Yun. When DTN has his wedding, it will be the day I defeat him. He has no respect for the Deep family. I won't show any respect for his master either. Deep Fai agreed. This time, we must let Zheng Tu know that our Deep family, with 2 emperors in one family, is the true number 1 in the 9 continents. The scene shifted to Emperor Peak. A hazy sun appeared behind the clouds, its dazzling light shining on the mountains and hills, creating a picturesque scene. In the midst of this magical landscape, someone's thoughts echoed, this heavenly outsider is a bit interesting. It turned out to be Xiao Yun, practicing here. He was in a state of seclusion, his entire body enveloped in a circle of spiritual energy, hovering in the air. Above him was a sword about 1.5 meters long, emitting dazzling golden light. He focused his eyes, practicing with closed eyes, and thought, I need to condense the past sword from the past, and then condense the future sword from the future, and finally combine them with the present sword. The 3 swords will combine into one. However, it truly resembles the future sword of the Heaven Sword Sacred Land. Suddenly, he woke up, his eyes widened as if he had realized something. I understand, it's not that it's very similar, but that it's a counterfeit. The Jun family imitated the future sword to create the Heavenly Outsider, so although the Heavenly Outsider is a Sword Tao divine art, it's ultimately based on the Time Tao. Understanding everything, Xiao Yun was stunned. His expression was a mixture of disbelief and disappointment. Are these great emperors so shallow? I have to ask Han Dan Zhang. He immediately went to find Han Dan Zhang to confirm his suspicions. Han Dan Zhang, do you know why the Jun family's Tao great emperor created such a useless divine art like Heavenly Outsider? Was it because he was shallow? Han Dan Zhang quickly denied, no. Actually, every great emperor wants to comprehend an additional Tao. As long as they comprehend 2 or more Taos, they can become heavenly emperors. These are just their research and experiments. Xiao Yun tilted his head, as if enlightened. So that's how it is. No wonder they became great emperors and still read the sutras of others. If I become an emperor simultaneously through the Han Dan Tao and the Sword Tao, wouldn't I be the strongest heavenly emperor? Forget it. Those things are too far off. I should still comprehend 2 divine arts and cultivation techniques first. Another day passed. It was now the next day. The sky was still blue and cloudy, the warm sunlight shining on the mountains and hills. Xiao Yun continued his secluded practice. He clasped his hands on his thighs, 3 swords, blue, yellow, and red, hovering in front of him. each radiating its own aura.
Xiaoyun focused his energy and thought, after spending a whole night, I finally comprehended the time sword intent.
The future sword and heavenly outsider are complete. He raised his hand and merged the three swords into one.
He continuously thought, other people's past swords are probably a bit ordinary.
But if my past sword can return to the moment when I summoned the great emperors, my heavenly outsider would be terrifying. Unfortunately, with my current level, I can't go back that far. However, even now, this is a stronger move than the Handan fist.
Once the merger was complete, he stood up and left the practice area. He stopped at the door, sighed, and thought, the only thing missing is my grandson's space Tao. After walking a few steps, he encountered Fu Lin and Zhao Wukok.
She handed a letter to Xiaoyun. Young master, someone has sent a challenge letter to you.
Xiaoyun pondered, his hand stroking his chin in suspicion.
Who dares to challenge me?
Zhao Wukok, with his arms crossed, joined in.
I'm also curious. Who wants to challenge you?
Fu Lin looked at the letter, her face filled with worry. It's Deep Phi from the Deep family of Eastern Wilderness, the peerless heavenly talent with the imperishable Zhan Huang body.
Xiaoyun held the letter in his hand and smiled. So it's him.
He turned to Zhao Wukok, smugly saying, you and Deep Phi have sparred before.
Didn't you tell him that my strength is very strong?
Zhao Wukok, as if remembering something, broke into a cold sweat, his face changed, and he stammered, this.
A segment of memory came back. Deep Phi and Zhao Wukok were having a conversation. He had probed Zhao Wukok. How does Xiaoyun compare to you? Zhao Wukok had confidently replied, it's a tie. He's powerful, but he has his limits.
Now, all those memories came flooding back. Zhao Wukok began to realize the impact of his words at that time. He started to panic and thought to himself, back then, I had just crossed the Tao tribulation and almost said I was better than Xiaoyun.
Thankfully, I didn't say it. Who would have thought that the invincible lone seeker was actually Xiaoyun? Deep Phi, I really didn't mean to deceive you.
Seeing that he had been thinking for so long without answering, Xiaoyun crossed his arms and asked again, what?
You're not saying anything?
Zhao Wukok's face twitched. He looked away, stiffly affirming, of course, I did. Brother, you've been challenged anyway, so taking on this additional crime of fearlessness probably won't be a problem.
Xiaoyun was surprised. His face showed a mix of amusement and disdain. I've already said that, and he still dares to challenge me? Deep Phi is getting arrogant. A golden aura emerged from the letter. 5 giant golden fingers, as if wrapped in flames, appeared. The mountain at Emperor Peak remained peaceful.
The entire hand emerged. It was the heavenly giant hand. The pressure of its force was incredible.
Does the mountain peak have anything to do with this?
Xiaoyun saw that the heavenly giant hand was aimed at him and immediately understood. He smiled and said, it seems Deep Phi wants to use this to test my true capabilities.
The palm is facing forward. It seems he's worried about destroying the mountain peak, which shows some courtesy. Then, as you wish. Fu Lin, worried, went to him and reminded him, young master, you're not defending yourself?
Zhao Wukok still didn't realize how strong Xiaoyun's current power was. He still thought he was just a big show-off. Using your flesh to receive the attack of a great emperor, you're really putting on a show.
Unfortunately, show-offs get struck by lightning.
The sky above Emperor Peak, boom, a huge explosion erupted. Only a swirling cloud of smoke remained in the middle, the heat radiating all around, without any impact on the mountain. The explosion forced Fu Lin to raise her hand to shield herself. She closed one eye, opened the other, looked up, and exclaimed in shock.
Young master, you just used your flesh to block this attack? How is that possible?
Zhao Wukok could only stand there silently, observing. He was truly slapped by his previous thoughts, and it hurt. After blocking the previous move with a simple flick of his wrist, everything remained intact, leaving only a trail of black smoke rising into the sky. Xiaoyun radiated a fiery blue energy, and he realistically assessed, not bad, equivalent to 0.9 Zhao Wukok. Zhao Wukok, upon hearing this, turned black, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with judgment.
He gritted his teeth, angrily saying, so, now? I become your unit of measurement? He was probably furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. After thinking it over, Zhao Wukok still recognized his current combat strength. However, you're not wrong. That move was incredibly powerful. To withstand such an attack with your flesh, your body has already surpassed the primal ancient saint body. It's terrifying. Xiaoyun, on the other side, seized the opportunity. Unaware of any shame in being praised,
He cast aside all humility, crossed his arms, and proudly said, "This is too weak. Even if I stood still, I wouldn't get hurt." The imperishable Zhan Huan body is just like that.
Invincibility is truly lonely.
Fu Lin could only chuckle. Tik Vu Zhan and Xiao Xia, below, remained silent.
Zhao Wukuk was used to this. He accepted it unwillingly, let him be arrogant. The scene shifted to a certain inn. The sky was still clear and sunny.
Inside the room, Deep Phi was resting.
Sitting on the bed. He seemed to hear something, and his face showed a mixture of surprise and confusion. Huh?
Deep Jian, arms crossed, stood leaning against the wall, asking, "How's the check going?"
"Have you gotten the results?"
Deep Phi pondered, "I'm not sure, because he didn't block the attack." Deep Jian furrowed his brows, showing bewilderment.
"Didn't block it? How is that possible?"
Deep Phi began to analyze. There are three possibilities. First, he dodged it. Second, he was killed before he could retaliate. Third, he's too strong and directly received this attack. That's right, he's the top heavenly talent of Zhang Tu.
He can't dodge, and he can't be killed.
You gotten closer to the truth. Deep Phi frowned, thought for a while, and still couldn't believe that this Xiaoyun could be that strong.
He quickly denied it, but he absolutely couldn't have received my attack. It seems I'll have to meet him in person to get the answer.
The sky had turned dark, with dark clouds appearing. Xiaoyun arrived at the forbidden land of the Han Dan sacred land.
As soon as he landed, he shouted, "Lei Zhu, I'm here to visit you."
As soon as he entered, he went to Lei Zhu and asked,
"Lei Zhu, I want to see your lightning Tao. I'll try comprehending it."
Lei Zhu sat up in the coffin and asked in return, "But what about your master's wedding? Guests will soon arrive to congratulate him. You're his only disciple, you had to welcome them on his behalf.
How can you have time to comprehend the lightning Tao?"
Xiaoyun, naturally, was Xiaoyun.
He was still confident and replied, "I'll comprehend the Tao. It'll be quick. I won't miss the wedding."
Lei Zhu, hearing this, was stunned. His eyes turned white, and he started to break out in a cold sweat. After a moment of silence, he spoke.
"Quickly, you think comprehending the Tao is like buying vegetables at the market?
If you weren't the hope of the Han Dan sacred land, I would have slapped you to death long ago." Lei Zhu stepped out of the coffin, sternly warning Xiaoyun, "Don't mess around.
DTN's wedding is a big event. You absolutely cannot miss it."
Xiaoyun persisted in persuading him, "How about this, let me see it for a day.
If I can't comprehend it, we can schedule another time."
Lei Zhu laughed loudly, turned to look at Xiaoyun, and said, "A day, all right. However, what good is a day?
It's a waste of time." Then, he compromised and said, "Who told you to be a divine son?" With that said, Lei Zhu stretched out his hands. "This is the destruction Tao that I've cultivated. Try your best to comprehend it."
Xiaoyun immediately assumed a state of secluded practice.
A stream of lightning surrounding his body.
The system notification appeared.
Using one comprehension of the destruction lightning Tao.
The system continued to display the same notification, using one comprehension of the destruction lightning Tao, for a whole hour. Xiaoyun was practicing, the amount of lightning surrounding him was thicker than before. He kept his eyes closed, focusing, and said, "I understand."
Lei Zhu was still lost in his dark thoughts.
"What the hell is this?" His face showed extreme astonishment.
He understands, there are even more talented people.
Even if our ancestor is alive and is at the Great Emperor realm, he definitely wouldn't have this capability.
He must be bragging.
To prove Lei Zhu wrong, Xiaoyun gently raised a hand and unleashed the lightning god slash. A blue lightning pick shot out, its powerful energy radiating everywhere. Shards of glass shattered. This time, there was no way to deny it.
Lei Zhu's expression was extremely exaggerated, almost comically exaggerated.
He was so surprised that his face turned purple, his eyes bulged out as if they were about to pop out, his mouth opened wide, and he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." His expression was as if he were saying, "My God.
This guy is not human, he must be a monster." Xiaoyun chuckled softly and asked Lei Zhu humbly, "Lei Zhu, do we have any seniors who practice the fire Dao?
I want to comprehend another Dao of fire."
Zhang Daolei, arms crossed, looked at Xiaoyun, solemnly saying, "The fire Dao? Don't you already have the earth Dao, wind Dao, lightning Dao, water Dao, and Hundan Dao? What exactly are you trying to do? You'll choke on too much food."
Xiaoyun stood straight, facing Zhang Daolei. "Ancestor, you forgot that I got the Universe Sword Sutra from the Lone Seeker on the Wanyao battlefield. To perfect it, I need to comprehend 5 sword Daos, earth, wind, water, fire, and lightning. Zhang Daolei furrowed his brows and reminded him, the power of the sword Dao is very strong, but cultivating so many sword Daos will hinder your Dao ascension. He smiled, I'm not going deep into comprehending the Dao. I'll just comprehend it superficially first. After Dao ascension, I'll take a step further and comprehend it more deeply. He thought to himself, the plan to take the Emperor weapon from Sword God Mountain is still confidential. I'll tell my grandson when he comes. Zhang Daolei said, so you're trying to comprehend 2 great Daos and become a heavenly emperor. You have big ambitions. Xiao Yun looked at Lei Zhu, smiling. Zhang Daolei continued, I underestimated you. However, our sacred land doesn't have any saints or grand saints who practice the fire Dao. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was a little disappointed. So, Lei Zhu, can I cultivate a different Emperor Sutra? I heard that our Handan sacred land has several Emperor Sutras. Zhang Daolei crossed his arms in front of him, an Emperor Sutra? He furrowed his brows, pondering, others study Emperor Sutras. They might choke on too much food, but with Xiao Yun's insight, maybe he can really help. Then he reached behind him, follow me. The Emperor Sutra is kept at the Battle Ancestor's place, protected by an elder. Let's go to him. He smiled and followed him. The two of them walked outside. It was still bright. They walked to the Battle Ancestor. The Battle Ancestor was asleep in a coffin. The lid opened 1/3 of the way. His hair was red. Xiao Yun looked at the Battle Ancestor. Hey, the Battle Ancestor is so young? Zhang Daolei, standing beside him, leaned over and whispered to him, don't be surprised. The Battle Ancestor has the eternal life body. So not only does he have a long life essence, he can also stay eternally youthful. Xiao Yun looked around, curiously asking, the Battle Ancestor is so strong. He has the eternal life body? I thought it was the supreme body. When I was at the dragon's lair, I killed a primal ancient eternal life body. Could such trash actually be as strong as the Battle Ancestor? Hearing this, Zhang Daolei was startled. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide. Trash? That's the second-level divine body, below the supreme body. Moreover, you're saying this in front of the Battle Ancestor. Is that really a good idea? The Battle Ancestor's soul appeared from the coffin in front of the two of them, surrounded by green energy. Behind his back was a magical rain. The Battle Ancestor clasped his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, and smiled. Body type can't determine your future achievements. When you joined the Handan sacred land, weren't you just a first-level mortal body? Zhang Daolei scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Blame the young one for talking nonsense and disturbing our ancestor. Do you know how precious life essence is? Xiao Yun looked up at the Battle Ancestor. I apologize, Battle Ancestor. The Battle Ancestor said, don't worry, this thread of wool was left behind after I recovered last time. It won't affect my true self. Then, the Battle Ancestor looked down at Xiao Yun. Your name's Xiao Yun, right? Can our ancestor recover again? He raised his head and answered, Battle Ancestor, no. Last time, it was because our ancestor left a mark on Handan Zhang. The Battle Ancestor looked at him and smiled, sure enough. Our ancestor from hundreds of thousands of years ago thought of everything. Xiao Yun asked in confusion, Battle Ancestor, why did you say that? The Battle Ancestor looked at him, because our ancestor left a rule for accepting disciples into the Handan sacred land. Before joining the sacred land, you can't cultivate. The purpose was for the second Handan body. You probably already know that cultivating other cultivation techniques will make it impossible to cultivate the Handan Sutra. Xiao Yun was surprised, as if he had received an answer. So that's how it is. So, after I transmigrated, I was suppressed for 16 years. The Battle Ancestor smiled and added, this rule is also one of the main reasons why our Handan sacred land has declined. Xiao Yun, now that you have forged the Handan body, help me ask the Handan Zone spirit to see if this rule can be broken. He agreed, okay, I'll ask him later. Can I choose an Emperor Sutra? The Battle Ancestor smiled. Of course, Tiu Lei, take him there. Zhang Delay looked up at the Battle Ancestor. Having received the Battle Ancestor's approval, Zhang Delay led Xiao Yun to the study and pointed, introducing him to the Emperor Sutras. There are a total of 6 Emperor Sutras. Heavenly Demon Dance, Primal Ancient Divine Elephant Scripture, Heavenly Emperor Sutra 3, Immortal Demon Art, Lightning Thunder Annihilation World Record, 5 Elements Saint Scripture. Xiao Yun picked up a book and flipped through it. Heavenly Demon Dance is for female cultivators. Primal Ancient Divine Elephant Scripture is mainly for demonic beasts.
Heavenly Emperor Sutra 3 must be gathered all 3 volumes to cultivate.
Next, he took 3 books, Immortal Demon Art, Lightning Thunder Annihilation World Record.
5 Elements Saint Scripture, placed them in front of his chest, and presented them to Zhang Delay. He smiled brightly. Then I'll cultivate Immortal Demon Art, Lightning Thunder Annihilation World Record, and 5 Elements Saint Scripture.
Seeing the 3 books in Xiao Yun's hands, he widened his eyes in shock and broke out in a cold sweat.
You're adding the Handan Sutra. You're planning to cultivate 4 Emperor Sutras simultaneously? Even if you have higher insight, you can't be so bold. Bad Diet, hands clasped behind his back, stepped out from inside, interrupting their conversation. Wait, you can cultivate Lightning Thunder Annihilation World Record in 5 Elements Saint Scripture, but the Immortal Demon Art, you can't cultivate it casually. Xiao Yun and Zhang Delay turned to look at Bad Diet. In the closed room, Xiao Yun faced the middle-aged man with an oversized beard and a vermilion mark on his forehead. He asked, is there any danger in cultivating the Immortal Demon Art? The man, known as the Old Ancestor, answered him, yes. First, to cultivate the Immortal Demon Art, you need to find someone with a good talent to be a furnace. You have to implant a demon seed and wait for 77 days and 49 nights before you can harvest, but when you harvest, you both have to be at the same realm. Once you fail, death is the only outcome. His expression was strangely serious, with a hint of worry in his eyes. I know you're invincible at the same realm, so you're not afraid, but there's something more important. Once you cultivate the Immortal Demon Art, you are essentially borrowing the power of the Demon King, and you will also be implanted with a demon seed. Xiao Yun was surprised, is that so? The Old Ancestor nodded. Yes. Therefore, once you use the Demon King's power more than 3 times, the demon seed will be activated, and your strength will be taken over by the Demon King. Therefore, I advise you not to cultivate it. Xiao Yun's expression remained unmoved. He stared at the book, explaining, this Immortal Demon Art can force people to ascend to a realm in a short period of time. Although it has a limit of 3 times, it also has an additional life-saving measure. I've decided to learn it. Knowing that he couldn't change his mind, the Old Ancestor replied, if that's the case, there's this. I'm not afraid to tell you. I've secretly implanted a demon seed in the body of the battle-ready Emperor Mu 11 from the Saint King sect. After you condense Demon Yuan, come find me. I'll give you his Demon Yuan. You can harvest him later. Xiao Yun was a little confused and asked, why don't you go harvest him yourself? The Old Ancestor, somewhat embarrassed, didn't know how to explain. He finally lamented, I want to, but he's a battle-ready emperor. Not to mention whether I can ascend or not. Even if I ascend, I wouldn't be able to defeat him. The reason I implanted the demon seed was to seize this rare opportunity. Hurry back and condense the Demon Yuan. Xiao Yun, on the contrary, immediately sat down, clasping his hands in a meditative posture. Before the Old Ancestor, Xiao Yun summoned a powerful spiritual energy. This energy was dark red, wrapping around him, as if wanting to be absorbed. Without fear, he said, Old Ancestor, there's no need to wait for me to come back. I'll start condensing the Demon Yuan now. The other party immediately thought to himself, somewhat despising him. You think cultivating the Emperor's Sutra is that easy? Back then, it took me 500 years to condense Demon Yuan. The next second, the Old Ancestor was startled. His heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed in shock, stammering, You. Xiao Yun exclaimed, Old Ancestor, I have condensed the Demon Yuan. Before the Old Ancestor, who had spent 500 years cultivating, Xiao Yun had accomplished this in a blink of an eye. This was a shocking exclamation mark for the Old Ancestor, somewhat embarrassing. However, he panicked and thought, what kind of talent is this? It's truly cheating. It seemed like he was so angry that he burst into laughter. The Old Ancestor smiled and affectionately told him, Your talent is truly exceptional. It took me a long time to comprehend it initially, but you must remember that the Handan Dao is your foundation. Xiao Yun, who was condensing Demon Yuan, innocently asked, Old Ancestor, did I hear you say that you spent 500 years condensing Demon Yuan? Did I hear wrong? He still had a smile on his face and kindly denied, You must have heard wrong. 500 years, is my talent that bad? Xiao Yun was not very perceptive and insisted. Old Ancestor, you. Finally, he exploded. He couldn't hide it anymore. He turned and yelled at him, You, what? Hurry up and prepare to receive the Demon Yuan. I'm not admitting it. What can you do? The Old Ancestor helped him gather the Demon Yuan and continued, With this, you'll be able to harvest the demon seed from Mu 11. Xiao Yun excitedly received it from him, replying, Yes. The dark red sphere finally merged, slowly integrating into Xiao Yun's chest. Receiving this absolute powerful force, Xiao Yun was knocked back as soon as he integrated it. Finally, he enjoyed it and broke through in a moment. He felt the demon Yuan and was more excited than ever, happily thinking, wow, this is the mid-emerging novice realm. Great. Seeing him like this, the old ancestor reminded him, alright, go back and cultivate. Next, you'll face the Nirvana realm. This is your most dangerous stage before becoming a saint. You must be careful. Xiao Yun clasped his hands, filled with gratitude, yes, old ancestor. He turned and left, thinking to himself, the cultivation level of the Nirvana realm will become unstable, but the body won't. The immortal demon art can condense the immortal demon domain. The lightning thunder annihilation world record can forge the 9 transformations lightning body. The 5 elements saint scripture can refine the 5 elements saint body. This can increase my chances of breaking through. The only problem is who to choose as a demon seed. Maybe I'll have a chance at the Sacred Land Exchange meeting. At Emperor Peak, Xiao Yun met Lin Xiaoxia. As soon as she saw him, her face was filled with worry. Senior brother, bad news. Eastern God King has become a saint. Xiao Yun furrowed his brows and asked, what does this have to do with us? Once a sacred land has someone become a saint, they must hold a saint ascension ceremony. And that Eastern God King, he wants to schedule the saint ascension ceremony on the day of Master's wedding. Don't you think it's infuriating? She said angrily. Xiao Yun, with a calm expression, reassured her, so that's how it is. No wonder you're so flustered. However, junior sister, don't worry, we'll go find that Eastern God King and settle the score. Without saying much, they immediately flew into the sky. Lin Xiaoxia asked, senior brother, isn't it too risky to go there with just the 2 of us? Xiao Yun confidently replied, don't worry. He's a new saint. I can easily suppress him. Lin Xiaoxia's face was a bit stunned, and she thought gloomily, huh? He considers saints to be nothing more than vegetables? The vast expanse of heaven and earth, with picturesque mountains and rivers. Before them stood a towering peak, majestic and imposing, the place where the God King peak was located. Sitting inside, Dong Enosi Duong faced Dong Tan Vong. The two were talking. Dong Enosi Duong spoke first. He said, big brother, this time you've used force to suppress DTN. In the future, we won't have to avoid him anymore. Dong Tan Vang heard this and pointed at him, saying, avoid? This is called a tactical retreat. Dong Tan Vong flew into a rage, scolding, avoid DTN? Those words are unpleasant. If you weren't my brother, I would have beaten you up long ago. Dong Enosi Duong, very smooth-talking, said, yes, everyone below a saint is an ant. DTN is just a bigger ant now. Dong Tan Vang agreed, arrogantly replying, that's right, I'm a saint now. But suddenly, Dong Enosi Duong's mood dropped. He told his brother, but big brother, we're setting the saint ascension ceremony on the day of DTN's wedding. I'm afraid he won't let it go. Dong Tan Vong, not even bothering to look at him, humped. So what if he doesn't let it go? My saint ascension ceremony is naturally arranged by me. Even the saint master can't control it. Who is DTN? Quote, Dong Enosi Duong disagreed and advised. Big brother, that old ancestor can resurrect the founding ancestor of our Handan sacred land. It seems like he's become even more fond of Xiao Yun. He not only reminded Xiao Yun but deliberately slapped you. Could there be trouble? Hearing this, Dong Tan Vong couldn't ignore it and asked, this matter, do you know who that old ancestor is? That old man sighed, feeling a little frustrated. The sacred land keeps the news tight, no one knows who he is. Dong Tan Vang agreed, that's right, he's our greatest reliance. So what? Today's Xiao Yun is like his master, DTN. He's just an ant. Don't say he's just a divine son, even if he is a divine son, so what? Wait until he lives to become a saint and then we'll talk. Dong Tan Vang sneered. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, Dong Tan Vong, get out here. Dong Ngiosi Vong recognized it, that's Xiao Yun's voice. Is he crazy? Even Dong Tan Vong was surprised, looking in that direction. Dong Tan Vang slammed his hand on the table in anger. Both of them opened the door and went out. Dong Tan Vong was truly furious. Xiao Yun, he's just as arrogant as his master, DTN. A mere emerging novice dares to come here and be disrespectful. Does he really think I'm a saint for nothing? He shouted, go. Finally, they arrived. Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoxiao were standing below. As soon as he saw them, he pointed and shouted.
Dong Tan Vang, I advise you to change the date of your Saint Ascension ceremony.
Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear.
But he didn't yield and shouted.
You little brat, you dare to threaten a saint? Who gave you the courage? You have some nerve. Boom, boom, boom.
Dong Tan Vang summoned his spiritual energy, transforming it into a gigantic blue force, ready to unleash it towards Xiao Yun.
He said, do you really think I don't dare to teach you a lesson?
Seeing this, the two of them were ready to fight. Xiao Yun summoned his familiar item. Lin Xiaoxia hurriedly warned, senior brother.
But he calmly reassured her, junior sister, don't be afraid. Bang!
The force from Dong Tan Vang slammed into Xiao Yun's enlarged bell. Both of them were shocked and recognized it, Hun Danzhong.
Xiao Yun fired Hun Danzhong towards them, extremely unhappy. You're asking for this.
Dong Tan Vang was not afraid at all. He arrogantly smiled and continued to fire his spiritual energy. The two colors, blue and gold, collided once again, another thunderous boom echoed. The force of the impact made Dong Tan Vang unable to stand, he vomited blood and was knocked back.
This blow was like a bolt from the blue. He flew directly, boom, into the mountain peak.
Big brother!
Dong Nak Duong shouted urgently. He went to support Dong Tan Vang, who was battered and bruised, worriedly asking, Big brother, are you alright? Dong Tan Vang replied, don't worry, I'm fine. Dong Nak Duong's expression was extremely ugly. He was shocked and disbelieving, saying, how is that possible? That scoundrel actually managed to injure Big brother?
Xiao Yun had already caught up and blocked their path, warning them. Dong Tan Vang, I advise you to change the date of your Saint Ascension ceremony. Otherwise, by the time of your ceremony, I'll use Hun Danzhong to turn this place into flat ground, and see if you still have the face to hold the ceremony. Dong Tan Vang refused to give up and argued with him.
You little brat, don't be arrogant. Do you really think you can control Hun Danzhong? Don't forget, I know this Hun Dan Dao too.
Finally, Dong Tan Vang became serious.
He clasped his hands, unleashing his moves.
Streams of spiritual energy surrounded him. Facing Xiao Yun, he was full of confidence, I'm a genuine saint. Today, I really want to see if Hun Danzhong listens to you or me. Dong Tan Vang summoned an extremely powerful stream of spiritual energy. He shouted, HRRRGH. The energy surge grew even more powerful. Merge!
Dong Tan Vang commanded, using that spiritual energy to engulf Hun Danzhong. Elder DTN had also arrived next to Xiao Yun.
Seeing Dong Tan Vang's actions, he shouted, Dong Tan Vang, you're so audacious.
You dare to control Hun Danzhong within the Hundan sacred land? Aren't you afraid of Lei Zhu punishing you? But Dong Tan Vang, blinded by jealousy, didn't care and retorted aggressively.
It was your disciple who controlled Hun Danzhong first. If Lei Zhu wants to punish, he should punish him first.
Otherwise, how can he command respect? He finished, laughing arrogantly, ha 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 ha.
At the same time, Hun Danzhong, under his control, flew up as he wished.
Achieving this,
Dong Tan Vang was overjoyed, shouting a threat at Xiao Yun, you little brat. Today I'll let you experience the true power of the Emperor weapon.
I usually don't have the chance to use Hun Danzhong.
This time, I finally have the opportunity to test its power. Xiao Yun stood watching this scene, feeling a bit speechless.
He commented, making Hun Danzhong wobble a bit, you're happy about that?
Finally, not wanting to watch this despicable act anymore, Xiao Yun shouted, stop. Immediately, the bell stopped as instructed. But Dong Tan Vang, seeing this, had a huge question mark above his head. He was startled and shocked. He turned to look, his eyes wide.
Witnessing Hun Danzhong following Xiao Yun's orders. He hurriedly panicked, what did you do? Why doesn't Hun Danzhong respond to my call? Xiao Yun smiled and sincerely said, because you're too ugly. Hun Danzhong dislikes you.
Only handsome guys like me are worthy of using Emperor weapons. The speechless bird chirped softly, watching Dong Tan Vang's stiff, frozen expression. This moment, several disciples, seeing the conflict, ran to the scene. They panicked and exclaimed, it's Dong Tan Vang and the Divine Sun.
Why are they fighting? Someone nearby spoke casually, don't you know? Dong Tan Vang is setting his Saint Ascension ceremony on the same day as Supreme Elder DTN's wedding. Another person responded, oh, my goodness, isn't that deliberately looking for trouble? Yet another person chimed in, who says it isn't?
Zhang Delay and the man with a long beard, who Xiao Yun called the old ancestor, stood next to each other.
He spoke, this brat has completely colluded with Hun Danzhong's spirit.
I'm afraid that if we summon Hun Danzhong, it won't pay any attention to us.
Zhang Delay agreed, that's right.
Back then, I cried, made a fuss, and even tried to hang myself before Han Danzhong recognized me.
Zhang Delay's face darkened as he continued.
Should we intervene? Xiao Yun will be fine, but Dong Tanvang has been beaten. It's hard to say he won't hold a grudge. But the man with the vermilion mark said calmly, no need. The reason why we haven't had a saint born in all these years is because things have been too peaceful. It's time for a change. Xiao Yun reached out and used his spiritual energy to control, activating the bell. This control immediately made Han Danzhong slam into Dong Tanvang, who couldn't escape. He could only exclaim with astonishment, you. Boom, Han Danzhong crashed into Dong Tanvang, making him vomit blood for the second time. He looked towards Xiao Yun, bitterly saying, you little wretch, if it weren't for the emperor weapon, I could easily suppress you.
Xiao Yun remained calm and responded. Dong Tanvang, your cultivation level is higher than mine. So what if I use an emperor weapon? If you have the guts, fight me at the same realm. I guarantee I won't use the emperor weapon. Dong Tanvang, though truly foolish, wasn't entirely clueless. He was extremely annoyed and retorted, fight me at the same realm? Who could defeat you? You think I'm stupid? Xiao Yun continued to use his spiritual energy to control Han Danzhong. Rays of light, like flames, gathered around his hand. Boom, he blocked Dong Tanvang's sneak attack. He was forced back with blood spurting from his mouth. Xiao Yun was also not doing well. His head ached, his face was pale, and he used his hand to support his forehead. I didn't expect using Han Danzhong to drain so much energy. Seizing this opportunity, Dong Tanvang played dirty. He flicked his sleeve, wanting to use spiritual energy. He laughed triumphantly, ha, you little brat, it seems you don't have enough spiritual energy. Let's see how I subdue you. Naturally, Elder DTN wouldn't allow his disciple to be bullied. He rushed forward, unleashing an incredibly powerful spiritual energy, exploding it into a shield. My disciple can't handle it, but I can. Seeing this, Dong Tanvang was stunned. You've broken through to the edge of the saint realm. You've deliberately suppressed your cultivation and not broken through. The sound of sizzling echoed as Elder DTN displayed his circle of spiritual energy. He stood high above, looking down and judging, even a waste like you can become a saint, let alone me. At this moment, Dong Tanvang was speechless with astonishment and looked up at Elder DTN. Xiao Yun saw this and clenched his fists, exceedingly delighted. He hurriedly shouted with joy, Master can break through to the saint realm at any time. That's great. But that Dong Tanvang, as if lacking any shame, still couldn't see the dire situation he was in. He pointed and bragged in front of Elder DTN, DTN, don't be arrogant. Don't forget, you haven't become a saint yet. You're far from being able to defeat me. In contrast to Dong Tanvang's petty arrogance, Elder DTN, hands clasped behind his back, slowly analyzed, Dong Tanvang, saints are divided into several levels. Ordinary saints like you are nothing in my eyes. As he spoke, he used the Handan domain. In the blink of an eye, blue rays of light surrounded him, instantly filled with blooming lotus flowers, incredibly beautiful. Before Dong Tanvang, those streams of spiritual energy gathered, gradually growing larger and approaching him. With a resounding thud, the foolish Dong Tanvang, unable to dodge, was struck, sent sprawling, completely humiliated. Xiao Yun beamed with delight, praising his master. The Chaos Tao is so powerful. So, all these years, Master has been comprehending the Chaos Tao. Zhong Deloy, a bit surprised, concealed his emotions, saying, the Emperor of Heaven has finally reached this level. The person standing behind him, with a vermilion mark on his forehead, nodded in agreement. Very good. This is excellent news. We finally have a successor. I believe he's prepared. Ready to break through and become a saint immediately. Two people standing at a distance observed and remarked, it's not just the Emperor of Heaven, the Saint Master is also on the verge of breaking through. Zhong Deloy acknowledged this, the Saint Master has always been stable. I believe his future achievements will rival those of the Emperor of Heaven. Zhong Deloy looked towards the distant sky, thoughtfully saying, the guests for the Emperor of Heaven's wedding have arrived. It seems our Saint Land is about to be bustling for a few days. At the foot of the Chaos Saint Land, countless palanquin-bearing carriages had arrived. It was a sea of people. The first group to arrive was the Sword Sect's younger generation, led by the Sect Master. The welcoming party clasped their hands in salute. Greetings, esteemed Sect Master of the Sword Sect. The leader of the palanquin nodded, it's me. Hualang Xin, standing out in the procession, could be seen within the carriage group. Next came the Qin family, led by Saint Qin Lang. Qin Bingyu and others followed behind. The person escorting them to the entrance was surprised to recognize them, saying, "You are Qin Lang, right? I recognize you. We met once on the tranquil joy peak of the same path." Qin Lang, realizing who it was surprised. "You were the peerless sword practitioner who slayed the demonic beast with one sword on Tranquil Joy Peak?" The person opposite him laughed humbly. "Peerless sword practitioner? I'm not worthy of that title. It's getting late, let's head to the Saint Land." Qin Feng replied, "All right." The carriages trailed behind each other, heading back to the Saint Land. The golden glow beneath created a mesmerizing scene. They had reached Emperor Peak. Qin Jian met his brothers and clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother Jianyi, have you encountered Brother Dugu?" The one addressed as Jianyi replied, "Qin brother, we've been trying to find Brother Dugu, but have been unable to locate him. Perhaps, Qin brother, you wish to challenge Brother Dugu?" Hearing this, Qin Jian chuckled. How could I possibly be Brother Dugu's opponent? Challenging him wouldn't be anything but self-humiliation. However, as the future son-in-law of the Chaos Saint Land, I truly want to challenge him once. Jianyi replied that Xiao Yun is the top prodigy of the Middle Lands. "Qin brother, you're quite bold." Qin Jian didn't feel afraid. He understood how formidable his desired opponent was. He smiled. "I know I'm not necessarily his match, but I've only heard his name before, never truly met him. Just a minor name, it can't scare me." His gaze suddenly flashed with a terrifyingly determined glint, his voice somber. "Of course, I'm doing this for Bingyu to test the opponent's strength." Jianyi, impressed by his genuine reason, said, "Qin brother, you're truly brave. I admire you, I admire you." Qin Jian brushed it aside with a laugh. "Don't praise me so much. Let's go." Elsewhere, Dong Xinhuan lay unconscious on the ground, a large crater where he'd been knocked into the earth. Such is the fate of fools who talk too much. Emperor Tian's elder and Xiaoyun watched him for a while before Emperor Tian finally spoke. "Let's go, my cherished disciple, it's time to return." Even as they left, Xiaoyun still looked back with doubt, asking his master. "Master, I'm sure this guy won't cause any more trouble, right?" Emperor Tian walked away resolutely, confidently stating, "Don't worry, if he dares oppose my disciple, I'll beat him every time I see him." The scene shifts to Dongyu Peak. Dong Xinhuan was being helped onto a chair, clutching his chest. He said, "From now on, I'll be in seclusion to recover from my injuries." Dong Yutang said kindly, "Brother, we'll meet again someday. You should avoid Emperor Tian if possible." Dong Xinhuang snorted coldly, "Just because I can't handle him doesn't mean others can't. It's time for us to make a decision, to choose the primordial origin." Dong Yutang was shocked. "Brother, do you really have to take this step? Please reconsider." Dong Xinhuang said seriously, "So, what now? You still haven't made up your mind?" Dong Yutang replied awkwardly, "No, I'm worried that Tai Su won't give us important roles. Think about it, who would trust a traitor? It's best to just take what we can get." Dong Xinhuang's eyes were icy. "You're not wrong. I'm about to enter the Saint's Path. Tai Su Holy Land holds a lot of vital cultivation resources. I can use those to quickly enhance my strength. If I can reach the Great Saint Realm, then it won't be a problem. By then, they won't dare to look down on us. Besides, now that I'm a saint, I might be able to get some inside information. If I can find out who used the trump card to summon the Patriarch back last time, that'll definitely be a huge contribution." Dong Yutang nodded, "Big brother, you're right. You make a lot of sense." The scene shifts to Defeng. Xiao Yun was talking with his master. He said, "Congratulations, master. You're about to become a saint. Based on your talent, master, we'll soon have a great saint as our backer." Elder DTN smiled, "Now that you have Lei Zhu as your backer at the Chaos Holy Land, who would dare to offend you?" Xiaoyun continued, "Master, we should give Dong Xinhuang a good lesson. He won't be able to act recklessly anymore." DTN asked, "Recklessly? Do you mean he might betray our Chaos Holy Land?" "Not to that extent." Xiaoyun's eyes held a hint of suspicion. He asked, "Master, don't you think Dong Xinhuang and Dong Yutang's advancements are a bit too fast?" DTN stroked his chin thoughtfully, "You're right. He became a saint a step ahead of the Saint Master. Dong Yutang's advancement was even faster than that guy, Tianyi. Maybe they're really colluding with Tai Su. It looks like we need to tell Lei Zhu." Xiao Yun suggested, "Master, let me do it."
I'm the delicious treat in Lei Zhu's eyes.
DTN nodded, all right.
As they were talking, the chaos bell sounded, leaving Xiaoyun puzzled.
Why did the chaos bell ring? DTN also seemed confused. There must be a distinguished guest arriving.
The chaos bell only rings once for a Holy Land saint, a great clan emperor, or a great saint-level strong person.
Xiaoyun asked his master with suspicion. Master, is it because of your upcoming wedding? Did those powerful forces send people to offer congratulations? DTN shook his head.
I haven't reached that level of prestige to attract saints to congratulate me.
They must be coming to investigate.
After all, you've made a big stir recently. Xiaoyun chuckled, finding the situation interesting.
Let them investigate. Maybe I can create some commotion that will make them even more wary of the Chaos Holy Land. It will give us more time. DTN smiled softly and said to his disciple. You're so full of tricks. What are you planning to do? You can't borrow the Patriarch's power anymore.
Xiaoyun replied, Master, I can forge another chaos body.
DTN gasped, ouch.
He thought to himself, I've cultivated for so many years, and I can't even forge a chaos body.
How come you make it seem like eating a meal? It's so frustrating.
After discussing it, Xiaoyun prepared to leave. Before leaving, he reminded his master. Master, I'll go find the Patriarch and tell him about Dongshin Wang. Also, I'm going to forge another chaos body, so get ready.
Go ahead, DTN replied. As Xiaoyun's bag disappeared, DTN sighed helplessly.
Having such a talented disciple makes me feel like I, a heavenly prodigy, am actually a waste.
The scene shifts. Xiaoyun has arrived at the Chaos Holy Land's restricted area.
Inside, Xiaoyun and Lei Zhu were chatting. Lei Zhu looked at Xiaoyun and exclaimed.
Your avatar is actually a semi-chaos body. That's amazing. Xiaoyun's soul incarnation avatar replied.
I integrated a semi-chaos body obtained from the ancient Holy Land into my soul incarnation.
That's why it's similar to my real body. He continued, let's not talk about that. I'm here to talk about Dongshin Wang. Him and Dong Yutong.
Xiaoyun spoke for about 5 minutes. After hearing him out, Lei Zhu said.
Seriously, I believe you. But we need evidence. Dongshin Wang is a saint.
Without evidence, it'll affect the morale of the Holy Land.
It'll be troublesome. After hearing Lei Zhu's instructions, Xiaoyun said, I understand. I'm just reminding you. I hope the patriarchs will be wary of him. Lei Zhu replied, don't worry. I'll report this to Bu Dai.
Then, Xiaoyun suddenly held the Emperor's scriptures in both hands and offered them to Lei Zhu.
Speaking of which, I've finished studying the Emperor's scriptures. I'm returning them to you. Lei Zhu was taken aback. He reached out to take the Emperor's scriptures. What? You finished studying all 3 sections? Xiaoyun chuckled in response, Patriarch, you're exaggerating. It's just a few Emperor's scriptures.
Lei Zhu broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes blank.
He changed the subject, I'm being dramatic. Anything else?
He thought to himself, compared to this guy, I feel like a complete fool.
Xiaoyun stood in front of him, didn't you say you wanted to see a chaos body forged again? Well, I'm here to forge one again, up close. It's not a big deal anyway.
Lei Zhu replied helplessly, it's a good thing you're part of the Chaos Holy Land.
If anyone else dared to act this way, I wouldn't be able to hold back from beating them to death. Xiaoyun interrupted, Lei Zhu, go find Patriarch Bu Dai. We're ready to begin. I'll stay outside and fool those people from outside. I'm sure we can pull it off. Lei Zhu smiled, alright? This time, I'm going to break through to Quasi-Emperor. The sky began to turn a dusky pink as evening approached.
At this time, at the Chaos Holy Land Saint Master's palace. At the center, people began to arrive.
The white-haired elder, DTN, walked with Xiaoyun and the Saint Master.
He greeted them, thank you all for coming from afar. Those present looked at Xiaoyun and whispered, he looks so much like Duguwan.
One person beside them nodded, yes, it's like they're the same person.
Someone else contradicted, but his aura is different. A girl gazed at him, thinking to herself, is this the meat and wine monk, or Duga Chubai?
They're both alike, but neither seems to be the same. Another young man said, he definitely has some connection to Duga Chubai.
Xiaoyun rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, meeting my old friends again.
It's so heartwarming, but I need to act arrogant, otherwise they'll recognize me. Xiaoyun clasped his hands in greeting and asked. You all are from Qin family and Sword Pavilion, right? Well, since we are the same generation, why don't we have a sparring match? Let me see the skills of the geniuses outside of the Central Plains. All of Xiaoyun's old acquaintances were surprised, and they all had the same thought. This guy is so arrogant. The Saint Master looked at DTN with confusion. What is Xiaoyun trying to do? DTN just chuckled. It seems my precious disciple wants to stir things up a bit. One person stepped forward toward Xiaoyun, clasping his hands and saying, Since you have issued the challenge, I, Qin Jian, accept. I'd like to ask for a lesson. Xiaoyun responded arrogantly, Just you? I think it would be better if you all came together. Xiaoyun scoffed, continuing. Otherwise, I fear that before things even heat up, you'll already be defeated. The young man was furious. He said, I hope your strength matches your bragging. Xiaoyun smirked, Come now, if you're not going to team up, then I'll spar with you using the sword Tao. I won't use my semi-chaos body. That way, I won't be bullying you. The young man's body emanated blue lightning, his face filled with rage. Just use your semi-chaos body, Xiao Shensi. After all, you're just using a semi-chaos body. I don't care. A dry leaf fell. Xiaoyun caught it between two fingers, laughing. You sure do talk loud. But can you catch this leaf first, then you can talk? Then, Xiaoyun launched the leaf in his hand at the speed of light, flying towards the young man. The leaf emanated a blinding yellow aura. Xiaoyun said, Watch closely. This move that will defeat you is called Heaven's Extraterrestrial Immortal. The leaf flew towards the young man. He spread his legs, lowering his stance, and used the blue sword he created to block the leaf. He tried his best, but the leaf launched by Xiaoyun carried too much power, forcing the young man to be knocked back. The young man struggled to his feet, wiping his chin. He asked in a rage. How do you know Heaven's Extraterrestrial Immortal? DTN explained, Before, the military commanders of the Jun clan came to our Chaos Holy Land to cause trouble. As compensation, they gave us this Heaven's Extraterrestrial Immortal divine technique. Another young man countered, Compensation, my foot. Didn't your mysterious expert borrow the Emperor's power? Barge into the Jun clan's headquarters, and snatch it away? A girl nearby commented. The #1 expert of the Central Plains, truly extraordinary. Xiaoyun winked and gestured with his hand. What about you guys from Sword Pavilion? Why don't you all come together? A gray-haired man looked at Xiaoyun cautiously. Forget it, Qin Jian is stronger than us. He wasn't a match for you, so he definitely wouldn't be either. That quintessential protagonist aura was shining bright again. Xiaoyun smirked arrogantly, rested his hands on his hips, and said, Being invincible is truly lonely and cold as snow. A young man stopped the girl, his face serious. He whispered, Don't be impulsive. He didn't actually use his semi-chaos body just now. Plus, he wasn't going all out. The girl grumbled, Humph. Her expression changed. She furrowed her brows and muttered, This guy is so annoying. He's definitely not that little monk, nor is he Duga Chubai. The person with pink hair smirked at Xiaoyun. What are you being arrogant for? I know a guy named Duga Chubai. His sword Tao is unmatched, definitely stronger than you. Xiaoyun smiled, playing along, Duga Chubai, I've heard of him. Zhao Wuji said he's handsome and extraordinary, with a noble and upright demeanor. Possessing a kind of invincible aura, a peerless dominance. He truly deserves a sparring match with me. Xiaoyun glanced in another direction, his face sly. Alright, I'll wait for him to come to the Chaos Holy Land for a sparring match. Xiaoyun extended his hand, saying, I originally wanted to have a fun battle, but I guess I disappointed everyone. DTN, hearing this, felt speechless. You really? A blue-haired young man approached the Saint Master, questioning. Saint Master, I heard from a fellow Taoist of Taisu Holy Land that your Holy Land currently only has 2 great Saint Peak level experts, Le Zhu and Bu Dai. Is that true? Or is Taisu Holy Land deliberately trying to provoke trouble? The Saint Master's expression turned serious. He replied, It's true that our Chaos Holy Land has declined. But we still have 7 or 8 great Saint Peak level experts. The blue-haired man continued, If you're that strong, why did you let Taisu Holy Land attack you? It doesn't seem like Le Zhu and Bu Dai's style. The Saint Master smiled faintly, extending his hand. We're just too lazy to deal with Taisu Holy Land. Didn't you all see how we killed a quasi-emperor and a great Saint Peak level expert last time? We didn't truly provoke them. We're just too lazy to take action.
Xiaoyun rested his hands on his hips, his eyes closed. He said, to be honest with you, our Chaos Holy Land has actually birthed a quasi-emperor. Besides that, there's another senior who's about to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm.
Otherwise, the number of great Saint Peak level experts wouldn't be so few.
When Xiaoyun finished speaking, the Saint Master and DTN simultaneously jumped in surprise. Their eyes widened like eggs, and they broke out in cold sweat.
DTN thought to himself, this is getting a bit absurd.
The Saint Master's mouth gaped. I was just lying a little.
You actually directly mentioned 2 quasi-emperors. How could anyone believe that? The blue-haired young man burst out laughing. So it's not like the Chaos Holy Land has declined as rumored, but has actually become the #1 Holy Land? Xiaoyun said calmly, what? Senior, you don't believe it?
Suddenly, the Chaos Bell rang. The Saint Master was startled.
The Chaos Bell is ringing. Could it be that a distinguished guest is arriving? Xiaoyun replied, Saint Master, there's no need to be surprised.
The senior I mentioned is about to successfully ascend to the quasi-emperor realm.
The blue-haired guy sneered, acting. Keep acting, no one would believe you.
DTN looked up at the sky and muttered, purple auspicious energy from the east, 3 myriad miles.
Seems like Xiaoyun isn't wrong.
Suddenly, powerful purple vortexes appeared in the sky, like tornadoes.
Everyone stared in disbelief. The terrifying omen. Could it be true? This aura definitely isn't just someone becoming a saint.
The blue-haired man's jaw dropped.
Chaos Holy Land, truly not simple. Xiaoyun rested his hands on his hips and laughed loudly, now do you believe me?
Not long ago, our Chaos Holy Land had a senior ascend to the quasi-emperor realm. He also brought about the auspicious energy of 3 myriad miles.
You all are from the eastern wilderness. You might not have seen it, but you must have heard of it. The white-haired elder admitted, I indeed heard of it.
The blue-haired man agreed, I recall that afterward, the Chaos Great Emperor revived. Someone next to him said, Chaos Holy Land truly has a deep background.
The Saint Master, confused about what was happening, asked quietly, Xiaoyun, is this real? Did our Chaos Holy Land really have a senior ascend to the quasi-emperor realm? Could it be Lei Zhu? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun waved his hand, chuckled, and whispered, it's fake. It's my avatar forging a chaos body.
However, Lei Zhu said he would give him some guidance. Maybe he really can ascend to the quasi-emperor realm.
The Saint Master's face turned pale. He broke out in cold sweat and asked Xiaoyun, ouch, another chaos body? Has the chaos body become as easy as cabbage?
The young men present all clasped their hands in unison to offer their congratulations. Congratulations to the Chaos Holy Land on gaining another quasi-emperor level strong person. Seeing this, the Saint Master smiled awkwardly, extending his hand, it's just a quasi-emperor. The 2 young men were taken aback, breaking out in a cold sweat at his composure. They thought to themselves, just a quasi-emperor? Wow, he really has a big mouth.
Hearing the Saint Master joining in on Xiaoyun's exaggerated performance, DTN's face turned green.
He could only think to himself, oh number. The Saint Master has been corrupted by Xiaoyun.
The scene shifts to the Chaos Holy Land's restricted area. A purple beam of light descends from the sky. Xiaoyun's figure gradually emerges from the beam of light.
The old man named Bu Dai, witnessing this, exclaimed, my eyes are opened.
A mortal forging a supreme body.
I have to say, Patriarch, you're truly incredible.
Le Zhu stood beside him, laughing gleefully, ha 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 ha. My annihilation Tao can finally take another step forward. Bu Dai continued, have you achieved enlightenment? Can you ascend to the quasi-emperor realm?
Upon hearing this, Le Zhu clenched his fist and grinned, I've achieved enlightenment. Within a year, I can ascend to the quasi-emperor realm. Old man Bu Dai let out a sigh of relief.
Phew, that huge burden weighing on us has finally disappeared.
Le Zhu replied, yes, with a lifespan of over 2,000 years, we won't fear any Holy Land anymore.
Xiaoyun walked while clicking his tongue, complaining.
Forging a chaos body is truly not challenging at all.
When I become a great emperor, I'm going to create a special constitution even stronger than the chaos body.
The 2 old men exchanged glances, broke out in cold sweat, and thought to themselves, enough, kid.
Stop acting. Xiaoyun extended his hand and asked, Le Zhu, have you achieved enlightenment?
He placed his hand on his chest. Yes, within a year, I can break through to the quasi-emperor realm.
Xiao Yun grinned, great. Finally, we don't need to worry about other holy lands anymore. Lu Zhu turned to Bu Dai, take Xiao Yun back. If he goes back alone, others might see him. I'll go tell the Saint Master, have him tell the outside world that I've ascended to the quasi-emperor realm and need to consolidate my cultivation. I won't be going out for a while. Hearing Lu Zhu's suggestion, Bu Dai agreed. Alright, I'll take Xiao Yun back. The scene shifts back to the present. After learning about the situation, the Saint Master said, "Congratulations to Lu Zhu on ascending to the quasi-emperor realm." The blue-haired man was surprised, it really was Lu Zhu. I knew it was him earlier. The young man next to him agreed. Yes, Lu Zhu is a peerless strong person who dominates the saint's path. It's not strange that he ascended. Xiao Yun looked in that direction, rejoicing to himself, good. The threat to the Holy Land has finally been completely resolved. The next step is the most difficult, Nirvana. The scene shifts to a place with breathtaking scenery, Dongyu Peak. Inside, two figures were conversing. Big brother, now that Lu Zhu has ascended to the quasi-emperor realm, maybe we shouldn't rely on Taisu anymore. After all, our previous transaction wasn't a crime worthy of death. We just need, before he could finish, the red-haired man interrupted, what? You want to give up halfway? You're not worthy of death, but I am. Because I became a saint, once Lu Zhu finds out about our transaction, I'll definitely die. The white-haired elder refuted, it's not about giving up halfway. The situation has changed. The red-haired man retorted, nothing has changed. Even if Lu Zhu broke through, do you think you have a chance to become a saint? He continued, if you don't become a saint, you'll die in a few hundred years. Unless you can seize resources from Taisu. Hearing the red-haired man's words, the white-haired elder pondered for a moment before replying, Big brother, you're not wrong. My talent is truly too poor. The red-haired man clenched his fist, determined. He said, so, we can only persevere until the end. Take one step at a time, improve our strength first, then we'll talk. Seeing the red-haired man's resolute demeanor, the old man beside him also clenched his fist and replied. All right, big brother, I'll listen to you. The red-haired man glanced in another direction, thinking to himself. Looks like I've managed to convince this foolish younger brother. Otherwise, I can only sacrifice myself for the greater good. But the Chaos Holy Land is indeed lucky to have someone break through at this crucial moment. In a blink of an eye, 3 days later. At this time, many people were flying towards the mountain named Defone. The people inside were laughing and talking cheerfully, making a lively and bustling scene. Xiao Yun held a cup of celebratory wine in both hands, raising it towards DTN and saying, congratulations on your wedding, master. Everyone has come to offer congratulations, except for Taisu Holy Land. Even the 10,000 Sword Mountain Villa sent someone. You're truly influential, master. DTN chuckled and replied. Isn't it because I'm basking in the light of Lazy's ascension? Xiao Yun responded. Yes, now no one dares to look down on the Chaos Holy Land anymore. Xiao Yun glanced at the people arriving, and he was surprised. Huh? More people are coming? And this whole scene is a big grand. Seeing Xiao Yun's question, DTN replied. Those are the twin emperors of the E family. Naturally, their aura is a big grand. Suddenly, from that direction, 2 red emperor chariots flew towards them, attracting everyone's attention. The blonde-haired guy exclaimed, 2 emperor chariots? The E family is truly extravagant. Xiao Yun stood beside him, smiling and saying, before, Yifei issued a challenge. He wants to fight me today. Of course, he has to have some flair. The blonde-haired guy with a Chao Ruiying-like hairstyle turned his head, broke out in a cold sweat, and thought to himself helplessly, Yifei, I wasn't lying to you at the beginning. You're on your own. The person called the Yi family quasi-emperor, Yiwei, stepped out and said. Xiao Yun, Yi de Dao, wielding the holy Dao, is the extraordinary genius of our Yi family. You killed him rashly. You must give our Yi family an answer today. Bu Dai stood face to face with the Yi family. He pointed at him and asked, Yiwei, you're a quasi-emperor. Do you really need to intimidate 2 juniors? Hearing this, the Yi family, with his hands clasped behind his back, his long white beard fluttering in the wind, looked at Bu Dai and asked. Bu Dai, why is it you? Didn't Zhang Delay ascend? Why isn't he here to see me? Xiao Yun and the blonde-haired young man beside him gasped in unison, quasi-emperor. Bu Dai looked at the Yi family solemnly and replied. He just ascended, naturally. He needs to close himself off to consolidate his cultivation. He continued, Lao too, there's no enmity between you and me. What are you investigating? Are you here to act as a hatchet man for Taisu Holy Land? He continued, spit it out. I don't have time to waste words with you. The Yi family was furious. Budai, after all these years, you're still so annoying. Budai's entire body emanated a blue flame-like aura, engulfing him. He clenched his fists, his face serious, spare the words. If you're not satisfied, then do it. I've beaten up quasi-emperors before. He continued, with your lifespan, dragging you down to hell won't be a problem. Hearing these words, which felt like punches to his ears, the Yi family's expression darkened as he pondered, is it because Lei Zhu ascended that this old bastard isn't taking me seriously? Forget it, I was just trying to probe him. It's not worth it to actually take action against him. After considering it, the Yi family said, I'm too lazy to talk to a ruffian like you. He turned to his disciple and called out, Yi Fei, it's up to you. Yi Fei stood behind him, his bearing imposing. He asked, where's Xiao Yun? Today is the day we agreed to battle. Do you dare to fight me on the Great Emperor Arena? Xiao Yun immediately flew up, his yellow aura enveloping him powerfully. Then, Xiao Yun flew in front of Yi Fei and said, I am Xiao Yun. Come on. Yi Fei was surprised upon seeing Xiao Yun. He exclaimed, Doguchobai. Xiao Yun asked in confusion, what are you talking about? The other guy said, aren't you Doguchobai? Why are you so similar to him? Yi Fei replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you going to fight or not? Fight. Budai confidently extended his hand, casting his spell and saying, if that's the case, then please, Great Emperor Lei. Immediately, where Budai had cast his spell, a large arena materialized between the two of them. Yi Fei extended his hand, inviting Xiao Yun onto the arena. Xiao Shensi, please. But in his heart, he thought, even if you are Doguchobai, let's defeat you first, then we'll talk. Xiao Yun, upon hearing Yi Fei's words, responded with a fiery spirit. Alright, let me see how powerful the Yi family's 1-2 emperors really are. After both of them ascended to the arena, Yi Fei said, you'll see soon enough. As he finished speaking, Yi Fei cast the old heaven's palm. A massive, colossal hand like a galaxy appeared in the air about to strike Xiao Yun. Seeing Yi Fei attack, Xiao Yun quickly used heaven's extraterrestrial immortal. A powerful flame appeared running along the hand, then splitting it in half. Xiao Yun withdrew his move, his expression brimming with confidence. He said, child's play. Yi Fei was surprised that his attack was so easily dispelled. He exclaimed, isn't that the technique of the Jun Xiao Dao? How did it become so strong? Yi Wei beside him was also speechless. He has cultivated heaven's extraterrestrial immortal to the great perfection realm. No wonder he can contend with great divine techniques. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yi Fei continued to unleash his moves. He used the Heaven's Emperor's favor, clenching his fist and pointing forward. He said, keep going. A strange, beautiful golden box with intricate patterns appeared in the air and flew towards Xiao Yun, attacking. Seeing Yi Fei use this technique, he used Heaven's extraterrestrial immortal again and said, disperse. Immediately, 3 blazing red swords converged and formed a glow atop the swords. The 3 swords instantly advanced, shattering the golden box before it could reach him. Those below the arena, witnessing this exchange of moves between the two, exclaimed in shock, these two are truly too powerful. Yes, using the same heaven's extraterrestrial immortal. Jun Xiao Dao would be unworthy to carry Xiao Yun's shoes. Yi Fei is already more formidable after his Dao tribulation. Xiao Yun, seeing that Yi Fei's technique was so easily neutralized, laughed scornfully. You're pretty good for a bit of a warm-up. You're at about 0.9 million infinite. Yi Fei, his mouth burning from anger, replied. I've already unleashed the omen of the supreme body. How dare you say I'm just warming up? Zhao Wuji, on the sidelines, watched this scene and felt speechless. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, just fight. Why do you have to drag me down? Am I eating your food? At this time, Yi Fei was filled with anger and roared, stop bragging. I haven't lost yet. As he finished speaking, Yi Fei unleashed a strange humanoid form, a replica of himself that appeared behind him. Yi Fei instantly used the Heaven's Emperor's fist, a purple fist, to strike Xiao Yun. Seeing this, Xiao Yun didn't back down and used the Chaos Fist, a golden fist. Seeing Yi Fei acting so recklessly, he said, exchanging injuries for injuries. Yi Fei laughed scornfully, scared.
Xiao Yun snorted in response. Both of their fists were determined to exchange injuries for injuries. Neither side was willing to defend against the other's attacks. Instead, they chose to take the full force of both blows. They both wanted to see who had the stronger power and greater endurance. Ultimately, who would be the loser? This was a battle for superiority. After that move, a terrifying shockwave occurred. Immediately, Yi Fei took the full force of Xiao Yun's attack and was knocked back 100 meters. He struggled to sit up, exclaiming, You. Seeing Yi Fei in such a sorry state, Xiao Yun crossed his arms and said scornfully, You're a supreme body, but you only have this much strength? Yi Fei struggled to stand, questioning, How is your physical body so strong? Xiao Yun casually replied, I reached 1 million gene in the body refinement realm. Surpassing the extreme realm. My physical strength has surpassed all supreme bodies in the true dragon cave. Isn't it normal that I'm stronger than you? Those around them heard this and exclaimed in worry, I'm afraid only Duguan can contend with this guy. Another person added, Yes, this physical body and combat power are called monstrous. No wonder he's the #1 heavenly prodigy of the Central Plains. Qin Wen saw this scene and frowned, asking Qin Bingyu, What's going on? She replied angrily, I was fooled by Jun Xiaodao. We're both supreme bodies. Yi Fei is much stronger than him. I'm not as good as Yi Fei. Her eyes sharpened. She said, although this Xiao Yun seems rather unpleasant, we can't deny that he's truly strong. They watched the fierce battle before them as they spoke. Suddenly, Qin Wen said, Didn't you notice? Xiao Yun hasn't even gone all out. She focused her gaze on the fight before them and replied, Yes, I heard that he has a chaos realm. He hasn't used it yet. His semi-chaos body hasn't appeared either. Then, Xiao Yun struck. Orange energy shot out, directly hitting Yi Fei. He took the full force of his attack. Yi Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, flying back. Seeing Yi Fei so weak, Xiao Yun laughed and said, You're too weak. Even Zhao Wuji wouldn't be this bad. You want to challenge me? Zhao Wuji, below the arena, saw the scene and thought to himself. No way, why has he become so much stronger? Before, when he had just forged his chaos body, he wasn't this strong. Did he secretly do something? Being invincible is truly lonely, Xiao Yun said confidently, clasping his hands behind his back. Seeing that Yi Fei was seriously injured, Yi Wei supported him and dragged him away. He said, Let's go. As he left, he glanced back at Xiao Yun with a murderous look. Thinking to himself, this bastard is too good at acting. Jian Yiwen, witnessing this fight, exclaimed, Xiao Yun is truly not a false reputation. Those behind him agreed, yes, he's truly very strong. Let's go, we're too far behind him. After the fight ended, DTN approached Xiao Yun and said, The 3 sword grandmasters of the 10,000 Sword Mountain Villa have arrived. The wedding is about to end. Get ready to leave. Next, you'll go observe the forging of holy weapons. Hopefully, you can gain something. Hearing DTN's words, he quickly responded, Yes. He secretly thought to himself, Finally, I can comprehend those Tao principles. After a while, DTN clasped his hands and said, Welcome, the 3 grandmasters, to our humble abode. Next, I will trouble you. The newcomers quickly replied, Elder DTN, you're too kind. The Holy Land has invited us with such great respect, of course, we'll do our best. Ngao Wusong came forward to greet Xiao Yun, clasping his hands and saying, 10,000 Sword Mountain Villa Saint's son, Ngao Wusong, pays respects to Brother Xiao. You resemble an old acquaintance of mine, Dugu Chubai. I don't know if you are acquainted with him, Xiao Yun. Hearing Wusong's words, chuckled and replied, Brother Ngao, you're too kind. Others from the eastern wilderness also say that I resemble Dugu Chubai. However, to tell the truth, I've never even heard his name before. Hearing that Xiao Yun didn't know him, he tilted his head and said, Oh, that's how it is. Well, then, please, Brother Xiao, observe the forging of the sword. I hope you're lucky. He thought to himself, a prodigy resembling Dugu Chubai, there can't be another. I've observed the forging of holy weapons 4 times. This time, I'm going to comprehend the Tao principle, surprising them. I am Ngao Van Nan. I have comprehended the essence of the Earth Branch Tao's protective principle. I hope everyone can gain something from this. Ngao Van Nan said, standing in front of the group with a hammer in his hand. You have comprehended the Chaos Tao. What is the Earth Branch Tao? Xiao Wuji asked, standing next to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun looked at Xiao Wuji and replied casually, not long ago. I just cultivated a new emperor scripture, the 5 elements sacred scripture. I need to comprehend the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The essence comprehended by these sword masters happens to be what I need. Xiao Wuji's mouth gaped open, his eyes widened in astonishment. 5 elements? Are you stupid? How much time will it take? Won't you cultivate your chaos Tao? Xiaoyun smiled and replied, don't compare yourself to me. I walk on 5 paths simultaneously, and it's faster than you. Xiao Wuji didn't believe him. You're bragging. Haven't you heard the saying, suffer a temporary loss? Wait until I become a great emperor first. Let's see if you'll regret it. Xiaoyun looked at him, his eyes filled with mockery. What are you, an ancient? You were 30 years old before you had some strength. Don't even think about being my follower in the future. It'll be embarrassing. Can you even defeat me? Xiao Wuji retorted, I am 30 years old. You're not even 20. Am I not an ancient? Are you itching for a fight? The people around them listened to their conversation, feeling like knives stabbing their hearts. They looked at themselves and thought, at 20 or 30, they're already so powerful. I've wasted my life. These young people are incredibly formidable. There are so many peerless prodigies and supreme talents in this world. All right, stop making noise. Start observing the forging of the sacred weapon. Ingao Vannan said, striking his drum 3 times. The drum echoed repeatedly. Xiaoyun's face shone brightly and his whole body emanated a radiant halo. Those standing around him were astonished and had the same thought. Has he already comprehended it? A female master turned to the great elder DTN and asked, Brother, is your disciple always like this? DTN replied helplessly. Yes, this little fellow is a freak. It's a lot of pressure being his master. Ingao Wusong was suspicious of Xiaoyun being the solitary invincible and thought to himself. Could he be solitary invincible? No, that can't be right. Solitary invincible sword Tao is so powerful. It couldn't be the chief disciple of the Chaos Holy Land. That's too absurd. Then he turned around and whispered to Jiao Wuji. Brother Jiao, Brother Xiao has comprehended the essence. How come you haven't comprehended it yet? Jiao Wuji glanced at Wusong and retorted. Have you comprehended it? Seeing Jiao Wuji questioning him like that, Ingao Wusong could only retort. You can't compare with me. You are a supreme talent, a peerless prodigy like Brother Xiao. And I'm just an ordinary person. Jiao Wuji could only say helplessly. It's just an ancient saint body not worth mentioning. I am also an ordinary person. And Gao Wusong could only click his tongue and glance at Jiao Wuji. Thinking to himself, brother, can you have some shame? 2 hours later, Ingao Van Tai continued striking the drum. As he struck, he thought the essence of the weak water Tao's principle of using the soft to overcome the strong lies here. Xiaoyun comprehended it again, and his entire body emitted a brilliant radiant halo. Jiao Wuji gaped in astonishment. He's comprehended it again. The Ingao Holy Son next to him was equally astonished, his eyes wide with surprise. Freak. 3 hours later, Ingao Gang stood in front of Xiaoyun, holding a hammer, and praised him. Xiao Shenxi's talent is truly outstanding. I've comprehended the essence of the metal Tao's sharp wind principle. If you can comprehend this essence, it will greatly help your sword Tao's attack power. Xiaoyun replied. Thank you for your guidance, Master Ingao Gang. Then, he tilted his head and asked his master. Master, this Master Ingao Gang's strength seems much stronger than the other 2 masters. What realm is he in? DTN, standing behind him, replied. Peak Saint, half a step away from the Great Saint. Upon hearing the answer, Xiaoyun's eyes turned serious. He thought to himself, the Great Saint of Sword Tao is the strongest under the Emperor realm. It seems that the Myriad Swords Mountain Villa has deep roots. Master Ingao Gang started striking the drum repeatedly. Ingao Wusong heard the drumbeat and was about to look over, but Xiaoyun thought, the sharp wind principle is notoriously difficult to comprehend, it can't be him. Just as Ingao Wusong thought, Xiaoyun once again comprehended the essence. He absorbed all the emanating power into himself. The Holy Son felt a pang of admiration for Xiaoyun. You've comprehended it. The man beside Ingao Wusong looked at him solemnly and said. Wusong, I remember this is the 7th time you've watched the forging of the sacred weapon. Wusong could only cry in his heart, again? He looked at the man who asked him with a pale face and replied, I was wrong.
I am stupid. I have disgraced the master. I have disgraced the Myriad Swords Mountain Villa. After I return, I will definitely review my shortcomings deeply. In the future, I will definitely double my efforts in cultivation. Seeing his expression, the man was bewildered and thought. What's wrong with Wusong? Seeing that Zhao Wuji was leaving, Wusong asked. Brother Zhao, where are you going? Aren't you watching anymore? Zhao Wuji muttered, I need to use the restroom. Wusong thought to himself, he's been fasting, hasn't eaten or drunk anything, where would he get pee from? That's a terrible excuse. But this place is really depressing, I should leave too. With that, he turned and walked away. Wusong's master asked, Wusong, where are you going? Wusong, mimicking Zhao Wuji's excuse, answered. Master, I have a stomachache, I need to take care of it. I'll be back in a bit. His master was speechless and watched Wusong leave helplessly. Later, a young man walked up to Wusong's master, saying, Big brother, I'm going to the wedding celebration. Some of my friends are there, I'm going to talk to them. Wusong's master turned and followed the young man, saying, Let's go together, I have a few friends there too. After Xiaoyun finished comprehending, he opened his eyes and looked around. He found himself alone. He looked around, wondering, where is everyone? 3 days later, one evening, Xiaoyun sat on the ground cultivating. His body emitted brilliant streams of power. While cultivating, he thought, there are 3 ways to comprehend the Tao. Observing forging a sword, watching the Tao of the saint, and forcible comprehension. Observing forging a sword is out of the question, there's no play for me to watch. Observing the Tao of the saint is not suitable for the chaotic body. It's impossible for someone from a different holy land. Forcible comprehension requires too many awakenings. But it's the only method that might work. He opened his eyes and cursed the system under his breath, damn system, can you send me some more missions? Let me accumulate more awakenings, give me the 999 sword, please. As soon as he finished speaking, the system beeped. A new mission was announced. Xiaoyun was surprised, wow, you called it. But upon reading the mission, he exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, what kind of mission is this? System, are you serious? The system screen displayed, killing a regular saint, reward 1000 awakenings. Killing a great saint, reward 10,000 awakenings. Killing a quasi-emperor, reward 100,000 awakenings. Looking at the tempting rewards, then at the mission itself. Xiaoyun anxiously pondered, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The rewards are indeed generous. But system, you want me to go kill saints? Do you think I'm the dragon-slaying sword? Do I have the power of a galaxy? I'm in the Nirvana realm, the heaven realm, a saint's finger could crush me. Forget it, I'll go ask the immortal old master, see if he can help. Thinking this, Xiaoyun left his room, flying toward the immortal old master. Outside the forbidden zone, the immortal old master said. Little guy, what brings you here? Xiaoyun scratched his head, Old master, I have something I need your help with. The immortal old master looked at him with a sly smile. Seeing your smile, it's definitely not a good thing. If you've got something to say, spit it out. Xiaoyun replied, Old master, you're just sitting around doing nothing. Why don't you take me to kill a saint to broaden my horizons? And leave a last breath for me to finish off, just to build up my courage. The immortal old master looked at him and asked. You think I'm really that idle? Xiaoyun awkwardly chuckled, hee, I heard that you used to slay people on the holy path. Your Tao has been starved for years, you're desperately craving a fight. The immortal old master glared at him, right now, I want to chop you up. Killing saints, you think they're chickens? Casual slaughter could trigger a war between the holy lands. Xiaoyun said with a thick face. You know, let's pretend I didn't say anything. I'm off then, goodbye. You don't need to go, I'll take you. The immortal old master said. Launching Xiaoyun out, using his power. Propelled by the immortal old master's power, Xiaoyun flew past. The holy master of wind. The chaotic holy master saw him and said. Xiaoyun, what a coincidence. I was looking for you, and you're here. Xiaoyun landed and asked, Holy master, what do you need me for? He looked at Xiaoyun and said cheerfully. The Holy Land exchange is about to begin, and we need someone to lead the team. Therefore, we must choose one of you to become a divine son of our chaotic Holy Land. The divine son will lead the team. He then turned his head, pointed at Xiaoyun with his hand, and spoke to the people behind him, since Xiaoyun is here, let's begin the competition. Seeing that Xiao Yun was the one who came, everyone automatically raised their hands in surrender, saying, "Holy Master, I concede. Holy Master, I concede too." Seeing this, the Holy Master helplessly said, "Sai, you guys are the strongest divine sons of the chaotic Holy Land. No matter what, wouldn't you try your luck?" Upon hearing this, the people around stepped forward to explain to him. "Holy Master, I've watched the battle between the Divine Sun and Ifei. Even if I joined, I wouldn't win. There's no need to try my luck. Yes, we all know our own capabilities." The Holy Master didn't press them further. Turning to Xiao Yun, he said, "All right, Xiao Yun, get ready. We'll bestow upon you the title of Divine Son tomorrow." Suddenly, someone spoke. "Wait." It was Dongshin Wang, with Tianyi standing beside him. He looked at the Holy Master and said, "Holy Master, this is my newly acquired disciple. According to the rules, he's also eligible to compete for the position of Divine Son. Perhaps we should wait until they've fought before making a decision." Xiao Yun stood opposite Dongshin Wang and thought, "Dongshin Wang definitely knows my strategy." Given this premise, he still sent someone to compete for the position of Divine Son. It must not be simple. He seems ordinary, but I can sense a deep, unfathomable aura. Tianyi stood silently, observing Xiao Yun. The Holy Master looked at Tianyi and asked Dongshin Wang, "Dongshin Wang, who is this? When did you take on this disciple?" Dongshin Wang answered, "Not long ago, the immortal old master changed the rules regarding accepting disciples. So, I took on a disciple with a strong cultivation base. His name is Tianyi. He possesses the 5 elements divine body and is at the late stage of the emerging realm." The Holy Master said, "This person's background is unknown. He's competing for the position of Divine Son right after joining the Holy Land. I'm afraid the others won't be happy about it." Hearing this, Dongshin Wang replied, "He's my legitimate disciple. Who dares to object? Besides, Xiao Yun even defeated Ifei, who possesses the supreme body. How could he be afraid of a nameless loose cultivator like Tianyi?" The Holy Master hesitated. This Xiao Yun, standing beside him, quickly spoke to defend the Holy Master. He's a divine son of the chaotic Holy Land. He naturally has the right to compete for the position of Divine Son. However, let him first pass the test of Zhao Wuji before we talk. Even my attendant couldn't defeat him. He's not qualified to challenge me." Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Dongshin Wang replied, "Xiao Yun, what do you mean? Are you scared?" However, Tianyi stood beside him and said, "Brother Xiao makes a valid point. I agree to fight Zhao Wuji." Seeing Tianyi's confident demeanor, Xiao Yun couldn't help but frown and think, this guy is really confident. "I guess there's no problem." Dongshin Wang, seeing that Tianyi agreed, turned to the Holy Master and said, "Holy Master, it's best to call the Supreme Elders here to witness this. I don't want my disciple to win and then have others deny it." The Holy Master agreed. "All right, as you wish. Someone go inform the Supreme Elders." Xiao Yun flew into the air, saying, "I'll go find Zhao Wuji." Moments later, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Yun flew back to the Holy Master of Wind. Wuji asked Xiao Yun, "Are you sure there's someone uncertain, someone with strength comparable to mine? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Xiao Yun replied, "What benefit would I have in pulling your leg? You'll see when we get there." When Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji arrived, the Holy Master of Wind was surrounded by people. Tianyi looked at the red-haired man beside him and said, "You're also named Tianyi?" The red-haired man glanced at him and asked, "What? What's your point, little brat?" Tianyi looked at him arrogantly and said, "I wouldn't dare to offer advice. I just think you should change your name." The red-haired man, angered by his arrogance, snapped, "You insolent brat. Don't think that just because you're Dong Yufeng's disciple, you can be arrogant in front of me. Want me to change my name? Wait until you become a saint before saying that." Tianyi looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. "Senior, don't be angry. I'm just trying to be helpful. Because someone named Tianyi before me met a tragic end. I'm just worried that you might experience the same misfortune." The red-haired man looked at Tianyi, about to say something. But he had only managed to utter one word, "You." When the Holy Master intervened. "All right, since Zhao Wuji is here, let's begin." Tianyi stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and greeted Zhao Wuji. "Brother Zhao, I've long admired your name. I'm Tian, please enlighten me.
As soon as Tian finished speaking, Zhao Wuji unleashed a palm strike, saying,
I have no interest in the name of the weak. If you want to gain my recognition, block one of my punches before we talk. Tian remained unfazed and replied, all right. He quickly reacted, blocking Zhao Wuji's attack.
In the sky, the collision of their power created a deafening shockwave.
Both sides were knocked back by the impact of their attack. Zhao Wuji was alert, observing Tian, thinking, indeed, he's very strong.
Xiao Yun witnessed this and used sound transmission to whisper to his master. Something strange, his body shouldn't be that strong.
Tian old master replied. Unless he's like you, he's overcome extreme tribulations multiple times.
Zhao Wuji unleashed the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, glancing at Tian, he said, you're quite good.
You really are qualified to fight me.
Tian stood opposite him, activating the Five Elements realm in preparation for Zhao Wuji's oncoming attack.
When Wuji's Six Paths Reincarnation Fist arrived,
Tian jumped up, creating a massive shield, blocking the attack.
Tian old master sighed in amazement.
His realm and Tao were so powerful. Xiao Yun was also surprised by what he had just witnessed. He thought to himself, he's actually comprehended the 5 Taos of gold, wood, water, fire and earth.
Zhao Wuji summoned his war god realm and said, you only have a realm? I have one too. Tian was gathering his strength.
Seeing that Wuji had summoned his realm, he said excitedly, finally, we can have a good fight. The two colossal forces collided once again, this time shaking the entire sky.
Zhao Wuji was knocked backward by Tian's attack.
The Holy Master and the elders were astonished.
Zhao Wuji lost? How is this possible? What was that just now? Tian old master was also surprised. The great Zhou Tian's spiritual body. He actually possesses 2 second-level divine bodies simultaneously. How is that possible? Witnessing Tian's extraordinary display, Xiao Yun was utterly amazed.
With his insatiable thirst for knowledge, he used sound transmission to ask his master, Master, have you ever seen someone with 2 special physiques at the same time?
Tian was still astonished. He answered, never. Any special physique is unique. This person is truly unusual. However, Dong Xinwang seems to be unaware of this.
Dong Xinwang, observing from the sidelines, was also taken aback by Zhao Wuji's performance. He was momentarily bewildered.
How can he be this strong? Xiao Yun asked Tian again. Master, could he be a spy from the Taisu Holy Land? Tian immediately refuted. No, do you think we would send you to the Taishan Holy Land to be a spy? That would be too risky and not worth it. Hearing his master's explanation, Xiao Yun found it logical. He replied, that's right. However, he can't be a loose cultivator. Why did he come here? Witnessing Zhao Wuji's extraordinary abilities, a concern arose in the Holy Master's heart. He turned to Xiao Yun and asked, Xiao Yun, can you defeat him?
Xiao Yun immediately responded with extreme confidence. Please rest assured, he's just 1.2 Zhao Wuji. I can defeat him without even using the chaotic body.
Hearing the number, 1.2 Zhao Wuji, the Holy Master was stunned. That's way too strong.
The Holy Master was helpless.
He thought to himself, so, a powerful ancient body like Zhao Wuji has become a unit of measurement for battle strength in your eyes? Tian and Zhao Wuji fought fiercely, both giving their all.
Zhao Wuji seemed to be reaching his limit, he was furious. He was determined. Before defeating Xiao Yun, Zhao Wuji absolutely couldn't lose to anyone, not a single person. Even if it meant death, Zhao Wuji was determined not to lose. With that thought in mind, he launched a desperate attack. However, in a moment of carelessness, he allowed Tian to land a punch on his face. A fatal blow that knocked out Zhao Wuji. Defeated, Zhao Wuji suddenly collapsed unconscious. Could it be that his punch was too strong? The battle ended with Zhao Wuji's collapse. Everyone was stunned. He's unconscious? He's actually unconscious. Tian and Xiao Yun immediately rushed to check on Zhao Wuji's condition. Xiao Yun was puzzled. Why did he faint like this? Tian calmly replied. Because he's condensed an invincible Dao heart. If he loses again, his invincible Dao heart will shatter. Hearing this, Xiao Yun found it confusing. When he lost to you last time, his Dao heart didn't shatter. Tian calmly answered, he's like you and me. When I hit you, did your Dao heart shatter? But, other than you, he can't lose to anyone. Xiao Yun understood his master's words.
He fell silent for a moment. On Tianyi's side, his master also worriedly asked. Tianyi, are you alright? Tianyi, although injured, reassured his master, I'm fine. Xiaoyun walked over to Tianyi, acknowledging his strength. Tianyi, right? You managed to beat my attendant like that, you're quite good. When you recover from your injuries, feel free to come find me anytime. But unexpectedly, Tianyi politely declined. No need, I concede. I'm no match for you. With that, Dong Xinwang and his disciple left. After the two left, the Holy Master of the Chaotic Holy Land happily announced to everyone. Since Tianyi has conceded, from today on, Xiaoyun will be the divine son of our Chaotic Holy Land. His fellow disciples all came to congratulate Xiaoyun. He politely thanked them, you're all too kind. I'll lead the Chaotic Holy Land to rise again. Although he said it politely, Xiaoyun was overjoyed. Because, for him, it felt like just yesterday when he had to give up the position of Divine Son to complete the first mission. Now, he had finally reclaimed his position as Divine Son. Xiaoyun, filled with a burning ambition, declared to everyone, from today, I, Divine Son Xiaoyun, will make the Chaotic Holy Land the first Holy Land of the Nine Heavens Great Continent once again. Because I'm here, I conquer, I see this world as mine, and I will shine everywhere. While everyone was impressed, the new Divine Son might have been a little too excited and spoke too much. The audience found it a bit overwhelming. DTN walked over and patted Xiaoyun on the shoulder. Disciple, that's enough, no need to show off anymore. Everyone had left. Xiaoyun looked around in bewilderment, seeing no one. Apparently, everyone had stopped talking because they were bored and had left. Somewhere in Dong Yufeng, Dong Xinwang worriedly asked Tianyi. You possess two special physiques. Even in the Tai Su Holy Land, you'd be among the top, second only to Li Undi. How could the Tai Su Holy Land let you come here? Aren't they afraid that you'll die here? Tianyi frowned upon hearing the name Li Undi. How dare you compare me to that little brat Li Undi? Tianyi's expression clearly showed his disdain for Li Undi. His talent isn't bad, but he lacks ambition. He's not even as good as Zhao Wuji. He's not worthy of being compared to me. Dong Xinwang, upon hearing Tianyi's words, didn't rebuke him. He clasped his hands and asked, I'm curious, logically speaking, with your talent, you should be famous throughout the world. But why haven't I heard of you before? Tianyi casually replied while holding a glass of water. Known too much won't benefit you. Hearing this, Dong Xinwang became serious and asked. So, aren't you afraid of dying here? The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Tianyi gave a wary look and said. As long as you don't betray me, no one will know I'm from the Tai Su Holy Land. Besides, an emerging realm cultivator like me wouldn't pose a threat to the Holy Land, wouldn't you agree? Tianyi continued. So, as long as you cooperate with me, it will be beneficial for you. As for what I want to do, it's not something you should be concerned with. Understand? Dong Xinwang, without any objection, readily agreed. All right, I'll follow your arrangement. Although he didn't object, Dong Xinwang felt extremely uncomfortable deep down. I'm a saint, yet I have to take orders from a little brat. He let out a sigh, we're from the same family. Time kept flowing. In Difeng, within an ancient temple, Xiaoyun, as usual, diligently sat in meditation, cultivating. Even after becoming a divine son, he only received 3 awakenings. It seems like people are indifferent to my strength. If this continues, it's going to be hard to acquire awakenings. Suddenly, Xiaoyun remembered something crucial. Wait, how could I forget my clone? I can't acquire awakenings, but Du Jiuqiu can. He's a newcomer. Remembering this crucial detail, Xiaoyun immediately formulated a plan for himself. I'll go find the immortal old master, ask him to help me comprehend the Tao of Fire and Wood. Then, I'll send my spirit clone to TND City to acquire some awakenings. Perfect. Xiaoyun went to the old master's room and cheerfully entered, Immortal old master, I'm back again. The old master, lying in his coffin, was suddenly awakened, he felt a bit uncomfortable. He wearily asked Xiaoyun, you little rascal, you're not diligently cultivating, what brings you here? The Holy Land Exchange is coming soon. This time, you must redeem our chaotic Holy Land's reputation. Hearing his master's words, Xiaoyun explained, that's exactly why I came to cultivate. He told the old master that he wanted to comprehend the Tao of Fire and Wood. Xiaoyun awkwardly scratched his head, please, take me to some places with volcanoes or primeval forests, I need to comprehend. Hearing Xiaoyun's request, the old master couldn't refuse. To help him cultivate, the old master agreed. If it's important business, then let's go.
The old master was also apprehensive.
How many taos does Xiaoyun want to comprehend?
The old master and Xiaoyun set off. Before leaving, he entrusted his clone with a task.
I'm going now. Spirit clone, awakenings depend on you.
They traveled for a long time. They arrived at a place called TND City. The city was filled with countless towering temples,
which made the spirit clone gape in astonishment.
He observed for a while and exclaimed, I heard that TND City is the oldest city in the Nine Heavens Great Continent.
It's truly enormous and magnificent.
The spirit clone was a little confused.
Why'd I feel a sense of familiarity after entering here?
Suddenly, memories from his host flooded his mind. He looked towards the wall, there was a temple behind it. The spirit clone was bewildered.
How'd I know this? It's my first time here.
Following the memories that had appeared, the spirit clone found that there was indeed a temple. He was amazed. The memories from his host kept flooding into his mind. This temple contains a treasure.
The spirit clone wondered, this is so strange. Why are these memories appearing in my mind?
Although he was confused, the spirit clone had no choice but to follow what those memories said.
Never mind, let's see what treasure is inside.
The spirit clone entered the temple according to the memories.
The desolate, gloomy scene inside the temple made him feel extremely uneasy.
He looked around, it's all in ruins, there's probably no treasure left here. The spirit clone looked at the large statue of a deity in front of him. He approached the statue and continued to comment on the temple. This temple is about to become a ruin, there's nothing good here. Only this stone statue, it's perfectly flawless, interesting. He gently blew a puff of air to remove the dust covering it. The statue's face appeared, it looked very familiar.
The spirit clone was stunned.
Why is there a stone statue with a face that looks exactly like me in this place I just arrived at?
My God, is that me? What's going on? The spirit clone was utterly bewildered.
Suddenly, a voice echoed, Brother you're finally here. Sensing something amiss, the spirit clone immediately turned towards the source of the voice.
Without hesitation,
the spirit clone smashed the stone statue, not a bit remorseful. He feared that if they recognized the statue's uncanny resemblance to him, it would be troublesome. The newcomers were Hua Longxin, Jian, Jian, and another person. Hua Longxin said to the spirit clone,
We thought we'd meet you at the wedding celebration of the chaotic Holy Land, DTN. But it seems like you didn't come. The spirit clone looked at them warily. Acting quickly, the spirit clone immediately played along with them.
It turns out to be the brothers from the sword sect, long time no see.
Longxin expressed his regret, it's a pity that you didn't see Xiaoyun, you would have been surprised. The two of you really look alike.
Jian agreed, yes, if not for Xiaoyun's half-chaotic body, which is incredibly exaggerated, I would have truly thought he was you.
Jian suddenly had a question. Brother Dugu, what are you doing?
The spirit clone, caught off guard, scratched his head and pretended to say, I'm looking for a treasure. Longxin found it funny and chuckled, Brother Dugu, you're joking.
How could there be a treasure in this desolate place?
Even if there was, it would have been taken long ago.
Wow, surprise.
The spirit clone, as if out of thin air, produced a copy of the Tiandi Sutra, Volume 2, leaving the others stunned.
He calmly said, Who said there's no treasure? Here's one.
The others were already surprised, but the spirit clone was terrified. It was his first time here, he encountered strangers, and now he had personally produced the D Sutra. The situation was too shocking for him. The spirit clone, bewildered, held the D Sutra. The others crowded around to examine it and discuss the D Sutra. This aura, it seems to be the true D Sutra.
Yes, I've never seen paper like this, it must be the D Sutra. Your luck, Brother Dugu, is truly monstrous.
The spirit clone was extremely panicked about his current situation.
Could it be because I obtained the Tiandi heavenly luck that I can find treasures even on the road? Moreover, the chaotic Holy Land has the Tiandi Sutra, Volume 3.
Suddenly, a young master appeared out of nowhere. The spirit clone was startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger. He immediately used his eyes to cast a spell to control the spirit clone. The spirit clone was paralyzed, unable to move or speak.
He panicked, I can't move, I can't talk. Is he trying to steal the D Sutra?
The young master, playing dirty and grinning with satisfaction, took the D Sutra, thinking, my father has always been relying on himself, but now I need to create my own cultivation techniques. With this D Sutra as reference, it's a huge help, it's truly a great stroke of luck. The spirit clone recognized the young master. He firmly held on to his grudge.
Good, I remember you, young master.
You'll pay for this, Lei Zhan's son. The young master casually flipped through the pages, reading. The first line he read was, "To cultivate this technique, you must first castrate yourself." He was a little confused. Could the creator of this D-Sutra be a palace eunuch? As he flipped through, he became even more confused. The next page stated, "You can also cultivate without castration." He thought, what is this? Should I castrate myself or not? If I saw the first page and it said castration, wouldn't I? The young master didn't believe he'd leave empty-handed. He flipped through the following pages eagerly. But what he read on those pages was like a bucket of cold water thrown straight at young Yiming's face. He read slowly, "You're a celestial vine. Do you really think this is the D-Sutra? Would the D-Sutra be left here for someone to pick up? Only a fool like you would think that there's a D-Sutra in a stone statue. You've been played, haven't you? Come on, bite me. Too bad you'll know that even your descendants 1,000 years or 10,000 years later won't be able to bite me. But I can tell you, I won't change my last name, nor will I change my name. My name is Gu Sa Bai. My Gu family from the Taisu Holy Land is powerful enough to scare you to death. If you have the guts, come find my Gu family descendants for revenge." The young master was furious. Damn, I fell for it. Feeling both angry and embarrassed, the young master turned away, throwing the book back to the spirit clone. The spirit clone, oblivious to what happened, was confused. He returned it? What's going on? Did he copy a version? To understand why he acted that way, the spirit clone curiously opened the book. Upon reaching the first page, it was again the line, "To cultivate this technique, you must first castrate yourself." The spirit clone was startled. My God, is this the Nining manual? This is ridiculous. The spirit clone carefully examined the handwriting on the pages. He noticed something unusual. Did someone imitate my handwriting? Impossible. After arriving at the Holy Land, I haven't written anything. I rarely wrote before either. Besides, the original Nining manual, this world probably doesn't have anyone who knows about it. I definitely haven't done this in this life. Could it be that my future self traveled back in time and left these words, or perhaps it was my past self? Yi Jian, seeing that the spirit clone stood motionless for a while, became a bit worried and asked, "Brother Dugu, is there something wrong with this D-Sutra?" Hearing Yi Jian's question, the spirit clone handed him the book and said, "Is there something wrong? Why don't you see for yourself?" Yi Jian was surprised by the spirit clone's actions. He's giving me the D-Sutra? Isn't it priceless? The four of them gathered to read this legendary D-Sutra. Upon reading the first page, their expressions were as bewildered as Yi Ming's earlier. To learn this D-Sutra, you have to castrate yourself? Yi Jian hesitated. Our young master directly left. The sword sect can't be without an heir, but should I castrate myself or not? I don't have a special physique, but if I castrate myself, I can cultivate the D-Sutra. The other three also hesitated, their faces pale. Each of them had their own thoughts. I'm an orphan, and I already have a child. Life is short, perhaps this is an opportunity. My father doesn't just have me as his son, the family inheritance doesn't need me. A minute later, after careful consideration, all four of them reached a decision: castration. The spirit clone was speechless. My God, you guys didn't even read the second page? The spirit clone hurriedly stopped them. Wait, I'm telling you, you guys have to at least look at the next page. While Longxin found this reasonable, Brother Dugu makes a valid point. What if this D-Sutra doesn't follow the Tao of Swords? The others agreed. Yes, let's quickly look at the second page. Upon reading the next page, they were utterly stunned. If you don't castrate yourself, you can also cultivate? The group cursed in anger. Finally, they reached the page. You're a celestial vine. Do you really think this is the D-Sutra? Would the D-Sutra be left here for someone to pick up? Only a fool like you would think that there's a D-Sutra in a stone statue. You've been played, haven't you? Come on, bite me. Too bad you'll know that even your descendants 1,000 years or 10,000 years later won't be able to bite me. But I can tell you, I won't change my last name, nor will I change my name. My name is Gu Sa Bai. My Gu family from the Taisu Holy Land is powerful enough to scare you to death. If you have the guts, come find my Gu family descendants for revenge. Haha, you idiot, don't look at the bag, it's all empty. While Langshan realized that he had been played, he silently greeted the spirit clone and left. I have something to do, I'll go first. While Langshan felt very bitter. I lost face this time. The others were also embarrassed, so they greeted him and left.
Brother Hua, wait for us, I also have something to do. Brother Dugu, let's talk another time. Everyone read the book and then left, leaving the spirit clone a little bewildered. He now felt something was wrong. No, this D Sutra, although the content is strange, the paper is identical to the D Sutra of the Holy Land. Could there be a mechanism in the book? The spirit clone held the book and stepped out of the temple. He speculated, perhaps after gathering the 3D sutras, the content of this book will be revealed. In any case, there must be some deep meaning hidden in this book. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Uncle." Upon seeing him, the young man recognized him. "Uncle, I was just looking for you. I saw someone who looked a lot like you. It must be you, Uncle." The spirit clone said cheerfully, "It's fate." The spirit clone took out a book he had prepared earlier and gave it to Bai Tian. "Here is the complete Cosmic Sword Manual, take this." Bai Tian was still thanking him for Xiao Yun's request. He excitedly handed the spirit clone a book. "Uncle, this is the cultivation technique for the Space Tao sword." The spirit clone heard the name of the sword technique and found it strange. He took the book. As he read the title of the book, the spirit clone was utterly amazed. TND Sutra, Volume 1. He thought to himself, my God, what's going on? The Space Tao sword is actually the TND Sutra, Volume 1? The spirit clone was incredibly surprised by his luck. I just got the TND Sutra, Volume 2, and now I have Volume 1. Am I that lucky? The spirit clone meticulously read through the book, still feeling unbelievable. This is truly the TND Sutra, Volume 1. However, why is the TND Sutra not blank? As for the content, I can understand why the Dugu family considered it a Space Tao sword technique, because it does contain Space Tao sword content. He felt a bit disappointed. However, this is a complete set of Space Tao teachings. What a waste that the Dugu family only learned the sword technique. It's truly a waste of heaven's gift. Bai Tian skimmed through the book the spirit clone had given him. He expressed his gratitude to the spirit clone. Uncle, this technique is too powerful. This is a quasi-emperor level sword technique. Thank you, Uncle. The spirit clone humbly said, compared to this D Sutra, the Cosmic Sword Manual is nothing. Bai Tian immediately denied this. No, the D Sutra only has a small section introducing the sword technique. It's not even comparable to the Cosmic Sword Manual. Hearing Bai Tian's words, the spirit clone felt that this Dugu family was hopeless. He truly lives up to the reputation of the sword-obsessed family. He only cares about swords, he doesn't care about anything else. Ignoring that matter, the spirit clone warmly put his arm around Bai Tian. Let's not worry about those things anymore. Let's go have a meal at the tavern. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Uncle, and now you've invited me to dinner, of course. Dugu Bai Tian was delighted. He agreed, okay. At the tavern, Dugu Bai Tian, perhaps having not eaten for a long time, devoured the food on the table. The spirit clone, on the other hand, seemed to have finished cultivating the book Bai Tian had given him. After finishing his cultivation, the spirit clone was surrounded by powerful flames. Dugu Bai Tian, busy stuffing his face, looked up and gaved. Uncle, have you comprehended the Space Tao sword? The spirit clone, taking a sip of his delicious drink, smirked arrogantly. He smiled at Bai Tian and said, it's just the Space Tao sword, nothing to mention. However, the spirit clone still had a concern. Why is the TND Sutra, Volume 1, like this? Logically, it should be the first volume. With that question, he asked Bai Tian, nephew, when did the Dugu family obtain this D Sutra? How many years ago? Dugu Bai Tian answered innocently. This book was obtained by an ancestor of the Dugu family, about 10,000 years ago. The spirit clone was even more perplexed upon hearing his reply. This means the TND Sutra, Volume 2, is older? Why would such an ancient book have my handwriting on it? Suddenly, a thought struck the spirit clone. I understand, it's about time. If the TND Sutra, Volume 1, is the complete Space Tao, then the TND Sutra, Volume 2, must be the Time Tao. And the content of the TND Sutra, Volume 3, is even harder to believe. How powerful is the person who created the TND Sutra? So, it's possible that after I comprehend the Time Tao, I'll be able to see the content of the TND Sutra, Volume 2. In any case, I have to increase my awakenings. Quote, after clarifying his thoughts, the spirit clone asked Dugu Bai Tian. Nephew, hold your food for a moment, help me with something. Bai Tian, who was eating, stopped his chopsticks and asked, Uncle, what's wrong? The spirit clone seriously asked Bai Tian to do something.
Send a challenge to the talented individuals from the 6 great holy lands of the Central Lands and the Great Sects.
I want to arrange an arena in Tian City. Challenge the best talents in the Central Lands.
Dugubai Tian was excited upon hearing this. Great. I'll go right away. I must let everyone know about the power of our Dugu family.
The spirit clone had everything planned out in his mind. I'll act now.
I'll make an arena in the center of Tian City, preferably one that can be seen by the entire city.
I'll gather awakenings after that. Dugubai Tian sent the challenge everywhere?
At the Tian Grand Tavern, people who were eager for news gathered around, discussing the challenge letter from Jiling.
Did you hear? Dugu Chubai wants to challenge the geniuses of Zhengtu.
Who's Dugu Chubai? I heard he's a descendant of Dugu Jian.
He defeated the supreme body cultivator, Xiao Yao.
It's just hearsay.
The Donghuang sword cultivators are just boasting. Yeah, they think he's Xiao Yun.
Yi Jian and Yi Fei also heard the news. Yi Jian's face turned serious as he told Yi Fei.
Dugu Chubai is here. He really likes making a big fuss. Yi Fei was more calm.
He replied, his strength isn't bad. Before I had my breakthrough, he was probably no weaker than me. There are only a few supreme body cultivators in Zhengtu who are stronger than him. He actually has the qualifications to challenge the Zhengtu geniuses. Yi Jian still wasn't entirely convinced by the abilities of Dugu Chubai. Whatever the case, Dugu Chubai is still from Donghuang. Let's go see when the competition starts. Yi Fei readily agreed. Okay, that Dugu Chubai or whatever, I don't care.
Right now, my only opponent is Xiao Yun. The atmosphere was equally lively around Hua Lang Xin.
He praised Xiao Yun. Dugu Wen really makes a big splash wherever he goes.
We'll go watch later.
Yi Jian agreed. Okay.
Back then, Dugu Jian went wild across the heavens, making many enemies. I think the geniuses that Dugu Jian defeated back then probably weren't happy.
He continued, they're surely going to arrange for young geniuses to teach Dugu Chubai a lesson. While everyone else was still chatting excitedly, only the young master felt extremely uncomfortable. Back then, he was a high-ranking general under Dugu Jian. The young master spoke with a look of resentment.
I was defeated once by Dugu Jian.
It's a pity he's dead and I still haven't had my revenge.
But what about you guys?
You're not going to teach Dugu Chubai a lesson for me.
You're just here talking sweetly.
Yi Jian was startled. He quickly said to the young master, I didn't mean that. He quickly stood up and bowed apologetically.
We didn't mean it. Young master, please don't be angry.
The young master coldly told them, go away. Go watch the match between Dugu Chubai and the Zhengtu geniuses.
At least you can learn something from it.
Jian scolded Yi Jian, let's go.
Let's go to the competition stage to watch.
It's all your fault for saying that. Yi Jian was helpless. I was just saying it casually. With that, they headed towards where the geniuses were fighting. At the competition stage, Jiling realized that he looked too much like Xiao Yun, so he proactively put on a mask to disguise himself. Jiling summoned a holy sword.
He announced to everyone with a resounding voice. I am Dugu Chubai.
I have set up the competition stage here today to challenge the heroes of Zhengtu.
Any cultivator below the Nirvana realm can come and fight. If you can defeat me, this holy weapon will be yours. The reward offered by Jiling shocked everyone. Holy weapon? It's actually a holy weapon. This Dugu Chubai is really decisive. He's so arrogant. Does he not think anything of our Zhengtu?
The young master's group didn't seem too surprised.
Dugu Wen is really going all out.
He's rich and influential. However, the young master, although admiring, was still confused. But, no supreme body cultivators have shown up. I'm afraid no one can really defeat him.
Weird, why is he wearing a mask?
Yi Jian casually replied, he's used to it. He wore one during his previous tribulation.
Finally, the experts arrived. One of them angrily spoke up, who dares to act so arrogantly in T&D City?
The audience cheered excitedly upon seeing them.
The 3 great talents of T&D City are here. This is exciting.
Yes, we've always heard rumors about them, and finally, we'll get to see them in action. The man with red hair and a long scar on his face was Long Ngao Tian. He warned Jiling, this is Zhengtu, not some small place like Danhuang.
The man with blue hair tied in a ponytail,
named Yi Liangshan, also spoke up, you're being so pompous.
Do you think I, Yi Liangshan, don't exist?
The man in the middle, with green hair, named Zhao Ritian, also put on an arrogant demeanor.
You see Zhao Ritian standing here, and you still haven't knelt down and begged for mercy? Now Tian charged forward. Get out of my way. He's my prey.
Ji-Ling had been watching the drama unfold. He was the one who had challenged them, but now they were telling him to kneel and pretend they didn't exist.
Ji-Ling had doubts. These are really the three great talents of TND City? Aren't they a group of idiots? Ji-Ling asked the three of them, who's going first? Or are you all going together? Seizing the opportunity, now Tian eagerly volunteered. He strutted towards Ji-Ling with a haughty air. Long Now Tian will make you understand. Geniuses from small places like Donghuang are just low-level insects. Tian was furious that the delicious morsel had been snatched away. He grumbled, damn it. He stole my thunder. Yi Liangshan, standing behind him, consoled him, Brother Jiao, don't worry. He's just a small fry from Donghuang. Let Long Now Tian try. If he can't handle Long Now Tian, then he has no right to fight us. Ji-Ling was speechless. Where do you get your confidence? Just attack already. I'm going to puke if you don't. Infuriated by Ji-Ling's disdainful attitude, now Tian immediately assumed a fighting stance. You insolent brat, watch me take you out with one punch. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Now Tian, his body engulfed in flames, lunged forward to punch Ji-Ling. The audience roared in unison. The three great talents are finally making their move. I wonder how many attacks Du Jiuqiu Bai can withstand. I hope Long Now Tian can uphold our Zhang Tu's honor. Long Now Tian, charge. As the atmosphere in the competition stage grew more and more heated, Ji-Ling stood calmly, his demeanor unperturbed. He raised one hand. He unleashed a powerful sword intent, successfully deflecting the charging Long Now Tian. Long Now Tian was defeated in front of everyone. The excitement in the competition stage escalated. Jaws dropped in astonishment. What? One of the three great talents of TND City was defeated with one move. Who in the world is this Du Jiuqiu Bai? Oh no, are the people of Zhang Tu going to be swept away by him? Don't worry, aren't there two others left? Xiao Yun appeared in the first shot. Standing firmly, his eyes blazing with determination to provoke his opponents. You call yourselves the three great talents, but you're probably all about the same level. So don't waste my time. Hearing these words from Xiao Yun, Zhao Ritian was enraged. He felt like had been disrespected and responded with a roar. Brother Long is merely underestimating you. Without hesitation, he launched an attack directed at Xiao Yun as soon as he finished speaking. Third level fire spirit body. You're not bad. Unfortunately, to me, you're still a waste. Xiao Yun calmly blocked his attack. In response to that attack, Xiao Yun didn't hold back. Unleashing his ice sword technique, 3 myriad leaf frost, directly at Zhao Ritian. In an instant, Ritian was frozen solid. He couldn't hide the surprise and fear on his face. Xiao Yun kicked the ice block away without any hesitation or doubt. Turning towards the remaining men, Xiao Yun looked at the man with blue hair, Yi Liangshan. Seeing the man's shock at his strength, Xiao Yun confidently crossed his arms and said, if you have the same skills as him, then don't brag. Xiao Yun was chuckling triumphantly in his mind, thinking that the two men would give up. Hee, those two can actually sweep through more than 10 awakenings. Looks like I can sweep through a few hundred awakenings from these guys next. Not only was Yi Liangshan shocked, but he quickly regained his composure and retorted to Xiao Yun's words. Right now, I'm indeed not as strong as you, but I'll step on you eventually. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully a poor young man. A golden carp in a pond is no match for a dragon. It seemed like Yi Liangshan's time to shine was short-lived. Xiao Yun sent him flying away. Just a supporting character, you talk too much. Those below watched the two men with a sense of boredom and weariness, but there was also a hint of seriousness and worry. Yi Liangshan really wasted that surname. Thank goodness he's not from our E family. No, wait, it seems like he really is a descendant of one of our E family's ancestors. A man suddenly appeared and roared. Long Ba Tian, are your younger brothers using my name to impersonate and deceive? This man was the real Long Now Tian. The fake Long Now Tian still refused to listen and shamelessly said to his leader, Big brother, don't mind this little detail. Help me get my revenge. Hearing his younger brother's plea for help, Long Now Tian didn't give Xiao Yun any peace. He pointed at him and challenged him. You look quite confident. Do you think you can block 3 of my punches? Xiao Yun, still unaware of the man's true strength, continued to mock and belittle him.
Humph, in my eyes, you're no different from those three wastes. Infuriated by Xiao Yun's arrogant and provocative attitude, Long Now Tian roared in rage, so arrogant. Take one of my punches first, then talk. Then, he unleashed his power towards Xiao Yun. Of course, Xiao Yun was not easy to defeat. He easily blocked the attack. The power of the two clashed continuously. The power colliding became increasingly immense. Long Now Tian refused to give up, and Xiao Yun was even more determined. After a while, Xiao Yun began to realize that the power wasn't as simple as he had thought. He realized that his opponent was not a waste like the previous two. He couldn't believe he had been wrong. He glared at the man and asked, "I am Long Now Tian." His eyes flashed with sharpness and danger. The battle continued, both evenly matched, neither willing to yield.
The ordinary people below couldn't help but look up and marvel. This man's strength is terrifying. Is he comparable to a supreme body cultivator? We've never heard of him before. Yes, he's at least a Holy Land standard disciple. His fighting style is savage. Xiao Yun was a bit dubious about the man's strength. He probed, "If I'm not mistaken, you're not human, right?" Hearing Xiao Yun's words, the commoners were stunned and exclaimed, "Not human? Then what is he?" Zhao Ritian, upon hearing Xiao Yun's question, also became suspicious. He asked his leader, "Brother Long, are you guys really not human?" At this point, Long Now Tian no longer bothered to hide anything. He said directly, "We are the Jin Zhaoxing Shou clan of Nanling. Why can't our Yao clan come to Zhongtu?" Long Now Tian didn't bother to pay attention to the man anymore. He turned back and stared at Xiao Yun, urging him, "Get serious and end it already." For some reason, Xiao Yun remained calm, hands on his hips, without any fear or anxiety. Eng, hearing the man's words, exclaimed in surprise, "The Jin Zhaoxing Shou clan? No wonder he's so strong." Bai Peng added, "Both of them are very confused about this man. They don't know where he came from." While Long Now Tian unleashed his move, Jin Longwei Dao, Xiao Yun responded with, "Lei Shinzhan." Neither one was willing to yield. Xiao Yun launched a surprise attack. His sword speed was very fast, but the man managed to sense Xiao Yun's power in time. Speed of wind turned into a person. You've mastered the wind Dao's speed. Long Now Tian looked at Xiao Yun and said. He couldn't underestimate his opponent anymore. He had to admit that this man was a bit stronger than the previous ones. You're not bad. You can actually rely on instinct to block my sword. Long Now Tian wasn't ready to stop. His fighting spirit flared up again. He continued to taunt Xiao Yun, forcing him to keep fighting. It's been a while since I had such a satisfying battle. Keep going. Xiao Yun didn't hesitate. He didn't say anything else, just focused on continuing to fight the man. The Jin Zhao are not so formidable. You're the true dragon, a remnant from the Zhenlong stew, right? As he spoke, he cultivated the demon seed in his hand. Kid, you know too much. Originally, I didn't want to kill. But if you're seeking death, then don't blame me. Perhaps he didn't want Xiao Yun to know too much about him. But Xiao Yun's knowledge had surpassed what he had anticipated. Before Long Now Tian could react, Xiao Yun fired the demon seed toward him. Long Now Tian was terrified, his face turning pale with fear. He roared in anger. What did you do to me? Xiao Yun simply replied. I just planted a mark on you. From now on, no matter where you run, I can find you. Behave yourself and be my mount. Of course, Now Tian would never submit, let alone become his mount. He furiously charged towards Xiao Yun. You want me to be your mount? You're dreaming. Xiao Yun didn't give the man any respite. He continued to taunt him. I'm curious. Wasn't the Zhenlong stew closed? How did you get out? As he dodged the man's attack, he asked. The Zhenlong stew being closed only means humans can't get out, it doesn't mean you can't get out. I can't get out either. Xiao Yun excitedly thought to himself. This fleshly body is really strong. Once I harvest it, I'm sure I'll be even stronger. He said to the man, You're not the only one who got out. And you're not the strongest one there. Next, I'll let you experience the power of the Zhenlong. Long Now Tian seemed confident. No longer playing around, he used his move. Zhenlong Huashan, and transformed into a completely different being. The common people were stunned to see this sight. What? He's not a Jin Zhao. He's a Zhenlong remnant. Moreover, he's much stronger than Zhang Haoran's son. Yi Fei was shocked. A Zhenlong remnant? A voice came from behind. A voice transmission from the Jin Zhao Shangshou clan's Grand Saint. That Laishan Zhenlong remnant has settled in our Jin Zhao clan. Don't have any designs on him. Otherwise, even your father wouldn't be able to save you. The Jin Zhao clan seemed to be advising him against something. It turns out he's really the Jin Zhao clan's Grand Saint. Strange, why didn't you guys take over that Zhenlong remnant? Yi Fei replied. Stealing eggs from under a chicken is something only fools do. Our Jin Zhao clan wants to nurture this Zhenlong remnant to evolve into a Zhenlong, to become a Taoist Yao Emperor. Yi Fei retorted. To become a Zhenlong, you need 100 Zhenlong remnants. You only have one left. It's going to be difficult. So what? Once he becomes a Zhenlong, except for the chaos body, no one will be his match. There are countless supreme body cultivators in the world. You're just daydreaming. Don't get involved in this. Just keep your hands off him. With that, Yi Fei turned and left. Xiao Yun was confused, but he remained calm and confident. He said nonchalantly. So what if he's a Zhenlong remnant? Watch me slice him up with one sword. The commoners below in Yi Fei looked at him with astonishment. Du Gu Wen. He has cultivated 7 sword intents to perfection. And it's not just perfection. There's also Tao in many of his sword intents. Oh my god, he's a reincarnation of a demon. Dang. Following Xiao Yun's roar, the 7 sword intents combined into one, emitting a radiant energy of 7 rainbow colors. Long Ngan summoned a mighty dragon, engulfed in flames, and launched it skyward. Energy gathered in its gaping maw. The dragon spewed flames to confront the 7 sword intents. But its power was insufficient. It was pushed back and smashed to pieces. Oh no! Long Ngan was terrified, his face drained of all color. The slash was about to hit his dragon head. Sword descends, dragon retreats. The Grand Saint stretched out his hand and yelled, panicked, begging for his life. The sword veered off to the side. Long Ngan seized the opportunity to dodge the attack and save his life. Lei Shun, standing from afar, smiled and interjected. Grand Master of the Jin Zhao clan, you want to interfere in a junior's battle? Don't forget, this is Zhang too. Xiao Yun stood there calmly, contemplating the Grand Master. It seems that Lei Shun, because of the Emperor weapon, will absolutely not allow anything to happen to me. After a moment's thought, Xiao Yun held his blazing fire sword. He used his Zhenlong bloodline to try and kill me. Now, you want me to spare him? Do you think that's possible? Lei Shun stepped in, siding with Xiao Yun. Once you've stepped onto the competition stage, you should be aware of the possibility of death. Why can't you Yao beasts die? The crowd of onlookers, familiar with this routine, shouted in unison. Yes, why can't you Yao beasts die? This is our human territory. Even a saint can't cause trouble here. How can the Yao beasts not accept this? Kid, what do you want? The Grand Master was in a difficult position and could only negotiate with Xiao Yun, secretly speculating. This guy didn't kill that Zhenlong remnant with one sword. He must have a plan. The saint of the Jin Zhao clan will condense a strand of his holy flame origin. I want it. Xiao Yun smiled, putting away his weapon to discuss the matter. But the Grand Master said, once I lose my holy flame origin, I'll die. You're using my life to bargain. You have an odd way of thinking. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun explained, Senior, you've misunderstood. I just want a strand of your holy flame origin. One strand of origin. It can recover in 100 years. This guy needs the holy flame origin. He probably wants to comprehend the fire Dao's Dao. Unfortunately, Dao is not as easy to comprehend as that. After careful consideration, the Grand Master threw a strand of his power towards Xiao Yun, reminding him, okay, the deal is done. But you can't rely on just one strand of holy flame origin to comprehend the fire Dao's Dao. Don't worry about that, Senior. Xiao Yun happily received the strand of holy flame in his hand. I have a system to help me. This will be done soon. Let's go. He announced to the people surrounding him, then flew into the sky. Not forgetting to grab Long Ngao Tian's head and take him back to be disciplined. Why didn't you kill him? You must know that even if you killed him, nothing would happen. Lei Shun curiously asked and received a response from Xiao Yun. Senior, I need to comprehend the fire Dao's Dao. So after learning that Long Ba Tian is related to the Jin Zhao clan, I made a plan to use his life to exchange for a strand of their holy flame origin. But secretly, Xiao Yun thought, the truth is, I wanted to wait for the demon seed to mature before harvesting that guy. How many Dao are you comprehending now?
Upon hearing about the additional power needed to obtain the Emperor weapon, he quickly asked for more information.
Xiao Yun casually replied. I'm currently lacking the Fire Dao's Dao, Space Dao's Dao, and Time Dao's Dao. That would make 7 Dao. But the last 2 are really difficult. I wonder if young master can help me think of a. Lei Shen didn't rush to answer. He stood there for a moment, thinking. My father wanted to take advantage of Du Jiuqiu Bai to have the Emperor weapon acknowledge him as its master, then take. If Du Jiuqiu Bai spends too much time comprehending those 2 mysteries, he'll become a saint and then it'll be impossible to take it back. I really had to help him figure out a way. I remember there's a kind of treasure that can help comprehend the Space Dao. I'll go find it right away. He turned and told Xiao Yun with a sly smile. Looks like I need to ask my father to go to a secret realm. Having achieved his goal of getting the other party to do his bidding, Xiao Yun grinned smugly. That scheming little bastard is probably going to find the old schemer to talk. They're going to do everything they can to think of a way to snatch the Emperor's sword. Having obtained the Holy Flame Origin Conduit, Xiao Yun immediately sat on the boat and began cultivating. Next, I'll comprehend the Fire Dao's Dao first, then we'll talk. Right now, at the Fire Mountain, the hot and fiery volcano erupted, spewing lava that burned the air and scorched the sky. Xiao Yun's true body was cultivating the Fire Dao's Dao here, through his clone, Jiling. The bald old ancestor gaped in astonishment at the scene before him, starting to question his understanding of the world. This is. He's already comprehended the Fire Dao's Dao? Is comprehending Dao so easy? Xiao Yun's true body, having finished his cultivation, smiled and spoke to him. Ancestor, I've comprehended a high-level Fire Dao's Dao. Let's go to the next place. This time, I'll comprehend the Wood Dao's Dao. Hearing this, the old ancestor was very pleased and flew ahead to lead the way. Good, very good. We're approaching the Tang Tian Shu. It's the oldest giant tree in the continent. If it hadn't been stripped of its intelligence by the great emperor, it would have already become a tree demon. Perhaps we can rely on it to comprehend the Wood Dao's Dao. Xiao Yun flew closely behind, replying, yes. Meanwhile, at the competition stage, only Xiao Yun's clone remained, standing in the arena. The crowd of spectators grew larger and larger. Jiling, Xiao Yun's clone, stood there coolly, hands on his hips, looking down at the surrounding crowd. He asked, are there any more challengers? A big, burly man, dressed in all green, jumped into the arena. Kai Shanfu, Yang Kai, has come to challenge you. Xiao Yun didn't bother to turn around. He just glanced at him briefly. Your name and nickname sound like you're a supporting character. I suggest you forget about it. Kai Shanfu Yang Kai couldn't stand the contempt from him. He infused his 2 giant tortoise statues with spiritual energy and jumped up to attack. Who are you calling a supporting character? But before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying away by a move from Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun seemed bored, saying, from now on, people like that shouldn't come up. 5 days later. Jiling, Xiao Yun's clone, had brought a chair out to the middle of the competition stage to relieve his tired feet. He propped his chin and looked at the world with boredom. But it seemed that no opponent had caught his interest. No one else came up. It's really pointless. The people watching the competition didn't know what else to do. 4 days, and no one could last even one move. What's the point of going up? Yes, go and look for trouble. Du Gu Win is really too powerful. After sitting and waiting in boredom, finally, 2 people appeared on the competition stage. They came from the Man D land. They were really arrogant. A dragon bloodline, named Long Wu, with a dark, muscular physique and a sturdy build, confidently introduced himself. You're Du Guchu Bai, right? If you're already defeated, Long Wu will grant you peace. Xiao Yun looked at the other person, who had been silent until now. He narrowed his eyes and thought. Zhang Haoran of the Shang Wang Zone. The person beside him is probably the Xinlong remnant that he brought back. It seems like it's time to plant another demon seed. Who are these 2? They're so arrogant. Jian Yi, standing outside watching the competition, asked in confusion upon seeing the unfamiliar faces. Hua Lang Xin, who happened to be nearby, explained. Brother Jian Yi, you're so focused on cultivation that you don't know. This person has a very prominent background. He is the Shangwang Zone's supreme body cultivator, Zhang Haoran. The person beside him is probably the Xinlong remnant that he brought back from the Xinlong stew. Jianer and Jian-san also exclaimed in surprise. A supreme body cultivator and a Xinlong remnant? No wonder they're so arrogant.
Finally, we'll be able to see the fighting strength of a Zheng Tu Supreme Body Cultivator.
Yi Fei and Yi Jian stared intently at the battle, unwilling to miss a single piece of information.
Long Wu pointed directly at Xiaoyun's face, arrogantly saying, "You should just surrender and avoid losing your life." Xiaoyun, unfazed, smiled and replied, "You're not my opponent.
Why don't you ask your master to come up?"
Zhang Haoran frowned, displeased. He warned, "Du Jiu Chou Bai, this is not the era of your ancestor, Du Jiu Jian, who roamed the heavens.
Just you dare to act so arrogantly in Zheng Tu? You're like a frog at the bottom of a well. It's utterly ridiculous."
Long Wu, tear him apart. Hearing his master's order, Long Wu immediately charged forward, launching an attack.
"Kid, remember the name of the dragon that killed you, Long Wu."
Jianlong Zaitian, Xiaoyun instantly unleashed his move.
Yi Jian Kuang Fong Wan Jingshan, blocking his fierce attack.
As the two clashed, unleashing their moves, Xiaoyun created a small, red-black demon seed orb, filled with killing intent.
The orb, radiating black energy, flew towards Long Wu, then penetrated his body, planting the demon seed.
Long Wu's attack was abruptly stopped. He could only guard himself and retreat.
Extending the distance, he said, "You have some skills."
Xiaoyun summoned his favorite fire sword and confidently declared, "I told you, you're not good enough.
Why don't you call your master over?"
Long Wu felt he couldn't defeat Xiaoyun easily, so he transformed into a dragon. Boastfully roaring, "Du Jiu Chou Bai, stop boasting. I'll show you the power of the Jianlong." Xiaoyun calmly stood there, arms crossed, watching his transformation. His fire sword had already transformed into a large sword, hovering above his head.
"Come on over. But if you lose, you have to answer a few questions truthfully."
Long Wu roared, "I won't lose." Then, he furiously charged towards Xiaoyun, attacking. Xiaoyun smiled, raised his hand, and commanded the large fire sword to fly and meet his fierce attack. The large fire sword pierced through the Jianlong's gaping maw.
The flames began to burn away its life energy. Long Wu was defeated.
The shock wave from the collision sent him flying back, landing on the stone floor.
He thought to himself in pain, how is he so strong?
I feel like he's not using his full strength.
It must be because he doesn't want to kill him yet.
Waiting until Long Wu could stand up and face him, Xiaoyun asked, "Tell me, how many Jianlong remnants are left out of the 100?
He truthfully replied, "Okay, I admit defeat. I'll tell you. There are currently 5 Jianlong remnants left. I've met one called Long and gone. Who are the other 3, and do you know where they are?" Xiaoyun inquired with interest, and he received an answer. "The rest are Long Yi,
Long Er, and Long San. They came out earlier than Long Sai and I, and they're far superior to us."
"Long Sai is long and gone. I don't know where they are." "Long Yi, San, Si. They just put names randomly? Those are such lame names." Xiaoyun thought speechless.
Long Wu continued to provide him with some necessary information.
"The fact that Long Sai and I are separated due to the Shangwang and the Jinjia clan is known by many.
So I guess that the 3 of them are probably near the Shangwang or the Jinjia clan."
"That makes sense. They're definitely thinking about seizing your origins."
Xiaoyun touched his chin and pondered his words.
Zhang Haoran walked up and spoke to Long Wu. "Did you ask him?" "Long Wu, you can step back. I'll avenge you." The subordinate knelt on one knee and obeyed. "Yes, master."
Xiaoyun sneered, playfully teasing him.
"Zhang Haoran, right? I heard that you were defeated by Xiaoyun back then." Zhang Haoran gritted his teeth in anger, secretly cursing.
"Humph, that bastard. He's really saying things he shouldn't. Xiaoyun, I'll defeat him sooner or later. Today, I'm just using you to sharpen my blade."
Zhang Haoran declared arrogantly.
He didn't realize that the person he was about to fight was Xiaoyun himself. Xiaoyun continued to provoke him.
"Xiaoyun defeated Yi Fei. But in my opinion, you can't even defeat Yi Fei.
Let alone defeat Xiaoyun. Yi Fei, your invincible Tao heart is shattered. Now, a supreme body cultivator stands before you. This is your best chance to rebuild your Tao heart.
Do you dare to fight?"
Xiaoyun turned to the stands, provoking another person.
"Why is this suddenly thrown on me? But this is a good opportunity."
Yi Fei thought silently, eager to try. But Yi Jian reached out to stop him. "No, your Tao heart is just broken.
What if you lose?" But Yi Fei seemed to have secretly made up his mind. Genius battles are either forward or backward. I absolutely can't take a step back. He flew up to the middle of the competition stage, forming a tripod formation with the three of them. I'm here. Who wants to fight me? Zhang Haoran unleashed his energy, summoning the Xin Wang fist. You two, I'm enough by myself. Yifei raised his hand, unleashing his move, Jia Tianshou. He boasted shamelessly, you will all become my defeated subordinates. Xiaoyun didn't stand there and watch the show. He immediately summoned his Lei Xinjian. This is my competition stage. The intense atmosphere of the battle ignited the excitement of the spectators. Wow, a three-way battle between the three greatest talents. This is worth watching. We came at the right time today. Melon seeds. Get the melon seeds ready. Melon seeds? What melon seeds? Of course, we're going to eat melon seeds. Amidst the chaos, three figures stood silently in the crowd, observing everything. They were Long Yi, Longer, and Long San, who had infiltrated the crowd to search for the remaining two Jinlong. They were grim-faced and murderous, thinking once the three-way battle starts, our opportunity will arrive. Hey, Long Wu, who had just been seriously injured and retreated to the side, was suddenly attacked by three dragon claws, which descended upon his head. A loud boom reverberated through the air. Long Wu was ambushed unexpectedly and killed. The three of them, Xiaoyun, Yifei, and Zhang Haoran, stopped their battle. Their faces a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Their minds all echoed the same thought. Long Wu is dead. Having killed Long Wu, the three Jinlong swiftly escaped, each flying in a different direction, before the horrified eyes of everyone. As a result, the three of them, Xiaoyun, Yifei, and Zhang Haoran, flew up and split up to chase after them. Zhang Haoran was furious at losing his subordinate and silently vowed revenge. Damn it, they killed Long Wu, I'm going to make you pay. Xiaoyun and Yifei were not to be outdone, increasing their speed to chase after them. Xiaoyun had his own thoughts. I didn't expect that after planting the demon seed in Long Wu, he would be killed by those three. However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Those three, because of their initial separation, were also infected with the demon seed. Even better, those three are stronger and can be harvested at any time. Therefore, I can't let him escape. Xiaoyun aimed at the figure flying in front of him, relentlessly pursuing him. Unexpectedly, he stopped some distance away from the city and arrogantly turned to face him. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I just wanted to move further away from TND City, so that no one could come to save you. You're going to die today. Xiaoyun flew closer, amused by his words. Not bad, you're either Long Yi, Longer, or Long San. He sensed the danger and quickly corrected himself. I'm Long San. I've seen you fight Long Wu. You won't be able to keep me. Just give up. This bastard's fighting strength is not bad. If he holds me up, it'll be troublesome if other experts arrive. Xiaoyun unleashed a wave of energy that circled his body. His eyes blazed with confidence. Giving up is not in my dictionary. Then go die. Long San transformed into a water dragon and lunged forward to fight. You foolish human, you're clearly a sword cultivator, but you're not using a sword. Instead, you're using fists to fight me. He laughed at the sight of Xiaoyun, unarmed. But he didn't expect that a single punch from Xiaoyun was enough to send him flying back. Long San clutched his injured arm, which was bleeding profusely, and groaned. How is this possible? You don't have a special physique. How did you do that? I'm a Jinlong remnant. How can his fleshly body be stronger than mine? No special physique? Then take a look at this. Xiaoyun summoned countless large lotus-shaped formations that flew behind him. Long San was terrified at the sight of the unparalleled power before him. Chaos body? Could you be? Chaos fist? As he unleashed the move, Xiaoyun formally introduced himself. You guessed right. I am Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun punched Long San, sending him flying far away. It's a pity you're not Long Yi. I would have rather killed him. Xiaoyun flew over, regretfully approaching Long San's heavily injured body. Unexpectedly, he was not completely defeated. Long San glared at Xiaoyun with hatred and growled, I can't accept this. Want to kill me? Then come down to hell with me. Waiting for Xiaoyun to approach, Long San used his body as a bomb, ready to explode, taking his opponent with him in a mutual destruction. Faced with this critical situation, Xiaoyun raised his hand and activated his chaos domain, altering the nature of all things. Young man, don't be too impulsive. WH, what's going on? I can't self-detonate. Long San exclaimed in distress, unable to even kill himself. His entire body was enveloped by Xiao Yun's energy. Xiao Yun flew over and punched him in the stomach, making him sober up. You want to self-detonate in my chaos domain? You idiot. Taking a beating, Long San clutched his chest and groaned. It turns out that chaos domain is really as terrifying as they say. I'm not dying in vain. However, I die, Long Yi and Longer will become stronger. You'll die under the Zhenlong's feet eventually. He tried to find a reason to live. But Xiao Yun didn't like being long-winded. He swung his arm and killed him instantly. Too bad, you won't be able to see that day. Ha! When Long San's body completely disappeared. Only a strand of Zhenlong essence remained. Xiao Yun raised his hand to grab it. It seemed like this wouldn't be easy. His outstretched hand missed the grasp. Xiao Yun hadn't expected this situation. He could only watch as the Zhenlong essence flew away. Xiao Yun silently guessed, it seems that only a Zhenlong can claim the Zhenlong essence. But right now, Xiao Yun had something else to do. It's time to condense the immortal domain. The demon seed harvest is complete. Finally, I can condense the immortal domain. With the immortal domain, as long as I don't get hit in my vital spot, I'll be practically immortal. In the future, I can become truly immortal. A while later, Xiao Yun returned to his normal state and exclaimed, "Great! My fleshly body now can probably rival a complete Zhenlong. Now, the 3 remaining Zhenlong remnants all have my demon seeds. After I completely harvest them, it'll be easier to transcend the Nirvana realm using my body." Xiao Yun flew towards the remaining dragons, thinking about his next move. Elsewhere, Yi Fei was being pummeled by Long Yi. Yi Fei fell to the ground, puzzled. Your strength has suddenly become so much stronger." Long Yi looked at his own body in terror. Almost going crazy. Long San is dead? How is this possible? Those two were able to kill Long San so quickly? It seems that each time one of you dies, the others become stronger. Do you know who killed Long San? Yi Fei asked, full of rage and fear at that person's strength. But Long Yi replied, I don't know. But now, you're not my opponent. Get lost. Get lost? I can't. Your strength is indeed a bit stronger than mine, but you'll never be able to kill me. But I just need to hold you up. Human experts will arrive soon to help. Yi Fei smiled sinisterly, wiping the blood from his face. Long Yi didn't seem afraid or worried. Killing me won't benefit you much. Your goal is to subjugate me. If that's the case, I have a proposal. Sign a life and death contract with me. I'll rely on your Yi family. What do you think? Life and death contract? If you die, I die too. You're targeted by human geniuses, and Yao beasts want to kill you. I still have a bright future ahead of me. Are you an idiot? Why would I sign with you? Yi Fei was unwilling, but Long Yi continued. Don't forget, you were defeated by Xiao Yun, your invincible Dao heart is shattered. Think about Zhao Wuju, Shi Kong Ji Tili Chang Di, Zhang Haoran earlier, Du Jiu Chu Bai. Who could you possibly defeat? Yi Fei didn't understand and asked for clarification. What are you talking about? Long Yi replied, I mean that after signing the contract with me, you can immediately recover your invincible Dao heart. Our team, whether it's the same path or the Emperor path, we can help each other. The success rate will naturally be higher. Yi Fei still wanted more. I won't sign a life and death contract. If we want to sign, it has to be an equal contract. Then you'll give me 10 drops of your blood. Long Yi didn't agree. If you don't sign the life and death contract. What if your Yi family attacks me? I don't trust humans. Then, life and death contract. 10 drops of blood. Long Yi still didn't agree. We've already signed the life and death contract. What basis do I have to give you 10 drops of blood? Yi Fei analyzed for him. Because you want to rely on my Yi family. And I don't necessarily have to ally with you. So, they finally reached an agreement. They cast a spell. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 5 drops, 8 drops. The deal is done. Sign the contract, the life and death contract. As soon as the contract was signed, the demon seed from Long Yi's body entered Yi Fei's body. He was terrified. What is this? Xiao Yun was flying towards Long Yi when he sensed his power being transferred to another body. Ha! Why did the demon seed transfer to Yi Fei? In a certain tower of eternity, I need your help to deliver a message.
Xiaoyun said, tell everyone that your uncle has killed Long San, Du Jiuqiubai asked while eating. Xiaoyun smiled and replied, don't help me spread the word in Jiangtu. Just say I want to join a certain holy land in Jiangtu. Bai Tian was shocked. Uncle, you're a descendant of our Du Jiu clan. How could you possibly join those holy lands? He was increasingly confused. When you came home last time, did your father ever mention wanting me to return to the Du Jiu clan? Bai Tian calmed down slightly. He mumbled that he really never mentioned that. He recalled what his father had said. That Du Jiuqiubai is incredibly suspicious. Exchanging cultivation techniques is fine, but allowing him into the clan is a no-go. Xiaoyun glanced at Bai Tian and said with a smile, that's right. Don't worry. I am a descendant of the Du Jiu clan. Whether I return to the Du Jiu clan or not can't change that. Okay, I'll go report to the 6 great holy lands. Bai Tian responded excitedly. About an hour later, Xiaoyun was sitting in meditation, cultivating. He smirked, thinking silently, my cultivation level has increased a little. I'm now at the peak of the Shuing realm. I just need to reach perfection to enter the Nirvana realm. Nirvana realm, Transcendence realm, Saint realm. Time really flies. Suddenly, Bai Tian rushed in from outside the door, announcing, Uncle, the 2 grand elders of the Huangjiu Holy Land and Bai Tian Holy Land want to see you. Okay, let's go meet the 2 seniors. Xiaoyun said, what are you looking at? Looking at you, of course. What else would I be looking at? Try looking again. Try. While waiting for Xiaoyun to arrive, the Grand Elder of Bai Tian Holy Land and the Grand Elder of Huangjiu Holy Land took the opportunity to grumble at each other. What's going on with them? They don't even have the bearing of experts. Bai Tian exclaimed in shock. The Huangjiu Holy Land and the Bai Tian Holy Land are sworn enemies. Whenever they meet, they always squabble. It's normal, Xiaoyun replied. I'm Du Jiuqiubai. Greetings to the 2 seniors. Xiaoyun stepped forward, greeting them with a move, releasing his sword qi. Du Jiu Xiaoyu, a genius. Welcome to our Huangjiu Holy Land. The Grand Elder of the Huangjiu Holy Land said, thinking, his sword intent is powerful. Hearing this, the other Grand Elder chimed in, Huangjiu Holy Land? What's that? Joining our Bai Tian Holy Land is the only way to reach the pinnacle. He thought, his sword qi is powerful, containing several Tao. This kid is truly a peerless genius. The Tianjian Holy Land's Grand Elder suddenly appeared from behind and said, Du Jiu Xiaoyu, don't listen to them. Our Tianjian Holy Land has numerous sword Tao inheritances. We've always been researching how to become an emperor through the sword Tao. We're more suitable for you. Even the Tian Tao Holy Land's Grand Elder was present. He said, who says that a sword cultivator must join the Tianjian Holy Land? Isn't our sword Tao Saint, Lei Shin, better than joining any Holy Land? Du Jiu Xiaoyu is a sword cultivator. No matter what, he won't join the Tian Tao Holy Land. Why are you here? The Tianjian Grand Elder turned and said. The Tian Tao Grand Elder replied, your Tianjian Holy Land is just a fake sword cultivator. Joining you is not as good as joining the Taisu Holy Land. They are the strongest Holy Land. He thought, this Du Jiu Bai will definitely not join our Tian Tao Holy Land. But I can't let him join the Tianjian Holy Land, our arch-rival. Du Jiu Xiaoyu, the Tao Elder is right. Our Taisu Holy Land is the #1 Holy Land in Jiangtu. It's the best choice for you. The Taisu Grand Elder said, not necessarily. Our Handan Holy Land has risen again and is already the strongest. Joining us is the best choice. Gong Ziqing chimed in. Seeing more and more people appear, Xiaoyun turned and reassured them, seniors, there's no need to argue. My principle is simple. Whichever side offers the best treatment, I'll go to them. 2 of them spoke up. Du Jiu Xiaoyu, join our Huangjiu Holy Land. You'll be our #1 disciple, second only to our standard disciple, Yang Yimeng. Humph, just the #1 disciple? Our Ba Tian Holy Land agrees to make you our standard disciple. Once you enter the Transcendence realm, you'll be our disciple. Then came more invitations. Join our Tianjian Holy Land. Not only will you be a standard disciple, but we also have a sword saint who will personally take you as his disciple. Our Taisu Holy Land values fairness. As long as you defeat Li Changdi, you'll be Taisu's top cultivation target. Furthermore, upon joining the Holy Land, the Quasi-Emperor, Ji Yushin, will definitely take you as his disciple. Hearing this, Xiaoyun chuckled silently in his heart.
He thought, a quasi-emperor taking me as his disciple? That status would be incredibly high. This treatment is really not bad. Gong Ziqing said, a quasi-emperor taking a disciple is just a joke. They don't have time to teach you. Why not come to our Hundun Holy Land? Every day, you can spar with geniuses like Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuju. That sounds good, but your Hundun Holy Land's foundation is the weakest. You already have Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuju. How can you afford to cultivate Du Jiu Xiaoyu? The Huangjiu Grand Elder sneered. Why hasn't this Grand Elder said a word? Xiao Yun turned to the Tian Dao Holy Land. He nonchalantly replied, my main purpose here is to cause trouble. As long as you don't join the Tianjin Holy Land, it doesn't matter to me what you choose. At this point, Xiao Yun scratched his head and said, okay, I understand. Please leave, and give me 2 days to think. I'll make my decision then. That night, while meditating, Xiao Yun thought, for now, there are 2 best choices. The Tianjin Holy Land to comprehend the Sword Dao, or the Taisu Holy Land to be a cruel inside man and trap them. While he was pondering, suddenly, Tue Zhangzhao pushed open the door and entered. He said, Du Jiu Xiaoyu. There are some things I couldn't tell you earlier. Our BA Tian Holy Land has a growing type holy weapon forging technique. Join us, and we can invite a master forger to help you forge a peerless holy weapon. Okay, I'll consider it. Xiao Yun replied. Then, he thought, is this Tue Zhangzhao? But a paltry growing type holy weapon won't catch my eye. A moment later, another person came. He said the exact same thing as Tue Zhangzhao. Du Jiu Xiaoyu, our Huangjiu Holy Land has a complete Sword Dao inheritance from a Sword Saint. If you join us, we will give you this Sword Dao. I'll consider it. He responded. Half an hour later, another person came and invited him. Du Jiu Xiaoyu, our Tianjin Holy Land has 5 quasi-emperor Sword Dao scriptures. And several Sword Saints are about to pass down their Sword Dao to you. Furthermore, we've researched the Sword Dao to become an emperor and can share it with you. Please consider us. This time, Xiao Yun still replied, I'll consider it. An hour later, the Taisu Grand Elder came to talk to Xiao Yun. I know you need to comprehend multiple Dao to advance your Sword Dao. Our Taisu Holy Land can help you comprehend the Time Dao. Xiao Yun was doubtful. The Time Dao? You can help me comprehend it? I don't believe it. Seeing his response, he said, it might be difficult for other Holy Lands, but we have Li Changdi, the Shirkong GT. He's already comprehended the Time Dao and can help you. So that's how it is. Xiao Yun felt there were benefits to this. He thought, he's telling the truth. There's probably no one better than Li Changdi to help me comprehend the time and space Dao. Du Jiu Xiaoyu. What do you think? He offered again. This time, Xiao Yun's answer was different from before. I will consider it very seriously. Xiao Yun took off his mask. As he did, he thought, for now, it seems that the Taisu Holy Land is the best choice. However, if I go to the Taisu Holy Land with this appearance, Li Changdi will definitely not help me. I should cultivate a disguise technique. He said, then immediately transformed another handsome guy. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Yun, with blue hair and golden eyes, took out a mirror and admired himself. Now, the only variable is whether Quasi-Emperor Ji Yushini can see my chaos body. 2 days later, standing before all the Grand Elders, Xiao Yun solemnly declared. I appreciate the kindness of all the seniors and the esteemed Holy Lands. But after careful consideration, I have decided to join the Taisu Holy Land. The Taisu Grand Elders smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I can assure you, Du Jiu Xiaoyu, that this choice will not be wrong. Then there's no time to waste. Let's return to the Taisu Holy Land. Xiao Yun said, Grand Elder, don't rush. I still have to say goodbye to Du Jiu Bai Tian. Things that need to be done. He turned and said to Bai Tian, nephew, wandering around for swords and Dao is good, but in the future, pay attention to your social skills. Don't get tricked. Bai Tian responded, got it, uncle. This time, I've learned a lot from my training. Next, I need to go back and retreat for a while to comprehend the reincarnation Dao. Then, I'll go out and challenge the peerless geniuses of the great Holy Lands. That's the best way. Uncle, take care. At the Taisu Holy Land, Xiao Yun floated in the air and smiled. Senior, I'm new here and unfamiliar with the place. I'll need your guidance in the future. He smiled and replied, Du Jiu Xiaoyu, you can call me Grand Elder Lin Yin. Well, I'll tell you one thing. The Taisu Grand Elder then warned him. In Taisu, the biggest rule is competition. You've just arrived and have already become a quasi-emperor's disciple. Naturally, many people will be envious. They'll definitely send many disciples to challenge you. Xiaoyun smiled and replied, okay, then I'll kill them. Lin Yan's entire body turned into a lump of dough. He was sweating profusely. So ruthless? He cautiously said, it's not okay to kill them. You can humiliate them to establish your authority. After that, no one will dare to provoke you anymore. Also, don't worry about making enemies. As long as you're strong enough, all the higher-ups will support you. I understand. Xiaoyun replied, then thought, this Holy Land is a place where the big fish eat the small fish. It's more brutal than any other Holy Land. Lin Yan put his hands behind his back and introduced. This is the Taisu Grand Hall. Come on, everyone is waiting for you. Xiaoyun responded, okay, and followed behind. He frowned, feeling a bit hesitant. He silently thought, the last half is still missing. I hope that Gu Shini doesn't see my origin. Ancestor, Holy Master, I brought Du Jiuqiu by. Lin Yan led Xiaoyun into the Grand Hall. There were already 2 long rows of people standing there, waiting for him. Xiaoyun clasped his hands in front of him, saying, Du Jiuqiu Bai pays respects to the Ancestor and the Holy Master. The Holy Master seemed to be stunned, looking at Xiaoyun. I don't know if he can see it. In any case, it's just a Jiling clone. But the Chaos Body is the ultimate supreme body, formed from a mortal body after heavenly refinement. Maybe he won't be able to see it. He thought, not bad, Du Jiuqiu Bai. From now on, you are my disciple. You are also a disciple of our Taisu Holy Land. The Quasi-Emperor said. Xiaoyun bowed respectfully, replying, Disciple Du Jiuqiu Bai pays respects to Master. Then, he materialized a token and handed it to Xiaoyun. He said, here, take this. Except for Taisu's forbidden grounds, you can go anywhere you want. Our Taisu Holy Land has always been fair. Everything depends on strength. If you can defeat Li Changdi, I'll make you a disciple today. Do you understand? He carefully received the token and replied, I understand. The Quasi-Emperor continued, Lin Yan, since you brought Du Jiuqiu Bai, take him to get familiar with our Taisu Holy Land and bring him to the Sun Peak. Lin Yan responded, as you command, Holy Master. Xiaoyun also said at the same time, Master, Holy Master, disciple asks to take his leave. The Taisu Holy Master, who had been silent until now, looked Xiaoyun up and down and evaluated him. This Du Jiuqiu Bai seems pretty good. Li Changdi now has a strong opponent. At the Taisu Tower, Lin Yan introduced Xiaoyun. He said, Du Jiuqiu, you're the Ancestor's disciple. You can choose any cultivation techniques in the Taisu Tower. Choose a cultivation technique that suits you. Yes, Xiaoyun replied. Half an hour later, Xiaoyun held a stack of cultivation techniques in his hand. He thought, the Taisu Holy Land is really rich. Tueyuji Jian is a space sword Dao cultivation technique. Add to that the 5 elements sword Dao. I've struck gold this time. Okay, then let's go to the Holy Sun Peak. Lin Yan said, then thought to himself. 3 quasi-emperor scriptures. Can he actually learn them? This Du Jiuqiu Bai's ambition is really enormous. The 2 of them went to the Holy Sun Peak. Lin Yan continued to lead Xiaoyun inside and introduced the Holy Sun Peak is divided into 9 sections from bottom to top. The spiritual energy will gradually increase. New Holy Suns all stay on the first floor. However, you can gradually challenge the upper floors. As long as you win, you can move up to the next floor. Hearing this, Xiaoyun smiled triumphantly. Looks like it's time to get heated. He then left, leaving Lin Yan alone to ponder. Looks like things are going to get interesting. The other Holy Sons were continuously dissatisfied. Shouting, someone new wants to rush to the second floor. It must be that guy called Du Jiuqiu Bai. He's really arrogant. I wonder if he can even reach the second floor. One of them pointed at Xiaoyun and yelled, he just arrived and wants to climb up. He's really arrogant. Xiaoyun flew over and slapped him. Noisy, he said. A loud explosion occurred. The man was sent flying away. Xiaoyun remained calm as if nothing had happened. The Taisu Holy Master witnessed everything. He clasped his hands behind his back and said with satisfaction, looks like Du Jiuqiu Bai is a good choice. With him, the Holy Sons will definitely not be lazy anymore. The Holy Sons gaped in astonishment. I wonder how high he can climb.
He's really strong, but after all, he's not a supreme body cultivator.
I'm afraid he can only reach the 6th floor.
Yes, and he's just a descendant of a declining clan in Donghuang. The gap between the Dujio clan and the Holy Land is too large.
A moment later, Xiaoyun arrived on the 6th floor. And sure enough, another dispute broke out. This bastard is too arrogant.
He dares to challenge all of us.
Let's teach him a lesson. This Holy Sun Peak is not so easy to climb.
Xiaoyun fought against a dozen people alone, but he didn't even break a sweat. He was incredibly relaxed. Fighting with one hand while reading cultivation techniques and smiling. 11 Yuan Zhan, manipulating the power of space, a sword slash that shatters the dimensions.
The 11 Yuan Zhan created by that senior is truly extraordinary. I'm deeply impressed.
They were furious at being treated with such contempt.
We're fighting, but you have time to read books.
Those guys ganged up on Xiaoyun and kept scolding him.
They were incredibly arrogant.
I've lived this long and never seen such arrogance. They truly treated us like ants.
Despite so many people attacking him, they couldn't defeat him.
Xiaoyun created a powerful shield to protect himself while he read a book inside. You lose to me, he said before using the dimensional slash he had just mastered.
Those old geezers got blown away, scattering like fireworks.
Even the Lord of Tai Su had to acknowledge it.
He said in surprise, he learned it. No way, what level of comprehension is this? Lien Yen replied, that's the dimensional slash, a standard emperor level technique.
After easily defeating the people on the 7th floor, Xiaoyun confidently headed to the next floor.
7th floor, here I come. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor. Changde, why have you been avoiding me these past few days? Did I do something wrong? A beautiful young woman asked.
The other young woman sighed in exasperation.
Tian Shui, let's break off our engagement.
I've thought about it for a long time, and I feel like there's no need to deceive you anymore.
The truth is, I haven't had any feelings for you for a while.
Li Chengde had been injured by Xiaoyun in a vital area and had been cultivating Ying-based techniques, which had changed his appearance to be feminine. So, it turns out he was a man.
Mo Tian Shui refused adamantly.
She sobbed, Chengde, you can't let your appearance change because Xiaoyun injured that part of you at the True Dragon Gorge.
Besides, didn't Master say that as long as we reach the Saint level, we can return to our original state?
Li Chengde remained unmoved. He coldly replied, it has nothing to do with that injury.
It's truly gone. On the contrary, my 5 senses are pure. I am closer to the Tao. He's being heartless. Go away. A woman's affection is nothing but fleeting smoke and clouds to me.
Seeing her beloved change so much, Tian Shui cried out his name, Chengde.
But he remained steadfast in his decision, not even bothering to glance at. Horror. My mind is made up. Go away. In the end, Mo Tian Shui gritted her teeth and reluctantly left.
Just then, a subordinate reported, Your Majesty, the newcomer, Duga Chubai, has reached the 8th floor.
Zheng Chengde finally smiled.
He replied, so he's already reached the 8th floor.
Interesting.
I'm curious to see if he can break through this floor and stand before me.
I've been lonely for so long.
On the 8th floor, I am Zhang Naji Hai, paying my respects to Brother Dugu.
I am Zihao Tian, paying my respects to Brother Dugu.
You're the only two on the 8th floor, Xiaoyun asked, puzzled.
Zihao Tian smiled amicably.
That's right, but now with Brother Dugu, there are 3 of us. Xiaoyun, without any reservations, drew his sword and suggested.
If that's the case, you two should come up together. Brother Dugu, don't be too arrogant.
If the 2 of us team up, even Li Chengde wouldn't dare to fight us.
You should know your limits.
They said through gritted teeth, filled with anger. But Xiaoyun didn't care.
He responded bloodily, save your breath. My goal is to defeat Li Chengde.
You two are nothing more than enough to warm me up.
Hao Zitian immediately rushed forward to attack.
Little brat, take my sword first, then we'll talk.
Crazy God slash. Dimensional slash. Xiaoyun unleashed his move, effortlessly blocking the opponent's attack.
The 2 forces clashed like water and fire.
Zhang Naji Hai found the sight amusing.
So you're a body cultivator, but unfortunately, your kind of madness won't last long.
Zhang Naji Hai, Zihao Tian.
They roared in fury.
As if they understood, Zhang Naji Hai immediately channeled his life force into Zihao Tian. In an instant, his whole body transformed.
His eyes glowed red, and they widened. His power surged.
Brother Dugu, you asked us to team up. Don't blame us for ganging up on you. Xiaoyun gritted his teeth, thinking silently. This is the life divine body. It can replenish another person's blood. Too bad, in the Taisu Holy Land, I don't dare to implant spirit seeds recklessly. Unless I truly want to bring him under my wing. Crazy God one-way slash. The two launched their attack, while Xiaoyun blocked it with a shield made of Thunder God slash. The two forces collided like water and fire. Zihao Tian pointed his sword at him, laughing, Brother Dugu, it seems your strength is only so-so. Xiaoyun immediately summoned the 7 great sword intents. Then, he launched them straight at Hao Tian. 7 swords united, the Lord of Taisu gaped in astonishment. 7 sword intents united into one. This Dugu Chubai swordsmanship is far stronger than the Dugu Jian who defeated me. I've never heard of such a thing. Zihao Tian was blown away with a single move. Zhang Naihai also had to surrender. He said in admiration. I didn't expect Brother Dugu's swordsmanship to be so formidable. We were negligent, I bow to your strength. Xiaoyun turned away, appearing polite. 2 of you working together can even resist the supreme body. You are not negligent. Too bad, the 8th floor cannot accommodate me. I'd rather stay on the top floor. I won't bother you 2 any longer. He said this before heading to the 9th floor. Upon arrival, Xiaoyun's cheeks flushed red upon seeing something. He couldn't resist the beauty before him. A hidden beauty. No wonder Li Chengde hid such a great beauty in his palace behind Motian Shui. Senior sister, have you seen Li Chengde? I want to challenge him. Please tell me where he is. He asked. Li Chengde raised his hand seductively. I am Li Chengde. Xiaoyun's jaw dropped. He was covered in question marks. He was sweating. He looked at the woman in front of him. This dress. These rosy lips. Is this really Li Chengde? Huh? Where am I? Why am I here? Why is there nobody here? Where's everyone? Xiaoyun played dumb. He looked around, then found an excuse to leave. Looks like I came to the wrong place. There's no one here. I'm going. Xiaoyun bolted, his eyes twitching nervously, a forced smile on his face. I'd rather die than stay here with Li Chengde like this. So fast. That's the wind robe meaning. Li Chengde was shocked by Xiaoyun's escape speed. This Dugu Chubai is truly too powerful. Back on the 8th floor. Zhang Naihai helped Zhaotian, who was clutching his stomach in pain. They talked to each other. I can't believe this Dugu Chubai is so strong. We were wrong. It's true. A shining man like him is destined not to be on the same floor as us. Suddenly, they saw Xiaoyun return. They were puzzled. Brother Dugu, what do you want? Brother Dugu, we've already surrendered. You don't have to come back to Boleus, do you? You know what they say, no pain, no gain. After thinking about it, I feel like it would be more beneficial to my growth if I were with you too. So, we'll be neighbors now. I hope to learn more from you both in the future. Xiaoyun said politely, clasping his hands. Zhang Naihai and Zhaotian were both speechless, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. Zhaotian was confused. Didn't you say the 8th floor couldn't accommodate you? Zhaotian heard this and kicked him. What, do you have a problem with that? No problem, welcome Brother Dugu to the 8th floor. Most welcome, warmly welcome. The two, terrified, readily agreed. I want this palace, Xiaoyun said. He then immediately rushed inside. That guy, Li Chengde, turned into a woman. No, he turned into a spirit beast. This world is crazy. Dugu Chubai, I've been waiting for you to come to the 9th floor. Li Chengde thought from above. So he ran away. Am I really that scary? Although, he called me senior sister earlier. Xiaoyun was meditating, but he couldn't calm down. He was furious. He's waiting for me. I'm so annoyed. No, I should still get the benefit first. He quickly left the place. Scene change. At the Tai Su forbidden area. Xiaoyun arrived and called out. Dugu Chubai, I beg to see you. He was granted permission. Come in. The patriarch had been waiting for him. He said, I saw your 7 swords united technique earlier. You're here because you lack the space and time meanings, aren't you? I have already prepared for this. Master is wise, he replied. This is the time flower. He then demonstrated it to him. A giant rose bloomed from the patriarch's hand, enveloped in dazzling flames.
Xiaoyun stared, speechless. Beautiful. Wake up. The patriarch snapped his fingers. Xiaoyun jumped in surprise. He was told, don't stare at the time flower or you'll be lost forever within it. How could something be this terrifying? Xiaoyun's face turned pale. I thought my spirit and soul powers were already strong, but it turns out I was just one step away from being forever trapped. The rose began to bloom even bigger. The patriarch explained, this is a time flower that grows in the time river. Only a transcending emperor can pick it. It is extremely precious. Watering it with the time meaning allows it to bloom. It can also help you comprehend the time meaning. Xiaoyun was confused. Master, I haven't comprehended the time meaning yet. How can I water it? Do you need to find someone else? Li Chengda has a time and space body. He already comprehended the time meaning. Ask him to help you water it. Besides, he is the only one in the entire Holy Land who has comprehended the time meaning. The patriarch replied. Xiaoyun was stunned. His expression contorted as he said in despair. So, I still can't escape Li Chengda. Thank you, master. I will go find Brother Li. Go, Xiaoyun sobbed, taking his leave. Even a treasure like the time flower is given to me. It seems the Tai Su Holy Land fully trusts me. As he left, the patriarch seemed to be pondering something. He smiled and thought silently, Do go Chubai, you've been given the time flower. Don't disappoint me. I'm waiting for the day you reap its rewards. Back at the Holy Sun Peak, 9th floor. This time flower is really a trap. I can't put it in my space ring. Now I'm stuck here with this huge flower. Even if I jump into the Yellow River, I won't wash away the suspicion. Xiaoyun, clutching the time flower, stood outside, waiting for Li Chengda. Facing a barrage of scornful glances from everyone. Every man who saw it was shocked. Is he trying to confess his love? For sure. I didn't expect this Dugo Chubai to have such a heavy taste. Brother Li is so beautiful, will he accept? I am Dugo Chubai, seeking an audience with Brother Li Chengda. Xiaoyun said with a resigned expression. Li Chengda immediately rushed out. Finally, you're here to challenge me. Xiaoyun was startled. He thought, so fast. This speed is faster than any of the geniuses I've met. No wonder he's called the time and space body. Xiaoyun, holding the time flower, tried to put on a happy face and began flattering him. Brother Li, your innate talent is unparalleled. I bow to your strength. This time, I've come. Before he could finish, Li Chengda interrupted, that flower is amazing. Even I almost lost my mind. Li Chengda was sweating in fear at the sight of the time flower. He sighed, if I hadn't comprehended the time meaning, I would have been lost in it. Xiaoyun nodded eagerly. Exactly. You're right. You can't look at it with your eyes. The ancient god First Master gave it to me. And then, he said that if you water it with the time meaning, it can help me comprehend the time meaning. So, I came to find Brother Li. Li Chengda quickly understood this. He agreed to Xiaoyun's request, but with a condition. I understand. As long as you spar with me, I'll help you. Xiaoyun didn't hesitate for a moment and accepted immediately. He drew his weapon and was ready for a move. All right. Then please give me some guidance on my swordsmanship. Li Chengda was also ready. All right. Xiaoyun launched the first attack, unleashing the Lei Shin Zone. A blinding blue light, like streaks of lightning, erupted. But Li Chengda's actions left Xiaoyun speechless, stunned, and utterly baffled. What? Li Chengda soared through the air, landing a blow on Xiaoyun's back, leaving him no time to react. Xiaoyun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xiaoyun clenched his saber tightly, his heart burning with anger. This guy, he can actually condense time shadow images. Li Chengda didn't give him a second to breathe, launching another attack. Xiaoyun glanced at him with cold eyes. This time, Xiaoyun managed to dodge. He even retaliated against Li Chengda. But Li Chengda's strength was too great. He teleported instantly, making Xiaoyun's attack meaningless. The two continued their fierce duel, continuously launching attacks, neither giving an inch. But Xiaoyun seemed to be losing stamina. He clutched his chest, his brows furrowed. He pondered a strategy to counter Li Chengda. No, this guy can teleport. His speed is too fast. I've mastered Wind Dao, and even with a flash step, I can't avoid him. I can't use the Chaos Realm either. If this continues, I'll just be on the defensive.
I need to take the initiative. Finally, he decided to change his tactics. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun unleashed a swift attack. Ice Sword Wind, 3 million li long, icy blade shot towards Li Qingda. Li Qingda's entire body froze solid, unable to move. Xiao Yun grinned, lucky guess. I hit the right spot. But his dreams were shattered. Within seconds, Li Qingda broke free from the ice. Xiao Yun didn't give Li Qingda a chance to recover, immediately launching another attack. Li Qingda stood there, stunned. A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a powerful beam of light striking the ground. Li Qingda was thrown backward by Xiao Yun's immense power. The outcome was clear. The duel ended with Xiao Yun as the victor. He was modest in his praise for Li Qingda. Senior brother Li, you truly are formidable. Li Qingda smiled wryly, wincing in pain as he clutched his chest. You're not bad yourself. Come on, I'll help you water the time flower. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up with joy. Hee, success. Finally, I can master another Tao. Li Qingda led Xiao Yun into his room. Come in. Xiao Yun entered. Time flower in hand. He was astonished by the decor and colors of Li Qingda's room. Holy crap, this pretty boy is totally gay. Even his room is pink and masculine. Li Qingda, without hesitation, smiled and asked Xiao Yun directly, Brother Du, what do you think of my room? Taken aback by the question, Xiao Yun didn't expect this. Since Time Tao could only be manipulated, he had to lie. He forced a smile and offered some flattery. Senior brother Li, you've done a great job. It's beautiful. Li Qingda played the role of the charming maiden, stroking his hair and asking softly for confirmation. You really think so, brother Du? Xiao Yun, struggling to hold back his laughter, didn't know what to say. He quickly steered Li Qingda back to the main point to avoid his question. Please help me water the flower, senior brother Li. Li Qingda, not wanting to make things difficult for Xiao Yun, changed the topic. Do you know the origins of the time flower? Xiao Yun replied, please enlighten me, senior brother Li. Li Qingda smirked and told Xiao Yun. This was left behind by Tai Sushin Day after he transcended the river of time. Xiao Yun was puzzled. Transcended the river of time? What does that mean? Li Qingda took hold of the time flower. The room shimmered with vibrant colors, creating a magical atmosphere. Li Qingda patiently explained everything to Xiao Yun. If this is the river of time, then our lives are like waves in this great river. Countless waves merging together, forming the grand river of time. The time flower floated in midair, glimmering with starlight. Li Qingda continued. The so-called transcendence is escaping from the river of time in our universe and entering the river of time in the universe of the immortal path. This allows them to achieve longer lifespans. The time flower is proof that he once lived here. Li Qingda focused his gaze on the time flower, revealing more information. It's extremely difficult to pluck the time flower. Only the mightiest emperors can do it. It seems that the sacred ground values you highly. He then began his task. All right, I'll help you water it. Li Qingda held the time flower in his hands, gently closing his eyes and letting out a soft chuckle. With Li Qingda's help, the time flower began to undergo a miraculous transformation. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Using one time flower enlightenment on time. Xiao Yun sat down, closed his eyes and clasped his hands. The spiritual energy from the time flower poured into his body, merging with him. During this process, Xiao Yun felt the time flower recording Tai Su Tianda's entire life. I understand the first time Taoist to record. Having grasped the key, Xiao Yun's mastery became effortless. The time flower soared high, seemingly allowing Xiao Yun to absorb all its spiritual energy. Soon after, a scene unfolded before Li Qingda's eyes, leaving him speechless and astonished. You mastered it. Finally, Xiao Yun completed the process. A radiant light enveloped him. He stood up, smiled, and bowed to Li Qingda. It seems the mission is accomplished. Thank you, senior brother Li. Xiao Yun had his own plans. Although this recording Tao doesn't help with attacks, it's extremely beneficial for grasping the universe sword cannon and obtaining the 7-colored emperor weapon. Witnessing Xiao Yun's success, Li Qingda was genuinely happy for him. Not fully aware of the details, he said, your talent is truly extraordinary. Perhaps you could rival Xiao Yun from the Chaos Sacred Ground. Xiao Yun didn't explain anything, simply smiling alone. Furthermore, Xiao Yun was cunning. I keep hearing this name Xiao Yun. When I have time, I must duel him.
Li Chengde revealed, there's going to be an opportunity soon.
The sacred ground exchange meet is about to begin.
He then invited Xiao Yun to stay longer to bond.
Why don't you stay here?
We can cultivate together, strive for improvement. And shock everyone at the sacred ground exchange meet.
Xiao Yun was helpless and quickly found an excuse to leave. I've just mastered Time Tao, so I need to consolidate it. I'll come discuss cultivation with senior brother Li when I'm free. See you later. Li Chengde's actions and words made Xiao Yun wonder, this guy, is he into me? Watching Xiao Yun leave his room, Li Chengde's heart was filled with regret. It's a pity I couldn't keep Du Jie here. But he didn't blame him. Instead, he understood.
He's right, he really needs to consolidate. The scene shifted to the transcendent tree, a magical tree radiating blue light from its roots to its branches. Xiao Yun and Bu Dao stood there. Xiao Yun sat beneath the tree,
attempting to comprehend Wu Dao.
Bu Dao observed him, speaking.
Xiao Yun, the sacred ground exchange meet is about to begin.
Seeing Xiao Yun's situation, Bu Dao was worried and tried to offer a temporary solution.
If you can't master Wu Dao in time, we should.
But before Bu Dao could finish, Xiao Yun surprised him. Xiao Yun was in the final stages of mastering Wu Dao. His entire body was enveloped by the spiritual energy of Wu Dao.
Bu Dao was stunned and flabbergasted at the scene. Holy cow, he's already mastered Wu Dao.
Compared to him, I feel like I'm living as a dog. Xiao Yun stood up, radiating power.
He looked at Bu Dao with resolute eyes. Ancestor, I've mastered Wu Dao. Let's go back and prepare for the sacred ground exchange meet.
Xiao Yun sat down, focusing on his cultivation. The surrounding space glowed brilliantly as spiritual energy converged and poured into his body. He contemplated and strategized in his mind.
Only Space Dao remains. It seems like the 7 great sword cannons will fuse successfully.
However, Lei Zhan is like a hungry tiger, so I'll set that aside for now.
I'll assess the situation first. After considering everything, he made a decision. Wu Dao is done, time to study the 5 elements sacred cannon and the 5 elements sword formation. He then mapped out his next steps. To quickly increase my cultivation, the fastest way is to gather demon seeds. But Long Neo Tian, Yifei, Long Yi, and Long are not easy to deal with. Although he felt some difficulty,
he still devised a plan to utilize all his resources. Forget it, it's better to kill Zhang Hao Tian at the sacred ground exchange meet.
Now that I'm under Tai Su will inevitably become enemies with the Sacred King sect.
Xiao Yun felt his plan was perfectly aligned.
Yes, do it.
The scene shifted to the Tai Su Forbidden Land. The external environment seemed beautiful, with blue skies, white clouds, and golden sunlight. Inside the Tai Su Forbidden Land, Tianyi sat in the Grand Hall.
DTN Elder bowed respectfully, urging him. Grandfather, your noble status shouldn't risk venturing into the chaos sacred ground.
My son has been worried sick these past few days.
Tianyi arrogantly and proudly replied, that's just you being overly cautious. How could they possibly pay attention to a young man like me who has achieved the exalted realm? DTN Elder scoffed internally when he heard Tianyi calling himself young. You're young? You've been sealed. Besides the war clans of the Chaos Sacred Ground, who else is older than you?
But with his small heart, he didn't dare utter such words in front of Tianyi, merely cursing inwardly.
It's still better to be cautious. Tianyi confidently asserted, don't worry. No one will ever know my true origins. Who would believe that a glorious paragon like me is your grandson? DTN Elder flattered him, trying to please him.
Indeed, at that time, you were the only one possessing the supreme body, and you could have ascended to great emperor at any moment.
Who would have imagined that you would seal yourself to prolong your lifespan? Tianyi resonated with his words. Exactly. Tianyi then shifted the topic, glancing at DTN Elder.
I heard you accepted Du Guqiu Bai as your disciple and even gave him the time flower.
DTN Elder replied honestly. Yes, I believe this Du Guqiu Bai has extraordinary Sword Dao talent.
He seems to have transcended the path towards achieving Sword Dao emperorship.
He further revealed his strategy to Tianyi. At that time, you can seize him. Perhaps you can surpass Tai Su Tian Di.
Tianyi furrowed his brows, seeming quite surprised.
Is this Du Guqiu Bai truly that formidable? DTN Elder elaborated on Xiao Yun's rare talent and strength. Du Guqiu Bai has cultivated the 7 sword Daos to perfection.
Earth, wind, water, fire, thunder, time, and space. He further added, he has also mastered 6 Dao. earth, wind, water, thunder, fire, and time. Only lacking space Dao to achieve the 7 swords fusion. Upon hearing this, Tianyi realized that Xiao Yun was beneficial to him. He instructed DTN Elder. Indeed, he's worth seizing. Wait until he achieves 7 swords fusion, then report back to me. DTN Elder obeyed. Tianyi inquired about another matter with a fierce look. Do you know why someone with the devouring heaven demon body, like myself, must seal themselves? DTN Elder hesitated, making a guess. Could it be related to your request to investigate the supreme body? Tianyi completely agreed with his response. You're right. Tianyi slowly explained the reason. This era is extraordinarily prosperous. The 10 legendary supreme bodies have largely appeared. He went into further detail, elaborating thoroughly. I am the 2nd-ranked devouring heaven demon body. Li Chengdi is the 4th-ranked time and space body. Yi Fei is the 5th-ranked Zhanhuan eternal body. Zhao Wuji and Yang Yiming are the 7th-ranked ancient emperor body. He then revealed a shocking secret to DTN Elder. The Biatian sacred ground is hiding a Biatian sacred body named Shang Wudao, along with the Xinwang body Zhang Haoran and the Xianwang body Jin Xiaoyao. He further revealed the current situation. Apart from the 1st-ranked chaos sacred body, the 3rd-ranked innate sacred body Dao Tai, and the 6th-ranked Wanfo body, the rest have emerged. Upon hearing this barrage of information, DTN Elder was stunned. He then reported to Tianyi. Grandfather, we found the woman who possesses the innate Dao body, and we found clues about the Wanfo body in the Western Buddha sect. Hearing this, Tianyi couldn't hide his smug satisfaction. He praised and commanded DTN Elder. Excellent. Arrange for that woman to be paired with Zhao Wuji or Yang Yiming. They will surely produce an innate sacred body Dao Tai. However, DTN Elder was a bit hesitant. He expressed his concerns to Tianyi. Zhao Wuji and Yang Yiming aren't from our Taisu sacred ground. It might be difficult to arrange. Tianyi confidently reassured DTN Elder, don't worry about that. The innate Dao body has a natural attraction to the ancient emperor body. Tianyi had already devised a plan. I'll discreetly take that innate Dao body as my disciple, then have her approach those two. They will naturally be attracted to each other. Tianyi's eyes were filled with cunning and treachery. As long as I the remaining 8 supreme bodies, along with a half-set chaos body, I can forge the first chaos body throughout the ages. This is my ultimate goal. DTN Elder was stunned upon hearing this. His face turned pale. So, grandfather, you sealed yourself for such grand ambitions. After their conversation, Tianyi stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and casually departed. Alright, the sacred ground exchange meet is about to begin. I'll be off. DTN Elder bowed respectfully and farewell. Yes, the scene shifted to the Emperor Peak. On a peaceful rocky mountain, the atmosphere was clear and serene, bathed in dreamy golden sunlight. Inside a room, Xiao Yun was diligently cultivating. A terrifying surge of power, like streaks of lightning, surrounded him. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and contemplated. Now that I've refined the 9 transformations lightning body, the immortal zone, and the 5 elements sacred body, I feel confident in my current strength. He was very confident in his current power. My physical body has reached its peak, and even if I undergo nirvana, I won't fear a decline in cultivation. Just then, DTN Elder arrived, reminding Xiao Yun. Disciple, this year's Sacred Ground Exchange Meet is being held in the Tian Dao Sacred Ground. We should depart for the Tian Dao Sacred Ground. Xiao Yun agreed. Yes. Xiao Yun made up his mind. I should use the Sacred Ground Exchange Meet to gather as many enlightenments as possible. He contemplated his plan. After the Sacred Ground Exchange Meet, I should seize the opportunity to break through to the extreme realm and prepare for the Nirvana tribulation. At the Taisu Sacred Ground's Holy Sun Peak, a towering, massive mountain appeared. Standing in the middle of the room, surrounded by countless sword techniques, Du Jiuqiubai pondered. The 5-element sword formation is indeed not bad. Perhaps I should head to the Sacred Ground Exchange Meet. Li Chengdi suddenly appeared outside the door, a bright smile on his face. Jiuqiubai's hair stood on end in surprise. Li Chengdi spoke. Qiubai, the Sacred Ground Exchange Meet has begun. Let's depart for the Tian Dao Sacred Ground together. Du Jiuqiubai's face turned green. He mumbled, damn, Qiubai, do you really need to be so familiar? We're not even close. Okay, no, I can't go out even if I'm beaten to death. Not far from Du Jiuqiubai's room, Zihao Tian and Zhang Naihai were eavesdropping, their minds also filled with confusion. Zihao Tian said, Brother Zhang, thankfully, that sister was looking for lone brother. We weren't put in her sights. Zhang Naihai replied, oh, this is the first time I've ever felt lucky because of my weak strength. Li Changdi didn't pay any attention to us. Zihao Tian continued, it's all because of that Xiao Yun from the Chaos Sacred Ground. A perfectly good senior brother was turned into a senior sister by him. Zhang Naihai was speechless. I heard that Xiao Yun's strength is not weak. He's likely to become a formidable foe for Tai Su. Seeing Li Changdi's feminine appearance, Zihao Tian sighed, I don't think so. Look at Li Changdi's monstrous appearance. Even we find him terrifying. How can Xiao Yun possibly stay calm in his presence? Zhang Naihai agreed. True, the azure sky appeared. In the midst of the azure expanse, the Tiandao sacred ground emerged from a light mist. Di Tian Elder, Xiao Yun, Zhao Wuji. Ji Chuanwu, Su Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya flew towards the Tiandao sacred ground's arena. A voice announced in the air, this is the Tiandao sacred ground. Lu Tiandu arrived and bowed to Di Tian Elder. Brother Di Tian, long time no see. I didn't expect you to truly regain your strength. Truly, joy upon joy. Di Tian Elder replied. Lu Tiandu, the same to you. Haven't you also recovered your invincible Dao heart? And you've even become a saint. Xiao Yun was surprised to see Lu Tiandu, who had once been beaten to a pulp by him. Lu Tiandu smiled and complimented him. This is also thanks to Xiao Yun for helping me repair the cracks in my invincible Dao heart. I heard that you defeated Yi Fei from Donghuang. Not bad for being the top genius of Zhangtu. Xiao Yun was modest, Senior Lu, you flatter me. Xiao Yun thought to himself, this guy has become a laughing tiger, even more cunning and inscrutable. Lu Tianyun pointed the way and suggested to Di Tian Elder. Alright, brother Di Tian, Xiao Xian, we should head to the sacred ground first. Di Tian Elder agreed. Okay. Lu Tianyun led the way, followed by Di Tian Elder. Xiao Yun, Zhao Wuji, Ji Chuanwu, Su Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya. The crowd below saw Xiao Yun flying towards them and began to gossip. One person said, that's someone from the Chaos Sacred Ground. You know, that's Xiao Yun, right? He's so handsome. Another exclaimed in surprise. I heard he just defeated the 5th-ranked Supreme Body. Yang Yiming also arrived from above, prompting whispers, look over there, the people from the ancient Emperor's sacred ground are here. Du Jiuchubai flew in with Li Qingdi and his disciples, prompting whispers. The people from the Taisu sacred ground are here. That's Du Jiuchubai, right? Yes, and he's even brought his Tao companion. He's so suave. A great saint from the Yi family led the way, followed by Yi Fei and Yi Jian. Whispers spread, the Don Huang Yi family is here. Long Neo Tian soared behind them and asked Yi Fei, that's Xiao Yun, the one who caused you to lose your invincible Tao heart. I really want to see how strong he is. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes at Xiao Yun and replied, I'm also curious. A great saint from the Ba Tian sacred ground approached the Don Huang Yi family and spoke. I heard you're the true dragon bloodline. Would you trade this Ba Tian sacred fruit for a drop of true dragon essence blood? Long Neo Tian agreed, sure. The Ba Tian sacred ground great saint tossed the sacred fruit to Long Neo Tian. Long Neo Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating. After losing my essence blood, I can replenish it after some time. But this Ba Tian sacred fruit is a rare treasure. The Ba Tian sacred ground great saint chuckled with fierce determination. Ha! Now, my physical body can finally become stronger. Seeing the Ba Tian sacred ground great saint becoming stronger, others crowded into exchange items. I have a recovery pill, can we trade for a drop of essence blood? I have a blood pear fruit, I have the 9 wisdom harmonizer, I have a 9 transformation spiritual flower. Let's trade. Long Neo Tian tried to pacify them. Don't crowd, don't crowd. One at a time. Meanwhile, Du Guchubai was absorbing a massive surge of power. He was incredulous. Damn, the demon seed host has increased. No way, this essence blood can actually cause the demon seed to spread. Could this mean? After a cup of tea, Long Neo Tian had expended too much effort. He waved his hand, refusing. Okay, I'm not trading anymore. If I keep trading, I'm going to become a dead dragon. Di Tian Elder kindly stepped forward, offering to trade. Here's a 10,000-year dragon blood fruit. It can instantly replenish 2 drops of your essence blood. I only need 1 drop from you. Long Neo Tian agreed. Deal.
DTN Elder brought the drop of essence blood before Xiao Yun. Disciple, see if this essence blood is of any use to you. Xiao Yun was delighted. Yes, I'll take a look. Xiao Yun's heart was filled with excitement. Master is so kind to me. Others stepped forward to trade. I also have something that can replenish essence blood. Let's trade. Me too. Count me in. Long Neo Tian reluctantly agreed. Fine, but you need to give me time to recover. Long Neo Tian proudly pointed at them. You lot, I'm also the true dragon bloodline. You can trade with me. The crowd went wild again, wanting to trade. Long Neo Tian tried to stop them. Alright, I'll trade. Don't compete with me, I was here first. He tried to ease the situation. Can you line up? This is too chaotic. Xiao Yun's jaw dropped in shock. Holy crap, what's going on? Aren't all the people here infected with the demon seed I planted? The Taisu Sacred Ground person spoke up to trade. We, the Taisu Sacred Ground, will buy 100 drops of essence blood. Long Neo Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as the Taisu Sacred Ground person offered countless treasures in exchange. Long Neo Tian was astounded. 100 drops? Are you kidding me? The Taisu Sacred Ground person was unwavering in his offer. We, the Taisu Sacred Ground, never joke. The crowd below was shocked. Whoa, Taisu is truly loaded. Yeah, more than half of these are treasures that replenish essence blood. One person pointed and remarked, those two true dragon bloodlines are making a killing. A great saint from the Yi family turned to discuss with Lu Tiandu. Well, it seems like the Sacred Ground exchange meet will have to be postponed for a few days. It will take some time for Longer's group to recover and replenish their essence blood. Lu Tiandu agreed, it's fine to postpone a few days. Tian Yi approached DTN Elder and pleaded. Elder DTN, I need some true dragon bloodline essence blood as well. I'll buy a drop first. DTN Elder glanced at him and said without hesitation, okay. DTN Elder turned to Xiao Yun and used voice transmission to ask, Disciple, why don't you use the drop of essence blood? Is there something wrong? Xiao Yun replied through voice transmission. First, this type of blood is useless for a supreme body. Second, there's actually a problem. This essence blood has been contaminated by the demon seed I planted. DTN Elder broke out in a cold sweat. He widened his eyes and transmitted back to Xiao Yun, contaminated? Could this mean, oh, my god. Du Ji Yuchubai walked over to Li Changdi and invited him. Senior brother Li, look at Zhao Wuji over there. He possesses the ancient emperor body and is incredibly strong. Why don't I introduce him to you? Li Changdi smiled and declined. No need. The ancient emperor body is a supreme body. It's only natural for them to be a bit strong. It's you, on the other hand. A mortal body can be so strong, it's truly amazing. Du Ji Yuchubai persisted. But Zhao Wuji has a beautiful physique. Look at his strong limbs and that waist. It's truly a golden waist. Li Changdi continued to decline. No, a physique like yours is more captivating to look at. Du Ji Yuchubai started sweating profusely. His face turned green and he questioned, You're not into me, are you? Du Ji Yuchubai dejectedly walked away. Well, I have something else to do. I'll go first. Li Changdi suggested, Du Ji, should I go with you? Xiao Yun replied, no need. In a certain room, Du Ji Yuchubai met with Xiao Yun and handed him a book. Xiao Yun received it and thought to himself. After obtaining the T&D Canon 2, since I'm in Taisu, I haven't dared to read it, even though I've already mastered Time Tao. Finally, I have the chance now. Du Ji Yuchubai quickly left after handing over the book. Xiao Yun opened the book and read. He pondered, sure enough, the handwriting matches the T&D Canon 1. It's truly the complete Time Tao. Suddenly, Xiao Yun gasped. This is Chinese. He fell into deep thought. Another message I left for myself. The book Xiao Yun was holding had a page with these words. When you see these words, you've probably guessed that I am you. After all, we're both intelligent. I'll ask you a question. Am I you from the past? Are you from the future? If you don't figure it out, keep reading. But I believe you can. Reading the words left by himself, Xiao Yun was stunned and pondered. Isn't this obvious? I time traveled here. My past isn't in this spacetime. Therefore, I must be my future self.
The only thing is, he arrived in the past long ago and brought this book to me. Xiao Yun flipped to the next page. The next page of the book contained these words. By now, you've probably understood that I'm you from the future. There will be great calamities in the future, but I can't tell you what they are specifically because of the secrets of fate. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but if I write them down, the words will disappear and even cause a heavenly tribulation to strike me. Furthermore, I've conducted countless experiments. I've left 30 words below. The secrets of fate are within them. You must carefully read every single word. The next page contained only 30 words. Lei Zhu Duan, Fun Ma Yuan. Slaughter Su Jing Xiao's master and disciple. Impossible to enter the exalted realm, extreme realm. Seek life from death. Xiao Yun cursed under his breath. Damn, this is the ultimate secret? Lei Zhu Duan, how long is he? I've never even seen him. Moreover, why is his length so important? And it's causing a great calamity. Xiao Yun recalled his conversation with Ancestor Bu Dai. Ancestor Bu Dai had said, if that's the case, there's something I want to tell you. I've secretly planted the demon seed in the body of the sacred Kingsex paragon, Mu-11. After you condense the demon essence, come find me. I'll give you a portion of his demon essence. You can harvest him later. Xiao Yun thought, as for Fin Ma Yuan. That's something I can investigate. I remember Ancestor Bu Dai saying that. Suddenly, Xiao Yun had a realization. So, the meaning of Fin Ma Yuan is to tell me to split the demon essence with Ancestor Bu Dai. Now, everyone in the sacred ground has been infected with the demon seed I planted. I can't harvest them, but Ancestor Bu Dai can. In that case, Ancestor Bu Dai might be able to ascend to Paragon. Xiao Yun closed the book and continued to ponder. I understand now. If Fun Ma Yuan is to let Ancestor Bu Dai ascend, then Lei Zhu Duan must be about shortening the time for Lei Zhu's ascension. In other words, the calamity will occur within a year of Lei Zhu becoming a paragon. Xiao Yun's eyes were vacant, still unsure. But, slaughter Su Jing Xiao's master and disciple. What does that mean? With Su Jing Xiao's master and disciple skills, could they possibly cause any turmoil? Besides, they don't have any brothers. Tianyi arrived outside the room and called out to Xiao Yun. Brother Xiao, the Tiandao Sacred Ground has arranged a feast tonight, gathering all the young geniuses. Zhao Wuji's group has already left. They asked me to tell you. Xiao Yun said from inside. Okay, I understand. Suddenly, Xiao Yun had a flash of insight. I understand now. The so-called Su Jingxiao's master and disciple refers to Tianyi. Because Su Jingxiao's master, the Taishan elder Tianyi, shares the same name with Tianyi. Therefore, the people I need to kill aren't Su Jingxiao's master and disciple, which would be too obvious, but Tianyi and the Dongshin Wang brothers. That's why the two words, brothers, were added. Xiao Yun solved the puzzle and grinned triumphantly. As for the two phrases, impossible to enter the exalted realm, extreme realm, and seek life from death, they probably mean I should delay entering the nirvana realm. It seems like there's a life or death tribulation waiting for me there. Xiao Yun stepped outside, silently calculating. But what kind of tribulation requires 3 Paragon war clans, Lei Zhu, Bu Dai Ancestor, and the others to handle it? Could it be that all the sacred grounds and great emperor families are going to attack us? I can't figure it out. The sky was still clear blue. In the Tiandao Sacred Grounds Daopon Flower Garden, the lake was still, bathed in dazzling sunlight. Walking on the ground, Xiao Yun observed. The scenery here isn't bad. Everyone was stunned to see Xiao Yun approaching. Exclaiming, it's Xiao Yun. The Tiandao Sacred Grounds Holy Son, Dao Wuji, introduced them. Senior brothers, sisters, tomorrow is the Sacred Ground Exchange meet. I think everyone wants to know each other's strength. Why don't we play a game today and test each other? What do you think? Someone asked, Dao Wuji, what kind of game are you trying to play? If we're going to test each other, we have the chance to do so at the exchange meet tomorrow. The Tiandao Sacred Grounds Holy Son, Dao Wuji, responded, Brother Wu, look. We're all around the pond. Just push the water in the pond towards others. It's a way to test their strength. We won't be wasting time by doing it together. The Tiandao Sacred Grounds Holy Son, Dao Wuji, continued with excitement. The only rule is that everyone can't use spiritual energy to protect themselves. Whoever gets wet will step back. Let's see who can stay dry until the end. What do you all think? Everyone agreed excitedly.
Not bad, I agree. I agree too.
Dao Wuji excitedly asked Li Qingdi, Tianzi Li, I've been annoyed by that show-off Xiao Yun for a long time.
I'm here to help you turn him into a waterlogged chicken.
Li Qingdi agreed, in that case, thank you, Master Dao.
Don't mention it, it's what I should do.
Dao Wuji's eyes sparkled, turning into heart shapes as he looked at Li Qingdi.
His mouth was slightly drooling, and he thought, is this the taste of love? Wow, it feels amazing. I'm willing to spend my entire life protecting Tianzi Li.
Xiao Yun stood aside, watching the two of them talk, Wuji's eyes constantly emitting hearts, inside in his mind.
What's wrong with Dao Wuji? Is he completely enchanted by Li Qingdi? This infatuated, idiotic look. If no one has any objections, then please find your positions. We'll begin.
The man in the middle raised his hand and announced loudly to the surrounding crowd. Immediately, everyone around dispersed, maintaining a distance from each other, forming a new formation. The man who had initially yelled launched a wave of blue water towards someone standing near him, Yi Wuqian.
Take my saber.
The other person immediately retaliated without hesitation.
Afraid of you? At the same time, Li Qingdi,
standing aside, summoned his own giant pink dragon, facing Xiao Yun and saying, Xiao Yun, show me the demeanor of Zhang Tu's top genius. He excitedly said to Xiao Yun, his other hand pointing towards the sky where the dragon was. Zhao Wuji, standing nearby, beamed with a wide smile, showering Li Qingdi with compliments.
What a powerful aura, truly worthy of Tianzi Li.
The pink dragon plummeted from the sky towards Xiao Yun. He immediately slashed out with his creating a wave of ice to block the dragon's onslaught.
Mysterious ice saber seal.
The dragon was struck by massive ice chunks, and its lower body, upon contact with the ground, quickly froze solid, unable to move.
It let out a loud roar as the dragon unleashed pink, sharp ice shards.
Xiao Yun also used his hand to launch another wave of ice.
To come but not stay is truly rude. Myriad swords returned to the sea. The situation was becoming increasingly disadvantageous for Li Qingdi.
Zhao Wuji, seeing this, summoned his own spirit.
Phantom War God.
Instantly, a golden-clad figure appeared.
He pointed and said, Xiao Yun, you scoundrel, using such methods to bully a helpless woman?
I'm cutting ties with you.
Xiao Yun was suddenly scolded and had no idea what was going on. Xiao Yun, Tianzi Li was just testing you. You went all out, that's not very honorable. Wuji unleashed a barrage of giant, golden fists towards him. Zhao Wuji, I can't stand it anymore. Take one of my punches. Xiao Yun was bewildered. This scoundrel Zhao Wuji, is he love at first sight? He's even using a spirit sacrifice. Well, I can't be polite anymore. He transformed into a whirlwind of countless lightning bolts, soaring into the sky. 9 transformations lightning body. Everyone around gasped in astonishment.
A pink-haired man exclaimed, it's a heavenly tribulation. Another gritted his teeth and said, no, it's a lightning tribulation. He's using his special lightning attribute physique. But isn't he a half-set chaos body? Another chimed in, I heard my master say that the Emperor Cannon that Lei Zhu from the Chaos Sacred Ground cultivated is called the Thunderclap Annihilation 6. After mastering it, you can forge the 9 transformations lightning body.
He must have cultivated that Emperor Cannon. A purple-haired man couldn't help but interject. No way, he mastered 2 Emperor Cannons. Is he a freak of nature? Immediately, those thousands of lightning bolts charged towards Wu Ji's fists, unleashing a relentless onslaught. Wu Ji was completely shocked, unable to believe his eyes. He gaped in astonishment.
Li Qingdi stood in front of them, clasping his hands behind his back, turning to Wu Ji and saying, let me handle this. You're no match for him. Zhao Wuji, hearing this, was ecstatic. His eyes constantly gazing at Li Qingdi with heart-shaped pupils, thinking, oh, Tianzi Li, are you worried about me? I'm so happy. Li Qingdi also soared into the air before Xiao Yun's gaze, his entire body radiating an intense purple glow.
Space-time displacement.
He raised both hands, issuing a challenge. Xiao Yun, let's have a duel to decide the victor. You charged forward, unleashing countless bolts of blue lightning, aimed directly at him to destroy him. Li Qingdi, taken aback by your swift absorption of his attacks, arrogantly remarked, my current self surpasses my former self by far.
Everyone present looked up in astonishment, his attacks disappeared. How did he do that? It must be spatial displacement magic. Unbelievable.
A bystander interjected, a purple cut ripped through the air, and from it, Xiao Yun's thunderous attack surged back, blasting a rock into pieces. A massive purple vortex materialized in the air, sucking up all the unleashed techniques.
Xiao Yun, let's see how much you've grown. He gazed down from above.
Those beams of purple light moved towards the lake, draining the water. In a flash, it reappeared in front of Xiao Yun,
striking him directly. Is that spatial displacement too? So powerful. Wow, he even moved the whole lake. We can't play anymore. Just watch them. Right. Let's see how Xiao Yun handles this. People discussed and debated excitedly. Unexpectedly, you chuckled in a baffling way.
Immediately, you rushed forward, blocking the attack with a colossal, powerful ice barrier. One sword cuts through 30,000 miles.
The ice barrier expanded, enveloping the powerful purple wave.
You propped your hand against the ice, maintaining its immense size, and chuckled, Li Qingdi, your spatial mastery has become quite impressive these past years.
You haven't disappointed me. Everyone below was astonished. Li Qingdi?
Zhao Wuji was the most shocked of all. He pointed at his immortal, bewildered.
You are Li Qingdi? Is this true? He didn't deny it. Replying calmly. Zhao Gongzi, we met at the dragon's lair. Why are you so shocked?
Zhao Wuji immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, falling backward. The second day arrived at the Heavenly Sword Holy Land's villa, the sun was high above the gates. The man in brown robes looked down at Zhao Wuji, who was still bedridden.
He still hasn't woken up?
Yes. The white-haired man replied. His spirit suffered severe damage. He can only rely on himself to recover.
Then I'll go ahead. The man in brown robes turned and left.
He's a peak-level cultivator, so he can't participate in the Holy Land's exchange tournament.
What a pity.
Indeed, the Heavenly Sword Elder agreed.
He looked at Zhao Yun, let's depart. The tournament is about to begin. After it ends, we'll take him away.
Zhao Yun stood by Zhao Wuji's bedside, a smile on his face.
Master and the others, go ahead first. I'll be there shortly.
He turned to the person with closed eyes.
Wuji, do you really have to pretend like this? You're not even participating in the Holy Land's exchange tournament.
Li Xianji might win the championship. I exposed him for your own good, to prevent you from getting too deeply involved. If you don't want to go, then I'll help the Holy Land make a name for itself.
I'm leaving.
Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, Zhao Wuji's hand involuntarily clenched. He lay on the bed, his eyes shut tightly, his heart filled with anguish. Zhao Wuji, I swear, from this day forward, I will never be moved by any woman again.
My heart will be devoid of women. My swordsmanship will be divine.
I must sever all worldly desires and solely focus on achieving the great Emperor Tao.
The sky seemed bluer that day.
On the large, rectangular platform,
the elders sat in 4 separate sections, the Holy Land's tournament arena. I hereby declare the 154,568th Holy Land Exchange Tournament officially begins. The rules remain the same.
The 6 great Holy Lands each get 1 spot in the final. I've already secured mine, but the other final spot will be determined through a knockout tournament.
The knockout tournament will consist of 3 rounds, and the final 32 will compete in the final.
The man in orange robes stepped onto the stage, standing in the center, and announced loudly. The first round of the knockout tournament will be between Du Gochobai of the Taisu Holy Land and Chen Yuan of the Saint King sect. The face of the person on the stage was magnified for everyone to see. Du Gochobai, I had business that prevented me from going to the Heavenly Emperor's city last time. Otherwise, your name would have been rewritten long ago. His opponent pointed at him, declaring boldly. The people in the stands buzzed with excitement. I heard Chen Yuan is only second to Zhang Haoren, so he must be quite strong.
This will be a thrilling battle.
I wonder how Du Gochobai's swordsmanship compares to Yi Wu Chen's.
We'll know after the finals. The question is, can Du Gochobai make it to the finals? Everyone was eager to discuss the upcoming match.
He sneered, extending a slender thread held between 2 fingers.
Defeating you is as easy as a flick of my finger.
He stood on the other side, his face filled with anger.
How arrogant, you little brat. You want to defeat me with a single finger? Do you think you're a peak-level cultivator?
He replied, I'm not a peak-level cultivator.
But defeating you will only require 1 sword. With those words, he unleashed his ultimate technique.
A golden beam shot forth from his hand.
Dimension Slash.
The beam materialized into a massive fire-wreathed sword, aimed directly at his opponent, Chen Yuan.
However, Chen Yuan was no pushover.
He immediately activated his arrogant heavenly net, earthly cage, a purple vortex, to resist the attack. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyun's single move pierced straight through his opponent's defenses, directly sending Chen Yuan tumbling backward in defeat. The stands erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Wow, he took him out with one move. Is Chen Yuan really that weak? Dugo Chubai is too strong. Who is he exactly? Xiaoyun used his inner strength to soar above the stands. He stopped in front of Li Qingdi, who smiled. Your dimension slash is quite powerful, however, if you could grasp spatial mastery, the power of your swordsmanship would be even more potent. You responded with a smile, Brother Li, your guidance is most insightful. Suddenly, a stranger appeared, his hair tied in a topknot, his sides shaved clean. Dugo Chubai. The Saint King sect is a close ally of our Taishan Holy Land. Don't you know that? Why did you strike so hard? You frowned, Senior, I've been merciful. I've only been practicing Dimension Slash for a short time. If I had used Thunder God Slash, he would be dead already. He didn't know what to say, so he merely said, alright, remember to be gentler next time. You suddenly grinned and said, would you be gentle against Zhang Haoren too? He replied, of course not. Defeating him would be an honor. You chuckled mischievously, then I'm relieved. Your mind was racing, Zhang Haoren, you're going to pay for this. The subsequent matches unfolded quickly. One of the fighters seemed to be a senior disciple, using a purple, frenzied technique to defeat his opponent. The winner was Tian-Yi of the chaotic Holy Land. You watched from below, your thoughts churning. That's right, if I want to kill Tian-Yi, my true self shouldn't make a move. I had to do it myself. But to kill Tian-Yi, I must use my trump card. Instead of revealing my identity, I'll directly use the number of awakenings to grasp spatial mastery. As long as I combine the 7 swords, even this clone can easily defeat Tian-Yi. You turned to the person standing beside you. Senior, the last battle gave me a surge of inspiration about spatial mastery. I'll enter seclusion for now, and when I need to fight, please come and call me. He asked with some confusion. Seclusion? Breakthrough? Is spatial mastery that simple? He immediately created a protective circle of green light. Go into seclusion here, I'll seal off everything, no one can disturb you until it's your turn. I'll call you. You entered the barrier and thanked him. While you were in seclusion, another person approached. Senior, Dugo Win is, he responded from outside. Dugo Chubai had a realization during the battle. He wants to grasp spatial mastery. You all must work harder, strive for greatness. The others heard this as if thunder had struck their ears. They thought in disbelief, so he's already grasped spatial mastery? Does he plan on leaving us no way to live? Li Chengdi stood below, his hands clasped behind his back, thinking, Dugo Chubai just grasped temporal mastery, and now spatial mastery as well. Is he too powerful? Inside the barrier, you were diligently practicing. Using one awakening for spatial mastery, then using another awakening for spatial mastery. You thought to yourself, I still have about 1,000 awakenings left. This time, I'm fully grasping mastery. I wonder how many awakenings it will take. 1 hour later, what? My disciple, you just grasped mastery? What kind of mastery? The Heavenly Sword Elder had just arrived and saw Xiaoyun practicing in seclusion, transforming into his true body. He couldn't help but be surprised. You opened your eyes slowly. Master, I've just grasped spatial mastery. The Heavenly Sword Elder felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. The most difficult mastery to grasp, and you've achieved it. What kind of monster are you? You thought, your expression brightening. I've spent over 800 awakenings. Finally, I've grasped spatial mastery. Now, no matter it's the Cosmic Sword Classic or the Qingdi Sword on the Sword God Mountain, I have a chance to deal with them. At the same time, you said, Senior, I've grasped mastery, I can open the protective barrier now. The one who created the barrier for you looked down and praised, good boy, your comprehension is truly terrifying. You sat inside the barrier, raising your head to reply, Senior, you flatter me. Simultaneously, a powerful golden beam erupted from the top of the barrier. You soared into the air, the barrier vanished. Your body emitted a blinding light. Everyone around was in disbelief. This is the sword intent from the Sword God Mountain. It's probably related to how Dugu once ascended to the peak of Sword God Mountain. His 7 swords have merged into one, and it's perfectly fused. He's become even stronger. A tall, muscular man stood with his arms crossed behind him. What a pity.
This is the Holy Lands Exchange Tournament in Central Lands. We outsiders can't participate. Otherwise, we could really give him a try. Yi Fei turned back and replied, there's an opportunity. After the Holy Lands Exchange Tournament, the top 8 geniuses of Central Lands will receive challenges from others. With so many peak-level cultivators, can he make it to the top 8? Yi Fei looked straight ahead and said nonchalantly, he definitely can.
You are currently immersed in the joy of grasping mastery, thinking happily. Finally, I found the path to achieving Sword Tao mastery. Next, I just need to follow the path of sword fusion, and I'll be able to achieve Sword Tao Emperor. Li Chengdi stood behind you, seemingly out of nowhere, and teased you with a few words, his expression overflowing with affection. Zhu Bai, how do you feel? Do you feel the path to Sword Emperor? You looked over in a panic, flustered. Sword Tao Emperor isn't that easy. It's likely that in a few thousand years, I'll become a handful of yellow sand, while you'll become an emperor, ascending to the immortal realm. You can only think, big brother, could you please stop looking at me with so much affection? My scalp is tingling. Li Chengdi, with his usual shy demeanor, said with a touch of embarrassment, I heard that this world has reincarnation. Even if someone dies, they can be reincarnated. The only thing is that they will lose their memories. If I achieve Great Emperor Tao, I won't strive for immortality. I'll only wait for you to return to this mortal realm. Xiaoyun was stunned speechless, you still won't let me go. 2 hours later, in the past, the one-on-one finals of the exchange tournament were too boring, so we've decided to change the format. The host once again stood in the center of the stage and announced loudly. This year's finals will be a free-for-all, no rules. Various dissenting opinions emerged. The Heavenly Sword Elder remarked, that's not fair. It's well known that Xiaoyun is the strongest. Won't everyone gang up on him? Someone else spoke up. That's right, our sect only has 1 person in the finals, while Taisu has 5. We're at a huge disadvantage. However, some enthusiastically supported it. I support this new rule. With chaos like this, our Holy Land might have a chance. The person on stage explained calmly, I know this rule will lead to discontent, but based on the rules, the format of each Holy Land exchange tournament is decided by the organizers. So, you can only hope for understanding. Alright, get ready. The battle will begin soon. We in the chaotic Holy Land are mortal enemies. Let's work together to eliminate them first. Xiaoyun expressed his opinion. Dugochu Bai is right. The best option is to eliminate Xiaoyun and Tianyi. If we can't manage both, killing one is good enough. Xiaoyun frowned in disdain. So ruthless. Is Tianyi not one of them? Or is it that even the great Holy Lands don't know Tianyi's identity? Whatever, as long as he's eliminated, that's all that matters. On the other side, Li Chengdi spoke calmly. I want to fight Xiaoyun alone. If I lose, you all work together to deal with him. Agreed. Xiaoyun is Li Chengdi's opponent. Zhang Naihai. Ji Hao Tian. You two cooperate with Dugochu Bai to kill Tianyi. Moments later, everyone gathered before the platform. Xiaoyun stood before Elder Lu and said, while the rules of the Holy Lands Exchange Tournament have always been set, they're now quite arbitrary. If I go all out and kill a few people, I won't be responsible. He replied, casualties are inevitable on the path to becoming an emperor. You can go all out. If I and Wu, one of the Heavenly Tribulation Holy Land, can't reach you in time, then you can only accept your fate. At the same time, he shouted, if you're afraid of death, you still have a chance to leave. Everyone present pondered silently. None of them took a step back. Alright, if no one is backing out, then let's begin. I like this rule. Go ahead. Xiaoyun stood in the center of the arena and challenged them boldly, see if you have a chance to keep your pathetic lives in front of me. The Heavenly Sword Elder stood below, unable to help but feel admiration. It seems my disciple's showmanship is truly unparalleled. Dugochu Bai condensed lightning around his hand? Xiaoyun, you're too arrogant. Watch me defeat you with one sword. His thunder god slash descended from the heavens, countless blue bolts of lightning swirling as if to tear apart the very fabric of space aimed at Xiaoyun. You didn't stand idly by. Don't think I'm afraid of you. At the same time, a golden vortex appeared in Xiaoyun's hand. It was the chaotic fist. The two forces collided head-on, evenly matched. The spectators gasped in amazement. This Dugochu Bai is too strong. He's holding his own against Xiaoyun. I heard he defeated a peak-level cultivator. He's truly powerful. He even killed a true dragon offspring in the Heavenly Emperor City. Only the Heavenly Sword Elder could see through the situation, but he was no less surprised. Why is Xiaoyun putting on a show with his clone? His mind is the most cunning. There must be some scheme. Just as he was about to join the fight, a woman in white robes extended her arm to stop Du Gochubai. Du Gochubai, stop making trouble. As planned, leave him to me. Du Gochubai didn't continue to argue, replying decisively. All right. Be careful, sister. She said, Xiaoyun, you're still as arrogant as ever. Let me see your true strength. You immediately stopped your fist and retaliated. I was able to defeat you before, and I can do it again now. Once again, two beams of pink and golden light clashed, locked in a stalemate. Xiaoyun's clone, Du Gochubai, didn't waste any time. He seized the opportunity to attack Tianyi. Tianyi, prepare to die. Tianyi wasn't a useless fool. He extended a purple hand to block Du Gochubai's attack. Prepare to die? You think you have what it takes? Unexpectedly, that single blow sent Du Gochubai flying, coughing up blood. Everyone was shocked beyond belief at this sight. The one who could fight on par with Xiaoyun had been defeated by a single move from the seemingly incompetent Tianyi. Du Gochubai seized the opportunity to shout, fellow geniuses, we've been tricked. This Tianyi is far stronger than we thought. He's even more formidable than Xiaoyun. We need to work together against him. The others immediately fell for Du Gochubai's ploy, discussing amongst themselves in a frenzy. One move and Du Gochubai is coughing up blood? The chaotic Holy Land has been hiding their true strength. No wonder they've been so extravagant recently. Du Go Win is right. Let's deal with the chaotic Holy Land first and then talk. No problem, let's take care of the chaotic Holy Land first, and then we'll settle the score. Finally, they reached a consensus, let's go. Tianyi's face turned green, what the hell? My palm strike sent you coughing up blood, and I'm the strong one? Your acting skills are so good, why don't you become an actor? Almost 10 people immediately charged towards him with their swords. Damn, more than half of them are attacking me. That damn Du Gochubai. A barrage of beams descended from the sky, striking Tianyi without hesitation. At this point, the Heavenly Sword Elder finally understood Xiaoyun's intentions. So that's it? Hee, my little disciple is truly capable of handling anything. Now Tianyi is in a terrible situation. Surrounded by a dozen people, Tianyi couldn't withstand the onslaught and coughed up blood. He crawled towards you, calling for help. Senior brother Xiao, save me. Unfortunately, this was Xiaoyun's aim, so how could he possibly want to save him? He smiled mischievously, brother, hold on a bit, I really can't go over there. He immediately contacted his clone, Du Gochubai. Clone, seize this opportunity and finish him off. Du Gochubai stood behind the group, waving his arms and shouting commands. Everyone, listen to me. Melee fighters at the front, you're in charge of controlling the situation. Zhong Naihai's group at the back, you're responsible for healing. Ranged fighters. You're in charge of offense. He's about to go down, everyone, push harder. But some people realized Du Gochubai's scheme to use others as pawns to kill his enemy. An elder with white hair tied in a high bun pointed at Du Gochubai's face. Brother Du, you're commanding us to deal with Tianyi while you hide behind us, that's a little too much. A man in a blue robe echoed his sentiment. Do you think we're fools, you're playing with us? Hearing these words, the clone knew they had seen through his plan. His expression turned stiff. He awkwardly replied, reluctantly using a technique while maintaining a semblance of dignity. You fools, can't you see I'm cultivating my sword intent? Help me block him, wait until I can slay him with one sword. The move that Du Gochubai's clone used was the heaven-slaying severing sword technique. Seeing Du Gochubai gathering his power with golden energy swirling around him, the two men charged towards Tianyi. Not forgetting to turn back and say, we believe you, one more time. After a cup of tea. Du Gochubai's ultimate move was complete. He unleashed his 7 swords united, splitting heaven and earth, strike towards Tianyi. Tianyi wasn't backing down. He unleashed his sinister 5 elements annihilation fist. Hey, the moment his attack was unleashed, the spectators were shocked. Some of them exclaimed, that's the Emperor's Sutra of the Overlord sect. As someone started the chatter, others followed with doubt. How does he know the Overlord sect's secret technique? A bald man didn't hold back and added, indeed, to learn the Emperor's Sutra is truly a freak. There's no denying it. A person from the primordial Saint Land having the secret technique of another sect is truly suspicious. The two energies collided, and it seemed like Du Gochubai was gaining the upper hand.
Tianyi was sent flying back, blood gushing out of his mouth. His face twisted with malice and murderous intent. You bastard, Dugochubai, you're going to get me killed. No, I have to call Gong Zicheng to lead the Primordial Saint Lan's team and tell Dugochubai that I'm on our side. As soon as the thought entered his mind, he painfully transmitted his voice to Gong Zicheng, who was sitting on the viewing platform. Gong Zicheng, I was sent to the Primordial Saint Land by the Divine One Patriarch. You had to tell Dugochubai to stop. Gong Zicheng was startled and abruptly stood up from his seat, transmitting his voice back. The Divine One Patriarch arranged for you to be in the Primordial Saint Land? You little rascal, you think it's so easy to deceive me? Tianyi responded nonchalantly, Gong Zicheng. I really am from the Primordial Saint Land. How else would I know your name? I don't know if you'll believe me, but he looks like he's enjoying my misfortune. Gong Zicheng, I am a Grand Saint. My reputation is widespread, it's normal for a junior like you to know it. As he droned on, Tianyi seemed to lose his patience, his face flushed as he retorted, Grand Saint, my ass. You are the weakest Grand Saint in our Primordial Saint Land, everyone knows that. As if his heart had been struck, Gong Zicheng, embarrassed and angered, thought, the fact that I am the weakest Grand Saint in the Primordial Saint Land is not something everyone knows. But if those old geezers from the Primordial Saint Land, and furthermore, this bastard dares to reveal my flaw, then don't blame me for being impolite. Gong Zicheng's eyes were bloodshot with anger, his entire body burning with rage as he transmitted his voice to Dugochubai. Dugochubai, use all your strength and hack him to pieces for me. Dugochubai immediately agreed. Alright, this is just what I wanted. Dugochubai instantly swung his sword, thunder and lightning swirling around its body. Just waiting to strike his opponent down. Tianyi sneered, his voice dripping with venom as he spoke each word, Dugochubai, you forced me to do this. With those words, a demonic shadow appeared. Behind him, a dark purple hand reached out to block Dugochubai's lightning strike. The moment the demonic shadow appeared, both Dugochubai and DTN exclaimed in unison. This is the devouring heaven demon body. The others also exclaimed in amazement. The second-ranked supreme body on the ranking list? Unbelievable, the Central Plains is truly the strongest, another person added, indeed, even the second-ranked supreme body has appeared. This world is truly insane. Gong Zicheng was so shocked and worried that he was sweating profusely, unable to sit still. The Primordial Saint Land hides deep secrets. There's Xiao Yun, and now they're hiding a devouring heaven demon body. No, I have to tell Dugochubai to deal with him. He transmitted his voice to Dugochubai, Dugochubai, you have to deal with this no matter the cost. Waiting for this very instruction, the moment the words reached his ears, Dugochubai pointed his sword towards the sky, roaring powerfully, Zheng Haoren, Dao Wuji, Xiaowuchen. This guy is too powerful, let's go together. Hearing Dugochubai's command, everyone instantly charged towards Tianyi, shouts of, go, kill, intertwined, creating a scene of fierce determination. This was like adding fuel to the fire for Tianyi, who was cornered and desperate. So it's come to this, huh? Very good. Zheng Haoren spread his hands and yelled. Look at me. Then he unleashed his true dragon annihilation, a colossal red dragon carrying immense power, with a fireball in its mouth, appearing behind him. Seeing this attack, Tianyi showed no fear. Instead, he sneered, a petty trick. The fireball was launched, striking directly at him. However, it was effortlessly blocked by the bell surrounding Tianyi's body. Dao Wuji and Xiaowuchen also combined their efforts, unleashing their forceful divine blade and single sword across the sky, attacks in succession, targeting Tianyi. Two beams of light, one purple and one blue, surged towards the bell protecting Tianyi. He remained motionless inside the bell, choosing to defend. Dugochubai also gathered his power in his hand, forming a sphere radiating blue energy and thunder, as he roared, here I come. The move he unleashed was, Seven Swords United, Thunder God Slash. Another strike landed on Tianyi's head. It was so powerful that Tianyi's defenses seemed to vanish, forcing him to spread his arms and legs to maintain his balance. Dao Wuji and Xiaowuchen stared, their mouths agape in astonishment, Dugochubai is so much stronger than us. Dugochubai pointed his index finger forward, his body radiating blue energy and thunder. He continued to command, Xiaowuchen, Dao Wuji, go. Where's Zhang Haoren, your domain, suppress him for me. Hearing this, Zhang Haoren immediately unleashed his divine domain. He leapt into the air, raised his hands towards the sky, and shouted, open. Purple spiritual energy enveloped his body, radiating outwards. Tianyi gritted his teeth, his face contorted with fury. He clenched his right fist, curling it into a ball, and let out a cold humph. He unleashed his attack. A massive, swirling, purple fist shot out. catching Dao Wuji and Xia Wuchen off guard. They spat out blood and were sent flying back.
Zhang Haoren feared he could no longer hold on, his eyes filled with nothing but black. His hands still exerting force on his attack, he shouted, "Damn it, I can't hold on anymore." From below, a group of 4, the person in brown, saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly said, "Those from the primitive Holy Land, the heaven-devouring demon body, is too strong. Let's stop fighting and deal with him first, then we can talk."
The person in yellow replied, "I have no objections."
The other 2 agreed, "Let's go." The person in brown led the other 3, raising their hands in front of them, and advanced towards the purple smoke, shouting, "Everyone, let's capture this heaven-devouring demon body first." It's said that once the heaven-devouring demon body swallows 8 supreme beings, excluding the chaotic body, it will be able to merge into the chaotic body.
Tian Yi's face went blank.
He was also surprised by this information, and couldn't help but gape in astonishment.
What the hell, someone else knows about this. This is troublesome.
He frowned, his expression changing. It seems I need to change my plan. Lu Tiandu folded his hands behind his back and walked over to DTN, saying, "Brother DTN, I always thought that Xiao Yun was your chaotic Holy Land's trump card. Now I realize that the trump card is actually Tian Yi. You guys hide things deep, huh?" DTN's face also furrowed in thought. He glanced over, his face expressing extreme difficulty. Thinking to himself, originally, I wanted to use the clone of the Lone Wanderer to kill Tian Yi. Now it seems I've gone from being clever to clumsy. At this time, all the Holy Lands and sects, especially those with supreme beings, see the chaotic Holy Land as a thorn in their side.
DTN nervously observed the situation. This Tian Yi hides the heaven-devouring demon body. He must have an ulterior motive. The Lei Zhu and the immortal old ancestor won't just stand by. So even if Xiao Yun doesn't kill him this time, I'll have a reason to capture him and detain him. Tian Yi turned to Kung Zichang, who was sitting, and used voice transmission to say, "Kung Zichang, the heaven-devouring demon body has also appeared. You haven't told Gu Shenyi yet? Take the opportunity to ask him who I am." Kung Zichang gritted his teeth and replied, "Got it." He thought to himself, this information is too important. I really had to report it to old ancestor Shen. Then he used voice transmission to reach the old ancestor. "Old ancestor, the Holy Land Exchange Gathering has the heaven-devouring demon body appearing. His name is Tian Yi," he said. The old ancestor was extremely surprised and ordered, "How did this happen? Who made him reveal the heaven-devouring demon body?" "He's mine, protect him for me." Hearing this, Kung Zichang's eyes widened and he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that this Tian Yi was actually on their side. His heart was filled with anxiety. Oh crap, if old ancestor Shen knew that I asked the Lone Wanderer to force the heaven-devouring demon body out. He quickly changed his tone and pretended to be mistaken. Using voice transmission to say to Tian Yi, "Ahem, Tian Yi, my good man, I see that this was all a misunderstanding." Of course, Tian Yi wasn't going to let it go so easily. His face clearly showed his anger, he glared with his big eyes and roared. "Good man, what good man? I am Gu Xingyi's grandfather. I sealed myself for 4,000 years. And you dare to call me, good man?" Kung Zichang changed his address, his face turning red as he awkwardly asked, "Old ancestor, what should we do now? Should I call the Lone Wanderer to fight alongside you?" Tian Yi frowned and thought, his face serious as he replied, "No, the heaven-devouring demon body has carried a grudge for too long. You absolutely cannot reveal that I'm a person of the primordial Holy Land." Kung Zichang continued to ask, "Then what should you do?" Tian Yi calculated his next step. "Next, I need to make them think I'm from the chaotic Holy Land. Only then can I pin the blame on someone else. I have a teleportation talisman that Gu Shenyi made. I'll leave the Holy Land and depart, don't worry about me." Kung Zichang seemed to understand. "I see, I'll call the Lone Wanderer to kill him here. Absolutely not allowing anyone to suspect that you're from the primordial Holy Land." Tian Yi heard this and angrily yelled, "Shut your head. Tell the Lone Wanderer to contain his energy. I need to set up a sound-absorbing barrier first to prevent Xiao Yun from backing down. I must kill him this time." Kung Zichang received the order and immediately used voice transmission to the Lone Wanderer. "Lone Wanderer, contain your energy." He was currently focusing his energy on his attack, and complied with the order, replying through voice transmission, "Got it." The Lone Wanderer, with his piercing eyes, thought to himself, so Tian Yi is really from the primordial Holy Land. However, this bastard is too strong. Even if I reveal myself, I can't kill him. Therefore, might as well leave and follow Kung Zichang.
He thought carefully. If he couldn't trap Tianyi, then let his real body unleash a grand move and trap these geniuses. Then, he raised his sword to the sky, as if commanding them. Everyone, hold on, let me cultivate my sword energy. The group behind him replied in unison, okay. Tianyi raised both hands to the sky, activating the devouring sound formation. Behind him, a layer of purple energy emanated. As he activated the move, he thought, this lone wanderer is pretty smart. It's perfect for allowing me to set up the sound-absorbing formation. After deploying the formation, the entire space was filled with purple. He left the group to it and confidently walked away, not forgetting to mislead them before leaving. It's done, I'm leaving. You guys go kill Xiao Yun. Zhang Haoren exclaimed, Tianyi is admitting defeat. But the sound is blocked. What should we do? One person turned to another and said, what a great opportunity to kill Xiao Yun. Another person replied, that's right. He can't back down. Surround him. Don't let him run. Zhang Haoren commanded, go. Next, a group surrounded Xiao Yun. Their tone was threatening. Xiao Yun, it's your turn next. Your death day has come. Xiao Yun's eyes were cold and he smirked confidently, saying, autumn has arrived, it's time to harvest the fruits. He thought to himself, most of the people here have been implanted with the demonic seed. It's time to harvest. Lu Tiandu stood next to DTN and turned to question Tianyi. Good man Tianyi, you set up the sound-absorbing barrier, isn't that extremely disadvantageous to Xiao Yun? It's a perfect opportunity for everyone to kill Xiao Yun. DTN followed up and said, Lu Tiandu, don't try to sow discord. I told Tianyi to set up the sound-absorbing barrier. Today, I must prevent the people from the primordial Holy Land from leaving the arena. Tianyi's face went blank. He was surprised and broke out in a cold sweat. When did he set me up? What does DTN mean? Xiao Yun is so terrifying. Kang Ziqing walked closer and sarcastically remarked to DTN, you young people are still so arrogant. However, I advise you to quickly prepare a coffin for your disciple. DTN confidently replied, then watch carefully. Xiao Yun's entire body emitted powerful energy, unleashing a massive fist that seemed to be on fire, attacking his enemies. He frowned, fighting seriously, and said, the tower defense strategy, of course, you have to kill the doctor profession first. A man with a scraggly beard and a green robe stood before the attack, horrified. He fled in terror, yelling, save me. The man's jaw suddenly dropped. He was astonished, as if he saw something. That attack, the golden fist unleashed, was intercepted by Li who appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Yun, your opponent is me. Dogu Qiubai swung his sword, executing the Zhan Tian Ba technique. Emerald green arcs of energy were unleashed, defying all opposition. My opponent is me. He thinks this is a good chance to clear his enlightenment counts. After all, his base form is strong enough, not clearing it would be a waste. The onlookers gasped in awe at Dogu Qiubai's amplified swordsmanship. That swordsmanship is even stronger. Yes, he truly is the top swordsman. Amazing, amazing. Mere tricks. Xiao Yun retorted, unleashing the Hundun Quan, using his golden fist to block Dogu Qiubai's sword. The two attacks collided. Dogu Qiubai deployed the Wu Xing Jianjun, a 5-element sword formation, with 5 swords of varying colors emanating energy. He spread his arms, controlling the swords. Here's another move. Gong Ziqing chuckled with amusement. Dogu Qiubai, you're performing well. I will personally recommend you to train in the Ling Yuan Dong Tian. Dogu Qiubai, indifferent, gave a benevolent smile. Sure. The 5 swords charged towards Xiao Yun, forming a formation around him. Lu Tiandu observed, this Dogu Qiubai truly resembles the Dogu Jin of old. One man, one sword, sweeping across Jiangtu, unrivaled. Even now, it's difficult to forget that sight. Gong Ziqing stood beside him, stroking his beard. Dogu Qiubai is far more powerful than Dogu Jian. In this world, how many supreme beings exist? Dogu Qiubai has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. How can Dogu Jian compare? Tian continued to act, his tone defiant. Compared to my disciple, Dogu Qiubai is trash. Do you dare to bet 100 drops of true dragon bloodline essence with me? Let's see whose swordsmanship is stronger. Gong Ziqing lacked confidence, faltering. Such a large wager? Where does he get his confidence? Gong Ziqing, filled with doubt, used voice transmission to communicate with Tianyi Laozu. Xiao Yun's swordsmanship is very strong, right?
Can we accept this wager? Tianyi glanced at him, responding. They've never sparred before, I don't know. But, you're a great saint, your courage is too small.
After a moment of contemplation, Gong Ziqing raised his hand before everyone. Alright, I'll bet.
But, it's limited to swordsmanship. Tian turned around. You heard Gong Ziqing, everyone.
Please bear witness, prevent anyone from breaking their word after losing. On the surface, Tian appeared stern and serious, but internally, he was ecstatic. His eyes gleamed, his victory certain. He grinned mockingly at Gong Ziqing. I can't believe it. A casual wager, and this fellow actually took the bait. Such a fool.
Gong Ziqing emphasized, just 100 drops of true dragon bloodline essence. Why would I break my word? Moreover, the loser will definitely be you. Tian calmly replied, alright, let's wait and see.
Zhao Wujiu stood behind them, listening to their wager, his face displaying bewilderment.
Is this guy an idiot? Betting on the outcome between Xiao Yun and Dugu Chubai? I don't know what to say.
The truth is right in front of them, those two are one person.
Doesn't Tian have the final say on who wins or loses? Xiaoyu walked towards him, greeting him. Hello, Zhao de Ge.
Ji Yuchan also approached. Zhao de Ge, you're awake.
Zhao Wujiu replied, I just woke up. Keep watching the fight.
Faced with Dugu Chubai's attack, Xiaoyun activated the Zanbing Jianyan, a wide area attack.
A massive ice sheet emanated, suppressing the 5 swords. Xiaoyun's Zanbing Jianyan shattered Dugu Chubai's Wuxing Jianjun, leaving only the ice of the Zanbing Jianyan on the ground. Gong Ziqing clenched his teeth, his gaze fixated on the battle. Anxiously uttering, no good, is Dugu Chubai going to lose?
Xiaoyun suddenly appeared, his face confident, emerging from the Wuxing Jianjun. His Zanbing Jianyan, controlling the situation.
Dugu Chubai leapt into the air.
Using the Tian Dianbu, the Lei Shinjian technique, combining a purple electric snowflake with a yellow lightning bolt, preparing to strike Xiaoyun.
He smiled slightly, thinking. Next, I'll perform a show. Xiaoyun jumped towards Dugu Chubai. Then, Dugu Chubai flew after him, and the two turned to face each other. Their fists clashed in midair. Gong Ziqing relaxed, stroking his long beard with confidence.
I didn't expect that Lei Zhan had already passed on his Lei Jian Dian to him. This top sword saint truly doesn't care about the individual viewpoints of each sect.
This time, victory is assured. He turned to DTN, a smug smile on his face. DTN shower, quickly hand over those 100 drops of true dragon bloodline essence. DTN reminded him, it's not over yet. Don't rejoice too soon. Confident in his victory. He replied, you haven't seen the coffin, don't act as if you've seen the dead.
On the battle stage, Xiaoyun knelt on one knee, his sword planted in the ground. A burst of energy emanated, sending Dugu Chubai flying back, a muffled grunt escaping his lips. Those watching from below looked up and saw 4 powerful energy sources manifesting with tremendous destructive power.
It was the Si Shang Jianjun, the 4 cardinal direction sword formation. Tnei exclaimed in astonishment, he's gone mad. He's sealing the arena. Is he really sure he can kill everyone on the stage? Those standing behind Xiaoyun discussed among themselves. Xiaoyun has set up a formation. He's fighting Dugu Chubai on one hand and setting up a formation on the other. Could he be a formation grandmaster? This is too insane. What is he trying to do?
Xiaoyun stood there, his face solemn.
This time, it was DTN's turn to sneer mockingly at Gong Ziqing. Accept defeat.
Gong Ziqing retorted, this is a sword formation, not swordsmanship.
DTN questioned, isn't that what Dugu Chubai used? He couldn't refute that, grumbling, so what if I lose? Xiaoyun has sealed their escape route. They'll definitely die today. DTN turned to glare at him. You think my disciple is a fool who seeks his own death? Worry about your own people.
Xiaoyun stood in front of the crowd, carefully observing the situation, calculating. He used voice transmission, today, I will only kill the Tai Su Shengdi and Zhang Haoran.
Anyone else who doesn't intervene will be safe.
A man with spiky hair raised his hand, we, the Huangjiu Shengdi, surrender.
3 more people, unwilling to participate in the chaotic battle, declared their withdrawal one after another. Dao Wuju, withdrawing. Shang Wu Dao, withdrawing. Yi Wu Chen, withdrawing.
Xiaoyun smiled and turned to Zhang Haoran and his team, it's just you guys left.
Let's end this.
Li Changdi appeared behind Dugu Chubai, a confident smile on his face. He raised his fist, his determination evident. He had a sudden idea. Chubai, today, let's join forces. Yin and Yang harmonize, twin swords united, we can surely defeat him.
Duga Chubai shuddered upon hearing this.
He jumped in fright, breaking out in a cold sweat, his face contorted, his mouth twisting into a grimace.
He thought to himself, Yin and Yang, what the heck? Can you please stop clinging to me like this?
This scene even made Xiaoyun exclaim in disgust, disgusting.
He raised his hand and unleashed a beam of ice and electricity.
Li Changdi and Duga Chubai each used one hand, combining their strength to block the attack. A man with a single strand of hair on his head leapt into the fray. He used Manhwa, a powerful crimson aura radiating from behind him. Zhang Haoran also unleashed his attack, a giant, outstretched hand appearing.
He frowned, thinking, this guy, after going wild. His power is comparable to mine. This is truly unexpected.
On the viewing platform, Xiaoyun alone faced the simultaneous attacks of 4 opponents.
The frenzied man, Duga Chubai,
Li Changdi, and Zhang Haoran. In addition, the blood-boosting doctor, who had previously tried to kill him, was stopped by Li Changdi's appearance.
Now, he's joined the fray, healing his allies.
Xiaoyun decided to deal with this first. This blood-boosting doctor was a major nuisance, he needed to eliminate him first.
He raised his hand, energy radiating.
He began to set up a formation. Suddenly, a green dragon with its mouth open, holding a charged sphere, flew towards Li Changdi, who looked up in surprise. Seizing this opportunity to create a diversion, Xiaoyun rushed towards the doctor who was healing. The doctor cried out in alarm, ah! Li Changdi clasped his hands together, using spatial transposition.
Xiaoyun raised his hand, unleashing an attack.
Just in time, Li Changdi swapped places with the doctor. The two clashed, their attacks colliding, a beam of purple and blue light. On the other side, the dragon summoned by Xiaoyun was locked down by the blood-boosting doctor.
He was absorbing the dragon's energy.
Seeing this, the crowd realized that the life god body possessed this ability.
No wonder it's a special physique, ranking below the supreme body. It's called the most powerful assistant. Xiaoyun clasped his index and middle fingers together, shouting, boom! The dragon exploded, unleashing a devastating blast.
The explosion sent the blood-boosting doctor, who was desperately trying to absorb the god body's energy, flying back, severely injured. He clutched his chest, falling to the ground.
Struggling to remain upright. Give me a moment to recover.
Li Changdi stood behind Xiaoyun,
still harboring resentment for the previous events.
He addressed him, Xiaoyun, you've been outmatched for years. Today, I will avenge my past humiliation. He raised one hand to the sky,
unleashing an attack.
A cross appeared. Xiaoyun reacted, frowning, turning to face him. Li Changdi used spatial coercion, aiming his attack at Xiaoyun. Countless purple beams of light erupted from his hand. The beams of light enveloped Xiaoyun, converging from all directions, forming a barrage of attacks.
Xiaoyun was surprised. Li Changdi's power was so different from before.
He truly was much stronger. From the sky, 2 verdant streaks of light intertwined, converging towards Li Changdi. She cast the Time River spell. She said, come out, time clones. 2 cloned figures of her appeared, blazing with reddish-pink light. On Xiaoyun's side, a powerful force shot towards him like a dart, seemingly aiming to pierce him. But with a single Wu Di Kuan Yin, the invincible fist technique, Xiaoyun, truly with unmatched power, blocked Li Changdi's attack. Xiaoyun thought to himself, one is slightly weaker, the other stronger. It seems they are time clones from the past and future. Suddenly, Li Changdi soared into the air. She extended one arm sideways, her other hand clenched. Only her index and middle fingers extended towards Xiaoyun, forming a stance for attack. Crimson beams of power, interwoven with golden light, converged. She said, you can unleash your true power now. If you only have this much strength, you're not worthy of being my opponent.
Xiaoyun was surprised, you know I have hidden power? Gong Ziqian, standing beside Xiaoyun's master, witnessed this exchange and stroked his beard with satisfaction.
Ha ha, Ditian, your disciple is doomed to lose.
Ditian replied, my disciple?
How can you judge? From behind, Dugu Chubai, Zhang Haoran, and his companion charged simultaneously.
Combining their strength, seizing this opportunity to defeat Xiaoyun.
One of them shouted orders, attack together, kill him.
Their combined strength, a whirlwind, enveloped Xiaoyun,
forming the Wu Xingsheng Ti, descending upon him with a powerful blow. One of them rushed towards Xiaoyun, a crimson beam of energy, sneering, "Xiaoyun, unbelievable, you have finally met your match today." Xiaoyun stood firm, gathering his power. A golden beam of energy, interwoven with orange light, emanated from him. He thought to himself, if I want to win, there are only two paths. Reveal the Hundun Ti or reveal the Jiling Fenshin. The Jiling Fenshin, with great difficulty, has infiltrated the heart of Taisu. The power surrounding Xiaoyun radiated even more intensely. He spoke, "Come, let you see the true power of the Hundun Ti." In the sky, an orange-gold beam of energy converged, forming a whirlwind. This whirlwind was far larger and more powerful than the Wu Xingxing Ti earlier. It seemed to envelop the entire sky, a colossal beam of light illuminating Xiaoyun. The Hundun Ti appeared. Those who sought to defeat Xiaoyun were utterly stunned. They couldn't have imagined that Xiaoyun's true power was so immense. The remaining spectators, mesmerized by the spectacle, were also dumbfounded. One of them exclaimed, This is the Hundun Ti." Another joined in, "Xiaoyun can actually cultivate the true Hundun Ti? How is that possible?" Yet another added, "The Tun Tian Mo Ti was already terrifying. Who knew Xiaoyun was hiding the Hundun Ti?" Xiaoyun's entire body transformed into gold. His eyes glowed with power, mesmerizing everyone. He swung his fist, "Ha!" All his power converged within his fist. With a single blow, he sent Zhang Haoran and his companion flying. Duga Chubai, seeing this, could only desperately raise his sword, pointing it at Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun unleashed another fist, sending the remaining attacker flying. He laughed mockingly. "You think you can sneak attack me? Dream on." The energy surrounding Xiaoyun shifted to purple. He turned back and asked, "Li Changdi, you think only you can summon the power of the future and the past? I know too." Then, Xiaoyun soared into the air, summoning the power of the heavenly outer immortal. 3 swords flew up from the ground, each emitting a different colored aura, and pointed towards Li Changdi. With a thunderous boom that shook the heavens, Li Changdi was sent flying backward. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. The onlookers gasped in awe. "Damn, that's powerful." Another chimed in, "So scary." One move and Li Changdi was defeated. A third person added, "The Chaos Body, truly a name that lives up to its reputation." Xiaoyun flew towards Izan. Seeing this, Izan could only manage to utter, "Save me." But at the same time, he yelled out to reassure Li Changdi, "Don't panic." A golden sphere enveloped Izan. It was the Chaos Domain. Li Changdi quickly unleashed her move, activating the space transition. She clasped her hands together, her entire body radiating a purple aura. But she suddenly realized something was wrong. No, it's no use. The space transition is not working. The Chaos Fist swung out, pulverizing Li Changdi's purple aura into fragments. The three, Chubai, Zhang Haoran, and his companion, regained their composure and rushed towards Xiaoyun, regaining their strength. Xiaoyun's fist slammed into Zhang Haoran's companion's stomach, sending him reeling back with a grunt. With a kick, Xiaoyun sent Zhang Haoran flying. Seeing his two brothers beaten like that, Chubai couldn't stand it. He unleashed the dimensional slash, aiming for a fatal blow against Xiaoyun. He roared, "Ha!" He had indeed underestimated Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun unleashed the Chaos Fist. His fist, massive and glowing with blinding gold, landed squarely on Chubai's face, sending him flying back. Chubai coughed up blood. Seeing this, Li Changdi rushed to Chubai's side, embracing him as she spoke, "Chubai, please, don't let anything happen to you." Chubai couldn't muster the strength to speak, only thinking to himself, "Don't hug me, I'm fine." Amongst the onlookers, one of them exclaimed, "It's over. The Chaos Body just crushed him." Another person lamented, "No one can match him. It's over." Yet another chimed in, "The Chaos Body, the strongest in the world, truly worthy of his reputation." Tianyi was stunned, thinking to himself, "I never imagined the Chaos Body would be this strong. No wonder the Taisu Tiandi was willing to pay such a high price for me. I must combine the other supreme bodies to create a Chaos Body." Meanwhile, Gong Zicheng and Di Tian smiled serenely. Gong Zicheng said calmly, "You should have given me the 100 drops of true dragon bloodline, right?" Gong Zicheng could only feel helpless, handing Di Tian the golden ring containing the 100 drops of blood. "Di Tian, we surrender. Have your disciple stop." Di Tian took the golden ring, frowning. "That won't work. According to the rules, they need to surrender themselves or fall off the stage to be considered defeated." Gong Zicheng clasped his hands behind his back and approached Tianyi, transmitting a message to him.
Ancestor, can you remove the shield? Tianyi glared back, I can't. I'm not on the stage, so I can't interfere with the sacred land exchange. Tianyi felt a pang of worry. He thought to himself, it seems I've made a mess out of this situation. On the other side, the fight continued. Xiaoyun unleashed a powerful killing strike, sending his opponent flying back, severely injured. He crashed to the ground. A red soul flew out of his body. Even if he survived, he would be crippled for life. The fiery red soul, after being extracted from the opponent's body, flew into Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun was pleased with himself. Finally, the demon seed is working. The first divine body, the berserker body, has arrived. The berserker effect is even more powerful than I imagined. Not wasting any time, Xiaoyun swung his sword and addressed the remaining opponents. Next up is you guys. Seeing the situation unfolding, Li Chengdi turned to Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran, help me hold him off for a while. I have a way to break the village shield. Zhang Haoran replied, got it. After giving instructions, Li Chengdi turned to Chu Bai, trying to persuade him to join forces. Chu Bai, come on. If we combine our swords, we can definitely break through the devouring shield. Chu Bai hesitated, asking, how do you want to combine them? Li Chengdi explained, you use the H/ to send the attack back to the past. Then I'll use the time dough to make the attack appear before the 4-elemental sword formation was activated. Chu Bai continued, so that means we can break through that sound shield. But in his mind, he was thinking something completely different. That sounds good, but I want to help you. Wouldn't it be better if you all died here? Seeing that he was hesitant, she urged him with sweet words. Chu Bai, don't think about it. I can activate the space dough, and he can leave the stage. But you'll die. This is the only way I can get you out. He thought to himself, so, this woman can leave any time. It seems I can't hold on to him today. Forget it. Though he was reluctant, he pretended to agree. All right. We'll combine our swords. He raised his sword, summoning a sea blue aura that enveloped the surroundings, creating a thick mist. They both raised their weapons towards the sky and shouted. Sacrificial moon / time transference. The mist swirled, and two beams of light, emanating from their weapons, merged into one, illuminating the sky. Xiaoyun thought quickly and dashed forward, this is the perfect chance. While Du Jie Chu Bai uses the H/ and Li Chengdi uses her time dough, I can kill him. Behind him, someone was trying to heal Zhang Haoran's wounds. Zhang Haoran, hold on. We cannot let him kill Li Shishang. Healing, he replied, yes. As Xiaoyun ran, his stomach was suddenly blocked by a gigantic hand that descended from the sky. But he swung his fist, blocking the massive hand made of spiritual energy. Xiaoyun roared, die. Simultaneously, he plunged his sword towards the two who were combining their swords. Li Chengdi panicked when she saw Xiaoyun charging toward them. Oh no, Chu Bai, we're going to die here. They all united their efforts, forming a shield to block the incoming attack. Xiaoyun communicated with one of them. Damn, do you want to die? One of them replied, his voice laced with tension, if you kill Li Chengdi, you'll have no more opponents. We won't have a chance to achieve Tao. They combined their forces, but it was no match for Xiaoyun. Scram, he shouted, swinging his sword, dispersing all those who had dared to oppose him. They fell, spewing blood, shouting in unison, he's too strong. After dealing with them, he looked up at the sky and saw that the shield had a large hole in it. Xiaoyun observed, it's about to break. I'm not sure if I can kill Li Chengdi. I'll take out that doctor first. Gong Zicheng's face contorted in fear. Finally, we've escaped that danger. Xiaoyun charged forward, striking Zhang Naikai in the stomach with a palm strike. Zhang Naikai, perhaps in agonizing pain, spat out blood, his eyes wide with fear as he lay motionless. Seeing this, Gong Zicheng and Li Chengdi exclaimed in unison, Zhang Naikai. Next up is you. Xiaoyun charged forward, but the cowardly Zhang Naikai quickly yelled, I surrender. Those who had fought bravely were shocked speechless. I surrender. Xiaoyun had no intention of stopping. Surrender is not enough. He landed a palm strike on Zhang Naikai. Suddenly, a voice intervened, Xiaoyun, stop. It was Lu Tiandu. He used only one hand to block Xiaoyun's attack. Lu Tiandu advised, Xiaoyun, my good lad, spare him if you can. I'm here. You can't lay a finger on him. But Xiaoyun was stubborn, retorting, you can't stop me either. Lu Tiandu didn't flinch. He charged forward and placed a hand on Xiaoyun's shoulder. It's useless. It's over. Stop this now. Suddenly, a fiery red sphere shot out from Xiao Yun's mind. The stone tablet decree, though just a spiritual force training spell, was unbearable for Zhang Haoren, whose spiritual force was weak at this point. Zhang Haoren vomited blood and died on the spot. Lu Tiandu stared at his lifeless body. He's dead. Xiao Yun continued, Lu Tianbei, there's no need to hold me back anymore. The sacred land exchange is over. Elder D. Tian swung out his restraint spell and said to Tianyi, there are some things that require you to return with me to the Chaos Sacred Land for an explanation. Tianyi was subdued and could only reply, yes. Next to them, a Taoist from the Holy King sect cried out in grief. Haoren, no, he was heartbroken to see Haoren unconscious. He glared at Xiao Yun and shouted, I must kill him. The referee nearby, seeing the injustice, spoke up. Taoist from the Holy King sect, this was a fair competition. Please, for the sake of the Heaven Tao Sacred Land, don't do this. He was enraged by this. He picked up Haoren, holding him princess style, and flew off, leaving behind a cloud of dust. As he vanished, he continued to shout, Xiao Yun, just you wait for me. The referee exclaimed, I announce that the champion of this sacred land exchange is our good lad, Xiao Yun. The crowd gradually dispersed, talking amongst themselves. This is over. Tai Su really had the worst luck this time. Another person chimed in, the chaos body has appeared. Who can compete with him? He's really strong. A nearby person agreed, right? Gong Ziqing lost 100 drops of true dragon bloodline and 2 of his generals. Xiao Yun's master urged them, we should leave now, to avoid trouble. Xiao Yun obediently replied, yes. Elder DTN bound Tianyi, with Xiao Yun and a few of their disciples following behind. Cutting through the wind and sky as they flew toward the Chaos Sacred Land. While still flying, Xiao Yun ignored the path ahead, worriedly asking his master. Now that everyone knows the Chaos Sacred Land has not only the Chaos body, but also the Heavenly Demon body, it's not a good thing. His master nodded in agreement. Yes, but don't worry for now. The news just came out. They haven't had time to organize people to kill us. Xiao Yun suspected something was wrong with Tianyi, who remained silent. He questioned his master, this guy hasn't said anything. He seems suspicious. Elder DTN agreed with Xiao Yun. He directly punched Tianyi. A flash of light, and Tianyi's body shattered into pieces. Everyone around exclaimed, that's a clone. Elder DTN was equally astonished. He praised Tianyi's clone for successfully deceiving him, so realistic, even someone about to become a saint like me was tricked. Xiao Yun asked, when did he leave? Master, you didn't notice? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, probably when Lu Tiandu intervened. I was worried that he would take advantage of the situation to harm you, so I was distracted. He's probably already gone with the people from the Taisu Sacred Land. Xiao Yun worried, he's gone, but others might think he's one of us from the Chaos Sacred Land. Elder DTN added, it's come to this. We can only return first. This time, you've revealed the Chaos body, and that's bound to cause trouble. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, silently pondering. His future self had specifically instructed him to kill Tianyi and had predicted a great disaster for the Chaos Sacred Land. It seems I need to find a way to warn Lei Zhu and Bu Daozhu. The vast Tai Su Sacred Land. Gong Ziqing waved his hand, summoning a beam of green light. Come out. Tianyi emerged from the light. He introduced him, this is the inside man that our Taisu Sacred Land arranged to infiltrate the Chaos Sacred Land. He's one of us. Duguchubai folded his arms, his face contorted in anger, his teeth gritting so hard his face twisted. One of us? He's the one who set up the devouring shield. That's why we suffered such heavy losses. If not, even if we couldn't defeat Xiao Yun, we could have surrendered. Tianyi broke out in a cold sweat, quickly clarifying, it's all a misunderstanding. Duguchubai continued to yell, pointing at Tianyi, not giving him a chance to explain. You were probably tempted by the Chaos Sacred Land, weren't you? Otherwise, as a saint's son. How could you not know that Xiao Yun had cultivated the Chaos body? Tianyi couldn't listen to Duguchubai's accusations anymore. He explained, I underestimated Xiao Yun. I didn't expect him to have already cultivated the Chaos body. I thought you all could work together to kill Xiao Yun, so I specially set up the devouring shield. Duguchubai continued to yell, refusing to believe Tianyi, I consider you a traitor. Gong Ziqing tried to mediate. Duguchubai, I know you're dissatisfied, but he has the assurance of Gushani. His identity is not in question. But in his heart, he thought, if it weren't for Gushani, I would also find this man suspicious. Duguchubai continued to roar, questioning Tianyi. What does it matter if his identity is not in question? He killed Zhang Naikai and Zihao Tian, and now Zhang Hao ran. Tiani expressed disdain, explaining to you is a waste of my time. If you weren't so talented, I wouldn't even bother explaining to you. However, he still tried to reassure Du Guqiubai. Rest assured, you have talent. Our Taisu sacred land will certainly focus on cultivating you. He crushed the jade token in his hand and said to Du Guqiubai, I'm not your rival. You don't need to target me. Focus on your own matters. The moment the jade token shattered, he vanished. Gong Ziqing explained, the jade token is a special type, forged with a special technique. Even the emperor-level masters would have to pay a high price to create such a thing. Who exactly is he? Du Guqiubai watched, pondering, Tiani, Shani. Could this man be Gu Shenyi's son, grandson, great-grandson? Gong Ziqing urged everyone to leave, only 2 young ones remain, you and Li Changdi. We'll focus on cultivating the 2 of you. Du Guqiubai returned to his cheerful self and replied, all right. At the Chaos Sacred Land, the ancestor agreed with Xiao Yun and Elder DTN. Everyone is right. The sacred land simultaneously having the chaos body and the heavenly demon body will undoubtedly arouse envy. Don't let Xiao Yun go out to train for now. Elder DTN added, ancestor, rest assured. This kid's clone has infiltrated the Taisu sacred land. Even if his real body doesn't go out, his cultivation won't fall behind. He continued to inquire about Tiani. Do we need to reveal that Tiani isn't one of us? Otherwise, we'll have to suffer the consequences. The ancestor confidently replied, of course. Not only do we need to reveal it, but we must do so with fanfare. Elder DTN suggested, why don't we offer a reward of a set of emperor-level scriptures? The ancestor rejected the idea. No, we need to offer an emperor-level scripture. Xiao Yun and Elder DTN were both shocked. An emperor-level scripture? The ancestor smirked slyly, explaining, that's the heavenly demon body. It's worth the price. Moreover, killing Tiani is tantamount to antagonizing Taisu. 1 emperor-level scripture is not a loss. I think no one would dare claim the reward, but this can clearly show our determination. The master and disciple pair beside him agreed, grinning widely, praising the ancestor. Ancestor, you're brilliant. They even gave a thumbs up to confirm the ancestor's brilliance. Elder DTN immediately took action. I'll go inform the Saint Master right away. Xiao Yun took out his demon origin and said to the ancestor, Ancestor, this is my demon origin. Please seize it. In this way, you can seize the demon seeds I've implanted in the future. The ancestor asked curiously. Seizing a demon seed requires the same level. What use would the demon seeds you have to me? Xiao Yun explained, Ancestor, you don't know. I've implanted a lot of demon seeds, including many at the Great Saint level. I predict that many more Great Saints will fall for it. Now it's your turn. The ancestor was astonished, his eyes wide with surprise. What? You're that strong? Xiao Yun continued, that's right. I implanted them into the blood of the true dragon bloodline. As a result, they were selling the blood at the Sacred Land Exchange. Many great saints bought it and used it. The ancestor asked, is that even possible? How much have you sold? Xiao Yun replied, I'm not sure exactly. Basically, everyone there bought it. I predict they'll continue selling their blood. The ancestor looked disgusted and shocked, thinking, you're not implanting demon seeds, you're spreading a plague. Xiao Yun continued to report his achievements. Ancestor, this time, I also obtained the Emperor-level Scripture 1, and the Emperor-level Scripture 2. They contain complete time and space Tao. Remember the Forbidden Area has the Emperor-level Scripture 3, right? The ancestor listened, his jaw agape. You got 2 Emperor-level Scriptures this time? My goodness, your luck is unbelievable. Wait for me, I'll go get it. The ancestor gave Xiao Yun the Emperor-level Scripture 3, but he couldn't stop asking questions. But can you actually make the content of this voidless Emperor-level Scripture appear? Xiao Yun replied confidently, of course. The moment he touched the scripture, it suddenly emitted a golden light that enveloped him. Xiao Yun was so surprised he stammered, this. Xiao Yun opened the book, and the page he turned to had 2 lines of text. Achieve the time and space Tao, then you can encounter the time Tao. Xiao Yun was speechless. The time-space fusion Tao? Senior, the person who created this Emperor-level scripture, I can't even imagine. Xiao Yun turned to the ancestor. Ancestor, while reading the Emperor-level scripture, I received a message from my future self. He said to kill Shin Yi and divide the demon origin.
The ancestor stroked his chin thoughtfully.
It's hard to make me advance to the emperor level. The biggest problem isn't fusing the demon seeds, but creating emperor level scriptures.
This is why it's so difficult, and making Lei Zhu advance first is practically impossible. Seeing even the ancestor struggling with this, Xiaoyun said.
It seems this is harder than I thought. The ancestor immediately turned to reassure Xiaoyun. Alright, don't worry about this. Although I can't advance to the emperor level,
I can still attain the battle strength of an emperor level at critical moments.
Let's go. We can't keep the Dongshan Wang brothers waiting any longer.
But Xiaoyun still had a question in his mind.
Ancestor, the message said to kill the Dongshan Wang brothers.
But I feel like these two are so weak. They don't seem like they would have a major impact on the situation. The ancestor seemed helpless in the face of his question.
He closed his eyes and replied. I don't understand that either. We'll know soon enough.
At Dong Yufeng, the sky was peaceful, with birds soaring through the air. The ancestor and Xiaoyun arrived.
As they landed, they were greeted by Dong Yutang and Dongshan Wang. The ancestor immediately asked them, you two joined our chaos sacred land since childhood, and Wu Chao raised you.
Why did you betray us? Dong Yutang clasped his hands together, his expression respectful.
Ancestor, this subordinate has never betrayed the chaos sacred land. Perhaps you misunderstood?
Seeing this, Xiaoyun couldn't stay calm.
He looked at Dongshan Wang impressed.
Shini told me personally that you both gained a lot of benefits from Taisu by selling out the Chaos Sacred Land. Otherwise, how could Dong Yutang advance to sainthood so quickly? The ancestor was also furious. He created a vortex in the sky, darkening the surroundings.
The ancestor roared, Dong Yutang.
Dong Yutang was terrified.
He knelt down, unable to lift his head.
He trembled as he spoke, Ancestor, I only exchanged some unimportant matters for a little benefit. It was my elder brother, he forced me. Seeing this awkward scene, Dongshan Wang frowned with anger. He thought to himself, Dong Yutang's spiritual force is really weak. The ancestor just suppressed him, and he's already spilling everything. No good, I can't die like this. Using Xiaoyun as a hostage, maybe I can survive. He swung out a red net, aimed at Xiaoyun.
This wasn't an ordinary net. It emanated dangerous red energy. The ancestor wouldn't let him carry out his scheme.
He extended his hand, creating vortices that absorbed the surrounding energy, concentrating it in his palm.
He angrily snorted. Then, the ancestor unleashed his attack,
summoning a giant phantom hand from his palm to block Dongshan Wang's net, making him astonished. Suddenly, a soul emerged from Dongshan Wang's body. It was Qi Huang, who was thought to be dead. As he emerged, he cursed Dongshan Wang, you useless piece of trash.
Upon escaping from Dongshan Wang's body, Qi Huang swung his hand, unleashing a massive blue attack.
Seeing this illogical scene, the ancestor was astonished.
He angrily shouted, Qi Huang of the Taisu Sacred Land, you haven't died yet?
Qi Huang had only just appeared and was already about to leave.
A large beam of light emanated from his chest, accompanied by lightning. He chuckled maliciously, don't be impatient. I'm going to die now.
The ancestor recognized Qi Huang's intention.
He wants to self-destruct. Xiaoyun, Chaos Convergence. Xiaoyun replied, yes. Xiaoyun summoned Chaos Convergence to engulf Qi Huang. A massive explosion rocked Dong Yufeng.
Rocks and debris flying down.
What's going on? The people below looked up in astonishment. They all gaped and asked, what happened? What's going on? Someone answered, it seems like Dong Yufeng.
Thankfully, the ancestor and Xiaoyun were still safe above, standing beneath the spreading smoke.
Xiaoyun asked the ancestor, what was that about? He wanted to burn you to death? The ancestor replied, no, his target wasn't me.
The ancestor recognized Qi Huang's true intention. He looked at the scene before him with eyes full of killing intent and said, his goal is to destroy the foundation of our Chaos Sacred Land.
Xiaoyun didn't understand what the ancestor was implying. What does that mean?
The ancestor slowly explained. According to the Sacred Land's rules, newly ascended saints have the right to choose an emperor-level scripture to cultivate at the battle ancestor's place.
Qi Huang's target is the battle ancestor. Xiaoyun was shocked by this insidious scheme. He exclaimed, if the battle ancestor dies, then the Chaos Sacred Land will be destroyed.
Such a terrifying plot.
The ancestor replied, yes. If we hadn't acted first, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiaoyun became vigilant.
His eyes turned serious. He thought, it seems the message from my future self wasn't a joke. I should follow his advice, skip the trial of transcendence and directly enter the Nirvana realm. The Saint Master and DTN arrived, riding on a cloud. They were both worried about the ancestor and Xiao Yun. The Saint Master asked the ancestor, "What caused that massive explosion just now?" DTN also asked, "My precious disciple, are you alright?" Xiao Yun looked at him and replied, "Master, don't worry, I'm fine." The ancestor closed his eyes. "I went to deal with Dongshan Wang, the result." But it seemed the ancestor was finding it hard to explain. Seeing this, DTN turned to the Saint Master. "It seems you must advance to sainthood soon. Having the strength to confront ordinary great saints will also allow you to contribute your part." The Saint Master replied, "If that's the case, then let's go to the saint path to become saints together. We can also coordinate with each other." Hearing the Saint Master's words, DTN asked, "If you leave, what will happen to the Chaos Sacred Land?" The Saint Master pointed with his left hand towards Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yun has a clone here. He doesn't need to cultivate, and he's also a saint's son. Leave him in charge. After all, he will eventually become the Saint Master." "That's decided. I'll go issue the reward notice for Shinyi first, and then we'll prepare to act." Xiao Yun finally spoke up. He smiled and said, "Well, at least you should ask for my opinion." But then he thought to himself, forget it. The Saint Master isn't wrong. Leave cultivation to the ritual spirit clone. At the Taisu Sacred Land, the scenery was peaceful, with a rainbow arching over the place, looking beautiful. Shinyi looked at Duji Yuchubai and Li Chengdi, saying seriously, "You two did well this time. Especially Duji Yuchubai, your talent is no less than Xiao Yun's. Therefore, our Taisu Sacred Land will make an exception and allow you to enter the spiritual origin heaven once." Duji Yuchubai clasped his hands together. "Thank you, Master." After speaking with Duji Yuchubai, Shinyi turned to Li Chengdi and said, "Li Chengdi, you should also go to the spiritual origin heaven. Take advantage of this opportunity and enter the Nirvana realm with Duji Yuchubai." Li Chengdi smiled and replied, "Yes, but it seemed Duji Yuchubai didn't like this very much." His face showed obvious displeasure. Then, Duji Yuchubai and Li Chengdi left, leaving Shinyi alone to watch their backs. But he wasn't alone in the room. Tianyi appeared behind him and asked, "Shinyi, how do we deal with the Chaos Sacred Land? Do you have a plan?" Shinyi was startled and turned around. Shinyi clasped his hands together respectfully. "Grandfather, I've come up with a plan to eliminate the Chaos Sacred Land in one strike." Tianyi smiled and said, "Let's hear it." Shinyi's face darkened and with eyes full of determination, he said, "I plan to cooperate with other forces. Gather 7 or 8 people and eliminate the Chaos Sacred Land in one strike." Tianyi listened and sighed, "The plan isn't bad, but I don't think that many people will participate." Shinyi continued, "The Holy King Sect. The Jun family, the Dong Huangyi family, the Tianjin Sacred Land, the Tiandao Sacred Land, the Ba Tian Sacred Land, and Leijian from the Sword Sect. They are all preparing. Eliminating the Chaos Sacred Land in one strike would be beneficial to them." Tianyi laughed, "My good lad, this plan is worth trying. Be bold and give it a shot." At the Chaos Sacred Land, the sky was in stark contrast to the Taisu Sacred Land. It was enveloped in a dark red color. The crows flying overhead made the place even more chaotic. Inside, Xiao Yun sat on the highest chair, with people standing huddled together below him. One of them said, "Saint Son, the Dongshan Wang brothers' secluded abode is a heavenly blessed land. Many saint sons are requesting to exchange abodes. How should we handle it?" Xiao Yun sat on the chair, looking imposing. He rested his hand on his chin and smiled, "Let Jin Wuji go." One person below asked, but Jin Wuji didn't request to exchange abodes. They thought, this is a scheme to give benefits to one of his own. This scheme is too blatant. Xiao Yun didn't want to answer that question. He smiled and asked back, "I reward him. Is that not allowed?" The person was terrified and quickly replied, "Of course it's allowed." Suddenly, a beam of light radiated from Xiao Yun, enveloping him. He looked at his hands and exclaimed, "No way. I've broken through to the Nirvana realm." Those below saw Xiao Yun advancing and erupted in commotion. Everyone opened their eyes and mouths wide, focusing on him. One person said, "He just sat there in advance. The Saint Son truly is a god." Another replied, "Right? This is the first time I've seen this." A third person chimed in, "The Sacred Land has hope for resurgence." Xiao Yun was still in the state of advancement. He frowned and clenched his lips, thinking, the Nirvana realm doesn't have early, mid, or late stages. It only depends on whether you've passed the heavenly earth human 9 tribulations. Moreover, only the real body can transcend. Therefore, I'll wait for Master to return and tell him. At the Tai Su sacred land. Li Chengdi was with Dugo Chobai. They were on their way to somewhere. Li Chengdi put his index finger to his mouth and asked curiously, when are you going to go out for training? Chobai looked back and answered with annoyance. I want to go into seclusion for a while, prepare for the tribulation. Then I will go out for training. He thought to himself, this guy is not going to follow me, is he? Li Chengdi blushed and said with a smile, I'll wait for you. Dugo Chobai was terrified by the sight of Li Chengdi. He did not respond but thought to himself. This place is not convenient to stay for long, I should just leave quickly. Suddenly, a man appeared, seemingly the senior brother of the two. He said, Chengdi, you go into training first, I have something to tell Chobai. Li Chengdi replied, all right. Dugo Chobai had been wanting to escape Li Chengdi's pestering. He looked at the man with tears streaming down his face and said, Senior, you are a good person. The man was dumbfounded by Dugo Chobai's behavior. Thinking Dugo Chobai had an amazing talent for divination, he asked, Chobai, you can already divine before you even start. You knew I was going to give you a good gift, right? The man then cast a spell, causing 5 swords to appear in the air, each surrounded by red light. The man said, these 5 swords are all holy weapons. Although they are just low-level holy weapons. They correspond to the 5 elements, and they are the most suitable for you. I'm giving them to you. They will be a great help to you in your tribulation. Dugo Chobai was overjoyed. He clasped his hands and bowed, saying, Thank you, Senior. What good deeds have I done to deserve this? I will accept them. He thought to himself, this is a great benefit, I can't miss out. At the Shangwang zone, light shone upon every corner. The man called Shini was standing beside Mu Shi. He looked at Mu Shi and asked, Brother Mu. What are your thoughts now? Mu Shi responded, there are rumors circulating outside. They say that Shini is your grandson, your names are too similar. Shini heard this and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He looked very apprehensive, thinking to himself, oh no, if my grandfather hears about this, he might kill me. Then, Shini said, it's just a rumor. Think about it. If both Xiao Yun and Shini become saints, who in the chaotic Holy Land can stand against them? Mu Shi remained silent, slowly stroking his beard. Then, Mu Shi opened his eyes, his gaze terrifying, his body emitting a fiery aura. He responded, all right, I can take action, however, the chaotic world must be given to me. Shini said, I can't guarantee that. There are so many other candidates for the emperor. All I can say is that I can help you, whether you can succeed or not depends on your luck. Mu Shi replied, all right, let's decide it this way. Then Shini gradually vanished, leaving only a faint afterimage. He said, Brother Mu, wait for my news. I will send you a message when the time is right. At the GNGE. Shini appeared there. Lei Jun stood with his arms crossed in front of him. Shini said, if you, Brother Lei, agree to take action, I can help you obtain the chaotic world. Lei Jun frowned and replied, I don't need the chaotic world. Give me Dugo Chubai, I will help you take action once. Shini asked with concern, Dugo Chubai? Lei Jun smiled and said, rest assured, I won't take his life. I just want to study his swordsmanship. Afterward, I will return him to you. I can guarantee that. With a cunning smile. Shini said, all right, after it's done, I will give Dugo Chubai to you. Lei Jun was equally crafty, he responded with a cunning smile, deal. With everything going according to plan, Shini smirked, his eyes gleaming with malice, creating a very unpleasant expression. He said, everything is going smoothly. Chaotic Holy Land, wait for your destruction. Inside the hall, the old ancestor stood beside Zhang Delay, asking Xiaoyun sternly, you obtained the life body of Zhang Naihai during the Holy Land exchange, right? Xiaoyun acknowledged without hesitation, yes. Do you have a plan? Zhang Delay then spoke, we want to use the life body to help the war saint recover his vitality. Xiaoyun responded, what the war saint needs is life essence. Your life body can only extend your life force. The old ancestor looked away, in reality, the war saint has depleted his life force. He needs to use life essence to exchange for life force. Only then can he fight. Therefore, he has been sleeping and doesn't dare to act. Xiaoyun asked, so you're saying that if the war saint has life force, he can freely move and fight in his life essence, correct? The old ancestor replied, yes.
Xiao Yun continued, my strength is limited. Even with your life body, it's useless.
Immediately, Zhang Delay took out 2 bottles and handed them to Xiao Yun. Therefore, we've decided to use the Holy Temple's last reserves to make you stronger. In these 2 bottles are 1 Great Saint Dan and 3 Saint Dawn, and in the other bottle is a drop of the Grandmaster's blood essence. Upon hearing what was in the bottle, Xiao Yun exclaimed in astonishment, Great Emperor blood essence increases life essence by 1,000 years.
Why not give it to the War Saint?
Hearing this, Zhang Delay calmly explained, the War Saint has already used Great Emperor blood essence.
The reason it was saved was to cultivate a new emperor candidate.
However, you have already forged a chaotic body, so we've decided to give this blood essence to Long Zun to cultivate another emperor candidate.
Xiao Yun was excited, then won't we have 3 emperor candidates? Zhang Delay handed Xiao Yun the blue bottle. Don't mention it, take the Great Saint Dan first. It will grant you the strength of a great saint.
Then, go and help the War Saint recover his life force.
Xiao Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. So powerful?
The old ancestor sighed dejectedly.
Unfortunately, it can only be maintained for 1 day.
With full power, it might only last a few hours.
Just use it first.
Xiao Yun swallowed the pill and said, such a precious pill, I will not betray my mission.
After swallowing the pill, Xiao Yun's entire body emitted a green light.
The chest containing the body of Lu Tiandu.
Xiao Yun infused Lu Tiandu's body with a surge of life force. Instantly, Lu Tiandu's eyes widened in shock.
He sat up and looked at his moving hand.
Questioning, such abundant life force. What's going on?
Zhang Delay immediately explained. War Saint, Xiao Yun cultivated the immortal devil art and obtained a life body. Therefore, I gave Xiao Yun the Saint Dan and asked him to help you recover your life force. No wonder he's a chaotic body. Our chaotic Holy Land has hope of rising again. Xiao Yun continued to infuse Lu Tiandu with life force. Half a day later, Lu Tiandu slowly stood up and said to
them, alright, stop there for now. Go and call Long Zun and Dao Ma here.
I can use the eternal life body to split the Great Emperor blood essence into 2 parts for you too.
The 2 of them were overjoyed, asking, really?
Xiao Yun thought to himself, this is great.
What, we have 2 more emperor candidates with 500 years of life essence. Dao Ma and Long Zun walked in together, saying, we're here. Lu Tiandu tilted his head and looked at Xiao Yun.
Xiao Yun, use your life body again and tell us about your situation.
Xiao Yun replied, yes. Half an hour later, Long Zun looked at Xiao Yun and said, Xiao Yun, do you know where the descendants of the true dragon are?
My 9 transformations of the true dragon only need to be fused with 1 true dragon descendant to become a true emperor candidate.
Xiao Yun responded, there are 3 true dragon descendants.
Long Yi is wandering outside, Longer is in the Dan Huang Yi family, and Long Ngao Tian is in the Jin Zhaoyi clan. The old ancestor came up to them and said with a smile, the Dan Huang Yi family is not someone we can provoke for now.
However, a small Jin Zhao clan? Leave it to me. Xiao Yun looked at the backs of Zhang Daolei and the old ancestor as they left.
Xiao Yun pursed his lips and thought to himself, Long Ngao Tian just entered the Nirvana realm and is already being targeted by Long Zun and the immortal old ancestor. His Nirvana realm talent is so powerful. I'm afraid there might be someone even more terrifying waiting for me. Suddenly, something occurred to him.
His eyes widened. That's right. Lei Zan has been targeting me.
And the purpose of the Shang Wang Zone.
My enemies are truly numerous.
Zhang Daolei took out the last bottle and gave it to Xiao Yun.
Here are 3 Saint Dawn for you.
In crucial moments, they can maintain your saintly cultivation for 3 minutes. This will be helpful for you to pass through the Nirvana realm.
Xiao Yun accepted them. Thank you, Lei Ancestor. I will go out for training now.
The scene changes.
It's night in a certain forest.
Xiao Yun looked up at the streaks of light in the sky and exclaimed, what?
A meteor shower.
At that moment, a massive meteor crashed down towards Xiao Yun's location.
He exclaimed in panic, damn, so intense. Xiao Yun used his 5 elements holy body to jump away, dodging the meteorite.
A heavy meteorite crashed to the ground.
A massive tremor shook the entire forest. Xiao Yun dodged it and left far away.
He looked up, a sly smile on his lips.
Finally, I've avoided the first tribulation. Next, I'll go to the Heaven Emperor City and take a look.
In the Heaven Emperor City, as Xiao Yun strolled around,
he heard people talking.
Long Tian is selling blood again.
Hurry and go there. Xiao Yun was startled. Long Tian is in Heaven Emperor City? Isn't he in the Jin Zhao clan? I should go and take a look.
Amidst the crowd, a red-haired man was trying to keep everyone in line, forming a queue orderly. Behind him, a great saint was standing idly by.
Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed as he stared at the two, thinking to himself, so he has a great saint protecting him. That's why he's so fearless. However, this is a good opportunity for the immortal old ancestor to come here and harvest them. That way, Long Zun can become an emperor candidate.
Suddenly, a loud announcement echoed through the area, startling everyone present.
The Imperial Army is mobilizing. An emperor candidate wielding an imperial weapon is going to battle. The next second, a group of people flew past.
Xiao Yun looked in the direction they were heading and thought to himself, that's the direction of the chaotic Holy Land. They're going to attack the chaotic Holy Land.
Xiao Yun's expression turned grim as he clenched his teeth, staring in that direction.
Gu Shini arrived at the chaotic Holy Land. The old ancestor saw him and sneered.
Gu Shini, you're all alone. And you dare to come to our chaotic Holy Land to stir up trouble?
The old ancestor's sly expression emerged. And he slowly said, of course, it's not just me. As soon as Gu Shini finished speaking, many people appeared behind him, from left to right. Jing Zhao of the Heaven Tao Holy Land.
Yi Wei of the Yi family.
Jian Bai of the Heaven Sword Holy Land. The old ancestor's eyes widened in fear as he saw them. He exclaimed, 6 emperor candidates.
Amidst the chaos, the patriarch appeared with an air of authority. His entire body emanated a golden light. He asked calmly, what are you old devils doing here? Yi Wei spoke with a hint of provocation. Bud, call out your war ancestor. If not, then Zhang Daily I will do. You are not worthy to stand on the same level as us.
Another person chimed in, the devouring heaven mob body is a threat to all living beings.
Our TNG and Holy Land cannot stand idly by.
The one standing beside him added, that's right. You have the chaos body. Just destroy the devouring heaven mob body, and we'll immediately withdraw. The patriarch remained silent, his expression unamused.
Just an excuse.
The devouring heaven mob body has appeared before in history, and I haven't seen you join forces.
Do you really think our Chaos Holy Land is so easy to bully?
Yi Wei, enraged, launched an attack towards the patriarch, roaring, you're making a noise. At the same time, the patriarch countered with his own strike. The two forces collided, causing a massive explosion in the sky. Suddenly, a white-haired man holding a sword appeared from afar, charging forward. He shouted, Yi Wei, I'm here to help you. Without warning, a man with long purple hair, radiating an aura of brilliance, emerged. He spoke, in my 8,000 years of existence, this is the first time I've seen a group of quasi-emperors besiege the Chaos Holy Land.
What an honor, what an honor. Everyone gasped in unison, War Ancestor.
An old man faced the War Ancestor, even if you can maintain your peak state, you cannot fight 6 at once.
The War Ancestor replied calmly, how will you know if you don't try?
The scene shifted. At the time, in the TND city, the courtyard was filled with a bustling crowd. Xiao Yun thought to himself, Taisu acted too quickly.
Lei Zhu hasn't even finished his promotion yet.
Our only option now is to capture Long Nao Tian, allowing Long Zun to quickly ascend to the quasi-emperor realm. Xiao Yun silently put on a mask. In his hand, he held 3 golden orbs. Xiao Yun tilted his head back and swallowed the 3 orbs, thinking, hopefully, these 3 saint pills can buy me some time. Suddenly, a red-haired young man stepped forward, addressing the crowd.
Everyone, pay attention.
Order, order. He spoke to Xiao Yun with a touch of arrogance and a challenging tone.
Your realm is so low, what treasures can you possibly produce? Don't make me laugh. Xiao Yun remained silent, reaching into his chest to find something.
Xiao Yun said with a smug smile, of course I can. Xiao Yun raised his hand, moving forward, and unleashed a Hundun Quan, towards the white-haired old man. In his mind, he planned to take Long Nao Tian. I must kill him first.
Long Nao Tian gasped in shock. You are Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun landed a powerful punch on Long Nao Tian, sending him flying backward. He was thrown against the wall with a loud bang.
The system screen displayed, killed a grand saint, reward 10,000 times of enlightenment. Xiao Yun clenched his fists in joy, thinking, this fraudulent system finally went big.
I made a big profit this time, what a thrill.
Xiao Yun suddenly thought, now I have 11,721 times of enlightenment. I can comprehend 10 Tao principles. Even if each Tao principle costs 1,000 times, I can still have over 1,000 times left. What a delight!
Seeing Xiaoyun off guard, the red-haired man quickly charged from behind, thinking, how did this bastard suddenly become so powerful? Xiaoyun instantly struck the red-haired man on the back of the neck, saying, stay here. The red-haired man screamed in pain. Xiaoyun grabbed the red-haired man by the neck and lifted him into the air. He said, you should go back. At the Chaos Holy Land, in the sky, two beams of light emanating from different powers clashed. A white-haired man raised his hand to unleash a palm strike. Xiaoyun immediately flew up and whispered, be you the patriarch, find a way to protect the child and bring him back to the Holy Land. I've captured the true dragon offspring and will bring him back. The patriarch glanced back and replied, good. I'll ask the war ancestor to help you return. Xiaoyun pointed two fingers forward and uttered, shadow clone technique. Immediately, numerous other Xiaoyuns appeared around the real Xiaoyun. The war ancestor roared angrily, deploying his magical power. You little brats, you want to destroy my Chaos Holy Land? Have you prepared to die with me? A middle-aged man looked up and shouted, Lei Zhan, you've been watching for so long. It's time to make your move. Lei Zhan stood solemnly in the sky, radiating strange lights, and said, the reputation of the war ancestor, I've admired for a long time. Today, to meet you face to face, what a blessing indeed. Xiaoyun showed his face and thought, this is a good opportunity. A long-haired man below shouted, quickly take the true dragon offspring away. Xiaoyun tossed the red-haired man down, who screamed, long now Tian, I haven't yet dominated the world. Immediately, the long-haired man absorbed the essence of the true dragon offspring. Ah, a long, golden dragon appeared and flew into the sky. A long-haired man rejoiced, good. The true dragon 9 transformations will finally be completed. Zhang Daolei spoke calmly to Xiaoyun, 7 quasi-emperors and 2 emperor soldiers. They really want to destroy our Chaos Holy Land. Xiaoyun replied, Lei Zhu, is there no way to shorten your promotion time? Lei Zhu said solemnly, having reached this realm, the most important thing is to perfect our cultivation techniques. Unless you obtain something like Longzun, or something beneficial to our cultivation techniques, it will be very difficult. Lei Zhu and Xiaoyun turned their heads simultaneously and shouted, not good, the war ancestor is in trouble. A man raised both hands, yelling, war ancestor. There are 7 great quasi-emperors here. He's not coming back. A tower of supernatural power appeared in front of them, radiating strange lights. The patriarch flew into the air, leaving Xiaoyun and Lei Zhu behind. Bud turned back, his brows furrowed. He said, the war ancestor absolutely cannot be harmed. Lei Zhu, the Chaos Holy Land is entrusted to you. If anything happens, you must protect Xiaoyun. Lei Zhu confided in Xiaoyun with a touch of displeasure. Bud's borrowing of the Ma-Zun's power has reached a limit. He will not be able to escape from the Ma-Zun. The Ma-Zun will gradually seize his essence. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun expressed his own frustration, damn it. We had to figure something out. The Ma-Zun's transformed body. Terrifying, tall, and muscular, with long horns and a body glowing red like fire, roared angrily. You want to destroy our Chaos Holy Land? You all have to leave some people as cushions. Suddenly, an old man with white beard and hair, dressed in golden robes, shouted. I'll deal with him. You continue to besiege the war ancestor. The middle-aged man wrapped in a blue scarf, with a malicious look, thought, this old brat is cunning. Compared to besieging the war ancestor, it's much easier to deal with Bud alone. The war ancestor might self-destruct at any time. Taking one of us down with him. A man wearing a court hat, with a serious expression, spoke. The Chaos Holy Land's Lei Zhu seems to be about to break through. I'll go deal with him. A young man with white hair flew behind him and replied, you're not enough alone. I'll go with you. The man with the blue scarf yelled, 2 of you are enough. Stop acting like you're better than others. We'll become a laughingstock of the Zhushao continent. The war ancestor is difficult to kill. I anyway, along with Lei Zhan, will hold down the war ancestor. You 2 go kill Bud first. The 3 flew towards the front, saying in unison, okay. They charged towards the golden dragon. The dragon raised its body furiously. The golden dragon seemed to have a human face and form. It spoke softly to the 3, even if I die today, I'll take one of you down with me. You're already enemies. Think about what the consequences would be if one of you died. The man wrapped in blue scarf furrowed his brows, a look of displeasure on his face. He thought to himself, it's not Zhang Dalei, Longzun is alive. Moreover, he's become a quasi-emperor. What is this? Seems like I had to use my trump card. He raised his hand and shouted, Jingjia, Jinbai. You just need to hold down the true dragon offspring.
Shunshin Tong, you go kill Bud with Mosher.
Leave the rest to me.
Suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared in the sky, with a purple vortex inside. The man looked up to the heavens and declared, "All the grand saints of the Tai Su Holy Land, come out to me.
Today, either the Chaos Holy Land will perish, or it will be us." Thousands of people flew out from the teleportation portal. The white-haired old man pointed and proudly declared, "Go in, you indeed have guts. Our Shan Wang zone. How could we lag behind?"
Junwen, Junjia, you are also enemies of the Chaos Holy Land.
Do you think you still have a way out? It seemed like someone was giving orders from beneath the teleportation portal.
From the teleportation portal, thousands of people flew out and rushed forward. Seeing this, Zhang Delay shouted, "Grand Saints of the Mixed Holy Land, follow me." One by one, from afar, the Holy Lands flew rapidly towards Zhang Delay.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun gasped, "Damn, they're going all out?" The sky was in utter chaos.
The Holy Lands unleashed their palm strikes at each other.
The people below were terrified and anxious. This is troublesome. The opponent has far too many people. Yes, there are so many grand saints.
In the heyday of the Tai Su Holy Land, there were only 9.
Are we going to be destroyed?
Xiao Yun stood watching, his brows furrowed. He thought, now, there are only 2 options. Attack the way to rescue the Zhao, or take the Emperor's soldier from Xinjian Mountain.
Now, the quasi-emperors and grand saints from the various Holy Lands are all absent. It's the perfect time to attack their lair.
Xiao Yun pondered with a hint of apathy. Lei Zong definitely left a trap at Xinjian Mountain.
But where is his main body? The trap won't be at the level of a quasi-emperor.
I have Saint Pills, and I've gained enlightenment.
I'm sure I can destroy the formation he left behind. Then, I'll act with my clone.
Thinking this, Xiao Yun gathered his strength and flew towards the sky. I have the Tai Su Holy Land's token from Dujiu Chou Bai. I'll go attack the Tai Su Holy Land.
Xiao Yun raised his hand and flew rapidly, giving Dujiu Chou Bai a Saint Pill and telling him to go to Dong Huang.
The scene shifted.
The sky was now clear blue.
Xiao Yun had arrived at the Tai Su Holy Land. Xiao Yun flew above, looking down, thinking Li Changdi and Tianyi are in danger. I don't believe that Ji Yushini would not care. Suddenly, someone flew from behind and shouted.
Whose disciple are you? Why are you flying around the Holy Land randomly?
Xiao Yun said calmly, listen carefully. Simultaneously, Xiao Yun unleashed a palm strike towards the old man, causing him to recoil in shock.
After demonstrating his prowess, Xiao Yun declared loudly, I am Xiao Yun.
Today, I will cleanse your Tai Su Holy Land with blood. From below, a young woman with long hair, wearing white clothes, spoke, Xiao Yun, what do you think you're doing here alone?
A gray-haired man replied, how is that possible? How did he get in here? He gritted his teeth and said, I don't care how he got in. If he's here seeking death, I welcome it with open arms. Don't kill him just yet.
I'll see if I can possess him. In the sky, someone unleashed a palm strike, roaring, even if your talent is stronger, before me, a grand saint, you're nothing more than an ant.
An overwhelming power charged towards Xiao Yun. However, he remained calm. Xiao Yun spoke. Calmly, tell your grandfather to return. If not, today, your Tai Su Holy Land will be destroyed.
Xiao Yun turned around, a smile on his face. In his hand, he held a saint pill, ready to swallow it.
He popped the saint pill into his mouth and held it with his teeth. The realm of a saint appeared. Xiao Yun stretched out his body and unleashed a strike. Seeing this power, a red-haired man exclaimed in shock, what? How is he so strong?
Below, the gray-haired young man gasped, impossible.
How did you reach the saint realm? Xiao Yun's body was ablaze with fire.
His power flowed, frightening the grand saints.
Below, there was an uproar, protect the patriarch.
Quickly stop him, stop him, stop him. A terrifying, immense force was unleashed towards the people shouting below, creating chaos. He flew into the sky, creating a circular magic formation, the 4-symbol sword formation.
Suddenly, he paused for a moment, Patriarch, the sky is so old?
Then, a barrage of swords shot out from his magic circle like a storm. They plunged into those below, killing them like wheat stalks.
Those below were stunned, their mouths agape, Xiao Yun is terrifying. He wants to cleanse our holy land with blood? Who can stop him?
He was advancing to attack Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun looked at them, his brows furrowed. Peak Grand Saint, no wonder Jiushini dared to mobilize everyone.
This bastard is cautious. Now, I'm simply no match for a peak Grand Saint. I can only kill Tianyi first.
Thinking this, Xiaoyun quickly charged towards Tianyi, who was standing there.
He shouted, "You arrogant fool! You dare to act impudently before me!" The Shangwangzong Taoist, from behind Xiaoyun, deployed a strike.
He summoned a giant hand and attacked Xiaoyun, causing him to turn around in surprise.
But he quickly retaliated with a move.
The move pierced through the giant hand. He looked on, relieved.
Finally, I dodged that.
He saw this and shouted, "Kill him.
Don't give him any time."
He laughed and replied, "Tianyi Patriarch, don't worry."
Earlier, he used some forbidden techniques to forcibly enhance himself.
Now, his cultivation has dropped significantly.
We can kill him easily.
He was reassured.
He said, "So that's it. Xiaoyun, today you cannot escape death."
Xiaoyun listened to their conversation and asked, "You're a peak Grand Saint, yet you call him Patriarch? Who are you?" He replied, "I am Jiao Shini's grandfather. I've been sealed for thousands of years, waiting for this prosperous era to come. I want to seize the 8 other supreme bodies and forge the chaos body."
It's a pity that you killed Zhang Haotian, the God King body. However, seizing you is the same. This era is mine.
Xiaoyun chuckled, "Villains always die because they talk too much.
Remember this lesson later."
Then, he reached his hand to his chest, suppressing his cultivation. His body emanated a surge of power. His mouth bled a bit. He looked at him, smiling, thinking. Finally, I understand the meaning of the phrase, cannot enter the transcendence realm, cannot reach the peak realm. My future self wants me to use the heavenly tribulation of the peak realm at this moment, to find a way to escape death. Seeing this, he was astonished.
What is he doing? He's suppressing his cultivation? A purple vortex began to appear in the sky. Whispers spread, "This is a heavenly tribulation. Not good. The heavenly tribulation is heading towards the patriarchs. Quickly get out of the way.
If you're caught in it, you'll be turned into our heavenly tribulation." The vortex appeared above his head. He turned back and told the Shangwangzong Taoist, "You go.
This is my heavenly tribulation. Because I'm at the brink of transcending, I was unexpectedly brought here.
If you stay, you'll turn into the heavenly tribulation of a Grand Saint, and the entire Holy Land will disappear."
Upon receiving his order, the Taoist bowed and said, "Okay. Patriarch, take care."
Xiaoyun was now above him. The man looked up at Xiaoyun and shouted, "Xiaoyun, what are you doing?
You dare to attack under the heavenly tribulation? If we both suffer a mutual annihilation, we'll all die." Xiaoyun replied. "Mutual annihilation? Killing you is as easy as turning over my hand. Call back Gu Shini. If not, today will be your death day." Tianyi replied, "So that's it? This is your plan?" "Unfortunately.
I don't believe you dare to risk your life with me under the heavenly tribulation.
You are the chaos body." Hearing this, Xiaoyun unleashed a strike. He summoned a giant fiery hand and said, "If that's the case, then you go die." He wasn't one to back down. He summoned another hand to block the attack. "Xiaoyun, you want to die? Don't drag me down with you." The two hands clashed instantly.
An explosion erupted, a mix of purple and gold from the 2 different magical powers.
He summoned a demon and roared, "You madman."
Xiaoyun unleashed multiple fists at once, attacking the Shangwangzhang Taoist. He could only block these attacks with his sword, helplessly. He said, his realm has changed. Looking up, he was astonished.
Could this be the legendary divine demon Forbidden Realm? You have entered this realm already? Above, Xiaoyun and Tianyi's magical powers were continuously merging, swirling, and forming a vortex. Someone below asked, "Grand Uncle, what is the divine demon Forbidden Realm?" He clasped his hands behind his back, looking up and explaining, "A genius who surpasses their limits will enter the Forbidden Realm. It's divided into 9 levels, with the divine demon Forbidden Realm at the top. Only a divine being can enter. It's said that they are invincible within the same realm. Once, a quasi-emperor entered the divine demon Forbidden Realm and fought an emperor without losing," he said, his face breaking out in a cold sweat. Those who heard this were astonished. "That's terrifying. Can the patriarch stop him?" He replied, "I don't know." Someone else added, "Grand Uncle, call Tianyi Patriarch." At the Chaos Holy Land, attacks were continuously launched against the barrier. Jiao Shini turned around, clenching his teeth, his brows furrowed, thinking, "There's a peak realm heavenly tribulation at the Holy Land. What happened? I must check through the Supreme Tower." Thinking this, he used the Supreme Tower. As he used it, he silently cursed Xiao Yun in his mind, "You bastard, you dare to threaten my grandfather."
Suddenly, something shot towards him. The thing caused him to vomit blood, coughing up a considerable amount. It was the War Ancestors' attack. He looked at Ji Yushini and laughed, "You're fighting me, yet you dare to be distracted?" Seeking death. Suddenly, Lei Zong and the Shang Wangzong Taoist appeared. The Taoist asked Ji Yushini, "What are you doing?" Ji Yushini's face darkened with fear. "What if my grandfather dies? Even if we destroy the Chaos Holy Land, what's the point? But if I go, this plan will be ruined." Lei Zong suddenly froze, his teeth grinding. He realized something and thought, someone is attacking the formation on Ji Yinshin Mountain. Besides me, who could ascend to the peak of Ji Yinshin Mountain? Not good, it's Du Ji Yuchubai. This bastard knows how to pick his time. He decided to use the Chaos Holy Land, then he muttered to himself, "I'll go. The Chaos Holy Land and I have no grudge. I came solely for the Emperor Soldier. Once the Emperor Soldier is taken, this battle will be meaningless." His voice was calm and steady. Yi Wei, below, turned around and spoke angrily. "Lei Zong, where are you going? What is this? Damn it." He too, after witnessing everything, was very anxious. Lei Zong ran away. However, Yi Wei's attacks continued relentlessly, but he too didn't feel particularly interested. He shouted loudly, "Lei Zong left. Yi Wei, do you still want to have a life or death battle with me?" Yi Wei was afraid when he heard this. 2 against 1, even if they don't cripple him, they'll injure him. He couldn't risk his life for his own personal gain at this moment. To continue risking his life now would be foolish. He turned to Ji Yushini and said, "Ji Yushini, what do you think we should do?" Ji Yushini was still very confused. From the beginning, he had only been supporting from behind, unwilling to get too involved. He muttered, "This." Meanwhile, the Tai Su Holy Land was shaking the sky with layers of purple power, capable of violently shaking space. Below, Tian-Yi, you endure it all. These layers of power were directly targeting Tian-Yi, causing his body to be violently affected. He even coughed up blood. Around him, there were traces left by the immense power. He looked up, staring at his opponent, and angrily muttered, "This is the second Thunder Tribulation." "Xiao Yun, are you insane?" But it seems Xiao Yun didn't care about his words. He continued. "Do you think you're me? I have a Thunder Attribute Emperor scripture here." During this time, Xiao Yun seemed to ignore their conversation. He activated the surrounding area, even performing the Thunder Tribulation Annihilation 6. Just one summon of the Divine Fist from high above would send Tian-Yi to his demise. At this moment, Yi Wei had no choice but to give up. All those attacks were incredibly powerful, causing him to fall backwards, unsure of what to do. He managed to regain his composure, barely. He flew up and continued to control the battle as he wished, ignoring his injuries. "Li Chengdi, Shinyi Patriarch wants you to self-destruct your cultivation and reach the peak realm. Go help Tian-Yi Patriarch." Li Chengdi, hearing this, couldn't believe her ears. Self-destruct her cultivation? She couldn't help but feel sorrow. Tears welled up in her eyes. She had kept these emotions buried deep within her heart for so long. Now was the perfect time for these feelings to erupt. As expected, I'm just a pawn of the Tai Su Holy Land, whether I exist or not is unimportant. Before, they were preparing to make me the target for Tian-Yi to possess. Now, they're sending me to face certain death in the Thunder Tribulation. Unfortunately, what good would it do to know? At this moment, she had no choice but to obey her master's orders. She was already accustomed to this. She thought to herself, "Chubai, if I die, I wonder if you'd be heartbroken for me." Without further thought, she used her body as a shield for her comrades behind her, simultaneously unleashing a surge of power to block the Divine Fist on the other side. Another person seeking their own demise is useless. Call back Ji Yushini. If not, you'll definitely die today. You continue to control the hand, intending to wipe out all your opponents. Facing this power, Li Chengdi was a bit overwhelmed. She had to shout, "Too strong." Xiao Yun was incredibly proud of what he had accomplished. He clenched his fists, looked at Li Chengdi, and laughed. Continue. Another surge of power descended upon the world, penetrating deep into the earth. This power seemed boundless. It was generated from the limitless lightning bolts in the sky. Not good. The power of the heavenly tribulation is getting stronger. Yi Wei, after assessing the situation, realized the outcome. Xiao Yun is continuing his madness.
Tianyi Patriarch and Li Changdi will both die under the thunder tribulation.
The giant hand had pierced directly through the sky, creating a massive hole in midair, terrifying everyone below. Many people in the courtyard were worried for the two warriors.
Grand Uncle, something's not right. Zhou Tianyi and Li Changdi are getting weaker, but that guy is getting stronger. What's going on? Yi Wei said calmly.
Because Li Changdi can absorb the power of lightning to refine her physical body. Xiao Yun had now become the master of the battlefield. He didn't hesitate to unsheath his sword and said to Zhou Tianyi and the others standing bewildered in front of him.
Xiao Yun, it's time to end this. It seems your grandson doesn't hold you in his heart. Zhou Tianyi was terrified. He turned around and shouted, Li Changdi, save me.
Li Changdi was a little scared. She retreated and said, my strength isn't as strong as his.
How can I save you? Zhou Tianyi was not as afraid. He knew clearly, I know you have a way. Self-destruct the space-time body.
You can unleash a forbidden technique. If you self-destruct the space-time body, you might not die, but once I die, you'll definitely die.
Xiao Yun, on the opposite side, was also slightly bewildered. The space-time body has a forbidden technique? Li Changdi didn't know what to do.
All the options presented to her seemed hazy.
Moreover, she didn't believe she could actually do the space-time body self-destruction. Now wasn't the time to hesitate. Xiao Yun wouldn't wait.
He quickly realized this was his opportunity to unleash his power.
He shouted, Yi Wei, it's over.
Then, he raised his hand, generating a surge of energy. This surge of power flew towards the Supreme Tower, but immediately, someone rushed forward and blocked this energy, preventing it from causing any damage to the tower. Everyone turned around and shouted in unison, Supreme Tower. It was Jiu Shuri. Jiu Shuri blocked and absorbed all the attacks, protecting the Supreme Tower. Now, he was floating in midair, surrounded by dark energies, creating a large gap in space and time. He said resolutely, Li Changdi, self-destruct your space-time body, kill Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun saw this and realized things were not good for him.
He thought, I should go. But he couldn't leave easily like that. As he ran towards the base of the tower, another surge of power blocked him.
This power swirled inwards like a dragon's tail, forming a jade-green energy pillar around the tower.
Jiu Shuri couldn't waste time. Go kill Xiao Yun.
Li Changdi knew what she had to do. Jiu Shuri was trying to use her life to exchange for Xiao Yun's.
She thought about this scene with immense sorrow. It was truly a courageous act. Xiao Yun wasn't at ease either. Now, he was facing death. One-on-one against Jiu Shuri. Could he possibly die here? He thought.
Jiu Shuri continued to unleash his power. He created a circle to summon his power behind him. He continued to that gap in space and time.
Li Changdi, act now. Think about your family. He began mentioning things that could make Li Changdi stronger.
Li Changdi was not in a good mood.
Patriarch, we're all supreme bodies. Do you want to abandon me?
Family, her expression became severe. Those below heard their conversation and commented, Li Changdi is so pitiful.
She's out of options.
Hopefully, she can kill Xiao Yun.
Li Changdi used her old move.
She created a giant hand, radiating superior power. Xiao Yun had been sitting there doing nothing, but now he said, Li Changdi, you're truly pitiful. His voice was cold and detached. She spoke painfully, we're old enemies.
Mutual annihilation with you wouldn't be considered a disgrace to me.
All that power instantly attacked Xiao Yun.
He didn't resist at all.
He stood there, accepting all the power generated by the giant hand. The power emitted a wondrous pink light.
But strangely, he didn't suffer any damage. Xiao Yun even laughed and said, is this all you've got?
She couldn't believe her eyes.
How is that possible?
If you had such power, you could have killed me and Gu Tianyi long ago. She couldn't accept that all she had done caused so little damage.
If that's the case, Xiao Yun, we'll meet again in the next life.
She started to reveal her true power. It's unknown what she did, but she raised both her hands and a pink gemstone. Large and enveloped in many rings of power, emerged from her body. The gemstone soared into the air, radiating a wondrous pressure. Intense rays of light continued to emanate from Li Changdi's body as she self-destructed from a distance far from Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was powerless.
His eyes were listless, and he thought, damn, is this guy clowning around?
Self-destructing from such a distance.
How could he possibly injure me?
But then, a moment later, Xiao Yun's face changed. He couldn't stand firm and was sucked into the stream of light created by Li Chengdi, called the space-time exile. Suddenly, Li Chengdi fell from above. She said, "Xiao Yun, disappear into the long river of space and time. Without the power of an emperor, you're bound to die." Then, the stream of light, with the extraordinary power of Li Chengdi, generated at the cost of her life, gradually swallowed Xiao Yun. Li Chengdi was still falling, her face filled with sorrow. She thought, I never expected this. Xiao Yun and I would have such an end. While she was falling, the green-haired man said cruelly, "Before you die, give me the space-time body." He grabbed her collar from behind. She turned her face back and looked at him, disgusted. He intended to seize her space-time body. The man burst into laughter. "Haha, with your space-time body, my devouring MANHUA body, and the addition of Xiao Yun's death. Who in this world can seize the throne from me? I will definitely become a Tao Emperor, ruler of the heavens." Then, suddenly, a sword, emitting blazing fire, shot out from somewhere, stabbing into Li Chengdi. Her face was startled. She gritted her teeth and her eyes widened. Then, she remembered the person she used to know, Du Ji Yuchubai. She smiled, her face filled with regret and a hint of sorrow. She said, "This is the years of experience technique. Only I and Chubai have practiced it. I should have figured it out earlier. Du Ji Yuchubai is Xiao Yun? It's too late, unfortunately." The green-haired man released her and shouted, "No, this bastard Xiao Yun. He killed Li Chengdi." Everyone was astonished, asking, what happened? That sword, was it Xiao Yun who slashed? He's not dead? Time rewound to those days before. The location was now Jianshan Mountain. A white-haired old man stood with his hands on his hips, his expression serious. He spoke to Xiao Yun, "Du Ji Yuchubai, refine this emperor soldier. I can accept you as my direct disciple. In the future, if I become a Tao Emperor, you'll be my disciple. If I fail to become a Tao Emperor, you'll be the master of the sword pavilion, and this sword will be passed down to you. What do you say?" Hearing this offer, Xiao Yun folded his arms, chuckled lightly, and said, "A big piece of cake. Unfortunately, I prefer to be someone's grandfather, not a disciple." The old man remained in the same posture, still wearing the red cloak. He asked angrily, "You bastard, aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Xiao Yun boldly replied, "Then kill me. I bet you won't bear to part with this sword." The white-haired old man glanced at Xiao Yun and sighed, "Fine. You win." Suddenly, it began to rain. Strangely, the rain was a deep red. Xiao Yun looked up and wondered, "Huh? Blood rain? A quasi-emperor must have died." The white-haired old man also looked up, his face serious. He said, "Mo11 is dead. Your Chaos Holy Land has survived this tribulation." He continued, "Kid, stop fooling around. Do you agree or not?" Suddenly, Xiao Yun's entire body trembled. His body emanated red light. He realized, not good, my main body is in trouble. Then, he fainted. His body lay on the ground, lifeless. Seeing Xiao Yun like this, the white-haired old man was surprised and confused. He panicked, what happened? He's dead? Why is he just an empty shell? The scene shifted. The sky was blue, a beautiful sight at the Chaos Holy Land. Contrary to the beautiful atmosphere, everyone was tense because of what had happened. Bud turned to the War Ancestor and asked, "War Ancestor, what happened? Why did Lei Zhan and Jiushani suddenly withdraw?" Hearing this, the War Ancestor looked at the old man with white beard and hair, who was lying motionless on the floor. He replied, "I don't know either. But there's a heavenly tribulation aura coming from the Tai Su Holy Land." Lei Zhu, at that moment, approached, extending his hand and announcing, "Not good. Xiao Yun is gone." The War Ancestor's face changed. He frowned and said, "That means the enemy's withdrawal is related to Xiao Yun." He asked, "Send someone to the Tai Su Holy Land to see what happened." At this time, a hazy multidimensional space, with colors like a galaxy, where yellow streams wriggled and curved like a brook, was called the River of Time. Xiao Yun was now caught here after his battle with Li Chengdi. He said, "So this is the River of Time? Without the realm of an emperor, you can't escape." Li Chengdi's ultimate move was truly unexpected. Xiao Yun was struggling, flailing in the River of Time. He exclaimed, "It's truly difficult to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun looked up and saw the silhouette of someone flying through the River of Time with ease. The orange-haired man looked back at Xiao Yun and sighed, "Huh, so someone can maintain consciousness in the River of Time." The man flew toward Xiao Yun, raising his hand above Xiao Yun's head. Then, he started to unleash his power, intending to take advantage of the situation and eliminate Xiao Yun. Because of the two forces acting simultaneously, the River of Time tightened its grip on Xiao Yun's body. The other man was trying to suppress Xiao Yun's body with his power, causing Xiao Yun to shout in agony, "No! I'm going to die." The other man's face was full of malice. He said, "Your life and death don't matter," and continued to attack. Xiao Yun raised both hands, his face contorted in pain. In his despair, he asked, "Am I about to die here?" At that critical moment, suddenly, a massive, dazzling golden fist shot out and struck the other man, pulverizing him. Xiao Yun was startled. He realized, this is the Chaos Fist. At that moment, another Xiao Yun, emitting a pure golden light, with a colossal body, laughed and said to the Xiao Yun in front of him, "Finally, we've met." The current Xiao Yun turned around, surprised. He said, "You're my future self." The two Xiao Yuns faced each other, exchanging happy smiles. The future Xiao Yun said, "Now that you're here, you don't need to take the long way around." The current Xiao Yun widened his eyes, stammering in astonishment. This is the Tao of Time. My cultivation is rapidly increasing. Xiao Yun gradually realized. He asked, "Xiao Yun, space, time. Could it be, the Emperor's scripture was created by you? You're the Emperor." The future Xiao Yun smiled proudly. He looked at the current Xiao Yun and replied, as expected. "You figured it out quickly. Unfortunately, I still have a bit of regret, so you absolutely cannot follow in my footsteps." Then, the future Xiao Yun extended a finger towards the current Xiao Yun and used the peak Grand Saint realm. He said, "All right, I've reached my limit." The current Xiao Yun smiled joyfully, raised both hands, and observed. He said excitedly, "Peak Grand Saint realm. This is unbelievable." The current Xiao Yun was gradually escaping. He asked, "Earlier, you said I couldn't follow in your footsteps. What did you mean?" The future Xiao Yun's body began to gradually dissipate. After helping the current Xiao Yun escape from the River of Time, he replied, "The will of heaven. I can't say, and I shouldn't. You'll know when the time comes." Having been liberated by the future Xiao Yun, the present Xiao Yun flew out. "Look, I'm out of the River of Time. Besides ascending to the Emperor realm, there's another way. That is to completely control the Tao of Time. Now that I'm out, I should return." Xiao Yun's face was determined. He flew away, saying, "Tai Su Holy Land. Lei Zhan, the quasi-emperors, all this, it's time to end." At the chaotic Holy Land, before the large courtyard of the mansion, the old ancestor was talking to the war ancestor. He said, "War ancestor, we've investigated thoroughly. Xiao Yun used the heavenly tribulation to force the first ancient god to leave, but he was pulled into the River of Time by Li Changdi using the space-time body secret technique." After listening to the old ancestor, the war ancestor exclaimed in astonishment, "What? The River of Time? That place is only accessible by the emperors." His face revealed a hint of worry, and he said with a serious tone, "That chaotic body, which we only encounter every few years, is gone just like that. The abhorrent Tai Su Holy Land, I'm going to exterminate them." At this moment, Xiao Yun appeared from somewhere, interrupting their conversation, making the war ancestor jump. He calmly said, "War ancestor senior, this matter is not urgent." Standing before the two elders, Xiao Yun clasped his hands together in a solemn salute. The old ancestor welcomed him with great joy. "Xiao Yun, you've returned." The war ancestor looked puzzled. "Didn't you get pulled into the River of Time? How come your cultivation has increased to the peak of the Grand Saint realm?" Xiao Yun smiled cheerfully and explained, "A blessing in disguise. I progressed a bit, now I have the ability to help everyone improve." The old ancestor proudly put his hand on Xiao Yun's shoulder, reminding him, "There's still a little bit left. This is a realm that others would take hundreds of thousands of years to achieve." The war ancestor didn't hesitate to praise, "Good, good. The Holy Land will spare no expense to help you become a true emperor." He placed his hand on Xiao Yun's shoulder, full of trust. "The Holy Land has accumulated resources for many years, anything you need, we will help you steal it back." Xiao Yun understood their kindness, but he explained further, "Even though I can control spacetime, reaching the true emperor level isn't that easy. I've already thought about it. Let's help the immortal ancestor and the thunder ancestor become true emperors first. That way, together with me and my avatar, we'll have the combat power of 6 true emperors. Then we'll go together to destroy the Tai Su Holy Land." This sounded like a joke, but both of them knew it was true. The war ancestor burst out laughing, "Huh, not bad, not bad. The anger of being besieged by those true emperors must be vented." The immortal ancestor also smiled, "I've overused my magic skills.
Is it really possible for me to ascend?
Xiao Yun was incredibly cheerful. Don't worry, I'll find a way.
I've already thought about it, but I need to go through more enlightenments. Leave these things to Duga Chubai.
This time, on the Divine Sword Mountain, a patch of sky resembling the color of the universe appeared at the peak of the mountain. The blend of colors formed a white hole in the middle. From the hole, a boom sounded, and a pillar of light shot down directly onto the peak. It turned out to be the same person who had saved Xiao Yun from the river of time.
He was reuniting Xiao Yun's soul with his avatar.
He said triumphantly, "The soul has returned. This time, let's see how you're going to escape from my grasp." Below, the destination of the pillar of light was him and Xiao Yun's motionless body. Suddenly, his expression changed.
He exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? Why is the aura so strong?" Xiao Yun's soul entered the body, slowly pushing himself up.
The blue light still surrounded him. Standing up, he exclaimed, "This feeling, it's so refreshing." The old man backed away, hurriedly shouting, "How can you have reached the peak of the Grand Saint Realm in such a short time?
Could you be hiding your cultivation?" Xiao Yun, in his usual nonchalant way, calmly replied, "That's not the point. I'm going to show you something interesting."
He smiled, watched closely. Around him, layers of spiritual energy manifested. They encircled him, radiating an incredibly dazzling light. Along with it, glittering water lilies appeared and disappeared. It was his chaotic domain technique. The old man was utterly astonished by this sight. He couldn't believe his eyes, pointing and shouting in disbelief.
He recognized, you are Xiao Yun.
Xiao Yun calmly explained, "You can't say it like that.
I am still Duga Chubai.
It's just that this true avatar is Xiao Yun's avatar."
The old man no longer wanted to waste time.
He concentrated his power, summoning spiritual energy. In an instant, circles of lightning resembling thunder appeared before him, encasing him. He yelled seriously, "I never thought that the strongest swordsmanship genius would be Xiao Yun's avatar.
Looks like I need to get serious." Xiao Yun didn't back down either.
A magic circle appeared behind him, with dazzling colors wrapping around him. Facing the old man, he thought, "It's time to refine the seven-colored divine sword. Seven-colored divine sword, connect."
Xiao Yun called out.
Around him, numerous swords of different colors appeared, pointing towards the sky. Yellow, purple, blue, red, and cyan, representing different elements. Xiao Yun used this technique to connect them, forming a mystical sword with all the colors on it, standing upright on the ground. The old man saw Xiao Yun using this technique and inwardly rejoiced, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Finally, he's decided to refine his emperor weapon. Good, good. Once I obtain this emperor weapon, I'll be the strongest true emperor. Then, even the war ancestor will have to bow down to me. But the radiant divine sword was curious, "Strange, why isn't he stopping you?" Xiao Yun had anticipated this and confidently responded to the sword. "He still dreams of obtaining you." The sword chuckled, "Then we'll have to give him a good lesson later." Xiao Yun walked forward, his hand reaching for the hilt of the sword, about to lift it. Finally done, he lifted the entire radiant sword, pointing it towards the sky. With a series of sizzling sounds, beams of light shot out in all directions. The old man, seemingly sensing a problem more serious than he had initially thought, cried out, "No, it's bad." Now, Xiao Yun was holding the sword, its brilliance radiating as he raised it to strike the old man. With a thunderous boom, the earth trembled. The mountain seemed to burst with brilliance, and countless rock fragments flew off the peak. Xiao Yun, soaring high in the air, looked down as smoke and the glow from the sword gradually dissipated. He still held the strange sword tightly in his hand, and he declared in a loud voice, "Today, Duga Chubai challenges the swordmasters and the thunder fighters to a duel to the death." In contrast to his serious demeanor, Xiao Yun secretly thought, this is the time to collect a bunch of enlightenments. This was likely the reason why he had agreed to merge with this avatar. His voice echoed everywhere. At the foot of the mountain, discussions broke out, challenging the swordmasters and the thunder fighters to a duel to the death? Challenging the true emperor-level swordsmanship? Has Duga Chubai gone mad? He's absolutely insane. Let's go see. The rest of them shouted in unison, "Let's go, let's go." They rushed toward the sky, notifying each other. It's the Divine Sword Mountain. Go quickly, don't miss this incredible spectacle. It's been years since we've had something so exciting. The swordmasters and the thunder fighters stood before him, furious. Do you think you can win so easily? Xiao Yun replied calmly, "Even you can't defeat me, what makes you think I wouldn't become an emperor? Hopefully, your skills are as strong as your mouth." In an instant, the saber in his hand grew in size. With a bang, he aimed to assassinate Xiao Yun. This was the Thunder God Slash. Facing the sharp blade of the Thunder God Slash, Xiaoyun did not flinch. He charged forward, shouting, "Everyone, watch this." With a resounding clang, the two energy sources collided, sending shockwaves through the heavens. Thunderfighter, with arrogant confidence, smirched triumphantly, "He can actually hold his own against me? I must get that Emperor weapon." Those below were stunned. Holy crap, Dugu Chubai has the combat power of a true emperor? My goodness. This isn't an ordinary true emperor, he's not even using an emperor weapon. Thunderfighter is undoubtedly invincible. Someone argued, how on earth did Dugu Chubai do that? Everyone was bewildered. At this moment, a notification echoed within Xiaoyun's subconscious. A message from the system. It caused a shock. Host's actions have caused a shock, rewarding 3 enlightenment opportunities. The incredibly important message was repeated 3 times. Xiaoyun was delighted with this notification. He chuckled, haha, if enlightenment opportunities continue to increase at this rate, becoming an emperor is within reach. Xiaoyun looked down on Thunderfighter with disdain. Thunderfighter, is that all you have? The old man refused to accept this, stubbornly replying, little brat, don't exaggerate. I was afraid of killing you earlier, so I only used a little bit of strength. If that's the case, let me open your eyes to the power of a sword cultivator. In an instant, Thunderfighter changed his stance. He raised his sword towards the sky, gathering the surrounding energy. Then, with a bang, those below gaped in astonishment. Finally, Thunderfighter is using his true strength? How powerful. He's worthy of being a true emperor-level sword cultivator. Those from the sword manor were also confused. How come Brother Chubai suddenly became so powerful? He can actually fight on par with the master? Hualang Xin couldn't believe his eyes. He frowned and said, didn't he just reach Nirvana realm? Jian Yi, standing beside him, confirmed, there's no way he's only at the Nirvana realm. Lu Tiandu saw this scene and was puzzled. How can Dugu Chubai have the combat power of a true emperor? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. With a whoosh, before everyone's eyes, Thunderfighter surged forward, leaping and slashing directly at Xiaoyun. Thunderfighter, you only have this much? You won't be able to defeat me. Xiaoyun reacted quickly, leaping back to dodge the attack. He struck decisively, shouting, 7 swords unite. The sword in his hand grew in size, radiating overwhelming power, and he thrust it towards Thunderfighter. Of course, the old man didn't have time to dodge. Despite being overpowered, Thunderfighter managed to resist, raising his sword to dispel the energy surrounding him. Thunderfighter's eyes no longer held any arrogance. He looked at Xiaoyun with concern, you. How did you become so powerful? You already feel powerful? The knowledge of a true emperor-level sword cultivator is rather mediocre, isn't it? Xiaoyun deliberately emphasized this. At the same time, he unleashed the cosmic sword cannon. Instantly, a rainbow-like beam of light erupted from where he stood, spreading in all directions, transforming the space where he and Thunderfighter stood into a galaxy beyond the universe. Its beauty was breathtaking. Those from the Dugu clan below cheered, the Dugu clan is about to rise. This Dugu Chubai is even more formidable than Dugu Jin back then. A true emperor. Our Dugu clan has a true emperor-level powerhouse. Dugu Bai Tian was extremely excited. He shouted, Uncle, you're so powerful. Under the sharp, pointed sword that was charging toward him, Thunderfighter stood frozen in place. Xiaoyun shouted, Thunderfighter, receive my move. Thunderfighter hurriedly blocked with his saber, confused. How can one attack be this powerful? The oppressive force is terrifying. Didn't he just break through? With a resounding bang, all the power of the sword crashed into Thunderfighter. He was sent flying backward, spewing blood. With a resounding thud, Thunderfighter, having taken the full brunt of the attack, crashed to the ground. The impact was so powerful that thousands of pieces of rock were shattered. Under the eyes of the thousands watching, including Hualang Xian, Lu Tiandu, and Dugu Bai Tian, they all exclaimed in unison, Thunderfighter has lost. Receiving the expected outcome, Xiaoyun was supremely confident. He raised his sword, as if showcasing his victory, and called out, anyone else? But at that moment, Thunderfighter suddenly rose from the rubble. Surrounded by terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy, he released the power, and a thick wave of killing intent emanated from Thunderfighter. He said darkly, Dugu Chubai, you forced me to do this. Thunderfighter stood in the air, letting out a thunderous roar. The energy around him was so powerful that everything trembled. Even he seemed unable to contain himself and was about to explode. He shouted, "Unleash the Thunder God Tree Body." Blue spiritual energy, resembling thunder, exploded everywhere. His disciples were startled. Jiani said anxiously, "Master has used the Thunder God Tree Body. This is a forbidden technique that harms one's foundation. He's probably gained the power of a true emperor wielding an emperor weapon at this point." Hua Lang Xian was also in shock. That's right. Even if Duga Chubai is stronger, he's definitely going to die this time. Xiao Yun was not to be outdone. He burst forth with spiritual energy, unleashing his chaotic domain. The fire-like light instantly escalated to an even higher level. He shouted, "Bring it on." Thunder Fighter charged towards him, wielding his saber. He slashed and shouted. Flashing lightning step. Blue lightning erupted from the blade, shooting toward Xiao Yun. Lu Tiandu exclaimed, "So fast." The instant the saber touched him, Xiao Yun instantly executed the same flashing lightning step. He quickly dodged the attack. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed as the impact of the technique was incredibly strong. The old man, Thunder Fighter, glared at him angrily and snorted. Facing that malice, Xiao Yun smiled provocatively. "You doubt it, right? We're both using the flashing lightning step. Why am I faster than you?" Then, Xiao Yun summoned several other swords beside him. It was his age of the sword technique. He confidently answered Thunder Fighter's question, because of mastered the Tao of Time. A barrage of swords shot from the fiery dragon, aimed at Thunder Fighter. With a bang, he quickly created a blue shield around himself, resisting the immense pressure before him. Emboldened by his success, Thunder Fighter laughed arrogantly, "Ha, I blocked it. I blocked it." The lightning shield he created was actually stopping Xiao Yun's attack. But unfortunately, it didn't last long. Xiao Yun, standing in the distance, couldn't help but laugh at him. "You're so happy after blocking one sword? You're getting ahead of yourself." With those words, a series of whooshing sounds echoed. 1,000 swords, ablaze with fire, charged forward, stabbing at Thunder Fighter's shield. With a continuous bang, in an instant, Thunder Fighter disappeared from view amidst the blazing fire. The spectators, who had been watching intently, roared. "This Dugu Chubai is truly powerful. What kind of cultivation does he have? Could he already be a true emperor? The Taisu Holy Land is truly rising this time." After the smoke mostly cleared, leaving only a few flames burning on the ground, Thunder Fighter appeared. Surprisingly, he wasn't burned to a crisp. He struggled to keep himself from falling, supporting himself with his sword. The ground beneath where he knelt had been carved out deeply. He said painfully, "Duga Chubai, you truly surprised me." "I was wrong." Xiao Yun confidently raised his sword, its colors radiating brightly. With an unafraid expression, he asked Thunder Fighter, "So, do you still want this sword?" Suddenly, he raised his hand, as if forming a seal. He shouted hurriedly, "Duga Chubai, don't think you've won. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." With those words, he grasped the hilt of his sword again and thrust it forcefully into the ground, unleashing a technique. The saber, once inserted, radiated a painful blue lightning energy that spread rapidly. At this moment, sensing something, a group of disciples shouted, "No, Thunder Fighter is going to die with us. Run, it's too late. This is a true emperor's self-destruction. We're going to die here." The blue sphere, having accumulated enough energy, soared into the sky, surrounded by crackling noises. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed as the blue sphere exploded. Those below, amidst the crowd watching, were surprised. "That's right, why is he flying into the sky?" Someone who saw clearly answered, "It's Duga Chubai. Look, he's unharmed." The others felt a sense of relief. "Phew, you scared me." Xiao Yun stood in the sky, his body radiating countless beautiful colors of spiritual energy. He observed, thinking, "Thankfully, I've mastered the Tao of space and time. I've also begun to comprehend the Tao of space-time. If not, I'd be in real trouble this time. Let's go. Let's kill those grand saints and collect some enlightenment opportunities." Xiao Yun flew towards a different direction. Before the vast mansion courtyard, at the chaotic Holy Land, returning to the mansion, Xiao Yun immediately absorbed spiritual energy. The abundant spiritual energy swirled around him, streams of firelight dancing dazzlingly, enveloping him. Zhang Delay, who was sitting below, deeply focused on his cultivation. Absorbed all the fiery red spiritual energy that Xiao Yun transmitted to him. Electric currents flickered around him. The immortal ancestor observed, stroking his beard, unable to conceal his astonishment. He stammered, Divine Son is truly incredible. Not only has he replenished the Thunder Ancestor's aging body, but he has also shortened the time by hundreds of times. The spiritual energy Zhang Delay absorbed grew stronger and stronger, and the electric current emanating from him became increasingly concentrated. Zhang Delay opened his eyes in amazement and laughed heartily. Ha ha, I finally waited for this day. The cultivation and ascension were complete. Zhang Delay reached out towards Xiao Yun, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Yun. Our Holy Land now has 3 true emperors. We have nothing to fear." Xiao Yun nodded happily. "Don't be so quick. We're about to have another true emperor." His eyes looked towards the immortal ancestor. "Immortal ancestor, it's your turn." The immortal ancestor, hearing this, hesitated and explained, I can't. I've been cultivating the immortal magic technique for too long and can't break through anymore." Xiao Yun refused to listen. He explained, "Sit down. Don't forget, I also cultivate the immortal magic technique. If I said it can be broken, then it can." Facing the immortal ancestor's skepticism, Xiao Yun thought silently to himself. With this many enlightenment opportunities, if I can't break the immortal magic technique, then something is truly wrong. Finally, he convinced the immortal ancestor to sit down. Xiao Yun placed his hand on the immortal ancestor's back. "I won't use the immortal magic technique to break through to true emperor. But you can. Just do exactly as I say." The immortal ancestor was skeptical. He said, "You want to rely on the chaotic body to break through to true emperor? That's going to be very difficult." Zhang Dalai, who was standing beside him, grumbled, "What the hell? Even if the Divine Sun doesn't ascend to true emperor, with the chaotic body in hand, what true emperor could possibly match him?" At this moment, Xiao Yun transmitted red-black demonic energy into the immortal ancestor's body. It was completely different from the spiritual energy he had transmitted to Zhang Dalai. The immortal ancestor, hearing Zhang Dalai's words, added, "That's right. Our Divine Sun is now one of the strongest individuals on the continent." In a flash, Xiao Yun jumped back. The immortal ancestor, at this point, had also gathered the demonic energy within himself. A series of whooshing sounds echoed. Finally, to his own astonishment, he stood up, surrounded by swirling demonic energy. The immortal ancestor was overjoyed, filled with vigor. "Ha ha, ha ha. I never thought I would have the day to break through to true emperor. And there are no limitations anymore." Zhang Dalai, standing next to Xiao Yun, said excitedly, "Now our Holy Land has 4 true emperors, plus Xiao Yun. Let's go to the Taisu Holy Land to exterminate them and vent our rage from before." Xiao Yun's expression was very slow and calm. "No rush. I've made a few promises. Let's help them ascend first." At this moment, from outside the gate, 4 people entered, led by Elder DTN. Following them were Ji Xuanyu, Lin Xiaonia, and Zhao Wuji. Elder DTN walked in and said, "My precious disciple, we've arrived. Where is this creation 302 that you mentioned?" As if sensing something, Elder DTN suddenly looked at him in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment. Disciple, you're at the peak of the Grand Saint Realm?" My goodness, Lin Xiaonia and Ji Xuanyu saw Xiao Yun and were filled with admiration. Their eyes sparkled brightly as they exclaimed in unison. Lin Xiaonia put her hands on her cheeks. "Wow, senior brother, you're so amazing. How did you do that?" Ji Xuanyu added, "Congratulations, senior brother." Zhao Wuji also glanced sideways at Xiao Yun, his eyes revealing a mix of disgust and jealousy. He said, "Are you destined to be a monster? This is bad, this time, I can't catch up." Xiao Yun saw this, but he didn't mind. He smiled and responded, "Don't worry, I'll do my best to help everyone. As for how far everyone can go, it'll depend on your own destiny." Zhao Wuji was surprised. He never thought that despite his disdain for Xiao Yun, the latter was still willing to help him. He exclaimed, "You're not afraid that I'll surpass you?" Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and smirked at Zhao Wuji, his words laced with a hint of amusement. "You're thinking too much. Come on." Then he began casting a spell. He used the power of the chaotic body to heal his master's injuries and enhance his cultivation. Streams of power emanated from Xiao Yun. His master sat in a meditative posture, absorbing these powers, creating a green aura, which indicated the immense power of Xiao Yun. In a moment, the injuries in Elder DTN's body were healed, and his cultivation significantly increased. Next came senior sister Ji Xuanyu. Xiao Yun pointed at her, and instantly, streams of power radiated from him, as before. Xuanyu's cultivation also increased significantly. Then it was Lin Xiaonia's turn to break through her talent. Finally, it was Zhao Wuji's turn. Although he didn't believe Xiao Yun would help him, he sat in a meditative posture anyway, allowing Xiao Yun to help him break through. 5 days later, done. Xiaoyun smiled and asked, all right, the great transformation is complete. Are you all satisfied? Lin Xiaonia replied with a bright smile.
I can ascend to the heavenly realm. I'm so happy. I can become an elder now. He. Ji Xuanyu added, that's right. I never dreamed of this.
Zhao Wuji also laughed heartily, Grand Saint, I become a Grand Saint.
He. Xiaoyun, I love monsters like you.
Even Xiaoyun's master had broken through. He looked at Xiaoyun with pride and expressed, peak of the Grand Saint realm.
Becoming a true emperor is within reach. Having a disciple like you, my life is already complete.
Xiaoyun quickly said, Master, you're joking. If you hadn't kept me back, I wouldn't be where I am today. Then he turned to the Thunder Ancestor.
Thunder Ancestor, didn't you just say you wanted to vent your rage? It's time. The Thunder Ancestor, hearing Xiaoyun's suggestion, responded cheerfully. Ha ha. Ha ha. Great. I'll go find the War Ancestor.
On the other side, at the Taisu Holy Land, Tiani and the first ancient god were discussing.
The first ancient god exclaimed, Dugu Chubai can actually defeat Thunderfighter? I can't believe it. Tiani asked, you're not worried that he's going to betray our Taisu Holy Land?
The first ancient god quickly reassured him, don't be scared. Although our Taisu Holy Land is not as strong as the chaotic Holy Land, our internal strength is something the chaotic Holy Land can't match. Right now, the chaotic Holy Land needs to nurture Xiaoyun, and we've lost Li Changdi. It would be better to stay here. Tiani put his hand on his chin, closed his eyes, and sighed, but we can't be careless. It's truly unprecedented that he could suddenly become so powerful. The Taisu Holy Land was enveloped by a hemispherical barrier to prevent external forces from intruding. But suddenly, from the sky, a massive wave of fire energy, from an unknown source, struck the protective barrier. Despite the protective barrier, it suffered considerable damage, causing Tiani and the first ancient god within the mansion to be extremely surprised. Tiani stared at the source of the sound and exclaimed, this is impossible. As Tiani expected, outside the protective barrier were Xiaoyun, together with the Heavenly Emperor, the Thunder Ancestor, the War Ancestor, and the Old Ancestor. The Old Ancestor shouted. First ancient god, are you trying to hide like a turtle? Come out. Without waiting for a response from those inside, Xiaoyun unleashed his chaotic bell, sending a massive golden bell crashing against the protective barrier. Inside, the first ancient god looked up in disbelief. This can't be happening. How can Xiaoyun have the power of a true emperor? Tiani gritted his teeth, frowned, and said in a tense voice, 5 true emperors. The chaotic Holy Land, how have they become so strong? Even the immortal ancestor has become a true emperor. Xiaoyun, outside, continued his attacks. He laughed, first ancient god, your turtle shell is cracked. Seeing this, the first ancient god summoned the Supreme Sovereign Tower to reinforce the protective barrier. He called out to everyone, use your cultivation. We must protect our sect's grand formation. The Supreme Sovereign Tower was activated, radiating a green energy. The protective barrier was restored. Xiaoyun was surprised, that formation is repairing so quickly? The War Ancestor explained, this is a formation crafted by an emperor. There's a final mechanism left. However, it's also the last of its energy. Then, the Old Ancestor clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash a technique. A powerful blue energy radiated from him. He said, everyone, together. As long as we break through this formation, the Taishu Holy Land will be destroyed today. Seeing this, the Heavenly Emperor, Xiaoyun, and the Old Ancestor began to unleash their attacks. Dugu Chubai, using telepathic communication, reached out to Dugu Chubai. He calculated, this formation won't last much longer. Called Dugu Chubai back, hopefully he can arrive in time. The first ancient god's avatar finally found Dugu Chubai on the mountain top. He invited him to help. Chubai, the Holy Land is in danger. Returned quickly to help. After hearing about the first ancient god's predicament, Dugu Chubai came up with a reason to refuse. He hung his head, sighing, Old Ancestor, I just killed Thunderfighter. My body is injured, I'm powerless. He thought to himself, the devil himself will help you. At the Taishu Holy Land, the protective barrier shattered into hundreds of pieces. The grand formation was broken. Xiaoyun and the elders rushed forward, not giving the first ancient god a chance to react. The ones who deserve to die are the first ancient god in Tiani. The people there are innocent and shouldn't be hard. The War Ancestor frowned and chuckled, warning the Taishu people, those who surrender will be spared. Those who stubbornly resist will be killed, regardless of their crimes. One person from the crowd spoke up, the Taishu Holy Land is doomed.
Let's surrender. Another added, they have 5 true emperors. We no longer have any power to turn the tide. Yet another person chimed in, we've completely lost this time.
They all knelt down and responded in unison, we are willing to take refuge in the chaotic Holy Land. The Thunder Ancestor spotted the first ancient god. He informed the old ancestor, that little brat, the first ancient god, has gone to the Taishu Forbidden Land.
We'll go there too.
The old ancestor agreed, all right.
Xiaoyun set his sights on Tianyi. He thought, Tianyi has the devouring heaven demon body. We can't let him escape. John Warren, in the air, took out a talisman inside.
The Taishu Holy Land is finished.
I'll leave first.
He planned to escape first, waiting for the right opportunity to confront Xiaoyun and the elders.
His image blurred and gradually disappeared into the air.
He smugly snorted, humph, with the talisman that the old ancestor created, even the war ancestor can't find me.
Sooner or later, I'll get my chance.
As he was daydreaming about his plan for revenge, Xiaoyun charged towards him, catching John Warren off guard.
He chuckled coldly, well, maybe not. John Haoran was astonished and a little scared. This is space-time fluctuation. How is it possible? One must fully master the Tao of time and space to attain the Tao of space-time.
Xiaoyun chuckled coldly, I, wielding the time moon sword, can even escape the river of time and control the Tao of space-time.
What's so strange about that? John Haoran's face contorted with hatred. He thought, damn, this bastard is so perverted. He clutched a talisman, preparing to flee.
Before the talisman could activate, the time moon sword summoned by Xiaoyun pierced straight through John Haoran's body.
John Haoran fell, clutching his wound.
He gasped in pain, swordsmanship, so terrifying.
Could he be Duga Chubai?
Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly, you are indeed quite clever.
You guessed correctly. Duga Chubai is my avatar. John Haoran was startled. An avatar this powerful? How is that possible? Xiaoyun replied, you could be the ancestor of the ancient god. So why is this impossible?
Xiaoyun still held the time moon sword. Before dealing with John Haoran, he had a question to ask.
Before you die, tell me, what was your true objective? It couldn't have been simply to seize the other supreme bodies, could it? John Haoran replied, of course, my aim was to destroy you. That's why I stayed.
But then, his expression turned strange. His eyes glared fiercely at Xiaoyun, yet a faint smile played at his lips, as if he were plotting something.
He warned, Xiaoyun, don't rejoice too soon. Soon, all of you will die.
As he spoke, his body exploded. The blast shook the sky, but fortunately, Xiaoyun had already moved to a safe distance and was unharmed.
He thought, the second-ranked supreme body, indeed not to be underestimated. If I didn't have my inner heaven and earth, I don't know where I would have been dragged to.
He then returned to the Mount Tai Forbidden Land. He contemplated, it seems Tai Su is still hiding some tricks.
Never mind, I'll handle them as they come.
Meanwhile, the War Ancestor, the Heavenly Emperor, the Ancestor, and the Thunder Ancestor attacked Ancient God first from all sides. But he had a protective tower forming a formidable shield, so he could still withstand their onslaught. Ancient God first, your stubborn resistance is futile. Today, your Tai Su will be destroyed. The War Ancestor warned, Ancient God first, your stubborn resistance is futile. Today, your Tai Su will be destroyed. Inside the protective tower, Ancient God first gritted his teeth and said, don't be so smug, you will all die. It was as if he had devised a counterplan. As he spoke, his protective tower expanded, emitting a green light that enveloped both him and the tower. In an instant, Ancient God first vanished, as if he had never been there. The Thunder Ancestor said angrily, damn, that old rascal got away. The War Ancestor explained, Taisu's Heavenly Emperor originally used his space-time body to become a great emperor. It's normal for him to have left a few escape methods. The Thunder Ancestor replied with disappointment, it's a pity, we know so little about the Tao of space-time. At that moment, Xiaoyun arrived. He asked, War Ancestor, how is the situation?
We let Ancient God first get away.
The War Ancestor sighed, it's hard to kill a true emperor, and he still has his emperor artifact.
It's even harder. Ignoring Ancient God first.
The War Ancestor crossed his arms behind his back and asked about Xiaoyun's situation. Where's the Heavenly first? Xiaoyun replied, he's dead. However, before he died, he said something strange. The War Ancestor furrowed his brow in concern, Ancient God first said something similar.
I'm afraid they've left some leeway. But it's no use thinking about it now. Great thunder, you deal with Tai-Sus people. Xiao Yun and I will go to the Tai-Su Forbidden Land first to inspect the spoils of war. In contrast to the war ancestors' worry, Xiao Yun remained calm. He simply replied, yes. Having resolved the matter, the ancestors and Xiao Yun began touring the Tai-Su Forbidden Land. The war ancestor looked up, gazing at the architecture of Tai-Su Forbidden Land. Wow, no wonder it's the #1 Holy Land. There are so many treasures. Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. All this belongs to you now. Next, we'll do everything we can to help you become an emperor. Xiao Yun replied with a smile, becoming an emperor is not that simple, I'm afraid. Whether it's through swordsmanship or through the chaos body, it takes a lot of time. He looked at the surrounding antiques. However, we can't waste the treasures here. Here's the plan. Call your master and your junior sisters here. On the one hand, I'll think of a way to ascend to true emperor, and on the other hand, we'll help them ascend again. The war ancestor nodded approvingly. All right, let's do it. After all, without you, we wouldn't have gotten these treasures. Zhang Dalai exclaimed with glee, we actually defeated Tai-Su. So satisfying. Ancient God First, meanwhile, was fleeing from Xiao Yun's group. He thought, unbelievable, in the blink of an eye, the Chaos Holy Land has so many true emperors. This is terrifying. However, he had planned for this. It's fine, the dam is already high. Waves can't break it. The tall tree catches the wind. With so many true emperors, they are bound to become thorns in everyone's eyes. Those reclusive old masters should emerge now. After his scheming thoughts, Ancient God First suddenly split his consciousness in midair. Chaos Holy Land, you're gonna pay. Wait for me to gather the top experts from the entire continent. Then, it will be your apocalypse. His avatars went to awaken the hidden true emperor level experts one by one. The first was Old Long, a dragon engulfed in a powerful, flame-like energy. Old Long, the Chaos Holy Land has 5 people with true emperor strength. Wake up. Old Long opened his fierce eyes, snarling. Old Ancestor, stop spouting nonsense. How could the Chaos Holy Land have 5 great true emperors? Ancient God First replied, why would I joke about this? Our Tai-Su is destroyed. If you don't take action, you'll be dead too. After these words, Old Long, his ferocious mouth appearing as if it wanted to spew fire, bared his sharp teeth and flew up. It seems the continent is about to change. Old Long flew at the speed of light, leaving a fiery red trail in his wake. Meanwhile, another avatar of Ancient God First flew to the Sea God's territory. Sea God, wake up. The continent's balance has been disrupted. The Sea God, with his emerald green eyes, looked at Ancient God First. He asked to confirm what he had just heard. Is that true? Ancient God First replied hastily. Do you know of other true emperor level experts who are sleeping? If you don't act now, the Chaos Holy Land will have a monopoly. He revealed his evil, scheming expression. Chaos Holy Land, Xiao Yun. Before you perish, let's have some fun. A month later, at the Tai-Su Holy Land, the Emperor Heaven Elder, who had just ascended to true emperor, was laughing gleefully. Ha ha, ha ha. I never thought I would become a true emperor. My dear disciple. Taking you as my disciple is the greatest joy in my life. Xiao Yun beamed with joy. Congratulations, Master. I played a part in your ascension. The Emperor Heaven Elder asked, my half-chaos body was able to ascend with your help. Why can't you ascend to true emperor? Xiao Yun replied, because a chaos body is too perfect, the difficulty of ascension is not merely double. Nearby, Zhao Wuji, with his bright yellow hair, exuded confidence and challenged Xiao Yun. I've ascended to the pinnacle of Great Saint. My combat power is comparable to a true emperor. Come on, let's fight. Xiao Yun responded with a disdainful smile, using one hand to fling him away. You're far from enough. The sword spirit was overjoyed. You're a saint now? Are you dreaming? Before her joy could last, Ji Chuanwu pointed at the sky and screamed in alarm. No good. Everyone look, countless experts are flying towards our Holy Land. Outside the Chaos Holy Land, Ancient God First, along with countless others he had lured, combined forces to attack the protective shield. Ancient God First said, no need to get serious right now, wait for that Xiao Yun to return. He's the biggest threat. One of his companions reassured him, rest assured, we're going to completely destroy the Chaos Holy Land. Zhang Dalai, inside the Chaos Holy Land, expressed surprise. I didn't expect our continent to have so many powerful people.
The war ancestor, beside him, added worriedly, I'm guessing they have more than 13 true emperors.
Now, the Chaos Holy Land has 5 true emperors on the surface, and even with 13 of them, we don't have a significant advantage.
The ancestor immediately flew over and reported the situation. War ancestor, the people of the Holy Land have all been arranged in the chaos desolation of the Forbidden Land. The war ancestor replied, luckily, before the Chaos Great Emperor left, he left a contingency plan that would allow everyone to avoid the effects of the Great Battle. But once the Chaos Holy Land falls into enemy hands, the Chaos Desolation will eventually be destroyed. The brown-haired man beside him spoke, reading the enemy's plan. They've surrounded us but haven't attacked. It seems they're waiting for the Divine Sun to appear. The war ancestor frowned, that's what I'm worried about, too. What exactly is the contingency plan Tai Tzu left behind? We still don't know. Hopefully, we can overcome this final threat. On the other side, Xiao Yun, Zhao Wuji, and his master flew out to confront Ancient God First's group. Xiao Yun asked Zhao Wuji, are you sure you want to confront the wild ancient Holy Land? Zhao Wuji replied without hesitation, you're my soulmate. Of course I'll use my life to protect the Chaos Holy Land. Xiao Yun said with confidence, all right. I didn't misjudge you. An ancient god first saw Xiao Yun's group, he shouted, here they are. Hold them back. The entire crowd charged towards Xiao Yun and his 2 companions, each radiating their own powerful energy. Xiao Yun instantly unleashed his ultimate move, laughing and challenging them. Come at me. Countless beams of light slashed through the air, colliding with the ground and causing deafening explosions. Zhao Wuji stood beside him, amazed. This is the power of the space-time body? Xiao Yun replied confidently. Correct. The space-time body I obtained from Li Chengdi, combined with the space-time Tao I've learned, is enough to allow me to dodge attacks from true emperors. Ancient God First's group was equally impressed. Xiao Yun's methods are truly extraordinary. Ancient God First exclaimed, no matter what tricks he has, as long as the Chaos Holy Land can't retreat unscathed, he'll have to risk his life. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to the sky, unleashing his ultimate move. It collided with Xiao Yun's space-time technique, causing a cataclysmic explosion. He roared, today, chaos must die. On the other side, countless minions and disciples from other holy lands arrived as reinforcements. The blue sky was covered by the black robes of an army of people, as numerous as ants. The war ancestor frowned. All the high-level combat power from other holy lands have come. It seems they want to fight us to the death. Xiao Yun remained calm and reassured everyone. Don't worry, haven't we hidden our people very well? We're not afraid of them. Ancient God First commanded his entire force to surround and attack the Chaos Holy Land's shield. Countless streams of colorful energy were unleashed. Those beams collided with the shield, causing deafening booms and sparks. However, the protective shield remained unscathed. Ancient God First continued to direct the battle. Surround the Chaos Holy Land, don't let a single fly escape. Xiao Yun could no longer stand idly by. He unleashed the golden bell that helps people attain enlightenment, radiating the light of the 10 directions Buddhas. It flew towards Ancient God First as he shouted, Ancient God First, I'm here. Ancient God First laughed wickedly and used his divine power to move to the front. As he spoke, he said, Xiao Yun, you haven't truly ascended to true emperor yet. Do you think you can do anything to me? Facing his fearsome attack, Xiao Yun parried while thinking with fear. No wonder he's the true emperor of the #1 Holy Land, he's truly powerful. Seeing that Xiao Yun was able to withstand his attack, Ancient God First's face turned pale. He thought, this bastard hasn't ascended to true emperor yet and he's this powerful. If he takes another step forward, it'll be terrifying. The more he thought about it, the more determined he was to kill Xiao Yun, to remove any obstacles in his path. Seeing his attack faltering, he pleaded for help from his allies. He shouted, everyone, Xiao Yun is the greatest threat. We need to kill him first. Hearing this, the war ancestor behind him couldn't help but charge forward, shouting, who dares to touch my divine son? I'll fight him to the death. Before he could rejoice, a divine dragon with his powerful might spoke, war ancestor, let old Long duel with you. The man trembled in fear and muttered, Lai Yin Jin Long, you're still alive. Interrupting him, the divine golden tortoise spoke, with so much commotion, how could I be missing? War ancestor, long time no see. Jean Delay, seeing the divine golden tortoise, roared angrily, Annihilation Dragon Tortoise, that old monster is still alive. And so, the 3 divine dragons, the divine golden tortoise, and the war ancestor engaged in a fierce battle, to the astonishment of everyone. Down below, seeing the critical situation, Zhang Delay signaled his fellow disciples. He shouted, "Go, we can't let them injure the divine son." However, standing in front of him was a group of people. The leader spoke, his voice laced with worry. "Zhang Delay, worry about yourselves first. None of you will survive." And so, everyone around them charged into battle. The group shouted in unison, "Xiao Yun, today the Chaos Holy Land is doomed." However, immediately after those words, a figure appeared. He used his deep inner strength to repel everyone, smiling wickedly as he spoke. "Not so fast." Hearing this, Ancient God first turned around in shock. "Emperor Heaven, you've ascended to true Emperor too." Emperor Heaven continued, "It won't be easy to destroy the Chaos Holy Land." His disciple behind him heard this and smiled in agreement. "That's right, it's still uncertain who will win." Hearing this, Ancient God first became furious and unleashed his attack. "So what if you have 7 true emperors? We have more people, we won't lose." After hearing his words, all his disciples charged forward to fight back. Xiao Yun, caught off guard, was immediately overwhelmed by their attack and stood frozen in place. Before Xiao Yun could react, Ancient God first followed up with his next move, the 8 trigrams breaking heaven formation. He yelled, "Stop Emperor Heaven, let me kill Xiao Yun." Seeing the power of his attack, the Chaos Holy Land disciples panicked and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Ancient God first has 2 emperor artifacts? Big trouble." The Chaos Holy Land was now trapped, surrounded by their enemies with no escape. On the other side, Xiao Yun struggled to use his ultimate defensive power to withstand the powerful attack of Ancient God first. However, despite his best efforts, the power of his ultimate skill was no match for Ancient God first's overwhelming strength. Seeing his advantage, Ancient God first laughed triumphantly. "Xiao Yun, your struggle is futile. You are trapped in the prison of the Supreme Emperor. Unless you break it from within, you will never escape." Xiao Yun smiled slyly and replied, "Then I'll break it from outside for you." Instantly, several treasures flew out, shattering Ancient God first's artifact. Seeing the unfavorable situation, he was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, "Who? Who is it?" Seeing this, a figure descended from the sky. As he flew down, he shouted, "Ancient God first, don't you recognize me?" Recognizing who it was, Ancient God first was horrified and exclaimed, "Duga Chubai, you are the saint son of Taisu. Why are you helping Xiao Yun?" Duga Chubai smirked, pointed at Xiao Yun and said, "Because he is my avatar." Everyone around them was shocked and asked, "How is this possible?" Xiao Yun pondered and replied, "I came to Taisu. It was only for the purpose of being an undercover agent. How else could I have entered the Taisu Holy Land?" With that, both avatars unleashed their ultimate power. As they attacked, they shouted, "Ancient God first, you think you're the only one with 2 emperor artifacts?" Seeing the attack of the 2 powerful figures, Ancient God first tried to fight back with his remaining divine power and emperor artifact, but his efforts were in vain. Betrayed and frightened, he thought, one sword was terrifying enough, now he's mastered all the great sword Tao? Seeing his dire situation with no escape, he pleaded for help from those around him. "Everyone, come help me." Hearing his plea, his companions rushed to his aid and shouted in unison, "We're here." Seeing the situation, Dugi Chubai smirked and unleashed his ultimate power, exclaiming, "I've completed the universe sword point. You're all courting death." With that, Ancient God First's allies were all beaten to a pulp, utterly helpless. Ancient God First, seeing this, was horrified. He thought, this Duga Chubai is too powerful. No wonder he could kill Lei Zhan. But even though he was terrified, he remained resolute. "You're all destined to die." With all his remaining strength, Ancient God First unleashed his final move, the one he considered his most powerful. His eyes glared with hatred as he focused on his target. He then unleashed a spell so powerful that it squeezed the surrounding space, causing everyone to suffocate. It immediately shattered the treasures that Xiao Yun and his avatar had summoned earlier. With extreme annoyance, Xiao Yun signaled Duga Chubai through telepathy. "This bastard wants to do what? But whatever. Duga Chubai, kill him first, then we'll talk." Understanding the situation, both of them unleashed the Universe Sword, considered one of the most powerful techniques. Ancient God First, refusing to lose, called out to his allies. "All you gods, begin." His companions, hearing this, responded in unison, "Begin." One of them summoned a divine artifact, a solar god weapon. Another summoned something evil and dark. The war ancestor, seeing the precarious situation, yelled, "Stop them. They're trying to summon something." Seeing this, the divine dragon charged forward to attack. As he did, he shouted, "You should worry about yourself first." Xiao Yun's master, seeing the dire situation, turned to his disciple.
Xiao Yun, we're all doomed. This time, it's up to you. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and thought. I can't kill this old man ancient god first right away. I might as well bully the weak first. Thinking of this plan, Xiao Yun charged at the weakest of the group. However, before Xiao Yun could act, they all rushed forward to block him, yelling, "Don't even think about it." With that, his allies charged, like a swarm of insects, numerous and difficult to exterminate. Seeing this, Xiao Yun was horrified, thinking to himself. They're sacrificing so many people just to stop me. What are they summoning? Before he could finish his thoughts, they successfully summoned a powerful beam of green light that struck the ground. It seemed as though something, a bizarre figure, powerful and menacing, with a sinister smile emerged from within. He chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down one's spine, and muttered, "After all these years, I finally returned." A man of monstrous size, clad in an elegant blue robe, a radiant halo circling his head, appeared. With one hand, he gripped a fist, the other extended, striking the golden bell that lay below him. The bell, hit with that fatal blow, began to tremble and radiate light around it. Ji Yushini emerged from within, the golden bell shattered into pieces, scattering in the air. Ji Yushini appeared, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head, expressing his respect, speaking to the massive man before him, this humble one. Ji Yushini greets the Taishan TND. The man, as it turned out, was the Taishan TND. Hearing Ji Yushini's words, the powerful figures below widened their eyes. Their mouths agape in astonishment, all simultaneously screaming, Taishan TND. Zhang Zhu, who had been standing by, observing, frowned and said to Zhang Delay, "I didn't expect them to be able to summon the TND." Zhang Delay replied, 9 great true emperors, destroying 2 emperor weapons to summon him. The price is hefty, indeed. Ji Yushini looked down with an expression of intense displeasure, addressing Zhang Zhu, this is your Hundun Shangdi's doing. If you hadn't pushed us too far, we wouldn't have resorted to this. The powerful figures around him cheered jubilantly. An old man with a long beard exclaimed, "Today, we shall utterly annihilate you." Someone else chimed in, mockingly, "You want to claim it all?" Not a chance. A nearby figure echoed, "TND Diren, destroy them." On the other side, DTN, Zhang Zhang Delay, and their powerful allies stood looking on. DTN, filled with worry, asked. Zhang Zhu, is there any way for our Shangdi to turn this around? Zhang Zhu, filled with disappointment, replied with 2 words, "It's over." Zhang Delay's face darkened, as he explained, "This isn't an avatar or a projection of the TND. This is the real TND. No matter what we do, it won't make a difference." Returning to Taishan TND, he placed one hand behind him, the other clenched into a fist, then gazed at them, speaking in a resonant voice, to think that the Shangdi could grow to this extent. Hundun Da Di truly is extraordinary. Unfortunately, this is as far as you can go. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yun, his face ablaze with anger, pointed his shining, sharp sword at Taishan TND, showing absolutely no fear. He spoke with indignation, "So what if you're the TND? If you were born as an ant, then aspire to greatness. If your life is as fragile as paper, then possess unwavering determination. What's there that you can't do?" His sword now crackled with burning flames of hatred, resolutely pointed at Taishan TND, leaving him slightly taken aback. Then, Taishan TND acted in an unusual way. He extended his finger towards the tip of the sword, a spark of electricity erupted from his finger, shattering the sword into pieces. Taishan TND mocked, "An ant trying to shake a tree. A frog at the bottom of a well like you, you've grown quite bold." On the side, Zhang Zhu and Zhang Dalai stared in shock and bewilderment. Speaking in unison, this is the power of the TND. Taishan TND continued his relentless assault, using his finger to unleash a powerful beam of light towards Zhang Zhu and his companions. Realizing the precarious situation, Zhang Zhu and Zhang Dalai combined their efforts to create a protective shield encompassing everyone within. Taishan TND's formidable power, hurtling towards them at the speed of light, slammed into the shield with a forceful impact. Cracks spread across the shield, appearing everywhere. The shield shattered into pieces, scattering in all directions. The individuals inside were significantly affected. A streak of blood trickled down Zhang Zhu's cheek, as he weakly raised a hand, unable to do anything to resist. Yelling, "This time, the TND is truly finished." At this decisive moment, Xiao Yun and his Jiling avatar resolutely responded, "Zhang Zhu, don't give up. This is far from over." His Jiling avatar continued, "It's time to merge as one." Soon, the two began their fusion process, a blinding light enveloping them both. In an instant, Xiao Yun, with a commanding aura and unshakable spirit, emerged, bathed in a radiant glow.
He extended his hand, a sword firmly gripped in his hand, looking extremely valiant.
Ascending to true emperor, he said, unperturbed and unafraid. Taishan TND, come.
Zhang Zhu was taken aback by his action, his spirit rekindled as he said, this kid truly surprises me. Zhang Dalai looked at him and chuckled, then replied, Xiao Yun and his avatar, both capable of easily defeating a true emperor wielding an emperor weapon. After merging into a true emperor, their might is formidable. The old master stood aside, his face filled with worry, sweat dripping from his brow.
But Taishan Lao Gui is the TND. I don't know if he can stand up to him. On the other hand, Ji Yucheni was incredibly arrogant, speaking with a mocking tone, a true emperor wanting to challenge the TND? Daydreaming.
Taishan TND looked at Xiao Yun, who was 3 times smaller than him, his hand extended.
A deep red sphere, looking extremely menacing, appearing in his hand.
The eyes in his face were filled with red rage. Taishan TND scorned him, unbelievable, after all these years. A Han-done body has appeared, but unfortunately, you've arrived too late. Killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. Then, Taishan TND materialized a gigantic, immense red hand before Xiao Yun, causing him to flinch and step back slightly. But he quickly regained his composure.
Then unleashed a powerful beam of light towards Taishan TND. Xiao Yun retorted defiantly, just a TND? What can you possibly do to me?
The blinding beam of light, charged with his power, arrogantly pierced through the hand.
Witnessing this,
Zhang Zhu, Zhang Dalai, Lao Zhu, Jiushini, and finally, Taishan TND, were all taken aback. Their mouths agape, their eyes fixed on this incredible sight.
Taishan TND, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, you possess such strength?
Xiao Yun held the golden sword in his hand. His expression serious.
He looked at Taishan TND with the confident air of a victor, saying, surprised, aren't you?
Han-done Dao, Zhen Dao, 11 Kong Dao, 3 Supreme True Emperor Daos, coupled with 2 Emperor weapons, what's so strange about me having the strength to confront you? At that moment, countless swords, ablaze with red flames, emerged from behind Xiao Yun.
Charging towards Taishan TND. Taishan TND, realizing this, quickly extended his hand,
using his power to create a primordial shield. But, truly, it was unbelievable. Xiao Yun's sword, without hesitation, pierced right through Taishan TND's primordial shield.
Taishan TND, seeing this, was stunned with disbelief, his expression changing. He thought to himself, he can actually pierce my primordial shield?
It seems he hasn't just ascended to 3 True Emperor Daos, he's managed to merge the 3 Daos. Calmly, Taishan TND materialized a staff top with a tuft of white fur, and with a flick of his wrist, shattered Xiao Yun's sword. He looked at the man before him and sneered.
The Han-done Shangdi actually has a prodigy like you. Truly unexpected.
Xiao Yun, looking at the man across from him, chuckled, confidently replying, with me here, don't even think about touching the Han-done Shangdi. Then, Taishan TND grandly raised his hand towards the sky, materializing a multi-petaled lotus flower that emitted brilliant blue light, both dark and light shades. Then, he boldly declared, your struggles are futile.
The Han-done TND has left the Emperor path. I, now, am invincible.
You, and the Han-done Shangdi, are doomed.
Turning towards Zhang Zhu and Zhang Dalai.
Zhang Zhu saw this technique and was astonished. That is the Shang 11 Qinglian. Zhang Dalai, just as astonished, echoed, how could it be? The Shang 11 Qinglian is the only innate emperor weapon, not created by humans, possessing the power to reach heaven and earth.
How could it be in Taishan TND's hands? Back to Taishan TND, he roared, shatter the boundaries of time and space.
The blue lotus began to radiate light across the heavens and earth, accompanied by an ominous mist, filling the air.
At this moment, the lotus was no longer visible.
Only a spot where light shone within a circle of raging winds, filled with electrical sparks, remained. Then, the light spread out, and incredibly, countless people, both male and female, emerged from within, so many that they couldn't be counted. Xiao Yun, still holding his sword, stared in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment, did this, so many did this. Faced with this unforeseen development, Zhang Zhu could only worryingly ask, what's Xiao Yun going to do now? Zhang Dalai, just as anxious, followed, exactly. Even if he's stronger, he can't defeat so many Didis. That's right, he's only slightly stronger than the Tai Su Tian Di. Xiao Yun, calmly, thought of a way to salvage the situation. Right now, there's only one way. I have to ascend to Da Di. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Yun's decision. Zhang Zhu couldn't conceal his apprehension. Ascend to Da Di? You've just broken through to True Emperor, it's impossible. Perhaps impossible for others, but not for me. Everyone, help me hold them off while I break through.
Our success hinges on this action. Xiaoyun heroically rallied those in Hundun, summoned the Hundun Zhang. We fight to the death, others shouted bravely, yes. Protected by his loved ones, Xiaoyun immediately sat in the cultivation boat, breaking through, a gamble with all or nothing at stake. He poured all his accumulated enlightenment into the attempt, hoping to break through to Da Di. The system notifications rang out repeatedly, using 1 enlightenment for Da Di ascension. Using 1 enlightenment for Da Di ascension. What's the point of struggling to the death? Everyone, together. Destroy this Hundun Zhang. Taisu Da Di swung his flywhisk, attacking the bell that was protecting Xiaoyun. At Taisu Da Di's command, all the other Dadis unleashed their attacks on the Hundun Zhang. Under the onslaught, the Hundun Zhang, even with the combined efforts of the Hundun elders, slowly began to break apart. Annihilate him together, he ordered another all-out assault, aiming directly at him. On Xiaoyun's side, the Hundun Zhang completely shattered. The elders were knocked back, but he remained in his meditative state. At the precipice of crisis, Xiaoyun opened his eyes, his gaze pure and clear, as if enlightened to countless things. All the attacks of the opposing Dadis were thwarted by the power emanating from Xiaoyun. They couldn't reach him. Finally, I understand it all. It turns out, I am the TND who created the TND Zhang. I am the future Hundun Da Di. My future self, having transcended the Emperor path, discovered that his path was wrong, leading to his difficulties in ascending, so he created the enlightenment system for me to find the right path to ascension, defying heaven and changing fate. Then I shall fulfill your wishes, become the eternal, invincible Hundun TND. Xiaoyun swung his arm, retaliating against all the other Dadis. His overwhelming power burned those who dared to underestimate him. With a single move, he wiped out all the troublemakers. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, allowing the rays of dawn, imbued with life, to illuminate all living beings. Xiaoyun flew down to find his loved ones and gently spoke, "All right, everyone, you can relax now." They awoke from their shock, dazedly asking, "What happened? Where are the Dadis? And why isn't even a true emperor here?" "I took care of them," Xiaoyun replied calmly, a carefree smile gracing his lips. In unison, all those from the other Shang Dis prostrated themselves, bowing their heads in respect before Xiaoyun. "Please, Dadis, spare our lives." Xiaoyun, draped in his new imperial robe, stood proudly amidst heaven and earth, proclaiming, "Rise and go. From this day forth, this world, except for the Hundun TND, shall have no other Shang Dis. I will not ascend to the Emperor path. I shall remain here, become the eternal Hundun Da Di."